If Journey to the West is a record filled with the light of the 10 Directions Buddhas, then the Exorcism Chronicles is also the journey of Tang Sanzang and his disciples. But in this version, as bleak as a starless night, one wrong step leads to a ghost, and looking back, there are only more ghosts. Here, demons do not wait to be redeemed, and gods do not have time to preach morality. There is only a group of people with blood-stained hands communicating with fists and sharp tongues. Amidst the dark mountains, a house with lights still burning appears under the curtain of rain. The heavy gates are closed, but light spills out, signaling that the house has a master. A hand reaches out without hesitation to grasp the door ring and knocks. Tang Sanzang did not wait for an invitation and proactively opened the door to enter. It turned out the act of knocking was merely a formality. Before him were figures huddled around a fire. Two of the thugs, with sharp ears and eyes, poked their heads out suspiciously. The one who seemed to be the leader immediately spoke up. "Great Master, what brings you here so late at night?" Tang Sanzang did not hide his purpose. "Did you rob a woman heading up the mountain this afternoon?" The thick-skinned man retorted. "Does the Great Master find this unjust and want to save her?" Contrary to their thoughts, Tang Sanzang flatly denied. "No, I am here to save you." The leader, filled with suspicion, quickly ordered his subordinate. "Old Seven, go see how she is." Old Seven took a quick glance and reported, "Big brother, she is still there." But before he could finish, the female demon, who had been as still as a corpse, suddenly spoke. "Great Master, you go east and I go west. The river water does not interfere with the well water. Why ruin my good business?" Her eyes flickered with green light as she issued a fearless provocation. "Do you really think I am afraid of you?" Bandits finally panicked and shouted. "Slash her quickly, her mouth. She really is a demon." The female demon's face gradually bloomed like a green lantern. She used her fastest speed to grab a bandit's neck. In an instant, essence and blood sprayed out. The female demon gently pulled out the prey's spine like deboning a chicken. She threw the object aside as a warning to Tang Sanzang. "The Great Master is indeed knowledgeable, but you are alone. Do you have the skill to redeem me?" He casually praised her. "The malice of one who borrows the form of the newly deceased. To avoid the sun, you drink blood and eat hearts. Your power is difficult to match, but once the malice is dissolved, the living corpse will crumble. Am I right?" The female demon responded by bolting away, even as Tang Sanzang's voice echoed in her ears. "This poor monk said," though she ran further away. His voice lingered as if he were right beside her. "This poor monk." At that moment, a shadow even faster than the demon suddenly appeared. The sea-calming divine needle crushed the demon in a blink. Just as Tang Sanzang finished, "Travels alone?" Wukong finished the problem for his master, but did not forget to complain. "Why do you always get tangled up with these ants?" Tang Sanzang saw the monkey was about to cause trouble and quickly reminded him. "Let us go. Knowing when to stop is enough." But Wukong still asked with regret, "Hey monk, how should we deal with these bandits?" Tang Sanzang did not answer directly but shifted to scolding. "Was your descent from above a bit too much? Next time, do not startle me. All right?" Wukong sulkily retorted. "Suit yourself." Tang Sanzang did not take it to heart and continued the journey with the monkey. In an instant, the white horse stopped before him. Tang Sanzang had no choice but to turn and instruct. "Xiao Bai, I am going to beg for alms. You wait for me outside the town." The white horse expressed concern. "Master, the dark energy here is very heavy. It does not seem like a place for ordinary people. Be careful." Tang Sanzang responded dismissively. "I know. If strangers see you, they will be scared to death. It is not wise." Saying that, he took a lantern and disappeared into the night. Tang Sanzang's footsteps were brisk and tireless. But on the trail, a pair of small, thin legs appeared along with a hurried voice calling after him. "Great Master, please stop." Tang Sanzang perhaps did not hear and continued straight ahead. The little girl behind him finally dared to grab his robe. "Please, Great Master, stop." Only then did Tang Sanzang tilt his head to observe the girl. The little girl took the chance to explain very quickly. "Please save me, Great Master. Please lead me out of town. It is very dangerous here. Go quickly." Tang Sanzang suddenly cast a cold gaze. "Vile creature, did you think you could deceive me? Possessing the body of a dead girl. What do you want?" The girl hurried to explain. "The Great Master has misunderstood. Please listen to my explanation." It turned out that behind the girl was her mother. "I died unjustly and became a ghost, possessing my daughter's body to protect her. Now the villagers are doing evil. I have tried my best but am about to turn to ash. My daughter is cold and hungry. I fear she will not live long. We fled here as refugees, and my unfortunate daughter is blind. During the drought and crop failure, the people of this town caught and killed me for meat. Please, great master, have mercy and save my daughter. Go quickly before the villagers find you. At that moment, a crowd of figures appeared before Tang Sanzang, muttering aggressively, "Meat! I smell fresh meat!" A man with eyes as red as blood led the charge, and the crowd behind him followed. "Kill them! There is meat, there is blood. Slay! Kill them for meat!" The girl's mother rushed forward. "Great master, take my daughter and go. Even if I turn to ash today, I must kill these beasts." Tang Sanzang held the girl and tried to calm her. "It is useless. You cannot stop them. They cannot see you, so do not add to your sins. Do you not want to reincarnate?" She did not look back, only throwing a sentence. "Great master. Then please take my daughter away quickly." "Great." As the word master left her lips, she lost sight of Tang Sanzang. He had vanished, leaving a message. "This poor monk will go first, you must endure." But no matter how hard he ran, he could not shake the pursuers. Damn it! Tang Sanzang had no choice but to call his disciple. "I cannot run anymore." He took a deep breath and shouted into the air, "White dragon!" Almost instantly, the dragon's shadow appeared through the mist. Tang Sanzang saw the white horse and asked casually, "Xiao Bai, are you hungry? I have returned from begging for alms." She did not answer but provided important information. "Master, the people of this town are indeed living humans." Tang Sanzang glanced back and sighed. "Living humans? I could not tell." The white horse finally noticed the girl beside him. "This silly girl. Do you really intend to bring her along?" Tang Sanzang brushed it off with a casual remark. "Silly girl," and the two of them continued the journey with the girl. The child lay on the white horse's back when her stomach suddenly protested. Tang Sanzang kindly turned to ask, "Are you hungry?" The girl had not yet answered, but the white horse let out a long burp first. Wukong, who was holding a peach of immortality and about to eat it, suddenly had a mischievous idea. He dangled it in front of her, making the girl sniff deeply, even wanting to jump up to grab the peach. Wukong widened his eyes and asked, "Want to eat?" As soon as the girl nodded, he rolled something in his hand and signaled, "Open your mouth." Tang Sanzang sensed something wrong and shouted in a panic, "Hey, you must not eat random things. What did you feed her?" Wukong happily replied, "Boogers." Tang Sanzang's blood pressure rose as he tried to save the situation. "Silly girl, do not eat it, spit it out." But halfway through he suddenly froze. In her eyes, it turned out that for a moment, the pupils in the girl's eyes had vanished. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly adjusted them back to normal. After that, she lunged forward and waved her hands in front of Tang Sanzang. "Monk, monk." He laughed and replied awkwardly, "Yes." No one knew that in Supreme Lord Lao's alchemy chamber, the young attendant was reporting bad news. Lord Lao, I just checked the celestial elixirs, and it seems one is missing." Tang Sanzang was leisurely on his way when an insect kept buzzing in front of him. Instinctively, he sniffed. It turned out the flies were attracted to the girl. Just then, Wukong picked her up and protested, "Hey little monk, have you not bathed her yet? She stinks to death." Tang Sanzang replied reasonably, "I am a monk. How can I bathe a girl?" Wukong did not dare take the blame. "But I am a monkey." Tang Sanzang was suddenly stuck. "And who else is there?" "Wait." Xiao Bai heard the girl calling her and knew the two men were dumping the responsibility on her. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai." The girl excitedly urged the white horse, "Let us go bathe." She had no choice but to transform and accept her fate. The girl laughed nonstop while patting the horse's rump. "Xiao Bai is so pretty." Not far away, two heads poked out, speaking crudely. "Big brother, someone is bathing, and she is a great beauty." Xiao Bai calmly signaled, "Let us play hide and seek. Close your eyes." The girl obediently said yes and followed suit. While the girl was counting 1, 2, Xiao Bai took the opportunity to handle the business. After bathing, the girl sat on Tang Sanzang's shoulder and boasted, "Monk, I can see the road." Meanwhile, Wukong behind them looked suspicious. "Xiao Bai, did you sneak off to eat a snack again?" Xiao Bai shyly denied it. "Great sage, do not joke." In another dark place, Black Impermanence glanced at his colleague. "Seventh Master, we have been working overtime lately. Let us take a break and drink some wine later." White Impermanence sighed wearily. "Oh, the world is evil and people are dying like grass. There is no time to rest." The two continued straight ahead until they encountered the girl sleeping on the white horse's back. White Impermanence quickly opened the Book of Life and Death to check. Such a pitiful girl. Huh? According to the records, she should have died a month ago. Black Impermanence, who took any soul he could get, did not hesitate to swing his chains. "Fine, we will take her soul and figure it out later." The two coaxed her from both sides. "Your life is over. Come with us." At that moment, Wukong appeared and declared, "She is not going anywhere." The two reapers immediately shouted, "Who is so bold as to obstruct the officials of King Yama?" Wukong's anger exploded as he retorted, "These two ghost messengers have short memories. I wonder if that old man King Yama still remembers this old son." Sure enough, as soon as he showed his face, black and white impermanents were like mice seeing a cat. "Great, great sage!" Wukong shouted impatiently, "Scram!" It turned out that before they set out, the pair had been given a survival tip by King Yama. "You must remember to stay far away from that wretched monkey." The scene shifted to another space filled with the aura of death. A skeletal ghost heard a sound and jumped up to look around. After observing for a while, he shouted in shock, "Someone is here!" The skeletal ghost ran straight in the opposite direction. "Great, great king!" The one called king asked impatiently, "Who is it?" The skeletal ghost reported honestly, "A monk. There are two people." He suddenly became excited. "While the monkey is not around, Tang Sanzang is dead meat. Heaven is helping me." Tang Sanzang, who was being thought of, suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Xiao Bai turned curiously. "Did master catch a cold?" Just then, the girl asked, "Is the monk finished?" Tang Sanzang promised comfortably, "Finished, we just have to wait for nightfall." On this side, the king was still lost in his own calculations. "Do you want to eat the head first or the feet?" "Tonight, those two will be in my pocket." The skeletal ghost beside him flattered him. The great king is truly dominant, but he did not realize the ones standing before the king were the most dominant pig and monkey in the celestial realm. The blind skeletal ghost questioned loudly, "Who are you? Our great king is asking you." Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang was using a flower lantern to coax the girl. "How is it? Beautiful, right?" While he was feeling proud, Xiao Bai suddenly signaled, "Look over here." In the space before them, tens of thousands of glowing spots appeared from nowhere. It turned out Beiji had forced two demons to work overtime to steal Tang Sanzang's spotlight. "Make 100 sky lanterns for me, or old Ju will have you two for dinner." The scene shifted to another eerie area. A dried corpse suddenly rose from the dark swamp. But importantly, it was not alone. There were countless others. Just then, a yellow talisman flew in along with a shout, "Demonic obstacle!" The Daoist continuously released talismans and cast the Chenkuan silence law. The Jiangshi hit by the spell had their heads explode like fireworks. The Daoist pressed his advantage and jumped into the center of the largest group of Jiangshi. "Break! Watch as I slaughter in all directions today." The gathering Jiangshi suddenly widened their eyes and mouths in unison. The Daoist grinned and boasted, "Scared by my divine power, aren't you?" But the girl behind him was not so optimistic. "Master, be careful, the ones behind are." Wukong's sea-calming divine needle had appeared on the stage at some unknown point. With just a light swing, the space seemed as if it were about to crack open. The Daoist was so scared he sat flat on the ground. "What on earth was that?" The disciple beside him pulled him away. "Let us go. Go collect the money." Both quickly left that troublesome swamp. But at the new location, the Daoist still did not give up his career of subduing demons. "The demonic energy is strong. Is my disciple ready?" The girl stood in the middle of the road, looking around in confusion. "Are we skipping this house?" The Daoist decided firmly, "This house is exactly the right one." The girl had no choice but to grab the door ring and call inside. "Is anyone there?" Sure enough, a human voice quickly replied, "Come in." The girl did not enter but continued to ask, "Old uncle, have any strangers asked for lodging recently?" The person who poked his head out suddenly froze halfway through speaking, "Our hotel," but he still led the two Daoists inside. Halfway there, the Daoist suddenly narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Demonic energy is soaring to the heavens." He quickly performed a series of techniques. Infinite heaven and earth, Chenkuan silence law, superior guidance, execute as commanded. As the word command left his mouth, a ring of talismans floated around the Daoist. He used demon-breaking talismans to skillfully control them, flying toward the suspicious house. The girl looked at the golden rain before her and could not help but feel it was a waste. Oh my! Using so many talismans. Each talisman snaked through the door cracks and stuck firmly onto the figures glimpsed inside. But the ones who were stuck were Tang Sanzang and his two disciples. Beiji dragged his bulky body out to question, "You cow-nosed Daoist, if you want to subdue demons, go find some. What do you mean by targeting us? Damn it! I haven't taught you a lesson yet." The Daoist still didn't realize the situation and tried to confront Marshal Tian Peng. A powerful demon, indeed. "Behold my treasure." But after getting a thorough beating, Tang Sanzang had to step in to mediate. "It's just a misunderstanding. Please forgive him, elder." The Daoist was now as meek as a quail, taking the blame himself. The great master is too kind. It was this humble Daoist who was impetuous. As they spoke, the girl beside him reminded him, "Master, you're bleeding." Tang Sanzang watched the paper lanterns floating high and gently asked, "Are they beautiful? How do they compare to the ones we released?" The girl happily swung her legs and replied, "Beautiful, but not as many as the ones we released." Suddenly, a conversation between a mother and daughter drifted into their ears. "Good child. Let me buy this doll for you. Do you like it? The cowherd and weaver girl meet once a year. I really want to see how they meet." Hearing this, the girl lowered her eyes, revealing a moment of sorrow. A few seconds later, the little girl slowly spoke, "I can't." Tang Sanzang seemed to sense the negative emotions of the one sitting on his shoulders and spoke up, "I'm sorry. I cannot help you with that. But what's wrong? Do you miss your mother? I will give you a protective talisman. It has miraculous power and might even make your wish come true. But it's quite old. Do you still want it?" Hearing this, the girl happily reached out. "I want it. I want it." She was so excited that she kept chattering away. "Actually, I really want my mother to be with me on Qixi night. Even just once would be enough." Tang Sanzang heard those words and didn't know what to say, so he could only look at the small doll. At the same time, loud arguments suddenly erupted in the high heavens. "Keep it down. Even the imperial father fears that monkey a little. These people are so annoying. We only meet once a year. Ignore us. You two just continue. Is it okay for the great sage to do that?" This caused the girl who was playing with her mother earlier to shout, "Look, mother. It's the real cowherd and weaver girl." While the heavens were noisy, the underworld was no less chaotic. The first shot was fired by King Yama, who was in a towering rage. "How do you people work? You couldn't even keep watch over a single ghost soul." The officials under him immediately replied in fear, "But you said we shouldn't provoke that monkey." The fox girl cleared her throat and asked the person opposite her, "Xiao Yu, is it worth it for a man? Just because he saved you once?" Without waiting for a response, she drew her sword from its scabbard. Looking at her younger sister's youthful face, the elder sister couldn't help but remind her. "He saved you out of a momentary whim of kindness, but your years of cultivation were not easy to achieve. Do you know that?" Xiao Yu was not intimidated by the other's aura and immediately replied, "Sister, I understand, but I must repay this debt of gratitude. Because my spiritual power is weak, I can only use this flesh and blood body to repay the debt. Please understand, sister. Years ago, I fell into a hunter's trap. If not for him, I would have been skinned and sold at the market." Her sister's stubbornness made the elder sister so angry that she steeled her heart to cut ties with her family member immediately. Xiao Yu tried to explain to her sister, "Today I have no relatives, and the world is wicked. I can only use this method to make amends." She slowly blew out a breath, transforming the severed tail into a small fox. Xiao Yu prepared to take the little fox and leave. Her sister dejectedly reminded her once more, "But even if you use 1,000 tails, it would be hard to fill the bottomless pit of the human heart." But she didn't pay much attention and simply turned to walk away slowly. Sometime later, the sound of a mother and son talking echoed through the air. "Mother, I'm back. I told you to go up the mountain to collect the traps. Why did it take so long?" "Because the mountain path was difficult. Look at you, just a short walk and you're panting. No wonder you haven't been able to conceive a child all these years. But you're lucky. You managed to catch a white fox this time." "Yes." The conversation was suddenly interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. "Excuse me." Tang Sanzang slowly approached them while his hand gently guided the little girl. "Two female donors? Could you spare some alms for this poor monk?" The space suddenly became deathly silent. As Tang Sanzang slowly began to speak, "This poor monk is from the great Tang of the East." The old woman quickly cut him off. "Monk, there's a famine going on. Where would there be any food? Furthermore, you're wandering around with a little girl. You didn't kidnap her, did you?" Encountering this issue for the first time, Tang Sanzang replied with some embarrassment. "Then at least please spare a little food for the child." But the old woman remained firm and cleared her throat to drive them away. "I already said there's no food in the house. Go away, go away." No matter how gently she tried to persuade her. "Mother, the great master and the child are very pitiful." White Dragon Horse, standing on the girl's shoulder, couldn't take it anymore and hissed through gritted teeth. "You damn old woman. This lady has had enough of your grating words. Do you want me to punish you?" Xiao Yu was surprised to see her. The old woman foolishly mistook the speaker for the little girl. "You brat, what did you just say?" Those words caused White Dragon Horse to transform back into human form and roll up her sleeves. "Today, this lady is going to slap your mouth shut. Little girl, stay back. Don't let this filthy blood stain you." Xiao Yu hurriedly turned back into her fox form and spread her arms. You must not harm my family. White Dragon Horse was not one to be trifled with and reverted to her divine dragon form. A mere fox demon dares to be so insolent. Knowing this was an uneven match, Xiao Yu could only step back and speak, leaving Tang Sanzang in silent thought. I wouldn't dare, but this family has shown me kindness. Please, immortal, spare her. I am willing to give my life in exchange. As the atmosphere grew tense, he awkwardly spoke up. I don't mean to interfere between you two, but could you please consider the person involved? Xiao Yu saw the old woman's utterly shocked expression and hurriedly cried out, Mother! At night, the son returned home and asked in confusion, Xiao Yu, what's wrong with my mother? Unexpectedly, the mother who frequently berated his wife now stood up to protect her. Shut up, you unfilial son. If not for Xiao Yu, I would have met King Yama by now. If you ever dare to mistreat Xiao Yu again, I'll castrate you. This left him with no choice but to nod in agreement without understanding a thing. Yes, mother. Inside the dark cave, a servant joyfully announced, My lady, Tang Sanzang has been captured. Hearing this, White-Boned Demon leisurely asked, So he really did drive that monkey away? Another servant eagerly reported to claim credit. It was my lady's brilliant plan. The monkey was driven back to Flower Fruit Mountain, and the other two disciples are nowhere to be found. The sudden good news made her slightly excited as she turned and stood up. Let me disguise myself and go meet this monk from the Tang dynasty. White-Boned Demon slowly cast a spell to give her face human flesh, and her hands were covered in a layer of magic to make the skin fairer and smoother than a young maiden's. White-Boned Demon stood still for a few minutes to allow her body to transform completely. She slowly walked through the dark cave. As soon as her eyes saw Tang Sanzang, White-Boned Demon spoke softly. Great Master, please forgive me. This humble one could not welcome you from afar. What do you think of the trick I used to toy with the great sage 3 times? I thought I would never be able to become an immortal, but I didn't expect the great master to grace me with his presence. Tang Sanzang didn't want to hear those coquettish words and couldn't help but interrupt her. For your own selfish desires, you have slaughtered living beings and killed the common folk. All the villagers nearby have been harmed by you. Seeing that righteous demeanor, White-Boned Demon covered her mouth and giggled. The great master is too harsh. This servant merely invited the nearby villagers to be guests. This attempt to twist the truth made Tang Sanzang visibly angry. You! White-Boned Demon gently touched his face. Once the great master goes to the Yellow Springs, you can guide their souls to salvation immediately. At this point, Tang Sanzang hissed through gritted teeth. You monster! Unforgivable! Surging excitement caused White-Boned Demon to laugh loudly and open her mouth wide. For 100 years, I have been consistently careful, rarely going out just to wait for this opportunity. Over the years, the nearby villagers have either died or fled. That's fine. With the great master's longevity flesh, I will directly ascend to immortality. She quickly cast a spell to drain Tang Sanzang's life force, causing him to mutter in anger. Boots, lead the way. Tang Sanzang used his high forehead to deliver a headbutt that sent White-Boned Demon flying. Only then did he smile sarcastically. Truly cunning. If we hadn't put on a good show, we wouldn't have been able to trick you into revealing yourself. White-Boned Demon, reeling from the pain and hearing those words, stammered in confusion. What? A loud explosion suddenly rocked the dark cave, making her jump in fright. Beiji had appeared behind Tang Sanzang at some point to protect his master. Wujing, White Dragon Horse, and the little girl also slowly emerged through the white smoke in the cave. White-Boned Demon listened in confusion as Wujing spoke. Evil creature, prepare to die. Did you think a monk's flesh was so easy to eat? Who do you think we are? Realizing she had lost, he could only surrender and kneel. Great Master, spare my life. Great Master, I am a pitiful person, framed by a wicked man. My bones turned into a spirit. Please, Great Master, for the sake of heaven's mercy for all living things, spare me this time. Tang Sanzang did not respond to those words, but merely muttered to his disciples. Amitba, how virtuous. Wujing, don't hold back too much. Just beat her bones until they are as fine as chaff. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them pounced on White-Boned Demon and beat her relentlessly. While Tang Sanzang covered the girl's eyes and reminded her, Don't look, White-Boned Demon, luckily hiding in a corner, muttered angrily. These monks are so cruel. This is nothing like the script. Fortunately, I kept the golden cicada shedding its skin technique in reserve. Otherwise they would have crushed my bones. As long as the mountain remains, there will be wood to burn. This lady will have her revenge sooner or later. Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind her. Hey, what are you thinking about? Wukong's voice slowly echoed. But thanks to your scheme, I had a very pleasant visit with my descendants. This caused White Bone Demon to look terrified. Son, Wukong. She hurriedly gathered her power to fly away. This lady isn't playing with you. Seeing the mosquito-like demon fleeing, Wukong frowned and pulled out the Rui Jingu Bang. Trying to run? He gently accelerated toward White Bone Demon and swung his staff. Wukong only needed a bit of strength to land his weapon exactly where the female demon was. The entire great mountain outside could not withstand that force and shook violently. As Tang Sanzang's group stepped out of the cave, Wukong's two junior brothers quickly commented, "How boring. I thought we'd get to make a name for ourselves this time. So the Baimoan is back. Didn't the master give him 3 days of leave?" It turned out that Wukong had sent a reply to Zixia because of his hurried departure to follow his master. Yang Jian had just read the information in the reply and shouted excitedly, "It's been received!" Meanwhile, in a certain sea region, a wooden ship struggled to endure the heavy rain of the Dragon King. Antu strained her eyes to look into the distance and spoke dejectedly, "Grandfather, the rain is too heavy. Can we go out to sea tomorrow?" Hai Dao didn't even turn to look at his granddaughter and replied with a sigh, "We can't go out to sea. A storm is coming. Hurry and furl the sails." Antu accidentally saw a tiny figure in the distance and asked in confusion, "Grandfather, it seems like someone is standing on the rocky outcrop." Meanwhile, Nezha stood still, letting the powerful currents of water batter his body. A coldness suddenly covered his golden eyes as he muttered, "The seawater hitting my body doesn't feel like anything at all, but why does this sensation feel so familiar?" Suddenly, the frantic cries of Hai Dao and his granddaughter pierced through the fierce waves. "Hey brother, come down quickly. It's very dangerous there. Young people often do reckless things." The words struck Nezha's ears, making him glance at them. He didn't do much, just stood there observing the two mortals who were worried about him, his handsome face easily captivating Antu. After a while, Hai Dao couldn't help but chuckle as the oil lamp flickered for a moment. "So you weren't planning to end your life? It was a misunderstanding. Seeing your smooth skin, you must be a young master from a wealthy family. Antu, find some clean clothes for him to change into later." Nezha just listened and remained silent. Once he had clothes to change into, he slowly took off his shirt, revealing the powerful lotus pedestal tattoo on his back. In a certain forest, a shaman lowered her voice to create a sense of mystery for her listeners. "The world is wicked, heaven is angry, and people are resentful. I have just communed with the great sea god. Wanting to settle this matter, that is the only way. You all should discuss it." A villager waited for her to finish and immediately voiced his suspicion. "Shaman, there have been constant natural disasters lately, and we haven't been able to go to sea for days because of the storms. Could it be that we must use a human sacrifice? This village has number 15 or 16-year-old girls left." The surrounding villagers, who were usually friendly, now spoke up in unison for the sake of their own vague safety. "Isn't old Hai's Antu coming of age today? Or, ah yes, old Hai Dao, that's right. Even when Hai Dao clearly refused, "No, Antu's parents are gone. Our house only has her as a grandchild." They didn't care and only criticized him. "Old Hai Dao, you can't be selfish. This is for the whole village." "That's right, you're so selfish. You're disregarding the lives of the whole village for your own sake." At the same time, Antu at home suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Seeing Nezha stop eating because of her sudden action, the girl spoke shyly, "Brother, don't look at me like that anymore. So silly. This last fish is for you." He looked at the fragrant grilled fish and happily raised his bowl. But before the food could reach his mouth, both of their rice bowls shattered into pieces. It was due to the chaos caused by the superstitious mob suddenly bursting into the house. Under the shaman's direction, they quickly dragged Antu away. Nezha stood dazed, letting the cold rain cover his face. "I truly do not understand. As a puppet like me, what is the meaning of existence?" Looking at the girl who had just given him warmth being hung on the altar as a sacrificial object, he muttered dejectedly, "Perhaps the meaning of my life is to fight and kill. But what about the meaning of fighting? I remember now. The meaning of fighting is to protect those I need to protect. It was so before, and it will be so hereafter." Nezha observed Antu's calm face as she waited for death, and a rare determination rose within him. "Antu, do not be afraid. I will protect you, just as I once protected the people of Tongguan Town." Thinking this, he secretly exerted his strength to escape the bonds of the two humans tasked with guarding the area. As the Samadhi true fire radiated from Nezha's body, the two men hurriedly let go and retreated. The garments he usually wore during his time in the heavenly court slowly appeared on his body. Nezha gently summoned the universe ring. In a brief instant, he revealed his true divine form for the mortal crowd to witness. While shaman cried out in panic, "Could it be the great deity of the three altars and marine meetings?" Ontu only looked at him in confusion to ensure he was the same person she had just fed. Nezha silently watched the shaman run toward him, shouting, "Third Prince Nezha!" He only gave a light snort and turned his back. His fiery footsteps made the rain-soaked ground turn dry instantly. With just a bit of spiritual power, Nezha was able to remove the sturdy ropes and rescue Ontu. The little girl still looked at the divine lord who had just saved her, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, the crowd on the ground began to kowtow to Nezha repeatedly. "Great Immortal, show your mercy and save us. Great Immortal, show your mercy and save us." He cast a contemptuous glance down at them for a moment. Before anyone could say another word, the sea monster suddenly rose up in a frenzy. It quickly swept through the people below. The pungent smell of blood rushed into Ontu's nose, while the sounds of suffering echoed everywhere. "Help! No! No!" Pure compassion rose within the girl, prompting her to speak to Nezha. "Please save them. They only acted out of desperation." But he not only refused but said, "No. Mortals are weak, but that is no excuse for evil. Gods, humans, and demons all have rules. Wrongdoings must be met with a corresponding price. People like that." Nezha waited for the sea monster to finish its meal before sending the creature to the afterlife. "And demons like this." The cosmic silk returned to his hand after finishing the task. "It is the same for immortals. Once the true form is revealed, it can no longer be hidden." Strange light suddenly appeared in the dark sky. The Linglong pagoda quickly shot down toward the ground, making Nezha's voice sound slightly weary. "Since my karmic slaughter is already heavy, adding one more sin does not matter, as long as I can protect the one I want to protect." Before being imprisoned in the pagoda, he held Ontu's hand tightly one last time. "At least I did one real thing. The fish you cooked was delicious. If there is a next time." Having said that, Nezha was immediately sucked away by the Linglong pagoda, leaving Ontu alone in the blood-scented, deserted space. Sometime later, at a solemn temple, Ontu was devoutly burning incense and praying there. And at the most prominent position on the altar was a painting of Nezha's majestic back. After finishing her incense, the girl stood up to make room for others. But her eyes remained fixed on the painting of Nezha, as if reminding herself to always remember it. A moment later, Ontu finally resolved to head home. As the girl passed through a bustling market, a youthful voice called out to Ontu, "This female donor." When she turned around, her eyes met a small hand steadily striking a wooden fish. Seeing her dazed look, the young monk called out again, "Female donor, please stop your steps." Now certain he was calling her, Ontu asked, "What is the matter, young master?" Hearing this, the young monk pressed his palms together and bowed in apology. "Please forgive this monk's presumption." Then he went straight to the point. "Where did the female donor get that bracelet?" But seeing Ontu's suspicious gaze, the young monk quickly explained, "Do not misunderstand, female donor. It is only because your bracelet resembles that of a longtime friend of mine. Seeing the object reminded me of the person, so I asked." Hearing that, the girl felt more at ease. Ontu looked at the bracelet on her hand and replied sadly, "Young master, this belongs to a friend. When he returns, I will give it back to him." Receiving the answer, the young monk quickly bowed his head in thanks. "It is no matter. This monk was presumptuous and has disturbed you. Amitba." Seeing that he had no intention of asking more, Ontu continued home. "I take my leave." But the girl had no idea that the young monk's eyes never left the bracelet on her hand. At that moment, the bracelet that was originally ordinary appeared in his eyes as a brilliantly glowing lotus. He muttered to himself, "It seems our friend is indeed the same person, only separated by 500 years. A few days later, while out at sea with the villagers, Haidao took advantage of drifting into a calm area to ask the girl, "Ontu, have you been going to the temple often lately?" Because he was so worried for her, the old man kept grumbling, "He is a god. Do you still expect him to return?" However, a moment later, feeling that she would not listen to him, he could only give in. "Fine, grandfather will say no more." Just then, the sky suddenly changed. Flocks of seagulls raced to fly in all directions across the sky. At that moment, Ontu also seemed to see something. A moment later, a strange cloud pulled in. It also brought with it countless powerful bolts of lightning. Not only that, but a figure appeared within the clouds. That person held a spear, and a silk ribbon fluttered around his body following his movements. Ontu stared at that figure in disbelief. "That is..." But just a moment later, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, striking the bow of the boat with force. It immediately created a burst of light that made it impossible for the girl to open her eyes. Yet just a moment later, both the light and the lightning vanished as if they had never existed. The moment Ontu opened her eyes, she was surprised to see another person on the boat. Why is it the young master? However, he did not answer her question but only said, female donor, we meet again. Furthermore, he smiled and pointed to Nezha on his shoulder, lowering his voice to ask a favor. This is the friend I spoke of, but I have business now, so I must trouble the female donor. As soon as she saw the person on his shoulder, Antu agreed without hesitation. I will. The scene shifts to a moment later. Not knowing how much time had passed, Nezha slowly woke up. What met his eyes was a familiar figure. The moment he was fully awake, he saw Antu worrying over him. You are awake. It took a moment for Nezha to confirm he was not dreaming before quickly asking, Antu, why am I? He wanted to sit up, but the girl stopped him. Do not move. The situation is like this. Then she slowly recounted everything to him before remembering something and saying, when the young monk left, he also asked me to give this to you. Antu quickly pulled out the Linglong pagoda and continued. The young monk said to let you borrow it. When to return it is for you to decide. Hearing that, he suddenly fell into deep thought. Seeing Nezha like that, the girl quickly changed the subject. Is that young monk friend of yours a very powerful god? How do the two of you know each other? Hearing that, Nezha thought for a moment and then happily told her. He is very powerful, but he is not a god. The two of us fought a battle 500 years ago. In contrast to the peaceful scene in the mortal realm, the gods in the heavenly court were in a state of extreme panic. Jade Emperor, the demon monkey has stolen the divine 7 treasures Linglong pagoda and even gave this old man a beating. The Jade Emperor must. What? That demon monkey has come again? Where is he now? After beating this deity, he left immediately. Then that is good, what a relief. Unexpectedly, the Buddha and the Arhats suddenly appeared. The Buddha sat upon his lotus throne with the Arhats, and he spoke slowly to inquire, Tathagata, I heard the demon monkey has come to the heavenly palace to cause trouble again. Could it be that your seal has? Tathagata immediately refuted. Impossible. With the demon monkey's cultivation, he still cannot bypass this deity's dharma seal. But he stood before the massive Buddha, looking strangely small. Jean Chanzi's memories of his past life have been sealed, and since the demon monkey was born from heaven and earth, it is true that the dharma seal is growing weaker. I fear it will be difficult to control him then. He gently raised his golden hand. Tathagata, then do we need to? The world-honored one recalled the origin of both. This demon and the monkey demon share the same root. If not controlled, the aftermath will be endless. He himself understood clearly. Moreover, the Buddha seal on this demon is not yet stable. At this moment, Wukong was still imprisoned in a dark corner. He wheezed, struggling with broken sentences. I am Lure. No, not that. I am Sun Wukong. Wukong's figure flickered, appearing and disappearing, then manifesting with a sturdy armored back. Scene change. A figure wearing a large string of prayer beads around his neck stood out in the night, a simple hand slightly reaching out. Below was overgrown grass on rocks, a hat rising to reveal the virtuous face of Tang Sanzang. Sigh echoed in the cold wind. Not me. White strips appeared with the question. Whose turn is it to beg for alms this time? Wu Jing and little Jade leaned in to look. Don't tease her like that, brothers. Beiji also curiously peeked. Stinky brat, you drew it. But the girl was extremely calm. It's okay. I want to go. He carefully instructed. Going alone, pay attention to safety, crossing the road must. The girl obediently listened. I know. He didn't need to ask to know to remind her about food. Remember to try and beg for plenty of meat, you're at the age to grow. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. Yes, Uncle Zhu. Little Jade leaned down to add a few words. If anyone bullies you, remember to tell Xiao bye. Got it? After everyone said their goodbyes, the girl still hoped for one more word. Master Monk, do you have any other instructions? The monk slightly bowed his head, hesitating. None. It's just... Finally, he reached out to hold the girl's hand. Forget it. Let me go with you. Suddenly, the paper in the girl's hand was snatched away. But I drew it this time. Wukong held the paper, trying to sound calm. Begging for alms is a trivial matter to be pushing back and forth. I'll go and return in a blink. The figures of the girl and the monk stood side by side. Everyone heard this and teased. Is the great sage angry? No, he's actually very happy inside. In the desolate forest, the wind blew coldly through the leaves. White smoke gathered in one spot. Wukong stood there alone and silent. The golden headband on his head glowed. Golden electric sparks flashed along with deep, piercing eyes. The disciples saw him and greeted happily. Big brother, why are you back so fast? Surely you didn't just pick peaches like last time. Tang Sanzang laughed, haha. Who told you not to go? Having food is good enough. He turned to ask Wukong. Isn't that right, Wukong? But seeing that strange look in his eyes, the girl exclaimed, Jin Chanzi, you are not the great sage. The girl hid behind the adults, peeking out her young face. Tang Sanzang heard this and reminded, Girl, what are you saying? If he's not the great sage, then who is he? But the girl insisted, In short, he's not. As soon as she finished, the fake Wukong immediately pulled out his staff, his eyes revealing clear hostility. At this moment, Wujing, Beiji, and White Dragon Horse were startled, realizing something was wrong. A brilliant beam of light suddenly lunged right at Tang Sanzang. The forest erupted in a tremor, dust rising high. A soft curse rang out. Damn it, Bima One, are you crazy? Big brother. As the dust gradually cleared, the fake Wukong slowly became visible again. White robes fluttered in the wind, hands gripping a sharp sword. Unknowingly, one of her arms was injured, blood dripping down the blade. What kind of demon are you, daring to impersonate the great sage? As she finished, the sword instantly shattered without warning. The opponent, being questioned repeatedly, laughed hoarsely. Impersonate? He was extremely complacent, his attitude arrogant. Even if I am, what can you do to me? Suddenly, a muscular, hairy arm reached out, quickly grabbed the face of the fake Wukong. Beiji used his bulk to pin the opponent down, quickly signaling Wujing for the next step. Old Sha, hurry! Thick cloud of white smoke rose, obscuring vision. The two restrained him, grimacing in disgust. This damn monkey, truly a fake. Hawk-like eyes glowed a striking red. Immediately after, a sudden burst of power occurred. Wukong bared his sharp teeth in a wicked grin. At this moment, the girl still stood calmly facing him. Seeing that expression, Wukong was quite curious. Little girl, how did you recognize me? The girl carefully explained. You wouldn't understand. Familial affection, the feeling of family. Wukong reached for the Rui Jingu Bang behind his back. Perhaps I truly don't understand, but you are mistaken. His eyes opened, pupils glowing. I am him. I am Sun Wukong. Wukong looked at the person before him, puzzled. Little girl, aren't you afraid? The girl replied with clear eyes. Not afraid. I believe the great sage will come to save everyone. Wukong spoke again, extinguishing all those dreams. Your great sage can't return anymore. From now on I am Sun Wukong. He stepped closer, one arm gripping the end of the Rui Jingu Bang. He can't even save himself right now. Close your eyes, it won't hurt. The girl obediently complied without resistance. Suddenly, the corner of Wukong's eye caught something unusual. A ray of light appeared not far away. Then a solid chest with intricate golden tattoos appeared. The opponent spoke abruptly. I've always hated owing others. Nezha tilted his head and smiled subtly. You aren't that monkey. It seems I can settle this debt now. Wukong lowered his voice in warning. Nezha, I advise you not to meddle. Besides, you can't control this. But he had already arrived, so he wouldn't give up easily. I must meddle in this. Wukong pointed the Rui Jingu Bang directly at Nezha's face. The atmosphere grew tense as he reminded him of their past. You think I don't dare touch you? You couldn't win 500 years ago, and you won't win today. Those eyes looked past him to the others. Even if all of you come at once. Wukong lowered his head. His tone carried blatant contempt. Forgive my bluntness, but you few. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. Don't speak in such absolutes. Hao Tianquan was brought along to witness everything. I suggest you hand that demon over to us. Yang Jian closed his eyes, the mark on his forehead standing out. I don't care about the rest, but he must at least pay me back for my expenses. Wukong stood alone against two invincible weapons. He gritted his teeth in anger. This is impossible. Wukong's eyes wavered as the fire of hatred flared in his pupils. How can you two be this strong? The mark on Yang Jian's forehead glowed. It's not that we've grown stronger, but that you've grown weaker, though I can't see the core issue yet. He exposed the truth bluntly. You aren't Sun Wukong, which means you aren't the great sage of the past. Hearing this, Nezha turned in curiosity. Cousin? What do you mean? Can even the celestial eye not see through him? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow with certainty. I can't see it, but I can confirm he is a fake. Suddenly, Wukong looked up at the sky and roared maniacally. Impossible! This is impossible! Then he vanished instantly, so fast that no one knew where he went. Beiji looked around. Did he run away? He turned to blame Yang Jian. Hey, Erlang, why did you let that monster escape? He casually picked his ear and replied. I couldn't catch him. If you want to chase him, go ahead. Tang Sanzang then reminded him. Wuning, do not be rude. He stepped forward, clasping his hands in a plea. Great immortal, if possible, Please save the great sage. Nezha also wanted to help. Cousin, think of something. After all, that monkey. But even an immortal like him was helpless. I want to help, but there's no way. I don't know where that damn monkey went. The girl recalled the timing. The great sage went to beg for alms about 1 incense stick of time ago. When he returned, he was an imposter. Hearing this, Yang Jian found a clue. Oh, in that case. He led Hao Tian and turned to leave. Then it's easy to handle. We shouldn't let stolen food go to waste. Right, Hao Tian? A moment later, the two stopped at a strange place. Hao Tian, is the monkey here? It barked loudly in confirmation. This is a Buddhist seal. 6-character mantra. The Buddhist seal of the Tathagata, Little Master. It seems we can no longer interfere in what comes next. What's the big deal? Let's just keep going. To catch a monkey in the time of 1 incense stick. I want to know who that person is. Third Prince, please stop. I am endlessly grateful to you two for bringing this poor monk here. But this is a matter of my own sect and your identities. I truly shouldn't trouble you further. Forgive my lack of hospitality. I shall enter alone. Little monk, Master, have you gone mad? Entering alone is no different from seeking death. We're all going in. I said I will go alone. Master is a bit unusual today, isn't he? Tathagata suppressed old Sun for 500 years, and now he's doing it again? Son Wukong, you haven't even eliminated the demons, so how can you protect your master on the journey for scriptures? I protect you not because you are the one seeking scriptures. Now that is none of your concern, for I have, great sage. Master, why are you? Wukong, don't worry, I have come to save you. Master, leave quickly. This seal is not simple at all. King Chanzi, you have a heavy responsibility. Do not be so attached. I have sent this demon monkey's clone to assist you. To achieve great good, one must sacrifice the lesser self. Do not be hindered by trivialities. That is the essence of the Mahayana true scripture. This disciple does not understand. Why a clone? When I suppressed the demon at 5 Elements Mountain, I split his original essence in 2, calling him Lure. Now is the time to help you complete the Buddhist path. Even if you remain stubborn with your current power, attempting to break the seal will surely scatter your soul. Scatter my soul? How terrifying. I also want to know, if I am just a clone, how exactly will my soul be scattered? You little monk, stand aside. It's not your turn to save anyone yet. Original essence. Chanzi, you must never let the original essence fall into the demon monkey's hands, and certainly not let him become the demon king the great sage once was. Tathagata, please forgive this foolish disciple for being unable to understand your Mahayana Buddhist law. Great good is indeed important, but small good is also indispensable. Human nature is divided between good and evil. I vow to deliver evil and promote good while I live. And one more thing, Tathagata. I am Jiang Lure, a monk, not your scripture seeker, Jin Chanzi, the boy who drifted down the river. Wukong opened his mouth hideously, threatening his opponent. Tang Sanzang raised his hand to block the powerful wind. The mountain peak, gusts of violent wind continuously erupted. Wujing froze in shock, and Beiji also noticed something strange. Even Nezha had to admit one thing. The demonic chi was incredibly strong. Wukong seemed to have lost all consciousness. He stomped heavily, making the ground tremble with every step. Wukong's target was the Rui Jingu Bang stuck in the ground. He gripped the treasure tightly. His eyes glowed brightly as he looked forward. Tang Sanzang stood still, but his voice was powerful. Jin Chanzi, do you know that this demon monkey's original essence is something few gods or Buddhas can rival? If he destroys the celestial palace or wreaks havoc in the underworld, can you bear the weight of this sin? Putting the golden headband on him quickly is the best course of action. Before anything could be done, Wukong leaped backward to escape. Now only the golden headband could suppress his demonic power. Tang Sanzang searched for his figure in confusion. When he turned around, Wukong was already standing in front of him. He remained silent, making no first move. To everyone's surprise, in the next second he fell to his knees. Wukong held up the golden headband with both hands and said carefully, "If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If demon, what can the Buddha do to me? Whether Buddha or a demon depends on your single thought." Tang Sanzang was stunned for a moment, and only after a while did he speak hesitantly. "Great sage." Finally, his heart softened, and the two figures walked side by side. "Fine, let's go. Stop crying." "I'm not crying. Look, tears have soaked my Rui Jingu Bang." The sun, red as blood, flickered behind the clouds. A dark shadow hovered in the air. Teeth parted, red as if holding blood. The village was submerged in silence. That figure loomed outside the window. its round, glowing red eyes peering through the small panes. At the corner of the street, a lantern flickered weakly. A person accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a small noise. He picked up the branch and raised his eyebrows to examine it. At that moment, Hao Tian suddenly appeared like a giant ghost. It brought its face close to the man, but out of sheer terror, he immediately threw the lantern and ran. That reaction made Hao Tian grin with amusement. Just then, another person appeared. A hand gently reached out, carefully picking up the dry branch from before. Yang Jian sat peacefully reading a book on the porch. Hao Tian held the branch and waved it back and forth. His attention immediately shifted to the side. Looked blankly at Yang Jian, its face full of innocence. Seeing this, he chuckled softly. Still want to play, Hao Tian? The Nian beast, also known as Nian, a malevolent beast from ancient myths and legends. Legend says that in ancient times, on New Year's Eve, the Nian beast would attack villages. Any village it occupied would suffer a cruel massacre. With horns on its head as weapons, it ate everything, even infants. People exploited its three weaknesses: burning bamboo and pasting spring couplets to drive it away, which gradually became New Year customs. Sometimes accidents happen. Loneliness made Hao Tian sigh, and his hand gripped the dry branch, turning it into dust with his power. For some reason, its face was filled with hatred. Yang Jian wondered, "Why are you so dirty? Did you get into a fight?" Hao Tian snapped out of its thoughts and replied obediently, "Bad people." Elsewhere, Li Jun was drawing her sword, leading her army toward the battlefield. Suddenly, a soldier rushed to report, making her stop. "General, the enemy has broken through our lines. The front line has collapsed. General, please retreat quickly." Li Jun would not retreat easily while the battle was still ongoing. "Pass my order. The three armies retreat. I will cover the rear." Her robes fluttered as her small body glided quickly through the wind. Resentment fueled Li Jun's fury as she swung her heavy sword to deal with those blocking her path. An arrow from an opponent struck her shoulder. Seeing the surprise attack hit its mark, the leader shouted excitedly, "A hit, brothers! Take this chance and charge together." The crowd scrambled to engage Li Jun in hand-to-hand combat. Few minutes later, the green grass was soaked in blood. Her heavy breathing echoed across the silent battlefield. Her exhausted, wound-covered body was buffeted by the cold wind. Suddenly, the voices of the enemy soldiers drifted over. "Look over there! She's wounded. She can't escape." But before she could flee, Li Jun encountered a strange guest. The girl looked at her blood-covered body and said, "Sister, you're bleeding so much. You won't last long." She didn't reply, only frowning. "I didn't even notice this little brat approaching." The conversation was cut short when the soldiers spotted them. "So you're hiding here. Let me have some fun with you. It's a pity to kill such a beauty." Despite her heavy injuries, Li Jun still stood in front of the girl. The little girl turned her head and said to the person behind her, "Let's save this sister, regardless." Li Jun screamed, "Little brat, run!" A few seconds later, Li Jun turned around in shock. She looked in panic at Wukong, who was baring his teeth and assessing the situation. Then he slowly stood up, gripping his familiar Rui Jingu Bang. Wukong's glowing red eyes glanced in one direction. This made Li Jun stammer in fear. Who are you?" The girl covered her mouth and whispered, "The holy monk usually doesn't allow killing." Wukong was busy dealing with the unfortunate men from earlier, but he didn't forget to instruct, "Female donor, old son is breaking the precepts to save you. When master arrives later, you know what to say, right?" Seeing Li Jun stunned, the girl happily replied for her, "All right, we'll help explain for the great sage." Just as she finished, Tang Sanzang appeared. "What are you explaining to me?" The girl tilted her head in greeting while Li Jun watched in confusion. Meanwhile, Wukong quickly wiped the traces from his body and whispered, "Girl, you explain." Without waiting for an answer, he vanished into thin air, leaving Li Jun full of questions. She held her sword and looked at the two. "Are you monsters?" Tang Sanzang slowly explained, "Female donor, do not misunderstand. We are from the great Tang of the East." Stench of blood hit him, making him vomit for a moment before regaining his composure. "Female donor, how many times must I say it before you believe I'm not a monster?" Her strained mind made Li Jun less sharp. "Is that true?" When she became more alert, she looked to the side. Beiji said softly, "That's right, we're all good people. The only bad one is that monkey." Wu Jing also added, "Eldest senior brother acted out of good intentions. Please do not blame him, female donor." Their sincere words made Li Jun look at the white horse and the girl, but it was Tang Sanzang's calm expression that helped her regain her composure. The strange guests left Li Jun bewildered. She bowed her head. "Never mind. Thank you, great masters." for saving my life. I am Li Jun, the Protector General of the Woman Land of Western Liang. Though Western Liang is remote, it is rich in resources and talented people, so surrounding tribes often eye us for war. Now they have allied to annex our country. Though we just repelled them, the enemy's military strength is very great. Seeing that you great masters have such skills, I wonder if you could. The girl said quickly, do you mean you want us to lend a hand? Beiji said crossly, if you want to go, then go. Old Zhu doesn't have time for other people's business. Li Jun continued heavily. They want to seize our country for another reason as well. A moment later, Beiji's gruff voice rang out in front of the city gate. Master, let's go in quickly. Old Zhu can't wait any longer. A peaceful market scene unfolded in the womanland. The citizens, seeing strangers entering the city, said excitedly, look quickly, General Li is back, and she even captured these slaves. Someone glanced behind her. That's right, she even captured a very handsome one. Look at that one. He's so sturdy and healthy. This one is the most formidable. He's tied up so tightly. Beiji's face was covered, showing only his resentful eyes. The teasing remarks caught Beiji's attention. While he was still grumbling, the white horse seriously pulled the rope behind him and said softly, let's go. A moment later, a palace maid entered to report. Your Majesty, the Protector General has returned and is outside the hall requesting an audience. In her mortal guise, the scorpion spirit wondered. Li Jun fell into an enemy trap while covering the rear. Shouldn't she have died in battle? The maid stammered. Your Majesty, the general intended to die for her country, but she was saved by foreigners and has returned to report. She raised her eyebrows in shock. Though unwilling, the scorpion spirit still ordered. Summon Li Jun into the hall. The female officials outside passed the order. Summon Protector General Li Jun into the hall for deliberation. She entered the main hall, tense. This servant Li Jun kowtows to your Majesty. The scorpion spirit asked, Li Jun, I heard you were saved by foreigners. Tell me how it happened. She recounted. Reporting, I was surrounded and fortunately saved by high monks from Great Tang. I invited them into the city to help us repel the enemy. She only muttered, Great Tang. Seeing the ruler say nothing, Li Jun asked permission for the guests to enter. When the first person stepped forward, the scorpion spirit was stunned. High monk! Tang Sanzang's cold face silently looked at the other person. She approached. Great master, what brings you here from such a distant land? Though our nation is small, I am still its sovereign. For you to stand and not kneel is truly a breach of etiquette. Tang Sanzang spoke bluntly. The queen is right, but this poor monk kneels to heaven and earth, and to true sovereigns, not to monsters. His words left the scorpion demon stunned. Li Jun frowned and warned, Great master, do not be impolite. Just then, the little girl poked her head out. Your Majesty, your tail is showing. She looked back in a panic. No, it's not. I hid it so well. That instinctive reaction made Tang Sanzang smile faintly. Li Jun was shocked as the truth dawned on her. The scorpion demon's expression turned venomous. Worthy of a high monk indeed. I have hidden for years, yet you saw through me. Tang Sanzang and the little girl said in unison. We didn't see anything, we were just guessing. Their mockery enraged her, forcing her to reveal her true form. Damn you! Since you know who I am, leave your lives here. A giant scorpion appeared right in the middle of the main hall. White Dragon Horse asked sternly, Little girl, do you remember what we taught you? The girl nodded in confirmation. The girl rushed toward the enemy, listing, First, never give the opponent time to transform. Li Jun screamed, Dangerous! As the scorpion demon's attention was drawn to the little girl, White Dragon Horse commanded, Dragon Scale, Dragon Abyss, unsheath. The sound of splashing blood was drowned out by the girl's words. Second, strike with absolutely no mercy. Third, once the deed was done, the girl gave a sheepish smile. Third, I forgot. White Dragon Horse shook her head in exasperation. This girl is really something. Tang Sanzang stepped into the royal garden and wondered, General Li, why did you ask to meet this poor monk in private? Li Jun smiled. Great master, you saved our country, and I am deeply grateful. But I have one more request. The monster is gone, and the queen's remains have been found. Li Jun read the late emperor's decree. I have been harmed by a demon and know I will not live long, so I leave the secret decree. Whoever destroys the demon and saves the nation shall succeed the throne. To bring prosperity to the people. Seeing Tang Sanzang's silence, she sighed. My intention is to keep the little girl here to be our queen. I have discussed this with the officials. It is our consensus. Though we aren't kin, her mother entrusted her to me. Do you plan to take her with you forever? Wouldn't being queen be best for her? She was left speechless by his reply. It is better to ask her. The journey is arduous, and I always worry for her despite her strength. They didn't know the girl had heard everything. Let her decide. If she agrees, I have nothing more to say. Tang Sanzang added. If she refuses, we will always stay by her side to protect her fully, no matter the cost. The little girl seemed to have made her own decision. Monk brother, I won't do it. But only she knew that choice. White Dragon Horse snapped at Tang Sanzang. Master, why did you agree? He replied gently. I haven't agreed yet. This is something she must face herself. But she... Before he could finish, Tang Sanzang froze as he heard the girl whisper, I agree to stay. Her sadness vanished, replaced by an unusual calmness. The girl remembered being entrusted to him, remembered sitting on his shoulders hearing him ask, The lanterns are beautiful. Who will go for alms today? After preparations were complete, he said softly, The city gate is just ahead. White Dragon Horse held him back. The girl's coronation ceremony isn't even over yet, and you're already leaving? Beiji and Sha Wujing agreed. That's right. Let's watch it before we go. As Tang Sanzang prepared to leave, a familiar voice called out, Holy monk, please wait. The little girl, clad in dragon robes, rushed to the city gate with her attendants. Her face was tinged with sadness as she said goodbye. Monk brother, when you return with the scriptures, remember to come pick me up. Okay? Time passed, and the girl finally shed her elaborate attire to return to her study to handle state affairs. Looking at the towering stack of books, she felt dejected. Why is there so much to learn? This is harder than martial arts. She raised an eyebrow at the cloth bag in her hand, her heart swelling with longing. I wonder where they are now. Li Zhan entered the study to report. Protector General Li Zhan has urgent military business. Having just recovered from her wounds, she was already back in her battle armor. She looked tensely at the young ruler. Your Majesty, I... Before she could finish, the girl interrupted. Sister Li Zhan, you've come at the perfect time. Come practice martial arts with me. Li Zhan spoke sternly. Your Majesty, this is no joke today. The vassal armies are gathering before the city. Whether we fight or defend depends on your decree. They have always bullied us because we lack men, and this time they have come in great numbers. Before she could say more, the girl said slowly, It seems. Her eyes flared with spirit. Issue the decree. Prepare for the imperial expedition. Her words left Li Zhan in a panic. Your Majesty. Elsewhere, the leader of the vassal army rallied. Brothers, the city is full of gold, silver, and women. Charge. Everything will be ours. Enter the city and seize the gold, silver, and women. Enter the city and seize the gold, silver, and women. They shouted incessantly, their cries filling the sky. In the spirit of heaven's mercy, if you withdraw your troops immediately, I will spare your lives and not pursue the matter. The arrogant rebels replied, Little beauty, come down and join us, and maybe I'll withdraw. Those words ignited her battle lust, and the girl laughed gleefully. Very well. Red cloak fluttered in the wind. The guards and Li Zhan couldn't stop the girl from rushing forward. Your Majesty, little girl, come back at once. Confidence was clear on the girl's face. The cloth bag around her neck floated into the air. As the bag opened, a golden thread shot out. A violent gale began to form high above, causing the crowd below to panic. From the heart of the cyclone, a creature clad in golden battle armor appeared, the red silk behind him fluttering like the cosmic silk. His glowing red eyes made even the toughest men tremble with fear. Li Zhan watched the scene in shock. Seeing the appearance of her ally, the girl smiled happily. For her burden was now being carried by Wukong. In a picturesque mountain setting, a voice rang out. The mountains are thick with mist. Everyone must travel in a group. In these chaotic times, I hear there are demons causing trouble. A scholar retorted, Absurd. How could such childish tricks fool me? It's just a scare tactic to make money. Antu turned back to correct him. No, there really are monsters. Nezha smiled nonchalantly. Don't be afraid. The group leader shouted. The mist is rising. Everyone hold the rope tight. Don't leave the group. Watch the guide lamp closely. This path is not an easy one. The guard stepped forward cautiously, ringing a bell. The sound of the bell echoed through the air. The scholar was still muttering. It's just mist, nothing to be afraid of, until the bell suddenly shook strangely, causing the guard to raise an eyebrow and check it. Seeing the leader stop, the scholar asked, Uncle, why aren't we moving? The guard urged in fear. Hurry, everyone move quickly. Don't look down as you walk. Close your eyes. Do not look up. Do not open your eyes. Even as the wind brushed past, the scholar remained curious. Uncle, what's happening? The bell rang, and the guard instructed. Quiet, do not open your eyes. The scholar curiously peeked. The guard gasped. Ghost soldiers are passing through. The troop of ghost soldiers marched forward slowly, their mouths repeating. The living must avoid us. The living must avoid us. The living must avoid us. The ghost soldiers glided past the group, still chanting their command. They accidentally let a look of surprise show on their faces. Nezha noticed, pulled on too tightly into his arms, and barked coldly, Begone! Night had fallen, and the group chatted as they built a campfire. What a scare! I thought we were dead for sure. Indeed, we were very lucky today. The scholar was no longer so bold. Tell me, why did the ghost soldiers suddenly disappear? You too. Come over here and warm yourselves by the fire. Someone invited. Still scared? Come have some wine to warm up.
Anh tu dekalin, thang yiu, unso.
Nezha muttered. Is there meat? The conversation was lively. We'll leave tomorrow once the clouds clear. Uncle, when we go down the mountain tomorrow, I'll buy everyone a drink. Good, we'll all go drink together. But the laughter drowned out the danger outside. Everyone get some rest, we head out tomorrow. But stay alert while you sleep. The night on the mountain is never peaceful. The monster outside was excited, its voice booming. Boss, finally we have meat to eat. The two-horned one gave a satisfied grunt from its throat. He approached the place thick with the scent of humans. This great king has arrived at these mountains, and today, they didn't realize Nezha had already sensed their evil chi. The tense night passed as the moon reached its zenith. Campfire had gone out. Before the two monsters could act, Nezha spoke up. Hey, disturbing someone's sleep is very rude. You know? On2 watched worriedly as Nezha broke the seal. Brother Lee, if you do this, won't your father find out? Nezha didn't answer. He paused as he felt a strange wind. A dry branch shot toward him from a distance. A firm hand caught the branch, and Nezha growled. Who's there? Tion appeared and whispered. You aren't allowed to fight. Seeing him, Nezha knew immediately who was with him. Is it you? The strange conversation left the two monsters bewildered. Are they ignoring us? What's going on? I don't know. Within the mist, Yang Jian said with a laugh. That's right. You aren't allowed to fight, or your father will spank you. Do you really want that monkey to come save you again? With that, he channeled spiritual power to surround himself. Nezha replied with only 2 words, too talkative. Yang Jian suggested, I'm out of money. Let me join you guys? Nezha asked on 2. Do we have enough money? Not very much. Yang Jian said excitedly. When we get to town tomorrow morning, we can just pawn your father's junk pagoda. While they were discussing, Tion grabbed the 2 monsters by their necks. Great Immortal, spare us. We'll pay the toll. We even know how to make lanterns. At the crack of dawn, a cold wind spread. The sounds of merchants setting up their stalls echoed everywhere. A customer walked in. Shopkeeper, a pot of tea. On2 ran over happily. Coming right up. May I ask what kind of tea you would like? Li Jing looked at her and cleared his throat. Anything is fine, any tea will do. Nezha stepped out. On2 stepped back. I'll handle this customer. He growled. Chasing me all the way here. What do you want this time? Li Jing was furious. Is this how you treat your father? Nezha retorted. Have you ever seen me as your son? I am who I am. If you don't like it, let's fight. Father and son began to brawl. Rebellious son. You damn old man. On2 stood between them, feeling awkward. Brotherly, the sounds of fighting rang out. Colluding with that demon monkey, stealing my pagoda. This time I will. Let's see what you can do without your pagoda. Take this punch, you old man. A while later, Nezha panted. You rotten old man. Li Jing replied while suppressing his pain. Rebellious son. Seeing them stop, On2 offered tea. Uncle, please rest and have a bowl of hot tea. That gesture made Li Jing fall silent for a moment. A few seconds later, he said coldly, I will not drink your tea. On2 was bewildered. Nezha was about to start another fight when Li Jing said calmly, If you want me to drink tea, then both of you must offer it together. His words left them both embarrassed. Tion and Yang Jian watched. Did the old man come for the pagoda? Ignore him. The pagoda's already been pawned. Elsewhere, a woman in a red dress had been waiting for a long time. She glided through the mist to block Tang Sanzang's path. Seeing him traveling alone, the girl thought in silence. She glided past and said, Great master, it's dark now. Going up the mountain at this hour is very dangerous. Tang Sanzang spoke bluntly. Donor, I do not know what danger you speak of. He looked directly into her strangely beautiful face. Is it demons? The air fell silent as the girl invited. If the great master doesn't mind, My home is at the foot of the mountain. Perhaps you should wait until tomorrow too. Tang Sanzang interrupted. Why would this poor monk mind? But I am a monk. Compared to the mountain, your bedchamber is far more dangerous. The demoness' eyes glinted strangely. Your words are full of hidden meaning, great master. Tang Sanzang smiled. Since we've come to this, there's no need to hide. But I wonder, what is the difference between meeting a demon on the mountain and staying at the foot of it? The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. The demoness explained, I was forced to follow a monster, but I do not wish to harm people. My remains are held by the demon king, so I must lure travelers to be his food. I only lure those with wicked hearts. As for the mountain, whether they escape depends on their fate. He nodded. I see. That is why you carry only the aura of death and not the scent of blood. You are not stubborn. Let me deliver you so you may be reincarnated. But the demoness was very persistent. Great master, you have a kind heart, but you have no spiritual power. To be delivered, my remains must be retrieved, and you would only be throwing your life away. Leave the mountain before the demon king arrives. Suddenly, a bizarre sound rang out. I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. A creature soared into the sky, causing them both to freeze. The monster glared angrily at the demoness. Biting the hand that feeds you, I'll deal with you later. Then he turned his gaze toward Tang Sanzang. He said nonchalantly, Is this your boss? Does he have your remains? Greetings, Demon King. I also know a Demon King. I wonder if you know him. His relaxed demeanor left the demoness stunned. The monster laughed loudly. This monk is interesting. So, what is the name of this Demon King you know? He let his guard down, not realizing someone was standing behind him. The great sage equal to heaven. A raspy voice rang out, Son Wukong. The noisy chatter of the disciples left the demoness speechless. Senior brother, fight slowly so we can watch. Beiji, move over. Good luck, Demon King. Let's see how many rounds he lasts. Master, do you want some melon seeds? The monster took a stance, waiting for Wukong to strike first. Seeing his opponent not moving, he taunted. The great sage equal to heaven? A flashy name, but did you think I'd be easily scared? Let's see if you're the real deal or a fake. Monster rushed in to attack, boasting. Have you ever seen such speed? Perfect power that makes it impossible to dodge. Are you dizzy yet? His arrogant laughter echoed everywhere. His voice grew even more piercing. No strength left to fight back? Can't you even manage to beg for your life? The demoness worried. Great master, help him. The little master is about to fall. To her surprise, the group was busy boiling water. The water's boiling? Anyone want tea? She turned away in anger. The monster was still triumphant. Great sage equal to heaven, my foot. After letting the opponent land a few hits, Wukong stepped out of the dust. Old Sun hates nothing more than. A hairy hand grabbed the monster's face and slammed it into the ground. Someone who talks too much. Seeing him about to curse, Wukong tightened his grip. He quietly watched the monster's mouth as it continued to twitch. His battle lust ignited, and Wukong let out a hearty laugh. Before channeling his power to open a path for that filthy soul to exit, Wukong contemptuously tossed the monster's head aside and waved to his talkative companions. Before they could celebrate, the demoness shrieked, Little master, watch out! As the monster's body stumbled forward, he lurched down, reattaching his head as before. Don't get cocky! Before the demon could finish, a gust from a red silk ribbon stopped him. Wukong casually slung the Rui Jingu bang over his shoulder. His sharp eyes turned cold and expressionless, making even the master and disciples shudder. Wukong smirked. This is getting interesting. After a loud boom, countless giant serpents hundreds of meters tall appeared in the distance. Seeing the demon's true form, Wukong pondered in silence before looking up, his glowing eyes fixed on the serpents. While he was channeling his power, a hand suddenly rested on Wukong's shoulder. Beiji asked an irrelevant question. Hey monkey, how many heads does that monster have? He instinctively raised his hand to count. He only realized he'd been tricked after reaching 9. Sparks flew from his eyes. The serpents continued their threatening roars. Wukong angrily grabbed his junior's ear. Beiji pleaded, Monkey brother, take it easy, I was wrong. He threw him straight toward the demons. Compared to the serpents, Beiji was as small as a quail egg. He landed right on a snake's forehead before disappearing into the thick miasma. The enraged monster opened its maw, intending to swallow the one who had just offended it. But before it could act, it took a punch that twisted its entire mouth. Beiji was only testing its strength. He was more than capable of growing massive to give it a surprise gift. Tang Sanzang looked back and said softly, Female benefactor, we can go retrieve your remains now. The girl in pink was astonished. Who on earth are you people? He asked. Where do you live? I will bring your remains back for burial. She replied, Thank you, great master. My home is behind the mountain, near Golden Light Temple in Jisai Kingdom. At this moment, only Beiji's towering silhouette remained on the other side of the mountain. Wukong rapped him on the head and scolded. You let the demon escape and you're still acting tough. The Dragon King had 9 sons. The 2 eldest had mediocre talent and could hardly shoulder heavy responsibilities. He only hoped to pass the throne to a future child. The Dragon King worried for the future of the West Sea. When the baby was born, cheers erupted. It's a golden child. A golden child. The Dragon King was overjoyed. The West Sea had finally birthed a golden child of the dragon lineage. But the golden child was a princess. The Dragon King commanded, Anyone who knows of this, kill them. From a young age, Whitehorse was told, Ao Lai, you must never reveal your female identity. The fate of the West Sea is in your hands. She obeyed. Yes, father. That coercion followed her into adulthood. Ao Lai, if you distinguish yourself in this war between gods and demons, you will soon attain immortality. Lead our clan to join the heavenly troops. Her gaze now carried the aura of someone who had endured many ups and downs. He continued to pressure her. Remember, your mission is for the glory of the family. Those words always haunted her. Glory. Family. As she donned her battle armor, she wondered, is this the meaning of life? She told herself, at least back then I believed it was. Until the day she followed the heavenly troops to Aolai Kingdom in the East Sea. Encountering the great demon who caused the War of the 3 Realms, Wukong gave her a different reason to live. Even now, she clearly remembered his words. Go! Those words were like a flame lighting up her dark heart. For freedom! His eyes flashed with coldness. His voice deep. Persistence. Arrogance. She stood there listening. Obsession. Standing amidst the encirclement, Wukong declared, For yourself, live a life of endless exhilaration. Despite being suppressed, his words still echoed. This feeling is truly refreshing. After the war, the 3rd prince of the West Sea was titled a High Immortal. But she couldn't feel happy when she heard the next news. Hearing that the 3rd prince was to marry Princess Wanxing, Whitehorse froze. Even when the wedding date was set, she remained in shock. Back home, the Dragon King pressured her again. To save the whole clan, this is the only way. But she no longer accepted it. Save the whole clan? Long-held resentment turned into tears. She made a mad decision, blood spurting as she spoke calmly. Fine. I will fulfill your wish, father. The sword was stained with blood. The Dragon King collapsed in disbelief. She told herself, Father can report my rebellion to save the clan. The golden child's eyes had now turned fiery red. The golden elixir was sliced in half. This sword strike ended her long-standing bondage. For the last time, charged with patricide, she was shackled in prison. The jailer insulted her. You rebellious wretch, if someone hadn't pleaded for you. The second one added, Just execute her. She'll be dealt with in a few days anyway. They approached her with long poles. They pierced through her armor, twisting deep inside. Blood pooled at her feet. Her body was bound to a pillar, covered in wounds. As death drew near, she heard a call, Ao Lai. She struggled to look at the blurry figure. Who is it? As the person drew closer, she realized. So it is Guanyin Bodhisattva. Did you save me? She said calmly. Ao Lai, you committed a grave crime. If I hadn't intervened, you would have lost your life. She asked, Why did you save me? Guanyin replied, I was curious why you did such a foolish thing. Your golden child has turned into a demon child. This variable is quite interesting. Whitehorse waited in silence for her to continue. Her voice was melodious. 500 years from now, you will become human again. At that time, give me a different answer. Time passed quickly. A silhouette appeared in a distant valley. Tang Sanzang rode his horse leisurely, passing by a great river. The place where the master-disciple destiny began. Beneath the river were Whitehorse's blood-red eyes. He looked at the shore. Hey, do you always have to make such a grand entrance? I Xiaobai should be the protagonist. Is that not allowed? I, Tang Sanzang, should be the one. Deep under the sea, 2 water monsters gossiped. Big brother, why is the young mistress with that demon? The other replied, What do you know? This time it's for the relic at Golden Light Temple and the 9-leaf Ganoderma she stole. The smaller one tried to correct him it wasn't stealing, but was immediately shouted at to shut up, so he could only mumble in agreement. Then he continued to gossip with his comrade. Hearing that Golden Light Temple had invited a powerful exorcist. It seemed he was no ordinary man. The pop-eyed one acted smug. Humph, what are you afraid of? As long as nothing happens up there. Who in the mortal realm would dare touch our dragon clan? They still have to obediently offer virgin boys and girls every year. They were so engrossed in their discussion that they didn't notice the silent footsteps behind them. The water paths of Biba Marsh were winding and treacherous. Mortals wouldn't dream of reaching here even with a water-repelling incantation. The person slowly approached, and the voices of the two water monsters grew clearer. We're in the deep marsh. As long as we don't go out, no matter how powerful the exorcist is, they can't do anything to us. Just as he said this, the pop-eyed one finally noticed an intruder. Who's there? Only then did that familiar figure speak up. I heard of Princess Wanqing's groom selection assembly. This junior has come from afar to offer congratulations. I hope you two brothers can announce my arrival. Long, silky hair swayed with each step. Thin lips were slightly parted as if meticulously sculpted. The folding fan in her hand was simple yet very elegant. All those features portrayed an exquisite beauty. That was the beauty of White Horse. She glanced at the two water monsters. They stared blankly, praising her incessantly. This young master is truly handsome, not much inferior to our consort. Despite being mesmerized by that beauty, the pop-eyed one didn't forget his guard duty. Young master, do you have an invitation? White Horse nodded boldly, her tone full of hidden meaning. Of course I do. The invitation is right behind you two. The two were still dazed and confused, so they turned their heads to look back. After turning around, they were terrified to find that Beiji had appeared there at some unknown time. White Horse spoke again with mockery and delight. The invitation is Marshal Tianpeng. Is that weight enough? Without giving the two water monsters a chance to utter a word, Beiji immediately squeezed them together like crushing fruit. She couldn't help but scold in a low voice. Second senior brother? Can't you be less rude? He felt there was no need to overreact and bluntly retorted. I was gentle enough. If you don't like it, go swap with that monkey. Stop talking nonsense. The banquet must have started. Now, the Dragon King's daughter and the demon were holding hands, preparing to wed. The Dragon King looked at him and remarked, and starting today, you are considered part of my Wanqing dragon clan. He turned to look thoughtfully at his beloved daughter. My daughter was almost granted a heavenly marriage, and now she is with you. The demon immediately flashed a cunning smile. Please rest assured, father-in-law. The Buddhist treasure from Golden Light Temple is my betrothal gift to you. The Dragon King opened his mouth, revealing jagged teeth. I know you have extraordinary skills. Continue to work hard in the future. Do not let my efforts in grooming you go to waste. He closed his eyes and accepted it calmly. Now my Biba Marsh has the 9-leaf Ganoderma to nourish the Buddhist treasure. The Dragon King let out a long, satisfied breath. Biba Marsh will surely radiate divine light to the heavens, and the surrounding kingdoms will naturally come to offer incense. At that point, the demon quickly interrupted. When that time comes, tell them to sacrifice virgin boys and girls every month. That way, you and our clansmen will increase your longevity and won't be inferior to the heavenly court. White Horse then appeared silently from behind. 9-leaf Ganoderma, Buddhist relic. You've offended both the Buddhist and Daoist sections. You truly are bold. She witnessed the entire wedding ceremony without doing anything. White Horse and Beiji spoke in a low, threatening tone. Old man, you're marrying off your daughter, but the wine smells terrible. If it weren't for your shrimp and fish guests, you probably wouldn't even be full. The demon looked up with hatred. It's you! The Dragon King's daughter gnashed her teeth bitterly. How dare you? Who are you to barge into Biba Marsh and disrupt my wedding? You're looking for death. The Dragon King also shouted in annoyance. Don't let them leave here alive. The demon spread his arms threateningly, preparing to transform. You came here to deliver your own lives. You two still dare to boast? It's you too. Thus, all three transformed into dragons, while Beiji and the demon remained in their original forms. White Horse spoke up in annoyance. I've lured him out. Are you two still standing there watching the show? The demon and Beiji looked up and glanced. Watching the show? The sky grew increasingly violent as thunder and lightning appeared. Wukong and Yang Jian aggressively flew off on the somersault cloud. He glared ahead and commanded, the little one is yours. The two big ones are mine. Yang Jian glanced over coldly and reminded him, hey, you rotten monkey. I'm on official business this time. Why should I listen to you? So Wukong sped off quickly without waiting for anyone. He chuckled and challenged. Then let's see who can snatch them first. Meanwhile, White Horse and the Dragon King were tearing into each other fiercely. Wukong was rushing forward when he suddenly looked to the side. Yang Jian didn't hesitate to respond. Fine. Whoever snatches them keeps them. Wukong irritably raised his staff high. Yang Erlang, you're cheating. He struck down, creating a powerful spark that tore through. The Dragon King was instantly torn into hundreds of pieces. Demon stared in disbelief. not understanding what had happened, as both Wukong and Yang Jian glared at him. As the Dragon King fell to the ground, he gasped his last words. Son Wukong, Erlingshen, I will remember this debt. He glared and shouted a reminder. Fortunately, I have 9 heads. Those 2 don't even know how to count. Dragon King lay on the ground with blood flowing everywhere. I have 1 head left. Once I recover my essence. He glared with extreme anger. Even if you 2 look, you won't find me. Hao Tian quietly nudged the Dragon King's head. He jumped and stared at the thing touching him. The 2 spirits beside Hao Tian quickly suggested, Boss, should we make braised fish head for you tonight? That's right, boss. It's guaranteed to be fresh and delicious. It heard this and nodded in agreement. This head looks quite tasty. Dai Li looked serious, puffing on a cigarette. What's meant to come has finally arrived. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and dust. Tai Pian heard this and looked down with a slight smile. And you, Dai Li, who gave you permission to smoke in the cave? Are you thinking about that little fox again? Hearing this, Dai Li's face went blank, frozen in place. Wife, wife. Tai Pian irritably grabbed his nose ring and reminded him, I'm telling you, you're retired now. That little demoness doesn't miss you anymore. Do you understand? He nodded repeatedly in fear. Yes, yes. Dai Li let out a sad, long sigh. After all, old Ngu was once a demon king of a realm. You should give me some face, wife. Shang Ying stepped forward slowly to pay his respects. Well, mother. Tai Pian excitedly walked closer to greet him. My son Shang Ying is here. Why are you free to come home today? Look at you. You're so busy as a civil servant that you haven't visited your parents in so long. Showed her concern and care tenderly. Let me see. You've lost a lot of weight, but you're taller and more handsome. Dai Li waved happily from behind. Son. Shang Ying narrowed his eyes and reported. The Bodhisattva showed mercy today and specifically allowed me to return home. Tai Pian worriedly stroked her son. Do you have to dress like that for work? It's so hard to look at. Come. Let mother take you to change your clothes and make some delicious food for you. He looked at his father with worried eyes. Are you both still in good health? She immediately waved her hand to change the subject. Don't mention it. Let's go back to the flaming mountains. Dai Li sat silently in place, deep in thought. He then turned his head to one side without saying a word, toward the mountain that was emitting a very strange and suspicious dark energy. Shiduo and Tongfeng moved very quickly, without making a sound. Both gradually emerged from the hazy mist. Dai Li stood silently on the high mountain peak, looking down as if waiting. One of the 2 sworn brothers slowly suggested, Bull Demon King, you've been retired for too long. It's time for West Nyojo to be under the rule of us brothers. Tongfeng immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. Both looked at each other as if planned. The 2 of us brothers coming alone this time shows full sincerity. Abdicate quickly. We will definitely give Ping Tian Dai Shang enough face. Great Strength grunted uncomfortably. Nonsense, enough talk. Ask old Nyo's mixed iron staff first. He immediately jumped high with the staff in his hand. Shi Tuo and Tongfeng jumped aside to dodge, as he extended his sword preparing for a surprise attack. Shi Tuo struck his weapon onto Great Strength's horns mercilessly. But Great Strength countered and responded powerfully. The likes of you shouldn't hope to set foot in Xinyo Hizhou. The 2 sworn brothers panted tiredly hearing him declare. Look at what you've done to Shi Tuo. Great Strength glared threateningly despite the scar across his face. Your backing is strong, but what you've done makes old Nyo here very annoyed. King Dapeng quietly appeared from another direction. Don't say that. Since ancient times the winner becomes king and the loser a bandit. Great Strength slowly turned his head toward that unpleasant sound. King Dapeng confidently emphasized every word. Calculating over killing a few people? Isn't that a bit petty? He showed blatant contempt. With how much demon power you have left, is it enough to fight another round with me? Let me see what weight the brothers of Qi Tian Dai Shang had back then. So King Dapeng spread his golden wings into a ready position. Don't disappoint me. He launched himself powerfully into the high sky. Feathers from the wings fired continuously backward, quickly chasing Great Strength. He annoyedly dodged continuously while cursing. How despicable! The feathers immediately caught fire as they flew out. This startled King Dapeng. This is... He looked in horror at the sky where his opponent stood. Samadhi true fire. Shang Ying pointed forward and declared. If you have brotherhood, then we have a father-son army. He looked down at the ground, acting tough. Working for the Bodhisattva for too long. Shang Ying leaned his hand on one leg, opening one eye defiantly. I've almost forgotten how to play with fire. King Dapeng stood dazed, not understanding. Great Strength quickly asked, Child, are you done changing clothes? Shang Ying clicked his tongue and laughed. Father, How long does it take to change? Besides, people are fighting noisily. He gathered internal energy and reminded, Mother won't be happy. Immediately, King Dapeng flew very high. Xiangying glared, breathing fire at his opponent, and flew like a rocket toward him without hesitation. King Dapeng stood still, observing, Samadhi true fire is indeed extraordinary. Just as Xiangying got close, he showed contempt, but the boy stood still for a moment, making the atmosphere fall into silence. Xiangying looked on in confusion. This is... King Dapeng closed his eyes and took the blow without fear. He gently dodged with a piece of advice. If you're too slow, you won't hit anyone. Xiangying was startled, eyes wide. Immediately, he fell to the ground aimlessly. Great Strength screamed in horror, looking for Xiangying, who hit the ground with a heavy thud. Xiangying sat up without hesitation. Fast indeed. King Dapeng quietly flew in the air without fear. Xiangying became more interested and confident. I'll see how long you can fly. He gathered even greater internal energy until the sky glowed. Xiangying's whole body was wrapped in the blazing light of fire. This is... Guanin's hand suddenly appeared along with the light of a ring. She gradually revealed herself at this fierce battle. Xiangying returned to his original appearance. The golden headband incantation. Great Strength immediately warned, Xiangying. Guanin looked down and gently admonished. Rest assured, Ping Tian Daisheng, your son is merely sleeping for a while. King Dapeng also retreated to hide behind the two brothers. He pondered to himself, I didn't expect the Bodhisattva Guanin to be biased, coming to meddle in the demon realm's affairs for a child in her household. Guanyin ignored him and only quietly reminded, Yun Chang Wan Li Peng, you and I have no grievance, but do not forget your own mission. Hearing this, King Dapeng's eyes widened. You mean they have arrived? Guanin didn't answer, just stayed in place. So he spread his wings and flees. Big brother, second brother, return quickly. The one we've been waiting for has arrived. I'm going ahead. Elsewhere, the sky suddenly turned a gloomier gray. Tang Sanzang and his disciples slowly arrived at Lion Camel Ridge, where there is nothing but straw and dust. Wujing led the way. Tang Santang stopped and looked up. A blood-red mountain appeared with skulls scattered along the road. The battle that follows was extremely fierce with the participation of Tang Sanzang and Beiji. Wujing and the opposing side, King Dapeng, Shi Tuo and Tong Feng. White Dragon Horse was also fighting passionately when a spear pierced her body. She gnashed her teeth, turning to look at the wound. Immediately, White Dragon Horse fought even harder as if gaining 100% more power. Soldiers fought brutally, blood splashing like water. The ground suddenly shook violently, making everyone anxious. White Dragon Horse quickly transformed into a white dragon, changing the entire situation. She rose powerfully high, making soldiers fall like dust. White Dragon Horse's eyes quickly noticed Tang Sanzang also falling from the sky. Wukong also turned his head to watch the person falling in despair. Shi Tuo was startled, watching the situation. Wujing stopped his fist and observed the developments. Wukong immediately jumped and accelerated toward his master. He reached out, wanting to grab Tang Sanzang. But King Dapeng quickly chased alongside to play a trick. He immediately curled his fingers to chant a spell. King Dapeng mumbled a chant, creating a glowing array of calligraphy. The characters appeared continuously, more and more. King Dapeng flapped his wings freely, surrounded by his ultimate technique. Wukong was startled to see a cloud rushing toward him. Quickly attacked to distract him. Tang Sanzang still fell quietly from above without resisting. Wukong realized what needs to be done and stopped playing with the devilish cloud. He stared helplessly, with extreme fear in his heart. Wukong's gaze was reluctant, filled with regret and guilt. Tang Sanzang quietly closed his eyes, accepting his fate as he fell. He remained calm and found a way to stand up amidst everyone's silence. Tang Sanzang carefully brushed the dust off his robe. Beiji and Wujing stopped fighting and turned to watch their master. The yin-yang bottle suddenly appeared in front of him. Tang Sanzang saw it and stood still, not knowing what to do. King Dapeng also watched the story unfold with a blank face. Tang Santang looked down silently at the bottle. The yin-yang bottle became increasingly mysterious with an irresistible attraction. King Dapeng was the first to speak. That is this king's treasure, the yin-yang dual chi bottle. What does Elder Jin Chan think? Back then, this monkey went to heaven and earth with an indestructible diamond body. But now that he's met this king, Tang Santang still kept his head down, listening to him. This king indeed finds him hard to subdue, but in a short while he will turn to water. At that time, Elder, don't be too afraid. He remained silent for a long time before speaking. You are no ordinary demon. Tang Sanzang took a few steps forward. The power you used to activate the treasure, just now, was a Buddhist seal. He opened his serious eyes and looked straight ahead. Tang Sanzang still looked down, hidden under his straw hat. The treasure imprisoning the great sage is a Buddhist relic. It seems you were sent by the world-honored one. Are you still unwilling to let us go? King Dapeng immediately objected. Elder, you misunderstand. We want to help you recover your past life's memories. Then you will know what you need to do. Tang Sanzang smiled slightly. What if I don't want to remember them? Thanks for watching the video. King Dapeng spread his wings again without respect. Then it's simple. This king has no choice but to send you to be reincarnated once more. He boasted loudly of his power. If a mortal body is touched by my golden feathers, the flesh, and... Hearing this, the Dapeng side was in an uproar, unsure what to do. Tang Sanzang coldly issued a challenge. Afraid that even if I reincarnate, I won't recover my memories? Then going a few more times isn't difficult for you. He quietly turned his head without showing fear. I see you are suspicious. Tang Sanzang stared long at the Inyang vase. It's not me. He trailed off, leaving the sentence unfinished. Because back then, Tang Sanzang raised his head, facing him unflinchingly. Although the golden headband is gone, the heartband, the ring within the heart is hard to remove. This heartband is afraid of myself. Dapeng quickly spread his golden wings before him. Tang Sanzang becoming even more irritated, clenching his fists. He rushed rapidly toward him, causing everyone to panic. Tang Sanzang overwhelmed Dapeng with continuous strikes, attacking while sobbing. It's because of your so-called great cause that over 100,000 citizens in the city were killed. Dapeng silently took the hits, eyes wide, seeking death. A golden beam of light suddenly flashed in the air. The girl's pendant vibrated. She startled, looking down at her neck. The girl quickly raised her head to look toward the commotion. The girl anxiously exclaimed, sensing something wrong. Brother Monk! Tang Sanzang was covered in blood, sighing dejectedly. In the end, I still have to act. He quietly turned back to ask his disciple. It's not yet a quarter of an hour, is there still time? A helpless hand reached out as if pleading, Great sage! Wukong walked dazed, approaching in the blinding golden light. His eyes gradually turned red with every step closer, slowly spreading from his eyes to his entire face, turning bright red. Wukong narrowed his eyes, staring straight at Tang Sanzang. He coldly spoke the final words. Since you forced me to become a demon, then I will rid the world of Buddhas. Wukong's figure suddenly became lonely in the mortal world. Tang Sanzang's body suddenly turned bright red as if about to dissolve. His hands slightly raised as he spoke coldly. Little monk, you asked me about 500 years ago? At this moment he spoke while clutching his face. Wukong's eyes were sharp through his fingers. I find it very annoying. As his hands slid off his face, 3 long scars appeared clearly. This time, I'll take you to see the great sage equaling heaven from 500 years ago. Dapeng heard this and roared. Impossible, son Wukong. You clearly only have half your essence left. However, Wukong bluntly retorted. It seems you've missed a lot of things. Dapeng's wings suddenly spread wide. He took off, flying straight into the sky. A moment later, Dapeng's figure appeared in a desolate place. His eyes were full of vigilance mixed with surprise. He had chased Dapeng here. The red silk ribbon also fell to this ground because of that. Wukong hid in the smoke, silent and wordless. Shirtua whispered to the elephant beside him. Third brother. Tongfeng was also confusedly looking at him. Big brother, what should we do? At this moment, Dapeng, covered in blood, panicked and called them. Big brother? Second brother? Save me. Shirtua saw this and directly ordered his troops. Where are the little ones? All of you, attack. Wukong still looked emotionlessly at the crowd before him. He didn't move as his subordinates aimed at him. Is that why you seized the chance to run back here? I sent you down the mountain just to awaken Jin Chanzi. But you slaughtered the city and forced the monkey demon to turn into a demon. This moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. World-honored one. The Buddha appeared with a halo, reminding him. Dapeng, your nature is cruel, ruining my grand plan. How can I protect you? I fear the monkey demon won't let it go this time. He didn't forget to shift his gaze to Wukong. Son Wukong, your demonic nature is not yet removed, so I will suppress you for another 500 years. Dapeng was stunned upon hearing the lecture. Immediately after, a shocking explosion occurred. Flaming pillar was thrust straight into the ground. He arrogantly walked right in front of it, and in an instant, Wukong vanished like a shadow. At the same time, a vortex suddenly rose beside the Buddha, leaving no aura in the space. The Shirtua brothers were also silent before the scene. In a blink, Wukong appeared with his staff in hand. Dragon tail suddenly swept past the Buddha's eyes. Then, the demon-subduing Arhit immediately appeared. Monkey demon. Don't you dare be rude. The demon-subduing Arhit is here. How can I let you? However, Wukong simply glared at all of them. Very quickly, the trident appeared in the air, spinning continuously. They were hit and angrily shouted, "Insolent!" Even he was astonished by the scene. At this moment, a large hand appeared right beside him. "Brother, this old bald guy really talks too much nonsense." Beiji appeared, openly defending Wukong. "My monkey brother hates nonsense the most." He remained silent, not uttering a word, while he, Wujing, and little Jade quickly charged forward. The Buddha maintained his smile before the wagging fire tail. A light flashed in his eyes. "Son Wukong, do you think a few of you are enough to shake the Buddha?" As soon as he finished, the Buddha raised his hand. That tail of fire immediately clung to his hand. Wukong did not flinch at the threat. "How will we know if we don't try?" He immediately admonished him in a soft voice. "The Buddha is formless and shapeless. The greater the faith, the stronger the Buddha. This power is beyond your imagination. I originally arranged for you to protect Jin Chanzi's reincarnation to spread my Mahayana Dharma into the Middle Kingdom." Then, the Tathagata extended his giant hand toward Wukong. "But Jin Chanzi did not open his mind, and combined with your stubborn ignorance, things have come to this. If I didn't have a use for you, do you think you would still be alive today?" He confronted him just as fiercely, raising his hand against him. "So what if I die?" As the Tathagata's hand descended, his words carried a hidden meaning. "Son Wukong, though your demonic flames reach the sky now, this seat is not without ways to subdue you." The Tathagata wanted Wukong to submit to him. "If you continue to protect Jin Chanzi's reincarnation to complete the great task." Before he could finish, he gritted his teeth and cut him off. "In your dreams." Intense killing intent immediately appeared in Wukong's eyes. Even if old Sun must face eternal damnation today. A few sparks floated due to his anger. "I will still carve a piece of flesh off your body," Wukong boldly threatened even the Tathagata. "To make you suffer for 10,000 years. Instantly, the glowing red staff stabbed straight into him. Despite this, the Tathagata showed no killing intent, only looking at him with a reminder. "World-honored one, if you want to achieve a great task, shouldn't you ask if Jin Chanzi agrees?" Meanwhile, Wukong began to stutter as he saw a familiar sight. Little monk." Mystical golden circle suddenly appeared on Tang Sanzang's forehead, making him look even more like a Buddha. He took this opportunity to interrupt Tang Sanzang. "Jin Chanzi, you have recovered your golden body. You must have remembered the great mission of delivering the scriptures." Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Tang Sanzang looked at the Tathagata for a long time before speaking. "World-honored one, I remember saying that I am only a wandering monk, not a scripture seeker." Intentionally reminded him of his past journey. "Jin Chanzi, the great task is important. Do not be selfish. The Mahayana true scripture is for saving the world. Whether you are a scripture seeker or a wandering monk, you should know which is more significant." Facing the Tathagata, Tang Sanzang maintained his subconscious stubbornness. "I understand everything you say. Taking refuge in the Buddha is naturally good. But are others not to be saved? Human hearts are inherently kind. Even if waking them one by one is difficult, I am willing to do this small good deed. Though it is fragile, it helps others. I hope the world-honored one understands his disciple." He fell silent for a moment at these words. Having said this, he turned to leave, not forgetting to leave a message. "I will take the great sage and the others with me. They won't bother you anymore, and I hope you won't bother us either." The Tathagata wanted to keep Tang Sanzang there. "Jin Chanzi, Jiang Luer, now that your golden body is complete, the path ahead." Just as he intended, he paused for a moment, and Tang Sanzang sneered again. He directly gave a firm affirmation. "World-honored one, you need not say more. I will walk the path ahead myself. But before that, your disciple wants to go back and pick someone up." Nearby, Wukong's group was whispering about the conversation. "Little monk, how can you be sure old Tathagata will let us go?" Tang Sanzang revealed the secret to them without hesitation. "I don't know, but I know his Tathagata palm anyway, so who's afraid of whom?" High above, Guanyin looked at the departing figure in silence. "World-honored one, are you really letting them go? Your great mission to spread the faith." However, the Tathagata gave an ambiguous answer. "No. The great mission has already begun. The story depends on others to continue. It mainly depends on how the storyteller retells it." Blue was quickly restored to the vast sky. Afterward, the holy monk helped our queen unify the surrounding tribes. From then on, our place was no longer just for women, and the following days were very happy. Children sat with their knees hugged, listening to every word of the story. After that, they obtained the true scriptures and all became Buddhas. Sun Wukong became the victorious fighting Buddha. Zhu Beiji became the altar-cleansing messenger. While the White Dragon and Monk Sha, only one little girl pouted and complained secretly. This isn't interesting at all. The girl turned her back and left without looking back. Either becoming an immortal or a Buddha. It's truly boring to death. If I had such great skill, I would definitely become the most powerful exorcist in the world. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in her ear. Who is sneaking around there? Did you think this official wouldn't notice? The girl immediately panicked as she faced the tall figure. Zhang questioned the girl with a dark, silent face. Your Highness, shouldn't you be in the Imperial study researching ancient texts at this time? She glanced and ordered the soldiers behind her. Men, escort Her Highness back to the palace. They obeyed immediately. Yes, General. Hearing this, the girl's face turned pale as she waved her hands. Wait, those masters in the Imperial study are boring to death. I want to be an exorcist. I don't want to go back to the palace. But Li Jun reached out without mercy. Your Highness, please. Having no other choice, the girl jumped straight onto a soldier's head. The girl glanced at her with an adult-like gaze. Do you think you can keep me with just these people? She smiled slightly and ordered Li Jun. Auntie Jun, go back to the palace first. Once I have subdued all the demons in the world, I will return. After that, the girl nimbly jumped down. Watch my flight technique. However, an accident occurred, causing the girl to scream out loud. The crowd could only stand in silence at the sight. She could only sigh helplessly. This brat, who exactly does she want to follow? It gradually grew dark, and lanterns lit up, adorning the houses. On the road, the leaves swayed back and forth constantly. Suddenly, the girl's stomach growled loudly, and she complained with a dark face. I'm so hungry. I wish I could have some candied haws right now. Then, a red light caught the girl's attention. It was the light of a cooking fire. She summoned her courage and walked over. Excuse me, could I? The girl's vision focused entirely on the two figures by the fire. Hearing a child's voice, they turned around curiously. As she got closer, the terrifying faces of those two were revealed. They both had talismans stuck to their faces. Only then did the girl panic and break into a sweat. Zombies? Those charms mean they are being controlled by someone else. Very quickly, another dark shadow appeared behind her. The little girl knows quite a lot. Who taught you? A skeletal Daoist approached with a savage smile. Since the Western Liang Kingdom is wealthy, I controlled these zombies to come and get rich. I didn't expect an expert to set up a barrier outside, and while I was thinking of a way into the city, I happened to meet this jade-like girl. It truly is fate. Suddenly, his expression shifted slightly. How does this girl look like she was born from an immortal essence? If I skin her and break her bones to make medicine? Killing intent rose strongly within the Daoist. Wouldn't that grant immortality? So he focused on chanting. Open the coffin gate. Zombies follow orders. Seize this girl, swiftly as the law commands. The girl panicked but gritted her teeth to question him. You? What do you want to do? The Daoist ignored her and pointed behind him as if giving an order. Swiftly as, why are you still standing there? Hurry and attack for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two zombies he created were decapitated, and a cold voice rang out, immediately overwhelming the Daoist. You little Daoist have a miserable fate. If you hadn't harbored evil intentions, I would have spared your life. Wukong, wrapped tightly in a cloth to look mysterious, said, Forget it. I'll teach this unfilial descendant of Lord Lao a lesson on his behalf. In the blink of an eye, the girl was protected in Wukong's arms. He looked at the Daoist and mocked him. This friend must be a fellow practitioner. Isn't it dishonorable to strike from the shadows? Wukong lectured the Daoist with glowing eyes. Considering your cultivation wasn't easy, leave the child and I'll let you leave alive. But he didn't know better and laughed loudly. Ridiculous! Do you think destroying two zombies means I'm inferior to you? The Daoist began using his divine eye while threatening. I wouldn't have attacked Western Liang without preparation. You probably don't know that this place is an ancient battlefield. There are more than tens of millions of corpses underground. Seeing this, he could only sigh. Meanwhile, the Daoist continued to summon thousands of zombie arms from the ground. Wukong pulled his hat over his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. You're quite interesting, old Daoist. I'll play with you for a bit. The girl quickly chimed in. I have a chance to see my treasure now. Seeing this, he tilted his head in confusion. Treasure? What caught the Daoist's eye was a mysterious pouch. Wukong remained silent, letting the girl act recklessly. He caught it easily in an instant, and a moment later, the Daoist smiled triumphantly at the girl. Little girl, using a scent pouch as a treasure? I thought you were worth playing with. Seeing this, the girl's face turned pale. It didn't work? Antijin clearly said that as long as I threw the scent pouch, divine soldiers would descend. Could she have lied to me? He glanced at the zombies in front of him with an arrogant attitude. I have killed countless beings. Your treasure must have been pushed away by my killing intent and become useless. Now he stepped forward to shield the girl. Little girl, it's not useless. It's because when this treasure meets its master, it will no longer obey anyone else. Wukong officially removed his hat, revealing his furry face. Old Daoist, aren't you talking a bit too much? The zombies froze with pale eyes when they saw him. Wukong scolded them all without restraint. You who do not belong to the surface, who allowed you to crawl up here? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past them. The zombies vanished one by one before the Daoist's eyes, and he unconsciously exclaimed, Such strong demonic energy. Daoist watched him jump high with skill and questioned, Who on earth are you? His throat couldn't help but growl, and the girl standing aside couldn't help but feel afraid. This evil Daoist is still holding back his strength, and that mysterious uncle doesn't seem human. This Daoist has been gathering evil power from the start. The girl looked at the Daoist's hand and speculated, Looks like the mysterious uncle is in trouble. Thinking this, the corners of her mouth curled up. But this uncle doesn't seem ordinary. I'll wait for them both to get hurt, then I'll take the chance to escape. Perfect. Meanwhile, he had quickly knocked him down. This scene made the girl's face darken in embarrassment. A moment later, the Daoist only had a little weak strength left in his arm. Having dealt with the obstacle, Wukong turned back to the girl. Little girl. His face showed no expression as he spoke. Keep things given by others carefully, or the giver won't be happy. The girl hurriedly caught the flying scent pouch, not forgetting to show her obedience. Yes, yes. Wukong began to ask after her, not noticing the arms struggling behind him. Are you going to keep running wild outside? It trembled so weakly that it was drowned out by his voice. Or should I take you back to Western Liang City? The girl hesitated. The girl still lingered, not wanting to leave yet. I want to. On this side, as soon as he stood up, intense killing intent erupted. Truly a powerful demon. I have fought demons for half my life. The Daoist's cheek was swollen, but he still talked incessantly. This is the first time I've met such an overbearing monster. So he drew a series of talismans in the air. Divine soldiers, move with haste, as the law commands. Wukong looked toward the Daoist and couldn't help but praise. Summoning gods? This little Daoist is interesting. You know how to control zombies and summon gods. Your studies are quite varied, playing with both good and evil. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavenly general was summoned by him. He appeared with a glowing body and cleared his throat to show off. I am the Night Patrol Heavenly General. Why have you summoned me? The Heavenly General's nose suddenly twitched. Such strong demonic energy. As expected, a demon is running rampant. Seeing him, the Daoist hurriedly ran over to report. Heavenly General above. There is a demon here. Turned around curiously at the call, facing Wukong's face and the girl's fear. A celestial god. In the darkness, a person's voice asked hurriedly, Jade Emperor? What's wrong? The other only replied awkwardly. It's nothing, just my eyelid twitching a bit. Under the moonlight, the Daoist sat summoning the god and spoke with arrogance. The Heavenly General's divine power has descended. Will the demon not submit? The girl was now pale with fear and clung to Wukong. Uncle, I know you're a demon, but I believe you're a good one. Run away quickly, or it will be too late. Under the moon, the arrogant Daoist summoned the divine power and ordered the demon to submit. The girl, pale with fear, leaned against Wukong. Uncle, I know you are a demon, but a good one. Run away quickly. Meanwhile, the Heavenly General was too embarrassed to look directly. He turned his head in another direction with some fear. Manipulating corpses and trying to harm people is a heinous crime. This immortal will act on behalf of heaven to subdue demons today. He, whose cheek was already swollen, was now being judged and stammered in protest. No, that's not it. But the Heavenly General did not hesitate to raise his hand high. After a loud thud, both the girl and Wukong fell silent. He hurriedly explained respectfully and then ran away. The evil demon has been eliminated. This immortal is leaving. The girl enjoyed the swaying breeze and couldn't help but be amazed. Was it that easy? A sense of satisfaction involuntarily rose within him. It seems that kid is quite sharp. Afterward, the girl picked up a piece of paper with a long passage. By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees, our great Tang's people are happy and peaceful. Though the four seas are at peace, a strange omen has appeared in the sky. The girl glanced at it and realized it was an imperial decree for a great Tang notice board. Though young, the girl understood all the terms on the paper. Demons have broken through the void, their light obscuring the Z-Way star. Fearing evil spirits will cause chaos, the Imperial Astronomical Bureau is ordered to find talented individuals to exorcise demons and protect the way, establishing stations in all provinces to recruit the wise. The little girl stared into the void, silently speculating. Could the old emperor of the Great Tang want to appoint official exorcists? Then this princess is about to become a ranked exorcist, even more impressive than my father and mother. She kept rambling, making Wukong beside her evaluate. Is this girl a bit? Suddenly, the girl remembered something and turned back. Does Big Uncle want to join forces with this princess? With my knowledge and brains plus your skills. He was so helpless he refused directly. Forget it. But the girl still tried to hold on. Wouldn't we be unrivaled under heaven? So Wukong pointed at the Daoist as an excuse. But Lao Sun wants to know what this evil entity really is. At that moment, Li Jun was having a headache, fuming over the girl. Reporting to the general, the city gate official received a letter from His Highness, telling the general to temporarily handle state affairs. Then, her voice echoed in the bamboo forest. Big Uncle, you said you could find some friends to help? Is that true? Are they powerful? Who is more powerful compared to you? He replied with just 3 words, sounding a bit dejected. I am powerful. The girl continued to be curious. Then why look for them? Shouldn't you look for people who are more powerful? Wukong scolded her slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Shut up! The two of them glided through the forest lightly. In another corner, due to the sudden splashing of liquid, a zombie had its arm cut off by a darting black shadow. That person even took its heart, but he heartlessly crushed it. The zombie, its life taken away, collapsed in an instant. That black shadow was Hao Tian, who suddenly paused for a moment. The flying monster behind him kept babbling. Boss, why have you been so brutal lately? Another one, more cautious, reminded. Keep it down, he was punished a few days ago for tearing the master's book. If he doesn't do 1,000 good deeds, he can't go back. Very quickly, both of them flew around Hao Tian. Boss, I heard the Emperor opened some kind of station. Should we go take a look? Maybe we'll finish the mission early. He shed his murderous aura and replied leisurely. Fine, let's go see. Scene change. The girl was walking alone by a deserted riverbank. Flocks of white birds made the scenery poetic. The girl called out from afar. Big Uncle, is the rice cooked yet? This princess is about to starve to death. Wukong quickly replied. If you want to eat, go over there and stand still. Don't move. The girl obeyed while being curious. Stand still like this? She still turned back to ask further. And then, however, there was a sudden movement in the water that silenced the girl. Fish Spirit suddenly jumped up, opening its wide mouth toward the girl. The girl was completely frozen before those sharp teeth. At this moment, he appeared with a smug look. Hooked! Several sprays of blood splattered directly, blending into the scenery. The demon's head was immediately severed from its body before the girl's eyes. The girl, stained with blood, looked disgusted just as Wukong questioned, Girl, do you want to eat it raw or grilled? For some unknown reason, the ancient town was suddenly unusually quiet. Desolation shrouded every roof tile. The notice board at the alley's entrance somehow attracted the people's attention. The water monster warning was crossed out with a red X. The villagers immediately increased the volume of their chatter. I heard this Eastling fish demon was taken down before, but recently no exorcist has come to claim the reward. No matter how focused the old official was on his work, the discussion kept ringing out. I heard this fish demon has 100 years of cultivation. Who knows how many people and livestock it has eaten? It seems a high master must have made a move. Old official, why don't we split that commission to buy some meat and wine? Those sober words made him angrily remind them. That is a true master, eliminating harm for the people without leaving a name. Not like you lot. If the imperial court hadn't issued an order, this time you desperate outlaws would only be out robbing. The ability to retort like a splash of water in the face made the station official laugh awkwardly. Old official, don't say that. We are just contributing to the court. A few minutes later, a Daoist slowly walked out of the hazy mist, his emerald eyes glancing at the scene before him for a moment. After gathering enough information, he slowly spoke. Station official, quickly prepare ink and brush. This humble Daoist has important business to discuss. While sitting around, he was ordered by a stranger. The man looked at the other party in confusion. May I ask who you are, venerable one? Daoist, hearing that, only replied gently. You don't even know this humble Daoist? I am Sure Douran. A single sentence made the crowd panic visibly. It's Sure Douran? Sure Douran. I heard Sure Douran can communicate with Yin and Yang. I heard the court also appointed him as an official. The old official, who was busily writing, heard this and immediately turned to bow. Sure, Lord Sure. This lowly official did not recognize you, elder. But instead of receiving a humane nod, The Daoist only growled in dissatisfaction. Stop babbling, get the ink and brush out. Making him hurriedly turn to gather the items. Yes, yes. Looking at the drawing of Wukong and the series of intimidating words, the old official immediately spoke up to stop him. Lord Sure, this lowly official has sent a letter to the investigating censor, but it takes time. I'm afraid issuing a wanted poster for a demon yourself is. The man was flatly shouted at in the face. Shut up! This humble Daoist sees this demon as extremely strange, transformed from an evil star. If it's lost, neither of us can bear the responsibility. Their brief conversation made the three wanderers behind the station official lower their voices to talk. This old Daoist seems to have suffered quite a bit to act so viciously, daring to issue a demon arrest warrant himself. Keep it down. I heard this old Daoist holds grudges. If you die, you won't even die in peace. But to be able to torment this brat like that, one can tell this demon is. Elsewhere, an unnamed city was engulfed in flames. The scent of death spread through the air. Even the black crows didn't dare land too close to the ground. The girl stared wide-eyed at the scene before her. That intent gaze made Wukong look over in confusion. He slowly spoke up, wondering, Are you peeing? Making the girl choke on her words before replying, Big uncle. Luckily, I'm just a little girl. Hearing the other's weary sigh, she hurriedly changed the subject. Forget it. I can't sleep anyway. Does Big Uncle want to chat until dawn? Hearing that, Wukong hurriedly used a spell to leave after leaving his final words. Wait. I have to go for a bit. The girl was stunned for a moment before hurriedly calling after him. Cloud soaring technique. Big Uncle, you must teach me when you get back. As the moon gradually rose directly above the heads of the beings below, a raspy voice rang out in the dark space. Who is still calling out so loudly in the middle of the night? Boss, there's a station not far ahead. Should we go take a look? Hao Tian's ears suddenly pricked up. While the two demons were still confused and wondering, Boss, why are your ears? He gently glanced at the pure light in the distance and uttered a word. The moon is full. The man in the red mask looked at the sinister scene before him and spoke to give directions. It's right here, set up the barrier. This evil entity is not simple at all. But in the end, he only received an arrogant response from his teammate. It's been done long ago. We just need to wait for it to appear. The bounty this time is enough for us to drink for 3 to 5 years. When Dian Song spoke to discuss, if your talisman array is effective, then the rest depends on the young man from the spear sect. Hearing the scent of suspicion from the other party, the red-masked man laughed and assured, Rest easy, both of you. As long as the demon can be blocked, my whirling wind rain willow sword technique will handle it. If this wanted poster isn't wrong, then my master's Chenkuin array will surely trap the evil. Those words made the station official unable to resist teasing. I once heard your master was a famous fraud, only to receive a sharp retort from the red-masked man. You're not much better. Before this job, you were a mountain bandit. But before he could say anything more, he had to lower his voice to remind everyone, It's here. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful spider demon appeared amidst the hazy mist. The red-masked man slowly raised his sword, preparing to strike. The spider demon's slender body moved forward gently. The beautiful image made the station official's mood more relaxed than ever. This little lady has a beautiful body. A pity she's a demon. If she followed this master, I'd guarantee she'd be singing every night. When the array was fully deployed, the red-masked man immediately bent down to recite the incantation. Heaven and earth infinite, Chenkuin silence law, guided by the heavens, swift as an order. As soon as the seal was cast, red magical threads quickly surrounded the spider demon's body. Dian Song quickly pulled out his twin swords to execute a move. Whirling wind rain willow sword. Before the sword was halfway there, a stream of spider silk suddenly shot out from nowhere and sliced a leaf in half. That scene was seen by the red-masked man, who reported in panic, There's a problem. Stop now. But Dian Song, who was already in the fray, was surrounded by spider silk and couldn't move. His rough cheek was pulled across by it, forcing the owner to donate blood to the earth. Damn it! The surging pain made Dian Song visibly panicked. It's too late. Damn it. Dian Song, haven't even made a name for myself after finishing my training. And now I'm about to die without a whole body. Just as despair overwhelmed his heart, Hao Tian suddenly appeared, grabbing him and pulling him from danger, startling the other. Whoosh! His pounding heart didn't make Dian Song forget to thank his savior. Thank you for saving my life, young hero. Meanwhile, Hao Tian was busy looking at the spider demon before him and commented, This one seems. He didn't forget to sigh wearily before finishing. His final sentence, Doesn't taste good. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of attacking, the spider demon arrogantly shot Silk to strike first. The station official thrashed his limbs wildly to escape the bonds, shouting until his voice cracked. Damn it! I didn't expect this move. It's a disaster. But that impulsive act made Hao Tian frown in anger. Noodles taste better. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a spell to transform his arm into a large claw. That scene made the spider demon freeze for a moment before turning into its true, disgusting form. The spider legs stabbed hard into the ground, making the crowd chaotic. It's huge, little brat. Get away quickly. Dian Song also didn't forget to remind Hao Tian. Young hero, run quickly. The constant tremors of the ground made his head spin. Meanwhile, the station official and the red-masked man began to talk to each other in panic. Stop jumping. Think of a way. We must quickly find a way to escape these threads to help the young hero. The two were still busy arguing. Bite the silk with your teeth. Why don't you bite it? Making the two demons following Hao Tian criticize. These two are annoying to death. Eat them first. They dare call themselves exorcists? It was the first time they heard that voice. The crowd didn't notice its unusual aura and growled. Who is saying that? Fortunately, those two demons were still sober enough to realize their boss's abnormality. Only to lower their voices to talk in a far corner. Boss is about to boil over. There's a good show to watch this time. We should also avoid it quickly. When boss goes crazy, he won't return to normal for a while. In just a short instant, Hao Tian transformed into a terrifying half-human, half-hound form. Amidst that chaotic scene, a child stealthily entered the scene with a small knife. The girl approached the place where the station official was imprisoned and shouted, "Don't move! You lot, if your skills aren't up to par, don't show your faces." This princess thought it was a good play, but now I have to risk myself to save you. See, that young man is also a demon. While the two of them are fighting, let's go quickly. What kind of net is this? No matter how I cut it, it won't break. Yet you two were using your teeth to bite it. Just as the station official spoke in admiration. This girl talks a lot. Hao Tian had finished off that freakish spider demon. Pity the large prey didn't satisfy him much. Noodles don't taste good at all. Suddenly Hao Tian turned toward the girl and said something that sent a chill down her spine. Must eat meat. Just as he lunged to bite her, the girl easily jumped to escape death. But as her hand touched a high branch above, the girl unfortunately broke it and fell down. Her face became much more tense because of it. Damn it, if I run, the uncles are dead for sure. I must fight it. A deep sense of worry rose, making the girl defend passively by swinging that branch pointlessly. Hao Tian's glowing red eyes kept staring at the branch. The girl still tried to fight to the death foolishly. Don't come over here. Then she was stunned, wondering at the image before her. What are you doing? Hao Tian returned to a childlike appearance and urged her. Throw it quickly. Throw it quickly. The dizzying psychological change made the girl unable to stop herself from blabbing her thoughts. Are you a dog? You're even wagging your tail. Inside the dark cave, footsteps echoed on the damp stone floor. These spiders are annoying to death. Why are there more and more of them? The girl in front turned her head slightly, her voice steady. Young man, watch our retreat. Don't let the spiders block our way. She narrowed her eyes to observe. No, these spiders aren't blocking the retreat, but are doing their best to stop us from advancing. What on earth are they protecting? A gloomy aura radiated from the heart of the mountain, making everyone shiver and exclaim. This mountain is very strange. The souls of the prey hunted by the spiders are all sucked into the mountain. The spider demons now are completely different from the level just now. A loud noise rang out, and the girl tried to dodge the spider's leg. The girl tried to take a deep breath to calm down. Consider that I said nothing, looking at the six-eyed spider before her. Her voice full of rage mixed with the sound of weapons, a heart-wrenching scream. Don't let them disturb senior brother. Eat their flesh. Seventh sister is dead. Killed by this man. Kill them. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted. Junior sisters, stop. A trembling call. Senior brother. Senior brother. Centipede spirit weakly opened its eyes and spoke in a frail voice. This poor monk knew the tribulation was coming, and I originally intended to use the soul power to help me pass through it. He wanted to eat the little girl to increase his strength. But this little girl is a natural divine embryo. If I eat her, I don't know how many times stronger I will become compared to consuming every soul on this mountain. A shout rang out as Hao Tian spoke sternly. You dare! He glared with contempt. You want to protect her? Do you think just because you've absorbed some immortal chi, you're no longer a demon? She gnashed her teeth in anger. You're ugly! Hao Tian leaped up and slashed the centipede spirit, splitting it into two pieces. The centipede spirit gradually vanished into the muddy swamp, saying resentfully, Stinking brat! Do you think having a bit of immortal chi gives you the right to act so arrogant before this humble Daoist? If your master were here, this humble Daoist might show some restraint. A giant spider spirit suddenly rose up. Seeing this, he had to take a few steps back with a serious expression. This demon chi, I'm afraid it's at least 1,000 years old. Two monsters appeared, and they were indeed very powerful. The centipede spirit now transformed into a massive monster. Hao Tian's eyes burned with fire. A talkative insect is a troublesome meal. He transformed into a celestial hound, readying himself for battle. The shadow of the giant centipede spirit slithered through the hazy blue mist. Strands of pitch-black flesh bulged, reflecting a light as cold as steel. Rows of glowing red eyes opened, cold, emotionless, and full of threat. It shone its light directly at Hao Tian. The two monsters cried out in confusion. The boss is defeated? What do we do? Amidst the smoke, a man stood up through gritted teeth, covered in blood. Benefactor, let me lure it away. You go save the others. Hao Tian felt as if he were being burned alive, falling freely toward the ground. The girl stood firmly before the centipede spirit, unafraid of his threats. Little sister, come help this humble Daoist ascend to immortality. She screamed, stepping back as her eyes flashed. Its target is me. Everyone go save the young man. Voices of advice rose from behind. Little girl, don't do anything stupid. The boss is fine. He's still breathing. The girl gritted her teeth, her voice sharp. You want to eat me? Let's see if you can catch me then. The girl leaped into the air and unleashed a technique. Cloud soaring art. He was slightly stunned as the girl rode the somersault cloud to attack. Indeed, only a divine embryo would know how to soar on clouds. I'm getting more excited by the moment. A streak of light shot across the sky. The centipede spirit collapsed onto the ground. Lightning flashed, and the centipede spirit's form became blurred within the black smoke. The girl soared through the night sky. Her robes fluttered in the wind, but her body wobbled. As expected, I'm still not good enough. I need much more practice. She reached her hand toward the sky, her voice choking up. At least I looked cool for a moment. However, there was still a hint of regret in her words. I don't want to die, help. A harsh laugh echoed from afar. You learned a few cheap tricks and dared to use them. You call that a somersault? I call it crawling on clouds. The girl was blinded by the light and opened one eye. Uncle. Wukong appeared, his face calm and devoid of emotion. He grabbed the girl by her collar, looking at her with a stern expression. Wukong gave a few raspy laughs. When it comes to causing trouble, you're just like me. He laughed coldly as demonic energy swirled around him. I haven't truly fought in decades. The last time I did was because of your father. The girl froze and stuttered. My father? From the mountain peak, a roar like rolling thunder erupted. Spiritual energy swirled as a massive figure appeared, his aura filling the sky. Hundred-eyed demon lord, your tribulation has arrived. The girl's face was filled with disbelief. The great sage equaling heaven? Wukong turned around, his face completely expressionless. The girl felt a mix of admiration and trembling fear. He was secretly helping her. Uncle will help you deal with this guy. A giant beast with two glowing red eyes appeared. Yellow flags used for spellcasting manifested before it. The giant centipede spirit and the darkness occupied most of the space, creating a sense of overwhelming despair. Blackbird rode the somersault cloud, soaring through the sky. The sky was dyed in fiery red and brilliant gold. Powerful beams of light, like pillars from above, shone down upon the dark and misty land. Could this be the rumored tribulation? What is happening? Why has everything changed? The black demon screamed, Quick! Protect the boss! A single drop of water fell from the golden sky. A man wore a ghost mask. A gray and gloomy rain fell upon him. The scene was completely submerged in the downpour and darkness, showing the blurred silhouettes of three people. This blood rain. Could it be that girl? Impossible. I think that demon must have met its fated tribulation. Raindrops fell onto the tree leaves. It's a loss. Blackbird woke up covered in wounds. Boss, the boss is awake. I'm fine, it's just... Two demons grinned. Take a blanket and let the boss rest for a while. The girl stood alone on the somersault cloud, looking into the distance. Little girl, come down quickly, are you all right? A lonely, pensive figure was deep in thought. What exactly happened just now? Stop talking. I need some peace. Amidst the hazy mist on the cliff, a voice of exclamation rang out. Not bad, little girl. You've turned all the demons on this mountain to ash. The girl replied confidently. Is there even a need to ask? I am a natural divine embryo, protected by the gods. Evil spirits cannot escape my divine sight. Her figure appeared with an arrogant voice. I'll let you know, if you follow me. You will be famous throughout the world later. The Shang sect man asked curiously, "Where is the Diensong young brother? Why hasn't he followed yet?" The girl calmly replied, "He went back to recover from his injuries." Only then did he turn to the official and ask, "Your Highness, the demon hunting orders we received this time are all grade A. Isn't that too much for us?" The official frowned and didn't answer. Meanwhile, the girl sat on his shoulders and complained, "Hey uncle, can you walk a bit more steadily? My butt is getting sore from all the shaking." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the thick mist. The demon disciples hovered around, questioning, "Boss, why do we have to follow them?" "That's right, your wounds haven't fully healed yet. If we encounter another god-level demon..." Hao Tian the celestial hound heard this and simply turned his back, standing in silence. The terrifying image of the centipede spirit appeared along with the fearful voices of the demons. "I told you, with 100 eyes cultivation, I doubt even Master could have killed him easily. Yes, it's all thanks to that little girl. The gap is too wide. She isn't one of our kind, we should stay away." Hearing this, Hao Tian's eyes flashed with anger as he muttered, "I won't accept this." On this side, the girl looked excited and turned to ask, "Quick, tell me, which demon is our next target?" The Shang sect man sighed and said softly, "Quite troublesome. It's a poison dragon." The girl repeated, "Dragon, dragon?" He recalled the dragon painting and replied, "Little Highness, dragons have long been symbols of the most terrifying power. This time I fear." Then, the image of the ferocious poison dragon soaring in the sky appeared as the narration continued. "The arrest warrant says this poison dragon is in the black water pond behind the mountain. It appeared decades ago, specializing in kidnapping passing women and killing their families. Although it doesn't commit many crimes, still." Remembering its terrifying blood-red eyes and the image of everything engulfed in flames, his voice droned on. "The dragon race's power is too great. Several exorcists have returned in defeat. It said they couldn't even damage a single hair on its body. It has 2 sharp horns like pincers, can summon fire, and has scales like stone. Wherever it passes, the fires do not go out. It loves to eat newlywed brides." Faced with this terrifying information about the poison dragon, the girl showed clear concern and frowned. It seems subduing this beast with mortal strength is indeed extremely difficult. Immediately after, the girl muttered, "But my master, great..." "Fine, subduing dragons and tigers is a small matter." The man warned, "Now that we've entered the mountain, we must be more careful." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mist, looking like a fox. She exclaimed, "What an interesting child. You all go back and report to the master. Let me go meet them first." All 3 people noticed the voice and turned around. The man asked, "Who is it?" She introduced herself with a serious face. "My surname is Hu. Name you. I am a maid of this mountain's master. May I ask if you are here to exorcise demons?" He asked bluntly, "Are you a demon?" Hu didn't hesitate to reply, "That's right, I am a fox demon. Because my master advises you." Then she warned, "My master said in advance, if you don't want to die, quickly go down the mountain." Girl couldn't help but question, "Fox fairy sister, I don't think you are an evil person. Why help the bad guy?" Looking at Hu Yu's hazy form, she spoke boldly, "Your master eats brides, harms the villagers, and goes against the heavenly way. I advise you to stop while you can and go into hiding to cultivate." Hu Yu didn't say a word, revealing her glowing red eyes and said, "Then there is nothing left to say." A second later, the terrifying eyes of a monster appeared and spoke to stop her. "Shall you wait? I have something to say to this child." Then its dragon-like body slithered through the mist. Next, it placed its sharp-clawed foot on the ground. Finally, it bared its terrifying jaws. A massive black dragon appeared with great presence. The girl looked worried and asked herself, "No way, why is it so big?" It frowned and inquired, "Little girl, you have a very familiar scent on you. The small country of Shiliang was once called the Kingdom of Women because it had no men. Do you know of it? Do you know her?" The girl kept her eyes on it and replied, "She is my mother empress." Suddenly, it surged up and shouted, "What did you say?" The energy it released made the girl startle and raise her hand to block it. Its body moved violently as it asked in confusion, "You are that girl's daughter?" Staring straight into its blood-red eyes, the girl asked loudly, "How do you know my mother's childhood name?" Under the moonlight flickering in the mist, the girl couldn't help but wonder, "Are you the legendary white dragon? How should I address you? Should I call you auntie or ma'am?" The poison dragon cleared its throat and said, "Call me big sister." The girl continued to question, "But why are you on the wanted list? Have you eaten people? And what about the brides?" White Dragon hesitated. "That matter is..." And she slowly recounted. Back then, in a desolate and arid forest, a blurred figure was running. Not long after you were born. Suddenly the demon emperor glowed, the demon realm shifted, and the world's monsters multiplied rapidly. Gradually, that figure appeared in red clothing as she continued. Aside from our eldest senior brother, we brothers and sisters went everywhere to investigate this, including your parents. In the distance, people with lamps were giving chase. Later, I heard there was a poison dragon causing trouble here. Since we are of the same race, my curiosity was piqued, and I came to see what was happening. Her face, drenched in sweat, appeared. As a result, I encountered. They were getting closer and closer, urging each other on. Hurry! Chase her. Don't let her escape. Suddenly, she saw something that startled her. It turned out there was a vast river before her. The voices of those men kept ringing out. She's right in front of us, I see her. The black water pond is ahead. She won't be able to cross it. Find her now. If the poison dragon eats her, I'll lose my investment. She could only stand frozen as she heard them say, she's right here. Let's see where else you can run. Her face clearly showed helplessness and exhaustion as she pleaded softly. Please, just let me go home. Those men continued to hurl shameless words. Go home? If your father hadn't sold you, how would your idiot brother have gotten a wife? I spent a lot of money to buy you. Not stopping there. They also spat out cruel words. You slut. Go back with us for the sake of your family. That's right, your family was very happy when they were counting the money. At the same time, the poison dragon's eyes appeared. Then it suddenly appeared behind her with a surge of energy. To the girl's surprise, a swirling current of air enveloped her. Its entire body then took on a human form as a clear voice rang out. This little lady's quality is indeed very good. This old lady, this young master will take her. A second later, the poison dragon appeared in human form and glared at those men. Then it used its hand to shield the girl's face and threatened. While I'm not hungry yet, you people better get lost. They weren't afraid at all and even spoke mockingly. Where did this pretty boy come from? He seems to have some skill. I think I saw something behind that pond earlier. White Dragon revealed a terrifying demon face and turned around, laughing. Indeed, after following a monk for so long, people aren't even afraid of me anymore. Only then did the crowd panic and scream, a monster, a man-eating monster. Run, save me. Everyone, don't leave me behind. Turning to the present, after hearing White Dragon's story, the girl asked, so what happened after that? What about the girl? She replied briefly. I gave her some gold and silver and told her to go home. The girl still had doubts and questioned. You still have gold and silver? Then why didn't you just buy the girl from the start? White Dragon scolded. You idiot. Why buy what you can rob? That gold and silver. She spoke bluntly. I robbed that too. Hearing this, the girl felt admiration. How can you be so cool? The girl spoke up to confirm. So, is there really a poison dragon in the black water pond? White Dragon closed her eyes and replied gently. Yes, didn't you notice the mountain behind us? If it weren't for Xiao Yu's help, that poison dragon wouldn't be easy to deal with. Xiao Yu covered her mouth and said modestly. Master is joking. I am merely someone whose past debt was settled and was taken in by Master. Then she looked at that guy and official E, speaking boldly. Hey, as exorcists, shouldn't we do something? Hearing that, official E couldn't hide his admiration. Cool. So cool. The next morning, the sun rose over a town crowded with people. Life went on as usual, when suddenly a voice rang out. I see living people again. How wonderful. The little girl seemed very happy, raising her hand and speaking clearly. This lady wants a grand feast. I want to shop freely. No one can stop me. I also want a relaxing hot bath. White Dragon stopped and turned to say, please, you two go ahead. It's more convenient for me and little Jade to go with the little mistress. At this time, the man from the merchant sect bowed and said, we will go to the Demon Bureau to report. After receiving the reward, we will find you to stay for a few days. While official E acted shy. Then they turned to leave, and little Jade exclaimed, Sister Dragon, eating and playing together. This mission is great, isn't it? Hearing that, White Dragon teased. Don't get too excited. Your ears are popping out again. And they walked past everyone as usual. Suddenly, a man was startled and said, there's a demonic aura. This Daoist used his hand to cover one eye and opened his spirit eye to observe. He quickly realized little Jade and White Dragon were demons. How dare these monsters come to town in broad daylight? Hiding behind a wall, the Daoist kept wondering. A fox demon is easy to deal with, but why is there also a dragon? Suddenly, the little girl appeared with a calm face. This Daoist was actually Wukong in disguise. He was startled by her appearance and thought, why did this girl run here? Doubt arose in his heart. This girl was born with immortal bones, and she's surrounded by demons. Could the demon descended to earth be about her? Thinking this, he looked around frantically. Then a cunning look appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "Fortunately, that guy isn't here. Heaven is helping me." On the other side, the three of them were still unaware they were being followed. Wukong took out a talisman from somewhere, casting a spell while calculating. "Let me use the 5 Thunders incantation to strike her dead first, then find a way to eliminate those 2 monsters." Suddenly he froze, feeling someone behind him. It was none other than the celestial hound. It struck the Daoist directly with a staff. Looking at its cold back, the demon disciple spoke in fear. Boss, the master said we shouldn't attack mortals." They appeared in their hideous forms and said, "That's right, boss. Or should we just eat his corpse to destroy the evidence?" Celestial Hound closed its eyes and replied calmly, "Don't hurt people, but saving people is a good thing." Hearing that, the 2 disciples quickly asked, Boss, this old Daoist is spitting white foam. Is killing him saving him?" It glanced over and replied coldly, "It's not saving him, but saving everyone in this town." The 2 of them were even more confused. From above, Wukong's large silhouette appeared with the Rui staff. He wore a cold expression while someone's voice rang out. "Monkey, if the Celestial Hound hadn't acted, were you really planning to level this whole town?" Wukong replied nonchalantly, "No need, half the town is enough. But even you were sent out, it seems this demon has alarmed the 9 heavens. With monsters appearing in the human world en masse, I fear the demon realm is using them to cause chaos." That person revealed half his face and pondered for a moment. It was none other than Yang Jian. He turned around and spoke excitedly. "I suspect these monsters didn't want to come to the human world to cause trouble, but were scared out by something. This time the 3 realms are all searching for that demon. It seems there's a good show to watch." The scene shifted to rolling hills shrouded in mist. Looking closely at Spirit Mountain, Yang Jian slowly recounted. "Since that time at Spirit Mountain, several of us have been traveling east and west all because of this demon." Wukong casually remarked, "That monk is so meddlesome." Hearing that, Yang Jian couldn't help but laugh. "A few of you went to Spirit Mountain and angered the Buddha, yet you still dare call him a monk." In the distance, someone's silhouette appeared along with a voice. "The human world seeks it, fearing the empire is unstable. These 2 realms of immortals and demons are likely not that simple." That person held a bowl in his hand while Wukong spoke sarcastically. "So, are you going back to ask your good uncle?" He smirked in response. "This monkey is so sharp-tongued. Why not talk about yourself?" Then Yang Jian looked into the distance and wondered. "You, a half-demon, half-immortal, jumped out of the 3 realms long ago. Why return this time? Is your hand itching for a fight again?" Wukong didn't answer immediately but poured wine into the bowl, then sat in a daze. Without a word, he raised the wine jar and took a long gulp, then looked at the person opposite with a mysterious gaze, saying nothing. A second later, Wukong suddenly stood up and spoke calmly. "I will remember this jar of wine. If you get beaten to death, I'll help you raise your dog." As soon as he finished, he flew far away. Only Yang Jian's back remained, his eyes widening terrifyingly as he remarked, "It's not just your hand that's itching." Scene changed to a quiet bamboo forest, where a voice rang out from a hot spring. "This feels so good. I didn't expect there to be a hot spring here." White Dragon was a bit surprised and asked, "Girl, just how long has it been since you last bathed?" Little Jade also immersed herself in the stream, listening intently to the 2 of them joking. "I don't know who was blacker than ink a few days ago." White Dragon exclaimed, "You're looking for death." Steam rose from the spring, and suddenly the girl fell into deep thought, making White Dragon ask curiously, "Why the sudden silence?" The little girl quickly explained, "It's nothing. I just remembered it's been a long time since I bathed with my imperial mother." She heard that and only said, "Is that so?" Suddenly, White Horse's eyes turned blood-red as she glanced at the girl and repeated, "It's been a long time since you bathed together?" The girl didn't answer but said wonderingly, "Speaking of which, the White Dragon horse in the books is a handsome young master." White Dragon replied briefly, "That's a long story." The girl interrupted, "But you're clearly a girl." White Dragon scolded, "What a crafty child." Then she told the truth. "But since I transformed into human form, the little monk hasn't ridden the horse anymore." In the hazy mist, the silhouettes of the 3 people appeared. The girl looked embarrassed, submerging her whole body in the water. Meanwhile, a voice reminded, "Boss, what we're doing isn't very good." The other quickly justified. "The master said to protect that girl secretly. We're not allowed to look." The other said bluntly, "But boss, you haven't even turned your head. How are you protecting her?" Suddenly, White Dragon stood tall and drew her weapon, her eyes full of killing intent. The little girl had likely noticed early on, as her face darkened. Qing Yun appeared in the darkness, thinking, "Ah, belonging to the Tianshan sect, cultivating the heavenly eye, identifying demons, always a loner. This time, the demon hunting order was accepted by 3 other houses at once. He wondered if the other person was as strong as rumored. Elder Flying Fire of Twin City Mountain, skilled in fire weapons, his sulfur fire thunders are incredibly powerful. I've only heard rumors. I wonder if I'll see his true skill this time. Another person appeared. It was the fire immortal. Another woman appeared with terrifying eyes. It was Rakshasa. Qing Yun thought about her power. Jade Rakshasa, a figure of the martial world. Skilled in using soul-taking twin hooks, her whole body is tattooed with demon blood. Ordinary evil beings find it hard to approach her. A person whose face was hidden and well disguised, he thought to himself, the anonymous strongman with immense strength has gained a great reputation among exorcists in recent years. It's said he tears apart demon nests with his bare hands. Other than that, no other rumors. Qing Yun pondered and wondered, is it really just simple immense strength? A dark shadow flashed past, unclear if it was human or object. It streaked through the bamboo forest, and Qing Yun noticed, it's here, so fast. The dark shadow rushed toward the group with sharp claws and glowing red eyes. It was a pheasant spirit monster. Rakshasa calmly drew her weapon as the pheasant spirit drew closer to them. Rakshasa unleashed her soul-taking twin hooks. It was struck in the face by her attack and bled. Qing Yun saw the others taking action and thought, they're all acting, stealing the credit. Fire Immortal also joined the attack, saying calmly, Sulfur Fire Thunder. He quickly threw 3 sulfur fire thunders at the pheasant spirit. It was hit repeatedly and screamed. 3 people surrounded it. Qing Yun looked at the wounded pheasant spirit and wondered, but this demon has no intention of attacking. In this situation, shouldn't it be fighting for its life? Anonymous saw this and also thought about the pheasant spirit's actions. It seems this demon is running toward us, but hasn't attacked once. Qing Yun pondered anxiously. Could it be? A pair of eyes appeared behind the pheasant spirit. He was still guessing and didn't notice those eyes. It's running away from something. Suddenly, the huge monster behind opened its mouth and lunged at the pheasant spirit, biting off one of its arms. After the attack, the huge monster also revealed itself. It was Tao Tai. Tao Tai looked down at Qing Yun's group and spoke. This demon is quite a good runner. Thank you all. With a mouth full of blood, criticized, weak mortals. They looked at Tao Tai and wondered, what kind of monster is this? Tao Tai saw they didn't know and laughed. Do mortals nowadays not even know who I am? Qing Yun looked at it and worried. This is? Tao Tai is an ancient beast, the son of the Jin Yun clan, insatiably greedy, eating everything in the world, then defeated by a divine general and fell into the demon realm. Qing Yun immediately explained to the group. You two, listen to me. This thing is no ordinary creature. It's truly hard for mortals to resist. He laughed and removed the cloth from his face. Another eye appeared on Qing Yun's face. It was his heavenly eye. Qing Yun immediately warned the two about Tao Tai. I've studied immortal arts since childhood. I hope to block it for a moment. Please take this chance to run far away. At this time, Qing Yun changed, becoming stronger. He reminded the other two. With my cultivation, even opening the heavenly I will only by the time of an incense stick. Take care of yourselves. Anonymous revealed his large body covered in talismans, advising Qing Yun to leave. You have a kind heart and will surely achieve greatness. Let me stay this time. Tao Tai saw them talking and laughed loudly. How interesting. Just a few mortals wanting to resist. Are you worthy? It threw its massive fist toward Anonymous. It asserted, you will die for your greed for the reward. Tao Ye's attack drew closer while Anonymous stood still. Outside, the group shouted warnings. Anonymous, run quickly. The straw hat Anonymous was wearing was taken off and thrown away. He reminded Tao Tai of the past. Tao Tai, in ancient times you committed great evils and fell into the demon realm as one of the 4 perils. But surely you haven't forgotten who struck you down to the lower realm. Tao Tai opened its eyes wide and wondered. What? Thanks for watching the video. This attack seemed to have slowed down. Tao Tai questioned. A heavenly general? The others were surprised to see Anonymous reveal himself. Anonymous recounted. I haven't been a heavenly general for a long time. This time the demon realm gate has opened again, though I don't know why. I don't mind sending you back. Now my name is. He revealed himself and told Tao Tai his name. Sha Wujing. A flashback appeared between the two. Eldest senior brother. Old Sha. Your hair has grown long. It's time to cut it. Sha Wujing grabbed his weapon and rushed forward to attack Tao Tai. He struck down a blow that Tao Tai had to dodge. Sha Wujing interrogated. Speak. Why have demonic beings appeared? Is it related to the demon? Tao Tai reminded him. You overestimate yourself. daring to pry into my demon realm. Sha Wujing crouched, his aura suddenly surging as he prepared to unleash a move. Nearby rocks were shattered by Sha Wujing's powerful aura. The group outside shielded themselves from that fierce aura. Gods are fighting. Sha Wujing stood majestically and questioned. Even if the demon realm gate is open, a demonic beast of your level. Sha Wujing struck a blow that shattered the ground. He speculated. Should not be able to cross the barrier. Only when Tao Tai was buried in the rubble. Reaching out with its hand, it repeatedly said, demonic being. Demonic being. It crawled out and asserted, I am an ancient god. This earth was originally ours. Tao Tai had escaped from the ground. It sharply questioned Sha Wujing. You self-proclaimed new gods, thinking that by relying on human faith, you can occupy the 9 heavens forever? Something appeared with widespread wings. Sha Wujing immediately noticed that object. A pair of purple eyes looked toward Sha Wujing. It was Chongqi rushing forward with equally fierce momentum. It lunged at Sha Wujing. Chongqi used its claws to grab Sha Wujing. Sha Wujing resisted Chongqi's attack, but one of Chongqi's fangs pierced him, drawing blood. He defended while saying, so it turns out you're not the only one who came out. Chongqi is one of the 4 great perils, fond of eating human heads. Originally a spiritual beast, it later fell into the demonic path due to accumulated evil thoughts. Tao Tai circled behind Sha Wujing, revealing its sharp fangs and claws. It laughed and asserted, this demon is merely the first stepping stone for me to return to the 9 heavens. Tao Tai opened its mouth and lunged at Sha Wujing, asserting firmly, you will all soon become my food. Qing Yun stood outside and grimaced. It seems I've heard something extraordinary. He shouted a warning. Anonymous. Get out of the way. Qing Yun's previous blow pierced through, making the 2 monsters scream. Sha Wujing saw this and reminded, don't act rashly. If you trigger the heavenly eye again, your body will be torn apart. The 2 beasts looked at Qing Yun with killing intent. Qing Yun was injured from using the heavenly eye but still advised Sha Wujing, I'll hold the 2 of them. Your chance of escaping is higher than ours. Qing Yun tried to use the heavenly eye again despite his injuries. Suddenly he was hit on the head. Yang Jian appeared and reproached. This kid clearly hasn't cultivated enough, yet his personality is so stubborn. He told Qing Yun to retreat. Just stand aside and watch. Your master's heavenly eye. Can you mortals just cultivate it at will? Yang Jian used his heavenly eye. He took his weapon and flew up, his celestial eye flashing. A golden aura radiated from around Yang Jian. Yang Jian asked mockingly, with your abilities, isn't it a bit arrogant to want to return to the 9 heavens? The 2 monsters roared. Yang Jian struck at the 2 monsters, asserting, why don't you let your master come out and negotiate? Another figure appeared, gliding forward to neutralize Yang Jian's strike and shield the 2 monsters. Seeing this, Yang Jian looked closely in surprise to see who it was. His face darkened, and he said nothing. Then Yang Jian spoke. It seems I have quite some influence. Your Excellency has finally deigned to appear. It turned out that person was the master of Tao Tai and Chongqi. He laughed and said, how amusing. How could I dare ignore true Lord Erlang's wish to see me? Qiu marveled at Yang Jian's power. Indeed, hearing about it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. True Lord Erlang. Even my bold hand feels a bit numb from that exchange. He waved his hand, and suddenly a purple light appeared. Qiu explained, but I have business to attend to today. If there is a chance later, let us meet in the 9 heavens to discuss. Qian apologized to Chongqi and Tao Tai. You 2 useless things, I'm leaving first. Sorry for leaving you with so much trouble. Qi Yu's group retreated into the purple circle and gradually vanished. Qi Yu added a few words before disappearing. By the way, regarding the reincarnated demon, I know it is neither god, nor demon, nor monster. If the true lord finds a clue, let me know. The circle shrank and vanished completely, leaving only Qi Yu's voice. Until we meet again. Sha Wujing watched them leave and marveled. To open the demon gate so easily, just who is? He questioned Yang Jian. True lord, why did you let him go? Yang Jian replied. Wan Lian, there's no need to speak. He explained. I couldn't stop him. A clear, calm sky appeared, and the scene of 3 small houses was very peaceful. Inside the house, 2 people were talking. Tang Sanzang reminded Qing Yun. You are seriously injured. You should lie down and rest more. Also, do not use your celestial eye again. Qing Yun was injured, with bandages completely covering his eyes. Tang Sanzang continued to ask, Elder Wujing probably told you, 2 of the 4 calamitous beasts have appeared. Hearing this, he pleaded, I wonder if Great Master Jin Chan has a way to deal with them? He rubbed his head and smiled. Don't call me that. It's been a long time since I was a monk. Tang Sanzang's face grew serious as he slowly spoke. Actually, I also want to find out their purpose this time. Tang Sanzang shared his speculation. They are also searching for the descended demon, which means they want to use it for some purpose. He added uncertainly, perhaps the ancient gods have been in the demon realm for too long and want to use the demon to return to the celestial realm. Tang Sanzang smiled at Qing Yun. The mortal world is the boundary between immortals and demons. If the demon appears here, it is indeed a great opportunity. Qing Yun found the words confusing. I still don't understand your words, Great Master. Tang Sanzang explained. Simply put, the power of the celestial realm stems from mortal faith, and the spiritual energy there is so pure that it aids cultivation without effort. He continued to explain to Qing Yun. The demon realm, however, feeds on human distractions. Humans have 3 souls of good and 7 spirits of evil. Thus, the demon realm's power is stronger, but it only confuses those with many distractions or low cultivation. An image of a frenzied monster appeared. Tang Sanzang seemed to know everything. Those who attained the Tao in ancient times sought pure power, so they chose to cultivate in the demon realm to gain great strength. But he said quietly, the gods of the celestial realm established the underworld between the mortal and demon realms to govern human life and death. Therefore, the distractions in the demon realm are becoming fewer and fewer. They can only rely on absorbing each other's cultivation, which naturally makes them unhappy. Tang Sanzang sighed, looking out at the blue sky. He lamented the current events. It truly brings chaos to the mortal world. Qing Yun wondered, Great Master, is it possible that heavenly fate is truly inescapable?
Sanzang lâu ghét, heavenly fate.
He seemed to remember someone and said, I happen to know a few people who refused to submit to fate. Elsewhere, where flags were fluttering, a soldier announced, Report, a messenger pigeon has arrived from Western Liang. This army was quite large. The soldier continued, The general of the state reports that the young master has gone missing. The subordinate inquired, Should your majesty return? She explained to her subordinate, No need, that stubborn child will be fine. Besides, the great sage is watching over her. She detailed her next move. The demon gate is about to open, and this is a grave matter. How can I stand by? She flicked her sleeve and left. Wait for me, monk brother. Cluster of houses on a mountain peak appeared hazily. Something pierced through the clouds toward the peak. It dove down, disturbing the scenery. Seeing this, Tonger said sharply, Who goes there, daring to intrude upon the West Peak Temple? It was Yang Jian. He stood still without acting. Something seemed wrong as his expression was quite poor. Yang Jian spoke, Don't be afraid, Tonger. Tell your master to come see me. I have an important matter. The girl stammered upon seeing him. True lord. Tonger said respectfully. Reporting to the true lord. She informed Yang Jian. The lady is not in the palace. He immediately asked, Where is Yang Chan? Tonger told Yang Jian. The lady has descended to the mortal world. He seemed shocked. What? Chi Yu sat alone on a rocky outcrop. A large, round moon appeared in the night. Chi Yu held up a large bowl of wine and said to himself, Erlang Shun Yang Jian is indeed formidable. It seems the 9 heavens have placed much power in the mortal realm. His face grew serious. I need greater power to open the demon gate. Only then will I have a chance to win. Under the black sky with magical blue streaks, Chi Yu soliloquized. For thousands of years, the 9 heavens established the underworld to collect souls and enter reincarnation, cutting off the source of the demon realm's power. A towering gate appeared. He muttered, First, I should strike the underworld to absorb its power. Only then can the ancient gods manifest. A ghost was flying away, while 2 monsters nearby were giving orders. Go, move, line up, do not leave the group. Ahead is the ghost gate. A monster waved and ordered the ghosts. You ghosts over there, get in line, don't look around, stay in formation. The 2 monsters were directing the ghosts to the right place. A blue cloud appeared near the gate. Black and white impermanents were surprised to see it. A monster stood on the roof, while those below wondered, What is that on the gate tower? Was it responsible for that noise? What creature dares to cause such a ruckus in the underworld? The monster appeared with 4 pairs of eyes, looking terrifying. It let out a majestic roar. The monster dove down, and those below warned each other. What is that? It looks like, careful. It's coming this way. The 2 monsters dodged the creature's attack. They jumped up and ordered, This beast is very fierce. Everyone, protect the souls. The monster roared, revealing sharp fangs. It was attacked by others and wounded. A monster appeared with a sharp weapon and shouted, You too! Step back! This beast has destroyed the path and stolen the spirit elixirs. ordered the ghost soldiers. Ghost soldiers, hear my command. Capture it at once. The ghost soldiers appeared. Ordered the others. All units, hear my command. Seize the soul ledger. They all swung their chains at the monster at once. The monster was struck by the chains and wounded. The ghost soldiers pulled hard on the chains to hold the monster. Hold it tight. Reinforcements are coming. The martial judge appeared coldly with a sharp weapon in hand. He wondered, why is there a calamitous beast of this kind? I wonder if the soul-snaring order can capture it. The martial judge used his power, his hand flashing with blue light. His eyes turned a glowing blue as he prepared to unleash the soul-snaring order. The monster was immediately bound by blue chains, and it roared in pain. Martial judge looked at the monster and assessed. Captured. This beast is fierce. But it seems. He scoffed. A beast is still a beast, caught by this spell. An angry woman spoke up. Is there a handsome man here? Tell him to come out now. Are you planning to waste my time? Another person replied. But he isn't here. She angrily smashed the furniture. What? Not here? Did we travel 1,000 miles just to drink this tea? The women looked on with serious expressions. She continued. I came to propose marriage for my young lady, not to see a sallow-faced girl like you. Anzi explained to her. He said he would be out for a few days. Besides, he already has. She irritably ordered. Fine. Stop rambling. Clean this up so it's not an eyesore. Anzi replied without anger. Yes. Suddenly, the women screamed in excitement. He's back. They stared infatuatedly and exclaimed. He's much more handsome than other scholars. Truly handsome. This trip was worth it. Seeing this, Anzi's face also brightened with joy. Nezha appeared majestically with a tiger on his shoulder. He walked to Anzi and placed the tiger down in front of her. Anzi stammered. This is... Nezha explained. A few days ago, you said Auntie Li's cat, De Huang, that you liked had died of illness, so I went to the mountain to catch one for you. The girl stammered. But Brother Li, this is a tiger. Nezha explained. I felt that other one was too small. He asked Anzi, if you don't like it, I'll let it go. The girl shyly said, I like it. I like it. The women were thunderstruck, their faces darkening in surprise. One of them said angrily, could he already have a family? I advise you not to marry this girl, if my young lady finds out. Nezha glanced at the woman, who continued, my master is a member of the royal family. Many noble houses have knelt to beg for a match. Hearing this, he said firmly, I kneel to no one and neither does my woman. Something seemed to catch Nezha's attention. He looked over. A group of soldiers appeared and announced to Nezha, Great deity Nezha, third prince, you are ordered to lead the local deities to investigate the underworld's catastrophe and punish the wicked. If you need to command the divine soldiers of the 10 directions. He replied, sorry for the trouble. Nezha changed into a powerful form and told Anzi, it seems I must leave for a few days after you return. Take good care of our cat. Anzi reminded him, I understand. Brother Li, please be careful. He turned his head back and said, and one more thing. The temple was situated on a mountainside, as ethereal as if detached from the world. Its curved tiled roofs were half hidden amidst the mist. The little girl approached the person closest to her. Little master, may I ask? A nun was sweeping the courtyard. Hearing a voice, she slightly raised her head. Her eyes stared coldly at the person in front of her. Without a word, the nun turned and left. Left behind, the little girl was a bit annoyed. Why is she so impolite? But she is quite pretty. Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. Little donor, please do not take offense. 2 monks stepped forward to defuse the situation. Kong Ming is a bit strange. Please forgive her. The one in front gave a slight smile and introduced herself. I am the abbess of this temple. May I ask what brings you here, little donor? As if remembering something, she looked regretful. But today, for a certain reason, we are not allowing anyone to offer incense or donations recently. I hope you will choose another day to come. As she finished, the little girl's expression suddenly turned cold. Then she smirked arrogantly. Your temple issued a demon hunting order a few days ago. It must be for this reason. White dragon horse, hiding in the girl's hair, suddenly flew out. Be careful. Even little Jade and Hao Tian would be wary of the seal here. The girl's lips moved just enough for them to hear. Understood. Only then did the abbess realize the other's identity. Are you an exorcist? Then there is nothing to hide. She closed her eyes and began to tell the story sorrowfully. This temple was originally a crack in the demon gate, but a master came to build this temple to suppress it. But over 10 years ago, a demon suddenly flashed, causing the demon chi to surge. Even with our day and night chanting, we could not suppress it. It will one day break through the ground. But at that moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and a master descended from them, using a divine artifact to push the demon back and leaving the artifact behind. That artifact became the protective treasure of our temple. Hearing this, the little girl muttered, "A divine artifact?" The abbess looked toward a pillar covered in talismans on a mountain peak. "In the temple, we use yellow cloth with scriptures to cover it, worshipping day and night to keep this place peaceful. But the court issued an order to hunt demons, attracting those with ill intentions, so we had to request a demon hunting order from the officials." Seeing this object, the girl curled her lip in disdain. "Wrapped up like this? I thought it was something special." Suddenly, White Dragon Horse's voice rang out. "Careful, there's an ambush." The little girl widened her eyes and looked toward the divine artifact warily. From the air, several chains swung down, accompanied by a joyful laugh echoing through the courtyard. "Old nun, treasures are gifts from heaven. Why not lend it to us brothers to make a fortune?" A second later, they wrapped tightly around the artifact pillar. In the mist, masked assassins appeared with malicious intent. With a shout, the pillar shook violently. "Brothers, use your strength to pull it up." Before long, the artifact pillar was pulled out of the ground. Seeing this, the abbess turned pale and screamed in fear. "Stop at once!" As she finished speaking, the sky darkened, and surges of demon chi billowed out. The assassins were stunned, unaware of the disaster they had just caused. "This? What is this?" From the billowing demon chi rising like fierce waves, a giant monster slowly manifested. Its blood-red eyes glared down at the people below, filled with murderous intent. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed the unfortunate souls. After devouring 2 people, its true form was gradually restored. The white horse had already transformed, protecting the 2 behind her. Her eyes were fixed on it, gritting out each word. "It's a Sunday." From ancient texts, people passed down a chilling legend. In the East Sea, there is a beast called Sun that loves eating brains. Its soul was split into 3 by an ancient divine general, and it absorbed the blood of divine wood to become a demon. Its blood-red eyes stared at the white dragon horse, its mouth full of teeth opening hungrily. "It's been a long time since I've eaten dragon meat." Her face immediately darkened, showing no flinching. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed in the air. "You nuns really don't understand. My divine weapon isn't meant to be stuck in one place. The artifact was picked up by that person as light as a feather. It's meant to be smashed right onto the head to be useful. You've been suppressed by me for years. Do you think I don't dare fight you?" From above, a portly, gray body appeared, looking as if carved from charcoal ash. His face was hidden by shadows, but his glowing red eyes were full of killing intent. Seeing this, the girl pouted in disdain. "So ugly." Conversely, the white horse in front was overjoyed. "Second senior brother." The abbess's eyes widened, her lips trembling as she muttered, "Is it? You?" His figure gradually became clear. It was none other than Beiji. Beiji's body was as burly as a mountain standing tall against the sky. Suddenly, the sun let out a roar that echoed through space. The girl immediately recognized the floating stones around it. "Is that the 1,000 miles of red earth?" Beiji glanced at them. "Xiao Bai, take the 2 of them away quickly. This beast is emitting toxic gas." The white horse immediately transformed into a dragon. "Understood. Be careful, second senior brother." He coiled the little girl and the abbess onto her back. "You 2 must hold on tight." The white horse's body undulated in the air, immediately drawing the sun's attention. Seeing it lose focus, Beiji's eyes flashed with killing intent. The ancient patterns on his shoulders suddenly glowed. "Did you think this Master Zhu was a fake?" A moment later, the divine weapon in his hand swung down like it was splitting the heavens. Powerful blasts of energy exploded, curling into shockwaves that rushed straight at the demon. The sun's body was swept by the blow, and several more scratches appeared, but it remained unharmed. Only now did it notice it was being attacked. The sun's eyes fixed on Beiji with killing intent. It swung its arms at his position but missed. Beiji leaped through the air, his hand gripping tight, then he pushed a blast of energy toward the sun. On the white horse's back, the girl suddenly worried. "Sister Xiao Bai, can Uncle Zhu fight the sun?" Her voice was steady but held unease. "This sun is about to achieve a golden body. With second senior brother's current state, I fear it will be hard to wound it." A cold voice rang out from above. "Who else are you talking about?" Even from such a distance, the sun's voice could be heard. A massive pillar of fire erupted from its mouth. Beiji couldn't dodge in time. His arm was scorched. Damn it! Its hide is even thicker than old Zhu's. Burning pain made him frown in agony. This beast's crimson flame really hurts. In truth, Beiji had noticed the third party's presence long ago. "Hey, you pest of a monkey. How much longer are you going to watch? He smirked provocatively. This beast almost has a golden body and is invulnerable. I bet even you monkey can't win for sure. Wukong stood on the somersault cloud, replying expressionlessly. Hasn't it still failed to complete its cultivation? Beiji grew even more spirited, the divine weapon in his hand flashing with lightning. If the monkey wants to stand and watch, then I'll just have to put in some effort. A massive bolt of lightning swung out, sweeping across the ground. This time, the sun was truly heavily wounded. While it writhed in pain, countless spikes suddenly rose from the ground. They surrounded the demon, and then sealing incantations appeared. The sun's eyes were bloodshot and rolling, showing clear rage and refusal to submit. Wukong had landed on its head at some point. Hey, we both have Vajra-strengthened bodies. His fingers tightened around its skull. Guess whose body is sturdier, huh? Wukong's gaze flashed with killing intent, his fingers tightening more with every second. They even pierced through its skull. A powerful force caused the sun's neck to snap. Its head was held high by Wukong like a trophy. This scene made Beiji feel uneasy. How is this monkey getting more brutal by the day? Better tease him less in the future. The temple was in ruins, and the monks were rushing to fix the damage. Quick! Bring clean water over here. Move the injured this way. Yes. A ladle of water being carried suddenly fell with a thud, because they saw something horrific. Kong Xian! That nun's body was covered in bloodshot veins, and she had long lost consciousness.
Kong Xian!
She let out a piercing scream, a thick aura of death radiating from her. Seeing this, the abbess panicked. She has absorbed too much evil energy. Everyone be careful. The girl beside her also gasped. She's about to turn into a corpse. The nun's skin was ash-gray, and her joints made chilling cracking sounds. Suddenly, Beiji appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her head. The nun no longer reacted aggressively, her body trembling unconsciously. Figure of the elegant young woman appeared. Yes, second senior brother. White horse focused intensely. Despite the mountain mist swirling around, a pale blue light radiated from her hand. The nun in front of her opened her mouth wide, her body gradually stiffening. Once finished, the white horse's voice was full of relief. It's done, second senior brother. The evil energy has been mostly purified. Only now did the abbess regain her composure, immediately urging, Kong Jing, Kong Ji, quickly support Kong Xian. The two mentioned replied in unison, yes. Beiji dropped his gruffness, looking strangely sheepish. I'm sorry. She only dropped a vague sentence. Though a bit reckless, your heart is still kind. Your personality hasn't changed after all these years. He stood frozen as if nailed to the ground. Then Beiji turned his head to look after her as if wanting to say something. The abbess interrupted, her pace not slowing down. The past has flown away with the wind. Do not mention it again. A necklace engraved with a name fluttered in the wind as she walked. On this side, the girl sat witnessing everything, her face bewildered. Isn't a hoe the natural enemy of dragons? How could Sister Xiao Bai dispel this evil energy? Wukong appeared beside her at some point. All things have mutual generation and restriction. Furthermore, dragon saliva has the effect of expelling evil. The girl mumbled, What is dragon saliva? He bluntly dropped 2 words. It's spit. The girl felt a bit helpless, instinctively lifting her feet so the monk could sweep the yard. Then why didn't you use it when dealing with the hoe? The girl continued to chatter, immersed in her own world. Is it because the action isn't elegant?
Imagine.
But Wukong completely ignored her, his eyes fixed on the monk's back. Not knowing if it was an illusion, that figure suddenly became blurry for a moment. In his mind, another figure in another place flickered. Beside the remains of the sun, 2 people appeared. This monkey is truly impatient. If the body is left here, I fear it will cause trouble in 100 years. Although the sun didn't succeed, it had cultivated half a golden body. Having said that, the person slightly bowed their head. Shang'er, let's go. Take its head back. Shang'an still maintained his usual gentle smile. Yes, Bodhisattva. The person continued, their voice steady yet vague. My mount is too foolish, but this should probably give it a hand. In an instant, he returned to his true form. Understood. Turning back to the past, in a forest submerged in mist, a worried voice echoed. Young mistress, we are lost. We haven't found a way out for 3 days. The abbess in her youth was very resilient and beautiful. She frowned. Stop being so noisy. Don't we still have enough dry rations? The maid finally caught up, crying helplessly. The master said not to let you go hunting, otherwise how will you get married? She snorted coldly, replying haughtily. Who said I wanted to get married? This young lady came out because I didn't want to see those pale-faced men. Our family built its foundation on martial arts, Yet now we let scholars come to ask for my hand. Truly, I must let father know that I can handle the family business alone without needing to choose a son-in-law. While speaking, she suddenly stopped as if she had discovered something. In the distance, the silhouette of an elk appeared. Don't make a sound, follow me. Xiao Shui. Don't be as talkative as a woman. Then both crawled through the bushes, trying not to make a sound. The maid hiding beside her couldn't help but feel helpless. Young mistress, can you not act like a man? She ignored it all, still immersed in her own world. This is the first time I've seen a pure white deer. I heard the elders say this kind of beast is likely about to become a spirit. So she immediately drew her bowstring. Her words couldn't hide her smugness. Becoming a spirit is good. If it has formed a demon core, it'll be even more valuable. Not letting her have her way, a black shadow rushed out from the distance. That crude, portly body belonged to Beiji. His eyes were bloodshot, reflecting primal hunger. In an instant, the animal was finished off cleanly, without time to let out a single groan. In the space, there was only the sound of bones being crunched, wet and chilling. She stood frozen, her scalp tingling. Eating it raw? The maid behind her was so scared she screamed, "A monster! A monster!" Hearing the sound, Beiji suddenly stopped and looked up. Beiji's expression at this moment showed a bit of ferocity and savagery. He immediately transformed into a handsome man and thought deeply. I was banished to the mortal realm and entered the wrong womb as a pig. I had to become a demon, stealing reincarnation elixirs to restore my true form, but the demon core's heat isn't enough yet. The celestial patterns on my body aren't gold, so it's hard to become a demon king, and my demon body isn't complete either. That's why I became a monster. Then the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Forget it. In this mortal world, this celestial power alone is enough. Beiji picked up the object in his hand and looked at it consideringly. You've tormented me for years, and finally you've been beaten back to your original form. Eating you will make up for this loss. Then a yellow liquid flowed from the object, making Beiji jump and exclaim, "So stinky!" Right then, someone walked up and called out, "Hey!" A young lady approached and handed a stone to Beiji. "I'm returning this treasure to you. Will you keep your promise to lead us out of here safely?" Chuckled and happily took the stone. "No problem, little lady. Forget this forest. Even in the whole world, there might not be another like it." Soon, the stone merged deep into Beiji's body. His eyes rolled back in horrific confusion. The next moment, more than half of Beiji's face transformed back to its old form. This stinking stone needs a pure body to be activated. Beiji clutched his face, gritting his teeth in fury. Damn it, I'm about to transform back again. The young lady was stunned by the scene for a few seconds. Pure body? Why did you? Beiji didn't say much and walked straight over to hug her. His tears began to fall lightly, his voice soft and reassuring. It's still okay. Receiving the unexpected hug from Beiji, she felt a bit embarrassed and apprehensive. Then he replied bluntly, "Little lady, I'll leave this stone with you. From now on, you'll be this marshal's personal maid. You must not leave my side otherwise." As soon as he finished, Beiji was slapped mercilessly by the young lady. She accidentally shouted, "Get away from me! You're disgusting. If you touch me again, I'll kill you." Just like that, a small conflict and argument broke out between them. How can this girl be so ungrateful? You still dare come over? Don't hit my face. At this time, the servant walking beside them asked, "Young mistress, have you two fought enough? Let's get going." Hearing this, a thought arose in Beiji's mind. Fine, so you don't want to be a maid? Then he decided on his own. Then I'll reluctantly take you as a concubine. Hearing that, the servant immediately explained, "Young mistress, we still need him to take us home." She heard this and shouted angrily, "Hey! Don't decide everything on your own." Beiji only glared at her. "We've been walking for over half a day. Where on earth is your home?" She also explained bluntly, "Gao village at the foot of the mountain. It's about a 3-day journey on foot." Beiji gave a faint smile. "Fine, just close your eyes and stand firm. It'll only take about the time of an incense stick." Then he used his speed to summon a whirlwind. Just like that, the whirlwind took all 3 of them away in an instant. On this side, a servant ran back hurriedly to report, "Master, the 3rd young mistress is back." Hearing this, old Gao glared in anger. "Is that so? That damn girl finally decided to return? Tomorrow is the martial arts competition to choose a husband. I won't let her ruin the selection of Gao village's son-in-law." The 3rd young mistress also brought a man back. Here, a poetic mountain landscape appeared. In the manor, dozens of lanterns were released into the sky along with the cheers of the people. Seeing that scene, the townspeople pulled each other's hands to watch and whispered, "I heard old Gao is choosing a son-in-law. Then we have to see what his daughter looks like. They're the richest in the region. Even if she's an ugly girl, I'd accept. At this time, old Gao's stern face appeared. He stood up and announced loudly, "Everyone, I Gao have 3 daughters. The eldest and second have already married. Now my youngest daughter needs a virtuous husband to carry on the Gao family line. Although he will marry into the family after I pass, he will inherit the position of family head." And, hearing that, everyone cheered excitedly at the old man's massive fortune. While the outside was cheering loudly, the young mistress of the Gao family sat in her room, thinking sadly, choosing a husband? Because there's no son to carry the line. He uses a lifetime of accumulated wealth and half of his daughter's life to trade for a son-in-law. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come back. And although right then, an apple core flew from somewhere and hit her on the head. Ow! Just then, a voice came from outside the window. "Hey, your father is way too stingy. He didn't even feed me enough." The young lady shouted back, "Get lost. I'm in a foul mood." Immediately after, Beiji appeared with a leisurely attitude. He chuckled and spoke with deep sarcasm. "Still looking so gloomy? Today is the day you choose a husband, after all." Before Beiji could say another word, she slammed a giant hammer into his face, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Fair enough. Seeing those brutes gathering at my door makes me angry too." The young lady glared at Beiji in frustration. The stone on her necklace fell off at that moment. Seeing this, Beiji thought silently, "What a foolish girl, though she hopes to keep her immortal power." About to say more, Beiji immediately brushed it off. "Forget it. Let this marshal help you through this trial." Meanwhile, at the husband selection event, a crowd of sturdy young men competed to display their martial prowess. In the current battle, winners and losers were quickly decided. Seeing this, old man Gao clapped in praise. "Impressive skills. Young man, your technique must have been guided by a master." The man stepped forward and replied softly, "Thank you for the praise, Elder Gao. My master is..." Before he could finish, someone walked up and scolded loudly, "Hey, are you here to duel or discuss family matters? Are we fighting or not?" "Of course we're fighting. May I ask who you are?" The opponent introduced himself. "I am the second leader of Fulling Stronghold. Things haven't been peaceful on the mountain lately, so I plan to come down for business." Who knew this old man would be giving away both money and a wife? Hearing that, the other man replied loudly, "Then I won't hold back. To avoid hard feelings, there's no rule saying a future groom can't join the martial trial." The two took their positions, and the second leader charged forward with his sword first, taking a head as a gift first. Before any blow landed, the sword in the second leader's hand shattered, accompanied by a booming voice from elsewhere. "What's the point of being a bandit if you're trying to be a good son-in-law? If that's the case, let me be the precious groom." Seeing the intruder, the second leader shouted, "Who dares to interfere with my business?" Beiji stepped out calmly. Seeing him so nonchalant, the second leader barked, "You brat, who do you think you are to dare?" Beiji walked up and shouted directly in his face, "Enough, enough! You two have been talking forever. If it weren't for my connections with the demons of Mount Fulling, you'd be running wild without even respecting the government." The second leader was stunned. "You? How do you know?" Beiji chuckled and continued, "I also know that you came down because you haven't received orders from Mao Erji lately, right? You've done many bad things over the years, but that's none of my business. However, coming here to snatch my wife is something I cannot ignore. Do you want to know where all the demons of Mount Fulling went?" As soon as he finished, Beiji launched a light attack that was nonetheless painful enough. After delivering a fatal blow to his opponent, Beiji let out a strange, calm smile. "A bunch of rabble. You people shouldn't even dream of the Gao family's daughter." Old man Gao stared in shock as Beiji continued to press. "Old man Gao, your daughter won't look at these guys. Clean this up. Think of your daughter. This is the most important event of her life." Suddenly, inside the room, the young lady felt the stone on her chest glow. She instinctively clutched her chest and cried out, "My chest hurts so much." Outside, Beiji's sharp ears caught the sound, and he realized something was wrong. Where is this demonic chi coming from? It's coming from the lady's chambers. Could it be? He immediately rushed to her room. When he opened the door, he froze for a few seconds. This is... Inside the room, the young lady was struggling with agonizing pain in her chest. Beiji looked closely at the stone on her chest and realized, demonic chi is eroding her body. This is bad. I was too careless. How could an ordinary person endure this demon core? How could I forget? Ignoring the danger, Beiji rushed forward. "Don't be afraid. Mississippi, expelling this bit of demonic power is easy for me. I'll help you remove the demon core." "I'm sorry. It's my fault for hurting you." A tear fell from her eye, filled with heart-wrenching regret. Wait, if you take this stone, won't you turn back into that monster? Faced with that question, Beiji froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, the young lady vanished. The stone gently floated toward Beiji. Foolish girl, though I don't care much for human lives, I'll never let a woman suffer for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been cast out of the heavenly realm. That moment, her body returned to normal. She looked at Beiji, unable to hide her joy. You idiot! Beiji also suddenly reverted to his original form and opened his arms to pull her into a hug. Just then, voices came from outside. That demonic chi just now came from the lady's room. Quick! Check if she's all right. A monster! There's a monster in the lady's chambers. What met their eyes was the sight of Beiji passionately embracing the young lady. Outside, torrential rain began to pour. Beiji sat alone on a rock, deep in thought. Demonic chi has entered her body. Only the celestial essence of the heavenly canopy can dispel it. But with my current form, let alone immortal power, even my human shape is... The raindrops fell heavily on his shoulders. If this continues, I'm afraid I'll have to return to the heavenly court to beg them for help. I must return to the heavenly court to beg them for help. At that moment, the young lady approached, holding an umbrella to shield Beiji from the rain. She looked into the distance with an expressionless face. I know you carried me here to treat me. You don't need to blame yourself. Beiji stood up. Who's blaming themselves? It was too hot in the cave, so I came out for some air. Don't stand in the rain with your health. I will definitely heal you. Are your clothes dry yet? Close the cave door tight or else. I might peek. Great master, you've been standing there for half a day. Come out. While the two were talking, someone approached and spoke softly. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you too. But Elder Gao asked us to bring the young lady back. Beiji fell silent, his voice turning deep and heavy. Old man Gao sent a few exorcists? If you know what's good for you, leave now. Little monk, I'm not looking down on you, but even with a dragon horse you're trying to play at demon hunting. Seeing Beiji's misunderstanding, the other party quickly explained. No, exorcist brother, you've got it wrong. I'm not here to just talk. I'll only act if I have to. Beiji asked bluntly. Are you done talking yet? Then he noticed Wukong's silhouette appearing faintly. Beiji glared at Wukong. This monk even brought a demon monkey? The rain was too heavy to notice him. Demon monkey. Wait, wasn't it pinned under? Forget it. I'll know if it's real or fake once I test it. He immediately grabbed his weapon and charged recklessly into the heavy rain. Beiji's sharp rake tines danced through the thick curtain of rain. He thought with excitement. Damn! It's the real deal. The young lady heard the noise and stopped, looking into the distance. Before her was a white wall of rain as she murmured. Monk brother, can the great sage defeat that Uncle Pig? He probably can. No, I must persuade him more. Little master, please stop. Don't fight anymore. Hearing this, the young lady stood sadly in the heavy rain for a while. That's how it happened. He didn't kidnap me. Could you please return and explain it clearly to my father? Meanwhile, Beiji and Wukong were still in a fierce battle. Interesting. Single attack from Wukong was enough to devastate everything around them. Hearing the thunderous sounds of the fight, the young lady realized in a panic. Zhu Ganglai, you idiot. If you can't win, just run. Why force yourself to be a hero? She held the stone and remembered everything. Zhu Ganglai can't win. Right now he's just a pig demon. If he recovers his true form, he might beat this monkey. So, how about exchanging your soul to return Zhu Ganglia's heavenly canopy true form? Deal. A trade. Though my demon body was destroyed, having a pure in body is a blessing in disguise. Once I absorb 1,000 yang souls, I can transcend into an immortal. Tang Sanzang frowned with determination. It seems you are the culprit. The young lady stood alone amidst the violent storm. This monk's yang soul is quite potent. Let this old one drain you first. A surge of violent power appeared, making things difficult for Tang Sanzang. Wukong also realized and noted. A mere minor demon talking big. Let Grandpa Sun handle this. Beiji's body suddenly began to glow as well. The stone from the young lady stopped above Tang Sanzang's head. Little monk, what kind of constitution do you have? Draining you alone is enough for nirvana. Don't you monks practice for the next life? Let this old one lead you straight to nirvana and reincarnation. After absorbing that power, Tang Sanzang's eyes emitted a strange light. At this moment, Tang Sanzang's true form appeared, silently absorbing all the power from the stone. Vile creature, don't look into others' reincarnations so casually, for you don't know who you're provoking. Wukong noticed Beiji's body changing, the symbol on his back glowing continuously. Wukong was filled with curiosity. What's this? Turning into a pig again? I thought I'd get a satisfying fight. Soon the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Elder Gao, my disciple has caused you trouble again. The demonic chi in your daughter's body is gone. We're moving on. Yes, take care, great master. Now only Beiji and the young lady remained, linked by the stone that had lost its power. After everything, the nun's side remained as calm and quiet as usual. The young lady knelt respectfully before the nun. She held a teacup and thought calmly. I never expected Uncle Pig to have such a story. It's a shame that stone is ruined. How Tian and White Dragon Horse stood nearby, chatting familiarly. Did Erlang send you to help Nezha, the third Lotus Prince? Yes, by my master's order. I've come to say goodbye. Hey! Don't forget to tell your master about the time we went bathing together. In the distance, a dark figure waved as if calling for Beiji. Meanwhile, Wukong sat alone on a rock. His face showed a hint of simmering rage. The demon in purple clothes! Chiyu appeared at that moment with a hostile expression. Don't let yourself be distracted before you face me. A thunderous fury surged within him. Has the heavenly court acted already? But they're still not strong enough. The scene shifted to the stormy, misty skies of the underworld. A terrifying silhouette of Tao Tai began to emerge. Did the 9 heavens send you all here to die? The Gao family's daughter charged forward. No need to give your name. One of us is going to be beaten to death anyway. The sky rumbled with thunder, and Daoist's face and voice glinted with dread. Just my style. Come. The Gao family's daughter gripped her scepter and began to summon her power. Tao Tai was no slouch either, gathering his own strength. Soon, the two clashed in a fierce struggle. Upon the collision, the Gao family's daughter immediately felt, he's strong. Refusing to submit, she summoned a new energy called Red Lotus Slaughter. With this new technique, she began to batter Tao Tai relentlessly. For the final move, the Gao family's daughter gripped her trident and poured all her strength into a decisive strike. Tao Tai could only raise his shield to block. Trident slowly drove into the shield, causing it to crack. She attacked with all her might, shattering the shield immediately after. However, behind the shield, Tao Tai's silhouette was nowhere to be found. She looked around, searching for any sign of him. Just then, Tao Tai appeared with a word of praise. Not bad, but too flashy. Let this old man teach you what it means to cut down an enemy. She was a step too slow and was immediately caught by Tao Tai. In a flash, the monster easily took Nezha's arm, blood dripping onto the ground. It felt triumphant, thinking its attack had completely defeated Nezha. My battle axe is specialized in breaking your golden bodies. Seeing his dazed and exhausted face, the monster continued mockingly. That final strike of yours was commendable though, but Nezha remained silent. The monster provoked him with arrogance and self-satisfaction. The strong devour the weak. You will soon become a part of my power. That is the rule of survival since the ancient era. Having spoken, it swung its weapon behind it, the force so violent it sent the surrounding winds swirling. We pursue pure strength. We have no need for flashy treasures. Despite one arm being severed, Nezha did not flinch and immediately raised his other arm, gritting his teeth with determination. My skill may be inferior to yours, but how could I let my master's treasure be insulted? He quickly cast a spell, and the immortal striking brick appeared, emitting a powerful light that enveloped his arm. The monster unleashed a surge of violent magic straight at him, but it was quickly repelled, triggering an explosion that seemed to shake heaven and earth. The monster spoke up to praise him, but his tone dripped with mockery and threat. I didn't expect you to have such a toy. From now on, I shall respect you as an opponent. But I see that treasure of yours can only be used once at most. He then questioned with a dead serious expression. You clearly struck at my physical body but threw away the chance. Why did you choose to clash with my battle axe instead? Nezha stood tall behind the hazy smoke, answering frankly without hesitation. If it were the old me, I certainly would have done exactly that. He slightly lowered his head and continued. Back then, I felt I was high and mighty, unparalleled in this world, until someone taught me that many things are worth believing in. Friendship, family, and love. Just as he finished speaking, a soft sound echoed. A red-furred wolf suddenly appeared and lunged right behind his back. Through the hazy smoke, its sharp, clenched teeth were visible, glinting with a terrifying ferocity and resentment. Seeing this, the monster spoke with disdain. So you were waiting for reinforcements. But even without my battle axe, what you call a golden body cannot withstand a single blow from me. Suddenly, Wukong's voice rang out amidst the tension that was pulled tight like a string. He immediately ordered the wolf to protect Nezha. Little dog, fall back. Take Nezha to your master. He widened his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping straight ahead. Seeing this, The monster couldn't suppress his rage and roared. How could I let you just take my prey away? He immediately leaped into the air, determined to pursue them to the end and not let the wolf and Nezha escape. Wukong also quickly soared upward, his movements light yet exuding a violent power that made the void tremble. Wukong hurriedly threw the sword straight forward, the blade whistling through the air to block the monster's path. Then Wukong stepped toward him one pace at a time, his towering and noble figure exuding an aura that made everyone wary. He frowned slightly, his face hardening as he spoke in a furious tone. You annoying brat, calling yourself this old man. Is being old really that impressive? The monster glared at him as if his anger was erupting violently. He immediately reached out to grab the tail that Wukong had just severed, his fingers tightening until the veins bulged with aggression. Yet Wukong showed no fear, instead staring intently back at him. His bloodshot eyes glinted with provocation, making the air feel thick. The monster slowly approached, his eyes fixed on Wukong as if trying to observe and test something. He suddenly swung his arm, sending a surging wave of power crashing toward Wukong. Despite this, Wukong stood his ground, raising his staff to defend with a calm and unwavering expression. The monster's attacking force slammed into him, sweeping past like a violent cyclone. Its destructive power was so great that it eroded the ground, leaving behind horrific traces of devastation. The monster now became anxious and thought tensely. This demon monkey is neither demon nor immortal. Why does his face feel so familiar? Faced with the powerful attack, Wukong did not fall but suddenly spoke. This is... At that moment, he appeared in a different form, his body marked with glowing red blood as if the battle was only truly beginning. Ancient blood. Wukong immediately lunged forward to confront the monster head-on. It was the beginning of a brutal battle. His bloodshot eyes glinted with rage, and then a roar erupted, shaking the very space around them. Wukong used all his strength to pounce, standing atop the monster and stomping his body into the ground step by step. At that moment, Wukong's eyes flashed with a look of steadfastness and determination. He swung his arms relentlessly, pouring all his might into attacking the monster lying defeated on the ground. The monster suddenly bolted upright, raising his hand high and delivering a powerful punch that sent Wukong flying into the air. He stood tall and imposing, his cold gaze following Wukong as he hovered in the vast void. Wukong remained completely composed and undaunted, standing tall behind the layer of dust with a fierce power radiating from him. Meanwhile, Civil stood quietly observing from afar, his eyes following the pitch-black sky filled with lightning caused by Wukong as he spoke angrily. Son Wukong! His eyes suddenly darkened, his lips pressed tight in hatred and extreme fury. You had the chance to be enshrined as a Buddha, yet you insisted on staying in the mortal realm. At that moment, the image of Wukong flashed through his mind, but it was tinged with utter rage and obsession. What are you laughing at? Civil lowered his head slightly, brooding in resentment as his breathing grew increasingly heavy. Are you enjoying the battle, or perhaps, enjoying the sensation of slaughter? He observed Wukong's form and combat strength, thinking silently, Ancient blood, that is why you grow stronger. No, there is something else making you more powerful. His brows furrowed, and the corner of his mouth quirked up as if plotting something. An interesting demon, but in the end, just a demon. Before you become a threat. Civil quickly raised his hand to cast a spell, his entire body immediately enveloped in a hazy mist. Kill! While the battle between Wukong and the monster was at its peak of tension, Civil suddenly summoned a demon realm vortex that cut right into the clash. So you've touched the demon realm? Wait until the day the demon gate opens wide. I shall come to challenge you again. Wukong was about to lunge at the monster when the demon realm suddenly appeared before him, startling him so much he couldn't break in time. Thus, he was sucked into the mystical demon realm vortex, which quickly narrowed, trapping him inside with no way out. In the blink of an eye, the vortex vanished into the vast, empty sky. Now, the only thing left was a scrap of Wukong's clothing slowly falling through the silent space. Civil set foot on the ground, his body gradually appearing before the monster through the thick smoke. The monster suddenly reached out his hand as if trying to grab something. He tightened his grip on Civil's collar and angrily spat out a terrifying threat. I haven't had such a satisfying fight in a long time. Did you use this trick because you feared I would lose? Civil glared, the corner of his mouth curling in smug satisfaction. A mere stone monkey. How could he be your match? Better to let him take a trip to the demon gate. He quickly warned in a cold, tense tone. Furthermore, our greatest goal now is to open the demon gate and seize the mortal realm, using the power of demons to crown new gods. Civil stood at an angle, his cold gaze radiating delight mixed with self-satisfaction. Then humans and gods alike will become our food. Why fear having no chance to slaughter then? Hearing this, the monster pondered in silence, then asked curiously. That stone monkey has ancient blood, yet possesses a power that is neither immortal nor demon. I am quite intrigued. Civil replied resonantly. I noticed it too, but that is not the focus now. Once the demon gate opens, we shall fight another round. Meanwhile, the scrap of cloth from Wukong's clothing was still slowly falling, hovering in midair. In an instant it gradually vanished, leaving the space suddenly cold and utterly empty. In a small house within a desolate, isolated village, scattered leaves fell, creating a chilling and deathly silent atmosphere. Hao Tian reported to Ontu. Master, he is heavily injured and has come to seek medical aid. He then clarified the situation. On the way here, Ontu listened and gently instructed. Remember to thank the true lord and the young master. I will certainly find a way to heal him. The injured young man Hao Tian had brought back was Nezha, who was currently unconscious with an exhausted body. As the gloomy night fell and darkness enveloped everything, Ontu slowly organized her belongings with a bundle over her shoulder, preparing to set out. Nezha had been placed in a corner of the room, Ontu's silhouette flickering through the dim, wavering light. Then she quickly left the house and climbed onto the back of a giant tiger. Let us depart! Meanwhile, Yang Jian also suddenly appeared in the underworld, his silhouette hazy amidst the dark night. At this time, black and white impermanence informed Yang Jian of the current developments. Tens of thousands of evil-thought soul elixirs in the underworld have been stolen. The underworld soldiers couldn't stop them. The magistrate was rescued by the third prince and is now recovering in King Yama's palace. Only the third prince. Yang Jian stepped forward to learn more about what happened next. Nezha has already been taken away by Hao Tian. I want to know the rest of the story. Black and white impermanence continued their report. Afterward, the great sage and Xing Tian fought a great battle, but he was sucked away by a beam of purple light and there has been no news. Hearing this, Yang Jian brooded with a very tense expression. The nine-headed lion? He focused on analyzing every detail carefully. By borrowing the power of the soul elixirs, you've opened the demon gate, but haven't destroyed the mortal realm. It seems. With just a passing thought, Yang Jian could fully grasp the enemy's plot. Your target is the nine heavens, which is why you also want to borrow demon bodies. He hurriedly wrote a letter and quickly gave it to a messenger bird, his eyes following it with concern. The nine heavens will not easily descend to the mortal realm. It seems they will wipe out the earth immortals first and move the threats into the demon realm. Be careful. At this moment, an important question still rose in Yang Jian's heart. But should the ancient mirror really be given to Sun Wukong? In a space thick with smoke and mist, countless dragon wings fluttered everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos and horror. Monster's eyes suddenly flashed as if he had just discovered something. In the distance, a beam of light was plunging from above like a missile, piercing straight through the space where the dragons were soaring. That beam of light slammed into a hill, sweeping everything away and quickly spreading everywhere. At that moment, a dragon was suddenly rising from the bottomless abyss. It immediately spread its wings wide, causing the ground to suddenly shake violently. Right after that, it tore through the earth and soared straight into the sky, trailing swirling winds that shrieked through the air. At the same time, Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, enveloped in red lightning, also suddenly rose from the ground to hover in the void. Wukong also quickly lunged upward with a body overflowing with power. His gaze cold as if he wanted to incinerate everything before him. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking straight ahead and thinking with delight. Interesting! Amidst the vast and dark mountain forest, Ontu rode on the tiger's back, rushing forward with an urgent appearance. The tiger kept lunging ahead, its rhythmic footsteps making the ground tremble violently. A moment later, they stopped to rest by a small stream after a long journey. Ontu turned to kindly ask her tiger, "Are you tired, little girl? Go over there and find something to eat." Then she gently reached out to stroke its head with a loving gesture. Ontu carefully reminded the tiger before it turned to leave and forage for food. These past 2 days have been hard, but remember to come back early. The sky grew increasingly pitch black, with only the roaring of forest beasts and the sound of birds darting through the night sky. The space became even gloomier with the sound of dry leaves rustling in the wind, bringing an indescribable sense of fear and horror. A Daoist appeared out of nowhere and suddenly spoke, "Hey! In this desolate forest, what is a little girl like you doing here, huh?" He warned in a stern voice. "This poor Daoist is hunting demons. If you don't want to get hurt, leave quickly. I am here to hunt demons. If you value your life, you should depart at once." Ontu's eyes widened in shock, her gaze filled with confusion and tension. Daoist master? Oh, she pondered silently in her mind. This Daoist master. I wonder why he is chasing me all the way here? The Daoist suddenly growled a threat in a cunning and treacherous tone. Young Master Lu from the North City went with his friends to Mount Hua to offer incense the other day, and his soul was snatched away by a beam of light. It must be the work of you demoness. Antu's entire body went stiff, her face filled with shock and bewilderment, as she still hadn't processed what was happening. Knowing she had been discovered by the Daoist, Yang Chan appeared from behind the trees and hovered tall in the air. She thought to herself with concern, "You misunderstand, fellow Daoist. I am no evil spirit." Yang Chan immediately spoke to explain in detail. That man named Lu has poor character. After getting drunk, he even spoke lewdly at the Hua Chou temple. I only punished him lightly by binding his soul at the city god's temple. It should have returned to its place by now. Hearing this, the Daoist smirked with smug satisfaction. Is that so? It seems it was a misunderstanding then. At that moment, he had quietly placed one hand behind his back and was secretly chanting a spell, causing a brilliant blue flame to ignite on his fingertip. But in that time, Antu had managed to see through his trick and couldn't help but feel indignant. The Daoist immediately raised his finger with the blue flame to prepare a despicable direct attack on Yang Chan. He suddenly glared and spoke in a sinister tone. "The Lu family patriarch spent a lot of money to hire me to take your head." At that same moment, Antu quickly slipped past and lunged straight at him. It was thanks to her timely intervention that the Daoist's attack was diverted. Unfortunately, that attack only grazed Yang Chan's hair without causing any injury. Yang Chan lowered her head slightly, her face scowling with clear gruffness and anger. "You evil Daoist, how can you be so treacherous? I have heard that human hearts are malicious, but this descent has truly made it clear to me." At that moment, she began to counterattack, her eyes and the mark on her forehead suddenly glowing with immense power. Her body hovered in the air, surrounded by brilliant beams of light radiating in all directions. Yang Chan suddenly opened her eyes wide, as small specks of light gradually coalesced into mystical patterns. A lotus flower and rotating circles of light quickly appeared before her eyes. Daoist's eyes bulged, unable to hide the shock and bewilderment clear on his face. Lotus flower suddenly emitted a long beam of light that shot straight into the high sky. Meanwhile, Wukong, with the Rui Jingu bang in hand, was still rushing through the dragons surrounding him. Yang Chan quickly summoned a massive vortex, swirling as if to swallow the space before her. She floated in midair with the glowing lotus in hand, while the Daoist collapsed to the ground, trembling in terror. Yang Chan glared angrily and warned him in a stern tone. "Our Daoist sect has wicked sorts like you. Now I shall strip you of your magic." She released him and warned, "From now on, if you harbor intent to harm others, I will take your life. Be gone." Daoist then fled as fast as he could, his face pale with panic and dread. As the vortex gradually dissipated, Yang Chan glanced toward On Tuesday, seeing her fierce expression. Antu nervously explained, "Immortal lady, I was just looking for a way through. I do not know that Daoist." Yang Chan gave a gentle smile and said apologetically, "I startled you. I am truly sorry. Actually, I am not usually like this." Antu covered her mouth and smiled happily. "I must thank you for your help, immortal lady." Yang Chan gently introduced herself. "I am Yang Chan, usually at the Holy Mother Hall of the West Peak Temple." Antu was so stunned her body froze. "Then are you the third?" "Third?" Yang Chan laughed playfully. "Yes, they usually call me the Third Lady of Mount Hua, or the Three Holy Mother. I have secretly descended the mountain this time, so please keep it a secret." Suddenly, violent lightning flashed across the sky, bringing with it an ill omen. Yang Chan's eyes widened as if she had just realized something. She immediately turned around and watched the sky where the lightning had struck. Yang Jian's silhouette appeared towering in the high sky, surrounded by thick dust, creating a breathtakingly majestic scene. His appearance caused dark clouds to immediately cover the sky, making the space gloomy and thick with darkness. Yang Jian glared fiercely, the eye on his forehead opening slightly, heightening the tension. As the darkness faded and vision cleared, Yang Jian suddenly spoke. He escaped. He sternly scolded Yang Chan. "You brat! How dare you sneak into the mortal realm and even use the lotus lantern?" Then, he immediately released a violent surge of energy forward. That energy wove through the forest, carrying an urgent message. "Yang Chan, I have important business with you. If you hear this, return to the mountain immediately." Meanwhile, Yang Chan still used the lotus lantern as a shield to dispel Yang Jian's darkness and magic. She waved her hand, her eyes flashing as she resolutely pushed back the energy her second brother sent. "In this world, to evade second brother's dharma I fear only this lotus lantern can do it." Afterward, Yang Chan sighed in relief but remained worried. "That was close. He keeps making me hide." Antu, standing behind her, hurriedly asked, "Holy Mother, I am looking for the Golden Light Cave on Mount Chenuan. Someone said it was nearby, but I cannot find it." Yang Chan turned back in surprise. Mount Chenuan? Golden Light Cave? She gently warned. That mountain is not on the ground, so of course you cannot find it. Besides, that old man Tai is very difficult. If you have something to request, why not just tell me? Afterward, Antu recounted everything in detail. Hearing this, Yang Chan gasped in shock. Are you Li Nezha's sister-in-law? At the same time, the Daoist was fleeing through the treacherous mountains, cursing under his breath. Damn it, that woman is vicious. She dared to cripple my entire cultivation. However, he had not run far but hid behind a bush to secretly plot. He crouched low, his eyes watching intently. But if I can steal that lantern in her hand? While he was busy planning in his head, Antu's tiger suddenly appeared right beside him, making the Daoist jump in shock. Meanwhile, in the ancient demon realm, Wukong had slain numerous dragons, his hands stained red with blood. He raised the Rui Jingu Bang high, standing tall amidst a mountain of dragon corpses. Wukong suddenly turned his head, his gaze alert as if he had just detected a danger lurking behind him. Zhu Rong, with his massive body and rippling muscles, was quietly waiting right behind him. Zhu Rong appeared aggressively along with a terrifying bright red flame. He growled, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Hearing Zhu Rong's voice, Wukong remarked, "To think someone in the demon realm still speaks the human tongue. How rare." He warned, "This is the ancient realm, the source of all things. You are but a lowly demon. How dare you be insolent before this emperor?" Wukong replied with goodwill, "I am no stranger to the ancient realm. If you show me the way out, I will spare your life." Hearing this, Zhu Rong praised with interest, "Monkey demon, you are interesting. If you have the skill to kill all the gods of the Great Desolation and consume their inner cores, you can break this realm seal to return to the three realms." Wukong replied, "This method truly suits my taste." With that, he held his Rui Jingu Bang and charged straight at him without hesitation. Zhu Rong warned once more, "Little monkey, do not underestimate the ancient realm." Wukong ignored all warnings, his eyes burning with determination. Zhu Rong mocked, "Let this Crimson Emperor test your weight first." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed, and flames lit up the land. Amidst the thick smoke, a voice warned, "If even the six-sting divine fire cannot defeat you, do not dream of challenging the 10 gods of the Great Desolation." A little girl sighed. She suddenly started in alarm as the sachet she wore began to glow for no apparent reason. A great suspicion rose in the little girl's heart. Could it be the great sage? Outside, the space remained majestic and quiet. The white horse was walking in the courtyard when she accidentally overheard a grumble. "The sun is high. How long do you want to sleep? Your mother was much more hardworking than you when she was little. Do you remember the sword technique I taught you yesterday?" The little girl, suspicious, secretly watched through the cracked bedroom door. Elsewhere, amidst the majestic mountains and forests, a great tremor suddenly occurred. The little girl anxiously speculated. The great sage went to investigate the demon realm. Could he have to stay there forever? To put the great sage equal to heaven in such peril, I fear only the demon gate could do so. Inside the dilapidated thatched house, a voice of comfort echoed, "Brother, do not drink in sorrow anymore. If you truly like that lady." Iquan interrupted, expressing honestly, "Oh, I am a crude man. I am not worthy of her." He continued, "This business deal is an opportunity for you to make a name for yourself. This time, all exorcists nationwide have been summoned. This is definitely no small matter. I heard someone has opened." As he spoke, a massive creature fell from the sky, causing chaos. Afterward, everything returned to silence. The little girl held the large bump on her forehead and cried, while the man crushed beneath her could only wonder, "Who is trying to assassinate me?" The little girl and the masked man faced each other, both looking at one another without a word. The little girl judged, "As expected, someone has opened the demon gate. Good. I must bring the great sage back." In the battle at this moment, Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang was burning fiercely. He reached out his fiery arm to grab it, thinking to himself, "This feels good. The last time I was burned, it hurt just like this." His burning hand gripped the weapon tightly. Wukong stated firmly, "That was the time in Lord Lao's 8 trigrams furnace." Then, he pulled the staff out from the red-hot ashes amidst the white smoke. Wukong mocked, "Crimson Emperor Zhu Rong, I tasted this 6-sting divine fire long ago. Do you have any new tricks?" Zhu Rong appeared majestically, his rippling muscles faintly visible in the darkness, with a halo of sacred fire glowing around his head and mystical swirling fire patterns on his shoulders. He promised an unstoppable destructive power. The sky was blood-red like plasma, and the ground was molten lava. In the heart of the firestorm, Wukong transformed into a swift black shadow, gliding rapidly with his flaming staff, ready to pierce through any defense. Faint silver moonlight pierced through the black smoke, creating a gloomy atmosphere and signaling a dramatic confrontation. Zhu Rong, with his powerful body and fire running through his veins, appeared in a forceful combat stance. Zhu Rong's face showed clear anger, his golden eyes and the fire ring on his head blazing, as he prepared to launch a destructive strike. Wukong hid in the shadows, his gaze sharp and cold, cautiously holding a smoking golden cord to prepare for the encounter. Fierce golden eyes reflected the images of many black shadows of enemies rushing to attack. Wukong, with his glowing red eyes and body covered in fire, flickered in and out of the smoke along with his clones, creating a threatening army of shadows. Zhu Rong charged aggressively, his body enveloped in brilliant flames. He swung a massive weapon shaped like a fire scythe, creating an attack that tore through the thick space. Amidst the blood-red sky, Zhu Rong crouched to endure a powerful barrage like a meteor shower, putting all his strength into his fists to defend. White smoke billowed, mixing with the red of the lava. Zhu Rong appeared in a state of extreme rage, his golden eyes full of killing intent opening amidst the dark red feathers. A massive object with brilliant golden spiral patterns was rising from the red flames, surrounded by violently churning white smoke, representing Wukong's infinitely powerful sea-calming divine needle. The sea-calming divine needle appeared majestic and massive, its tip glowing like the sun, striking straight down from above through the red smoke. A giant fire hand with sharp claws reached out from the smoke, ready to seize the target. Wukong flickered in and out, holding firmly to the fire staff that was extending to both sides. Wukong appeared like a monument amidst the smoky battlefield, his face tilted down showing high concentration and a calm attitude. His face clearly showed ferocity, his golden eyes burning in the darkness with lines of fire swirling around the corners of his eyes. The battle entered a tense confrontation phase. Zhu Rong praised, "You truly have skill. Since the Battle of Mount Zhou, there has been no battle like this, but relying only on the heaven-forged 9-turn soldier iron and the black iron golden body. You think you won't be burned to death by the true fire?" With those words, he boldly unleashed his move, True Solar Fire. A brilliant purple energy swirled and rushed forward like a meteorite, forcing Wukong to quickly dodge. He glided skillfully like a ghost amidst the surrounding waves of power. Zhu Rong let out an earth-shattering roar, spitting out a brilliant blue energy beam straight at Wukong. A blinding white bolt of electricity shot out at incredible speed, tearing through the dark sky. Zhu Rong looked up at the sky and roared, absorbing that entire terrifying bolt of lightning into his body. Wukong flickered in and out of the mysterious purple space, flying through the air to evade the massive sphere of electrical energy rushing toward him. He glided gently amidst the waves of power. He narrowly avoided a sharp attack, demonstrating excellent reflexes. Wukong appeared like a fire ghost amidst the dark gray vortex, his body enveloped in brilliant flames, showing lightning-fast transformation and absolute power. Zhu Rong warned, "Do you think the heaven-forged 9-turn soldier iron can resist this? But now your true form is revealed and your golden body is broken. Even if you thrust your weapon into my mouth, you cannot escape this calamity." Wukong ignored all words, grunting repeatedly after the tense battle, his eyes still flashing with determination not to give up. He replied to Zhu Rong, "I do not know what heaven-forged 9-turn soldier iron is. I only know this is the Rui Jingu Bang. Grow!" With those words, the staff became massive, piercing straight into Zhu Rong's head, wounding him severely as blood splattered everywhere. A small spark of fire drifted through the quiet night, signaling a new beginning. A fireball with spiral patterns appeared dimly and then suddenly burst into powerful flames. The fireball emitted intense heat, ready to explode. Wukong's fire hand reached out to grab the glowing energy sphere. Wukong bowed his head wearily, slowly feeling the immensely powerful surge of energy being emitted. Wukong appeared with a fierce face and glowing red eyes full of killing intent, the fire ring around his head blazing like a golden headband exploding with power. Elsewhere, the little girl's group continued their journey to hunt demons. The enemy this time was the Grudge Pillar monster, formed from the grudges of beings eaten by Tao Tai. Rakshasa was confronting it in a poetic reed forest, where the winds were caressing each swaying leaf. She judged, "Use demon blood to tattoo the body, and use talismans to control the demon blood within." Rakshasa threw her weapon as a cold wind blew, making the space even gloomier. The little girl also realized she was channeling demon blood into the weapon. Rakshasa leaped into the air, preparing to dive down and attack the Grudge Pillar. The monster screamed in terror. Rakshasa unleashed her move, slashing 2 sharp blades at the evil spirit, wondering in her heart if these blades could destroy it. But as the slashes landed, everyone around was extremely tense. Only she wondered in bewilderment, was it a success? The little girl standing outside soberly realized, no, It is still not enough to severely wound the evil creature. The grudge pillar howled as the wounds on its body immediately healed. Rakshasa was stunned by the grudge pillar's recovery speed. The battle continued. The grudge pillar rushed forward with terrifying speed, launching a fatal blade strike at her. She nimbly avoided it, but the grudge pillar did not let go, continuing to charge at her like a hungry tiger. The man outside warned, "Its movements are fast and lethal, but its strength is lacking. If we can restrict its movement, it won't be a threat." But it was too late. The enro had already lunged at Rakshas's face. Without hesitation, it bit hard into her shoulder and tossed her into the air, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Seeing the critical situation, the comrades shouted, "Form the Thunderfire Grand Array! Save her! Quickly!" On the side of the little girl and the man, both stood silently observing the battle formation. The battle was far from over. The enro continuously attacked anyone who dared to approach it. People from the merchant group worried, "This is bad. The one on this side has also made its move." Elsewhere, another enro companion transformed into a human, its entire body ablaze and its form twisting unnaturally. It lunged like a pouncing tiger, disregarding all opponents to dive into the bloody fray. Both enro lunged simultaneously, caring nothing for the enemy's strength. They intended to take on everyone. Everyone was quickly battered by the enro, sent flying high into the air. The little girl called out urgently, "Masked young man, I'm going to save them. Can you help me buy some time?" He affirmed, "Rest assured, Little Highness. I would not hesitate even if I had to jump into boiling oil or raging fire." Then he removed his mask and cast an array. "Heaven and earth are boundless, universe borrow my power. Divine soldiers guide the way. Execute as commanded." He spoke, "Forgive me, master, the demon you sacrificed your life to seal. Today, I have no choice but to release it." The little girl urged in response, "Let's go." Powerful waves of sword chi surged forth, shooting straight toward the enemy. Along with that came the order to deploy the Thunderfire Grand Array. Thunderbolt fireballs were launched to save the people, temporarily repelling the two monsters' assault. Seizing the moment, the little girl quickly flew over to catch the free-falling Rakshasa. Seeing its prey stolen, the monster would not let it go. The girl held Rakshasa tightly in her arms, focusing on finding an escape route. Behind them, the enro immediately took flight, chasing with terrifying speed. To prevent the monster from hindering her, the masked man lunged forward to block its path. By now, his body had completely transformed into a demon, his power skyrocketing. He easily knocked the monster down without much effort. Seeing this, the girl nodded, "Thank you, young man." She entrusted Rakshasa to the uncle's care, then turned around, manipulating chi into emerald green swords that shot toward the monster. "Vile beast, let me show you the might of this princess." The man standing in the distance recognized the technique of manipulating chi into swords. The enro, struck in a vital spot, collapsed, unable to resist. Behind the little girl, another enro, even more massive and terrifying, was launching a sneak attack. Everyone screamed in worry, "Watch out!" The man in white ran over anxiously, thinking, "No, if I don't act, no one will survive." Just as he was about to cast a spell, another monster lunged at him, causing him immense frustration. He hurriedly dodged, helpless because he had no opening to cast a spell to save the others. On this side, the little girl was suddenly struck by the monster's attack. She froze and then fell freely from the sky, blood splattering horrifyingly. The man in white fared no better, forced to continuously dodge the monster's attacks without being able to counter. Everyone had fallen into a passive state. The little girl was heavily wounded, only able to fall helplessly from above, her heart filled with regret. "It hurts so much. In the end, I still couldn't save anyone. I am still too weak." Suddenly, an arm reached out to catch her. The man held the girl tightly in his arms. The nameless warrior comforted her. "Everyone's abilities are different, but you have done your best, and that is enough." He smiled gently like a healing medicine. The little girl was half-conscious, struggling to open her eyes to see his face clearly. The nameless warrior continued, "Besides, you still don't understand your true power. These unlucky monsters dared to mess with someone they shouldn't have." The majestic aura from the group protecting the girl made the atmosphere turn terrifying. All involved parties paused the fight. The monster appearing behind the white mist asked, "Who are you people?" The other person asked back warily, "Who are you?" Wukong manifested and said, "Benefactors, please stand behind me. My master has a favor to ask of you." Tang Sanzang channeled immortal power to heal the girl. "This child possesses 80% of my immortal power. It's just that in this mortal body, it cannot be fully utilized yet. When the physical body shatters, both form and spirit will be destroyed." Though the girl was unconscious, a majestic golden light radiated from her body. Tao Tai felt threatened by this source of energy. It roared and lunged, intending to end the girl's life. The girl lightly waved her hand, pressing down with 5 fingers amidst the brilliant light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions. In an instant, the monster evaporated, not even a fragment remaining. The girl fainted, losing consciousness after using that technique. Tang Sanzang's voice echoed. When she wakes up, she won't remember this. Please keep this secret. Tang Sanzang thought to himself, Child, I am sorry. I wanted you to have the power to protect yourself and your mother. But now that demonic nature is stirring, I am forced to awaken the Jin Chanzi power within you. In the city of Chang'an, that queen was the little girl from years ago, currently having an audience with the emperor of the Great Tang. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Khan, though we are a small border nation, we also care for the world's people. Since our national strength is weak, I hope your Majesty will send troops to help in this war between humans and demons to maintain peace. He replied, How could I not know? This matter is important, but exhausting all military power might not be wise. Forgive my selfishness. If the Great Tang is destroyed to preserve the world, I will not intervene. Queen, you may withdraw. The girl looked displeased. If that's the case, the demon race will invade. The Crown Prince of Chang'an stepped forward and asked, Are you the sovereign of the kingdom of Shiliang? The queen recognized him. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He explained, Father feared the queen's long journey was taxing, so he sent me to guide you through Chang'an to show our grace. If you don't mind, let me be your guide. She replied, I wouldn't dare refuse His Majesty's kindness, but the situation is urgent. I must return to Shiliang immediately. The Crown Prince continued, Great Master Xuanzang sent a letter saying he would return to the city soon. He also asked me to keep the queen here for a few days. Hearing that, the girl could not leave immediately. He handed her an object. My queen, please be gentle. This thing, it hurts so much. After deciding to stay, the Crown Prince took the queen to sit in a pavilion. She shared her story, and the Crown Prince looked sympathetic after hearing it. I didn't expect the queen's origins to be so tragic, the girl said nonchalantly. If not for my monk brother, I would have died of hunger and cold. He sighed. The path of demon exorcism is indeed treacherous. It's fortunate to have a place to return to, she replied. If I weren't afraid of involving them, I'm afraid even this throne of queen wouldn't be able to keep me here. So, did Great Master Xuanzang return to pick you up afterward? The queen recalled a distant memory. Afterward, I pacified the surrounding countries and expanded our territory. The kingdom of Shiliang gradually had men and grew stronger. I intended to go find my monk brother once the nation's affairs were stable. The girl stood gazing into the distance from the city wall. Li Jun reported, Your Majesty, after this spring, there are 20 more newly married couples. The people have gradually become accustomed to interacting with men from outside. Your Majesty can rest easy now. The girl said calmly, Sister Jun, please rise. I've said that when no one is around, there's no need to kneel. The general still kept the protocol. Yes, Your Majesty. The people have no objections, but my concern is... The queen continued, Speak your mind. Don't hesitate. Li Jun expressed her worry. Our country has always drunk from the Zimu River to bear children. Not far from here is Mount Jeong, and in the mountains is a spring called Luotai Spring. This spring is specifically used to dissolve the fetal qi of the Zimu River. Over a decade ago, an evil Daoist occupied Mount Jeong, calling himself Rui Zhenxian. Anyone who wanted to drink the water to abort a pregnancy had to pay incense money. I sent people to suppress him before, but it was in vain. That Daoist relies on his magic power to rob the people's money. He is utterly arrogant. Our Shiliang is currently facing both the tyranny of demons and external enemy attacks. It's hard to find the focus to deal with an evil Daoist. Now that our country is open and men and women can marry freely, we've surely cut off his source of income. He even spread arrogant words, saying he would flood Shiliang with the Zimu River's water too. Let Your Majesty taste the feeling of being a mother. The queen spoke up, not hesitating to deal with that despicable man. Instead of letting him come to us, we should pay him a visit first. Li Jun sighed wearily. Oh, I knew it. They set out the very next day. Li Jun said, Your Majesty, let me go deliver the message. The queen said, No need. That tyrant will only come out once people enter. Seeing the queen arrive in person, he greeted, This humble Daoist pays his respects. The girl went straight to the point. You must be Rui Zhenxian, Daoist master? The man acted humble. Friends in the martial world overpraise me, that's all. Her gaze was cold and sharp. I'm sure the Daoist master is clear about our reason for coming. He explained. This humble Daoist spoke arrogantly before because I wanted to witness your majesty's grace. I don't know what your majesty's intentions are. Please enlighten me. The monster didn't hesitate to accuse. A few years ago, a country neighboring Xiliang was overthrown in a single night by a demon monkey. Since then, Xiliang absorbed them, eliminating an external threat. Am I not correct? A few days ago, I read the stars and predicted that the demon monkey would return by the same path. This demon monkey is brutal. I don't know why he spared Xiliang last time, but I'm afraid he's coming for our country this time. He and I have a personal grudge, so I want to borrow your majesty's strength to eliminate him and stabilize the state. He looked confused as the queen shed tears. Huh? Why are you crying? Li Jun said joyfully. Your majesty, that means they are about to return. The image of that year flooded her memory. Had her monk brother finally returned to pick up the little girl? Outside the city gate, Tang Sanzang had also arrived to fulfill his promise from years ago. Receiving the good news, the queen immediately changed her attitude. My apologies, Daoist master, for being rude earlier. Thank you for bringing me this news. The demon monkey you speak of has deep ties with our country. I see that the Daoist master is no ordinary person. I hope you will stop. I will reward you handsomely after returning to the palace. The monster was displeased. The grudge between him and me cannot be resolved by a few words from you. The girl asked, then what must be done to resolve it? He pointed. Naturally, a battle to the death. The girl raised an eyebrow and smiled contemptuously. Then that's even simpler. With that, she drew her sword and decisively slashed at him. Just the sound of the blade cutting through the wind was enough to describe the intense killing intent within. He was unlucky enough to be struck by a sword, gritting his teeth. Lethal indeed, and your movements are fast. It seems the queen is very experienced in combat, not giving this poor Daoist time to form hand seals. Glancing at the sword blade, which had chipped slightly, it reflected her tense expression. The monster summoned his emerald green Rui golden hook. A great pity, this Dharma treasure of mine doesn't require hand seals. Because, the girl thought to herself, because it is a living thing itself. The monster praised. As expected, you are knowledgeable. A bright green snake reared its body high. Li Jun rushed to the rescue. Your Majesty, be careful. Get behind me, quickly. Li Jun assessed. This python's body is as hard as steel. Ordinary weapons can hardly wound it. Your Majesty, I will hold it back. Your Majesty, quickly use the treasure the great sage left behind to deal with this evil Daoist. The monster pondered. A treasure? That monkey is famous for stealing things. I wonder what he left behind. Li Jun's urgent voice still rang in her ears. Your Majesty, use the treasure, quickly. Her hand trembled violently as she held the sachet. But just as a flash of bright red fluttered into her sight, she said softly, Sister Jun, there's no need for the treasure. Sun Wukong, riding the Jindo cloud, stood silently behind the monster. The monster immediately turned around. His eyes could not hide his terror as they met the threatening smile of the great sage equaling heaven. Sun Wukong brushed past him and walked up to the girl, whose eyes were brimming with tears. He reached out and gently patted her head. Why are you crying as soon as we meet? That stupid monk just arrived at the city gate. I'll take you to see him. Sun Wukong teased. You're all grown up and still crying until your nose runs like this. The girl sobbed. I thought you all weren't coming back for me anymore. Sun Wukong said grumpily. If not for that monk, we would have been back long ago. The monster shouted angrily. How can this be? Only then did Sun Wukong take notice of him. Who are you? With killing intent, he said. I am the younger brother of the Bull Demon King, known as Rui Jinxian. Today, I must settle our scores. Sun Wukong thought to himself. Old Bull is so afraid of his wife, yet he has a younger brother? He said hatefully. My nephew Shengen was originally free. If not for you lot, he wouldn't have been captured by the Bodhisattva to serve as a servant. Sun Wukong rested the Rui Jingu bang on his shoulder. That brat relied on his father's influence to run wild, harming living beings and eating humans. But mainly, he dared to bully the monk. If I hadn't shown consideration for his father, he would have been reincarnated by now. The monster roared. Sun Wukong, you were originally a demon. Why serve as a hunting dog for the Buddha? What skill is there in killing your own kind? If you're so capable, go cause havoc in the Western Heaven again. Hearing that, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. The Western Heaven? I've already been there. In the kingdom of Xiliang. Zhu Beiji sensed Wukong's aura and said, that stinking monkey is back. Hearing this, Tang Sanzang slowly turned his head. The girl caught sight of that figure from years ago and couldn't help but choke up. In an instant, she jumped into his arms. Monk brother, You've finally returned. The three disciples and the horse watched the warm scene in silence. The white dragon horse said helplessly, "This girl really has no conscience," hugging the little monk first. Wujing wiped his tears. "Has she grown this much already?" Zhu Beiji crossed his arms. "Have you two hugged enough?" Old Zhu has been hungry for days. Son Wukong scratched his head, confused. "Why the hugging? It's not like their legs are broken." Son Wukong still sat quietly on a tree branch. Wujing was folding paper cranes for the children in the kingdom of Shiliang. The white dragon horse finally appeared. Wujing and the white dragon horse looked toward the city walls, where Kongming lanterns were soaring high. Finally, it was time to part ways. The earl was reluctant. "Brother monk, must you leave in 2 days?" Tang Sanzang replied gently, "If we stay, I fear Western Liang will not remain peaceful. You now have your own responsibilities, so there is no need to follow us anymore." Her voice was tinged with sadness. "Brother monk, tomorrow is the succession ceremony. The women's kingdom of Western Liang has always relied on the childbearing river water to continue its lineage. It is said that drinking from the childbearing river causes pregnancy." At that, she choked up. "But, I. Tang Sanzang understood. "Little girl, ever since your mother entrusted you to me, I have always seen you as my little sister. Whatever you ask, we will do our utmost to fulfill." "But," the girl looked up, her eyes resolute. "Brother monk, you need say no more, I understand. From now on, you are my own blood brother. My only kin." The queen of Western Liang raised the cup of childbearing river water and drained it. An omen appeared in the sky, demonic energy spreading from the city in all directions. Tang Sanzang stood up. His bronze-colored eyes stared fixedly at the glowing demon emperor star. "It seems we must stay in the women's kingdom of Western Liang for a few more days." Son Wukong merely scoffed. A burst of white and purple light bloomed in the night sky. The light shone down on the city gate covered in blue clouds, making the scene look like a mysterious door had just opened. Tang Sanzang's gaze was calm yet vigilant as he observed the disturbance. An omen appears right during the girl's ceremony. Wukong leaped and followed behind. Amidst the purple light, his golden eyes flashed with determination, silently shouldering the responsibility. When this light descends, the world may fall into chaos. Great sage, do not go alone. The starry sky cast a mystical purple hue over the palace. Behind the window bars, a figure in robes with brilliant gold patterns stood still, a majestic aura radiating outward. It turned out to be the girl. Her eyes were submerged in white light, exuding a transcendent calmness. Li Zhen worried. "Your Majesty drank the childbearing river water today and will give birth soon. Please be careful." Silver eyes opened, a cold light piercing the night sky. A whirlwind surrounded the girl, her red dragon robes fluttering, a violent aura overwhelming everything. But then the girl felt an unusual pain. It was Wukong. He charged in to strike without a shred of mercy. Wukong landed imposingly, the girl's silhouette standing amidst the night wind looking as serene and mysterious as if from another realm. He appeared with glowing red eyes, a violent aura swirling up. The fire within Wukong erupted, his eyes blazing with the killing intent of his fiery golden eyes. The girl flared with a purple halo as if soulless. Tang Sanzang's expression was calm but contained hidden worry. "This is bad. She has lost consciousness. The child in her womb is acting up." The girl radiated a massive sphere of power that even stunned Wukong. What powerful energy! Wukong was pushed back by that power, but fortunately he managed to hold his ground. The girl glared, not resting for a single moment. Wukong tried to retrieve his staff. He raised his hand. The staff flew with a whir, creating a destructive wind, but the girl stood there, ignoring everything. Retrieving the staff, Wukong lunged, intending to end the matter. Only then did the girl truly wake up. Wukong's staff struck the girl on the head. His eyes blazed with fire as he looked at the girl standing silently there. A vortex of white light exploded, surging as if to tear space itself apart. A terrifying pillar of force descended, crushing rocks and tossing everything around. Tang Sanzang slowly appeared. "It seems the great sage is also at a loss with our girl. I told you to wait for me. Don't be so hot-headed like a monkey." Wukong frowned in annoyance. "Shut up," he calmly explained. "That is the energy of heaven and earth belonging to the heavenly Tao. It cannot be defied. To save her, one must defy heaven and change fate. Unless I use the golden cicada's power infused into the womb, hoping to resolve this heavenly fate." "Little girl, hold on." The white light pierced straight into the sky, covering the palace in a sea of blinding radiance. Tang Sanzang held the girl tightly. "I'm sorry, little one. I could only resolve 5 parts of the heavenly fate. What becomes of the child later depends on its own destiny. But where did those 5 parts go? The girl understood everything. Is that why for all these years, the Emperor has been searching for those 5 parts of demonic energy? He replied, that's right. The demon realm wants to seize that power to turn heaven and earth upside down. The girl leaned against the door. I understand. But, Brother Monk, I missed you so much. Tang Sanzang understood her feelings. Is that why you waited for me all day? You've drunk so much wine. The girl raised her hand. I can still drink. I've eaten an immortal elixir so I can't get drunk. Amidst the gray sea and sky, the girl stood silently, small and lonely as if swallowed by the descending storm. Leaves were whipped up, signaling the coming gale. The village submerged in silent fog. Inside the house, a hand covered in talismans and binding ropes reached out, carrying a sense of hidden danger. He broke into a sweat, watching the power surging on his hand. Sorcerer, are you sure you can seal the demon inside me? Moe coldly reassured them. Rest assured. My Mo clan specializes in exorcism and shikigami. I have already sealed it, and later I will find a way to expel the demon from you. He bowed slightly. That makes it easier to control. Iguan braced his hands on the table, his gaze resolute. Fighting this ferocious beast this time, we were either killed or wounded. Everyone else ran away. If not for that master and this girl. He frowned curiously. But why did the master entrust this child to us? Moe calmly revealed. Elder Jean Chanzi must go to meet the Emperor of Great Tang. As I see it, this young master is likely related to the demon that descended to your state. Her fate is that of the Ziwei Emperor. The Emperor views her as a flood or a beast. Elder Jean Chanzi wanted to protect her, which is why he did this. Everyone was flustered. But we are so rough, how can we help? The girl listened, not knowing how to react. They were still arguing. Furthermore, if what you say is true, this is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. He came up with an idea. I have a method. I can take the girl to the eastern land of Fusang to hide her identity, waiting until things settle down before deciding. Now both the human and demon realms want to capture her. This is the only way. A dwarf like you decides on your own without asking me? The girl was so scared her face darkened. Moe stood up. You're awake, so you must have heard everything. If we don't decide now, I fear I am no match for you. We can't leave even if we wanted to. A bird struggled to escape from a tree branch. On the muddy hilltop, a pitch-black bird writhed as if emerging from the earth. It tilted its head and shrieked, its distorted, horrific shape amidst the gray rain. It screamed with wild, unstable white eyes. A giant whirlwind rose, twisting as if to swallow the entire area. Its horrific body heaved, its glossy black skin trembling. It tried to cling on, black mud splattering with every thrash. The giant mass of mud opened up, revealing the form of a true monster that had awakened. From within, he assessed the situation. It seems the demon realm knows your identity. We must find a way to escape immediately. The girl nodded in agreement. Chaos lifted the small creature into the rain with a malicious gaze. It tightened its hand, letting the green fluid flow down as if life were being crushed. Chaos took form with towering black wings, appearing like a demon just reborn. Amidst the gray rain, the giant chaos displayed surging demonic nature. An ancient diagram appeared, depicting the chaos creature with wings and a twisted body from primeval times. And we analyzed. Chaos stands at the head of the 4 ancient evils. It has eyes but cannot see, a mouth but cannot eat. It is cruel to the virtuous but fierce to the kind. The girl looked straight ahead, her gaze stern. It is indeed chaos, not like the legends at all. Do you have any way to deal with it? He bowed his head, his expression heavy. I'm sorry, none of my shikigami are a match for it right now. But perhaps this method can help us escape. Puppet technique. The giant chaos twisted itself in the rain. Its twisted body swept through and shattered the space around it. Long black tentacles swept away trees and houses. A tentacle suddenly lashed out, knocking the girl's body forward. It struck again and again like a game. Chaos lowered its head, rage gathering in its expressionless face beneath the gray rain. That body was impaled on the tip of a tentacle. The corpse gradually dissolved into smoke. It stood watching the fragments fly away. The white afterimage of the puppet shot into the sky, fragments of its spirit shattering and scattering in the wind and rain. Chaos spread its black wings and roared, flailing its tentacles violently as if to swallow the whole world. Everyone was relieved. Truly terrifying. Lucky we escaped in time. But to let the monster run rampant like this. The girl turned. Fellow Daoist, the demonic power sealed earlier is hard to fight against. He reminded. The important thing is to protect this girl. If she falls into the hands of the demon clan, The consequences will be immeasurable. The others were furious. Damn it! The girl's eyes were full of determination. I still have one magical artifact. Although I don't know if it will be useful, I want to try. Lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the forest. At the same time, Moe launched a lightning-fast strike at the girl's head. Everyone was shocked by that action. He did it ruthlessly. Sorry, I cannot take the risk. Hurry, while it hasn't discovered us yet. Elsewhere, a talisman bag glowed brightly in the rain. A mysterious stream of fire emitted as if about to activate a spell. Wukong sprang forward, his eyes burning with rage. In thick fog, he appeared with a contemptuous voice. You think that thing can kill Zhu Rong? It seems nothing special. He said concisely. Want to avenge your accomplices? He pressed. Accomplices? He laughed heartily. In this primeval realm, there are no accomplices, so how can there be revenge? That Zhu Rong was annoying as hell. It's better that he's dead. Wukong glared. That's because he was too stupid. He grinned disgustingly. Zhu Rong was an overlord of a region. If you swallow his inner core, you can command his forces, but other powers will not let it be. He stood frozen upon hearing that. Wukong quickly came over to tease. You're so tiny. Why are you so talkative? He shouted. Ouch, I don't see anything strange. Fog blanketed the mountains and forests, revealing a gloomy scene full of ominous foreboding. They walked through the bamboo forest with a worried look. Being chased by monsters like this is difficult. I wonder if they will follow us to the sea. Moe said. Regardless, we must get her to a safe port. He gently lifted the messenger bird in his hands covered in light. The bird spread its wings and flew through the mist. Entering Tang territory this time, we don't have enough people. First, let them prepare a boat. Moe closed his eyes to calculate, but unexpectedly, the girl had woken up some time ago. The girl ambushed Moe, causing him to tumble, then challenged, Dare to ambush this palace? Her glowing golden eyes lit up with vigilance. I don't know what scheme you have, but if you think I'm a child easy to bully, you're sorely mistaken. Where are the two uncles? Moe was aching all over. A vicious strike. He calmly explained, I have no intention of harming you. The monster's target is you, so it's better to stay away. The other two are setting traps to block them. It's best to find the nearest dock. My merchant fleet is there to escape the monsters. The girl was surprised. So we have to go out to sea? That's right, that's the only way now. The girl was exhausted after the previous blow. I'm a bit hungry. Let's find something to eat first. He replied. I still have some money. If there's a village, I'll buy food. The girl's praise made Moe silent. You speak great Tang language very well. Are you a foreigner? He said seriously. There seems to be a village ahead, only there's no sign of life at all. The two walked into the village together, Moe glancing back vigilantly. An ancient tree cast its shadow over the silent village. Through the window, the girl walked in quietly. She observed, An abandoned village? Why is there no kitchen smoke? This is not good. There are demons here. He lectured. We must be highly vigilant so we aren't caught off guard. The girl criticized. Don't lecture me. Just don't implicate me later. Moe was alert. Careful. Something is approaching. A vague beastly shadow appeared amidst the white fog. It was a tiger, its glowing golden eyes tearing through the fog. Both froze when they realized it was closing in. This tiger is huge. The tiger growled in the darkness, warning sounds ringing out rapidly. The fierce tiger lunged out of the fog, launching a violent pounce straight at the two. Two shouted to stop it. Stop immediately. Stop. The girl stepped forward and apologized respectfully. I'm very sorry. We thought this village was uninhabited. Did it hurt you too? The girl breathed a sigh of relief, saying you scared me to death. We are just passers-by. Don't mind us. Yang Chan closed her eyes in fear but was still worried for them, advising them not to stay here because monsters were targeting the place, not wanting to implicate them. The girl thanked her, saying she was also being chased and was just a passerby. How about we become friends and travel together? This village seems very eerie. Two and she agreed immediately. The girl craved to touch the tiger's fur, saying, I also want to pet this big cat. Moe's gaze was cold, half hidden in the shadows, exuding an inscrutable mystery. He stood straight, his aura heavy as if ready to suppress everything. I am Xia Moe, because I inherited the bloodline of the Xia Mo clan. I have had exorcism power since childhood and was considered a prodigy. I was arrogant until I captured a Shikigami at Shanggo Mountain and realized. The power of demons and gods is something mortals cannot resist. Red-eyed, good child ghost. That is the strongest demon I have ever encountered in my life. Even though I used my most powerful spells and fought bitterly for several days. In the end, it was a mutual defeat. That was the first time I failed. I wonder what I would do if I met a stronger demon. Looking at its hateful gaze as it fled, I am truly unreconciled. Thanks to Dai Dan, I have seen many facets of life and learned much knowledge to make myself stronger. With Dai Dan's support, I left my homeland to travel to another country, the Great Tang. Serving as an envoy in the Great Tang, I witnessed many laws, arts, technologies, and customs, and of course the demon hunters. During a large-scale demon hunting operation, I finally understood what irresistible supernatural power truly was. Mao Dike bowed his head, breathing heavily as demonic chi spread throughout his body, his demonic face appearing fierce and menacing. As he continued to speak of a true demon hunter, Tang Sanzang turned back, cold golden eyes hidden beneath disheveled hair. The figure ahead stood motionless, exuding a mysterious, icy aura that made him panic as he realized the nature of that power. The little girl opened her eyes, golden light erupting like a deity descending to the world. She unleashed a glowing palm strike that tore through the night, rushing forward as if to crush everything. He was curious when Mao Dike visited and asked what was wrong. He requested the master to teach him demon hunting arts, asking how to control demons when one's strength was insufficient or when encountering stronger monsters. Tang Sanzang bowed slightly, saying instead of thinking of ways to command them, ask yourself why they would agree to be commanded by you. Mao Dike was full of inner turmoil, thinking if one lacked absolute power, why would they obey? Perhaps he would find the answer from this little girl. Perhaps so, while the little girl was still playing with the tiger, shouting that she had caught it. The little girl eagerly dove right into the tiger's mouth. That made On Tu and Yang Chan giggle. He suddenly turned serious, saying this was no time for jokes because this village was very eerie. This village seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. But there was no vitality here. Even the sounds of birds or insects were nowhere to be found. Golden Lotus burst into light, creating a halo that shook the space. She spun around with sharp eyes as if she had just detected something unusual. The little girl hugged the tiger tightly, both startled when Hundun staggered to its feet with a gloomy breath. It exclaimed that it had found them, thick mist swirling to obscure everything. Yang Jian appeared amidst the clouds with a spine-chilling aura, smugly saying he had finally found them. The twisted tree trunks wrapped tightly around each other, revealing claw marks on the outside. Mao Dike broke into a cold sweat, saying no wonder they were chasing so fast. This time they were done for. The woman beside him asked what was wrong. A dark, raspy laugh rang out, mocking the low-level concealment spell that dared to deceive. Yang Chan, in the distance, moved her lips, asking if that was the demon beast chasing them, as the miasma was truly powerful. She looked straight ahead without concern, telling everyone to hide and absolutely not to reveal themselves. Yang Chan flew forward, the golden light radiating from her becoming increasingly blinding. Hundun opened its slimy mouth, laughing incessantly, the surrounding air enveloped by thick, murky breath. Yang Chan's eyes flashed with a meaningful light. This was her technique. 7 Treasure Wondrous Fire. The brilliant beam of light pierced through Hundun's body like an arrow. Yang Chan observed calmly, the light source like a blazing fireball constantly casting upward. The sky brightened, the clouds dissipated, and Yang Chan hovered in the air, declaring, "This lamp was forged by Lady Manhwa using celestial fire. Its power is boundless. Evil monsters like you will have your souls scattered, never to be reincarnated if you remain stubborn." The little girl in the distance couldn't stop praising her, while Mao Dike could only move his lips, unable to speak. That low voice rang out, admitting Manhwa's artifact was formidable, but its body no longer had a soul. Yang Chan immediately asked what those souls were. Then, Hundun growled, saying that no matter what, though I, Hundun, have no physical form, I am truly afraid of this lamp, the head of the 3 spirit lanterns. White smoke billowed, and it said it had come to the mortal realm to devour over 1,000 humans and animals. Their physical bodies had vanished, but their souls still clung to its body. The pleas for help and painful moans rang out, making Yang Chan suspiciously ask why those souls were like that. Hundun continued, saying it could withstand this lamp's light for a while, but those souls would likely be scattered instantly. Hundun said these souls were prime food, making Yang Chan's eyes widen. It asserted that if she killed it, these souls would turn to ashes first. It speculated that her cultivation was not enough to control the Balian Lantern's power. Yang Chan gritted her teeth upon hearing this. This monster had such high spiritual intelligence. Hundun also warned that if not controlled well, it would cause a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering disaster. The air was murky, and it challenged her to see what she could do without the lamp. Yang Chan suddenly realized there was still another monster. A giant dragon was swooping down from above. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, rushing forward. There were 2 of them. A blindingly bright object suddenly fell, to the astonishment of everyone. Hundun said profoundly that it understood Nuwa's artifact better than she did. The little girl rushed over, saying she would help the big sister. The monster growled, asking where they intended to run. Chongqi lunged out to block their path, the sound of exploding rocks echoing throughout the space. Everyone listened suspiciously as Hundun said the most interesting thing about hunting was watching the prey's expression when surrounded and waiting for death. Yang Jian smiled and replied as he dropped that object. That's right, absolutely right. You've indeed been. He looked straight ahead with arrogant confidence, declaring that he had surrounded them. Yang Chan looked at him and hesitated, calling out, Second brother. Yang Jian's face darkened, his emotions unreadable. He said sternly, Yang Chan, you snuck the Balian lantern down to the mortal realm, nearly causing a great disaster. Do you know your crime? Facing his younger sister, Yang Jian said calmly, You don't focus on cultivation, and you can't even control the Balian lantern. That is your only support. As Yang Chan stammered to explain, he interrupted. If your cultivation wasn't so poor, relying only on the lamp's power, how could you be injured by a divine beast? His eyes were stern as he lectured. You are the third holy mother of Mount Hua. Why are you traveling with mortals? Coming down to the mortal realm on your own, you can't even take care of yourself, so how can you save sentient beings? The demon realm is in turmoil, yet you dare to come down here. If something happened to you, how would I explain it to our eldest brother and mother? Yang Chan was flustered. Second brother, Yang Jian interrupted. Enough. Once this is over, return to Mount Hua immediately. And another thing. His gaze grew colder. Who injured your face? The space was chaotic, the wind howling in the air. Yang Jian glanced at the monsters. Years ago, the heavenly venerable ordered the Uncle Master to seal the ancient realm, setting up a barrier to keep peace for 1,000 years. Now you use the chaotic demonic energy to wreak havoc in the mortal world, acting recklessly just because there is a barrier. He flew into the air. I do not wish to help those from the 9 heavens, but I will not let you wreak havoc in the divine land. Ancient ferocious beasts are nothing more than long-lived wild animals. The light in Yang Jian's hand flashed. If your spirits return to the 3 realms, the chaos will never end. Let me show you how the Daoist arts have progressed over the last 1,000 years. Yang Jian bit his lip tightly. The magic circle behind him gradually glowed brightly. Beams of light shot out in graceful curves, dispelling the dark night. Sparks rained down on the ground like a hail of bullets. At this moment, Chongqi quickly lunged from behind. The heat below continued to rise. Yang Jian's eyes glowed, seeing through its body. He spoke. Sneaking an attack from behind is truly the nature of a wild beast. Didn't I say you were already surrounded? Yang Jian suddenly stopped. But... He abruptly lowered his voice slowly. There is one more thing I must admit. Yang Jian leaped high, blood splattering everywhere. This feeling of slaughter. He smiled meaningfully. I quite like it. That object still hovered high above, and Yang Jian walked slowly toward it. Feathers scattered, the sound of the wind howling as if to tear the space apart. Yang Jian said sternly, You're still alive after fighting head-on with the golden bow and silver bullet? He looked at his opponent. It seems ordinary methods cannot finish you off. Yang Jian jumped down, hovering in midair. Murky mist covered his body. The monster bared its sharp fangs, opening its mouth to growl as if declaring war. The celestial eye on Yang Jian's forehead glowed brighter and brighter. A beam of light shot out like lightning, striking down from the sky with great power. He snorted coldly. Thick skin and fat indeed. Yang Jian said nonchalantly. Now it's just you. Finish yourself off. Hundun growled. Condensing explosive true qi, plus the support of incantations. The power is indeed not small. It said slowly. Over the last 1,000 years, Daoist arts have indeed progressed, and magical artifacts are powerful. But you have forgotten the most primitive power. Hundun's deep, raspy voice rang out. Devouring the essence and blood of the dead, to use for oneself. It continued. Only then can one fight harder the longer it goes, unlike you, who have no way to continue fighting once your true qi is exhausted. That technique from just now, you certainly cannot use it a second time in a short period. Yang Jian retorted. You didn't act from the beginning just to wait for me to kill those 2, then seize the opportunity to devour their power, right? Hundun laughed loudly. Some species are born strong, some need time to mature. I must thank you for killing those 2 demon beasts, something I couldn't do. It looked at his forehead. The celestial eye has closed. It seems you've expended quite a bit. Mist obscured Hundun's expression. Now I have the power of the 3 ferocious beasts, even stronger. What will you do? Slimy tentacles thrashed incessantly. The 2 girls screamed in panic. Second brother, watch out behind you. Yang Jian continued. I must admit I underestimated your spiritual intelligence. But you are not the only one who knows how to borrow the power of others. The light in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Yang Jian tightened his grip on Hundan's neck, choking it. If you kill me, the spirits I have devoured will also turn to ashes. He asked coldly in return. So what? Hundan was astonished by his calmness. You, Yang Jian said nonchalantly. If I don't eliminate you now, many more living beings will be harmed in the future. He hovered high above, looming behind the murky mist, lips pursed as if calculating. His expression was so stern that it made everyone break into a cold sweat. Little girl whispered, Your brother is so handsome. Yang Jian tilted his head. I didn't expect you all to be traveling together. Don't worry. That kid has a tough life. The uncle master loves his disciple very much. He'll surely be fine. The little girl understood. Thank you, cousin, for your concern. He thought to himself, why does this little girl keep staring at me? Yang Jian immediately questioned, Little brat, why do you smell like a monkey? The remark made the little girl grimace, retracting her earlier compliment. Yang Chan hesitated. Second brother, can you return the Balian lantern to me? The lamp has already accepted its master. If you force it to be used, you will suffer a backlash. Yang Jian replied, Don't worry. This time I need to borrow the lamp's power. I hope your ability will help me reduce the backlash. When I'm done, I'll return it to the West Peak Temple. Don't wander around. Yang Chan looked at him. Yes, second brother, I will take my leave. She said to herself. Second brother is usually arrogant. Why would he accept a backlash to borrow the lamp this time? She worried. The underworld is in chaos, with no one to manage the wandering souls. Will soul of Lu Yenchong, whom I ordered to be captured, be in danger? Although he is stubborn, he doesn't deserve to die. And besides, this matter was caused by me. Yang Chan was conflicted. Should I go see how he is? The little girl muttered. This demon beast cannot be underestimated. If it were Xingtian, even if one could win by borrowing the lamp, the backlash would be terrifying. A voice rang out. Stinking monkey, if it were you, what would you do? The other replied. You brat, where do you intend to lead old son? Wukong probed. Isn't it necessary to kill the 10 desolate gods to get out of the ancient era? The woman smiled. It doesn't need to be that complicated. You only need to. A giant eye appeared in the sky, as if seeing through all things. A decisive voice said, This is a dragon, and not just any dragon. It is the dragon god. The eye above glowed brightly. It seemed it was too old, and its body had merged with the earth. She continued, If you kill it and devour its essence, you will have enough power to escape the shackles of heaven and earth. Wukong was silent for a long time before replying. You mean the power of this dragon is enough to resist the 10 desolate gods? The dragon ancestor nodded. That's right. The dragon god's power is immense, but its body has weakened. Zhu Rong was defeated by the dragon god before being killed by you. Otherwise, how could you have easily defeated the 10 desolate gods? Now you have Zhu Rong's divine power. If you add the dragon god's essence, no one can stop you. Wukong continued. Therefore, this is a good opportunity to act. With this power, you will roam the 3 realms and 5 elements. Unstoppable. A question concluded the matter. Does the Zhu Rong mark truly still cause one's temperament to be devoured? Wukong's body could be seen radiating an extremely powerful heat. He asked, You already have the fire god's power, but his greed and brutality. Can you not control your temperament? At this moment, Wukong's iron staff hovered in midair. The scene became increasingly gloomy and murky. The dragon ancestor looked at him suspiciously. You! Wukong looked straight into the other's eyes. You wasted your effort trying to lure me into acting. The dragon god's essence is very tempting, but old son does not fish in troubled waters. If possible, I will wait for it to recover before fighting. And your purpose is truly suspicious. He continued. The dragon god is exhausted, tired of the slaughter, and wants to sleep in peace. It only worried about its power being exploited by bad people, so it tested you. I didn't expect you to suppress Zhu Rong's demonic nature as well. How interesting. The dragon ancestor suddenly removed his hat. I am formed from the dragon god's essence. Now you can devour me to escape the ancient era. Wukong said. That old dragon is full of schemes, still looking for a successor even after death. I want to leave the ancient realm but don't like being manipulated, plus meeting the 10 desolate great gods is interesting. The remark left the dragon ancestor stunned. Wukong sighed. You don't seem like much of a prize. Dragon ancestor shouted angrily. You rotten monkey, do you know what you just missed? I, Zhu Juin, will definitely follow you. Wukong's eyes turned blood red. breath cold, staring straight ahead. The dragon ancestor warned, devouring isn't just about gaining power but also absorbing the other's personality. You control Zhu Rong, but if you swallow more, will you still be yourself? I chose you because I don't want power falling into greedy hands. You will have the power to break the seal without losing your original mind. He looked at the advisor, voice full of suspicion. Sounds great, but how do I know you won't seize the chance to possess me? Dragon ancestor admitted, that is of course naturally a possibility, but my spiritual consciousness is as weak as you see. Sometimes I will appear to talk to you, you don't mind, right? He silently looked at his glowing red hand. Strong whirlwinds suddenly engulfed Wukong, dragging along massive waves. Wukong immediately recognized the culprit. Looks like Zhu Rong is dead. Someone wants to be the fisherman reaping the benefits. Before him was water churning violently, creating a terrifying scene. Suddenly the water receded, clearing a path for something about to rise. A monster appeared, beside it a half-human creature with a blurry lower body. I do mind. From the gloomy sky, a raindrop fell right onto the little girl's head. The heavy downpour made her cover her head. So annoying. Raining again. My clothes just dried. Mui said nothing, just sighed softly. The girl took shelter under a tree. Sister and Z went to find medicine for her brother. Her tiger is really cute. Now only I and this stranger are left. So boring. And those two strange brothers. Clearly the older one cares for the younger but has such a stubborn mouth. The girl brushed that aside, asking Mui. You said we'd take a boat, but the moon is up and I see nothing. If not for your slowness, I would have cloud-stepped there already. He lost patience, voice stern. We are fleeing for our lives. Be quiet. The girl didn't care, interrupting. That's right. It's the sea. My first time seeing the sea, vast and boundless. Can't even see the shore. Before the two appeared large sailing ships. The white sails had strange red characters written on them. Mui warned, bad weather, can't set sail. I'll find a place to rest, but be careful. This region has many bandits. Just as he finished, he saw the girl standing before a cage covered in yellow talismans. What's inside that needs talismans? Mui followed close. Probably smuggling rare beasts. None of our business, don't be nosy. Inside the cage was a dark red fishtail. The girl recognized it immediately. This is a Jouren. Beautiful girl with fish scales on her body slowly revealed herself. The Jouren sat up, looking at the two standing outside the cage. She had a human upper body and a large tail below. Is this the legendary Jouren? So beautiful. I saw them in official collections before, but they were all dead. The girl moved to approach, but Mui stopped her. Little Highness, don't get close. Jouren are fierce and love eating humans. That's why it's caged. As he spoke, the Jouren violently smashed the cage, trying to escape. The girl backed away in fear. Mui had predicted it. Told you not to get close. This thunder talisman's power is strong. Definitely created by an expert. A yellow talisman fell to the ground with the wind. As the talisman touched skin, a current of electricity passed through, making the Jouren scream in pain. She trembled, fighting the talisman's power. Her unformed hand still webbed and covered in blood. Witnessing this, both frowned. How pitiful! Mui regained his composure. A rare Jouren imprisoned by a thunder talisman. Why is it in this dilapidated fishing village? The girl asked. What do you mean rare? Mui explained. Jouren oil burns for 10,000 years without extinguishing. Rumored to be used as the eternal lamp in Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum. Hearing this, the Jouren sat still, resigned. Imperial mausoleum? Could it be? The rain grew heavier. Two fierce men approached. Who are you? Outsiders are forbidden here. Who else could enter this remote place? Saw the Jouren? Then you can't be spared. One raised a lantern to shine on their faces, voice arrogant. Not government officials. Mui calmly warned. Little Highness, get behind me. They intend to kill. The girl stubbornly stayed put. Let's fight. Why fear these two? Mui reached behind. I fear there are accomplices. Better to be cautious. Two fishermen drew swords, provoking. Consider yourselves unlucky. Saw something you shouldn't have.
Sorry.
A white talisman flew before Mui, then was slashed in two. He stood still, preparing to cast a spell. The talisman fragment fell, merging with the rain. The girl also readied for battle. Useless to talk. The fisherman attacked first. Mui chanted, white golden characters appearing before him. Obey the command. A large hand appeared from another dimension. The hand struck the crowd with lightning speed to avoid alerting others. The girl froze, staring at Mui. He slowly opened his eyes, rainwater running down his nose. It seemed big trouble was coming. She looked him straight in the eyes, fearless. Since it's already done, you might as well break this thunder talisman. Wu couldn't believe she was so bold. Break the thunder talisman? Does little highness want to? The girl nodded. That's right, at least you have a brain. Amidst the large waves, the Jaren arched her body and landed on the water surface. She dove down, thrashing her crimson tail. The girl was soaked, but her eyes were satisfied. Don't get caught again. You won't always have someone to save you. Mu-Yi pulled her back to reality. You speak without thinking of yourself? How do we escape now? The girl looked back. They were surrounded. Arrows flew in thick as rain. Mu-Yi pushed her behind, creating a shield with one hand. Get behind me! The formation couldn't hold. Arrows pierced through toward them. The girl watched in horror as Mu-Yi was struck in the shoulder, blood flowing endlessly. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, mixing with rain. This archery style is definitely not ordinary. Mu-Yi tried to resist but was exhausted, sitting down, and the arrowheads are poisoned. The Jaren underwater witnessed it all, a suspicious blue-green light radiating around her. Under the rain, the Jaren still carefully observed the fleet and the two of them. Despite his injury, Mu-Yi still tried to chant and cast a secret art. Arched shield appeared, blocking all attacks to protect them both. He panted, but his gaze remained calm. My secret art can at least hold for a while. Use cloud stepping to escape. The girl, checking his wound, asked, But what about you?
Muisnep, stop doubling.
I promised Great Master Jin-chan to take care of you. The girl gritted her teeth. Idiot! Who needs your care? Finishing. She grabbed a long blade and charged at the crowd. These guys just need to be killed, that's all. The girl focused her strength, swinging the blade down at the crowd. Mu-Yi endured the pain, surprised by her strength. That is purple demon chi? Golden characters of the secret art appeared on her forehead. The girl closed her eyes, chanting, ready to strike. Rain grew heavier. She stood still, then slowly opened her eyes, regaining calm. Just now Suddenly a blade rose to sneak attack her. Mu-Yi shouted, Watch your back! The Jaren suddenly leaped from the water, hugging the girl to take the blow. The girl turned, shocked that she almost lost her life here. A strange purple-blue light wrapped around the girl, lifting her into the air. Her eyes turned pitch black, her red clothes had turned white at some point. White energy was sucked out of her, her hair blown into a mess. Mu-Yi was weak but still called out, Little Highness, wake up! The villagers were terrified. Run, monster! They stared, stunned, not knowing what to do. The girl had gathered enough strength, slowly opening her eyes with thick evil chi. She waved her hand, a whirlwind hurling rocks at them. The girl smiled slightly, signaling everything had just begun. Immediately after, all the fishermen attacking them were wiped out. The girl looked emotionlessly at the blood scattered on the ground. Some drops splattered on her cheek. Things settled. She turned to look at the Jaren lying on the ground. Still alive. Mu-Yi endured pain. If we use the secret art to seal the demon soul, then it's up to you. The girl didn't answer, just reached out to use the secret art to pull the arrow from his body. Poisonous blood is out. Rest a bit and it'll be fine. Mu-Yi replied, What must come will come, so I can't go to the sea with you. Poisonous gas flew out, landing on her hand. What a pity. Still haven't reached the sea. She looked at the gas, silent. A male voice sounded. So Elder Jin-chan sealed the demon. No wonder I couldn't find it. But even with the golden cicada's restraining power, it shouldn't have been able to resist. Unless Little Highness's power is still incomplete. The girl turned to look at him, full of pressure. So what? Want to try? Sivu stepped forward, half joking. Little Highness, don't lump me in with those wild demon beasts. The girl interrupted with contempt. To put it plainly, you're just craving this power too. Sivu admitted. I do want this power, but not for myself. I want to establish a new order to unify the three realms. The girl retorted. Why should I believe you? Sivu was calm. The three realms were originally one, no distinction between noble and base. Now for profit, the 9 heavens and ancient realm are separated from the mortal realm. God or demon, right or wrong, all decided by those with power. Demons eating humans is evil, so isn't God's eating faith evil? Eating flesh kills the body, eating faith kills the heart, what's the difference? The demon spirit descended to break the seals. I am willing to serve a new master to unify the three realms. The girl suddenly didn't know what else to say. Around Sivu radiated a brilliant purple-red light. He looked at her, continuing to persuade. Demons eating humans is evil. God's eating faith is no different. The demon spirit's appearance is heaven's will to unite the three realms. I am willing to serve you in regaining your power. He waited for an answer. The girl was indifferent. I was born human. Why should I be in the same boat as you to harm my own kind? Besides, If this power is as great as you say, why do I need you to serve me? Why should I let you use me? She flew up to look at the kneeling figure. Good and evil in the world aren't as simple as you think, and your current power is still not enough to resist the golden cicada's restraining power. If you wish, I will help you regain your power to see good and evil clearly. Then you can decide the life and death of the three realms yourself. Immediately after, he transformed into a giant monster. In an instant, the monster appeared, grinning at the girl. He crawled before her. What do you think? The girl reached out. Fine. Then lead the way and let me see. Immediately after, the girl sat on the monster's neck, ready to join forces. Mu-Yi endured pain to support the Jiaren. Little Highness! She turned to look at him, dropping a word of advice. Take care. Afterward, the girl controlled the beast and disappeared into the thick fog. Calculated while moving. Heard you can open the demon realm gate. I want to go. I swallowed the underworld soul pill but still lack the strength to open it. I don't care, I want to go. Then we have no choice but to wait for you to recover your strength. On the steep mountainside, a temple was being rebuilt from ashes. Scrawny bamboo scaffolding rose like the skeleton of an ancient monster surrounding the structure. Amidst the gloomy scene, two nuns pressed their palms together devoutly. Your Highness personally supervising. This poor nun is truly overwhelmed. Crown Prince Changchongan replied, Great Master, don't be formal. This is an imperial monastery after all. Heard it was destroyed by demons. This matter concerns imperial dignity, so Father ordered me to investigate. He said sternly, I wonder if the Great Master has anything to say? The Crown Prince continued. Previously the Queen of Western Liang also mentioned this to Father, but before he finished, the nun interrupted. Invite His Highness to the side hall for tea. Seeing the nun bow, he solemnly greeted back, showing no anger despite being interrupted. The abbess sighed, easing the tension. Your Highness, don't blame her. Kong Ming has suffered from soul wandering since arriving here. The Crown Prince replied. No matter, truly a pity for such a beauty. He asked further, This hall is? The abbess explained. This is the residence of an old friend. Beiji's silhouette appeared. This place was terrifyingly quiet. Unlike noise outside, Beiji appeared with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs. The Crown Prince was still cheerful. The abbess's old friend must be an expert. Can you introduce us? The abbess refused. That person doesn't like meeting strangers. Beiji's large black shadow blocked the light, completely contrasting with the peaceful sky outside. Beiji muttered. This nun won't let me eat meat, even forbids me from meeting the little nun. The abbess was calm. The Crown Prince is here. You go out intending to scare people? You should watch your mouth. The abbess looked at the black wooden talisman on him, curiously asking. You still wear it? Isn't your magic power gone, useless now? Beiji growled. Who says it's useless? If there's a pure body willing to sacrifice, then... The abbess sighed, changing the subject. Heard Elder Jin Chan told you to stay here? For what? Beiji was annoyed. That little monk forgets as soon as he speaks. You believe him too? The abbess asked directly. If you don't believe him, why don't you leave? The question made Beiji freeze. Pondered. Over 10 years spent searching for the scattered demon power of spirits. At the same time, outside in the courtyard, the nun was sweeping leaves when a voice called out, Little Master Kong Ming, please stop. The Crown Prince of Chang'an stepped forward and asked, Little Master, you look very familiar. Have you ever been to the Imperial Palace before? He mused, recalling the past. The nun looked at him with disdain, inwardly loathing. Fool, who needs your care? These things only need. The nun glared, a surge of dark power erupting and overwhelming her reason. To be slaughtered! Flash of light tore through the sky, drowning out even the shrill scream, No! Gong Ming! At that same moment, in the dark cellar, Zhu Beiji felt the mountain shake violently. He roared, Abbess, Kong Ming has fainted. A pillar of eerie purple-pink energy erupted from the ground, piercing straight up into the high heavens. Blue lightning tore through the black clouds as a sinister voice echoed. A demonic figure appeared amidst the deep purple smoke. Wild, glowing purple eyes and a deadly voice resonated. Found you! From the sky, a black shadow dove down like a meteorite. It was a headless demon with a muscular body shrouded in black chi. Zhu Beiji gripped his weapon, his voice full of anger. You lot are truly annoying, always liking to disturb others. He fixed his glowing red eyes on it, without a hint of fear. The demon was like a massive mountain of flesh shrouded in purple smoke, shoulders sprouting sharp spikes, back radiating energy like hellish wings. Zhu Beiji gripped his weapon tightly, pouring all his strength into the strike. He swung down hard as if to tear space itself apart. The strike lunged straight at the demon, making heaven and earth tremble. Temple shook violently. The abbess rushed out anxiously, calling loudly, "Zhu Gang Lai!" Zhu Beiji was completely overwhelmed, his throat gripped by the demon. "A wretch like you dares to stop me?" Zhu Beiji was choked until he spat blood. The abbess did not hesitate to rush out. "Stop! Let him go at once." The demon unleashed a blast of energy toward her. Being a frail mortal, she fell after one strike, only managing to call out, "Zhu Gang Lai!" Zhu Beiji stared in shock at the abbess. Her body had fallen, her voice fading away. Zhu Beiji seemed to be infused with immense power, breaking free from the demon's grip before anyone knew it. He caught her, his voice trembling. "I told you not to come out. Why are you so foolish? I will take you to the heavenly court to find the Jade Emperor. Lao Jun will save you," she replied weakly. "True, if I weren't foolish, who would sacrifice themselves for you?" She touched the talisman, whispering, "A purine body is rare, but if you wanted to find one, why couldn't you?" A beam of light immediately enveloped Zhu Beiji. The talisman glowed red as if infused with new life. The demon was stunned by this strange phenomenon. Zhu Beiji was surrounded by light and feathers. From his back grew authoritative golden wings and sharp claws. His body transformed completely, radiating a magnificent golden power. The scene was magnificent, like a god descending to the mortal realm, but that immense power was bought with the life of the person in his arms. Zhu Beiji stood up with overwhelming majesty. His face clearly revealed the rage waiting to explode. Zhu Beiji leaped high, lunging straight toward the demon. He gripped his weapon, now covered in a brilliant golden glow. He swung down hard at the demon without a shred of mercy. A circle of golden light enveloped the demon like a prison cage. Lightning bolts numbed the monster with pain. Zhu Beiji screamed loudly as if losing his mind. He gathered his strength and delivered a massive blow to the cage trapping the demon. The strike made the demon stagger and sent it flying high into the sky. Zhu Beiji also lunged after it, his massive wings flapping hard as if preparing to execute the monster. Zhu Beiji's eyes were full of hatred. The ring around the demon exploded in the sky like fireworks. Flames erupted as if to incinerate space, but within that sea of fire, the demon stubbornly held on. It used all its strength to leap out of the sea of fire. Its body was charred black, looking extremely grotesque, yet it was still ready to fight. Zhu Beiji did not stop, pouring all his power into lunging toward it. He lunged like deadly lightning. One slash severed the monster's arm. The wound was extremely severe. The severed arm fell, blood gushing out, but the monster was not yet dead. Zhu Beiji looked at it with deadly eyes. The demon regained its stance, mocking, "You are very strong, but attacks like this won't kill this old one." Wounds on its body gradually healed, and a new arm began to grow as if it had never been severed. Zhu Beiji stood high above, looking down at it like a god looking at a lowly creature. He smirked mockingly. "Who said I wanted to kill you? Letting you die would be too easy for you." Zhu Beiji and the demon confronted each other, one dominating the sky, the other as if wanting to crush the ocean. Sky tore open with a purple streak of light, forming a distorted energy vortex. Zhu Beiji spread his wings, looking down arrogantly like a god of war. The demon was no less formidable with its rippling muscles and glowing blue tattoos. The demon sneered, "Must admit your immortal arts are very powerful, but surely you can't attack forever." Zhu Beiji only glanced at it, his face unmoved. It continued to twist the knife. "When your immortal arts are exhausted, what will you do?" Zhu Beiji calmly admitted. "I indeed am not using immortal arts to kill you, and my immortal power doesn't have much left. You have strong physical bodies, but winning doesn't rely solely on that." The battle lasted for 7 days and nights, from the 9 provinces to the peak of the Milky Way. Zhu Beiji said majestically, "Do you not realize I lured you here on purpose? The 9 heavens Milky Way is also called the Penglay Weak Water, a place where even a great golden immortal must suffer for 10,000 kalpas. This is the place I guarded for 1,000 years, originally thinking I would never return. But because of you, I had to come back to this old haunt." As soon as he finished speaking, waves of fury rose up like giant water dragons, engulfing the demon. Zhu Beiji activated his ultimate divine ability, Heavenly Dipper Spell, overturning rivers and seas. The demon was buried in the weak water, unable to regenerate. Zhu Beiji formed a seal. A blinding golden light revealed an ancient sealing array, freezing and imprisoning the monster forever at the bottom of the abyss. Zhu Beiji's wings were imprinted on the sky, marking the victory. The demon had turned into a jade crystal block floating amidst the weak water vortex. That was its eternal prison, a blue jade crystal block floating amidst the raging weak water current. Inside the crystal block, the black shadow of the wolf demon reached out desperately. Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning erupted from within, tearing through the crystal block with a blinding crack. The seal shattered. The crystal cracked into 1,000 pieces, scattering dark fragments into the air. It was Zhu Beiji himself who smashed the crystal block into tiny fragments. Zhu Beiji grabbed the fragment containing the demon's hateful eye, saying contemptuously, "I will scatter every piece of your flesh across 3,000 miles of the world, so you may suffer the heavenly tribulation day and night. Bullying the weak doesn't make you stronger. It only motivates the weak to rise. If you don't understand that, even if you are immortal, you can only watch the weak surpass you. Stay here and figure out how to get a brain back." Finished, Zhu Beiji's face became more pensive than ever. He returned to bury his beloved. Amidst the gloomy mountains, he said sadly, "This is where we met. I bury your remains here. From now on, there is no need to chant sutras." The grave stood silently amidst the mist. Zhu Beiji wore simple white robes, hair loosely tied, bowing silently. No longer looking like a war god, he was now like a traveler who had let go of everything. He whispered, "Wait for me to finish my work, and I will return to you. Your status is recorded on the tombstone. This time I will not break my word. Wait for my return." He stood up and left, leaving behind the grave inscribed with the words, "My wife Cui Lan," a testament to their tragic love. Yang Chan paced back and forth alone, dazed and sorrowful. She watched the wind blow and mused, "Damn Lu Yenchong, if he hadn't scolded me, I wouldn't have come down to the mortal realm on my own and been reprimanded by second brother." She lowered her face to the ground. "That day I clearly had things to do, misunderstood the meaning, and that's why I wrote that poem." She thought aimlessly. She stood straight in the wind. Ordering his soul captured for punishment was truly a bit excessive. "Yang Chan, don't be so childish anymore." She looked up at the large house. "Don't know who caused chaos in the underworld, making the ghosts scatter. If I can't find him, I fear his physical body." Hearing a noise, the official questioned, "Who is there? Identify yourself." Yang Chan looked up. "I am Yang Chan of the West Peak Temple, Mount Hua, here to pay respects to the city god. Please, spirit beast, report for me." He bowed. "Yes." The official quickly clasped his hands in salute. "I did not know the third Holy Mother had arrived. This subordinate is remiss. The local city god pays respects. I do not know what business the lady has with this subordinate." Yang Chan sighed and explained the situation. The official interrupted. "I will do my best as the lady instructs, but the underworld is having a major event. I cannot spare myself to help," she said sadly. He then came up with an idea. "How about this?" Suddenly a tiny ghost appeared, shouting noisily, "What is it, city god?" Yang Chan looked at the strange creature in surprise. "What is this tiny thing?" The official introduced it casually. "This is a tiny ghost, very agile. Just leave the soul searching to it." Seeing it motionless, he coughed lightly. "Forgot. Ghosts are they can't stand yang energy." He shook it. "Hey, are you still alive?" In the middle of the full moon night, plumes of smoke drifted in the darkness. The smoke came from the guiding lantern. The tiny ghost grumbled, "Little nun, how many lifetimes did you cultivate to get the city god to help you find someone?" She nodded happily. "True, the city god is very kind." Walked on casually. "This is a gathering place. Wandering ghosts are often attracted here. The person you are looking for must be around here." Yang Chan worried. "A gathering place? Truly scary? Could there be ghosts?" The tiny ghost broke into a sweat. Aren't you here to find a ghost?" he asked curiously. "And what is the background of that Lu fellow?" Yang Chan sighed. "It really is terrifyingly dark." She looked around and replied, "Background." Suddenly she and a ghost crossed paths. It lunged quickly, opening its mouth wide to pounce. Yang Chan stood still. As it neared, the surrounding demonic energy became even gloomier and more sinister. But the tiny ghost handled it quickly, saying contemptuously, "Dead ghost, you've got guts. Seeing the city god's lantern and not avoiding it?" He growled, interrogating. "Confess quickly. What's your name? Where are you from? When did you die, and why did you die?" The tiny ghost irritably summoned its power. "I see you have no status like this little nun." Yang Chan teared up hearing it threaten. "Forget it. Let me eat you to make it worth the effort." The tiny ghost suddenly frowned, looking to the left. "Damn. The obstructors are here again." From afar, the figures of black and white impermanence were approaching. He hid his ghostly smile behind a pale white mask. The other one, with a gloomy and sinister expression, approached them. The silent night enveloped them. The tiny ghost looked anxiously at the two unpleasant figures. Black and white impermanence. Trouble. These two hold high rank and often order us city god ghosts around. One lowered his voice. Little ghost, I see your lantern is that of a city god subordinate. Why are you running around here? The other asked, Eighth Master, don't be angry. This little ghost is a favorite of the city god, named Lingli Ghost. The tiny ghost stammered. This person is a distinguished guest of the city god, here to find a wandering soul. I hope you too will show some respect. Black and White Impermanence sneered. Distinguished guest? Let's see if this guest has enough weight. The tiny ghost whispered. These are status-seeking ghosts. Just take any big title and threaten them. Yang Chan considered. Holy Mother of Mount Li or Queen Mother of the West? Then she shook her head. No, that would be disrespectful. Just tell the truth. Xie Bayan and Fan Wuzhou discussed. Old 7. No need to be polite. A local city god doesn't have distinguished guests. Besides, she has no immortal aura. Eighth Master, don't be rash. I find this young lady very familiar. He looked closely at the strange guest. Coming to find a wandering soul, she must have hidden her immortal aura. Otherwise, how would the soul dare to come near? We should probe to avoid mistakes. A circle of dazzling golden light suddenly appeared behind Yang Chan. Black and White Impermanence were startled and dumbfounded. Third Holy Mother Yang Chan. Xie Bayan worried. Heard she is the younger sister of Erlang Shen. He loves his younger sister very much. Once caused chaos in the heavenly court for her, and still does. Thinking of Yang Jian, White Impermanence trembled. True Lord of manifested holiness. If we offend his younger sister, our old lives might not be kept. White Impermanence stopped Fan Wuzhou. Eighth Master, please step back, so I can say a few words. The tiny ghost and Yang Chan looked at them in confusion. After exchanging words, Black Impermanence turned back, stammering and whispering. You said you wanted to find a wandering soul. Don't know who you want to find. Look, we just collected some unidentified wandering souls. Lu Yanchong, you two check for me. The tiny ghost was startled and vaguely confused about what this action meant. Yang Chan clicked her tongue and recounted everything. The situation is like this. White Impermanence nodded continuously. Understood. The wandering soul escaped recently. We too are on official business, carrying many record books. He flipped it open immediately. Then let me help you. Lu. Black Impermanence paused for a few seconds and then summoned it into his hand. You see if this is the young master. Lu Yanchong. Their words added hope for Yang Chan. The physical body is still alive. Now returning it, surely it can still be saved. Then the figure of young Master Lu floated down gently from above. Yang Chan sadly closed her eyes as if apologizing. Sorry, young Master Lu, for letting you suffer. Don't know what else will happen. She left quietly and quickly. Better to take the young master home. Afterwards, Black and White Impermanence nudged each other, whispering, catching it, discussing how they would explain it when they returned. Don't be sad anymore. Yang Chan walked back, innocently confiding. Young Master Lu, I am truly embarrassed. At first, I led you to write a letter on the wall scolding me. Oh, after walking a distance, she stopped and looked at her palm, wondering if the young master's form now could hear or see. In short, Yang Chan looked at young Master Lu's soul for a moment, then decided. Forget it. She decisively tossed it to the other side of the building. The people in the house cheered loudly. The master, the mistress, the young master have awakened. Yang Chan looked back one last time to bid farewell. The matter is over. Time to return to Mount Hua. If second brother finds out, he will be furious again. A figure appeared at the doorway, causing the servants and father to rush after him. Son, you cannot leave yet. The young master has just revived. Where are you rushing off to? Hearing the commotion, Yang Chan curiously turned to look. Young Master Lu stood shyly by the door and suggested. Young Master Lu stood shyly peeking from behind the door frame. Although it was only my spirit, I still remember you risked your life to save me. This great favor, Yang Chan turned back to look, but did not know what to say. She quickly turned away with a parting instruction. No need to repay the favor. This happened because of me. Just watch your words in the future. Young Master Lu was shy and dared not look directly. Then confessed, I know my words were arrogant. I do not know when I offended you. If possible, I invite you to the temple fair in 2 days, to fulfill my duty as a host. Hearing this, Yang Chan was startled and muttered 2 words. Temple fair. Her face darkened with extreme embarrassment and craving. Candied hawthorn, steamed buns, fireworks. She was extremely hesitant and conflicted. This matter is over. I must return to the mountain immediately. Afterward, the two of them walked together to enjoy the fireworks festival filling the sky. Yang Chan's face lit up because the scene before her eyes was so sparkling. Young Master Lu happily waved his hand, calling her closer. The two looked at each other calmly without saying a word. It turned out Yang Chan was craving many delicious treats around here. Young Master Lu then held out a delicious grilled candied hawthorn in front of her. She was aware of her appearance, so she was a bit flustered. However, after tasting it, her satisfied expression was immediately visible on her face. Young Master Lu walked over with a colorful masquerade mask. He opened the mask and quietly observed Yang Chan. The two of them wore masks and walked together to enjoy the festival. Finally, they stopped to watch the fireworks by the quiet riverbank. Young Master Lu leaned back and asked, "You said you have never been to a temple fair?" Yang Chan nodded gently in agreement. "That is right, my brother does not let me descend the mountain," he teased. "Then your brother must be very strict." Yang Chan said nothing but quietly looked into the void. "Second brother is only strict on the outside." She reflected on everything. "Actually, he dotes on me very much." The image of Yang Jian carrying his younger sister appeared in her mind. Back then, the two of them had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace together, overcoming thousands of difficulties. Yang Jian was extremely confident and stronger than anyone else back then. Yang Jian just quietly looked into the void and pondered. If it were not for protecting me, second brother could have been much freer. Afterward, young Master Lu took a deep breath and stood up. "It is late, let us go home." "Are you sure you do not need me to take you home? A girl traveling alone is often unsafe." Hearing that, she giggled aloud. "Clearly, I saved you, yet you dare to be bold." He could only smile back. "That is true." Yang Chan nodded politely to say goodbye. "Thank you." Young Master Lu turned back, watching her with lingering affection. "It is good that you do not hold a grudge, Holy Mother." Hearing that, Yang Chan was startled and shouted, "You knew from the beginning?" He looked happily into the distance. "I am not that stupid. Last time I got drunk and wrote poetry at Mount Shi Temple, then started having bad luck. I brought it upon myself. But I did not expect the Holy Mother would not hold a grudge and save my life." The two quickly said their goodbyes and left. He approached to monitor the scene. "Is that your sweetheart? That white-faced man with the glib tongue? You must be careful." Yang Chan naively asked back, "What is a sweetheart? Do you want to follow me back to Mount Shi Temple? Be friends with my attendant." The Tinte ghost also looked over, confused and full of questions. "Mount Shi Temple? Who are you really?" Gradually, a figure appeared after the two left. The moon was full, signaling an ominous sign. The Daoist quietly turned his head in all directions, listening for news. He seemed to be plotting something in his heart. The Tinte ghost walked over and laughed foolishly. "So that is it." The noise made both of them jump and turn back. "Who is that?" Yang Chan stared blankly at the distant figure. "Young Master Lu," she exclaimed in surprise and confusion. "Didn't you go home? Why are you still here?" Young Master Lu looked up with disheveled hair. "The young lady is indeed colluding with ghosts." His eyes were full of murderous intent. "You crippled my Daoist arts. I did not expect I still have a body of evil arts. Now let us see how to settle this debt." Hearing that, Yang Chan felt even more confused. He had just uttered 3 words when the opponent charged. How cruel. Young Master Lu lunged forward with relentless threats. "You broke the old man's leg. I will make you and the entire Lu family die." He gritted his teeth, full of hatred. "Let us die together." Yang Chan fell backward in surprise, eyes wide. "You are..." The figures of young Master Lu and the Daoist gradually appeared. The Tinte ghost immediately jumped up to deliver a counterattack. The Daoist materialized quickly without flinching. "You living are not much more useful than a corpse. Otherwise, a little ghost like you." He turned to smile with a mouth full of syrup. The Daoist took out a treasure and confidently declared, "But it does not matter, I have obtained this treasure." Yang Chan grimaced, panting with fear. "From the beginning, you targeted the Baolian lantern. Its divine power is something even second brother cannot withstand, let alone a mortal." She shouted, "Young Master Lu, stop!" The Baolian lantern immediately emitted a brilliant green light. Yang Chan was startled, unable to help but exclaim, "Lu!" She was sad, her eyes brimming with tears. "Young Master!" After that move, everything was just ashes blending into the air. The Tinte ghost crept closer, not daring to look up. "Sorry, when I arrived, that wretch had already run away." He sadly picked up the effigy. "I have retrieved the effigy containing young Master Lu's soul." The Tinte ghost looked at it and instructed, "Later, the impermanence ghost will come to collect the soul, reincarnate into a good family in the next life." Yang Chan bowed her head and sobbed in the mist. She turned to the Tinte ghost. "Everything is because I harmed him. If it were not for my momentary stubbornness." It quickly reassured her. "I understand you blame yourself, but the physical body has been shattered." She was silent for a moment, then asked, "Will you agree to help me with one thing?" It hesitated then nodded. All right. A while later, the Lu family happily ran out. The young master is back. Did you have fun at the festival? He blankly reflected on everything, the words of the Tinte ghost still echoing in his mind. You should know this is an insult to heavenly law. Young Chan proposed a plan. I will use the lotus heart to reconstruct the body for the young master to avoid the suffering of reincarnation. You transform into the young master to deceive the world. This lotus leaf will help you go out during the day. When the body is complete, you will be free. The Tinte ghost worried. But you ruined this divine object. I do not know how you will be punished. It blankly thought, to save a mortal, is it worth it? When Yang Chan returned, everyone was excited. The Holy Mother has returned. The true Lord is looking for you. She nodded slightly. I know. Everyone wondered. Why is the mother carrying this child? Whose child is it? Yang Chan ordered, Ling Chi, if anyone asks, say this child is mine. His name is... Her gaze became more determined than ever. Chunxiang. Antu struggled to climb to the mountain peak, panting heavily. She blankly lifted her sweaty face, stammering without words. Mount Chenyuan. Tai quietly appeared and reminded. This kind soul, since you know this is Mount Chenyuan, you must know mortals cannot come here. He continued. Even if you reach the peak, you will be blocked by the barrier, and your life will be in danger. Antu was startled and looked closely. Are you Tai Zhenren, the master of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Chenyuan? Tai heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. He was startled and looked down at the trembling arm. This bracelet. Tai stammered. You are Nezha? He shouted anxiously. Why didn't you tell me about such a big matter, you brat? Follow me up the mountain so your master can check the injury on your arm. Tai approached and asked, Where is Nezha? Does he not dare to meet me? Antu sadly raised her head. Brother Li. She recounted everything. I came this time hoping for the true Lord's guidance, begging the immortal master to treat Brother Li's injury. Tai shouted indignantly. The arm is broken? Who is so bold as to dare injure my disciple? He drew in the air. You do not need to speak. Let me use the innate bagua to see the whole story. He has always been the one injuring others. How could he be injured? In these three realms, those who can injure him must at least respect me a little. He immediately found the truth. Zhouling Yuanshang? This guy is also a top-tier figure among Earth immortals, under the command of the Savior Heavenly Venerable. But that is all. Tai chanted. Going to the underworld to steal the soul pill. What exactly do you want to do? Do you really want to break the three realms prohibition? Images appeared in his mind. Xingtian returns. Demons descend. Tai continued to chant. Summon Yang Jian. The four fiends. He pondered. Even the four saints of the North Pole, Tianpeng, have returned. Tai's eyes shone brightly. It seems something big has happened recently. The taboos of the three realms are in danger. The demon realm side. A whirlwind arrived. Tai shouted in surprise. It is. He could not believe his eyes. Could it be a... An eye appeared behind him as if watching every move. Tai broke into a cold sweat. Antu anxiously exclaimed, Immortal Master! Tai exhaled. So exhausting. He offered an object. This lotus seed is specially made for his golden body. Just feed it to him. Tai ordered. Go. Let my bronze crane take you back to treat him. He added. Tell him if you can fight, fight. If not, run. As the bronze crane flew away, Tai watched. He mused. Zhouling Yuanshang wants to link the demon realm to oppose the nine heavens. But does he not care about human affairs? Tai was calculating but could not explain. If it does not concern them, who cares to intervene? None of those people in the nine heavens are willing to exhaust their cultivation to break the prohibition and manage human affairs. He looked at the sky vaguely. How can just a few of them stop the entire demon realm? White Horse confidently questioned. A golden immortal junior has already noticed the demon realm. Your realm cannot break the prohibition now. Keeping your composure is already difficult. So what if you get out? Son Wukong. The person in front was Wukong standing majestically in the middle of the sky. Now Nezha had arrived at a place with a clear and beautiful sky. He looked around to orient himself. Nezha stared blankly in one direction, saying nothing. Antu appeared behind him and gently asked, Brother Li, how is your injury? Have you used the medicine the immortal master gave you? Nezha turned his head awkwardly and replied, Still. Not yet. He recounted wearily. This time Xingtian cut off an arm, destroyed the golden body. I am no different from a mortal. You know, immortals and mortals are different. I am thinking. Antu was stunned to hear. If I could live with you like this until old age, it would not be a bad thing. Nezha looked toward the horizon and narrated. I have been stubborn since I was young, Ever since I borrowed the lotus to form a golden body and enter sainthood, I have only been a tool that knows how to obey orders. Antu suddenly patted his head. Since? She hugged her arm and cried. That hurts. Didn't you say the golden body was broken? Antu tearfully reproached. Of course I want to live with you until old age, but now the world is in chaos. Although I am a woman, I know the principle: if the nest is destroyed, the eggs cannot remain intact. If you only think of yourself, how are you different from those high and mighty immortals? Nezha listened in silence. Antu returned the ring. Here is your universe ring, she said sadly. Take it, do what needs to be done. You have the ability to protect everyone. Let those immortals see that there are still people who dare to shoulder the responsibility. Hearing that, Nezha nodded and stammered, I know. He looked at his hand and said, You should stay away a little. Nezha's eyes turned red, extremely angry. His whole body sank into darkness, but the fire still burned, then flared up violently as if to swallow his whole body. The fire surrounding Nezha formed the shape of a burning lotus flower. The lotus flower grew larger, then exploded, creating tremors echoing everywhere. Nezha's whole body appeared with golden lines as if his strength had been enhanced. He looked straight ahead with angry eyes. Antu raised her hand to shield herself from the power of the explosion. She waved goodbye to Nezha, who was high above. He turned back to look at Antu without saying a word. Nezha lowered his voice and emphasized, You and the child wait for me to return. He flew away into the air with wandering thoughts. Wait for me. Meanwhile, elsewhere, gloomy clouds began to cover the sky. The Crown Prince of Chang'an looked at the sky with tears in his eyes. I worked so hard to bring you into the palace. Why are you hiding in this remote place? He bowed his head and muttered, His Majesty has just ascended the throne. The foundation is not yet stable. If I regain half of my strength, let alone the human emperor. Even the Lingxiao Palace in the 9 heavens. She calmly bowed her head, saying nothing more. Tang Sanzang slowly walked out of Shiliang. He exhaled a breath full of fatigue mixed with irritation. Seeing someone's figure from afar, Tang Sanzang guessed, They have arrived. He stood still and observed without saying anything. Ho Qing gently and gracefully approached. She kept her distance and said, Master, your bearing remains the same. Years ago you used 8 parts of your divine power to seal my strength. Is it time to return it now? Ho Qing kept her face lowered behind her conical hat. Tang Sanzang nodded. Indeed, I used 10 lifetimes of Jin Chanzi to seal you. It is a shame, but your primordial spirit was unstable, which is why you had to hide for so many years. Even with only 2 parts of divine power left, who knows, there might still be a chance. Ho Qing opened her wide, white eyes. Then, her voice became demonic. Are you joking with me, master? This skin was not easy to obtain. Ho Qing gathered resentment to form a purple circle. I will not fight. If this body is ruined, where would I find such a beautiful skin? She laughed smugly. But I know what you fear most, master, is the restriction of the 3 realms. She merged into the sky and left behind a question. If I break it, what will you do, master? Nezha was uneasy. Your Majesty, the moment the master left the city, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. He ordered, Sister Jeanne, have the commoners been settled? She said sternly, The commoners in the city have been arranged properly. Nezha smiled. Good. Monk brother. He looked at the strange purple sky. This time, I will not let you bear it alone, brother. Tang Sanzang held his head high, completely unflinching. He clasped his hands and chanted, golden characters appearing to surround him. A brilliant golden halo appeared behind him. The demons rushed in from afar, growing more numerous by the day. Only Tang Sanzang stood alone, chanting Buddha's name to confront them. Yet, just as they reached him, a figure flashed out to counterattack. It was Sha Wujing. He quickly rushed out to relieve his master. The demons immediately fell from the sky due to his punch. They fell into the very giant vortex they had created themselves. The demon was heavily wounded and could not resist. One of its fins had a large hole, needing much time to recover. But that was not the end. From afar, the figure of the white dragon horse slowly approached. She rushed forward with her mouth wide open as if to devour the opponent alive. Though small, the white dragon horse was not afraid. She powerfully attacked the opponent. Tang Sanzang remained standing in place, continuously chanting Buddha's name. He clasped his hands together, and golden calligraphy characters appeared. Around him, chains appeared, overlapping and intertwining. Very quickly after that, a sword and a giant hand appeared. Ho Qing watched the sky tremble and chuckled. Do you overestimate yourself, master? She sneered with contempt. A seal of this size likely won't last an incense stick's time. The battle was now extremely chaotic, with many factions tearing at each other. Winged demons flew high up to observe the situation. Soldiers shouted orders. Fire arrows! Fire arrows! A powerful rain of arrows shot straight toward the demon horde. They were quickly heavily wounded, ichor splattering everywhere. The commanding soldier glared, observing the tactics. The large demon immediately fell straight to the ground, unable to resist in time. The battlefield was now devastated, with no signs of life. Li Jun was grabbed, her mouth constantly coughing up ichor. The demon seized the opportunity to choke her and pin her tightly to the ground. The little girl screamed in terror, "Sister Jeanne!" After being attacked, she fell freely in midair. But very quickly, Li Jun unleashed a sword strike to regain her composure. The little girl proudly looked up. "Sister Jeanne, are you okay?" Li Jun smiled wryly. "It's not your turn to worry yet, little girl." Both silently watched the battlefield. In this battle, no one. Tang Sanzang still clasped his hands in prayer, facing the sky glowing with fierce purple light. "Get back!" He became increasingly tense, sweat pouring down from expending too much energy. Two heavily wounded demons fell from the sky. Immediately, ichor splattered all over Tang Sanzang's face. The sky was now like a broken formation, with demons falling to the ground one by one. Tang Sanzang, with blood covering his face, still struggled. As expected, "It is still." Sha Wujing nearby immediately volunteered. "Master, leave this side to me. Xiao Bai, hurry and protect them." The white dragon horse did not hesitate, launching her dragon body to fly away in a winding motion. Sha Wujing was left alone, bowing his head to reassure himself. "If I let this soft-shelled turtle wreak havoc, the commoners will have no way to survive. I must hold on until the little girl is evacuated. Forget that black tortoise." He did not hesitate, erupting with all his remaining aura. Sha Wujing's eyes were blood-red. With just one swing of his hand, he sliced the opponent's body in two. Tang Sanzang, who was sitting to stabilize the seal, suddenly spoke. "Bai, you don't need to. This isn't quite right." He observed the big picture and speculated. "Breaking the seal consumes a great deal. It shouldn't be risking itself like this." Far away, Sha Wujing was still highly focused on the battle. The white dragon horse hurriedly warned. "It seems there is someone on the back of that thing. Brother, be careful." But the opponent manifested even faster than the warning. Fei Lian and his killing move had approached Sha Wujing from who knows when. He could not defend in time and would certainly be in danger. With just one move, Fei Lian knocked both of Tang Sanzang's disciples far away. Cracks had begun to appear on the white dragon horse's body. Fei Lian raised his voice to lecture. "You dare to bully the weak? My mount just came out. Have you asked its master yet?" Fei Lian stood imposingly amidst the rain of ichor. "That's how a welcome should be. After returning for 1,000 years, the land of Jojo is indeed still full of spiritual energy." He sneered as drops of ichor splattered on him. Fei Lian held his head high and chuckled. "Tear everything apart to get excited." He continued to unleash the wind blade move forward. Sha Wujing immediately raised his hand to block the attack. He panted wearily, glaring at Fei Lian. He was not afraid at all but challenged. "Clearly exhausted, yet you stubbornly block my attack. Are you stupid?" Finishing his words, Fei Lian waved his hands to unleash another move. "Or are you blocking for someone? Let me slice you in two to see who is hiding." Before he could finish, a hand slammed straight into his face. It was the ultimate move that Tang Sanzang had been channeling his internal energy for. He shouted in anger. Then, a barrage of golden magical hands shot straight at Fei Lian. He gritted his teeth, coughing up ichor. "You want to die?" The scene around him was now a brilliant blue sky, but filled with killing intent. The calligraphy characters quickly surrounded and simultaneously attacked him with great force. Fei Lian was heavily wounded, only able to stand frozen and take the hits. Tang Sanzang's calligraphy characters surged powerfully, rushing to tear the opponent apart. He panted, his mouth full of ichor from exhaustion. Suddenly, Tang Sanzang started and looked over to see who was beside him. Beiji had appeared, using his wings to shield his master. He exclaimed regretfully, "Sorry, little monk, I'm late." Tang Sanzang silently lowered his head without saying a word. Beiji growled, "Leave the rest to us." Years ago, the 9 heavens used the power of heaven and earth to seal the ancient realm and establish the heavenly law. The heavenly realm must not interfere in mortal affairs. In heaven, laws were piled upon laws, so they rarely provoked or fought like mortals. Although there was selfishness, for 1,000 years, the mortal world remained fine. The land of Jujo was still the foundation for both the heavenly realm and the demon realm. The blood-soaked battlefield gathered the toughest fighters of all clans. That scene made Beiji angrily seethe. Ancient gods like you only know how to slaughter, making the mortal world murky with dust. Fei Lian laughed and replied, evolution for survival, keeping only the strong. What is wrong with that? That statement made the immortals furious. Nonsense. Evolution is necessary, but not endless slaughter like you. Tianpeng, we will help you catch him and then argue later. Holding the three-pointed double-edged spear, Yang Jian displayed killing intent. Those folks in heaven aren't any better. In another corner of the sky, Nezha donned his high-end magical treasures, waiting. That's right. The mortal world is in trouble, and we are here to guard it. The three of them rarely shared the same thought, and they all smirked meaningfully. Come on. Let's have a satisfying battle. When the momentum was sufficient, they quickly dashed toward the opponent. That action made Fei Lian frown uncomfortably. A terrifying surge of energy radiated around him. The energy surge caused the vast land below to tremble repeatedly. The heavenly court was in an uproar. Report, the barrier between the mortal world and the demon realm has somehow opened a gap, and demons are flooding down. The Jade Emperor considered and ordered. Dispatch the 4 heavenly kings to lead 500,000 heavenly soldiers down to investigate the cause. Also, do not interfere in mortal affairs. Finding the cause is the priority. But those demon beasts, hurry and pass the order. This matter is not small. It must be handled with absolute caution. Somewhere, the dragon ancestor looked at the erratically swirling clouds, frowning with worry. The celestial phenomena are shifting. The seal has been torn at one corner. You can come out now. Finishing his words, someone's fiery divine eye snapped open after days of being petrified. Wukong slowly stepped out of the 5 Elements mountain after the earth-shaking battle just now. Elsewhere, Fei Lian arrogantly lamented. Unexpectedly, just after breaking the barrier, I encountered tough opponents. I thought coming out early would mean seizing more territory. How disappointing. It seems I must use my full strength, otherwise, I will be left far behind by the others. Saying is doing. He converted his magic into a stream of energy, pulling in more spiritual power to swirl around himself. The large horn on Fei Lian's head glowed, absorbing all energy sources into his body. Nezha was anxious. Let me block and deflect it. But Yang Jian, who was intelligent, hurriedly stopped him. You can't block it. Get out of the way. The 3 of them quickly dodged Fei Lian's sneak attack. Beiji tensely used a formation to protect himself from that energy surge. Afterward, he still did not forget to look straight at that cunning opponent. Beiji channeled all his internal energy, deploying a dangerous technique. The technique struck straight at Fei Lian, but he felt no pain and even mocked, child's play. Gently raised his hand, releasing a simple word, and 3. The 3 heavenly warriors saw that scene and panicked, freezing for a beat. Fei Lian's body was enveloped by an unbreakable energy surge, making the hot-tempered Nezha click his tongue in anger. The Hunyuan ribbon quickly unleashed a spell to increase power. At the same time, the sphere surrounding Fei Lian suddenly exploded. Yang Jian and Beiji could not hide their worry. His horn? I've noticed it. Nezha also observed tensely, sweat silently pouring down. Amidst the explosion, the horn on Fei Lian's head glowed. His eyes were tinged with ferocity, signaling a horror about to descend. High in the sky, Fei Lian's magic shook a vast area. With worry surging, the trio of divine warriors anxiously rushed to break the formation. But after a while, Beiji realized something unusual. The wind movement cannot be broken. It won't harm his physical body. Yang Jian, resting his hands, also nodded frustratedly. His physical body is not strong. Otherwise the little monk's attack would have had no effect. But that horn contains extremely powerful spiritual energy. It's hard for the 3 of us to break the defense. We can't even block one of his attacks. Beiji sighed dejectedly. This is a tough one. The power of that horn is great, but it cannot attack and defend at the same time. I will attack head-on to force him to act. You 2 take the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. A strong gust of wind swept by, making Fei Lian turn around. It turned out Beiji had circled behind to try a sneak attack. Unfortunately, that action was discovered early. Fei Lian had managed to raise his hand to block the attack. The quick movement made Beiji mock. No wonder you raised such a big black turtle. It turns out you only know how to hide in a turtle shell and dare not show your face. Because of those words, Fei Lian flew into a rage. Seeking death, he swung his hand to slash at Beiji. The attack was too fast for him to block, only able to watch his golden wing being slashed off. Fei Lian, triumphant, did not realize Yang Jian had approached from behind. Watch me tear you into pieces. Let's see if you can still talk tough. As 3-pointed double-edged spear swung up, Fei Lian's head was severed from his body. The fierce look remained while the earth and sky spun in his vision. Before Fei Lian could say anything, he felt someone grab his horn. Nezha slowly grabbed the hair on top of his head. He silently channeled more power into his hands amidst his surging rage. In just a split second, Nezha snapped the horn, releasing all the energy outward. Looking at the horn in his hand, he gently asked, Tianpeng, are you okay? Beiji, flying behind, shook his head slightly. I'm fine. Meanwhile, Yang Jian contemplated, looking at the horde of demons flying chaotically before his eyes. He opened his divine eye, preparing to fight while still instructing. Take the chance to recover, Nezha and I will handle these minions. I don't know what else will appear next. From within the evil aura, the demons realized the incident. Fei Lian, one of the 10 desolations, has been destroyed? Without his horn, he is nothing. Go see who killed him. Peeking beneath the white clouds, the presence of the heavenly court made the whole sky more majestic. But inside the main hall, it was chaotic. Report, Tai Zhenren from Canyuan Mountain is requesting an audience. The 12 immortals? Invite him in quickly. The Jade Emperor's eyes were heavy with sorrow, to the point that outsiders could easily notice. He thought to himself, among the 12 immortals, he stayed in the mortal world for his disciple. He truly spoils Nezha too much. The attendant immortal had to remind him, Jade Emperor, Jade Emperor. When he snapped out of it, he blurted out sarcastically, Why is the immortal so furious? Tai asked bluntly, Does the Jade Emperor know that the 3 realms are in great turmoil? Demons have descended, and the demon realm's barrier has a gap? Hearing the vague answer, I have heard. I have already dispatched the 4 heavenly kings to check. He flew into a rage. What investigation? Before the Jade Emperor could answer, Tai poured out a stream. The demon gate may only have a small gap, but desolation god-level demons have appeared. Nezha and Yang Jian are struggling to block them. Yet the heavenly court just stands by and watches. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed and interrupted, Tai Zhenren, please don't be angry. How about this, you come with me to the back garden. Nezha and Yang Jian have special statuses not bound by restrictions, but they cannot do much either. They transcend the 3 realms outside the 5 elements, so let us just watch and wait for changes. Elsewhere, the dragon ancestor was conversing with Wukong. Have we not reached the place where the demon gate opens yet? This demon realm is larger than you think. Moreover, the Jade Emperor sighed. That is a result neither of us wishes to see. He said this only to receive Tai's fury. So you intend to stand by and watch the demon realm slaughter the mortal world? Hearing the Jade Emperor's confidence, the old man sighed in frustration. It is a last resort. I have no heart to abandon them, but the situation is not just about the mortal realm. If we act now, who is willing to sacrifice their cultivation to break the seal? Besides, without the power of demons, can the great powers even break it? Nezha and Yang Jian have special statuses not bound by restrictions, but they cannot do much either. They transcend the 3 realms outside the 5 elements, so let us just watch and wait for changes. Elsewhere, the dragon ancestor was conversing with Wukong. Have we not reached the place where the demon gate opens yet? This demon realm is larger than you think. Moreover, you are not the only one wanting to get out of here, the dragon ancestor observed and continued. In this ancient realm, a rare opportunity has arrived. Tens of thousands of demon beasts will surely flood out. Whoever gets out first will seize more resources. A slaughter is likely unavoidable. Are you prepared? Yang chuckled, enlarging the Rui Jingu bang in his hand. He quickly leaped away, leaving a final word. I'm looking forward to it. At the same time, Red Boy looked at the lightning-filled sky and asked, Bodhisattva, is there no movement from Mount Ling? Guanyin hesitated for a moment and replied, Mount Ling. Primary mission of Mount Ling is to keep the mountain gates secure. That statement made him tremble with anger. So we just sit and watch? But the other continued. The greater one's power, the more suspicion they harbor. Never mind, you wouldn't understand. Red Boy showed clear skepticism. So what do you mean, Bodhisattva? Guanyin said nothing, silently dispelling the seal on his hand and transmitting her voice. Sadhana, I understand what you were thinking. As Guanyin finished chanting to release the golden headband, Red Boy smiled excitedly. Spiritual power accumulated over a long time suddenly erupted, making him extremely joyful. I am a demon, so I don't have as many suspicions as you, Bodhisattva. Let me have a satisfying battle. A body filled with spiritual energy helped Red Boy possess firepower even more powerful than in the past. On the tense battlefield, the ugly demons looked around arrogantly. Before joining forces with the crowd pouring out from the space gate, Yang Jian stood from afar observing the monsters flowing out continuously. He sighed and lamented. They keep coming. Anxiety rising, he tilted his 3-pointed double-edged spear, creating a force just enough to slice the charging monster in two. Seeing this, Beiji flew over to remind him, Erlang, using the celestial eye is very draining. At this rate, your magic power will be exhausted. But Yang Jian did not hear him because he was busy being angry. This is not good. The heavenly court does not seem to intend to act. Only when their status is threatened will they move. Those gods. Suddenly, Red Boy's arrogant, teasing voice echoed in midair. Blessing. All living beings is just empty talk. You gods always put your own interests above all else. At this moment, the three of them were startled and looked at the newcomer. Seeing that Guanyin had no objections, Red Boy excitedly unleashed his firepower.
Sam.
Addy true fire erupted in midair. Red Boy happily immersed himself in the thrill he had not felt for a long time. He excitedly teased Nezha. Kid, come and see whose fire is more powerful. Only to receive a brief sarcastic reply. Childish. He also prepared, standing close to Red Boy and asking how he wanted to compete. The two confronted each other right on the tense battlefield. See that demon king? Let's see who burns it first. His competitive nature flared, causing Red Boy to hurriedly summon the Samadhi Rakshasa fire. Flaming skulls swirled in the sky, creating inextinguishable fires behind them. Not wanting to be outdone, Nezha immediately deployed the Red Lotus Sacred Fire. The two wind fire wheels under his feet flew straight forward, intertwining to accumulate energy in preparation for a strike. Two distinct streams of firepower struck the large, ugly monster simultaneously. But that very act revealed their childishness. Look, I burned him to ashes. Nonsense. Clearly I burned him. Beiji and Yang Jian rarely had to comment in unison. In another space, Guanyin saw this clearly and could not help but chuckle. But on that battlefield, someone exclaimed, I like these two. I'll play with them later. We just want to escape the ancient realm. Those two are not weak. Don't get yourselves killed. That person also slowly contacted their trump cards. Bai Fong. Yet she not only ignored the other's feelings but coquettishly replied, As long as I have you, I won't die. Right? Bai Zhe. Looking at the different streams of fire gradually spreading everywhere, Bai Fong happily exclaimed, Beautiful as fireworks, aren't they? Two handsome young brothers, much better looking than old man Zhu Rong. Isn't that right, Bai Zhe? Not knowing what she was thinking, she took a breath and shouted, Hey, you two pretty young brothers over there. Seeing Nezha and Red Boy stop to look at her, Bai Fong gave an excited, disgusting smile. Whoever among you wins against me, I will allow him to be my husband. Hearing this, Red Boy quickly scolded back. Where did this crazy woman come from? Meanwhile, Bai Fong looked at the minions around. Her joyful mood vanished, giving way to rage. Little minions get lost. Don't disturb me and the young brothers flirting. In the way. As she spoke, her eyes revealed killing intent. Bai Fong's hand slowly created an energy orb. As soon as it was launched into the air, the nearby little demons vanished in the blink of an eye. Their bodies were incinerated, causing screams to die out before they could even be uttered. Bai Fong happily danced again in the chaos she had caused. Seeing that scene, Red Boy could not help but smirk. Blue fire? It's seen fire. Interesting. Taking advantage of the situation not being too tense, Bai Zhe flew over to interrupt his teammates' actions. Bai Fong, don't act recklessly. They are fighting to the death, remember not to get involved. We only wish to escape captivity. Don't cause any more trouble. Regardless of how angrily the other scolded, Bai Zhe remained calm. Bai Zhe, why are you so boring, you idiot? Bai Zhe's eyes slowly opened as his mood became strangely agitated. Clearly, everyone here wanted to stop the demons from escaping the demon gate. Seeing the two noble figures in the sky, he calmly explained, Everyone, we only wish to escape from here. We have no intention of attacking you, and certainly not of causing chaos in the 9 provinces. If you let us leave peacefully, we will use all our abilities to help you. Until he heard the hostile question from Yang Jian. What if we don't agree? Bai Zhe gently expressed his and his teammates' intentions. For self-defense, perhaps the only way is to fight to the death. Standing silently listening for a while, Beiji slowly asked, According to you, even if you don't slaughter the 9 provinces, why waste effort breaking the gate to get out? Can't you stay in the demon realm? Also, what do you mean by helping us? Before Bai Zhe could answer, Bai Fong spoke up quickly. We, Bai Zhe, can observe everything in the world. Although he is just a weak chicken, with my help, killing you all is not simple. That scene made him suffer and cry internally. Choosing Bai Fong as a companion, how have I survived the hardships over the past few thousand years? He sighed and discussed with the divine generals. The ancient realm, though a place where the strong prey on the weak, has been stable. This situation can be said to be caused by the 9 heavens. Now the heavenly tribulation is approaching. Demons are breaking the seals. The 10 Desolations demon realm are powerful entities. Now they are also being hunted. We have no intention of fighting, so we are running out to avoid being implicated. Fei Lian, whom you killed, was merely the weakest in the 10 Desolations. The so-called demons are merely keys to open the gate, and what lies behind the gate, I don't think you want to know. Compared to slaughtering everything inside the gate, closing the gate would be far easier. Seeing no hesitation in the eyes of the others, Bai Zhe slowly brought Tang Sanzang into it. Just like this monk here, I have said all I can. Whether you can find the key and control it depends on your divine powers. At the same time, on the other side of the space gate, Ho Qing angrily growled, Bai Zhe! The rage transformed into a powerful force released outward. Returning to the battlefield, Bai Zhe was still busy arguing. If you still don't believe me, you have seen Bai Feng's simple personality. If you take her as a wife, she will surely risk her life to help. Hearing that, Nezha quickly raised his hand to yield the part to Red Boy, who was standing stunned beside him. In a brief moment, Bai Zhe opened his eyes wide, sensing the movements within the space gate. That caused his attitude to change significantly. Bai Zhe's mind rang with a reminder as he watched her step out of the gate. Now the demon only has half its strength. If it recovers, the demon gate will increase the 9 heavens restrictions. By then, the 9 heavens won't be able to rescue in time, so do your best right now. The 4 divine generals, upon seeing the new character appear, immediately revealed killing intent. For that reason, without anyone telling them, they all simultaneously grabbed their weapons and rushed at Ho Qing. The tense situation made her frown in anger. Just one sentence and you've turned your focus on me. Smart men indeed keep their distance. But Bai Zhe, you seem to be afraid of someone about to come out. The energy source within Ho Qing radiated into the chaotic space. The corpse demon Ho Qing officially flew into a rage, revealing the form of a powerful warrior. That appearance made Bai Feng chuckle. It's not him. The hole is this small and he is so big. How can he get out? Isn't that right, Bai Zhe? But unlike her thoughts, he thought tensely, not knowing when his white eyes had opened. It's not that simple. The sudden appearance of a strong enemy halfway through made Nezha anxious. Ho Qing, because of that expression, rushed to attack him. That scene made Bai Zhe's mood even heavier. Ho Qing was, after all, one of the 10 Desolations with the title of immortal and indestructible. But it was mindless and soulless. Why would it want to rush through the demon gate? Unless someone was controlling it. Meanwhile, Yang Jian was wielding his 3-pointed double-edged spear to rescue Nezha. He quickly activated his third eye, firing a powerful stream of energy at the opponent. Ho Qing's chest was quickly gouged with a hole. However, despite taking such a strong hit, she did not weaken at all. The towering figure of the opponent stunned Yang Jian. What? Ho Qing quickly absorbed his attack into her body, then converted it into her own stream of power and fired it back. The unexpected action left Yang Jian unable to dodge in time, taking a painful hit. The entire scene forced Bai Feng to frown and wonder. Bai Zhe, Ho Qing cannot be that strong. Could it really be him? Only to hear a small name from the other. Qi Yu. Qi Yu, having just unleashed a powerful blow, stood still like a stone statue. His eyes constantly observed Yang Jian, who was injured in the smoke-filled sky. That made Beiji, who was busy fighting elsewhere, look over in panic. Although his mouth was bleeding, Yang Jian still tried to drive them away. Ignore us. To capture the bandits, one must first capture the king. That statement made Beiji hurriedly change direction. His 9-toothed rake was raised, intending to smash into Ho Qing's head, but that was discovered by Qi Yu. He silently transferred a spell toward the two of them. His abdomen suddenly turned deep purple. Just a second later, a demonic arm quickly escaped from that abdominal area. That hand shot straight toward Beiji. The shadow it created covered his uncomfortable face. But just a split second later, his entire large body was squeezed tightly by the demonic hand, leaving nothing out. The scene made Bai Zhe so scared he broke into a cold sweat. Qi Yu parasitized his soul into Ho Qing's body, which is why no one noticed. Elsewhere, the desolate battlefield echoed with the sound of flickering fire, sounding truly mournful. Right in the middle of that place, the little girl was hugging Tang Sanzang's battered body and crying in grief. Guanyin saw that scene and slowly walked closer. The surrounding scene made her sigh. Extreme power will give rise to extreme selfishness. They feel they can control everything in the world, and outside of control is heresy, whether it is true love or nothing at all. She also did not forget to discuss with Tang Sanzang. Jin Chanzi, have I realized what you call small kindness? Saving the world is not only the great undertaking of the powerful, but also the small kindness of all living beings. Guanyin's hand quickly formed a gesture to create a seal, making his body float into the air, causing the little girl to panic. Monk brother! Before she could approach, Guanyin calmly explained, young female donor, Do not be afraid. I will help Elder Jean Chanzi recover his magic power, but I need to trouble you to guard by his side while this poor monk performs the spell. As soon as all obstacles disappeared, she began to focus on casting the spell. Powerful incantations intertwined to form a tall tree. Before completing, Guanyin spoke to remind Tang Sanzang. I will transform all magic power into Bodhi to help you seal the demons. I am determined not to let Chi-Yu reappear in the mortal world, but I do not know if Red Boy can persevere within the allowed time. On the battlefield, Red Boy seemed to hear that sentence and stood still, muttering, Chi-Yu, the ancient demon god who once fought the Flame and Yellow Emperors. He let the Samadhi true fire surge and burn his body, mouth excitedly whispering, Finally! I get to have a battle where I can run wild without restraint. In a vast space with dense fog covering the mountains, bringing a feeling both mysterious and dark. On the tree branches, a few flowers began to bud. A bird perched on the white flower branch with pale yellow sunlight shining down. On the mountain peak at this moment, a brilliant flash of light suddenly flickered. A ray of light suddenly erupted violently, creating a stream of bright red light directed straight into the sky. Immediately, the entire space was submerged in a sea of fire and billowing smoke. The flames suddenly vanished into thin air. From within the smoke, a beam of light suddenly appeared, shooting straight down like an arrow. And Red Boy suddenly stopped, breathing heavily and urgently. His entire body was scorched black, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Even so, he stood tall with his staff in hand, looming in the space with eyes full of determination. Bai Fong saw this and smiled excitedly. Impressive, suppressing even Ho Qing. It seems we've won. Bai Zhe heard this and immediately denied it with a tense expression. It's not that simple. From what I see, he has exhausted all his energy. Bai Fong was shocked and panicked. Impossible! If he lost all his energy, how could he unleash such powerful flames? Bai Zhe looked at Shang Ying, whose body was submerged in spreading flames, and spoke clearly. That is because he is burning his life force. Immediately after, Shang Ying's body erupted in terrifying flames, drowning and swallowing everything around him in a blazing hell. In a blink, a person with tattered clothes suddenly appeared from the smoke, right in front of them. Before the sealed demon gate, Yang Jian spoke in a worried tone. Jean Chanzi, you must endure. For now, only you can seal the demon gate. Do not act rashly before you recover. Yang Jian clasped his hands, radiating light with a hesitant demeanor. It is about to return. The little girl stood in the vast void with a bewildered expression. This is... Before her eyes, the sky was completely dyed red. The desolate, ruined scene left the girl stunned as she asked herself, Is this my home? Little girl and Ho Qing stood facing each other in the silent, dark space, making the atmosphere heavy and extremely tense. Unable to contain her anger, the little girl immediately revealed two sharp, terrifying fangs. She quickly summoned a giant lion with majestic power that appeared right behind her. She pursed her lips, glared angrily, and questioned. Although you possess the power of the demon emperor, you are human. Why do you want to do this? Ho Qing replied arrogantly. Demons are creatures of the heavenly path. I am a mortal, but following the heavenly path is the wise choice, is it not? Hearing this, the little girl declared, Then there is no point in talking. It seems only one of us will survive. Ho Qing widened his eyes with an aggressive, scowling expression. We are both demons. On what grounds do you want to kill me? The little girl did not bother to care and immediately cast magic. Instantly, her entire body flared with brilliant light as intense energy surged, enveloping everything around her. Breaking the seal, opening the demon gate, I must have used a lot of power. How much do I have left? The little girl's eyes were filled with such fury that only the whites remained. Then she swung her hand to attack with a scream that tore through space. Die! Ho Qing stood stunned, shocked by the girl's terrifying power. The soul-shaking power made it impossible for Ho Qing to open his eyes. He could not stand steady and could be blown away at any moment. In an instant, the ground shook violently, causing rocks and dust to rise in a cloud. This earthquake left everyone wide-eyed with shock, panic, and terror at its immense destructive power. In just a moment, Ho Qing's face was deeply etched with cracks like scorched flesh, and he gradually collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. The little girl also suddenly stood still with her eyes fixed and empty. Chi-Yu had appeared silently behind the girl from who knows when and resorted to a cowardly sneak attack. Then he smirked, looking extremely smug and triumphant. The little girl's eyes were stunned, splattered with blood, as if she still could not believe what was happening right before her. She glared angrily, gritting her teeth as she looked at Chi-Yu with fury. Why? Why? Chi-Yu replied nonchalantly. Didn't I say I would take you to see all the ugliness of the world? Even if time is limited, one must experience it personally. He laughed sinisterly as he spoke. I said, my goal is to assist the Demon Emperor in opening the seal and conquering the 3 realms. This cannot be considered breaking my word. Meanwhile, Ho Qing was also shocked by his actions. After being heartlessly thrown into the air by Qi Yu's sneak attack, the little girl lamented sorrowfully. Lord Demon Emperor, please withdraw your power. Break the seal and restore order. Her body gradually fell. The only thing remaining was a blood-stained scrap of cloth floating in midair. In an instant, the little girl's body flew toward Ho Qing, with no chance of survival. The little girl's body dissolved into nothingness, merging into the endless void, leaving behind a feeling of emptiness and coldness that was painful to bear. Meanwhile, intense energy suddenly erupted from Ho Qing and spread throughout the space. Wukong gritted his teeth in fury, choking back emotion as he reached out to grab the scrap of cloth, left behind by the little girl. In that moment, her image flashed into his mind as if he were cradling her body in the palm of his hand. Wukong strode proudly through the sky, which was stained with gloomy and dark colors. Xiangying looked up at the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "The sky has changed color." Bai Fong and Beiji could not help but be stunned. The seal is broken. The demon realm and the human world have almost merged. Bai Zhe, why do those bastards in the 9 heavens just watch as the human world is swallowed by the demon realm? Yang Chan pointed at the sky in panic and called to Yang Jian, "Cousin, come quickly and see. Something is about to come out." Meanwhile, Qi Yu was extremely delighted. "Come, let us restore order so that the heavenly realm pays for its arrogance." From afar, a mysterious figure appeared, wearing a tattered cloak. He wore an iron gauntlet that radiated a power so terrifying. Beside him was a massive, majestic staff. At the same time, Wukong suddenly appeared with a scowling expression, gritting his teeth in fury. Yang Jian widened his eyes in utter astonishment. "That is..." His stuttering voice rang out in shock. "Son Wukong." Wukong stood with an arrogant posture and extremely determined eyes. The power radiating around him made the space heavy and suffocating. At the same time, a dense swarm of dragons suddenly arrived from afar at terrifying speed. Their roars echoed across the heavens and earth. Then they spread their wings and charged to attack ferociously. Yet Wukong did not tremble. Instead, he pouted, showing his annoyance. He quickly swung his staff back, ready to counterattack in a single blow. As soon as he raised his staff high, intense lightning erupted, wrapping around the entire length of the staff. Then he swung the staff, launching an attack toward the dragon swarm. Bursts of energy exploded with the strike, as if tearing space apart instantly. The strike exploded violently. The dragons were instantly torn into hundreds of pieces, blood splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. Witnessing this, Yang Chan asked in surprise, "Cousin, are you sure that is the monkey?" Yang Jian hesitated, replying in confusion, Not entirely sure." After wiping out the dragons, Wukong slowly stepped out from the whirlwind he had created. He suddenly threw his staff forward, making the space even more suffocating. Rolling waves of energy immediately radiated from the staff, and then it slammed down, standing firm like an impenetrable barrier. At this moment, Wukong's blood-red eyes suddenly flashed. Although he said nothing, the power he emitted was enough to make everyone tremble in terror. He gritted his teeth, exhaled a breath of fury, and declared decisively, "Listen, creatures of the demon realm. Whoever crosses the staff shall die." Qi Yu glared at Wukong in anger. If that is not the demon monkey, how could he stop ancient demon creatures? How could that single strike just now contain enough power to shake the heavens and earth? Bai Fong's eyes also flashed, speaking in surprise. The monkey just appeared and already has such overbearing demonic energy. At this moment, Bai Zhe suddenly spoke up. "It's fortunate that Qi Yu is here, otherwise we would have to flee." His face hardened, warning with a very serious demeanor. When it comes to slaughter on this 9 provinces continent, he is no less than Qi Yu. Bai Fong heard this and panicked, refuting. "How can that be, Bai Zhe?" She hurriedly denied it in a panic. Qi Yu stands at the head of the 10 desolations. Even in the ancient realm, he rarely meets an opponent. Meanwhile, the man in the black cloak suddenly leaped and soared into the air. Wukong's eyes flashed with furious lightning, seeking death, yet the cloaked figure still rushed straight toward him at a frantic speed. Immediately after, his body suddenly erupted into a brilliant blue light. Seeing the light radiate so brightly, Bai Fong's eyes lit up with astonishment. True sun fire? Could it be Zhu Rong? A blue flame suddenly gushed out and spread massively across the ground. The flames burned violently, incinerating everything around, causing thick smoke to billow up. As the flames gradually died down, a juncture suddenly appeared from the ashes. Seeing this, Wukong cursed angrily. Rotten Jiangshi. Burned like that and still not dead. What a nuisance. The Jiangshi's body suddenly swelled, and two giant, gruesome arms grew out from its ribs. It swung its giant hand with sharp claws, charging straight at Wukong, but he dodged it immediately. Qiyu, who had just arrived, also witnessed the ostentatious scene. In the wind, he rode a carp, flying in to engage in battle. Wukong's killing intent was clearly visible on his face. At the same time, a blood-red hand reached out and grabbed the white tail. The dragon god was quickly summoned into this battle. Wukong looked at the path ahead, unconsciously standing motionless. Waves of smoke were radiating from a muscular body. A stark white color emerged, blurring the patterns on it. But the facial features and two horns were clearly visible. Yang Jian and Nezha immediately turned their eyes toward the smoke. His expression was a bit unsightly. Even Nezha stood frozen before this event. A cold, black energy suddenly intermingled with the pristine white mist. Immediately after Wukong appeared, Tai, from above, had also witnessed everything. Heavenly generals flew in from somewhere to join the battle. The Fangtian halberd was stationed at the South Heaven Gate, ready to suppress invading demon creatures. Swear to defend the 9 heavens to the death. He glided lightly on the clouds, not forgetting to mutter, "Immortals these days." The 18 arhats just appeared with thousands of mantras. World-honored one, this demonic energy is very strong. It is an ancient god descended to the world. The Buddha quickly revealed himself under a glowing 8 trigram circle. He always maintained a pure state of mind, ceaselessly preaching. First defend Mount Ling, then save the 9 provinces. First seek to preserve oneself, then consider other matters. On this side, Qiyu finally appeared in the smoke. In the air, 3 powerful forces were focusing on the figure by the staff. Qiyu stood up slowly with thick killing intent. He scanned his surroundings. Bai Zai's eye, which clearly observes the 3 realms, had been searching for over 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, you ran to the land of the 9 provinces. Following Qiyu's words, 2 dark shadows loomed in the sky. Bai Fong was struggling to transfer spiritual energy out of her body, her voice becoming even more panicked. Bai Zai, watch out. This guy has been chasing you for thousands of years and still won't give up. The blue light still flowed turbulently like a great wave. Bai Fong, due to overexertion, had her true form revealed. Unexpectedly, even though his physical body is shattered, he can still attach to another person's body and minimize the wounds caused by the seal. At this moment, Bai Zai appeared with eyes flashing with killing intent. He directly retorted to her, "Bai Fong, we made it clear beforehand. If I am captured by Qiyu, you will burn me to prevent my eyes from falling into the hands of others." Bai Fong was so busy arguing that she did not notice Qiyu's hand was already on her head. "Becoming a part of me is your great honor." But fortunately, Wukong had his eyes on him. "Do you consider my words?" He reached up, cutting off Qiyu's hands. "As wind passing by your ears?" He felt his hands were a bit strange and immediately paused. Wukong confronted Qiyu alone. He gave him a not-so-friendly look. After standing straight, Qiyu openly insulted Wukong. To be looked down upon by a little demon, even if the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor borrowed all the power of the 9 heavens profound sect, how could they defeat me? He assessed him once. "I cannot deny that you do have some strength." Then Qiyu's hand gathered strength and was raised. "Let me show you what the power of heaven and earth truly is." As soon as he finished speaking, his fist closed in on Wukong. Qiyu aimed only at him, punching through several layers of clouds. But he quickly became angry when his hand only made contact with air. "Rotten monkey, son Wukong." Qiyu's vision was left with only empty space. At the same time, a powerful force suddenly collided with the clouds, causing energy to radiate strongly. In a dark corner, a pair of eyes filled with fury suddenly appeared. That Qiyu suffered a crushing defeat back then and was sealed in the ancient era, but over the past few thousand years, he has increased his cultivation through devouring. You only possess the power of a few minor desolate gods. Don't even think about resisting me, you truly overestimate yourself. In the heavenly palace, the heavenly generals were preparing for contingencies. The gods also ceaselessly discussed with the Jade Emperor. Does the heavenly venerable really want to do that? Do you know the consequences of breaking the seal? Your 10 lifetimes of cultivation will be destroyed, and from here on, there will be no more 9 heavens. Heavenly venerable, please think carefully about this price. He said nothing, remaining silent for a moment. A while later, the Jade Emperor finally spoke. "I understand clearly that the seal of the 3 realms was formed by the selfish thoughts of the past. Although it is the creation of the world, the main reason was to separate the ancient realm so it would destroy itself. It has caused chaos in the universe, and the heavenly path has sent demons to reopen the ancient realm, leaving the 9 provinces in ruins. and I hide within the seal to enjoy peace. This is not the original vow of a cultivator. Knowing they could not dissuade him, they had to comply. Since the heavenly venerable has made such a decision, let us lend you a hand. Hearing this, he quickly agreed. Correct, although we do not interfere in worldly affairs, we cannot watch the descendants be destroyed. The eyes of the other one flashed. From here on, the heavenly realm has no more cover. I only hope to pacify this great calamity. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 rings of power suddenly appeared. The heavenly generals saw this and panicked. The heavenly gate has opened. Light radiated brilliantly from the sun. The heavenly host, the star immortals. This battle exhausted all spiritual energy to protect the 9 provinces. Heavenly gods led spiritual beasts into battle, divine birds following behind. All streams of red energy surrounded a sphere. All things simultaneously turned toward the wide-open heavenly gate. Face shifted rapidly to a divine tree. Elder Jean Chanzi, relying only on our strength, even if we exhaust ourselves, we might not seal this demon realm passage. Besides, now that Chi Yu has manifested, closing this passage has no meaning. Guanyin spoke sternly. The Bodhisattva surely knows what the greater good is. Tang Sanzang, who was chanting, stood up and turned slightly. Of course I know. It is the Tathagata's great path. Whether Chi Yu is a great evil or a small one, his target is the 9 heavens. When that time comes, the 9 heavens will not sit and wait for death. Victory or defeat is still unclear. There is still a chance for a turnaround. He clasped his hands, eyes flashing. But if the demon horde rushes out, the people of the 9 provinces will be slaughtered. At that time, is the greater good or lesser evil still important? Am I right, Tathagata? She fell silent for a moment, then whispered, The Tathagata has arrived. The Buddha appeared and praised Tang Sanzang endlessly. Jean Chanzi, you are my smartest and most stubborn disciple. I help you this time not because of your silver tongue. He replied calmly. Very well, Tathagata. I know you fear the heavenly realm entering the 9 provinces, like lips and teeth. At most, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Immediately after, he let Guanyin support Tang Sanzang from behind. Bodhisattva Guanyin, I will channel the power of Mount Ling into him. Use all your strength to help Jean Chanzi. His body quickly underwent a transformation, the black cloth on Tang Sanzang gradually dissolving. In place was a kasaya inscribed with scriptures. He had shed his old self, officially attaining the way. Elsewhere, the barrier began to open. The god of creation appeared, carrying the power of all things. The god's eyes were empty yet contained overwhelming power. Pangu was the ancestor of all things in heaven and earth. After creating the world, the clear chi rose to become heaven, the murky chi sank to become earth, and thus heaven and earth were formed. He slowly flew out of his secluded barrier. That god glided gently on the clouds, neither fast nor slow. After Pangu died, his limbs became the 4 cardinal directions. His flesh turned into fertile soil, his blood into rivers, his breath into clouds and wind. His aura drifted away with the wind. On the left, his left eye was the sun saving all beings. On the other side, his right eye was a crescent moon, glimmering with only a few rays of light piercing through the dark clouds. The stars also appeared when he emerged from seclusion. Even the ancient trees carried a portion of the creation god's aura. Pangu's entire body transformed into all things in heaven and earth. The towering mountains also felt waves of his divine spiritual energy. Yet, the silver-colored heart still floated in the world. Only Pangu's heart remained in heaven and earth, radiating spiritual energy to nourish all living things. Surrounding it was a divine dragon guarding it strictly. Permeated by spiritual energy, all naturally born spiritual creatures with spiritual embryos were born from it, constantly coiled around that heart. I, Zhu was also born from it, guarding Pangu's heart together with the Pangu clan. Zhu, bearing the dragon bloodline, soared through the poetic sky, not knowing how many years had passed. It also noticed the abnormality in the mortal world. Spiritual creatures of the world began to wage war. Among them a very powerful clan leader named Chi Yu. From fire to battle weapons, Zhu felt it all clearly. Even other spiritual creatures not only failed to unite in resistance, but the war increasingly dragged in more clans. Even the ancient dragon clan participated. The phoenix's tail flicked as if implying its participation, and thus Chi Yu lost. Space quickly returned to peace, but the heart of creation showed no signs of life. Pangu's heart, due to dried-up spiritual energy, turned to stone and fell to the earth. Afterward, the scene gradually closed behind the clouds, vanishing from sight. Now the dragon ancestor finally took form, appearing in the midst of the 3 realms. Those feet had appeared at the corners of her eyes. After that, heaven and earth were divided into the 3 realms, and I also grew older and older. At this moment, the dragon ancestor could only confide in Wukong. Now only a thread of spiritual consciousness remains. I could never find Pangu's heart again. Son Wukong, do you know why I always follow you? That is my place of return. A manifestation of the dragon ancestor revealed itself in the appearance of a young girl. Amidst the clouds, thousands of magical arrows were constantly firing. The winged king led the army in an assault forward. But upon landing, he was stiffened by an electric shock. That current was emitted by Qiyu upon seeing the intruder. He took advantage of his massive size to punch everything away without restraint. The gods were all terrified by Qiyu. Everyone retreated, leaving a large empty space. Yang Jian watched the scene and began to worry. The golden body was broken as soon as it manifested. The Daoist golden immortals cannot withstand a single blow before Qiyu. How many demons did he swallow in the demon realm to gain such terrifying power? How is that monkey doing? At this moment, he loomed in the clouds as if master of all. Qiyu saw he had no injuries and grew arrogant. The 9 heavens are only for show. Is this all the strength you have? Thus, he leaped directly toward the upper level. Shenyuan, watch how I destroy your descendants. At the same time, Wukong also set his eyes on the vortex above. His gaze was deep, slightly narrowed, revealing a cold expression. Wukong walked alone to the forefront of the wind. Beiji saw this and complained. You stinking monkey, you still want to fight? Your heart meridian is already shattered. Don't be impulsive. Son Wukong, let's plan for the long term. Suddenly, an unexpected call wove through the clouds. Zhujuin. Lightning bolt like a tribulation strike hit the ground, drowning out human speech. I have kept my physical body for 1,000 years. Though it has rotted, I have not forgotten my initial wish. Now that the Heartstone has awakened, I will use my final strength to continue protecting it. That black shadow slowly stepped into a black hole. That body quickly dissolved and was sucked in by the large circle. Son Wukong, take my body. This is my final protection. Next second, everything shook violently, causing Beiji to be astonished. Nezha and Yang Jian were also stunned by that tremor. The Zhujuin manifestation of the dragon ancestor suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone was bewildered upon seeing her. This is the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor raised her head after a long dream. She stood behind Wukong with blood-red eyes. Flesh and blood become pillars, scales and feathers become armor. All surrounding energy was sucked toward the dragon ancestor. At that moment, he also began to receive a new body. During the transformation, Wukong had to endure a bout of pain. Light radiated everywhere as she chanted, Dharma manifestation of heaven and earth, dragon soul battle armor. Qiyu was still unaware and went to the heavenly gate, intending to attack. But a cold call made him turn back. Qiyu. The attire before Qiyu bore the distinct features of the dragon ancestor. But the aura emitted was primarily Wukong's. The two combined to create a new face. An awakened form of his had appeared. Wukong had returned with a strange new form. Without a word, he attacked Qiyu directly. He also reacted quickly, so the two clashed. 2 streams of aura spread, making everything blindingly bright. The gods who had gone into battle were terrified by that combination, all having to flee in haste. Immediately after, a stream of bright red blood sprayed out. The source was Qiyu. Wounded, he roared in fury. Yet Qiyu was once again sent flying by Wukong. With no other choice, he had to use his final strength. In the blink of an eye, Qiyu's wounds healed. He clenched his hands in fury. Very quickly, Qiyu summoned his clones. They all headed toward one target, Wukong. Yet he had prepared beforehand. Dragon heads identical to the dragon ancestor quickly appeared along with a great wind. They opened their mouths wide and bit onto his arms. They even ambushed Qiyu unexpectedly. The dragon bodies coiled tightly while he was still reacting. At that moment, Wukong's gaze grew colder. He directly locked Qiyu beneath him. Wukong shouldered his Rui Jingu Bang to fight. He stomped Qiyu into the ground like a trophy. When he turned back, Wukong did a somersault. He continued to kick Qiyu hard in the face, causing him such pain he gasped. Qiyu fell into a deep pit just like that. He rushed like a flame toward the sea. Finally, Qiyu's entire body was submerged in the salty seawater. Yet he still had the strength to rise. Wukong took no action before that scene. However, Qiyu had silently gathered power in his hand. He stretched and raised his arm, filled with powerful inner energy. The electric current in Qiyu's hand suddenly turned into a terrifying electric hammer, draining spiritual energy from everything nearby. In his ears, only Qiyu's voice echoed, "Surpass my staff, you say?" He leaned back slightly to gain momentum. Then Qiyu slammed the weapon into the water. A streak of light passed over his face, revealing a hateful expression. Qiyu silently aimed at the dragon body coiling around him, slamming the hammer down onto the hard dragon scales. In the end, the dragon body was severed. Wukong stood watching that scene, unable to suppress the hatred in his heart. All must die. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly reached his ears. Great sage, great sage. Wukong was slightly startled when he recognized the familiar voice. Zhang Luer appeared, bearing a body of unclear form. Qi Yu has condensed 10,000 years of resentment. If the great sage kills him, the resentment will spread and cause disaster to the human world. The little girl presented a series of talismans she had constructed. I have rebuilt the restriction. If the great sage drives him back to the demon realm, he will be sealed. Only then did Zhang Luer have her own aura on the small carriage. On Tang Sanzang's side, he had donned the Buddha's kasaya. As for Wukong's side, the scene remained as desolate as before. He flew back and forth continuously with the cool breeze. Yet Wukong felt no joy, because he was facing Qi Yu, who carried 1,000 years of resentment. The sky was gradually covered by a layer of pitch-black clouds. Wukong paid no mind, focusing only on him. He gathered all his strength to soar in the air. The two attacked each other continuously for a long time without stopping. But suddenly, divine light emitted from Qi Yu's body. He was thus sucked into a prepared barrier. Wukong trapped Qi Yu and shouted in haste, Zhang Luer. However, the person who answered him was Tang Sanzang. Did you hear clearly? Did you hear clearly? He clasped his hands and complained. Why shout so loudly? I'm not deaf. Afterward, the barrier gate was sealed. Immediately, the little girl's final remnant soul gradually dissipated. Before leaving, Zhang Luer did not forget to entrust her hope. I have recast the demon realm restriction. The living beings of the 9 provinces have escaped the catastrophe. The remaining demon emperor power is not much. Everything else is left to you all. The mortal scenery quickly returned to its original state. Amidst the white clouds, Wukong's figure grew even more lonely. Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing him to turn back. Wukong rushed toward that direction. He stretched slightly and inhaled a breath of cold wind. In an instant, Wukong had escaped the dragon ancestor's body, returning to his small form. He walked forward as if compelled. Very quickly, Wukong met the small figure. Little girl. The little girl's tears were soaked as she looked up at him. Great sage. You have returned. Wukong dragged his body near the little girl without answering. The words reaching his mouth but being swallowed back. I. Wukong lifted a strand of hair in his hand, full of guilt. I did not take good care of your child, did not protect her well. Not letting him finish, the little girl interrupted. Great sage. Now the domineering Wukong on the battlefield shed weak tears before the little girl. I'm sorry. The little girl was also very sad but did not forget to comfort him. Great sage, say no more. War must have sacrifices. Wukong helplessly knelt to apologize to the little girl. But the little girl still tolerantly and gently stroked his head. That was her destiny. Everyone tried their best to help her. The little girl looked at the head opposite her and requested. Great sage, stand up quickly. The little girl took out a glowing object and advised. Monk brother said our great sage never kneels before anyone. Is that right, monk brother? In the forest, Tang Sanzang still strode silently alone. Suddenly, his footsteps halted for a few seconds. Tang Sanzang looked back with a bit of lingering attachment. His eyes filled with a faint sadness. Gates of the heavenly palace opened once again. Only then did Yang Jian dare to breathe a sigh of relief. We won. But his expression did not improve much. The demon venerable has also been sealed. We have survived this catastrophe. So now. Beiji interrupted Yang Jian directly. Everyone go home. Everyone find their mothers. A bunch of immortals coming to watch a play. Not helping at all. He continued to urge. The monkey is already invincible in the world. You lead them back to repair the heavenly gate. If there comes a day he is unhappy and fights back, no one will be able to stop him then. Yet he still called out, Son Wukong. Nezha looked at the talkative Beiji and mocked. Tianpeng, are you not returning to the 9 heavens? Hearing this, he retorted. Pa! This time, even if you haven't lost all your power, you only have half a life left. I won't get entangled in this bad luck. I'll take this opportunity to go rest for a few years. Don't think of me for repairing the heavenly gate. Let's go. At that moment, no one expected the little girl to still be rooted there. Monk brother, I cannot wait for you anymore. The figure began to fade gradually. Wukong's heart suddenly pounded wildly. When he spoke, it was already nearly half covered by black energy. Right? Little girl looked at Wukong like that, feeling very pained. Great sage. However, she was pulled back by Guanyin. Little girl, quickly get back. He has lost his mind. His power now is too great, difficult to control. Do not provoke him. Following her words, his entire body was radiating a stream of black evil energy. Wukong's eyes lit up, but they contained black, murderous intent. There is no one left. Chest pain. Cannot even save. It hurts so much. Monk. He furrowed his brows, trying to scream. Little girl. A stream of black energy suddenly rose above Wukong's head. Even she cannot be saved. Immediately after, the surrounding rocks exploded into pieces. What I protected is gone. Evil energy suddenly enveloped both Wukong's mind and body. Trampling the Ling Shao Hall, fighting ghosts and gods, shaking the three realms. None of it could protect them. Even as the great sage equal to heaven. What is the use? Just as he was blaming himself, a familiar voice cut in. Don't be like that, great sage. Tang Sanzang took steps toward Wukong. Jiang Lu. He tried to soften his voice to comfort him. We are all protecting. If it were the great sage, you would do the same thing, wouldn't you? What the great sage has done for everyone is enough. However, Wukong remained defensive. But they are gone. Tang Sanzang quickly spoke to help him realize. None of us went anywhere. We just changed to another place. But Wukong directly questioned him. Where? Even if I have to shatter the three realms, I will save you and the little girl. Tang Sanzang heard this and fell silent for a moment, then turned his back and merged into the smoke. Well, before disappearing, Tang Sanzang's message reached his ears. In the great sage's heart. Finally, these words impacted Wukong's mind. Jiang Luer, another reminder acted as a lever for his change of state. This is the last bit of his original essence's power. You are too strong now, you will lose your mind at any moment. It seems he is still not at ease about you. Upon hearing that voice, Wukong easily guessed. Zhu Juin, can you do me a favor? Zhu Juin called out from the air. Have you thought it through? He spoke calmly as if he had let go. Yes, thought it through. Guanyin looked at Wukong's appearance and felt pity. Son Wukong, you. Immediately after, the little girl tried to shout loudly to make him change his mind. Great sage! Great sage! She watched each rock being lifted and still stubbornly screamed. Don't abandon this little girl. Wukong looked back with some lingering attachment to comfort her. Little girl, don't cry. Sadness began to rise in the depths of his eyes. Ah, this? As the words finished, Wukong was crushed under the large rock. Is also a form of protection. On the high rock ledge, only the little girl's figure remained. After the intense battle, the sky had turned clear again. Even so, in Shang Ying's heart, there was still some unease. Qi Yu has also been defeated by Sun Wukong. Now it seems no one in the three realms has the strength to resist anymore. But why? When leaving, he did not forget to bid farewell to Guanyin. Bodhisattva Guanyin, I have returned to report. She also uttered words of encouragement. You have suffered. Then Guanyin intrigued Shang Ying with a secret. Shang Ying, do you not understand why Sun Wukong sealed all his own power? He honestly admitted, yes, Bodhisattva. Shang Ying seriously furrowed his brows at her account. It is because he has someone he needs to protect. Guanyin continued to explain gently. Even with his current strength, he could traverse the three realms and no one could resist him. But this power is too great. I fear it will devour his mind. She turned to look at him. When that happens, those beside him will also suffer. Then Guanyin continued walking while speaking the final words. The celestial realm broke its own restrictions, and from the beginning, the demon realm damaged the root veins. Mount Ling, due to sealing the demon realm, has lost all its magic power. The fate of demons is set. It seems it is still hard to avoid the heavenly way. She did not forget to remind Shang Ying. We should also return to the South Sea. Your injuries are not light. You need to heal for a while. While walking in the wind, Guanyin revealed her pity. Those two are so pitiful. Of course, no one paid any attention to the little girl's sobbing. She kept staring at that large rock. In the distance, there were also two sad figures for the little girl. Xiao Yu finally could not help but call her. Little girl. Ji felt some pity but still had to appear strong. Why are you still standing there crying? Everyone is crying in sorrow. Didn't our side win? She looked at those broad shoulders and was surprised. Is that second senior brother? He silently walked near the large rock. Beiji deliberately let out a scolding. You stinking, plague god monkey. He even kicked that rock a few times, struck a pose, and then ran here to sleep a long sleep. Thinking that if you go crazy, no one can handle you? If you're so good, come out and fight a battle. In the end, Beiji still couldn't bear to raise his voice. If you do that, the little girl will be heartbroken. The little girl cried like rain but smiled slightly at his actions. These words made her perk up to tease Beiji. Uncle Zhu, if you keep sobbing like that, the monkey will laugh at you if he sees it. He was teased and immediately changed the subject to Xiao Yu. Let's go. Let's go eat a full meal. Without them, can't we live? Beiji's casual words at that moment made the clouds suddenly stop drifting. Only if we live well will their self-sacrificing protection truly be worth it. Celestial energy gradually seeped into the bamboo forest. White smoke spread throughout the entire forest. That day, Guanyin was strolling around Mount Putuo in the South Sea when she received a request from Bai Zhe. He had disturbed the bodhisattva much in recent days. Because the bodhisattva's tea was truly fragrant, she involuntarily reminisced about old memories. You are too polite, but it has been over a year since the last battle. From Guanyin's profile, one could clearly see the contemplation on her face. This time, Guanyin was the one to speak first. Layman Bai, have you still not found a place to settle down? He closed his eyes tightly and shook his head slightly. That's right, you surely know our status is special. Even if there is no conspiracy, finding a place to set foot in the 9 provinces is not a simple matter. He heard the complaint and intentionally teased. Layman Bai, with your knowledge of past and present, you cannot find a path for yourself? Truly regrettable. Bai Zhe rolled his eyes to defend himself. Now the balance in the 3 realms is in chaos. Even I cannot clearly see the path ahead. Before he could finish, a panicked voice suddenly interrupted him. Bodhisattva, this divine beast ran until out of breath but still must report. Bodhisattva, it's not good. It panted and roared the final words. Shang Ying and that female donor are fighting again in the purple bamboo forest. Immediately, Guanyin was startled and surprised. Purple bamboo forest? In a blink, she had glided away with Bai Zhe. Fong arrogantly flew high above, uttering provocations. You little fire brat. You were formidable when fighting Ho Qing. Why are you so weak now? Shang Ying had no way to deny it, so he changed the subject. Hurry up and fight me seriously. She transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, writhing to mock him. What is your ultimate move called again? Hurry up and unleash it. Shang Ying looked at Bai Fong with hostile eyes. You stinking bird. If I weren't still injured, how could I let you be so arrogant? On this side, when Guanyin arrived, she was immediately stunned. My purple bamboo forest. Before she could finish lamenting, she was flattened by her figure, making him awkwardly scratch his head. Idiot! After causing trouble, Bai Fong was a bit cowardly and hurriedly ran away. Sorry, Bodhisattva. We will come to disturb you again next time. No need to see us off. Divine Beast saw Guanyin staring after her and stopped her. Bodhisattva. They are people from the demon realm. If Mount Ling finds out about this. Shang Ying also agreed. That's right, Bodhisattva. What are they doing coming to our place time and again? However, she was helpless and could not speak a word. Only after a long while did Guanyin reveal some information. You 2 fools, in the last battle you were burned by your own true fire, which was already life-threatening. Bai Fong's Yin fire neutralized the Samadhi true fire in your body. Did you think they came because they craved your master's tea? But since they didn't say it clearly, I didn't find it convenient to ask. The divine beast heard this and couldn't resist teasing him. Shang Ying, I think that girl already likes you. Shang Ying flew into a rage and scolded it. You bear? Shut your mouth. Scene changed to a desolate mountain region, where beautiful scenery is hidden. Through the mist, the peaking scenery became even more magical. That beautiful scene was covered by white fog. Even the blades of grass shimmered and glowed. In the bushes, a patch of tiger fur appeared very clearly. The tiger's tail wagged right behind the child's back. The leaves also swayed to its rhythm. Little Nezha intuitively turned back, bewildered. She walked slowly based on instinct, while the tiger was stalking little Nezha with cold, sharp eyes. Suddenly, its whole body sprang up in a rush. In the middle of the forest, an anxious call rang out incessantly. My child! The woman kept looking around the field. Let's go home! Anzi complained while rolling her eyes looking for her child. Where did she run off to play again? Her voice was repeated by the deep mountains. My child! Suddenly, Anzi's eyes struck the swaying bushes. She followed them and quickly heard her daughter's voice. Mom! I'm here! Little Nezha was playing happily with the large tiger. It also cooperated very well for her to hug to her heart's content. Afterward, the tiger carried little Nezha so she could chat comfortably. Get on its back. I'm playing hide and seek with it. Today it lost a few times. Anzi could only smile helplessly and remind her. All right, let's go home to eat. Otherwise your grandfather will be angry. At the thatched cottage, a child's voice quickly appeared. Dad, I'm home. The hunched back sweeping the yard suddenly froze upon hearing the familiar sound. Nezha quickly turned in the direction of the voice. Little Nezha rode on the tiger's back, excitedly boasting. Dad, I won hide and seek today. You must reward me. Take me out to play. He laughed loudly and gently reminded her. All right, then you need to finish eating to have the energy to go play. Hearing that, little Nezha ran off quickly, not forgetting to report. I'm going to call grandfather to eat. Tomorrow I'll tell grandfather to come along. Nezha laughed and urged. Good girl, go quickly. In a flash, her call reached Li Jing's ears. Grandfather, eat. Dad said tomorrow he'll take me to the sea to bathe. He immediately jumped up, stunned. Bathe in the sea? Chapter 140. The door cracked open to reveal a person and a beast peeking. Li Jing's fan was spread out once again. He sat back to enjoy the lyrical scenery. Suddenly, a butterfly flew from somewhere and brushed past Li Jing. Next, little Nezha used his head as a support to jump. The large tiger also pressed down on Li Jing's head, causing him to fall backward. Li Jing's sky-shattering scream rang out, causing birds to scatter in panic. Nezha on this side curiously ran over. Striking his eyes was the scene of him screaming while chasing the tiger. They ran out to the ravine and disappeared behind the mist. Z looked after Li Jing's back, wondering, does grandfather not need to return to the celestial court anymore? Nezha softly raised his voice to explain. The 9 heavens have gradually disintegrated. I see it is very difficult to recover in the short term. That is also good. Hearing that, she accepted. I also like grandfather very much. Afterward, his eyes suddenly widened. That is. In the distance were 2 figures riding horses in the hazy smoke. They also carried a body tied up behind. The little girl was silent, letting the horse walk slowly. She also realized the gaze fixed upon her. Nezha was standing and watching them from afar. He only greeted with a nod. The little girl saw this and shifted her gaze to the horse's back. Li Jing saw the little girl silent and asked, What's wrong? The little girl hurriedly answered to brush it off and continued writing. Nothing, it seems to be an old friend of the great sage. It's the day to pay respects to the great sage again this year. When going deep into the mountains, she spoke. Will the great sage really wake up? She pondered for a moment but still replied. He will wake up. Thanks to these words, the little girl's spirit was lifted. That's why I need to become stronger. Then I won't cause them any more trouble. The chilly sky suddenly heard a poetic advertisement. Divining fortunes, crossing the shore of confusion, seeking wealth and dispelling disaster, guiding the lost. Yuding had just finished speaking and fell silent for a long time, before slowly stroking his beard and opening his mouth to converse. This guest, what do you seek? Yang Jian heard that and couldn't help but snort with laughter. Master, stop acting. You cannot deceive the heavenly eye of your disciple. Master, do you plan to stay here as a fortune teller and not return to the 9 heavens anymore? That statement made Yuding click his tongue for a long time. What 9 heavens? After the last battle, the celestial realm's restrictions were broken. It's the same everywhere. And you, in the future when there is no more incense, do you have plans for where to go? That question made Yang Jian dejectedly look out at the desolate scenery. What plans? Now there are many things everywhere. I cannot worry about what happens later. He said that, but when his ears heard Yuding's sarcasm. Or is it because Yang Chan broke the lotus lantern herself, so you are afraid of being blamed by the celestial realm upon returning? Yang Jian fell silent for a long time before speaking boastfully. I have punished her at Mount Hua to repent. If one day the celestial court recovers, I hope it will not. Unfortunately, he once again interrupted his disciple's voice. Have you returned to visit your mother? A soft question made the high-ranking godlord freeze for a moment. The blowing wind made Yang Jian's mood a bit clearer. The celestial realm was greatly damaged. It would take time to recover its vitality. Currently, there were more difficult things to do. Just as he thought that, he turned to ask the divine beast Hao Tian. Have you investigated any traces? Making it hurriedly appear and bow. Master! The young master's aura went south, so I came to report. As soon as the other party said that, Yang Jian nodded and turned away. Your nose is sharp. Even my heavenly I couldn't find that kid. Do you know? Just now I didn't dare tell Master that I lost my nephew. Since the demon gate opened last time, many demonic creatures have wandered into the human world. That child has a special constitution. Forget it. It's getting dark. Let's get on the road. As night fell, someone's heavy breathing echoed into the trees in the forest. Chen Xiang stood tiredly, resting in the middle of the journey, looking around. I heard you imprisoned my mother under Mount Hua, but which way leads to Mount Hua? The gloomy surroundings made his steps hesitant. But just a second later, Chen Xiang looked at the scene before him in confusion. Where is this? And why is there so much fog? Behind the hazy mist, Yang Chan's gentle voice rang out. My child! That one word left him shocked and speechless. Meanwhile, she continued to call out softly. Xianger, is that you? Have you come to save mother? The voice beckoned, even as the mist gradually obscured Yang Chan's figure. Xianger, come here quickly. It revealed the true form of the binding corpse vine, while the sound still echoed in the air. Come to mother. The monster opened its wide mouth, leisurely waiting for Chenxiang to offer himself as the main course. Somewhere else, moonlight shone down on the man-eating tree, making the scene look more spectacular than ever. The crackling sound of torches couldn't drown out the gruff voices of those strange men. Kid, wake up! The gentle urging quickly helped Chenxiang open his eyes to look at them. Seeing him wake up, the leader of the group laughed happily. This brat isn't dead yet. He's got a tough life. Lucky he ran into us. After regaining a bit of his power, Chenxiang whispered, Uncle, where's my mother? But upon hearing the other's reply, there's no mother of yours here. You were hit by the binding corpse vine's soul-bewitching scent. You almost lost your life. He couldn't hide his frustration and muttered for a long time, Binding corpse vine. The others, seeing Chenxiang's dazed look, couldn't help but chime in. That's right. These monsters are becoming spirits. They've started attacking the living. But that's good. We didn't make this trip in vain. Seeing the rogue raise his sword, he asked in confusion, What do you mean, uncle? Stabbed his sword into the tree trunk and slowly replied, Monsters are becoming more numerous lately. I don't know who invented this spell. Just mixing the monster's roots can cut off the demonic power of low cultivation demons. It's very valuable on the black market. The last words were like a stimulant, causing the man to thrust his blade powerfully from the trunk down to the roots. Seeing thousands of red skulls pouring out, the men shouted happily, Great! This is... Stop talking. Prepare the magic vessel. The special jar covered in talismans was opened, and those skulls turned into a stream of green energy. Then it automatically flowed into those jars. After collecting everything, they were sealed with a powerful talisman. Chenxiang watched those people happily celebrating together. We're rich. We made quite a haul this time. A surge of anxiety made him mutter uncontrollably. Something seems to have just passed by. The reason for that remark was the constant screeching of birds right above their heads. Within the pile of skulls, a white shadow appeared. And immediately after, a series of white shadows slowly rose, gathering in a swarm. Witnessing the scene before them, the two masked men couldn't help but shudder. There are so many wandering souls gathering here. What should we do? Chenxiang frowned and speculated. I remember that wandering souls are guided by the underworld. Why is it like this? A familiar figure appeared at this moment and spoke. Because the underworld no longer exists. Wandering ghosts will gather unconsciously around their remains until their souls dissipate. The old order is gone. No one knows what will happen in the future. Chenxiang could only stare in astonishment. Uncle! That voice continued to echo in his ears. I know you're angry with me for imprisoning your mother, but until now that is the safest way. I said the heavens and earth no longer have order, so I dare not let your sister take risks. Do you understand? Chenxiang remained silent, continuing to watch and listen. Sometimes I even feel like this is good. No more constraints from the heavenly realm, whether it's humans, immortals, or demons. Your mother thinks more clearly than I do, daring to use herself to trade once, but I can't do it. I don't dare use your sisters and your life to trade for temporary peace. So if you want to save your mother, you must first surpass me. Hearing those things, Chenxiang's hand trembled slightly. He shook his head repeatedly in denial. Liar, your title is the first war god of the heavenly realm. How can anyone surpass you? If even you can't do it, then who can? Hearing the remorseful words coming from Chenxiang's mouth, the other frowned and tried to explain. A person who becomes stronger to protect their loved ones, they will be able to do it. And even stronger to an unreasonable degree. You, stinking monkey, just finished speaking when the two people beside him stepped forward and asked, Second brother? What's with those two? What heavenly court war general? Who possessed their bodies? The little girl suddenly appeared in the bamboo forest, and a sermon rang in her ears. In recent years, fewer people worship deities, so they have gradually learned to rely on their own strength to resist the world. They even learned to use demonic things to fight. It's just... After that battle, the essence of the demon spirit completely vanished, but demonic objects in the world are becoming more numerous. Our generation can only exhaust our meager strength, trying to eliminate them. Outside, Li Jun was clasping her hands towards the cliff, and the conversation on the little girl's side also came to an end. Well, that's enough. I'll come visit you again next year. With that, the forest returned to its original quiet state. Li Jun couldn't help but be curious. Have you finished catching up with him? The time was really short this year. It's always been very long in previous years. The little girl nonchalantly admitted. Yeah, it's just that the world has changed too much. I don't know where to start. The two of them walked and discussed using the separated demonic power. It is said it can be used for other purposes. Before that, it was heard that the Imperial Court had released a type of spell gas that could extract demonic energy from the body. The little girl suddenly suggested, The true intention behind this is still unclear. Let's just wait and see for now. Li Jun still had much curiosity to express. Are we the only ones coming to pay respects? What about the others? The little girl understood but cut her off immediately. Perhaps everyone is busy with their own affairs. White Dragon Horse, not far away, heard these words and sighed to herself. You fool! It's not just you who comes every year. It's just that they avoid meeting each other. She stood on a tree branch, scanning the surroundings, and White Dragon Horse continued to mutter to herself. There are some things I can't tell you. It's just that there are truths that truly cannot be ignored. That year, I tracked the demon spirit's essence, following clues all the way to the Imperial Palace. I intended to take the opportunity to assassinate it to remove the worry in my heart. Speaking to this point, she sighed heavily. But then, outside the door, someone actively came to meet me first. Wu Zetian's eyes radiated a strange light. She stood calmly in front of White Dragon Horse. Then she slightly parted her lips and uttered a greeting. Anti-White Dragon. Long time no see. Thinking back on this, White Dragon Horse still felt frustrated. That little demon was just like that, imprisoned in the body of the demon spirit, using herself to suppress the other half of its primordial spirit. She is not dead yet. She suddenly blurted out the familiar name, Great Sage. Scene changed to the place believed to be the demon realm. A towering hilltop, surrounded by clouds and wind. A voice suddenly rang out. That over there is Demon Suppressing Peak. They say behind the mountain is the demon realm. Of course, that's just what they say. Legend has it that a few hundred years ago, this was the battlefield of the gods and demons. So there are many monsters, and ordinary people can hardly get close. Ordinary demon exorcists usually go around when hunting demons, not daring to penetrate deep. You two lords aren't here to hunt demons, are you? Just then, Lu Yidi's figure appeared mysteriously and strangely. Even a guide must follow the rules. He walked deep into the forest alone, and on the way, a voice reached his ears. Yes, this lowly one talks too much, but there are things that need to be said first. You're right, since I found a guide. This life is considered handed over to you. Just then, Not Tran was walking when he suddenly stopped to observe his surroundings extremely carefully. We passed the general's tomb and the skeleton battalion safely just now, going deeper ahead. Although I am a local, born and raised here, I have never gone this deep. Ahead, there is more danger than safety. I'm only here for money. I shouldn't lose my life. If there's any mishap, I'll run away first. I hope the two lords understand. Not Tran felt something terrifying ahead and reported, Lord Yen. Ahead is? Before the two of them were demon corpses of magical creatures infected with demonic energy. Ordinary Jiangshi cannot compare. As soon as he knew they were demon corpses, Not Tran seemed to remember and recounted. I heard demon corpses are powerful but have no mind. They are not hard to deal with. Seeing him hiding behind her, Lu Yidi asked, Then why are you hiding? Not Tran replied frankly, still a bit scared. At this moment, Lu Yidi rushed forward. Not Tran couldn't help but worry and remind, Lord Yen, let this humble official go destroy this demonic obstacle. Lu Yidi, be careful. He bravely rushed straight forward. Yes, my lord. Then Lu Yidi began to summon power from her palm. Then, combined with superior technique, she drew her sword. Before long, the demon corpses were easily defeated by Lu Yidi. Not Tran stood behind observing and then mused. That is demon marrow, but this is the first time I've seen such pure demon marrow. A small jar like this is probably enough to buy several large houses in the city. With this amount of money, these two people wearing official robes probably didn't come just to hunt demon marrow. Suddenly Not Tran noticed Lu Yidi's expression, Fool. Lu Yidi noticed something strange at this moment. This is deep in demon suppressing peak. In the blink of an eye, so much demonic power is spreading. She stood stunned for a moment and then thought to herself, if I attract something terrible. Just then, a creature appeared from somewhere with a heavy, foul odor. Not Tran and Lu Yidi both noticed and sensed it. What is that? That is... Then the creature's body began to reveal itself. It was none other than the joyous god. Everything in the demon realm was still happening just like that. The joyous god growled and rushed forward, making Not Tran a bit worried. You said that thing was a Jiangshi? A Jiangshi with consciousness because it absorbed the killing aura of a god, so does it also? Then a ray of power emitted from the joyous god's mouth, making Not Tran suddenly shout, Quiet! He and Lu Yidi stood still observing and then guessed. It seems running away is not the way. It will flatten the surroundings into flat land. I can't run anymore, you run yourself. The joyous god in front also stood motionless for a few seconds. Suddenly Lu Yidi had an idea. If I wanted to run, I wouldn't have come back to save you. On the way back Lord Yen will remember. Hearing that, Not Tran hurriedly stopped her. Wait! Then he slowly explained. If only one of us can survive, then I need to make you understand this mission. The imperial court is in danger, worrying inside and out, and demons are rampant. No one in the world is loyal to the heavenly capital anymore. Talented and strange people mark their own land to resist demons. Suddenly Not Tran remembered a few things and continued. A few hundred years ago, the martial emperor left a decree. A large stone at demon-suppressing peak. Inside the stone is the power of a magical creature that can pacify the world. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, he took a water bottle and splashed it straight into Lu Yidi's face. I'm not interested in secret decrees or divine stones. Lord Yen, find it yourself. She was stunned for a few seconds while Not Tran continued to explain. This is the child talisman, so monsters will find it hard to detect you. It also has the effect of resisting the monster's demonic sound. I will try my best to lure those monsters. Whether you want to find the divine stone or run away, you choose. Not Tran rushed forward, his mouth not stopping cursing. Stinking monster, what about the little lady's scent? Sorry, forgot you don't have a tongue. He rushed towards the joyous god with a mocking laugh. The little lady says you have a stinking mouth, but he didn't know that it was gathering strength to attack him again. Not Tran still nonchalantly uttered, stinking. It summoned a source of dark red power preparing to attack Not Tran. Not Tran carefully dodged repeatedly, but he lacked a bit of luck so he still got hit by its attack. Not Tran sat leaning against a rock, his face stained with blood. Not Tran sighed wearily, his mouth not stopping praising. Still very flexible armor-guarding technique, the Godslayer is indeed different. At this moment, the joyous god approached, its eyes glaring, then opened its huge mouth towards him. Not Tran saw that and also deliriously uttered, right? It's very stinking. Seeing that he couldn't do anything else, Not Tran only knew to close his eyes tightly, a bit of regret rising in his heart. Dead for sure this time. If I knew, I would have looked a bit more. Just then a fit of rage arrived. Thunder and lightning suddenly struck, blowing away the joyous god. Before long, the sky returned to clarity. A voice rang in Not Tran's ears. Who is jumping around so much? He stood up blankly, looking to see who it was, but that voice still echoed in his ears. The mouth is also really stinking? As soon as he finished speaking, Wukong appeared with an extremely angry expression. Wukong walked towards Not Tran. He stopped, glared, and scolded. The brat is? The noisy person who woke me up. Hearing that, Not Tran was stunned for a few seconds. What is this again? Wukong's sharp, angry gaze was still intently looking at him. Suddenly Wukong used magic to make the ground shake. Not Tran saw that and shouted in panic. Earth, earthquake. Wukong looked towards the mountain ahead, anger rising in his heart. Its demon-suppressing peak roaring. So it was you. Then he used magic to make everything around shake. Rocks fell, revealing a yellow streak on the tree trunk. Not Tran stood from afar and shouted in fear. Demon-suppressing peak is collapsing. Even the mountain is shattered. At this moment, Not Tran also felt something gradually emerging from inside. There seems to be something in the mountain. He stood there waiting. After everything was destroyed, an old yellow object emerged. Then a stream of power appeared. Wukong walked over, holding his powerful weapon in his hand. Seeing this, Not Tran stood stunned for a few seconds. He stared ahead and realized in shock. The demon-suppressing peak is gone? Isn't that supposed to be the curtain separating the demon realm and the human world? Did I cause some great disaster? Not Tran was still lost in amazement, unaware that behind him, Xiao Jiu was silently approaching. Sensing the right moment, she shouted loudly to scare Not Tran. Noisy human, you've disturbed my slumber. Because he was so startled and scared, Not Tran pushed Xiao Jiu, causing her to fall to the ground. A moment later, she sat up with a pout. Horns and tail are gone. This physical body is formed from a bit of primordial spirit, truly extremely weak. Just as Not Tran and Xiao Jiu were talking, a figure quite similar to the joyful god appeared with threatening words. Are you scared yet? Wukong was silently following it and realized, it's you, stinky mouth. Wukong, disregarding any danger, charged straight at it. On this side, the joyful god was still silently watching Not Tran and Xiao Jiu. What? Can't even handle a scream. Yet you dare to offend me. But Xiao Jiu realized something was hiding behind. Not Tran saw this and tried to dissuade her. Little girl, don't go over there. That thing is very ferocious. Little Nine saw the joyful god approaching and narrowed her eyes, asking skeptically, him? He's not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Just then, the joyful god reached out to grab Wukong. Little Nine, unaware, asked, right, son Wukong? But Wukong had already been grabbed by the joyful god, who looked at him greedily, mouth agape. Xiao Jiu suddenly remembered. Should not casually mention his name. Not Tran stood by, not understanding anything. What do you mean by not mentioning the name? Why can't I? Wukong glared, only needing a little effort to defeat the joyful god. Xiao Zhou calmly answered not Tran's question. If mentioned, the consequences are very serious. The joyful god angrily opened its wide mouth toward Wukong, but he pulled out his legendary staff and struck it on the head. Soon, the joyful god collapsed before Wukong. Seeing it wasn't dead yet, Wukong attacked even harder. Don't die yet? Get up and take more hits? Not Tran appeared, looking stunned. Son Wukong? Is that Son Wukong? He stared at the familiar figure and exclaimed, It's Son Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, the legendary demon king. Xiao Zhou stood by and tried to stop him. Shut your mouth. Don't mention it. Not Tran realized and nodded repeatedly. Yes, understood. But since the little girl mentioned it first. Great sage equaling heaven? Son Wukong. You can't save anyone. The monk brother couldn't wait for you. They didn't go anywhere. They just moved to another place. Seeing Not Tran still running his mouth, Xiao Zhou struck him and scolded. You idiot. It was hard enough for this old one to seal his memories and power. How did we run into a loudmouth like you the moment he appeared? Just like that, Not Tran was beaten black and blue, tossed from side to side. Suddenly, Not Tran saw something strange. That is, before him stood the silhouette of a tall, muscular creature. I am Not Tran, an exorcist. Well, just a guide. I don't participate in combat. Though the pay isn't much, for an orphan with no skills like me, it's already quite good. Life these days, demon marrow is getting more valuable. It not only boosts a cultivator's power, but can also be infused into various demonic weapons for different effects. Of course, an ordinary person like me can't use it, and demon hunting has become the hottest business. But in this business, if you lose, there's no next time. It's dangerous, but I still do it, knowing how to protect myself. But this time, getting myself into this state, and Not Tran stammered for a moment, then felt guilty. Causing such a disaster. Why did it have to be like this? Not Tran turned around and saw two people following him. He wondered and asked, Hey you two, to be precise, I'm not an exorcist. Seeing him ask, the two were very confused. Do you really not remember what happened in the forest? Realizing they were still suspicious, Not Tran explained repeatedly. I've said it many times, I passed out then, I don't know anything. How many times do you need me to say it, little girl? Hearing this, the people around immediately retorted. Who are you calling a little girl? I am. Who is that? Who is it? Seeing the people around so angry, Not Tran was scared but tried to explain. It's me, the guide who led the team a few days ago. Gatekeeper brother. Hearing that, the people stopped attacking but still ordered firmly. Did you hear that? Show your face. You in the back. Take off your hood. The villagers approached the hooded person and ordered loudly. Did you hear? Show your face. The other side sighed in frustration. Annoying. Immediately after, he removed his hood. After seeing the man's face, the villagers were stunned and exclaimed. What's with that look? Unconvinced. Not Tran hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand. That's just how his eyes look. Please overlook it. Hearing. This little nine was dragged away mercilessly, and the guide scolded her. Why didn't you greet me? Let's go. Let's go. Are you looking down on me? When not being scolded made Xiao Zhou furious. Let this old one show her true form and scare them to death. After everyone left, Not Tran suggested. You should rest for a while. It's still early. Wait a bit and I'll treat you to breakfast. The man heard and asked. What breakfast? He enthusiastically introduced. Pastries, fried dough sticks, soy milk, hot noodles. In short, anything tasty is fine. In the distance, a large creature was silently watching. The man immediately realized a demon had infiltrated the city. Xiao Zhou had her hair tied up by Not Tran, looking quite neat. I am the 9-Yin dragon ancestor, god of Zhongshan, keeper of Pangu's heart, now growing horns and scales, keeping a remnant soul, attached to this flesh. And yet, a mortal dares to style my dragon hair like this. He winked. It looks much cuter this way. A little girl should look like a little girl. Little Nine angrily vanished from the frame. Who said little girl? Does this body of mine look like you mortals? The shopkeeper brought out a steaming tray of buns. Buns are here, dear guests. The great sage called out. Boss, we didn't order buns. The shopkeeper smiled. Seeing the cute little girl, she looks a bit like my daughter, so it's on the house. Little Nine, seeing human food for the first time, picked it up to examine. Buns. At this moment, the Daoist Lu Daoui approached. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. May this poor Daoist sit with you? Not Tran stammered and agreed. Ah, this? Lu Daoui introduced himself, I am Lu Daoist of the Heavenly Canopy Orthodox sect. I hope you'll forgive my abruptness. A few days ago, there was a disturbance at Demon Ceiling Peak, and I happened to be nearby, so I went to check. I saw you all coming from that direction and there's a bit of demon chi radiating from you. So, Not Tran hurriedly defended. Daoist, you're joking. Actually. He took out a demon-revealing talisman, his words making Wukong and Not Tran freeze. So it's just a little girl? The talisman hasn't even burned out. It seems her cultivation isn't very high. It seems you also know this girl is transformed from a demon. Don't be afraid, you two. People of my sect are at odds with demons, but I'm not rigid. Some cities have humans and demons living together. So I came to warn you, this is the first station of the demon forest, and I'm certainly not the only one who can see it. This girl's cultivation is weak. She can't protect herself. You two need to be careful leading her. From afar, countless horns sounded, calling out, "Demon attack! Demon attack! All exorcists, prepare for battle. It's just zombies from the general's tomb at the Demon Ceiling Peak direction. Aren't they all deployed already?" The observer warned everyone. It's a corpse tide. Brothers, hold your weapons tight. Collect demon marrow according to your weapons. First time seeing a corpse tide of this scale. Brothers, let's go. Don't be afraid. Don't let the demons enter and cause harm. The exorcists attacked them. Lu Daoist didn't sit still and join the fight. Why are the zombies from the general's tomb appearing in such large numbers? Could it be related to the disturbance at Demon Ceiling Peak? Lu Daoist took down quite a few monsters, then suddenly spotted a large demon in the distance. Could that be? Lu Daoist recoiled. An undying bone. The undying bone lashed out with its bones. It was so fast it skewered a dozen people in a few swipes. Lu Daoist muttered. It has no rotting flesh, using human blood as a frame. It's about to become a spirit. A ferocious creature has formed. No, I must survive to report this to my sect immediately. Otherwise. In that situation, Lu Daoist intended to send an urgent message, but another disturbance appeared. What now? A loud explosion occurred, and the Rui golden cudgel descended from above, crushing the monster. Wukong appeared unexpectedly. Little Daoist, although we are at odds with demons, I see you're a good person, so I'll save you once. Run. Lu Daoist was stunned, unable to believe it. You're a demon too. His voice echoed back. There are all kinds of demons. Lil Nine was still busy fighting with a fragrant bun. And, speaking of which, her voice rose in pitch. There's half left. You stinking monkey. Come here. The exorcists saw the great sage and the others were demons, so they shouted, "It's demons!" The corpse tide might have been led by them. They didn't distinguish clearly and called out, "Don't let them escape. Kill them. Right, kill them, take their demon marrow. That's right. Many people died just now. Make them pay with their lives." Wukong looked at them coldly. Lu Daoist shouted and declared his sect. "Stop! I am Lu Daoist, of the Heavenly Canopy Orthodox sect." The exorcists quieted down and assessed. Heavenly Canopy is one of the 7 great sects, a righteous sect. Lu Daoist exposed them. You juniors are ignorant. If not for them, you'd all be dead. When the corpse tide came, you hid in the city. Now you come out wanting to reap the benefits. Today, if anyone dares to make a move, ask my long sword first. The exorcists didn't know if they were wary of Daoist's aura or his sect, but they stopped. Daoist is also from a prestigious sect. Why let them go? Some wouldn't let it go. That's right, slaying demons is ox nose. I'll give your sect face today. Xiao Jiu saw Not Tran sad the whole way and called, "Not Tran." Not Tran replied distractedly, Xiao Jiu wondered. Not Tran, you haven't said a word on the road. So boring? What are you thinking about? Not Tran sank, pondered, looking up at Wukong flying high above, and said, I'm thinking about today. If it were me, how would I have handled it? Xiao Jiu repeated his words. What will happen? Not Tran muttered in response. Perhaps I will kill them all. Little Nine's voice replied. That works too. In a large city. Little Jade's silhouette flickered behind the black mist. City Lord. The horse was displeased and reminded. Didn't I tell you not to call me City Lord when no one is around? Little Jade complied. Yes. She asked Little Jade. What's the matter so late? Little Jade reported the information she just received. There's news that something happened in the demon forest a few days ago. An undying bone appeared at the general's tomb and was killed, and it said people from Heavenly Canopy were there too. White Horse pondered. Heavenly Canopy seems very prominent lately. Heard they killed an undying bone. The old Daoists of Heavenly Canopy have always opposed us. They've been quiet for a few years. Keep watching them. Little Jade obeyed. Understood. White Horse was displeased and reminded, "Didn't I tell you not to call me City Lord when no one is around?" Little Jade complied. "Yes." She asked Little Jade, "What's the matter so late?" Little Jade reported the information she just received. "There's news that something happened in the Demon Forest a few days ago. An undying bone appeared at the general's tomb and was killed, and it said people from Heavenly Canopy were there too." This news made White Horse furious, killing intent swirling around her. Ignorant mortals dare to covet the great sage's treasure. They're tired of living. White Horse walked through the city, a place where humans and demons mixed. Wukong's group arrived at a shop selling items dropped by demons. "Shopkeeper, we have this. Please take a look." A giant toad sitting behind the counter looked at the object. "From the Demon Forest," Little Nine exclaimed. "What a big toad!" The toad exclaimed upon learning the object came from the Demon Forest. "Heard it hasn't been peaceful there lately." They handed the toad something the size of a palm. "Take a look at this first." The toad couldn't believe it. This is the heavenly god locking armor, though it's been infected by corpse chi. Internally, it was shocked. The joyful god in the Demon Forest was the corpse of a heavenly god. How could? A moment later, Wukong took Xiaojiu away. "Let's go, Xiaojiu, we're going to buy delicious food." The shopkeeper went to the door to respectfully see them off. "Go slowly, customers." Xiaojiu ran happily, eating buns. Not Tran bragged. "There are things tastier than buns." Manager Jade stepped out from behind and asked Manager Gold, "What's going on?" A demon with 2 long horns holding an unfinished pipe appeared. Manager Gold said cautiously, "Boss, I feel these people are problematic. Recently, the City Lord issued an order saying any news from the Demon Forest must be reported up." Manager Jade calmly told him to report to White Dragon. Manager Gold. Go report it up. Pay attention to tracking these people." Xiaojiu jumped up in frustration. "Damn not Tran. Hurry and give me delicious food. If you don't, I'll eat you." In this relaxed atmosphere, Wukong discovered they were being followed. He didn't know when he had started standing behind him. Wukong spoke up, "Hey!" The tracker jumped. "Who's there?" Wukong grunted. "How many roads have you been following us for?" "That's my line." The tracker didn't hide it, saying bluntly, "The Demon Forest has changed. Your origins are unclear. Thursday Tri-City's Wind Wing Division is ordered to investigate and prevent demons from infiltrating the city. The Lord of Thursday Tri-City has ordered. Anyone related to demons is to be killed on sight." Wukong gave a sinister chuckle, repeating, "Demons? Have you ever met a real demon? You?" He backed away in fear immediately. Demons entering the city. This is important. Must report back. Thinking this, he transformed into a bird and spread his wings, flying toward the city. Wukong didn't bother chasing. He picked up a stone to play with in his hand and said, "No need for meaningless fights. Consider this a lesson. Don't die." Saying that, he threw the stone at the bird flying further away. The stone had enough force to pierce a corner of the city wall. He was unlucky enough to take a hit, injuring his shoulder. "What?" He struggled to return to report. "It's a demon." He reported to Huang Feng, and that rat demon said, "Recently the Demon Forest hasn't been peaceful. Some extremely vicious people have infiltrated the city waiting for a chance to cause chaos." He hesitated. "Then do we need to report to the City Lord?" Huang Feng wanted to claim credit. "The City Lord hates demons the most. If we catch a demon, our Wind Dispatch Division will have shown some skill before the City Lord." He was still worried. "But manager, you said." Huang Feng didn't care. "Ignore that fox spirit. My division manages information in the city. The stupid Heaven Canopy side wants to move. The City Lord is already annoyed enough. If I catch that demon then..." Thinking of the alluring, aloof figure of White Dragon Horse behind the screen made him have a nosebleed immediately. He looked at Huang Feng speechlessly. The City Lord. Someone mentioning her made White Dragon Horse sneeze in the pool. Hearing that, Little Jade worried. "City Lord, is the water too cold?" White Dragon Horse's full figure was indeed enough to make one bleed. She reassured. "It's fine, Little Jade, I'm coming out." "How far has the investigation in the Demon Forest gone?" Little Jade reported. "The Thunder Division has sent people there, but there is no news back." White Dragon Horse nodded. Little Jade confidently said. "City Lord, don't worry too much. It's been several hundred years. Anyway, the Heaven Canopy side has had many movements recently. They call themselves the Orthodox sect, establishing sects to oppose us, truly. Between humans and demons, all these years they haven't improved at all." White Dragon Horse put on her clothes. "That's true." Little Jade kept rambling. "If it weren't for the City Lord's disciples back then..." White Dragon Horse cut her off. "Say no more, Little Jade." She replied respectfully. "Yes." White Dragon Horse pondered. What is the true strength of the heaven canopy side? Over the years we and they have only had small conflicts. Wins and losses. Their disciples use orthodox mystical arts, different from those who harvest demon marrow. Therefore we don't need to make things difficult for them. In the Great War back then, many gods fell, the Buddhist path also declined, but fortunately it still exists. Establishing sects in the human world is not rare, but in the last few years the Heaven Canopy Force has risen, targeting our Thursday Tri-City. I don't know what their intentions are. Lil Jade was dazed. Has that Great War passed a long time ago? White Dragon Horse looked at the full moon high in the sky. Yes, it's been 500 years. 500 years again. Wukong turned his head to say to Huang Feng, "It's you again. Leading me out of the city? Do you want to fight?" He laughed arrogantly and casually. Of course, chaos in the city is not good. The city lord won't be happy. I am the commander of the Wind Dispatch Division of Thursday Tri-City. Huang Feng, here to catch you. Demon, report your name quickly. I'm afraid you won't remember anything later. Wukong smiled coldly. Name? I haven't remembered for a long time. Amidst the thick fog and blood-red moonlight, the Heaven Canopy sect appeared majestically like an ancient tower guarding the mountains and forests. Dao Yi came to report. Disciple Lu Dao Yi, kowtows to master. He felt strange that he appeared here. Lu Dao Yi, I remember you are the disciple with the best aptitude in the 39th generation. But I heard you recently went wandering. What business do you have returning to the sect today? The dense fog, Dao Yi's expression was tense, containing worry mixed with caution when reporting the demon forest disturbance. Disciple heard that our disciples gathering and heading to Thursday Tri-City is related to the demon forest disturbance. A month ago the demon forest shook. I happened to pass by there. That disturbance has subsided and has nothing to do with Thursday Tri-City. Therefore, I boldly ask Master to revoke the order. His expression was calm and stern, hiding the heaviness of someone who knows the danger is coming. Lu Dao Yi, do you know that Thursday Tri-City is the city closest to the demon forest? The Thursday Tri-City Lord is a transformed dragon demon. Hundreds of years ago it established next to the demon forest to awaken the demon god sleeping in the demon forest after the Great War of Gods and Demons. At that time no one in the Divine Province will be able to stop it. His eyes widened in horror, both stunned and uneasy at the truth revealed by his master. But I heard that has had both demons and humans living together for the past 100 years without any problems. He cursed bluntly. Stupid! The nature of demons is to eat humans. Humans harvest demon marrow to live. The two sides cannot coexist. As for demons, they live to destroy all things in the world. Do not speak of this again. I will also set out for there. You may withdraw. Aoi bowed his head and replied, his eyes heavy and clearly unconvinced. Yes. His hand clenched tightly. Master. Daoist turned to face the fiery demon god gaze of Wukong. Demon god. Destroying all things. Amidst the foggy night street, a shadow quietly called his name. Not Tran. Not Tran. Xiao Zhou frowned uncomfortably at being sent to do chores. Calling me is useless. The money we brought was eaten clean by you. Stingy. She didn't let the girl go. Go find the big frog. Xiao Zhou couldn't take it anymore, had to stand up and fight to stop being oppressed and exploited. What sins did I commit in my past life to have you following me in this one? Her red eyes flashed with boredom as Wukong bit into a banana in silence. A flock of birds tore across the sky in front of the murky moon. A while later, she stood before the window, her cold face half covered by shadows. Song reported, Deputy Commander of the Thunder Division, Song, has returned from working in the Demon Forest. Greetings, City Lord. Lil Jade felt grateful for his efforts. Deputy Commander Song's contribution. I will report to the City Lord. Song called out firmly, Manager you. She was curious to hear. Does Deputy Commander Song have anything else to say? Song presented, the demon-suppressing peak, also known as the Rui Jingu Bang, is gone. I fear that the City Lord. His eyes glowed fiercely, dangerously as if wanting to tear everything apart, but he still listened to little Jade say, the City Lord already knows about this, suspecting it was the Heaven Canopy's doing. Song replied, I waited on the road, and discovered. Heaven Canopy has gathered many troops and is advancing toward our Thursday Tri-City. Her appearance was calm amidst the chaotic news. Matters in the city have been entrusted to the Wind Division to investigate. In another development, Cheongchi slowly opened his eyes because of the chaotic, panicked calls. Boss? Boss! He knelt down and sighed in relief. Finally, Boss is awake. Cheongchi was dazed. What happened to me? It growled softly, its red eyes still lingering with murderous intent. He explained, Boss was knocked unconscious. Sleeping for one night, Cheongchi couldn't believe the truth. What? He acted really fast. I hadn't even had a chance to use my magic treasure. A swordsman rushed into the fog, swinging a blood-stained blade, slaughtering all the innocent civilians, making them run around in fear. "Run quickly, father!" The mother and her child panicked and backed away as the blood-stained blade slashed past in front of them. He with glowing red eyes coldly declared that those fleeing could not escape. "You can't escape. Leave your lives here." The swordsman holding the blade eyed the blood. "It's true that the closer to Thursday Tri-City, the more demons there are. Our demon marrow is almost not enough to use. I have to kill you all to replenish a little." A flock of crows tore through the thick fog, flying chaotically as if signaling bad omens. Blood splattered against the gray sky, staining a ghastly red streak. He stood silently amidst the fog. The blood-stained blade reflected the predator's malicious gaze. "That female demon seems to have some beauty. Why not use her to replenish demon marrow? Kid, you even want a demon? Heard it's a female dragon. I've never tasted dragon before. This time I heard the Thursday Tri-City Lord is a great beauty." In the dark forest, his voice sounded gloomy. This time the leader of the Heaven Canopy group, calling themselves the Mysterious Sect, surrounded Thursday Tri-City. "If successful, the demon marrow will be enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. The demon-infested Thursday Tri-City and Demon Forest have been occupied for many years by evil spirits. My Heaven Canopy demon-suppressing Mysterious Sect has summoned the heroes of the world this time to level this bunch of demons." He led the army, his momentum like light tearing through the fog. Disgusting laughter rang out. "Just talking is useless. Must charge in. Not just demon marrow but also treasures and female demons." He glanced at the mixed crowd with contempt, letting out a disparaging remark without restraint. "A bunch of rabble. Senior brother, this time acting on behalf of Heaven. Our Heaven Canopy brothers are enough. Why gather this shameless lot?" Senior brother turned to answer his junior. "Don't be too arrogant. These demons have cultivated into human form. At least they have 100 years of cultivation. These demon hunters live on the edge of a blade every day, relying on demon marrow to increase their strength." He looked up with a calm but cold expression, his deep eyes weighing the whole situation, revealing no fluctuation. "However, although it only erupts for a short time, it helps us a lot. The Thursday Tri-City Lord is of the Dragon Clan, and there are 4 divisions: wind, thunder, water, fire, with unfathomable strength. Especially the Thunder Division commander, rumored to be a fallen angel turned demon, with cultivation even higher than the City Lord." White Dragon Horse stood looking into the distance, keeping a cold and melancholy look. At this moment, a servant came to report. "City Lord, the Heaven Canopy people have gathered outside the city, and have set up camp ready." Her red eyes flashed with resentment suppressed under a calm, quiet layer. "They are outside the city, killing every demon they see, not even sparing humans. City Lord, please give the order. Although our cultivation is nothing, we cannot bear this humiliation. We don't know the enemy's strength yet. We shouldn't beat drums and make noise preparing. But without my order, no one is allowed to leave the city. Especially." The crows darted across the gray sky, carrying an unusual aura spreading in the forest. He started and turned back when he felt murderous intent rushing from behind. Suddenly, a red-eyed demon beast bared its fangs and growled low in the darkness, the shadows of its companions hidden on the tree branches. The demon beasts rushed up in unison, followed by the red-horned manager Yu, who was smiling cruelly. Blinding white light tore through the sky, making the crowd startle and turn back. He also looked out in panic. The lightning strike illuminated the panicked faces of each person. Song's voice rang out amidst the stormy sky. "Borrowing the name of the heavenly way to come and slaughter me? I am Thunder Division's Deng Boyun. Even if I disobey the City Lord's order, I must make you pay." The lightning struck violently, blowing away the whole group, leaving them only enough time to scream in despair. Song appeared with thunder wings, his body radiating blue-white light like divine punishment descending from heaven. His face appeared ferocious, his eyes flashing with hateful electricity, his sharp teeth clenched, revealing anger and violent murderous intent. "You small fries, why dare to invade my city? Killing my people, if you're smart, retreat quickly. My City Lord is kind and doesn't want to start a slaughter, but I have no compassion." The group of swordsmen rushed from all sides to stop Song. "Demon of Thursday Tri-City, die. Together, kill him." His golden eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as a knife, showing stubbornness and rage. "Hopelessly stupid." Lightning exploded along with a roar. "Then die too." He struggled to hold on, trying to use his sword to resist the power descending from the sky. "Mortals cannot resist this heavenly thunder. Quickly return to report to Master, so he can subdue this monster." Everyone aggressively obeyed. "Understood." Song swung his arm covered in thunder and lightning, flashes of light swirling around like a thunder god descending to the world. He shouted to report. Master, Master, it's the Thunder Division commander blocking the way. He laughed, his blue eyes flashing in the fog. Former Heavenly General Deng Tianjun, after the Heaven and Earth War, followed the Demon Clan. Charging into our formation alone, truly arrogant. Marshal of the Divine Firmament Thunder, you are not alone. The Heaven Canopy mysterious sect was submerged in the fog, quietly looking down at the dispute about to break out. The wine bottles popped their caps. The stream of wine shot out violently, reflecting the rising anger along with Dao Yi's words. Everyone knows how to talk about great righteousness. Saying fight and then fighting, battles kill people. Even though they are demons, they have lived peacefully with humans for hundreds of years. He blushed and gritted his teeth. Furthermore, Thursday Tri-City still has many humans. Dao Yi raised the wine bottle, complaining as if he were the most miserable person in the world. Isn't this world miserable enough? Damn it! The bottle fell, splashing wine everywhere. But strangely, the bottle shattered before hitting the ground because of a red power source destroying it. He was startled. Barrier. Why is there a barrier here? That stinking old man really wanted to use wine to hide it. Break it for me. After breaking it, Dao Yi was swept into a magical airflow that made him feel very painful. Dao Yi was dazed, surprised because this place was so strange.
Secret passage?
Disaster. If Master is hiding women, then forget it. Anyway, they have already caused trouble. Let's go in and see. He was so panicked that his soul left his body when he saw a sight he shouldn't have seen. In that room, giant monsters were chained and hung suspended in the darkness, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Dao Yi was shocked, his face turning pale. This is corpse refinement using the bodies of dead celestials. What is this trickery? Lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the gloomy scene covering the forest. He bowed his head and laughed coldly. Refined for so many years, it's time to see your results. Don't let me be disappointed. The sky was torn apart by Wukong's lightning. Seeing this, he raised his hand and responded to the challenge. Who comes? State your name. His glowing eyes flashed, spitting out 3 cold words. Void Thunder Art. He channeled his power, his whole body emitting rolling blue-white lightning. He lunged into the thunder rain. His wide robes whipped by the wind as if to tear the sky apart. Glared, accepting the challenge. Wukong stared, gritting his teeth. Who are you people? Exactly? He summoned a massive explosion of lightning light, swirling through space. In the heart of the thunderstorm, he roared, unleashing his technique. Call thunder. Debris flew everywhere as the lightning curled into a tornado. He stood suspended in the sky, his whole body submerged in thunderlight like a descending god. His body coiled with lightning, he glared in defiance. He tried to open his eyes to see. So that's it. He rode the thunder punishment down, throwing it straight at Wukong to let him enjoy the rolling electric current. He could do nothing but stand still and take the hit. White Dragon Horse did not expect the continuous lightning source to light up the sky like day. How could Deng Tianjun's thundercalling have such power? Unusually strong, Little Jade, send the Wind Division to help. Little Jade stood behind and obeyed. Yes, her eyes were full of determination, changed. Amidst the thunder mist, Wukong stood tall as if stepping out from the abyss. He turned into the coldest person in the world. A beam of light swirled strongly toward Wukong, but luckily he dodged it nimbly. Wukong looked straight ahead, his voice hinting at vigilance. You again? Chongqi raised his voice in threat. Hey kid, last time didn't count. This time I've returned with magic treasures and the Fire Division commander to compete with you. If you're looking for help, just say you're looking for help. Why explain so much? He opened his eyes, his expression cold and slightly confused by the provocation. That dagger summoned a burst of light force, sweeping cloud patterns across the battlefield without mercy. Stop talking nonsense. Take this. Taste the power of an ancient divine weapon. Wukong was vaguely spun around in that power. It bowed its head with red eyes as if to burn the whole space. Fire borrowed the wind's momentum. Wind helped the fire's might, burning everything in a flash. Scarlet flame, lotus butterfly. Chongqi lowered his voice, looking at the fire destroying him. Arrogant in my Shu Qi city. Next life, you'd best remember to stay away. It turned around blankly, Chongqi surprised that the fire had surrounded the place. Hey, you rotten golden rat. You've burned my eyes red. But it didn't expect that the fire burning up wasn't its accomplices. It was all Wukong. He returned to his original form with a fierce look. The red fire swallowed the city roof, rolling up like a screaming dragon in the night sky. Little Jade saw this and hurriedly reported. City Lord, the city is on fire. White Dragon Horse turned sharply, eyes wide with panic upon hearing the inner city was burning. Have they infiltrated the city? Her face tightened, her gaze cold and decisive. Can't wait any longer. No. Can't wait for the wind and fire divisions anymore. I must go myself. She was worried, but the city lord must hold the fort. White Dragon Horse decided to sacrifice herself for everyone. There are still many humans and low cultivation demons in the city. I'll go support first. Deng Tianjun, go contact the wind and fire divisions about the city situation. Little Jade turned sharply, her red eyes flashing with vigilance. Lightning tore the sky, illuminating the city sinking in chaos. It's the city gate. When Gong seized the chance to absorb the lightning power granted by heaven and earth, he howled, his whole body crackling with electricity, as if challenging heaven and earth. The lightning halo expanded, swallowing the whole space into a violent electric current. His face tore under the lightning, revealing a twisted look of pain and hatred. His bloodshot eyes glowed in the lightning, filled with rage wanting to tear the sky apart. Thunder division. Lightning swept the ground. It had been defeated. The enemy had attacked. It was Deng Tianjun. He turned his head, his gaze cold as if ready to fight. Let's fight. Two people stepped out, their momentum rising as if to explode the battlefield. The old man's deep voice rang out with a cruel order. Go. Kill them all for me. He stood glaring, waiting for them to fight. They all rushed at him, momentum like a storm. All together. Protect our Shu Qi city. Invade us, D. His yellow-green eyes sparked with electricity, brimming with killing intent. Beneath the thunder, his massive body tensed like a lightning arrow tearing through the darkness. White Dragon Horse realized in surprise. Same as the martial god armor art back then. The lightning tearing the sky exploded white, swallowing the whole space in a rumbling sound. In the murky air, a creature cried out miserably. It bowed its head in pain, unable to do anything. Someone passing by called, making the creature look up as if waiting for something. Kid, if you're afraid of being struck by lightning, hurry and find a place to hide. Amidst the thick fog, a figure stepped out silently as if rising from the abyss. So it was him. He gradually revealed his face, lightning crawling around his body, swirling into a gloomy and murderous stance, making the people sweat with fear. He appeared in black armor with eyes glowing cold as lightning. Otherwise you won't escape. Heavenly God armor art. His hand raised slightly, gathering a stream of white lightning that tore the air. That power wrapped around the innocent people, making them extremely panicked. The joy didn't last long for him. A lightning bolt tore the sky, descending before him like a pillar of annihilation. White Dragon Horse had arrived with a lightning dragon rushing out from the flashes, coiling to protect against all danger. Don't even think about hurting my people. This surprise left him paralyzed. The lightning dragon coiled among the clouds, silver scales glowing in the flashes. She lunged, white hair flying, eyes cold as if to tear apart the chaos here. The proud city lord of Shu Qi. On this side, the bandits were trying to destroy the village, everything sinking into a sea of fire. One of them grabbed the girl next to him, making her scream in panic. Don't. I'm not a demon, he said nonchalantly. Of course I know you're human, otherwise I would have already extracted your demon marrow. His disciple hadn't finished speaking. Let the master have some fun. Young Master Lu witnessed the desolate scene. Everywhere was blood and screaming. He could only frown helplessly. His figure stood before the crowd, speaking weakly. We came to act on behalf of heaven. We shouldn't do this. On this side, the battle between White Dragon Horse and the Heavenly God armor art was unfolding. That person appeared with lightning radiating powerfully. White Dragon Horse's gaze was highly vigilant. Immediately she controlled the dragon spirit to fly forward. It opened its massive mouth, lunging at the other guy, but he had dodged to the side in time. Just like that, he nimbly dodged White Dragon Horse's powerful blows. White Dragon Horse couldn't believe her eyes and frowned, observing. Even so, she stood tall amidst the thick smoke and dust. At this moment, Lu Dei's master observed from afar and leisurely spoke. The strength of the Shu Qi city lord is even greater than the Thunder Division divine general. At the same time, the heavenly god armor gritted his teeth in challenge. Even if you can restrain the divine general, can you resist heavenly thunder? Finishing his words, he unleashed his ultimate thunder tribulation move. A massive beam of lightning descended, tearing the sky. The energy from the strike caused strong tremors all around. Witnessing this, the old man's face darkened, helplessly muttering to himself. Thunder tribulation is the most powerful among all tribulations, said to be the most tyrannical punishment in the heavenly court. At least 2 Thunder Division generals are needed to launch it. Coming to Shu Qi this time, I've used all my heart's blood. But a pity for the demon marrow in the city. Suddenly, a hand reached up to catch that lightning orb. The energy radiating was so bright that White Dragon Horse had to cover her face with her hand. Then she opened her eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, "Caught the heavenly thunder tribulation? Who is it?" That hand began to close, the energy gradually being pulled inside. Finally, it was tucked neatly in the palm. A tornado appeared, sweeping all the lightning bolts inside. The two subordinates were a bit surprised, not understanding what happened. Wukong's back appeared, taking the Rui Jingu bang from his hand. Then his eyes became angry as he muttered, "I hate Jiangshi the most." The Rui Jingu bang had become massive, being carried on Wukong's shoulder as he continued, "And nonsense." Without wasting any more words, Wukong lunged to tear that Jiangshi apart. The other one hadn't realized what happened. Then Wukong quickly approached and placed his hand on his shoulder. The old man was startled, muttering, "Seems like somewhere I—" Wukong's hand gripped the shoulder tightly, then he used great force to tear it apart. Before long, his body had been split in two. From afar, White Dragon Horse observed Wukong's terrifying appearance and froze. Suddenly, 2 lines of tears ran down her face. Then she hesitated and asked, Great Sage, is it really the Great Sage?" Wukong glanced over and said softly, "Bye." At the same time, someone's figure appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Sparks suddenly appeared on Wukong's head. Then the next second it spread to his face, making him shocked. Immediately he fell down, clutching his head in intense pain. Suddenly a powerful gust of air swept past, making White Dragon Horse raise her hand to shield herself. After a while, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. Before White Dragon Horse's eyes, Wukong had transformed into another terrifying form. It stood tall in the rubble, flying out, a cold face then striking hard. For long, a violent tornado swept White Dragon Horse up, then struck a direct blow to her chest. The next second, White Dragon Horse went limp and fell freely. Amidst sparks and thick smoke, Wukong still stood there. White Dragon Horse had now fallen straight to the ground, her face showing clear signs of exhaustion. The corners of her mouth bled continuously as she whispered, "Great Sage, wake up quickly." At this moment, White Dragon Horse appeared back as a man, eyes tearful as he said softly, "The Great Sage is not like that." Then she fell, luckily caught by an arm. That young man raised his hand to cover White Dragon Horse's face. She was truly exhausted, struggling to ask, "Who are you?" Her vision blurred. Only seeing that person majestically before the ashes, he spoke. The rest, White Dragon Horse tried to squint to see more clearly. That figure was the one who appeared earlier during the chaos. He continued, "Leave it to me." Switching scenes to the side, the old man was hurriedly fleeing. He appeared with a panicked face, gasping for air. Then he stopped and looked to the other side, gasping continuously. His hideous face was drenched in sweat. Then he angrily cursed, "Damn it! Why is it like this? Waited for so many years, all efforts down the drain, and lost both immortal corpses." Then he remembered Wukong's angry look and lamented, "Can't be wrong. I've met him before. It's definitely him. Why did he appear in Shuqi City?" Suddenly his left eye changed to blue. The next second his whole face gradually changed, making him gasp. Immediately the guy's face distorted, looking extremely ghostly. His hands curled up as he screamed, "Disaster! Counter! Backlash!" At this point his eyes hardened, veins bulged violently. Then he muttered, "Magic power consumed too much." Before long, only the skin on his face could be seen rotting and dripping down as he cried out in pain, "Master!" Then he fell to his knees, clutching his face, continuously wondering, "Is that the master? Can the master escape too?" Young Master Lu had heard everything. He was a bit stunned and repeated, "Master?" Suddenly he turned sharply. Young Master Lu revealed a mysterious expression and said, "Corpse!" He couldn't wait any longer and lunged forward. In the gloomy, deserted forest, he reached out to cover young Master Lu's whole face. He spoke greedily. 500 years have passed. Luckily my disciples are numerous. Your flesh and blood are the elixir to prolong my life." He only managed to say, Don't. Then he raised his trembling, gnarled hand and said, "You've come here, so offer up your essence and blood." He muttered, "Master." After sucking the essence, he still kept that gnarled hand and rambled. "Otherwise how could I compare to the gods? Longevity." On the other side, it was now sunset. Houses were submerged in smoke and fire, a scene of desolation and ruin. Suddenly a half-hearted voice spoke up, "Shuqi City. Next time." A moment later someone's voice spoke, "Hey, not Tran." He still looked silently at the surrounding scene. Not Tran's face darkened. Then he said softly, "It's morning. What happened last night? Why can't I remember anything? Seems like there was a fight." Xiao Zhou yawned and urged, "What are you spacing out for? Where's my breakfast? So hungry." He didn't rush to go, but mocked. You could sleep through last night. What exactly happened? The little girl made an annoyed face and argued back. Sleep my foot. I was knocked out by that guy's lightning. Not Tran stood up and lamented. Seems to have some impression. Xiao Zhou interrupted. You bring food to me first, then we'll go find him to settle the score. He heard that and teased. Forget it, even if you're full you won't be able to beat him. Making the little girl angrily exclaim. You! At this moment, Xiao Yu was observing from afar. Immediately after that she approached and asked gently. Sorry to bother you too. I am the manager in the Shu Qi City Lord's mansion. Could I invite you to the City Lord's mansion for a visit? Into a room. Not Tran couldn't help but ask. Manager, I don't know why you called me here? Xiao Yu suddenly fell silent, then slowly spoke. Sir, don't be polite, just call me Xiao Yu. My subordinates were rude and offended your group. I'm very sorry. With you is likely the great sage equaling heaven from years ago. The city lord really wants to know clearly. I hope you can enlighten me. Tran heard this and asked confusedly. Asking about him, why not ask him directly? Xiao Zhou sat by and cursed. Great sage, what are you talking about, that monkey? He honestly spoke. I really don't remember last night. Also, when did your subordinates offend us? Xiao Yu was a bit stunned. Suddenly, she bowed low without hesitation and pleaded. The commanders of the Wind and Thunder divisions acted on their own to seek revenge on your people. Please show mercy and spare their lives. I, Little Jade, thank you on their behalf. That moment, White Dragon Horse appeared and asked, Little Jade, have you called them yet? Those two fools, Wind and Thunder, went to take their anger out on the great senior brother again. Saying this, her eyes narrowed with a hint of anger as she added, They're lucky they aren't dead yet. Little Jade was startled by this appearance and turned around anxiously. City Master, aren't you supposed to be recovering? Why are you out here? White Dragon Horse didn't answer but immediately flew into a rage. What are my wounds compared to this? Tell me the news about the great senior brother. Little Jade couldn't help but retort. You ran to the front hall before even fixing your clothes. Both Not Tran and 2Q were caught in the crossfire, appearing silent and confused. Finishing her sentence, Little Jade sighed in frustration, while White Dragon Horse looked down at her clothes, puzzled. Is something wrong with how I'm dressed? Not Tran remained deep in thought, saying nothing. Without wasting time on pleasantries, White Dragon Horse introduced herself. I am Ao Lai, and the great sage equaling heaven is my senior brother. If you know where he is now, please. Not Tran heard this and quickly interrupted. City Master, he might not remember much of what happened before. On the other side, Wukong sat deep in thought on a tree branch, ignoring the scorching sun. Suddenly, he glanced over. It turned out that below, a kitten was gently touching his hand. On the ground, young Master Lu raised his withered hand, struggling. It itches so much. Seeing this, Wukong replied indifferently. You are already dead. What is there to fear about itching? He asked in surprise. I'm dead. Wukong stated the truth seriously. Your resentment has not dissipated. Under the scorching sun, you will vanish into thin air in a moment. It is likely that because your resentment is too great, you have turned into a Jiangshi, and will later feed on flesh and blood. It is very dangerous. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel to not miss any videos that are attractive. Please subscribe to the Ginmi Go channel to not miss any attractive videos. Switching scenes to Little Jade, she asked anxiously, City Master, are we just going to let them go like that? If the great sage loses control again? Then she turned to look at White Dragon Horse and said bluntly, Forgive Little Jade for speaking plainly, but never mind the suffering of living beings. Those immortals will not sit idly by. White Dragon Horse glanced over at this. Then, as she walked away, she said, Little Jade, even the 9 heavens cannot do anything to the great sage now. Suddenly, she paused and hesitated. Oh, right. Under the scorching sun, White Dragon Horse asked in a serious tone. What is that gentleman's name? Little Jade replied. It seems to be Not Tran. She wondered further. Why would anyone have that surname? The image of those two gentlemen appeared again, making her mutter, Not Tran. Tran not. By now, the two of them had disappeared from sight. Elsewhere, a desperate cry rang out. Junior brother! How did it end up like this? A body lay on the ground as a figure passed by. Dao Not looked at the arm that was now just dry bone, appearing confused. The next second, his expression turned to shock as if he realized something, and he muttered, The flesh and blood are all gone. Could it be? Looking at the bloody scene, Dao Not shouted, Master! The old man looked down at the two of them, let out a mocking laugh and said, That cry of master stirs up 100 emotions about all the grievances I've suffered over the years. He stood proudly and voiced his grievances. The previous master never trusted me. treating me like a short-lived ghost who couldn't do anything. As he spoke, golden veins appeared on his body. His face was thoughtful as he opened his mouth and whispered, "Your sex founding master was quite a character. I don't know when he learned immortal arts." Suddenly, he took a stance, his blue eyes glowing, and growled. "It's a pity he didn't know how to teach his disciples. By your generation, the Tiangong sect is basically gone. I originally wanted to infiltrate Tiangong to learn a little, but every day was just preaching and almsgiving. I thought it had been desolate for years, but who would have thought I'd discover such fun in the true face of your founding master?" As he spoke, something terrifying and writhing grew out of his body, displaying these divine corpses like wax figures. Isn't that a waste of heaven's gifts? It's time for the title of Corpse Daoist to become famous throughout the world. Then he bared his sharp teeth. At the same time, he hovered in the air with the summoned arms and continued, "Sacrifice in the name of the gods." The next second, the Tiangong sword formation technique was unleashed, and a powerful whirlwind swept toward Daoist. Shouted a warning, "Watch out!" The mysterious person was startled and turned around. Immediately, an explosion occurred, rocks and dirt flew everywhere. But fortunately, both of them managed to dodge in time. Refusing to give up, he used the eerie arms to attack and shouted, "Your Tiangong magic in my eyes." The person wearing the hat quickly dodged his attack. Then, in no time, they rushed in front of him while he was still shouting, "Is not worth mentioning." After that, he cast magic to control the arms to surround that person. Something made the mysterious person gasp in surprise, as an arm whipped past. A moment later, only the mask was seen slashed in two. He appeared, towering, and laughed scornfully. "With my 500 years of cultivation, how can you mortals attack me?" The mysterious person lowered their head and snorted coldly. 500 years? Have you spent 500 years just sneaking around stealing the flesh and blood of others to survive? Half of a man's face with an open mouth appeared, followed by the side of a woman's face, who was deep in thought and then said leisurely, "Then let me show you the difference when we have the same 500 years of cultivation." It turned out to be none other than the little girl. She revealed an strangely calm expression. Daoist's master stood laughing crazily, and he began to attack. "Tiangong Daoist arts. Daoist, don't let your pathetic magic soil my eyes. Offer your neck to be severed." The two of them took a defensive stance, preparing to block the attack, while the little girl's eyes became focused. She began to use her technique. Daoist saw the move she was using and was surprised. "You? How do you know our magic?" A circle and streams of golden light appeared when the little girl used the technique. She began to unleash the technique, and a series of golden lights and strips of characters appeared, shooting up from where she stood. The little girl said triumphantly, "Little Daoist, look, this is the true way to use the Tiangong techniques." Daoist's master saw her attack and was surprised. "That's not right." He stared in wide-eyed surprise and exclaimed, "This is not Tiangong magic." The little girl retorted, "You know nothing. The origin of the Tiangong techniques." A series of swords appeared around the little girl, and the wind rose violently. She unleashed the Tiangong 36 transformations. She focused the sword beams toward Daoist's master and prepared to launch the sword formation. A series of bright swords rushed toward him. He was severely wounded, his body mangled, and he lost a part of his body. Seeing this, the little girl rushed forward and decisively unleashed her move, slicing his body in two. His face was still bewildered, unable to react before he was obliterated. The aftershocks from the little girl's attacks had not yet faded. Daoist stood by, watching with his mouth agape. The little girl struck decisively, finishing him off. "Offer your neck to be severed." She severed his head and held it in her hand. She looked at Daoist and spoke slowly. Seeing the little girl finish him off, Daoist exclaimed, "Doing evil for so many years, and he dies like this? It was truly too easy for him." The little girl asked him, "Little Daoist, is there anything else?" Daoist knelt down, clasping his hands and bowing repeatedly. "Founding master, above, no, founding grandmother. Please accept a bow from your unfilial descendant." Seeing this, the little girl said shyly, "You have misunderstood." She explained to him, "I don't know your sex founding master. It's just that he had a connection with my uncle in the past." The two looked at each other, and the little girl continued, "My uncle saw that he had talent, so he taught him this Tiangong technique." She lowered her voice and recounted, "Later, my uncle mentioned to me that your founding master had passed away. I was wandering outside and didn't have time to look after him. He was considered like a junior brother." Daoist heard this and was confused. "The founding master is my junior brother? Wait, that's a bit confusing." The little girl placed her sword on her shoulder and prepared to leave, leaving behind a few words. "But it is true, my uncle didn't teach his disciples properly. images of two birds chirping on a tree branch, and mountain ranges obscured by hazy clouds. Suddenly, a human voice echoed in the mountains. A fishing rod was casting bait onto the lake. Someone was muttering to themselves, "Who is bad-mouthing me behind my back? That stinky brat hasn't returned to check on me in all these years." The sky was filled with warm light, and mountains covered in green flowers and leaves appeared. Someone was dreamily exclaiming, "Here." He continued to wonder, "Where is this place? Am I dead?" The wandering soul was blending into the water, thinking to himself, "Is this the immortal realm?" He asked himself again, "Could it be that I have ascended to become an immortal?" The wandering soul looked around blankly. Little Nezha walked over and called out, "Hey, you with the thick eyebrows. Stop daydreaming. You won't become an immortal. But you are truly dead." Little Nezha stared at him. The wandering soul saw the little girl and wondered, "Are you a fairy?" The little girl snapped angrily, "Are your ears broken or is your brain broken? I already said this isn't the immortal realm." Little Nezha clarified for the wandering soul. "This is a restriction set up by my father and him. There is quite a lot of spiritual energy here, so some wandering souls like you happen to be attracted here. Understand?" The wandering soul's hand suddenly began to dissolve, and he shouted anxiously, "My hand! Why is it disappearing? What is going on?" Little Nezha said unsurprised, "What's there to be surprised about? There is a lot of spiritual energy here. A wandering soul like you naturally cannot withstand it. Besides, your life is already gone. What is losing a hand?" Little Nezha searched for something on her person. The wandering soul called out in panic, "Fairy!" She pulled a small pagoda from her person. The wandering soul was still panicking and pleading, "Save me! My body is gone too." She slowly threw the pagoda up. Little Nezha performed some kind of divine power. Collect! Light radiated out, obscuring the wandering soul. A large, brightly glowing pagoda appeared before their eyes. The wandering soul was sucked into the pagoda and was terrified. "Where is this? I can't move. That fairy must think I'm an evil spirit. So she locked me in a magical artifact. Fairy sister, I'm a good person. No, a good ghost. When I was alive, I was considered a practitioner." Little Nezha sighed, "You are so troublesome. I am saving you. At least in the pagoda you won't vanish into thin air. Later, when I get back, I'll ask my mother how to deal with you. You should thank me. If you asked my father, you would have turned to dust." She asked uncertainly, "You said earlier that you were a Daoist practitioner when you were alive. So do you know how to subdue demons and exorcise spirits?" Little Nezha walked near a stream and ordered the wandering soul, "Then when you were exorcising spirits, why were you killed? Tell me quickly." The wandering soul inside the small pagoda slowly recounted, "Actually, I was..." He continued, "That day, I was in Thursday Tri-City." Little Nezha heard the story and exclaimed in surprise, "A demon god?" She asked, half believing, "Is that true? You were in that city and encountered a demon of the demon god level." In the wandering soul's mind, an image of a powerful monster appeared. He slowly continued, "I think it must have been..." Little Nezha took a deep breath. She smiled and said, "I really want to go and see it for myself." The two of them headed home. The wandering soul asked, "Where is this?" Little Nezha explained to him, "Of course, it's my home." She covered herself with a leaf and went inside. "Keep your voice down. Our cat has very sharp ears." Little Nezha listened as if afraid of being discovered, and whispered, "It seems there is no one home." Little Nezha cautioned carefully, "But it's better to be careful. If we get caught, we're dead." The wandering soul saw how careful she was and wondered, "But isn't this your home?" Little Nezha used her magical artifact, Cosmic Silk. A series of long ribbons appeared, and she shouted, "Strike!" The long ribbons flew into the house, and she carefully controlled the magical artifact. The artifact retrieved a red bag from inside the house. Little Nezha happily put on the bag and muttered, "Ha-ha! Chenkoan bag! Now there won't be any mistakes." The wandering soul saw this and wondered, "Stealing things?" Little Nezha rummaged through the bag. "What do you know? Without the formation map, we can't get out. I remember it's in here." She closed her eyes and chanted, "1,000 miles of mountains and rivers reflect the red sun." A scroll appeared and flew around her. Little Nezha continued to chant, "Beneath the mountains, the altars of earth and grain changed the firmament." The wandering soul saw this and wondered, "Open!" The scene around her changed, becoming dark and cold. She muttered, "It's true, we can get out now." Little Nezha saw the scenery of clouds and mountains appearing and was delighted. She exclaimed, "Ha-ha! This is wonderful. This is the realm of the 9 provinces." The wandering soul saw this and wondered, "Do you want to run away from home to play?" Nezha shouted, Shut up. This young lady has many important things to do. Nezha sat in the house, looking at the sky outside. He seemed to have discovered, the child has gone out. Antu sat next to him and replied, you often said that sooner or later she would go out, so why are you worried now? Nezha hesitated slightly and said, that is true, but... She began to explain, I am a mortal, and I will have to go through birth, aging, sickness, and death. Because of me, you used a magical artifact to create this place like an immortal realm, and I have a place to return to. But the child is still young. She still needs to go and see the outside world. Antu smiled and reminded him, besides, when you were young, Nezha replied shyly, there is no need to bring that up. She smiled and said, let's think about what we will say to grandfather later. Grandfather loves her the most. He replied calmly, it's fine, without that pagoda, father cannot defeat me. Little Nezha was jumping on the tree branches. Her stomach began to growl with hunger, and little Nezha began to complain. What should I do now? I'm so hungry. I want to eat the rice my mother cooks. The wandering soul advised little Nezha, young miss, why don't you go back home? Suddenly, a plume of smoke and fire appeared in the distance. Little Nezha paid attention. Something is coming. A monster with a huge body looked extremely terrifying. The monster appeared, causing chaos in the surrounding scene. Little Nezha dodged the monster and wondered, what kind of monster is this? How dare it try to ambush this young lady? The wandering soul said anxiously, this doesn't seem to be aimed at us. Huado, a demon beast resembling a dog, breathing fire. The wandering soul briefly explains to her, this is a type of Huado, just larger in size. They like deep mountains, aren't close to humans, and should actually be quite gentle. Little Nezha stares intently at the monster. Is the Huado a fierce beast that breathes fire? The soul says uncertainly, I remember books recording this type as not being a fierce beast. Unless oppressed. Nearby, voices. Chase it. Don't let the beast run east. Several people appear with torches and weapons. One of them speaks. Old Qian, there aren't enough people on the east side. Little Nezha notices the group that just appeared. A subordinate spots little Nezha and reports. Boss, why is there a little girl here? The leader speaks. Probably from a nearby village. That beast's cultivation isn't enough. It hasn't taken human form yet. The subordinate advises. Hey little girl, leave quickly, it's dangerous here. Little Nezha wonders. Little girl? Who are you calling? The situation seems chaotic. The subordinate shouts. Boss, it seems they found it in the east. The leader yells orders. What are you standing there for? Go help. The group is surrounding and catching the demon beast. Seeing the group's actions, the soul judges. These people must be demon hunters, living by trading demon marrow from beasts for money. Little Nezha watches them intently and evaluates. These are demon hunters? Why aren't they like what my father described? Their methods are too crude, relying only on brute force. Little Nezha starts using her magical artifacts. Daring to look down on me and calling me a little girl? She starts moving toward the group and the beast. The soul says nonchalantly, but you are. Little Nezha shouts. Shut up, I'm half a head taller than you. Phoenix rushes out from inside little Nezha's artifact. The soul says sheepishly, well, I'm not tall. A phoenix with a surrounding ring rushes out. She says triumphantly, then I'll show them this lady's skills. Seeing this, the soul tries to stop her. Wait, wait. The flaming phoenix begins to spread its wings. It spreads its wings, and the sparks around the beast and in the vicinity are all sucked in. The beast struggles. The group yells. Fire. The fire has all been sucked away. Suddenly everything becomes quiet. The group looks in surprise. Strange? What's going on? The leader yells orders. Forget everything. Finish off this beast first. Little Nezha stands by, watching. Group talks among themselves. We took the beast's cub, so it's resisting desperately. It's a pity we don't have rare talismans. Otherwise, we could sell this beast's marrow for a lot of money. Seeing what the group is doing, the girl's eyes widen in shock. The group continues laughing and talking. Stop talking nonsense. Selling the cub is enough for us to spend. Today is like divine help. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost a few brothers. Little Nezha recalls what her father said. My father told me demon hunters are good people. During the ancient war between gods and demons, the demon gate was sealed by a demon hunter sacrificing himself. The soul explains to her. Things aren't like that anymore. She clenches her fists in anger. Why is it like this? Little Nezha stands with a darkened face, watching everything. It shouldn't be like this. Little Nezha stands on a rock, thinking. Seeing this, the soul comforts her. Don't be like that. Who doesn't make mistakes? Don't blame yourself too much. Actually, the soul continues. If I hadn't spoken carelessly, I wouldn't have ended up dying in a foreign land. Nezha is still angry, clenching her hands. The soul continues. At least you beat those people to vent your anger. Oh, who knows when I'll be able to get revenge. She closes her eyes and says nothing. Little Na Tra starts walking down the mountain alone in the rain. As she walks, she recounts, "Father and mother told me many stories about the 9 provinces. I always assumed everyone was like my mother." The soul explains, "There are good people and bad people." Suddenly, a person appears and holds an umbrella for little Nezha. He says, "Little sister, why are you bathing in the rain alone here?" Little Nezha looks up at him. He asks, "Lost?" He asks further, "This road goes straight to the village. Do you need me to take you there?" Little Nezha stubbornly replies, "No need." He continues probing, "You look like you're angry from fighting with your family, right?" She says angrily, "No." Little Nezha says thoughtfully, "People just did something wrong." He laughs. "Haha, impressive, so young and already out wandering the world." She says uncomfortably, "Hey, why are you laughing so loudly?" He comforts little Nezha. "It's just the beginning, that's all. But as long as you persist in what you want to do, I believe you can do it. Keep this umbrella, otherwise you'll catch a cold." Little Nezha continues to refuse. "No need." He says goodbye and leaves. "All right, I'm off. Goodbye." Little Nezha wonders, clouds thick. That person can be considered a good person. The soul explains, "Most ordinary people are like that." The soul explains to her, "But there are many things you can't tell from the outside. You can know a person's face but not their heart." Suddenly there's a sound nearby. Little Nezha wonders, "What sound is that?" The soul judges, "Probably a wild beast, maybe it's injured." Little Nezha goes to find the sound. The sound is coming from over there. On this side, a demon beast is caught in a trap. The soul explains, "Seems like a demon that hasn't taken form yet." She is confused. "A demon?" The demon beast looks at little Nezha with glowing red eyes. She wonders, "It's been caught. What will happen to it?" The soul replies, "Who knows, out of 10, 8 or 9 will be killed." Demon beast continues to growl. The soul reminds her, "Don't go over there. It's very dangerous." Little Nezha reaches into the blood-stained trap of the demon beast, and she decisively smashes the trap. The demon beast runs off without hesitation. Nezha stands watching. The soul says uncertainly, "I feel like what you did isn't very good." Little Nezha asks back, "Why? Is saving it wrong?" The soul explains, "It's not wrong, but demons will hurt people." The passerby at this moment says to go down to the village at the foot of the mountain. Little Nezha yells anxiously, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" She holds the person for a moment. Scratch marks and red blood. The demon beast is attacking the person who helped her earlier. Chapter 171, Little Nezha takes the initiative to request, "Rough named one, I want to go home." The other party comforts her. "Actually, you don't need to be so discouraged." Little Nezha resolutely objects. "I feel I can't do anything. I can't help anyone." The other person calmly asserts, "As long as you believe what you are doing is correct, that's enough." Warm sunlight shines across little Nezha's beautiful face. From far away comes the sound of children playing very happily. In front is the Fushan ice lake. Swimming there in summer is the best. The water is always cool. A young boy accidentally spots little Nezha and innocently asks her, "Big sister, are you going swimming too?" Nezha is surprised. "Swimming?" The boy innocently boasts. "The water there is cool. What could be better than swimming this summer?" In the hot weather, the children immerse themselves in the crystal-clear lake. They swim to their heart's content, not knowing what fatigue is. Little Nezha sits on the bank observing everything. She mutters silently, "You said my father caused many troubles when he was young because of swimming. My father said you can't blame him. I really can't distinguish who is right now. Therefore, the sentence you said, as long as you feel what you do is correct, that's enough. I find it not right. When you attacked Chuchi City, you also felt you were doing the right thing, right?" The other person is left speechless by little Nezha, having to stammer and pretend vaguely. "That's true." Suddenly a noisy sound comes from behind. She turns her head vigilantly. The water surface suddenly rises into large waves. Additionally, a whirlpool begins to form in the center of the lake. The children nearby will soon be swallowed. The whole group panics and shouts while running away. "Get to the shore quickly. There are big waves. The river god is angry. I told you parents didn't let us go swimming." At this moment, a blurry figure suddenly appears deep in the forest. He complains irritably, "You stinking little brats. How many times already? As soon as summer comes, you go down to the lake to bathe. Don't you know it's dangerous? This time I have to teach you a lesson." Little Nezha shouts angrily, interrupting, "Stop." She jumps down powerfully, her rough fist directly breaking the rocks around. Little Nezha turns around coldly, using a gloomy expression to question the man who just dodged her attack. Daoist? Why are you using incantations? Do you want to drown the children? After witnessing Little Nezha's powerful ability, Daoist cannot help but suspect. Whose child is this strong? If that punch hit the face, it would be disfigured. He narrows his eyes and warns Little Nezha. Little girl, don't be meddlesome. This immortal is the mountain god of this mountain. With nothing to do, naturally, I'm catching children for human sacrifice. Hearing this, she goes completely mad, her pupils flashing with sharp Daoist light in an instant. What did you say? It's still the voice from the other person reminding Little Nezha. Calm down quickly, ask clearly first. Daoist also discovers this invisible character. He exclaims in surprise. There's another little devil talking? The next second, Little Nezha flies straight into the air. She waves her hand, releasing a brilliant red ribbon that looks very familiar. Catching him and then asking isn't too late. Hunyuan ribbon. Daoist stands on the ground, stunned. Hunyuan ribbon? Nezha opens her mouth wide and screams fiercely. Hunyuan ribbon follows, spreading in all four directions. The shadow is so large it overwhelms Daoist Yi's chubby body. He thinks in confusion. Red lotus fire in the ribbon, even I feel threatened. Now he is surrounded by the sky-filling smoke and fire of the Hunyuan ribbon. Daoist is so hot he almost curses. Wanna roast a pig? He helplessly curls his lip. Truly don't know whose child this is. Daoist decisively raises his hand and chants. Withdraw. As soon as Daoist shouts withdraw with just one thought, he has captured the entire Hunyuan ribbon of Little Nezha. She widens her eyes in surprise. What? Daoist rolls the Hunyuan ribbon into a ball. He affirms with satisfaction. This magical artifact is driven by innate chi, but when meeting an opponent with stronger chi, the invisible voice sounds asking Little Nezha, Little girl, what now? Daoist looks at Little Nezha triumphantly. Normally speaking, as long as the artifact doesn't recognize a master, it's easy to subdue. She coldly interrupts. Who said my family's magical artifact doesn't recognize a master? The next second, the fabric ball in Daoist Yi's hand suddenly bursts into flames, the fire quickly engulfing him, turning Daoist from the appearance of an arrogant immortal into a charred piece of meat. He blankly utters two words to justify himself. Oversight. Little Nezha gleefully curls her lip to mock Daoist. He suddenly discovers a familiar object on her. That bundle looks familiar, doesn't it? He sees Little Nezha reach down and pull it out. Daoist is immediately startled. Universe bag, universe ring, Hunyuan ribbon, fire-tipped spear. This combination of all three makes him freeze on the spot. Daoist stupidly exclaims. Want to kill someone? Nezha decisively swings the fire-tipped spear. After she combines all three weapons, she turns to provoke him. Come here, fat bald guy. Round 2. This time I won't hold back. Daoist has no choice but to accept. In that case, there's no other way. The soul anxiously warns Little Nezha. Little girl, watch out. He seems to have a magical artifact too. Little Nezha frowns, seemingly acknowledging it. But no one expected that the final magical artifact the opponent brings out is raising a white flag to surrender. Little Nezha angrily bristles and scolds Daoist. He acts like a child who made a mistake, obediently standing and listening to her reprimand. I surrender. I surrender. Little Nezha helplessly questions Daoist. As a mountain god, why are you attacking children swimming? Explain clearly to me right now. He reveals heavily. I'll talk. I'll talk. This is terrifying. They were warned beforehand. The local people are not allowed to come swimming in this lake. She is surprised. Why can't they swim? The soul hurriedly chimes in. Exactly. Exactly. Daoist slowly explains. The ice lake looks cool on the outside, but it actually hides a mystery. Little Nezha is slightly suspicious. He continues to explain. After the great war between gods and demons, the heavenly realm collapsed. Something must have fallen into this lake, making the water cool all year round. Seeing no one answer, Daoist gathers his courage and looks up. But in front of him, it is completely empty, making him startle. Where did they go? Little Nezha jumps into the lake without hesitation. She tries to swim deep forward to discover the truth. Little Nezha thinks to herself that if there is no mystery under the lake, she will beat the fat bald guy so as not to wrong a good person. Little Nezha holds her breath and swims in the lake for a long time. She carefully observes her surroundings and remarks. The water here is getting colder and colder. It really is. Strange, there isn't a single fish. Suddenly Little Nezha widens her eyes, gulping. The soul asks her anxiously, what's wrong? Little Nezha tries to endure, focusing on chanting water-avoiding spell. Ineffective. Her whole body floats in the cold water. A thought flashes. A small matter can't stump me. Breath-holding technique mother taught me. Calm the mind. The other person thinks she has encountered an accident, so they are extremely anxious. Little girl, are you okay? Little Nezha calmly comforts the soul. Don't be afraid. I'm fine. She actively swims to a deeper level. Little Nezha nods, concluding, no wonder the mountain god couldn't do anything to the ice lake. At this moment, she accidentally discovers a giant block of ice nearby. Little Nezha exclaims in surprise. What a huge block of ice. The soul gently reminds her. We've reached the bottom of the ice lake. Little Nezha slowly approaches. Seems like inside the ice layer. Before she can finish speaking, she sees a purple light flickering under the hard ice surface. Those purple eyes stare at her, looking extremely strange. A demonic voice from somewhere rings out, full of temptation. It's food, full of spiritual energy. Food, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Little Nezha's pupils suddenly vanish, her eyes becoming completely white. Her two hair ties also begin to lengthen. The purple light from the bottom of the lake flies up and surrounds little Nezha. The soul screams in terror, calling her. Little girl, wake up quickly. Little Nezha's body was now completely powerless. Before fainting, she dimly saw the things preparing to attack her were drifting black vapors. This was demonic chi. This is bad. Her body couldn't move. What to do? Her Dharma treasures wouldn't obey commands either. Little Nezha desperately reached her hand toward the warm light above the lake's surface. Am I dying? No, save me. The moment she gradually lost gravity and fell. A mysterious hand reached up to support her back. That very hand pulled little Nezha back to the surface. She woke up groggily and discovered striking tattoos on the other person's body. Someone saved me. Little Nezha tried to turn her head to look at that blurry figure. Was it this person who saved me? The person who appeared was none other than Beiji. Beiji stood indifferently in the middle of a vast flower garden. Around him was poetic scenery and picturesque mountains and water. He was waiting for little Nezha to wake up. Not long after, she opened her eyes, and the soul anxiously asked, has the little girl woken up? Little Nezha hesitated, not understanding what happened. The soul gently recounted the situation. You lost consciousness under the ice lake. After that, the soul affirmed she was saved by this person. Little Nezha vigilantly darted her eyes to observe the man standing in the distance. Who is that? Beiji, with long black hair loose behind his back, had a devil-may-care look that seemed extremely distant. As she slowly approached from behind, he suddenly spoke. Awake? He calmly glanced toward little Nezha. Do the adults at home know you caused such trouble? She defensively argued. I only wanted to help. Little Nezha confidently declared. I still have many Dharma treasures I haven't used yet. The soul helplessly reminded. Little girl, say less, he saved you. Beiji sharply questioned little Nezha. Oh right, your Dharma treasures still recognize their master, right? Then why didn't they save you earlier? He slowly added. Just like when you set me on fire before. Hearing this, little Nezha was startled, pointing at him and exclaiming. Are you that fat bald monk? She happily teased him. Transformation spell? But even if you transform like this, you can't change the reality of being bald. Beiji sighed miserably. Damn brat, should have let you drown. The soul suddenly interrupted. Please don't be angry, immortal. After hearing the account, Beiji suspiciously asked back. Demon? Are you sure it's a demon? He quietly frowned, muttering two names. Ao Lai, Shou Chi City. Beiji sarcastically blamed himself. Looks like I really have been in the deep mountains for too long. He coaxed little Nezha. Time to go out, go. She wondered. Are you coming with us? Beiji mumbled. Just want to watch you. Afraid you'll cause trouble again. Both strolled leisurely while exchanging skills. You look like you've reached golden immortal level. Can you fly? Yes. Then what? Teach me, we won't need to walk anymore. The soul was a bit speechless. Golden immortal? You two, stop scaring me. Okay? Beiji curiously asked little Nezha. Didn't your father pass down the wind-fire wheels? Speak of the devil, the wind-fire wheels suddenly appeared. A single spark almost burned everything to the ground. After doing so, it flew away, leaving the consequences for the owner to solve. Just like that, two burnt meat chunks, named little Nezha and Beiji, stood frozen in place. He tiredly complained, you should go back. She shouted embarrassedly. I have so many Dharma treasures, I don't know how to use them all right away. In a desolate, withered forest, a figure was riding a horse across a trail. That person wore a hat and clothes covering them completely from head to toe. Even the face was wrapped in black gauze. One person and one horse gradually vanished into the misty fog. The screen shifted to the outside of a mansion. A subordinate rushed in to report. Reporting to the Lord, The vanguard team has been summoned to present the investigation situation. Soon, a heavy sound echoed throughout the room. Indeed, a demon has appeared in the world. They say heaven and earth changed color, especially with sky-devouring energy. Our vanguard guard in the Huai River region is tracking the demon's trail. Hope the Lord quickly dispatches the demon-suppressing guards to support. Also, the demon-suppressing peak seems to be gone. Some say it was the final veil of the demon realm. Someone replied, correct. All prefectures are ordered to gather demon-suppressing guards to prepare a counterattack against the demon realm. Beiji crossed his arms in thought. Understood. Go rest. The other hurriedly retreated. Yes, Lord. He indifferently cast his gaze into the distance, carefully thinking. The human world has begun to act. Seems many years have passed since the last great war. Mortals don't want to stick their necks out to be chopped anymore. So they have prepared many things, including the demon-suppressing peak. In another development, a few black shadows lingered before an old, dilapidated building. A place where misty fog always appeared before the door. The black-clad figures gathered at the edge, quietly exchanging words. Demon-suppressing guards are coming to support day and night. We shouldn't go in. We've been following for days and nights already. Really don't want to let the demon-suppressing guards steal the credit. Someone angrily snorted. Credit? Recalling the bloody, white cloth-wrapped corpses of comrades thrown into the abyss. He heavily declared. Must be alive to receive it. How many brothers have already died? At this moment, a ghostly voice suddenly came from the building. You mortals have followed me for days. If not necessary, I don't want to harm you. Disperse quickly. Otherwise, I won't mind burying your corpses here. Everyone was stunned in unison. Everyone worriedly discussed. So what does the Lord think? My demon marrow isn't enough, mine neither. Someone nervously looked toward the direction of the sound. The monster residing their side. Forget it. Then, narrowed his eyes and declared. Don't go anymore. Blinding light shone down, revealing a part of the monster's body. Little Nezha was with Beiji at this time. She observed the situation below and asked, those demon-suppressing guards have set off. Should we follow? They are even carrying a chest covered in mysterious talismans. Seeing them go far, little Nezha urged. Over there, uncle, should we tail them? He asked back. They are riding horses. Do you want to run after them? She replied. You are an immortal, you must have a way. Mid-sentence, sand and dust suddenly flew into little Nezha's face, making her grimace and stop. Then she kept spitting in disgust. Beiji also accidentally inhaled quite a bit. Although coughing violently and very uncomfortably, he still calmly replied, just follow their horse troop later. Little Nezha didn't understand. Why would they let you follow? He only replied, simple. At the same time, he immediately used his power to change his outer attire. She was stunned in surprise. Transformation spell again. What should I do? I don't know. But Beiji suddenly mentioned that person. Your father doesn't talk that much. Little Nezha paused. Do you know my father? However, he didn't explain. Just wear this outfit later. Little Nezha protested in vain. I won't wear stinky men's clothes. But then she silently watched the direction he left. After a while, little Nezha's voice sounded again. Hey uncle. See that chest? By now she was wearing a pitch-black outfit, eyes staring at that item. Seems like their treasure. Beiji also kept an eye on the item the demon-suppressing guards always carried closely. I noticed too, let's see. Little Nezha complained from behind. This outfit doesn't fit at all. No clothes for girls? Suddenly, someone hurriedly rode a horse fast toward Beiji's group. A demon-suppressing guard shouted angrily. Who dares to block the demon-suppressing guards? Yen Chun stopped before them, seriously announcing his identity. Chief envoy of the demon-suppressing guards, Yen Chun, wanting to report the anomaly at Demon Mountain. After confirming identity, everyone greeted in unison. Lord Yen. However, what caught her eye was Yen Chen's sexy outfit. Look uncle, there are girls' clothes, pretty right. But the only response was Beiji's sigh. Forget it. She asked back. What do you mean? Little Nezha's reproachful voice echoed everywhere. You really don't know how much time has passed. Beiji keenly detected something approaching. Coming again, aren't these people bored? But after sensing carefully, it seemed this guest wasn't what he thought. Not it. Suddenly, a part of the architecture here exploded. Right after, a figure flashed and flew into the sky. It slowly opened its purple eyes. Turns out the one causing this was Wuziki. Following from Huai River to this ruined temple, seems the only way is to kill all these people. The surrounding vision began to blur due to the mist it exhaled from its mouth. The blink of an eye, this place was covered by thick fog. Beiji looked at the scene before him. Not hard to realize. Mist? The demon-suppressing guards were in chaos. Everyone be careful. Hold the formation. Limited vision made the group even more confused. Someone commanded, "Quickly activate the demon sealing casket." He impatiently urged, "Hurry up." Just as he finished, he was finished off by Waziki instantly. Little Nezha turned her head to look at what he just mentioned. Is the demon sealing casket that chest? Seems like their secret weapon. Beiji secretly judged. This height 8 parts likely a person inside. The chest now began to fluctuate. A violent force immediately shot out all around. The chest began to fluctuate. The demon-suppressing guards shouted in surprise. Look! The chest opened. A hand from inside slowly reached out to grip the edge. Talismans pasted on it also gradually fell off. Out there really is a living person inside. Beiji then certainly affirmed his guess. Seems this is the secret weapon. He looked at the appearance of the person who just appeared and evaluated. So skinny, doesn't look very strong. Waziki, on the contrary, was a bit wary of this person. It didn't say a word. Red eyes full of killing intent glued to the opponent. Both stood still, neither willing to strike first. Then Waziki suddenly jumped, rushing toward him. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The spot it landed created a large hole. The force radiating was extremely violent. Little Nezha opened her eyes wide in surprise. So strong, but Waziki's expression changed a bit. Even Beiji didn't expect this situation. The person he once commented wasn't strong. Currently only used one hand to block Waziki's terrifying attack. That guy's hair hung down covering his whole face. Couldn't see the expression clearly. The more it looked, the more annoying it was, so it uncomfortably asked, "What exactly are you?" However, that person didn't give Waziki a clear answer. Right after, he immediately swung his hand to counterattack. Waziki timely jumped up to dodge that surprise attack. However, the expression on the young man's face at this moment was extremely stiff like a puppet. Not stopping there, that guy also continuously threw rapid punches toward it. The battle now only heard extremely violent collision sounds below. Little Nezha stood on the side witnessing this showdown. Impressive? Guess if that guy can win? Beiji didn't rush to answer her question. She paid more attention to the fierce competition ahead. Neither side yields. How about we help, maybe we'll win. The two opposites still continuously fought back and forth, hard to distinguish victory. However, Beiji had no intention of interfering. Why should we help? Besides, I don't want to provoke that monkey. Waziki, despite eating countless blows, still stood firm. Little Nezha looked at Waziki slowly transforming its body and wondered. Monkey? Are you talking about that demon? It's a monkey. The only outfit on it gradually tore apart. Beiji watched its body evolve into a terrifying form. He softly reaffirmed. Not exactly. Should say. The young teenager at that moment also stopped his hands. Beiji added one more sentence. Water monkey great sage, Waziki. Waziki, after completing the transformation, became much more ferocious. It roared extremely violently. This sound made those around deafening. Little Nezha looked at the situation and knew its intention. Wants a head-on battle? How much chance does this little brother have? Just then, that young man immediately jumped to actively attack. Don't joke, Waziki is a 10 desolation level monster. Winning 10% isn't even there. But before he could do anything, he was struck by Waziki with an extremely brutal punch. It slowly lifted its hand. Dust gradually cleared, could faintly see something below. At the place Waziki just struck was an arm beaten to a pulp, miserable to the point of not wanting to look. Little Nezha saw that person struggle to get up and wondered, why still fight desperately like that? His mouth had long vomited red blood, fresh blood flowing all over his face. He hugged his crushed arm. That eye actually slowly reached out to hug his injured arm. Then in an instant, he twisted his hand to adjust it back like a joint out of place. Little Nezha looked at that image and grimaced in horror. Waziki at this moment suddenly realized what it missed. Puppet? Beiji, witnessing the whole process, also discovered. He doesn't know pain. Looking at that guy's casual way of swinging his hand as if nothing happened. He only has divine form, no divine consciousness. I think he's being controlled. Little Nezha heard even more vaguely. So what to do? Beiji decided not to care anymore. Whatever. Save him, then think later. She also obediently agreed immediately. Then, as you wish. In just a blink of an eye, that person again rushed straight toward Waziki. Beiji timed it right and jumped up directly. Attack! Little Nezha slightly closed her eyes to summon the Hunyuan ribbon. In a flash, countless crimson ribbons appeared simultaneously. They all flew forward according to the master's command. Fight! A few ribbons easily wrapped around the teenager's body. Waziki was no exception. Each Hunyuan ribbon coiled around its massive arm. At the same time, the youth keenly noticed a strange face appearing behind him. Beiji didn't think twice, directly launching an attack. He was restrained by Little Nezha, so he took the full force of that blow. The youth lost all strength to resist and fainted on Beiji's shoulder. After handling it, Beiji turned to negotiate with Waziki. Great water monkey demon. Surely you see this child is being controlled by someone. Stop fighting so we can talk a bit. Can't we? Hearing this, it narrowed its eyes, seemingly unwilling to compromise. You think you're qualified to talk? Finishing, it swung its arm, aiming to break free from the Hunyuan ribbon's control. Though little Nezha is strong, she is currently just a child, unable to suppress a desolate-level monster like Waziki. The immense power caused her to gradually reach her limit. Just as it broke free from the Hunyuan ribbon, it immediately reached toward Beiji, preparing to strike. Take a blow from me, then we'll talk. However, he directly revealed something that made Waziki pause. I am indeed no match for you, but in your hand is the 9-turn heaven-forged iron, a treasure bestowed by the 9 heavens' mysterious lady. Finishing, he immediately radiated a stream of golden light around himself. Waziki saw the image of brilliant golden wings fluttering in midair. Beiji very quickly transformed into a different appearance. Now can we talk? The story must be told from ancient times. After the immortal demon war, the boundaries of the 3 realms collapsed, no longer bound by restrictions. The surrounding space was extremely desolate and ruined. Humans from then on no longer sought the Tao, realizing the gods and demons they worshipped were no stronger than ants. The collapse of faith created the void realm, and humans used the most primitive methods to seize power. Now in some ancient place, one can even see a demon race creature soaked in a test tube. Originally for self-defense and survival between heaven and earth. Everything seemed to stop there, but one thing, sharp point directly pierced into someone's body. Bottomless greed. Power comparable to gods and demons easily leads to extremes, making humans crave it madly. Countless people were stood upright and covered in talismans. If they couldn't extract the immortal marrow, they would refine them into corpses and control them using secret arts. The other person emphasized every word, called the Divine Corpse General, and, you are a special case. A physical body formed from an immortal fetus, without a mind. Calling you living is fine, and calling you dead is not wrong either. The young youth heard this and became even more confused. What am I, really? Returning to reality, at this moment he had been neatly bandaged by little Nezha. Just as the youth opened his eyes, he saw little Nezha's youthful face leaning close to him. He reacted reflexively. Little Nezha suddenly screamed. Why did you sit up so suddenly? You scared me. Lie down quickly, I just finished bandaging you. The voices reached Waziki. Those 2 kids over there are noisy as hell. Beiji slowly picked up a wine jar. Stop blabbering. Let you drink. Aren't you supposed to be arrogant? Before it could say anything, Beiji shoved the whole wine jar into its mouth, jar after jar rolling around. What kind of great water monkey sage can't even hold his liquor for 2 days? You immortal clans really have many tricks. Dare to fight around? A shadow quietly observed their movements. Is this a demon god? Seems it has been subdued. Deep in the bamboo garden, Beiji's voice echoed. Hey! Get up and keep drinking. But Waziki was completely drunk and knew nothing. Brother, let me go back to Huai River. He still didn't give up. Hey, wake up. This won't do. However, no matter how he called, Waziki didn't wake up. Beiji then quietly drew his 9-toothed rake. Then this is easy to handle. His expression darkened, the weapon in his hand flashing with lightning, ready to strike. Old friend, this time I have to rely on you. Success or failure depends on this one blow. And immediately after, black clouds surged in. The youth and little Nezha also discovered this sudden series of tremors. What is that sound? The explosion was extremely terrifying. Beiji stood panting, looking at the result. At the same time, Waziki also woke up after the tremor. You? What do you want to do? Beiji, on the contrary, wasn't guilty at all. I see your treasure is quite nice, I'll take it to look at, you don't mind, right? Waziki didn't expect him to answer so naturally. It let go. In just the blink of an eye, the 9-turn heaven-forged iron immediately shattered, releasing its power. Its eyes suddenly flashed. Power quickly surged around Waziki. It's opened. It didn't need to spend too much time to control that abundant energy source. Before leaving, Waziki laughed gleefully. What treasure? I'll give it to you. Later, come to Huai River and we'll drink again. Beiji sighed. Monkeys aren't very smart at all. Finishing, he turned to thank the rake, which had a chipped tooth. You've suffered, old friend. Lil Nezha then hurried over. What happened? Uncle? Did you 2 fight? He immediately denied. Fight? What fight? That guy gave us the treasure. She paused. Beiji slowly continued. What do you think? This is the 9-turn heaven-forged iron, you don't have this in your Chenkuan bag, right? The item he mentioned was currently shattered on the ground. Little Nezha looked at the 9-turn heaven-forged iron with curious eyes, and then silently repeated the name. 9-turn heaven-forged iron? She reached out to probe it. It bites, that hurts. Little Nezha was so choked up she got angry. Watch out. I'll use true Samadhi fire to melt you. Beiji was surprised. You also know true Samadhi fire? Then that's easy. Finishing, Beiji called the disheveled youth over. Hey kid, come help out. Okay. However, little Nezha wasn't very confident. I'm not very proficient with true Samadhi fire. I'm afraid. Beiji interrupted. It's okay. I'll help you. Lord Lao's sixting divine fire is the best. But conditions are limited. Let's just reconnect it. Little Nezha also slowly closed her eyes. Immediately after, the Hunyuan ribbon was controlled to appear. From afar, one could see a majestic phoenix taking flight under the support of true Samadhi fire from little Nezha. The 9-turn heaven-forged iron was gradually heated up. At the same time, the youth reached behind him, using a spell to summon a brick. He gathered all his strength to raise it high above his head. The brick struck the treasure hard, creating a resounding sound. Drops of sweat from the heat covered the young man's face. Wisps of white smoke gently fluttered everywhere. He stood amidst the hot, flickering flames. Not long after, the treasure was repaired by the two of them. But little Nezha seemed unsatisfied. 10 days to complete? Divine artifacts need 49 days of refining. He retorted. You have to know when enough is enough. This young man has been hammering for days and hasn't complained about his hands being tired. Little Nezha mocked. You didn't help either. She didn't like its appearance. It looks so ugly, don't put it in the Chenkuan bag. Beiji laughed. Good stuff and you don't take it, you really don't know how to judge goods. He turned to look at the skinny kid. If you don't need it, I'll give it to this young man. Little Nezha wasn't attached. That shape suits him better. His hand was now gripping the tail of the treasure. Now it took the shape of a sturdy weapon carried on the youth's shoulder. The scene was enveloped in golden smoke. Demon hunting masters, this is the western peak of Mount Hua. If you want to find glory by taking shortcuts, Yang Jian painfully pleaded. Please go back. Questions rang out incessantly. The demon-slaying bounty isn't much. Who are you? There are demons in Black Cloud Ravine. Don't stop us from slaying demons. At this moment he muttered under his breath. A lightning strike hit directly, causing blood to splatter. Yang Jian continued in a stern voice. Who is the demon? Finishing, he indifferently ordered. Tian, help me see the guests out. It immediately replied, yes, master. Tian's eyes were glowing red, staring straight ahead. The space was filled with the stench of blood, its hands also becoming soaked. Tian spoke. Master, this time coming down the mountain, is there any news of the little master? Yang Jian nodded and replied. I know, he said in a low voice. Sorry Tian, if it were my heavenly eye, Tian cut him off. Master's heavenly eye must suppress the Holy Mother's temperament. He shook his head. Don't say any more. Actually it's also my mistake. Yang Jian's lips moved as he called. Xiang'er, the other person replied. Tian. Keep calling. Xiang'er, my Xiang'er, where are you? The voice was full of resentment. Who stole my child? The same time elsewhere, Not Tran asked tentatively. Heard some demon hunters died in Black Cloud Ravine, the bounty increased again, not interested? If I had immortal bones to help, I would definitely go try it out. Receiving silence, he continued to mock. If I had immortal bones, I wouldn't need to risk my life. Joeen then wondered. Not Tran, are we going to the place they mentioned? He confirmed. Yes, go try our luck. I have a feeling he will come. Joeen muttered. Will the monkey come? Because he loves fighting the most. Is there anything good to eat? Not Tran replied. I don't have money. She urged. Go catch frogs. A figure stood in the darkness, expression unclear. Wukong sat with his legs crossed on a tree branch. No, send them to fight again. Not Tran walked while panting. Mount Hua is so vast. Where should we look? It would be good if we could go with the demon hunter ahead. Joeen spoke involuntarily. Why do we have to go find that monkey? He is just sealed and weakened, he will slowly regain his memories. He hesitated, but he will be very miserable. She said nonchalantly. Let him be. Not Tran sighed. All right, past the mountain in front, we should be there. However, Joeen threw a tantrum. Not going anymore. Tired and starving to death. At this moment, Not Tran suddenly tilted his head to look to the other side. A loud voice shouted, Yang Jian, do you know who we are? If you remain obsessed, no one can save you, though the heavenly realm has collapsed. But the guy continued to threaten. As long as the lotus lantern reappears, we can return to the 9 heavens. At that time, you will have the prestige to expand heaven and earth. Hand over Yang Jian. He gritted his teeth and resolutely ordered, his sword wrapped in strange light. We have been colleagues for many years. I don't want you to continue falling. Don't force us anymore. However, Yang Jian still pursed his lips with no intention of replying. The guy continued. Capture him and find the divine lantern. A blinding ray of light flashed over his head. He shouted again. You have now been abandoned by the human world. Even Mount Hua is considered a demonic barrier. Why suffer like this? Each word uttered seemed to be trying to provoke the other. At the same time, chaotic sounds rang out incessantly. Obsessed and stubborn, he threatened loudly again. You closed your mortal eyes yourself. Isn't it because you want to discard all mortal thoughts to return to the 9 heavens? Now is the best opportunity as long as you hand it over. At this moment, Yang Jian raised his head to stare at him. He lowered his face, his voice turning colder. You are wrong. I sealed my 2 eyes because I don't want to see your blood. Bai-chan. His eyes suddenly became bright. Then he immediately jumped forward. Yang Jian continued. You have all seen it, no matter who it is. I will not show mercy. Go back and report. If you touch Yang Chan, you must step over my corpse first. The opponent suddenly muttered. Go back and report first? He's crazy. Now Yang Jian still stood silently without speaking. A few minutes later he spoke. Still someone wanting to reminisce about old times? Wukong said in a low voice. No, I just want to find someone to fight. The atmosphere between the two quickly became tense. Yang Jian asked, have we fought before? Wukong replied indifferently. Fighting will tell. The two stood facing each other. The surrounding scene was covered by thick clouds and mist, making the air extremely suffocating. Now Wukong quickly summoned the golden cudgel, and Yang Jian also began to hold his sword in his hand. Bolts of lightning covered the golden cudgel, making crackling sounds. Just a moment later, both rushed into battle. The staff flew out, creating a whistling sound. He pursed his lips tightly, his face serious. 2 swords clashed, creating a harsh noise. On Yang Jian's forehead, the eye also became bright. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck straight down from above. Immediately, a booming explosion rang out, shaking the entire space as if the sky had just been torn apart. Sharp sparks kept splashing on the ground. Thick black dust radiated out. Yang Jian's figure stood proudly, hovering in the high sky without fear. At this moment, Wukong silently lowered his head, his face serious as he observed the situation. His eyes glowed, both calm and alert. Both of them faced each other, neither yielding to the other. Now Yang Jian used immortal magic to transform into a white qilin. White lines on his body became increasingly clear. The white qilin tilted its head slightly, with its inherent confident appearance. It approached, then used its foot to stomp hard on the branch in front. Amidst the chaotic ruins, Wukong did not hesitate to leap up, causing rocks and dirt to scatter. His eyes glowed as he observed the situation amidst the smoke and dust ahead. Immediately after, a black leopard appeared, dodging extremely gracefully. It opened its mouth wide and roared, the sound as if wanting to shake the entire sky. Its claws kept scratching hard at the ground. Scratch marks continuously appeared, destroying the surrounding trees. On Yang Jian's forehead, the eye suddenly glowed brightly. He transformed into a pure white bird, spreading its wings very wide. Its feathered wings were enveloped by a sky filled with a sea of fire. Yang Jian hovered in the sky, unable to hide his extremely arrogant appearance. At this moment, the black leopard was quickly submerged in the sea of fire. Thick smoke and dust covered it, creating a terrifying heat. A series of black dust kept rising thick and fast into the high sky. In just a moment, the scene was filled with the smell of burning, with heat reaching thousands of degrees. A moment later, Yang Jian remained floating, separated from the chaos. However, at that very instant, a long object suddenly rose from beneath the water. It opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifyingly sharp fangs, then circled around Yang Jian's body. The slimy body continuously tightened around his wings. In an instant, Yang Jian was bound by it, unable to move. A moment later, the snake's blood-red eyes silently observed Yang Jian. Now, his wings suddenly began to fade. Grains of sand from within scattered into the air. The snake tried to move to catch them, but the sand continued to spread. And finally, Yang Jian's body disappeared. In the distance, a man witnessed it all. His eyes widened in astonishment. This was the giant figure of Yang Jian suddenly appearing amidst the hazy white smoke. Yang Jian stood tall before the smoke and dust, arrogant and imposing. His celestial eye began to glow, then opened wide immediately after. Golden sparks of electricity ran continuously along his body. At this moment, Wukong still stood silently. Yang Jian began to stomp, shattering the surrounding scenery. The attack caused more smoke and dust to rise, covering the entire space. Wukong gripped his staff tightly. He gritted his teeth as if contemplating something. Immediately after, he swung the Rui Jingu Bang straight forward. Opposite him, Yang Jian remained stern, assessing the situation. Wukong's eyes flashed, showing undisguised focus. At this moment, Yang Jian suddenly leaped high and used his bow to shoot from afar. The celestial eye on his forehead opened wider and wider. The scene was chaotic as debris fell continuously. Yang Jian bitterly muttered to himself, "Why block me from finding Xianger?" Just then, something happened to Yang Chan. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, thinking, "This is bad. I have no magic left to seal Chan." Yang Jian shouted urgently, "Chan, that lotus lantern no longer has a wick. Do not try to activate the 9 provinces." Controlled by her inner demons, Yang Chan coldly retorted, "So what? If the prey is gone, then the lives of the 9 provinces might as well be too." Yang Chan's gaze at him was colder than ever. "Go be buried with my Xianger." Finishing her words, the object in front of her chest glowed brighter and brighter. Yang Jian continued to stop her. "Chan, Xianger is only missing. Wait until your mind is stable, brother will definitely." However, the lotus lantern continued to emit a blinding light. Yang Jian's bitter cry rang out, "You deceived me." At this moment, Yang Jian's hands began to tremble. "It's over, I can't seal it anymore." The celestial eye on his forehead began to crack, blood covering his face. Finally, it shattered. Shards of glass flew into the air, causing Yang Jian to scream in pain. He gasped from the agony. Afterward, Yang Jian collapsed, the shards on his body shattering away. Immediately, his body returned to its normal state. Blood continued to ooze from Yang Jian's forehead. Yet he still tried to tell himself, "No, even if my physical body is destroyed, I cannot let Chan cause a great disaster." At this moment, a large arm suddenly reached out from somewhere to support his body. Wukong lowered his head, completely silent in this situation. A moment later, he snorted coldly, "Stubborn monkey." Wukong now noticed the little sister of the one he had just defeated. Stubborn brat. The divine lotus continued to emit a mysterious golden light. Yang Chan, angry and wanting to avenge her brother, said, "You people never understand how important losing a loved one is." Wukong looked at her without answering. Immediately after, a series of round pillars flew through the air, wrapping around the bronze lotus. The flower was tightly coiled, but rays of light still leaked through the gaps. "This toy is too dangerous in your hands. I will keep it for you." Yang Chan seemed not to think the magic of the person in front of her could be that strong. How can that be? Not waiting for her to process, Wukong immediately struck a palm toward Yang Chan. Yang Chan, unprepared, was hit and severely injured, then fell straight to the ground. Where she fell created a large deep pit, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Yang Chan lay still on the ground, accepting her fate. 2 people sitting nearby looked happy. "So she's dead?" Join approached to observe more closely. Still alive, he held back. She lay on the broken ground, her whole body battered. Every time the dragon armor is activated, the seal weakens by a layer. It seems it won't be long before the monkey's memory recovers. After 500 years, whether he controls his temperament or becomes like that woman, it is truly interesting. On another side of the mountain, little Nezha walked in front, followed by her father. "Where are we going now?" "We're out, I want to go meet some old friends." A stranger had witnessed the whole conversation. That person suddenly remembered his own memories from another lifetime. Yang Jian hesitated and spoke. "Mother, you..." On another side, Yang Chan also seemed to feel her brother's emotions. In his mind, 2 images suddenly appeared. "You too, I..." The beggar stood silently on the ground. "I remember now." Yang Jian walked over to strike up a conversation. "Sorry, perhaps I cannot go on the road with you too. I thought of some very important matters." Little Nezha looked at the disheveled person offering to come along with a suspicious expression. "Are you okay?" Tang Sanzang immediately realized that person was not normal. Indeed, he is being controlled. It seems he is out of the control range now. He turned his head, his face still showing no sign of agreement. This child did not clearly say who kidnapped him. The grandchild of Yang Heir?
Truly a surprise.
Little Nezha stood nearby, cautious. "Going like that?" Tang Sanzang continued to question the person opposite. "Kidnapping a celestial being to the mortal realm, what is it for?" "Indeed, I am also confused. How can I find my relative? It seems I must go meet my friends too. Following a handsome young brother is better than following a middle-aged uncle, right?" Little Nezha heard this and immediately lost her composure. Tang Sanzang tried to keep a stern look. "Honestly, the child of the Yang family is indeed very similar. Fine, having you by his side is also good. The treasures you carry have the effect of calming energy and soothing the mind, which is beneficial for him." They began to set off, hoping to meet again. At the tower in the big mountain, 2 people were standing. The young girl asked little Jade with an incredulous expression. "The great sage has truly manifested?" She seemed to have no intention of hiding it, but his temperament is not very stable. "But I want you to know there is someone by the great sage's side. I know you will definitely go find them. Keep this dagger with you. It is also an ancient object. Recently, outside the city is not peaceful, otherwise I would also. Not waiting for little Jade to finish, the girl interrupted. Bye. The little girl turned and began to set off. I miss them very much. The demon subduing record. Yang Jian had now become a soul. He had cultivated for a long time, waiting for the day to meet again. Truly unexpected. After all these years, the first time I see you again is you, monkey. Although you are unimaginably strong now, there is no heaven left for you to wreak havoc in. Wukong leaned calmly against the pillar nearby. What's new about that? Yang Chan was slightly surprised by the monkey's indifference. So what are your plans now? Still pretending to have lost your memory? I don't believe anyone can seal you now. When we fought, I said I sealed your memory, but it would be better to say you are afraid. Unable to control yourself, unable to protect those around you. It is truly laughable. Clearly, you are already invincible. Yet what you fear most is yourself. Wukong did not want to endure any longer. He looked toward Erlang Shin, his voice full of provocation. Feeling your own eyes, you don't even know who it is. Covering your eyes is considered not seeing. Yang Jian calmly replied, at least I took action while you, how long do you intend to pretend to be a coward? Wukong still refused to stop. Suddenly jumping out with a stubborn child. Is that the action you speak of? What right do you have to talk to me? Yang Jian looked at him like a playful child and sighed. You stinky monkey are truly glib. Wukong gradually lost patience. You called me out just to have a verbal sparring match? Erlang Shun still did not fall for the trap. All these years, Achan has been mentally unstable because of you, unable to control the Lotus Lantern. Therefore, I could not leave to search. Wukong was impatient. So you want me to take care of your sister? Or go find the child for her? Yang Jian appeared calm. No. Now the Lotus Lantern has been suppressed by you. Achan will not act recklessly anymore. My niece is missing. I used my celestial eye but could not find her. This matter is likely not simple. Moreover, my celestial eye is now destroyed. All these years, suppressing the Lotus Lantern has also taken a toll. Therefore, I want to borrow your help to go find my niece together. Wukong turned away, his voice full of disbelief. Are you asking me? And he still acted as if it were nothing major. That's right. Wukong turned without looking at the person standing behind him. After talking for half a day, now it sounds like human speech. Yang Jian did not reply, standing still waiting for an answer from Wukong. He did not say he accepted, but he had already begun to act. Speak, where do we start looking? Yang Jian also prepared to set off, to the underworld. As soon as both arrived, a black dragon sniffed and flew over. Surely Diting knows all things in the world and will find Xiong'er. I don't know if the underworld still exists after the Great War. Wukong still did not understand the situation. Underworld? Diting? A servant ran over to report. Excuse me, you two. This immortal master, your sister seems to have woken up. Yang Jian bowed respectfully to the person in front. Sir, as a friend, I have a slightly excessive request. I hope you can grant it. That monkey and I want to go find my sister's only child. During this time, I hope you can look after her. Yang Jian recognized the monster in his imagination. This is, but then he sighed and let it go. Forget it. Looking after her is looking after her. It's just one more child. Wukong turned and started walking, not caring about them. Too much talk. Before leaving, Yang Jian did not forget to remind the servant to care for his sister. Then I will trouble you, sir. If my sister does not have a magic artifact by her side, she is no different from a mortal. I hope you will take care. Immediately after, both flew into the sky, turning into two streaks of white smoke. The servant stood on the ground, sighing helplessly. Leaving just like that? Why didn't you say when you'd be back? In the sky, Wukong and Yang Jian had flown near a large mountain. Both finally arrived. Yang Jian looked at the green abyss in front and introduced. Netherworld Ghost Mansion, the place that receives the deceased. The 10 Yama Kings manage reincarnation. It is a pity there is no longer a Yellow Springs guide. Both landed. Wukong lost patience. Can you stop talking nonsense? Yang Jian did not hold back and retorted. Can you stop being rude? Both simultaneously gave the same answer. No. The gate of the Netherworld Ghost Mansion slowly opened, and a stream of green smoke immediately flew out from inside. Wukong showed interest in that smoke. I have smelled the scent of slaughter inside this gate. Let's rush in and have a fight. Yang Jian pulled him back to remind him. Don't you see these wandering souls? Why are they lingering here? However, Wukong did not listen, flying straight inside as fast as lightning. I'm coming. Yang Jian sighed helplessly. That stinky monkey never listens to anyone. He could only follow him inside. Even if the underworld was destroyed, according to the regulations of the celestial realm, wandering souls should be sucked into the underworld. Why are there so many wandering souls at the gate of Yellow Springs? While walking, he carefully analyzed. Years ago, the 9 heavens established the underworld to separate the mortal realm and the demon realm. Wandering souls enter there to reincarnate, not falling into the demon realm. The demon realm tears each other apart to survive. The demon creatures will destroy each other. When only the last one remains, is it true that it cannot break through the 3 realms prohibition? Finally arrived, let's put this matter aside for now. Wukong walked from behind. This is the Yama Palace. Yang Jian looked at the fortress in front and explained, it is only the Ghost Judgment Palace, the first palace. The wandering souls here are getting more and more crowded, as if they were driven here. There is no one here originally. At least there should be a ghost guard. Wukong glanced to the side. Someone stepped out, demonic energy all over him, unable to be hidden. You have the scent of the celestial race on you. Are you of the celestial race? The other person walked forward silently without saying a word. Yang Jian prepared to fight. Wukong also got into a stance, but did not forget to scold. Fart! The figure in black slowly walked forward, revealing only his eyes. Do you celestial beings still have the face to set foot in the underworld? The underworld you established years ago was only to enjoy offerings. In the God-Demon War, you only cared about guarding the South Heaven Gate. The underworld is the intersection between the demon realm and the mortal realm. Did you ever bother to look? When demon creatures invaded, did you come to support? When tens of thousands of wandering souls were swallowed, did you care? Throughout the past 500 years, the 10 Yama kings led demon soldiers and ghost generals to fight bloodily. Where were you? You selfish people, betraying faith and righteousness, only caring about enjoying wealth and glory. Wukong heard this and was annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth! His eyes turned red, preparing for battle. If you guys are arguing, don't drag me into it. Wukong coldly said to his companion. Although I don't like those gods, I know what they do. But you trash in the underworld were suppressed for 500 years? Ridiculous. The monster still did not know its place and shouted. Who are you? By what right do you say that? Yang Jian stopped him. Forget it. We didn't come to cause trouble. It seems these wandering souls are protected by you, not allowed to be swallowed by demon beasts. I truly express my respect. With what the 9 heavens did, I don't know what else to say. I can only say, the underworld at least still exists while the 9 heavens. A person wearing a black cloak flew over from behind, her voice unsteady. What do you mean?
Impossible.
Before my master died, she said the 9 heavens would not abandon the underworld. How can that be? The souls only have to face the fate of being swallowed by demon beasts. It doesn't matter. She took off her hat and began to introduce herself. I am a disciple of Meng Pa. My master unfortunately sacrificed herself during a demon invasion. Now I am taking care of these souls. Now the Yama kings of each palace are leading troops to push back the demon race. I don't have the ability to fight. I can only stay at the main palace to take care of the souls. Demon beasts swallowing souls will become stronger, so protecting the souls is the first important step. Yang Jian and Wukong simultaneously turned back to look at her and said, we might be able to help a little bit. Meng Po's apprentice didn't say it outright, but deep down, she didn't hold them in high regard. Her master said immortals were all arrogant and looked down on everyone. What could these two possibly do? She just hoped they would be safe. Despite that, she maintained a respectful facade. I will take you to see King Guang of Qin. The elder is currently battling the demon race. Whether you can help or not is beside the point. Just don't cause him any more trouble. The 3 set off and Yang Jian asked as they walked, suddenly inquiring, what is your cultivation level? The apprentice replied politely, just a meager 400 years of cultivation. Yang Jian carefully calculated the timeline. Then the God-Demon War back then, she didn't hide it. I wasn't born yet. Yang Jian pieced the whole process together. No wonder. An ancient capital surrounded by dark qi appeared before them. Outside, white-clad, masked soldiers took turns patrolling. A great gust of wind rose from afar. The soldiers were startled and afraid. They hurriedly turned to warn the others. They're coming again. Everyone, be careful. A man walked over slowly, looking displeased. He sat on his own throne. The seal of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seems to be growing weaker. King Guang of Qin stood up, raised his hand, and waited for something. Hundreds of monster bats took flight simultaneously. He gripped a long staff and headed toward the capital. The guards were busy fighting off the monsters. Even so, they were becoming denser and more numerous. A large bat flew toward them, opened its mouth and spat out strange green qi. The spikes on its body grew larger. The bat had evolved into a giant monster. It flew forward with undisguised belligerence. Immediately, it unleashed a palm strike toward them. From out of nowhere, a warrior wielding a blade swung forward, preparing to fight. King Guang took down the monster, trampling it underfoot like a mouse. He pulled the blade stuck in its body out. The monster still lay on the ground, breathing weakly. His green fluids splattered onto King Guang's cheek. Other large bats swarmed toward their injured kin. They quickly fought over the remaining life force. King Guang saw this and wasn't surprised. Cannibalizing each other. These beasts want to awaken their spiritual intelligence. The soldiers finally set up their weapons. He turned and ordered, "Ready, fire arrows. Don't let them devour each other." Immediately, they were hit by arrows and fell in droves. Disaster. King Guang saw the green fire flare up before him but didn't relax at all. Is it dead? He carefully observed them all. From the green fire, a large monster appeared. Not yet. The monster appeared, its body covered in strange stripes. Initially like piranhas traveling in schools. If it has awakened spiritual intelligence, it will lead those without spiritual intelligence to attack. It might even hide in the back, sitting like a fisherman reaping the benefits. He looked at his empty hand. One hand is enough to teach this guy a lesson. Let's fight. The monster silently observed all the enemy's actions. King Guang, though at a disadvantage, was not afraid. Underworld soldiers, hear my command. Do not let anyone pass. He carefully observed the creature. He is mine. He is even uglier than me. Great battle broke out between King Guang and hundreds of monsters. Meng Po's apprentice screamed in fear. The Yama King said not to cross. If you get swallowed, it will increase the opponent's strength. Both flew straight at each other to attack. Suddenly, a drop of water flew past his face. Wukong appeared from nowhere behind him, his voice still indifferent. "Old man, need help?" He turned and saw him flying in the air. "I told you not to come here. If you get swallowed, you." Wukong smiled lightly. "I only know, there's a fight here." He took the Rui Jingu Bang from behind his ear. King Guang sighed. "Can't control this rebellious monkey." He helplessly let him do as he pleased but didn't forget to remind him. "I'll let you fight, but I must handle him personally. He swallowed my subordinates earlier. How can I not avenge this myself?" Meng Po's apprentice was surprised to see the two so close. Are they old acquaintances? He seems to know Lord Yama.
Yang Jian calmly, "Suppose so."
But the old man probably doesn't want to know him much. The Rui Jingu Bang instantly grew hundreds of times larger, becoming a massive pillar. Then the rest are mine. At this time, the underworld soldiers were cleaning up the monster corpses lying on the ground. Amazed. In an instant all the monsters here were killed. How did he do it? The oldest soldier reminded them. "Stop talking, clean up the scene quickly, don't leave any behind." Instead, a young soldier approached and asked, "Who was that guy earlier?" "Old ghost, you've lived the longest, tell us." The old soldier said in a low voice. "What do you little devils know? He is someone the underworld hasn't wanted to provoke for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice rang out. "Lord Yama, are you just letting them go like that?" King Guang curiously asked Meng Po's apprentice. "What do you mean?" She immediately replied, "I don't know if they can help." King Guang responded with a cold tone. "Even if your master once said the heavenly court is untrustworthy, protecting the souls of the underworld is our duty. And besides, their own time is likely." On the other hand, in a place shrouded in fog, someone continued to move forward. Yang Jian spoke. King Guang said the second Yama King has fallen into the demonic path. Although not his intention, after many years, his nature has been eroded. Truly unpredictable. The dragon ancestor power on you is mostly used to seal the lotus lantern, right? I heard the second Yama King's strength is at least equal to the 10 desolations of the past. And I really can't help right now. Wukong irritably interrupted. "Hey!" Yang Jian saw this and replied. "You stinking monkey, don't people have names? Don't just hey me." But Wukong asked him, "How much longer do you have to live?" Yang Jian pondered for a moment and said, "The heavenly eye was where I gathered spiritual power. Now that it's destroyed, my spiritual power is disappearing, like a lamp running out of oil. So before that happens, I hope to help my sister find her child." "How did you find out?" "I thought it was better hidden," but Wukong just snorted. He said coldly, "It's not my first day knowing you. If not forced, you wouldn't ask anyone for help." Then he turned forward. Yang Jian looked at his back with affection, softly saying, "All right, I won't die that easily, at least not that fast." Wukong only replied, "Got it," to the next hall. Not far from there, in a gloomy atmosphere, someone was opening their mouth wide. Bit by bit, gnawing on the meat of the monsters with relish. He angrily shouted, "Who wants to break into my Haute Dai Hell?" In an instant, his eyes became cold, as if wanting to devour the enemy alive. He is the Yama King of Haute Dai Hell, Chu Jiangwang. At that time, the scene in the second hall area was extremely tragic. The sky constantly echoed with thunder and lightning. Below, the ground was full of bones and skulls of monsters. Yang Jian and Wukong slowly approached. Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise. It seems all living things in the second hall have been devoured. Likely a desolation god level. Wukong heard this and muttered seriously. Desolation god? Yang Jian said in a low voice. Perhaps only then can this what die hell be held. He added, don't know if the person before was in the demon realm but still should be careful. Wukong smiled and replied, I feel this Yama King is a bit interesting, much stronger than the things above. After speaking, he didn't forget to tell Yang Jian. Alright, if you can't fight, stand aside, don't get in the way. At the same time, inside the second hall, Jiang Wang was quietly waiting for something. Suddenly he roared. Without hesitation, he leaped high, surrounded by thunder and lightning. In the air, Jiang Wang displayed his power. He quickly raised his hands to gain momentum, then struck the ground with an earth-shattering blow. Feeling the opponent hadn't been hit, he immediately turned his head to observe. Wukong dodged Jiang Wang's blow and muttered. Indeed, he has lost his mind. Then, he didn't hesitate to enter a fighting stance, rushing straight forward, confronting Jiang Wang head-on. In the blink of an eye, white smoke rose from Jiang Wang's face. Yang Jian observed from afar, eyes widening as he muttered. This seems not just the power of the dragon ancestor. When fighting me, he basically didn't use full strength. Stinking monkey. After the smoke cleared, Jiang Wang's face gradually revealed the flesh inside. Wukong quickly jumped back. Then, a series of arms grew from the ground, aiming straight at him. Surrounded by those arms, he thought. Lost his mind but can still use magic? Interesting. Jiang Wang immediately shouted the move. Soul-snatching chain. Immediately, those arms turned into green chains, wrapping tightly around Wukong. However, to him, this move was just like scratching an itch. He quickly escaped. He shouted. This level wants to trap me? At this moment, Jiang Wang slowly raised his hand, drawing a sword from behind his back. Starting to enter a fighting stance, Wukong silently assessed. A tiny desolation god. Saying that, he crushed the chains with his hand, smirking mockingly. Not worth looking at. Jiang Wang seemed to be provoked. He swung his sword toward Wukong. The sword whizzed straight to his position. The mighty giant spirit appeared. At that time, Not Tran was carrying Yang Chan, running straight forward. Behind them, a cold, threatening voice rang out. You can't escape. Hand over the lotus lantern. I'll spare your lives. At this moment, Xiao Jiao, running right next to Not Tran, suddenly said tiredly, Not Tran, this old one can't run anymore. Not Tran looked down at the girl, eyes full of worry, calculating that running like this wasn't the way. Breaking out of his thoughts, he quickly pushed Yang Chan to Xiao Jiao and instructed. Xiao Jiao, take care of her. I have to go lure the giant. Be careful. Xiao Jiao heard this and screamed angrily. Damn Not Tran. How can I carry this girl? Come back here. But Not Tran was determined to confront the giant spirit head-on, shouting, Immortal, don't chase anymore. I'm here. Giant spirit snorted. Consider yourself sensible. Otherwise, hand over the lotus lantern, I will spare you. Not Tran put on a confused face and asked him, What lantern? Giant spirit glared at him. Kid, don't try to be slick. Yang Chan has never left the lantern. Handing her over is the same. Not Tran replied, I really don't understand why you guys like chasing a little girl so much. Let me tell you, the last guy died very miserably. But Giant Spirit didn't care about his answer. He squeezed him tightly with his hand. Not Tran screamed, Pain, pain. I'll give everything. Hearing the desired answer, Giant Spirit immediately released him. He started rummaging through his clothes to find, remembering it was in, and then he gently placed a talisman on his head. Not Tran looked at Giant Spirit with cold eyes, saying in a low voice, Here, fire talisman. Just like that, the talisman took effect, starting to burn on Giant Spirit's face. He screamed miserably, My eyes! Kid, you wanna die. Not Tran saw this and immediately took the chance to retreat. At that time, one of Giant Spirit's eyes gradually became bright red under the clear blue sky. Giant Spirit angrily grabbed his weapon and lifted it. Instantly, thousands of lightning bolts surrounded it. He struck the ground directly. Immediately after, an earth-shattering earthquake occurred. This made Not Tran terrified, having to open his eyes wide to look at him. Even Xiao Jiao was made unsteady by this blow and cried out. Suddenly something spread out. Xiao Jiao was attracted by this and curiously wondered, What is it? Can it be eaten? Meanwhile, on this side, Giant Spirit was still persistently chasing Not Tran. He roared threateningly, Stinking kid, don't even think about running. But Not Tran, with agile movements, jumped far away. He thought to himself, Not run and let you beat me to death? Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Not Tran. Daoist curiously asked him, "Is it little friend? Was the tremor just now because of you?" Not Tran hurriedly told him, "Don't ask. Run quickly." Not Tran stammered. "Actually," Daoist softly asked back. "Little friend?" He slowly said, "What exactly is going on?" Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting the attention of both. "Daoist, what's going on?" Daoist turned and explained, "Ancestor, this little friend is an acquaintance of mine. I'm asking what happened." Then the girl met Not Tran. At this time, both Daoist and the girl observed the presence of Giant Spirit. Daoist exclaimed in surprise, "That is, little friend, you always get into trouble like this." Giant Spirit raised his weapon, warning in a low voice, "Stinking brat, see where you can run. Watch as my hammer smashes you to death." Not Tran fearfully explained, "Misunderstanding, besides, it's clear you robbed people first." The girl then stepped forward and said, "Immortals nowadays, fallen to the point of blocking the road to rob?" Giant Spirit retorted, annoyed, "Who are you to criticize the affairs of my immortal realm? Do you want to stand up for this kid?" The girl replied, "That's right, little brother. You look familiar. Later when fighting, stay far away, you won't get hurt." Not Tran heard her say that and was a bit moved, blushing as he looked at the girl. Giant Spirit, at that moment, did not hesitate to use his ultimate move, Chi Absorption. He snorted softly, "A puny exorcist, yet you want to provoke divine might? Challenge a god." The girl replied sharply, "Gods are just mortals who cultivated to become one." Suddenly, the girl's eyes turned gold. Zhu Ling seemed to realize something and thought silently, "Golden pupils?" The girl immediately unleashed a move. Sword formation. Zhu Ling laughed coldly and mocked, "Ridiculous. How can your half-immortal magic hurt me?" Next second, he was struck by her move. Yet he confidently said, "Not painful, not painful. Your cultivation can't even maintain an immortal body. Yet you hope to injure me." Hearing those words, the girl looked at him silently. Then she drew a sword and shouted loudly, "In that case, do you dare take another move of mine?" Zhu Ling only replied, "At this level, you can hit me 100 times and it won't matter." The moment he finished speaking, the girl didn't hesitate to swing her sword. A strike aimed straight at Zhu Ling's head. But then a circle suddenly appeared in the sky with countless lightning bolts surrounding it. In the blink of an eye, the girl was struck by those lightning bolts. Both Not Tran and Daoist shouted in unison, "Ancestor!" Daoist landed on the ground, slowly regaining his composure. She pursed her lips, calculating, "Damn it! Almost took one out." Suddenly, in the sky, behind the mist, a figure stood proudly. That person spoke, "Giant Spirit God, with your level, taking that wind blade would surely mean your head and body parted. The Queen Mother sent you to retrieve the Lotus Lantern. Yet you're fighting." Zhu Ling trembled slightly and explained, "The Lotus Lantern is related to whether our heavenly realm can ascend to the 9 heavens. How can it be treated as a joke?" Antarctic Primordial Lord. Antarctic stood majestically in the middle of the sky and exclaimed, "I am the Antarctic Primordial Lord, under the Queen Mother's command. Surrender quickly, otherwise." On the other hand, Xiao Zhou was thinking to herself, "Should I just swallow it all in one go? Glowing means it's agreed." And so she immediately opened her mouth wide, biting into the piece of meat in her hand in an instant. But the taste was so terrible that Xiao Zhou exploded. "Not tasty." Antarctic slowly descended to the ground. She spoke softly, "Humans who don't know their limits. Thinking a bit of immortal cultivation allows you to resist a true immortal. Though you have a divine artifact nearby, the artifact has chosen its master, currently possessing only 1/10 of its power." The girl said nothing, immediately turning and brandishing her blade toward her. At this moment, sweat appeared on the girl's face. Antarctic, impatient, immediately threatened, "Let me show you the true power of a divine artifact when it has accepted its master." The girl quickly fell into a difficult position, surrounded by Antarctic's weapon, calculating silently, "Can't cut through it. This feather cloak is the divine artifact, and it's like a living thing." Right after that, the feather cloak transformed into a giant snake, roaring loudly in front of her. Daoist saw the girl in danger and frowned, shouting loudly, "Ancestor, I'm here to help," and then he quickly lunged straight forward. However, Zhu Ling's hammer was aimed straight at him. Daoist was knocked backward by such a sudden blow. Zhu Ling stood to the side and sneered, "Mortal, if you still want a medal, ask my hammer first." The girl, just having been wrapped up by the feather robe, shouted, "Daoist, we're done for." Suddenly, at this moment, a strange bamboo tube flew straight toward Antarctic's head in the sky. A voice simultaneously rang out, "Goddess, watch your head!" Distracted by that voice, she glanced over. She immediately summoned the feather cloak back to slice the bamboo tube into many pieces. Suddenly, a stream of water flowed from the bamboo tube straight onto Antarctic's face. She screamed in horror. At this moment, Not Tran was grabbed tightly by the feather robe, making him exclaim, "What material is this? It won't break even when pulled?" Nanji, determined it was caused by Not Tran, immediately frowned, glared at him. She angrily used her power. The next second, Not Tran was grabbed by the ankle by the feather robe and dragged away. Seeing that, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey!" Then he was beaten a few times by the feather robe. Nanji stepped forward and scolded, "Despicable mortal, splashing filth on this immortal. I will use your flesh and blood to sacrifice to my feather robe." Not Tran immediately made a suggestion to her. "I advise you not to move. Neither of us needs the lantern anymore. At least those two. I'll tell you." Just then a voice rang in his head. "Not Tran." He confusedly responded, "Xiaojiu, why is the voice ringing in my head?" The girl replied to him, "This is this old one's spiritual power. Impressive, right? I don't want to meet that woman anymore. Where are you running to?"
I'm hungry.
Not Tran sighed and replied, "Still eating? I'm about to be beaten to death here." Xiaojiu yelled angrily, "No, if you die, who will find food for me? Wait, this old one will come to help you." Just like that, the ground began to shake in front of Juling and Nanji. A long, serpentine body slowly approached the two of them. It was a giant dragon. With unparalleled power, the dragon began to coil in the sky. Both Juling and Nanji were so shocked they had to open their eyes wide to look at what was in front of them. Meanwhile, Not Tran seemed to realize who it was. "It's Xiaojiu." The dragon shot straight up into the sky once more. Then it slowly lowered its head to look at the people on the ground.
Uling shetet lodli. A dragon?
"There's a dragon this big?" Nanji added. "That is an ancient form, one of the dragon ancestors. Zhulong." Xiaojiu in dragon form threatened. "Who is bullying Not Tran?" Nanji felt the situation was not good, so she turned to tell Juling, "This is not ordinary. Go back and report first. You cannot resist this." He nodded in agreement. "Right. Let's run. Ah no, reporting back is important." Just like that, both left immediately. Beside him, Not Tran asked the girl, "Anyway, we've been saved. Are you hurt?" The girl replied to him, "No, nothing." Daoist was so worried he rushed over to the two. Ancestor, he curiously asked, "What was that in the sky?" The dragon was still circling in the sky at that time. Suddenly, a few streaks of light flashed on its body, and then the dragon's form disappeared. Xiaojiu gradually turned back into a human and scolded Not Tran. "Rotten Not Tran, you left this old one in the grass hut. I'm about to starve to death." Not Tran burst out laughing. "It really is Xiaojiu." The girl continued to scold him. "Where are the buns you promised this old one?" That moment, Xiaojiu transformed back into a beautiful woman like a fairy descending to earth. Both Daoist and Not Tran had nosebleeds. Both shyly exclaimed, "Buns, Joe." The girl standing on the side loudly reminded, "You two are men. Don't stare at people like that." Xiaojiu stared at them for a while. Then suddenly Xiaojiu shrank down. She muttered, "Trouble." The girl was startled, opening her eyes wide to look at her. Transforming again into a little girl, Xiaojiu momentarily spat out what she had swallowed. She quickly said, "This trick won't last long." Not Tran comforted her. All right, I'll take you to eat buns. Come to think of it, that was really startling just now." He took off his outer robe and threw it for her to wear, then instructed, "Put on some clothes, otherwise you'll be cold." Xiaojiu told him, "This seal cannot be broken. The energy from the heavenly palace only lasts for a moment." Not Tran said to her, "It's good that it doesn't last long. Otherwise I don't know how many buns would be enough. This time I almost swallowed someone's treasure. I can't afford to raise you." Suddenly, Daoist saw the girl standing deep in thought, so he stepped forward to ask, "Ancestor, what's wrong?" The girl looked at the light appearing before her eyes, thinking to herself, "Brother Monk's remnant soul? After I've kept it for so long without any movement. Why now?" At that moment, that ray of light suddenly rushed towards Not Tran. He looked back in surprise. The girl shouted loudly, "Brother Monk!" Meanwhile, elsewhere, little Nezha ran over to ask, "Brother Chunxiang, why did you provoke your uncle? And why did you lose your memory in the end?" Hung Ni replied to her, "That's a long story. Actually, I was kidnapped." Little Nezha asked him, "Was it the heavenly realm?" She continued, "My father says the heavenly realm always has stubborn old geezers who want to rearrange the 9 heavens or something, and they forbid marriage between immortals and mortals." Hung Ni heard this and muttered, "Heavenly realm? Uncle said he was afraid the heavenly realm people would find my mother, so he hid her away." But I didn't understand. I blamed Uncle, snuck out, and they found me. They wanted to borrow the lotus lantern to rebuild the 9 heavens, and I was the one who found the lantern. That was when Hung Ni was small. He was still bewildered by his surroundings at the time. He continued, Mother and Uncle didn't agree, so they fought them. Yang Chan flew to the head of the heavenly realm. She said, borrowing the heaven and earth power of the lotus lantern, the heavenly realm people were also desperate. Although they temporarily retreated all the heavenly troops. But the lotus lantern no longer has a wick. Mother couldn't control it, and was backlashed in her heart meridians. Right after that, Sivu walked up to Yang Chan. She probed, are you also eyeing the lotus lantern? Forgive me for being blunt. Obtaining the treasure lantern will also bring backlash. And besides, you might not have the strength for it. Sivu replied coldly, the lotus lantern is indeed a treasure, but I have no interest. He reached out and took out a green jade, saying, I only need your immortal bodies. Hung Ni observed everything and thought suspiciously, what is he talking about? But he didn't know a demon creature was slowly approaching him. By the time he realized, it was too late.
Yang Chen screamed in panic. Hung Ni.
What do you want to do? Release him quickly. Hung Ni, Sivu said coldly. The soul-breaking bead contains resentment existing for thousands of years. It can even destroy your mind. Yang Chan frowned and muttered, soul-breaking bead. At that moment, the green stone began to glow, gradually sucked in Yang Chan. Hung Ni, being held tightly nearby, screamed in terror, Mother! The moment she screamed, a beam of light immediately radiated out. That light caused a flower to bloom, and that flower shot straight toward Sivu. Sivu muttered, unexpectedly, this kid has the ability to control the power of heaven and earth. Almost got destroyed by it, but it seems his consciousness is unstable. Hung Ni just stared blankly ahead at that time. Sivu chuckled. It seems you have more research value than the Holy Mother herself. Truly an unexpected joy. Returning to the present, Hung Ni said to little Nezha. And what happened after that, I don't remember either. I just want to find Mother quickly now. Little Nezha looked at Hung Ni with anxious eyes. She comforted him. All right, then let's go find Mother. Then find that big villain and take revenge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone slowly walked up. That person reported to Sivu. According to the state preceptor's instructions, everything is prepared. But the immortal marrow obtained recently is not pure. I fear. Sivu asked coldly, fear what? The subordinate replied, immortal marrow is different from demon marrow. It's too strong and won't obey us. Sivu immediately replied, that's obvious. I studied for 100 years to find a way to extract demon marrow. How could it be that simple? But spreading this method to the world has a benefit like gathering firewood. Now the ways to use demon marrow are more than I thought. But immortal marrow is harder to process. Immortal corpses don't need to come back to life. Unexpectedly, they escaped control. Truly a pity. The subordinate presented something and said, State Preceptor, this is the purest immortal marrow refined so far. Sivu saw it and took it in his hand. He ordered his subordinate. Then go invite General Corpse out here. Having achieved such a great merit, I cannot but reward him. General Corpse walked up to Sivu, muttering, do not blame your subordinate. Sivu silently looked at it. It continued, official, but the Huai River source is too hard to deal with. Your subordinate sent that monkey there. Official. Sivu angrily snorted coldly, scolding, do you know how important that monkey is to me? As he spoke, he threw the pure immortal marrow forward. That light was gradually absorbed by General Corpse. A gray smoke began to surround it. Sivu reminded, if you win, kill a few demons, I will spare you. Just a few with 100 years of cultivation. I trust General Corpse will not fail expectations. Feeling the surging murderous aura, the subordinates became wary of General Corpse. General Corpse slaughtered them one by one without hesitation. Drops of blood splattered before Sivu's eyes. He calmly commented, good, the effect is better than I thought. Then he sneered, the mist has also evolved. There's a chance to defeat the god of slaughter. This god of slaughter is a Jiangshi, though. General Corpse's eyes gradually turned gold. Sivu continued, but when alive, he possessed the heavenly gang arts. General Corpse must be cautious. The next second, large rocks were lifted. They were aimed straight at the others. General Corpse glared ahead. Then the ground began to shake. That demon creature stood up toweringly. Sivu said with a serious face, the physical body can't take it anymore? At this moment, it stood in a strange posture. A beam of light immediately radiated from behind its back. An image of someone suddenly appeared for a moment. Sivu thought silently, Still not complete but already very good. It seems the day of revenge is not far off. Hai, the heavenly venerable of salvation. Surely you aren't dead yet, are you? The scene was shrouded in swirling golden smoke. Exorcists, this is the western peak of Mount Hua. If you seek glory by taking shortcuts, Yang Jian said painfully and implored, please go back. Questions kept ringing out. The bounty for killing demons isn't even that much. Who are you? There are demons in Black Cloud Ravine. Don't stop us from subduing demons. At this moment he muttered, you say. A lightning bolt struck straight ahead, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Yang Jian continued in a stern voice. Who is the demon? Fishing his words, he ordered indifferently. Hao Tian. See the guests out for me. It immediately replied, yes, master. Hao Tian's eyes glowed red, staring straight ahead. The space was filled with the stench of blood. His hands were also soaked. Hao Tian spoke up. Master, this time descending the mountain. Is there any news of the little master? Yang Jian nodded in response. Understood. He lowered his voice. Sorry, Hao Tian. If it were my heavenly eye. Hao Tian interrupted. Master's heavenly eye must suppress the Holy Mother's temperament. He shook his head. Say no more. It was actually my mistake. Yang Jian moved his lips to call out, Xianger. The other person replied, A Tian. He kept calling out, Xianger, my Xianger. Where are you? The voice carried deep resentment. Who stole my child? Meanwhile elsewhere, Natran carefully probed. Heard an exorcist died at Black Cloud Gorge. The bounty increased again. No interest. If I had immortal bones to aid me, I'd definitely try. Receiving only silence, he continued with a mocking laugh. If I had immortal bones, why risk my life? Chuck Qam finally wondered. Not Tran, are we going where they said? He confirmed. Yes, try our luck. I just have a feeling he'll come. Chuck Qam muttered. The monkey will come? Because he loves fighting most. Anything good to eat. Not Tran replied while walking. I have no money. The girl urged. Go catch frogs too. A figure stood in the shadows, expression unclear. Wukong sat with legs crossed on a tree branch. No, arrows ready for battle. Not Tran walked while panting. Mount Hua is so vast. Where should I look? It would be good to go with the exorcist ahead. Chuck Qam spoke up instinctively. Why must we find that monkey? He's just sealed and weakened. He'll regain his memories eventually. He hesitated. But he will suffer greatly. The girl replied bluntly. Let him be. Not Tran sighed. Fine. Cross the mountain ahead and we should be there. However, Chuck Qam threw a tantrum. Not going. Tired. Hungry. Dying. Just then Not Tran tilted his head to look aside. A loud shout rang out.
Yang Jian.
Do you know who we are? If you remain obsessed, no one can save you. Though the heavenly realm has collapsed, but... The man continued threatening. As long as the lotus lantern reappears, we can return to the 9 heavens. Then you will gain the prestige of opening the heavens and earth. Hand over Yang Chan. He gritted his teeth and ordered decisively. His sword was wrapped in strange light. We were colleagues for years. I don't want you to keep falling. Don't force us. However, Yang Jian pressed his lips together, showing no intention to reply. The man continued. Capture him and find the divine lantern. A blinding flash streaked over his head. He shouted again. You are now rejected by the human realm. Even Mount Hua is seen as a demonic barrier. Why suffer like this? Each word seemed an attempt to provoke the other, while chaotic sounds rang out incessantly. Stubborn and deluded, he threatened boldly. You sealed your mortal eyes. Isn't it to abandon all mortal desires and ascend to the 9 heavens? Now is your best chance. Just hand over. Yang Jian stared at him. He lowered his head. His voice turned colder. You are wrong. I sealed my eyes because I don't want to see your blood. For Achan. His eyes suddenly flared bright. Then he immediately lunged forward. Yang Jian continued. You've seen it. Whoever you are, I won't show mercy. Go back and report. If you touch Yang Chan, you must step over my corpse first. The opponent suddenly muttered. Report back first? He's crazy. Now Yang Jian stood silent. A few minutes later he spoke. Still someone wanting to reminisce? Wukong said in a low voice. No. I just want to find someone to fight. The air between them quickly became tense. Yang Jian asked. Have we fought before? However, Wukong replied blandly. We'll know once we fight. They stood facing each other. The surrounding scene was shrouded in thick smoke and clouds, making the air suffocating. Now Wukong quickly summoned the golden cudgel. Yang Jian also began holding a sword in his hand. Lightning bolts enveloped Wukong's golden cudgel, crackling with electricity. A moment later, both lunged into battle. His staff shot out, creating a whistling sound in the wind. He pressed his lips together, his face unable to hide his solemnity. Two metal swords clashed, creating a piercing sound. On Yang Jian's forehead, the eye became bright. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck straight down from above. Instantly, a booming explosion shook the entire space as if the sky had just been torn apart. Sharp sparks constantly splattered onto the ground. Thick black smoke filled the air. Yang Jian's figure stood proudly floating in the high sky, fearless. At this moment, Wukong silently lowered his head, his serious face observing the situation, his eyes glowing, both calm and vigilant. Both of them faced each other, neither yielding. Now Yang Jian used immortal arts to transform into a white qilin. White lines on his body became increasingly clear. The white qilin tilted its head slightly, with its inherent confident demeanor. It approached, then used its hoof to stomp hard on the tree branch ahead. Amidst the chaotic ruins, Wukong did not hesitate to leap up, causing dirt and rocks to scatter. His eyes glowed, observing the situation amidst the smoke and dust ahead. Immediately after, a black leopard appeared, dodging with great agility. It opened its mouth wide, roaring with a sound that seemed to shake the entire sky. Its claws constantly scratched hard at the ground. Scratch marks appeared continuously, destroying the surrounding trees. On Yang Jian's forehead, the eye suddenly flared bright. He transformed again into a pure white bird, spreading its wings wide. His feathered wings were enveloped by a sky filled with a sea of fire. Yang Jian floated in the sky, unable to hide his extremely arrogant demeanor. At this moment, the black leopard was quickly submerged in the sea of fire. Thick smoke covered its body, creating terrifying heat. Waves of black dust rose continuously into the high sky. In just a moment, the scene reeked of burning with heat reaching thousands of degrees. A moment later, Yang Jian still floated in the high sky, separated from the chaos. However, at that very moment, a long object suddenly lunged from beneath the water. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, muttering in terror, then flew around Yang Jian's body. The slimy body continuously tightened around his wings. In just a moment, Yang Jian was coiled by it, unable to move. A while later, the snake's blood-red eyes silently observed Yang Jian. Now his wings suddenly faded. Grains of sand from within began to scatter in the air. The snake tried to move to catch him, but the sand continued to spread. And finally, Yang Jian's body disappeared. In distance, a man witnessed it all. He widened his eyes in surprise. This is the body of Yang Jian, suddenly appearing amidst the hazy white smoke. Yang Jian stood towering before the hazy, smoky space, extremely arrogant, carrying an overwhelming aura. His heavenly eye began to glow, and opened wide immediately after, with golden electric sparks constantly running along his body. At this moment, Wukong stood silently, while on Yang Jian's side, he began to raise his leg to stomp and destroy the surrounding scene. The attack caused smoke and dust to rise more and more, covering the entire space. Wukong gripped the staff in his hand tightly. He gritted his teeth as if contemplating something. Immediately after, he used the golden cudgel to strike straight ahead. Yang Jian opposite still wore a serious face, assessing the situation, Wukong's eyes flashing, showing undisguised focus. At this moment, Yang Jian suddenly leaped high and used a bow and arrow to shoot from afar, the heavenly eye on his forehead opening wider and wider. The scene was extremely chaotic as rocks fell continuously. Yang Jian bitterly muttered to himself, "Why block me from finding Xianger?" Just then, something unexpected happened to Yang Jian. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Disaster. No more magic power to seal a Chan." Yang Jian shouted urgently, "Hey Chan, that precious lantern no longer has a wick." Trying to activate the 9 provinces will. Yang Jian was controlled by his inner demon. She coldly retorted, "So what, since I am gone? Then the living beings of the 9 provinces." Yang Chan's eyes looked at him colder than ever. "Go be buried together with my Xianger." Finishing her words, the object in front of her chest glowed brighter. Yang Jian continued to stop her. "Hey Chan, Xianger is only missing. Wait until your mind is stable. Brother will definitely." However, the precious lantern continued to emit blinding light. Yang Chan's bitter scream rang out, "You lied to me!" At this moment, Yang Jian's hands trembled. "No good. Can't seal it anymore." The heavenly eye on his forehead began to crack and bleed red blood. Finally, it shattered. Glass shards flew into the air, causing Yang Jian to scream in pain. He gasped from the pain. Then Yang Jian collapsed. Glass shards on his body shattered. Instantly his body returned to normal, blood still trickling from his forehead. However, he still tried to tell himself, no, even if my physical body is destroyed, I cannot let Yang Chan cause a great disaster. At this moment, a large arm suddenly reached out from somewhere to catch his body. Wukong lowered his head, completely silent before this situation. A moment later, he snorted coldly, "Stubborn monkey." Wukong then noticed the younger sister of the person he had just eliminated. "Stubborn brat." The divine lotus continued to emit a mysterious golden light. Yang Chan was angry and impatient to avenge her brother. "You people don't understand how important it is to lose a loved one." Wukong looked at her without answering. Immediately after, a series of round pillars flew in the air, wrapping around the lotus. The flower was tightly coiled inside, but rays of light still crept through the small gaps. "This toy is too dangerous in your hands. I will keep it for you." Yang Chan seemed not to think the magic of the person in front of her was that strong. "How can that be?" Not waiting for her to recover, Wukong immediately struck a palm toward Yang Chan. Yang Chan was unprepared. Hit by the move, she was severely injured and fell straight to the ground. The place she fell created a large deep pit. Rocks and dirt flew into the air, scattering everywhere. Yang Chan lay still on the ground, accepting her fate. Two people sitting nearby looked happy. "So, is she dead?" Chuck Qam approached to observe more closely. "Still alive," he held back. She lay on the broken ground, her whole body battered. Every time the dragon armor is activated, its seal weakens by one layer. It seems it won't be long before the monkey's memories recover. After 500 years, can he control his temperament or will he become like that woman? Truly interesting. On another side of the mountain, Nezha walked ahead, followed by her father. "Where are we going now?" "Already out. I want to meet some old friends." A stranger witnessed the entire conversation between the two. That person suddenly recalled memories of himself in another life.
Yang Jian hesitated, mother unchle.
On the other side, Yang Chan also seemed to feel her brother's emotions. In his head, two images suddenly appeared. "Two of you, I..." The beggar stood silently on the ground. "I remember now." Yang Jian walked over to talk. "Sorry, perhaps I cannot accompany you too. I thought of some things very important." Little Nezha looked at the disheveled person asking to join with an unbelieving expression. "Are you okay?" Tang Sanzang immediately realized that person was not normal. Indeed controlled by someone. Looks like he's out of control range now. He turned, his face showing no agreement. These two kids didn't say clearly who kidnapped him. Yang Heir's nephew, truly a surprise. Little Nezha standing next to him spoke carefully. "Going like that?" Tang Sanzang continued to question the person opposite. Kidnapping a celestial being descending to Earth? What is it for? Truly, he himself is dazed. How can he find his relatives? Looks like I must go meet my friends too. Following a handsome big brother is better than following an uncle, right? Little Nezha lost her composure upon hearing that. Tang Sanzang tried to keep a serious look, not joking along with the girl. To be honest, the young family child is indeed very similar. Fine. Having you by his side is good. The treasures you carry have calming effects, beneficial for him. They began to set off. "Until we meet again." At the tower in the large mountain, two people were standing. The girl asked with an unbelievable expression. "Xiao Yu, has the great sage truly appeared?" She seemed not to intend to hide it. "But his temperament is not very stable. But I want you to know. Someone beside the great sage. I know you will definitely go find them. Keep this dagger with you, it's an ancient object. Recently outside the city is not peaceful, otherwise I would also." Not waiting for Xiao Yu to finish, the girl interrupted. "Bye." The girl turned and began her journey. "I miss them very much." Exorcism record, Yang Jian had now become a soul. He had cultivated for a long time, waiting for a day to meet again. Truly unexpected. After all these years, the first one I see again is you, monkey. Although you are unimaginably strong now, there is no heavenly realm for you to wreak havoc anymore. Kong leaned calmly against the pillar nearby. "What's new?" Yang Jian was slightly surprised by the indifference of the monkey in front of him. "So what are your plans now? Still pretending to have amnesia? I don't believe anyone can seal you. Now when we fight, I say you blocked your memories. It's better to say you are afraid. Unable to control yourself, unable to protect those beside you. Truly ridiculous. Clearly invincible. Yet most afraid of yourself." Wukong did not want to endure any longer. He looked toward Erlang Shen, his voice full of provocation. "Sealing your own eyes, you don't even know who you are. Covering your eyes means you don't see?" Yang Jian calmly countered the provocation. "At least I'm taking action while you... How long do you plan to play the turtle?" Wukong wouldn't stop. "Nothing but provocations? Suddenly popping out a stubborn brat. Is that the action you're talking about? What right do you have to lecture me?" Yang Jian looked at him like a playful child and sighed. You stinking monkey are truly cunning. Wukong lost patience. You called me out just to bicker? Yet Erling Shun didn't take the bait and continued. 4 years Yang Chan's mind has been in chaos over her child, unable to control the Balian lantern. That's why I couldn't split myself to search. Therefore, Wukong grew increasingly impatient to get to the point. So you want me to look after your sister? You go find the child using her? Yang Jian appeared calm. No, now that the Balian lantern has been suppressed by you, Yang Chan won't act recklessly anymore. My niece is missing. I couldn't find her using my heavenly eye earlier. This matter surely isn't simple. Besides, my heavenly eye is destroyed now, and all these years suppressing the Balian lantern has taken its toll. Therefore, I want to borrow your help to find my niece. Wukong turned away, his voice unable to hide his disbelief. You are asking me? And he still acted as if it were nothing. That's right. Wukong turned around without looking at the person behind him. Talked for half a day, now you finally sound human. Yang Jian didn't reply, standing still waiting for a straight answer from Wukong. He didn't say he accepted but already started acting. Speak, where do we start looking? Yang Jian also prepared to set off, to the underworld. Just as they arrived, a black dragon sniffed and flew over. Surely Diting knows all things in the world. It will find Xiong'er. Who knows if the underworld still exists after the Great War? Wukong still didn't quite understand the situation. Underworld, Diting. Servant ran over to report. Excuse me, you too, immortal master. Your sister seems to have woken up. Yang Jian bowed respectfully. Sir, I have a somewhat excessive request. I hope you can grant it. That monkey and I want to go find my sister's only son. I hope you can look after things during this time. Yang Jian recognized the monster in his imagination. But then he sighed and let it go. Forget it. I'll look after her. It's just one more child. Wukong turned and started walking, not bothering with them. Too much talk. Before leaving, Yang Jian didn't forget to turn back and remind the servant to look after his sister. Then I trouble you, sir, without magical artifacts by her side. My sister is no different from a mortal. I hope you will take care of her. Immediately after, both flew into the sky, turning into 2 streaks of white smoke. The servant stood on the ground and sighed helplessly. They leave just like that. Why not say when they'll be back? In the sky, Wukong and Yang Jian had flown near a large mountain. The two finally arrived. Yang Jian looked at the abyss in front, introducing it to his companion. The underworld ghost mansion guides the dead. The 10 kings of Yama govern reincarnation. It's a pity the Yellow Springs guide is gone. Landed. Wukong lost patience, feeling those words were useless. Can you stop talking nonsense? Yang Jian didn't hold back and retorted. Can you be a little less rude? Hearing the other's question, both simultaneously gave the same answer. No. The gate of the underworld ghost slowly opened, and a stream of green smoke immediately flew out from inside. Wukong showed interest in that smoke. I can smell the scent of slaughter inside this gate. Let's charge in and have a fight. Yang Jian pulled him back to remind him. Don't you see what this is? These wandering souls. Why are they lingering here? However, Wukong didn't listen to a word, flying straight inside in a flash. I'm coming. Yang Jian sighed helplessly. Stinking monkey. Never listens to anyone. He could only follow him inside. Even if the underworld is destroyed, according to heavenly court regulations, souls should be drawn into the underworld. Why are there so many souls at the gate of Yellow Springs? As he walked, he carefully analyzed the various situations of the heavenly court. In the past, the 9 heavens established the underworld to separate the mortal realm from the demon realm. Souls entering there would reincarnate, not falling into the demon realm. The demon realm tears each other apart to survive. Demons will destroy each other until only the last one remains. Is it true they cannot break the 3 realms prohibition? Finally, they arrived. Let's put this matter aside for now. Wukong walked up from behind. Is this the Yama Palace? Yang Jian looked at the fortress ahead and explained. It's just the Ghost Judgment Hall, the first hall. The souls here are getting more and more crowded. It's as if they were driven here. There were originally no people here. At least there should be a ghost guard. Wukong glanced to the side, where one stepped out, his demonic aura impossible to hide. You smell of the god race? Are you from the god race? The other continued walking without saying a word. Yang Jian prepared to fight. Indeed. Wukong also took a stance but didn't forget to retort. God race my ass. The black-clad figure slowly approached, revealing only his eyes. You god race still have the face to set foot in the underworld? The underworld you established back then was just for your own belief and enjoyment of reincarnation. During the God-Demon War, you only cared about guarding the South Heaven Gate. The underworld lies between the demon realm and the mortal realm. Did you ever care? When demons invaded our underworld, did you come to support? When billions of souls were swallowed by demons, did you care? For 500 years, the 10 kings of Yama led demon soldiers and ghost generals. Fighting in blood? Where were you? You selfish lot betrayed trust, greedily enjoying wealth and luxury. Wukong heard this and got annoyed. Hey, watch your mouth. His eyes turned red, preparing for battle. Don't drag me into your quarrels, Wukong coldly said to his companion. Although I don't like those gods, I know what they do. But you underworld trash have been suppressed for 500 years. Laughable. That monster still didn't know his place and shouted. Who are you? What right do you have to say that? Yang Jian stopped him. Forget it. We didn't come to fight. It seems these souls are protected by you, not swallowed by demons. I sincerely express my respect. With what the 9 heavens have done, I don't know what else to say. I can only say at least the underworld still exists while the 9 heavens. A person in a black cloak flew over from behind, their voice losing composure. What you mean? Impossible. Before my master died, they said the 9 heavens would not abandon the underworld. How can this be? These souls have no choice but to face the fate of being swallowed by demons. She took off her hood and introduced herself. I am an apprentice of Granny Meng. My master unfortunately sacrificed herself during a demon invasion. Now I take care of these souls. Currently, the Yama kings of each hall are leading troops to push back the demons. I have no combat ability, so I can only stay in the main hall to look after the souls. Demons swallowing souls become stronger, so protecting souls is the first important step. Yang Jian and Wukong turned to look at her and offered, we might be able to help a little. Granny Meng's apprentice didn't say it directly but didn't think much of them. I heard my master say gods are all arrogant and look down on everyone. What can just 2 people do? I hope they stay safe. Although she thought that, on the surface she remained respectful. I will take you 2 to meet King Guang. The old gentleman is currently fighting the demons. Whether you can help or not, don't cause more trouble for the old gentleman. The 3 set off. Yang Jian asked while walking, may I ask, what is your cultivation level? The apprentice replied politely, only a meager 400 years. Yang Jian carefully calculated the timeline. Then the god-demon war back then. She didn't hide it. I wasn't born yet. Yang Jian pieced the whole process together. No wonder. An ancient capital appeared before them, surrounded by dark aura. Outside, masked soldiers in white were taking turns patrolling. A strong wind rose from afar. Soldiers were startled and afraid, hurriedly turning back to warn others. They're coming again. Everyone be careful. A man slowly approached, looking dissatisfied. He sat on his own throne. The seal of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva seems to be getting weaker. King Guang stood up, raising his hand to wait for something. Hundreds of monster bats took flight simultaneously. He held a long staff in his hand and headed toward the capital. Guards were busy fighting off the monsters. Yet they were becoming more numerous and dense. A large bat flew toward them. It opened its mouth and spat out strange green gas. The spikes on its body grew larger. The bat had evolved into a giant monster. It flew forward with unconcealed aggression. Immediately, it struck a palm toward them. From somewhere, a warrior with a blade swung forward, preparing to fight. King Guang took down the monster, stepping on it like a mouse. He pulled the blade stuck in its body out. The monster still lay on the ground, breathing weakly. This green fluid splattered onto King Guang's cheek. Other large bats swarmed toward their injured kin. They quickly fought over the remaining life force. King Guang saw this and wasn't surprised. Cannibalizing each other? These beasts want to awaken their intelligence. The soldiers finally set up their weapons. Prepare! He turned and ordered. Fire the arrows. Don't let them swallow each other. Immediately, the group was hit by arrows and fell in droves. Disaster! King Guang saw the green fire flare up in front, but didn't relax. Are they dead? He carefully observed them all. From within the green fire, a large monster appeared, still alive. The monster appeared, its body covered in strange stripes. Initially like piranhas following in schools, if it has awakened intelligence, it will lead those without intelligence to attack together. It might even hide behind, sitting as the fisherman reaping the benefits. He looked at one hand on his hip, one hand in a defensive stance. Let's fight this guy, kid. The monster silently observed all the enemy's actions. King Guang, though in a weak position, was not afraid. Ghost soldiers, hear my order. Do not let anyone pass. Carefully observed the creature. He is mine. He's even uglier than me. A great battle broke out between King Guang and hundreds of monsters. Granny Meng's apprentice screamed in fear. The Yama King said not to cross. If swallowed, it will increase the opponent's strength. Both flew straight at each other to attack. Suddenly, a drop of water flew past his face. Wukong flew up behind him from nowhere. His voice remained indifferent. Old man, need help? He turned back and saw him flying in the air. I told you not to come here. Swallowed. You. Wukong smiled lightly. I just know there's a fight here. He took the Rui Jingu Bang from behind his ear. King Guang sighed, unable to control this rebellious monkey. He helplessly let him do as he pleased but didn't forget to remind. I'll let you fight, but I must handle it personally. He swallowed my subordinates earlier. How can I not avenge this myself? Granny Meng's apprentice was surprised to see them so close. Are they old acquaintances? He seems to know the Yama King. Yang Jian calmly agreed. But I think the old man doesn't really want to know him. The Rui Jingu Bang instantly grew hundreds of times larger, becoming a huge pillar. Then the rest are mine. At this moment, the ghost soldiers were cleaning up the monster corpses lying on the ground. Amazed. In an instant, all the monsters here were killed. How did he do it? The oldest ghost soldier spoke up. Stop talking. Quickly clean up the scene. Don't leave any behind. Then, a young ghost soldier approached and asked, Who was that guy? Old ghost, you've lived the longest. Tell us. The old ghost soldier said sarcastically, What do you little devils know? He is someone the underworld hasn't wanted to provoke for 1,000 years. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice spoke up, Yama King, are we just letting them go like that? King Guang curiously asked Granny Meng's apprentice. What do you mean? She immediately replied, Subordinate feels they might not be able to help. King Guang responded in a cold tone. Even if your master said the heavenly court is unreliable, protecting the souls of the underworld is our duty. Besides, their own time is likely. On the other hand, in a place surrounded by dense fog, people continued to move forward. Yang Jian spoke. King Guang said the second Yama King has fallen into the demonic path. Although not his intention, over the years, his nature has been eroded. Truly unpredictable. Dragon ancestor power on you is mostly used to seal the Balian lantern, right? I heard the second Yama King's strength is at least equal to the 10 desolations of the past. And I really can't help now. Wukong impatiently interrupted. Hey! Yang Jian replied. Stinking monkey? Don't people have names? Don't just hey me. But Wukong asked him, How much longer do you have to live? Yang Jian pondered for a moment and said, The heavenly eye was where I gathered spiritual power. Now that it's destroyed, my spiritual power is fading, like a lamp running out of oil. So before that happens, I hope to help my sister find her child. How did you find out? I thought it was better hidden. But Wukong just huffed. He said coldly, It's not my first day knowing you. If not for necessity, you wouldn't ask anyone. Saying that, he turned forward. Yang Jian looked at his back with affection, softly saying, All right, I won't die that easily. At least not that fast. Wukong only replied, Got it, to the next hall. Not far away, in a gloomy atmosphere, someone was opening their mouth wide, bit by bit, savoring the flesh of the monsters. He shouted angrily, Who wants to break into my Huatai hell? The scene at the second hall was utterly tragic. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky. The ground was littered with the bones and skulls of demon creatures. Yang Jian and Wukong approached the area bit by bit. Yang Jian exclaimed in shock. It seems everything living in this second hall has been devoured. There might be a wilderness god-level entity here. Wukong heard this and muttered with a serious face. A wilderness god? Yang Jian said in a deep voice. Perhaps only that could hold this living hell. He added, I don't know what you experienced back in the demon realm, but we should still be a bit careful. Wukong smiled slightly and replied, I feel this Yama is quite interesting, much stronger than the things above. Having said that, he didn't forget to instruct Yang Jian. All right, if you can't fight, stand aside, don't get in my way. At the same time, inside the second hall, the River King was quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar. Without hesitation, he gathered momentum and leaped high, lightning surrounding him. In midair, the River King displayed his full power. He quickly raised both hands to gather momentum, then struck the ground with a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering blow. Feeling that his opponent hadn't been hit, he immediately whipped his head around to observe. Wukong had dodged the River King's attack and muttered, Sure enough, he has lost his mind. So he didn't hesitate to enter a stance and lunged straight forward, facing the River King head-on. In the blink of an eye, a wisp of white smoke rose from the River King's face.
Yang Jian watched from afar.
Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and muttered, This, it seems, isn't just the power of the dragon ancestor. When fighting me, he didn't use his full strength at all. You stinking monkey! After the smoke dissipated, the River King's face gradually revealed the flesh beneath. Wukong quickly jumped back. At that moment, a series of arms sprouted from the ground, aiming straight for him. Surrounded by those arms, he thought to himself. He can still use magic after losing his mind? Interesting. The River King immediately shouted out a technique. Soul-snatching chain. Immediately, those arms transformed into green chains that tightly bound Wukong. However, to him this move was like a tickle. He quickly broke free. He shouted loudly, "You want to trap me with this level of skill?" At this moment, the River King slowly raised his hand. He drew a sword from behind his back. Starting his attack stance, Wukong silently assessed, "A petty wilderness god." Saying that, he used his hand to snap the chains. He smirked mockingly. Not worth looking at. The River King seemed to have been provoked. He swung his sword toward Wukong. The sword flew straight toward his position. Zhu Ling appeared majestically. At that moment, Not Tran was carrying Yang Chan running straight forward. Behind them, a cold, threatening voice rang out. "You can't escape. Hand over the lotus lantern. I will spare your lives." At this moment, Xiao Jiu was running right next to Not Tran and suddenly said tiredly, "Not Tran, this old one can't run anymore." Not Tran looked down at her with worried eyes. He calculated. Running like this is not the way. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, he quickly pushed Yang Chan to Xiao Jiu and instructed, "Xiao Jiu, take care of her. I have to go lure the giant. Be careful." Xiao Jiu heard that and yelled angrily, "Damn Not Tran, how can I carry this girl? Come back here." But Not Tran was still determined to confront Zhu Ling directly. He shouted, "Immortal, don't chase anymore. I'm here." Zhu Ling hummed softly and said, "Consider yourself sensible, kid. Otherwise, hand over the lotus lantern. This immortal will spare you." Not Tran put on a confused face and asked him back, "What lantern?" Zhu Ling glared at him and said, "Kid, don't try to be slick. Yang Chan has never left the lantern. Handing her over is the same thing." Not Tran replied to him, "I really don't understand. Why do you all like chasing after little girls? Let me tell you, the last guy died very miserably." But Zhu Ling didn't care about his answer. He used his hand to squeeze him tightly. Not Tran shouted, "Pain, pain, take it all." Hearing the answer he wanted, Zhu Ling immediately let him go. He started rummaging through himself to find it, remembering he put it in, and then he gently placed a talisman on his head. Not Tran looked at Zhu Ling with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "Here, fire talisman." Just like that, the talisman took effect, starting to burn on Zhu Ling's face. He screamed miserably, "Ah, my eyes! You brat want to die." Seeing that, Not Tran immediately took the opportunity to retreat. At that moment, one of Zhu Ling's eyes gradually turned fiery red. Under the clear blue sky, the giant spirit god angrily grabbed his weapon and lifted it. Instantly, thousands of lightning bolts surrounded him. He struck the ground directly. This made Not Tran terrified, having to open his eyes wide to look at him. Even Xiao Jiu was made unsteady by this blow of his and cried out. Suddenly something spread out. Xiao Jiu was attracted by this and curiously wondered, "What is it? Can it be eaten?" Meanwhile, on this side, Zhu Ling was still determined to chase Not Tran. He roared threateningly, "Rotten kid, don't think about running." But Not Tran, with his agile movements, jumped far away. He thought to himself, "Not run and let you beat me to death?" Suddenly, at that moment, someone appeared in front of Not Tran. Daoist curiously asked him, "Is that you, little friend? Was the tremor just now because of you?" Not Tran hurriedly told him, "Don't ask any more. Run quickly." He hesitated and stammered, "Actually," Daoist asked softly, "Little friend, speak slowly. What exactly happened?" Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting the attention of both. "Daoist, what's wrong?" Daoist turned his head to explain. "Reporting to Ancestor, this little friend is an acquaintance of mine. I'm asking what happened." And then, the girl met Not Tran. At this moment, both Daoist and the girl observed Zhu Ling's presence. Daoist exclaimed in surprise, "That is, little friend, why do you get into trouble every time?" The giant spirit god brandished his weapon. He growled a warning, "Stinking brat, let's see where you run to now. Watch as this immortal smashes you to death with one hammer." Not Tran was scared and hurriedly explained, "Misunderstanding. Moreover, clearly you were the one who robbed people's things first." The girl at that time started moving forward and said, "Have immortals fallen so low that they block the road to rob now?" The giant spirit god was a bit annoyed and retorted, "Who are you to criticize the affairs of my immortal realm? Are you trying to stand up for this brat?" The young girl replied, "That's right. Little brother, you look familiar. When the fighting starts later, stay far away, so you won't get hurt." Not Tran heard her say that and was a bit moved, blushing as he looked at the girl. Zhu Ling at that moment did not hesitate to use his ultimate move, breath absorption. He snorted slightly and said, A lowly demon subduer still wants to provoke heavenly might? Challenging a god. The young girl replied firmly, gods are also formed by people cultivating. Suddenly her eyes turned golden. Giant spirit god seemed to realize something and thought silently, golden pupils? The young girl immediately launched a move, sword formation. The giant spirit god laughed coldly and mocked. Ridiculous. With your half-immortal magic power, how can you hurt me? The next second he was hit by her move. Yet he confidently said, doesn't hurt, doesn't hurt. With your cultivation, you can't even maintain an immortal body, and you still hope to hurt me. Hearing those words, the young girl looked at him silently. After that she drew a sword. She shouted loudly, in that case, do you dare to take another move of mine? Giant spirit god only replied, at this level, I don't mind letting you hit me 100 times. The moment he finished speaking, the young girl swung her sword without hesitation. A strike aimed straight at the giant spirit god's head. But at that moment, a circle suddenly appeared in the sky with countless lightning bolts around it. In the blink of an eye, the young girl was struck by those lightning bolts. Both Not Tran and Daoist shouted in unison, ancestor! Daoist landed on the ground. Slowly regaining her composure, the young girl pursed her lips and calculated, damn it, almost finished one off. Suddenly at that moment, in the sky, behind the mist, a figure was standing proudly. That person spoke. Giant spirit god, with your level, taking a wind blade strike would surely leave your head separated from your body. The Golden Mother sent you to find the Lotus Lantern, and you're out fighting? The giant spirit god explained with a slight tremor. The Lotus Lantern is related to whether our heavenly realm can ascend to the 9 heavens. How can it be treated as a joke? Antarctic Immortal. The Antarctic one stood majestically in the middle of the sky and exclaimed, I, Antarctic Immortal, sit under the Western Queen Mother. You all surrender quickly, otherwise. On the other hand, Xiao Zhou was thinking to herself, should I just swallow it all in one go? You say it's okay? Glowing means it's agreed. And so she immediately opened her mouth wide, biting the piece of meat in her hand in an instant. The taste was so terrible that Xiao Zhou exploded. Not tasty. The Antarctic Immortal slowly landed on the ground. She said softly, humans don't know their limits, thinking that having a bit of immortal cultivation allows you to resist a true immortal? You have a divine artifact by your side, but the artifact recognizes its master. Currently it only has 1/10 of its power. The young girl didn't say a word and immediately turned, pointing her blade toward her. At this moment, beads of sweat had appeared on the young girl's face. The Antarctic Immortal threatened immediately without restraint. Let me show you the true power of a divine artifact when it recognizes its master. The young girl quickly fell into a difficult position when surrounded by the Antarctic Immortal's weapon. She calculated silently in her head, can't cut it? This feather cloak is a divine artifact and acts like a living thing. Immediately after, that feather cloak transformed into a giant snake, roaring loudly in front of her. Daoist saw the girl in danger and frowned, shouting loudly, ancestor, I'm here to help. And then he quickly lunged straight forward. However, Zhu Ling's hammer was aimed straight at him. Daoist was knocked backward by such a sudden blow. Zhu Ling stood to the side and sneered, mortal, if you still want to meddle, ask my hammer first. The girl, just having been wrapped up by the feather robe, shouted, Daoist, it's bad. Suddenly at this moment, in the sky, a strange bamboo tube was flying straight toward the Antarctic Immortal's head. A voice also rang out at the same time, Goddess, watch your head. Being attracted by that voice made her glance over to look. She immediately summoned the feather cloak to return and cut the bamboo tube into many pieces. Suddenly, water flowed from the bamboo tube straight onto the Antarctic Immortal's face. She screamed in terror. At this moment, Not Tran was grabbed tightly by the feather robe, making him exclaim, what material is this? It won't break even when pulled. Nanji, determined it was caused by Not Tran, immediately frowned. Glaring at him, she angrily used her power. The next second, Not Tran was grabbed by the ankle by the feather robe and dragged away. Seeing that, he hurriedly shouted, hey! Then he was beaten a few times by the feather cloak. The Antarctic Immortal stepped forward and scolded, despicable mortal, splashing filthy things at this immortal, I will use your flesh and blood to sacrifice to my feather garment. Not Tran immediately made a suggestion to her. I advise you not to move, neither of us needs the lantern anymore. Release those two. I'll tell you. Just then a voice rang in his head. Not Tran. He confusedly responded, Xiao Zhou. Why is the voice ringing in my head? The girl replied to him. This is this old one's spiritual power. Impressive, right? I don't want to meet that woman anymore. Where are you running to?
I'm hungry.
Not Tran sighed and replied, Still eating? I'm about to be beaten to death here.
Xiao Hu yelled angrily. No.
If you die, who will find food for me? Wait, this old one will come to help you now. Just like that, the ground began to shake in front of the giant spirit god and the Antarctic immortal. A long body slowly approached the two of them. It was a giant dragon. With unparalleled power, the dragon began to coil in the sky. Both Zhu Ling and Nanji were so astonished they had to widen their eyes to look at the thing before them. Meanwhile, Yi-chan seemed to recognize who that person was. It's Xiao Jiu. The dragon soared straight into the sky once again. Then it slowly lowered its head to look at the people on the ground. Zhu Ling shouted loudly, "A dragon? Why is there such a huge dragon here?" Nanji added, "That is an ancient form." One of the dragon ancestors, Zhu Juin, Xiao Jiu, in dragon form, spoke in a threatening voice. Who is bullying Yi-chan? The Antarctic immortal felt the situation was not good and turned to tell the giant spirit god. This matter is not ordinary. Go back and report it first. You guys can't resist it. He nodded in agreement and replied, "Right. Let's run." "Oh no, reporting back is important." Just like that, both of them left immediately. Beside him, Yi-chan asked the girl, "At least you're saved. Are you hurt, miss?" The little girl replied to him, "No, I'm fine." Dao-i was so worried he rushed over to the two of them. "Grandmaster, Grandmaster." He curiously asked, "What is that in the sky?" The dragon at that moment was still continuing to fly in the sky. Suddenly, a few streaks of light flashed on its body, and then the dragon form vanished. Xiao Jiu gradually transformed back into a human and scolded Yi-chan. "Rotten Yi-chan, you left this old one in the grass hut. I was about to starve to death." Yi-chan burst out laughing and said, "That's definitely Xiao Jiu." The little girl continued to scold him. "Where are the buns you promised this old one?" At that moment, Xiao Jiu transformed back into a beautiful woman, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Both Dao-i and Yi-chan had nosebleeds, and both embarrassedly blurted out, "Dumplings, Jiu." The little girl standing nearby loudly reminded them, "You two are men. Don't stare at her like that." Xiao Jiu stared at them for a moment. Then suddenly Xiao Jiu shrank down. She muttered, "Dad." The young girl started and opened her eyes wide looking at her, turning into a little girl again. In an instant, Xiao Jiu spat out what she had swallowed. She quickly said, "This trick won't last long." Na Tran comforted the girl. All right, I'll take you to get steamed buns." Come to think of it, that was quite a scare just now. He took off his outer robe and tossed it to her, instructing, "Put this on, or you'll catch a cold." Xiao Jiu told him, "This seal cannot be broken. The scattered heaven-earth chi will only last a moment." Na Tran said to the girl, "It's good it won't last long. Otherwise, I don't know how many buns would be enough. This time we almost ate someone's treasure. I wouldn't be able to afford to raise you." Suddenly, Daoist saw the girl standing in deep thought, so he stepped forward to ask, "Great-grandmother ancestor, what's wrong?" The girl gazed at the light appearing before her eyes, thinking to herself, "The remnant soul of Brother Monk? After I kept it for so long without any movement. Why now?" At that moment, the beam of light suddenly rushed toward Na Tran. He looked behind him in surprise. The girl shouted loudly at this moment, "Brother Monk!" Meanwhile, in another place, little Nezha ran over to ask, "Brother Chunxiang, why did you provoke your uncle? And how did you end up losing your memory?" Chunxiang replied to her, "That's a long story. Actually, I was captured." Little Nezha asked him back, "Was it the heavenly realm?" She continued, "My father said the heavenly realm always has stubborn old fools wanting to rearrange the 9 heavens or something. They even oppose marriage between immortals and mortals." Chunxiang muttered upon hearing this, "The heavenly realm? My uncle said he was afraid the heavenly realm people would find my mother, so he hid her away. But I was immature, blamed my uncle, snuck out and got found by them. They wanted to borrow the lotus lantern to rebuild the 9 heavens, and I was the one who found the lantern. That was when Chunxiang was small. He was still naive about the world back then." He continued, "My mother and uncle disagreed, so they fought them. Yang Chan flew toward the head of the heavenly realm at that time. She said, borrowing the heaven-earth power of the lotus lantern, the heavenly realm people were desperate. Although we temporarily repelled the entire heavenly army, the lotus lantern is gone, and mother cannot control the lamp, suffering backlash to her heart meridians." Immediately after, Chi Yu stepped toward Yang Chan. She questioned, "Are you also coveting the lotus lantern? Forgive my bluntness, but even if you obtain the treasure lamp, you will suffer backlash. Besides, you might not even have the strength for it." Chi Yu replied coldly, "The lotus lantern is indeed a treasure, but I have no interest in it." He reached out and took out a green jade, saying, I only need your immortal bodies. Chunxiang observed everything and thought suspiciously, what is he talking about? However, he did not know that a demonic creature was slowly approaching him. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Yang Chan screamed in panic. Chunxiang, what do you want? Let him go. Chunxiang, Chi Yu said coldly. The soul-breaking pill contains resentment existing for 1,000 years. It can even destroy your mind. Yang Chan frowned and muttered, soul-breaking pill. At moment, the green jade began to glow, and it slowly began to absorb Yang Chan. Chunxiang, being held tightly nearby, screamed in terror, Mother! The moment he screamed, a beam of light instantly radiated out. That light caused a flower to bloom. That flower struck straight toward Chi Yu. Chi Yu muttered, unexpectedly. This brat has the ability to control heaven-earth power. I was almost destroyed by it. But it seems his consciousness is unstable. Chunxiang just stared blankly ahead at that time. Chi Yu chuckled and said, it seems you are more valuable for research than the Holy Mother herself. What an unexpected joy. Returning to the present, Chunxiang told little Nezha. And as for what happened afterward, I don't remember either. Now I just want to find my mother quickly. Little Nezha looked at Chunxiang with anxious eyes. She comforted him. All right, then let's go find your mother. Then we'll find that big villain and take revenge. Meanwhile, in another place, someone slowly approached. That person reported to Chi Yu. According to the state preceptor's instructions, everything is prepared. But the immortal marrow obtained recently is not pure. I fear. Chi Yu asked coldly. Fear what? The subordinate replied. Immortal marrow is different from demon marrow. If it's too strong, it won't obey us. Chi Yu immediately retorted. That goes without saying. I spent 100 years researching how to extract demon marrow. How could it be that simple? Spreading this method to the world has one benefit, like gathering firewood. Now there are more ways to use demon marrow than I thought. But immortal marrow is harder to process. The immortal slayer doesn't need to be resurrected. Unexpectedly, they escaped control. It is truly a pity. The subordinate presented something and said, State Preceptor. This is the purest immortal marrow refined to date. Chi Yu saw this and took it in his hand. He ordered his subordinate. Then go invite Lord Corpse Daoist out here. Having achieved such a great merit, he cannot go unrewarded. Corpse Daoist then stepped toward Chi Yu, muttering, Do not blame this official. Chi Yu silently looked at him. He continued, Do not blame this official. The Huai River Demon Garden was too difficult to deal with, so this official sent that monkey. Do not blame this official. Chi Yu angrily snorted and scolded. Do you know how important that monkey is to me? As he spoke, he threw the pure, immortal marrow forward. That light was gradually absorbed by Corpse Daoist. A gray smoke began to envelop him. Chi Yu reminded him, If you win and kill a few demons, I will spare you. They are just a few with 100 years of cultivation. I trust Lord Corpse Daoist will not disappoint. Feeling the surging killing intent, the subordinates became wary of Corpse Daoist. Corpse Daoist did not hesitate to slaughter them one by one. Drops of blood splattered before Chi Yu's eyes. He calmly commented, Good. The effect is better than expected. Then he sneered, The frost has also evolved. There is a chance to defeat the god of slaughter. Although this god of slaughter is a Jiangshi, Corpse Daoist's eyes gradually turned yellow. Chi Yu continued, In life, he possessed the Tiangang arts. Lord Corpse Daoist, you must be careful. The next second, large boulders were lifted. They aimed straight at the others. Corpse Daoist stared ahead. At that very moment, the ground began to shake. That demonic creature stood tall. Chi Yu said with a stern face, Can the physical body not withstand it? This moment, it stood in a strange posture. A beam of light instantly radiated from behind its back. An image of someone suddenly appeared for a moment. Chi Yu thought to himself, It's still not perfect, but it's very good. It seems the day of revenge is not far off. Tai Juku Tianzuan surely isn't dead yet, right? At the same time, in another place, Chunxiang and little Nezha arrived somewhere. She shouted happily, Brother Chunxiang, look, is that a town? Chunxiang replied, It seems so. She continued to shout joyfully, Finally a town. I've never been to one before. But why is it so desolate? This moment, the place seemed pitch black, everything submerged in fog. Little Nezha said to Chunxiang, Let's go take a look. Maybe because it's dark, everyone has gone to sleep. Chunxiang agreed. Perhaps. As soon as they finished speaking, the lanterns hanging in front of every house began to light up. This caught little Nezha's attention. She thought to herself, It's lit up. There's a market. How beautiful. Along both sides of the street, it also lit up following the light from the lanterns. A bustling crowd of people also appeared just like that. Little Nezha turned to Qinxiang. Look, there are more people now. Qinxiang grew suspicious. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? He immediately grabbed her hand and warned, This isn't right, hurry. Let's get out of town first. Just as the two ran away, the bustling crowd on the street suddenly froze. Loud cracking sounds rang out. A girl standing nearby immediately opened her palm leaf fan. Every movement of that girl was accompanied by a cracking sound. That girl and the people around her were puppets. They looked forward, emitting continuous cracking sounds. Little Nezha saw Qinxiang grabbing her hand to run away and asked suspiciously, Brother Qinxiang, what on earth is going on? And then she realized something, immediately turning her head to look. Suddenly, that puppet was flying straight toward the two of them. Qinxiang quickly kicked that puppet away. Little Nezha screamed in terror. What is this thing? It scared the soul out of me. Qinxiang also felt something was wrong. He looked at the crowd ahead and told her, It seems to be a type of puppet. The group of puppets quickly launched an attack. Some crawled on the eaves while others rushed straight toward the two. Qinxiang said coldly, Let's get out of town first. The road was an illusion. Little Nezha replied to him at that time, We can't get out. She quickly unleashed her ultimate move. While performing it, she said firmly, Then we aren't leaving. A flame immediately erupted. That flame gradually burned the group of puppets, submerging them in a sea of fire. Little Nezha shouted loudly, Let's see who else you can scare. Burn to death. A moment later, the whole town turned to ashes. Not far away, a voice rang out, Second brother, why couldn't your puppet spell deal with children? It wasn't easy for us to build this town to lure passers-by later. Second brother scolded third brother. What do you know? That girl's Dharma treasure is top tier. 100,000 times stronger than mortals. Second brother said enthusiastically. In that case, let's follow the old rule. Whoever gets it, it belongs to them. At this moment, a group of people appeared before Little Nezha and Qinxiang, warning, Two little cultivators, why are you acting recklessly on our territory? That's right, destroying someone's property requires compensation. Right? Little Nezha suspiciously asked them, Who are you? The three of them stepped out of the fog one by one, introducing themselves. We brothers are naturally the masters of this place. That's right. Little Nezha asked them in a stern voice, What do you want? They replied in unison, Naturally, you two must compensate for the losses here. Little Nezha tilted her head and snorted coldly in reply. You harmed everyone in this town, and you still want me to compensate? Dream on. Second brother began to deploy his ultimate move. He said, If not, how about we compete with Dharma treasures? If you win, naturally we'll let you out. But if you lose, Little Nezha replied excitedly, Compete with Dharma treasures? That's interesting. As long as I win your Dharma treasure. Saying that, she slowly closed her eyes. While summoning her Dharma treasure, she said, Then I won't be polite. Second brother saw Little Nezha's Dharma treasure and chuckled. I've seen through your Dharma treasure. A binding type treasure, primarily fire element. Right? He immediately channeled power into his palm. Second brother and fourth brother stood outside evaluating the battle. Third brother's Dharma treasure seems specialized in countering fire element. Advantage to third brother. Third brother used his ultimate technique, Ice Dragon. Very quickly, he summoned an icy dragon. He shouted loudly, How about that? Can't generate heat. In just a moment, Little Nezha's Dharma treasure was gradually frozen. Little Nezha muttered, This is snow. So beautiful. I've never felt this cool before. This made Qinxiang, who was watching from outside, feel helpless. Third brother stood by, angrily roaring, Are you even listening to what I'm saying? However, she seemed not to care at all, sitting down to build a snowman while laughing loudly, muttering, Building this snowman, I once heard my mother talk about it. I love it. So cold. Truly incomprehensible. Saying that, Little Nezha took something out of her bag. She said, A Dharma treasure is a Dharma treasure. Why split it into so many parts? Let's try again. And then she recited some kind of command. The group exclaimed in astonishment. There's not just one, there's more. Immediately after, something appeared. A blinding beam of light shining straight toward third brother. That moment, Little Nezha's Dharma treasure appeared in a grand and powerful manner. It radiated a massive source of firepower. Little Nezha opened her eyes wide to look at everyone. That Dharma treasure, that treasure in the blink of an eye burned second brother's ice dragon to ashes. She said in surprise, Oh my, so hot. This is what Grandpa uses to roast sweet potatoes. Little Nezha raised her hand and ordered, Little stove, come back quickly. Sorry, Daoist, are you still okay? However, second brother's whole body was smoking profusely. Little Nezha sniffed, silently assessing. It smells so good. It's the smell of roasted lamb. Little Nezha hovered in midair, speaking disdainfully. Sorry, I'm not used to using this Dharma treasure. I couldn't retract it in time. So, do you still want to continue? Eldest brother growled and questioned. You? Where did the Dharma treasure fall into the snow? Second brother behind him also had to exclaim. It's truly strong to the point of being fictional. Eldest brother, let me. Although her Dharma treasure is very strong, she is still just a child. As long as we don't let her use the Dharma treasure, it'll be fine. Second brother provocatively boasted. Come here. Let this Daoist learn your high skills. Little friend, this old Daoist is about to strike. Nezha didn't care, closing her eyes and urging. Got it? Got it. Just start already. Second brother snorted a few times and announced. It has begun. His whole body tensed up as if he were bodybuilding. Little Nezha awkwardly blurted out. Start? Start what? Smoke began to billow around second brother's body. When countless bony arms sprouted out, little Nezha was slightly stunned. This is... The hands quickly surrounded her from all directions. Little Nezha touched her waist and shouted in panic. How can this be? Where did my Chenkuin bag go? For the first time, anxiety filled her eyes. The hands sprouting from the ground gradually grew larger. Little Nezha hurriedly called for help. Brother Chenxiang, come here, come help me. Before he could react, she became even more anxious. Brother Chenxiang, brother. Finally, Chenxiang reacted to little Nezha's words. She continued to whisper with hope. Brother Chenxiang. But a bony hand approached her faster, pierced through little Nezha's chest. Pain that followed made her dizzy, wanting to fade away. When the hand was withdrawn, it was stained a bright red. The second brother mocked with satisfaction. No matter how powerful your magic treasure is, you can't use illusions. You're just two kids, your mental fortitude isn't enough. My illusion will let you experience what true, extreme pain is like. Just then, Chenxiang swung his axe down again. The second brother shrieked in panic. Why aren't you affected by the illusion? But Chenxiang's axe answered for him. It sliced clean through the second brother's two pig hooves. Chenxiang kindly explained to him. Of course I was affected, but the pain you speak of, compared to the pain I've endured before. The second brother broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The axe stood before him like a fierce wolf. Chenxiang calmly finished his sentence. Is not worth mentioning. With that, he didn't hesitate to swing his hand and tear the second brother's body apart. Blood splattered all over Chenxiang and the eldest brother nearby. He continued, emphasizing, true hell is wanting to live but being unable to, wanting to die but being unable to. In another space, men were slurring their words to each other. We got lucky today. Let's see if sixth brother in Wa village is done with his face. The man carrying the wine jug happily chimed in. That's right, brother. But a second later, he felt a chill down his spine. Brother, did you hear something? The old man at the village entrance got married. The bride swore she wouldn't submit, and on the wedding night, she ended her life with 3 feet of cloth. She hadn't even taken off her wedding dress. The red color looked terrifying. It's truly infuriating. The two drunks, despite their fear, were emboldened by the alcohol. That's no joke. A ghost in red. That's the kind of ghost with heavy resentment, needing to find a substitute. The fat one twisted his face and scolded, Don't scare me. The thin one laughed even harder. You're such a coward. In this remote place, no girl would agree to marry here. He kept talking without noticing the fat man's face had turned ashen. He had only bought someone. It turned out that behind the thin man, a red figure had appeared, yet he kept rambling. That depends on whether it's worth it. Fat man collapsed to the ground, stuttering incoherently. Brother! Behind you! The female ghost's hand reached toward the thin man's head. Her pitch-black face hid in the night. The sound of flesh being torn and blood flowing made the night even more horrifying. Little Nezha strolled over and complained. What's that screaming? This dark and windy night is truly annoying. Brother Chenxiang didn't say a word. Chenxiang then speculated. I think it's probably the cry of some wild beast. Little Nezha didn't answer but waved her magic treasure. She kept waving her hands and cheering. Snow, let it snow. Chenxiang was speechless. You've been playing for days. And, as if speaking halfway, he suddenly smirked. Little Nezha turned abruptly and commented. So you know how to smile. I thought you were just a block of wood. She boldly suggested. If you can smile, you should smile more. Actually, you look quite good when you smile. Chenxiang was so embarrassed his head was steaming, stuttering in reply. Is that so? Little Nezha teased him even more. You're so silly. I say you look good and you blush right away. All right, let's go. I don't want to sleep on the street tonight. Look, there's a village ahead. Qinxiang seriously agreed. Seems like it. In front of them was a row of low houses with flickering lights. The two whispered to each other again. Looks like a haunted house, gloomy ghost energy. Isn't it like the last time? Maybe the author doesn't know how to draw inhabited places. Never mind, let's ask first. Maybe someone lives there. Both of them, hoping for luck, boldly approached a house. Qinxiang reached out and tapped lightly on the wooden door. The girl didn't forget to call inside. Is anyone there? Sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night. Before she finished, the door creaked open a crack. An old, aged woman asked vigilantly, "Who is it?" Little Nezha tilted her head and replied politely, "Greetings, elder. We are travelers looking for a place to spend the night in the village." The old woman narrowed her tiny eyes and muttered, "You people." Little Nezha quickly explained, "It's my brother. We're traveling together." She hurriedly scrutinized them. "Ah, with this appearance, I thought you were a man." The girl blushed furiously and repeated hesitantly, A man." She understood the issue. Little Nezha shouted, "Hey, what are you saying?" The old woman panicked and diverted the topic. "I know, you two can stay at my house tonight." When the new day arrived, Little Nezha wondered, "Brother Qinxiang, do you see the commotion over there?" The girl, feeling nosy, suggested, "Seems like something happened. Let's go see." As they approached, Qinxiang speculated, It seems someone died." Little Nezha's eyes widened like headlights. The noise quickly reached their ears. "They say it was done by an evil ghost. Died so tragically." That's right. Can't even recognize the face." Qinxiang carefully reminded. "Let's go. Don't watch the commotion anymore." Just then, the crowd shifted. Hey, look at that girl. So pretty. How can there be such a pretty girl in this desolate place?" The men started blabbering like a marketplace. "If I could marry her, she wouldn't be able to sleep a single day. With your many brothers, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days. How could your few spare coins buy such a beautiful wife? Didn't the one bought at the village entrance commit suicide that very night? Just a pretty face, useless for anything else. Keep your voices down. Don't let people hear. I heard the demon causing trouble this time is because the new bride wore a full red outfit when she died." After walking a long way, Little Nezha asked, "Brother Qinxiang, do you see how the villagers?" He asked blankly, "What's wrong?" The girl stubbornly looked at the crowd and concluded, "It's just weird." Just then, someone choked, making the person standing next to them panic. "What's wrong with you?" But the mouth that was just blabbering was now grabbed by 2 hands reaching out. The man's entire head was crushed by 2 iron-hard arms wriggling. The ghost bride soon stepped out, trampling over flesh and blood. The crowd panicked instantly like birds scattering. Qinxiang turned pale and exclaimed, "Such overwhelming resentment, daring to assault in broad daylight." The ghost bride was still absorbing mouthfuls of spiritual energy. An old woman calmly shouted to the villagers, "Don't be afraid. Go get the iron chains." Qinxiang's heart skipped a beat. Iron chains, suppressing evil energy? Could it be a divine artifact? But the next second he denied it. No, they're just ordinary chains. The villagers quickly threw the chains to restrain the ghost bride. The following scene opened Qinxiang's eyes. Unexpectedly, it could actually suppress her. Why? Just thinking of this, she coiled her body like a silk ribbon. The ghost bride used all her strength to rush forward. Qinxiang hurriedly shouted, "Wanna run? Let me chase her. You stay here and be careful." Little Nezha anxiously blurted out, "Brother Qinxiang," but he had already leaped into the air, following the ghost bride's trail. Qinxiang didn't dare stop for a second, continuing to use the rooftops as leverage. The ghost bride had slipped like an eel into the deep forest. Then her figure vanished beneath a pitch-black lake. Qinxiang arrived and lost the trail. Ran here and now gone? He carefully observed his surroundings and wondered, is this a burial ground? Just a second later, Qinxiang had the answer. A mass grave. Just then, Little Nezha also leaped over. Seeing him, she excitedly exclaimed, "Brother Qinxiang, finally caught up to you. Did you find that evil ghost's lair?" Seeing him remain silent, Little Nezha continued to wonder. "Brother Qinxiang, what's wrong?" He spoke distractedly. "These chains are exactly what the female ghost feared most when she was alive, which is why they can suppress her evil energy. These wrong spirits are all brides from the village kidnapped here. Those who didn't submit were brutally tortured, or even murdered outright. Resentment accumulated over time, so the villagers used these chains to suppress them. This has become a common occurrence." Little Nezha seriously asked for his opinion. "So, should we do that?" He didn't hesitate and gave a slight nod. She didn't hesitate to wave her magic treasure. The chains in the water instantly froze. Qinxiang didn't hesitate to swing his axe. He aimed at the elongated crystal chain and struck down. The iron chains are all frozen. Water splashed up, obscuring Qinxiang's face. Then he stood dazed, waiting. A moment later, the ghost bride appeared. But accompanying her were a series of other zombies wearing red dresses. But the surrounding space suddenly shifted to a gloomier area. Yang Jian followed the group of ghost brides from earlier. The atmosphere around him seemed to freeze. Halfway there, Yang Jian suddenly spoke. "Little Meng Pa, following us will be very dangerous." She calmly replied, "If you head west, you will reach the barrier of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who blocks most demonic creatures. Plus, the fact that King Chujiang has become demonic ensures the demon realm hasn't fallen yet. Now that the second hall has no one guarding it, you still want to go to the Bodhisattva?" Yang Jian heard Little Meng Po's accusation and was stunned on the spot. As expected, people of the heavenly realm are all selfish. It took a long while for him to retort. "While it's true they are selfish, haven't you noticed anything since you started following us? Where have all the demonic creatures gone?" Little Meng Po was startled and observed her surroundings. "Could it be?" she gasped, stating her speculation. They were all slaughtered. At the same time, Wukong gradually emerged from the misty smoke. His whole body was still steaming with heat. Little Meng Po had not yet escaped her shock. "That is the Buddha seal." Wukong then spoke. "Looks like I found the right place." Yang Jian saw Little Meng Po continue moving and called after her. "What are you still looking for? It's clearly a demonic creature. Where are you running to?" Wukong, on his side, was still talking to himself. "If I can't find it, that's fine." But under his feet, the Buddha seals appeared increasingly dense. Ksitigarbha appeared with great fanfare but still greeted them politely. "Great sage equaling heaven, virtuous pure true lord, this poor monk has been waiting a long time." Yang Jian respectfully clasped his hands. "Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." He stood calmly, receiving Yang Jian's bow. He couldn't help but voice his question. "Since the Bodhisattva knew we were coming, you must know why?" Ksitigarbha calmly replied. "That is exactly the case. However, this barrier was forged from the flesh and blood of Diting. Can no longer help you, but this poor monk has a fellow practitioner who might be able to help." As he finished speaking, Little Meng Po's voice rang out. "That was the heart of the barrier." Yang Jian seriously speculated. "Flesh and blood turned into a Bodhi tree? That must be it." Bai Zhe sat under the Bodhi tree, letting the two observe him. Then he slowly opened his eyes and remarked, "You finally arrived." Bai Fong was perched in a convenient corner of the tree. Lying stretched out as if at a resort. Bai Zhe looked at the crowd and continued to mutter, "They are here." Bai Fong excitedly shouted, "Bai Zhe, is that the person you were waiting for?" Quickly pushed off and left the Bodhi branch. Wukong moved closer and closer. His face was full of momentum. "Don't anyone come near." Seeing his true form clearly, Bai Fong broke out in a cold sweat. That is..." Yang Jian took a deep breath and asked, "I heard you have always been waiting for me. I wonder what the matter is." Bai Zhe didn't answer but questioned back. "Are you looking for your nephew? You came to the underworld to find Diting also to ask for news about him, right?" Yang Jian choked for a long time before getting out one word. "Yes." Bai Zhe lowered his eyes and said calmly, "Yes, I know all the affairs of the world." Yang Jian finally regained his voice. "Although you may know everything, you surely also know that my life won't last much longer. Coming this time is just to fulfill my final wish." Bai Zhe took the opportunity to set a condition. "That is why I have a favor to ask. This barrier is actually like a lamp running out of oil. Even if Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva uses his flesh and blood to sacrifice, someone must sit in command. I don't know how to chant his scriptures. At that time, the entire underworld will be swallowed by the ancient realm." Bai Zhe didn't mind revealing his purpose. "So I thought, if there is someone capable enough to guard a region, perhaps it's still possible. The current state of the ancient realm, at the time of primal chaos, she was not like that." Yang Jian expressed directly. "So you must save me so I can guard the underworld? You have the ability to make me do it, why don't you do it yourself?" Bai Zhe admitted embarrassedly. "I don't know how to fight at all." Bai Fong hid on the side, eavesdropping on the two, her eyes almost popping out. But the thing that scared her was clearly Wukong. Ksitigarbha had to speak up to reassure her. "Donor Bai Fong, don't be afraid. He won't harm you." Bai Fong craned her neck and wondered. "I haven't even seen how he plans to confront Civil." He calmly explained. "It's true you haven't seen it, but one can feel the immense sorrow in his heart." Startled, she repeated. "Sorrow?" Ksitigarbha calmly analyzed. "A person with this kind of sorrowful heart will not casually harm others." Yang Jian, after being pointed out by Bai Zhe, also erupted with momentum. "It is true, already invincible in the world, Still unclear. Wukong, sensing something unusual, swept his gaze over. He looked at the figure looming in the distance and whispered in his heart. Yang Air. Yang Jian walked forward, stepping on thunder and lightning. The eye on his forehead radiated a brilliant light. His whole body seemed to have been reborn. The items on his body sparkled with every movement. Yang Jian opened his mouth and let out a long roar. Golden light and demonic energy intertwined all over his body. Fong looked at this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Now his heavenly eye has absorbed the power of heaven and earth. It's much stronger than before.
Baisha.
Looking at the person bandaging in front of him, his tone couldn't help but rise. So will you become blind in the future? Bai Zhe carefully pulled the cloth away to reassure him. Who said that? Look, I still have this one. Not far away, Yang Jian was still immersed in his new state. He easily left the underworld as if walking through an empty place. Wukong fixed his eyes on his figure and asked himself, should I have a fight with him first? Wukong impatiently wondered, are we not going anymore? Yang Jian gave a slight nod as confirmation. Having received such a great favor from others, Wukong understood but still interrupted. Then what about your nephew? Yang Jian tried to recall every fragment of imagery in his mind. Only then did he calmly reply, I see it now, this eye truly sees through all things in heaven and earth. Though she suffered much, it seems there is no need for me to worry anymore. Yang Jian stated with an indifferent tone. As for Achan's affairs, leave her be. Though there were causes, those who acted must bear the consequences. The leaders who caused this, oh, I feel truly ashamed now. Yang Jian rarely felt embarrassed. This debt is rather large. How do you expect me to repay it, son Wukong? As for the debt of the nine-spirited saint, I shall also always remember it. Returning to Thursday Chi City, little Jade voiced her query. City Lord. Recently the remnants of the heavenly realm seem to be making many moves. She hesitated a moment then expressed her concern. Do they intend to act against us? White Dragon Horse analyzed bluntly. That is only a matter of time. Since the heavenly vault recovered, many forces have sought us out by reputation, and our Thursday Chi City is becoming increasingly prominent. Halfway through, White Dragon Horse asked back, Little Jade, what did you say just now? Little Jade could barely suppress her disappointment. City Lord, since last time, you have been constantly distracted. She boldly speculated. Are you still thinking of your senior brother, City Lord? White Dragon Horse gave a curt, definitive no. Afterward, she silently moved to the boat's edge. She stared at the faint figures on the sea surface and muttered, the demonic aura on that boat. Little Jade lowered her eyes to explain. Bringing the City Lord to the dock is precisely for this. Some demons from the eastern lands have arrived, and have presented credentials to meet the City Lord. No sooner had she finished than someone stepped forward gracefully. I hear this is the #1 demon saint of the Upper Kingdom. She shot a disdainful look and words. It seems that is all there is to it. Saying this, she suddenly changed her tone. What are you looking at? Do you dare stare at this young lady at the dock? Little Jade introduced her awkwardly. She previously belonged to the Qingqiu clan, and can be considered a distant relative. White Dragon Horse was speechless. Does your Fox clan have such personalities? The Fox youth grimaced and expressed. The Central Plains are quite something. Ancestors once said the Upper Kingdom has many great powerful beings. Tamamo no Me, don't be unreasonable. We came this time to fulfill the ancestors' dying wish. She smirked and assured. Understood, young master. The servant is just a bit excited. Do you need to find a place for me to attend to you in bed? He rejected her with disgust. No. No. Before long, everyone gathered at Thursday Chi City. The youth on the boat stood before the room door and called inside. I, Xia Mao, am the #1 on Myoji of the Eastern Sea. To follow my ancestors' dying wish, I have come to the Upper Kingdom to seek learning. The person inside listened silently without speaking. Xia Mao continued. My ancestors and your master once had the fortune to meet. During their conversation, they felt unimaginable benefits. Therefore, I hope the City Lord will grant this. Little Jade quickly interjected. What do you want? Tamamonome hurriedly presented. Very simple, naturally to spar with the warriors of the great Upper Kingdom. Consider it a trial for our young master. White Dragon Horse muttered in a low voice. Isn't this just coming to cause trouble? Little Jade whispered a reminder. City Lord. Xia Mao bowed his head again to persuade. City Lord, I truly have no intention to provoke. It is only for the ancestors' will. They said if I want to lead the clan, I must train in the Upper Kingdom and be recognized. White Dragon Horse's patience ran dry. What kind of damn rule is that? Meanwhile, he still showed full sincerity. Please. She had no choice but to compromise. Little Jade, go arrange everything. She immediately replied, yes, City Lord. Preparations were immediately carried out as fast as a whirlwind. Soon, every corner echoed with discussion. Have you heard? An Onmyoji from Wa country is sparring at the martial arts arena. Really? Let's go see. On the arena, an announcement sounded. The rules of the martial arts display are as follows. Before the referee could finish, whispers drowned everything out. That fox demon is strong. Is that an Onmyoji? Just a child. I hear the city lord is coming. Tamamonome arrogantly reminded. Young master, they are here. Xia Mao indifferently received the news from her. I know. His opponent quickly took the stage. A brilliant golden figure dazzled the eyes of the gathered humans and demons. Little Jade calmly introduced. First match, Red Flame Butterfly of the Fire Division. White Dragon Horse was somewhat confused. Isn't she injured? Still fighting, she immediately explained. Precisely because the previous injury was unclear, she is feeling frustrated. White Dragon Horse boldly speculated. But if a Qingqiu fox acts, I fear she won't last a single round. Little Jade quickly assured. City Lord, rest assured that Tamamonome is the final trump card. Unless necessary, she only protects the master and does not easily strike. Hearing this, she waited with peace of mind. Then let's see what tricks they have. Little Jade softly replied yes. On this side, Tamamonome was plotting. Insect race, fire element. Young master knows how to handle this, right? Xia Mao spread out a talisman and replied briefly, Shikigami. He threw the talisman toward the red flame butterfly. She was stunned to see Xia Mao borrow power from the talisman to leap into the air. The red flame butterfly did not flinch, releasing tens of thousands of brilliant golden butterflies. They swirled around her, creating a magnificent yet eerie scene. But these butterflies also had their own lethality. They gathered together to form a stream of lava with scorching temperatures. The red flame butterfly calmly immersed herself in the sea of fire. But halfway through, she suddenly noticed something unusual. Lava armor! The red flame butterfly used all her strength to burn, now emitting smoke from her entire body. The demons below the arena saw this scene and clamored. Boss, isn't Manager Nox's intention for Deng Tianjun of the Thunder Division to fight the second match? He was severely injured last time. I made him drink until drunk so he could rest early. Opportunities to show off before the city lord are rare. But boss, last time you also... The person being whispered to was annoyed and shouted, Shut up! I was ambushed back then. Before he finished speaking, the scent of monkey spread throughout the space. The crowd saw Wukong appear and immediately fell silent. Two small fry master and servant quickly shouted to each other, It's you again! Boss, run! On this side, the red flame butterfly was still emitting white smoke. She looked towards Xia Mao, secretly wondering, how can this be? He isn't afraid of fire. The red flame butterfly poked her true head out, choking on words. Xia Mao gritted his teeth and speculated, Tamamonome. She seems to have lost control. Tamamonome still calmly assessed. Is that so? She has started killing intent. It seems this match is won. He cautiously voiced his worry. But if it goes on like this, the relationship will only worsen. Tamamonome quickly suggested. Do you need me to step in and stop her? As she finished, a brilliant golden light appeared in midair. A figure suddenly manifested at the red flame butterfly's position. But a white dragon was faster than her, attacking that position. Xia Mao's black talisman was easily knocked away. Having resolved the trouble, White Dragon Horse reverted to human form. Xia Mao worried inwardly. Cloud turning into a dragon? One strike knocked back the talisman. Even Tamamonome was momentarily speechless. Xia Mao hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. City Lord, I am very sorry. My maid accidentally injured your people just now. White Dragon Horse indifferently acknowledged. No need to mind. Fists and kicks have no eyes. We lost this match. The sudden intervention. I hope you overlook it. Hearing this, he used telepathy to ask, Tamamonome, if it were the city lord, how much chance of winning would you have? She snorted coldly and waited immediately. Although she is of the dragon clan, her cultivation time is not yet sufficient. A sure win is not easy, but it is possible. Hearing the result he wanted, Xia Mao cut in immediately. Enough! We did not come to make enemies. On this side, White Dragon Horse was also discussing. It seems they came prepared. We should not underestimate them. The second match must be Deng Tianjun. I think it will be fine. The referee quickly shouted. Please come out for the second match. The demons were in an uproar again. Who is that? Doesn't seem to be from our city. That's a human. Little Jade startled and blurted out. That's not Deng Tianjun. she anxiously pleaded with the person beside her. City Lord! Tamamonome smirked with contempt. Sending a mortal to hold the arena? Wukong caught the implication and immediately glared over. White Dragon Horse was just as bewildered as the opponent. Why is a human appearing on the arena? I can't see the face clearly. Before she finished, her eyes widened in shock. Wukong's appearance coincided with Tang Sanzang in her memory. Master! He stomped his foot hard on the ground, sending dust flying. Xia Mao immediately felt the pressure striking. An unstoppable whirlwind continued to rise. Even the spectators had trouble resisting it. After showing off, Wukong opened his mouth. Are you looking down on others? Xia Mao hurriedly sought advice from his on-site consultant team. Tamamonome, which Shikigami should I use this time to be safe? This time she hesitated for a long time without forming a sentence. All of them. He reminded her blankly. Tamamonome. But Xia Mao still followed seriously. Shikigami, full release. Wukong praised with satisfaction. That's more like it. The fox spread all her tails amid Xia Mao's shout. Tamamonome, I'm counting on you. Blood splattered everywhere. A series of ox-headed and horse-faced creatures leaped out simultaneously. Wukong calmly watched the opponent set up the formation. Then he laughed with contempt. Seems it's still not enough. The Lianshu leaped out, growling as if to show off, its current target being Wukong not far away. It roared once more and left its original position. The Lianshu moved its body to form a giant whirlwind. Wukong looked at the scene and paused slightly. He suddenly smirked and spoke with contempt. Am I truly being looked down upon? White Dragon Horse on. Side bit her teeth hard as they chattered. Little Jade had to whisper a plea. City Lord, calm down. Perhaps it's just someone who looks like him. The Lianshu kept growling in its throat, the whirlwind getting closer and closer. Only then did Wukong deign to move his body. He didn't perform any fancy tricks, just simply swung his hand out. And yet Wukong easily grabbed the Lianshu's head. He bared his teeth and exclaimed, How annoying! Finishing his words, Wukong exerted strength to throw this ugly thing far away. The remaining demons watched this scene with jaws dropped. The whole group that was charging forward probably wanted to turn around immediately. Amidst this awkward scene, Tamamonome stomped her fox claw down. She had returned to her true form at some point, whispering a reminder. Master, use your full strength, otherwise I fear. Xia Mao quickly replied. Understood. Tamamonome subsequently expanded her tails, following him closely. Around both of them, bright lightning bolts gradually appeared. Xia Mao timed it perfectly and shouted. Use the Nine-Tails summoning technique. Asura triple gate immediately. Appearing with a ferocious skull, the layered gates opened right behind Tamamonome. Wukong stepped on the defeated foes, contemplatively examining the new toy. Finally, he deigned to take out the Rui Jingu Bang to show off. Learning nothing else, but learning to open doors like others. Wukong tapped lightly once. The ground cracked open. White Dragon Horse's eyes rounded as she exclaimed, Golden headband staff, great sage. At the same time, tens of thousands of bony arms reached out from the Asura gate. Xia Mao strained to resist while expressing concern. Tamamonome, I cannot control this magic. I fear harming innocent people. Yet she calmly countered. Master, we are only defending ourselves. Wukong leisurely carried the staff on his shoulder. After surveying the terrain, he looked straight at the menacing head of the Asura gate. The Rui Jingu Bang gradually grew larger. In the blink of an eye, the thing on Wukong's shoulder was no different from a temple pillar. Xia Mao was terrified by this magical display. He could only stare wide-eyed as Wukong swung the staff. With just one downward strike, the Asura gate was smashed to pieces like paste. Xia Mao shouted in shock, Tamamonome. Sweat unconsciously poured down his face. But Xia Mao did not dare leave his original position. After a long while, Tamamonome laboriously poked her head out. Master! Xia Mao breathed a sigh of relief but hid his face behind his arm to shed tears. Wukong lifted the Rui Jingu Bang with one hand, calmly opening his mouth. Kid, this match. Xia Mao knelt in the room and frankly admitted. Manager knock. We lost. Completely convinced. I wonder if we could meet that person. Little Jade honestly shared the dilemma. I fear I cannot do that. The city lord has been waiting for that person for 500 years. Wukong finished dealing with Xia Mao but did not leave immediately. White Dragon Horse approached him, tentatively calling, Great Sage. He called and then stopped, not daring to continue. Wukong lowered his head, inwardly sighing a bye in his heart. White Dragon Horse took a deep breath before voicing her doubt. Have you finally decided to acknowledge everyone? Wukong did not dare turn his head, only moving his lips. At the important part, he choked up. Actually. But White Dragon Horse waited patiently. Finally, Wukong decided to turn his face and blurt out his heartfelt words. Actually, I miss everyone very much. It's just because I have always feared this power that is hard to control, and feared losing the things around me once again. Wukong spoke to this point and felt ashamed. But Yang Jian, even without magic power, thought of every way to help his sister. Compared to that, what I have done is too little.
I'm sorry.
White Dragon Horse stood dazed by the city wall when little Jade appeared. City Lord, she asked directly, has the great sage left? White Dragon Horse bowed her head and softly denied. No. She looked toward the distant pavilion and emphasized, Senior brother has returned. The scene shifted to another gloomy area. Not Tran was panting and complaining. Annoying to death. Even like this, they still managed to find us. Before he finished, the Queen Mother of the West's green ribbon appeared. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as if to crush a fly. Seeing the ribbon becoming increasingly aggressive, the girl shouted, Danger! The girl proactively jumped forward to remind. Stand still. They are only probing us. They surely haven't found our exact location yet. Not Tran hesitated and uttered, But, she swept her eyes over with a question. Do you regret following me to lure them away? Queen Mother of the West was still hovering in midair. She barked irritably. Damn it, just a few rats. Don't let their concealment spell fool you. Her subordinates immediately fawned. Come out, or we'll raise this entire mountain. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the Queen Mother's heart skipped a beat. Trouble! She projected her voice across the mountains. Duotian Lingguan, I didn't bring you here to watch the show. Manifest quickly and capture those lowlifes. Having been called out, he had no choice but to show himself. Wang Shan lowered his eyes and obediently shouted, Understood! When he opened his eyes, the aura around him changed abruptly. Subordinate obeys. This was the invincible aura of the true Duotian Lingguan. Back in the heavenly court, Wang Shan was kneeling and pleading, Your Majesty, why have all the heavenly generals gone, leaving only this humble officer behind? Though my rank is low, my combat power stands out among the heavenly generals. Please allow me to fight Chiyu. The Jade Emperor poured cold water on him. Wang Shan, with your ability plus the heavenly generals, you still wouldn't necessarily kill Chiyu. The 9 heavens hold the highest status in the 9 provinces, unshaken for 1,000 years. If broken, order will be overturned, and all living beings will become sacrifices. Wang Shan pressed his lips together, listening to the Jade Emperor's analysis, running hundreds of scenarios in his head, then whispered a reminder. Forces from all sides have been eyeing the 9 provinces for a long time. Chiyu is merely a catalyst for the chaos of the heavenly Tao in the past. Only with the seal in the ancient realm could the 9 heavens have 10,000 years of glory as it does today. Even if the 9 heavens are destroyed, it is my responsibility. Some corrupt elements within the 9 heavens, even as gods, only care for themselves, forgetting their original cultivation intent. Giving you a low rank is out of fear you'd be corrupted by power. Even if it's for the heavenly realm, what is the ultimate plan? The Jade Emperor calmly ordered. You only need to keep the 9 heavens from being completely destroyed. Wang Shan's facial muscles gradually shifted while the Jade Emperor's voice still echoed in his ears. Remember, do not. Finally, everything dissolved into nothingness. The space was left with only the Queen Mother's scream. Duotian Lingguan, I didn't bring you here to watch the show. Manifest quickly and find those disobedient ones. Hearing her voice, Wang Shan became as obedient as a quail. Understood. Subordinate obeys. Tran widened his eyes and asked the person beside him, What is that? The little girl looked at the brilliant golden light spot in midair, quietly concluding, It's the heavenly eye. It seems we can't avoid it. She quickly ordered, I'll lure them, lead everyone away first. Not Tran still hesitated, but the little girl lost patience and snapped, Listen to me, otherwise no one will escape. Ignoring him, she rushed straight forward with a let's fight mentality. The space was suddenly cut by a beam of light like a lightning strike. Wang Shan tilted his head, waiting for his opponent to rush in. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides had exchanged dozens of moves. The little girl pressed her lips together, not daring to be distracted for a moment. Wang Shan, with the advantage of his 3 eyes, nimbly dodged all her attacks. The Queen Mother tilted her head back and muttered irritably, Damn it! Evenly matched? This guy is holding back. Giant spirit god. Go help. He looked at the 2 small dots in the air and shouted without hesitation, Okay. The little girl fought while observing Wang Shan. She focused on his 3rd eye, silently concluding, That heavenly eye sees through everything. Fighting long is inconvenient. Prepare to escape. Thinking this, the little girl didn't hesitate to break away. Before she could catch her breath, an obstacle appeared in front of her. The pupils in the little girl's eyes contracted abruptly, but Wang Shan had already pulled out a magic treasure to block her path. The little girl immediately dropped to the ground and fled on foot. The giant spirit god panicked and yelled, "Lingguan Wang, do you want a rebel?" Even the little girl wondered why. The queen mother had been frozen on the side for a long time. Now Wang Shan finally found words to advise. "Young lady, your cultivation foundation is not easily gained. Just hand over the lotus lantern, and I am willing to take you as my disciple." He looked straight into the little girl's eyes and asked, "What do you think?" The queen mother frowned and hissed, "Lingguan Wang." Before the little girl could open her mouth, someone spoke for her. "No need. She has enough masters already." Wukong appeared out of nowhere, casually placing a hand on her shoulder. The little girl instinctively turned to look. Wukong calmly smirked mockingly. Wang Shan activated his heavenly eye and questioned, "Who is it?" His entire body glowed as if he had crawled out of a volcano. The giant spirit god regained his senses and habitually shouted, "Who are you again? The heavenly court is working to capture people, and you dare to come." He leaned in close to the master and disciple, then finished, "Want to stick your foot in?" But he only responded with a sharp gaze. The giant spirit god aggressively lunged at Wukong. He didn't hold back, swinging his fist in greeting. His defense was sloppy, so he took the hit right to the face. The giant spirit god, as big as a bull, was easily swatted away like a leaf in autumn. Wukong finished the job and grinned. Literally, the queen mother smelled danger and unleashed her magic treasure. She wanted to use this opportunity to flee the scene, but Wukong pointed his finger and shouted, "Freeze." The queen mother's entire body was trapped in a formation in midair. Then he borrowed the magic treasure to yank her back. The queen mother only felt the world spinning, and finally, she fell straight to the ground, creating a deep pit. Wang Shan finally spoke with emotion. "Son Wukong, it really is you. Back then you chased you back to the demon realm. All these years you." Wukong impatiently interrupted. "What is this? Reminiscing about the past?" Wang Shan stated his purpose directly. "Nothing. Last time I fought you, I didn't get my fill. I was afraid you had become lazy and regressed over the years." Having said that, he channeled spiritual energy into one hand. A layer of golden fire quickly spread across Wang Shan's body. Wukong looked at his opponent starting up and just snorted with contempt. Finally, he finished channeling his power. The golden light hit Wukong's face, making him uncomfortable. From where Wang Shan stood, flames erupted fiercely, and they swirled to form a large cyclone. He stood at the center, exerting force to control this surging power. Wukong now had to stand out to respond, but his mouth didn't forget his insolent habit. "Fighting you heavenly court types, I really was holding back. This time I will definitely." But before he could finish, Wukong paused. It turned out Wang Shan was pushing the fire cyclone toward him. The flames seemed to have eyes, chasing Wukong closely. Wang Shan continued to release streams of fire from his mouth. His body glowed as if fished out of a lava pool. Even his facial muscles twisted into a more ferocious expression. Wang Shan hovered in the sea of fire and replied, "Wukong, let's see if you're interested." His heavenly eye seemed to bulge out. Around Wang Shan's body, he was wrapped in a series of bright lightning bolts. His other hand emitted a blinding electric light. Wang Shan now had a combo capable of roasting anyone. He didn't hesitate to fuse the lightning and fire into one. The new energy source expanded, making the space seem to tear apart. By the time Wang Shan finished, 2 electric whips had appeared in his hands. Wukong, having witnessed it from start to finish, also sensed the danger. The little girl stood below, looking up, only knowing to call his name anxiously, "Great Sage!" Wukong had already transformed into his true form. He kept his distance from Wang Shan, leaving both sides in a stalemate. He confidently showed off the sparks of electricity in his hands. But just then, Wukong unexpectedly lunged forward. 2 fists quickly collided in midair. They created an explosion that cracked the sky. The little girl stood below, only able to display a stunned expression. It turned out the shockwave created lightning bolts that struck where she was. The little girl was thrown far away, sliding along the ground, her face twisted in pain. Wukong gritted his teeth in anger. Wang Shan quietly weighed the strength of both sides. Finally, he took the initiative to call for peace. "No more fighting." Wukong was suddenly confused. "What do you mean?" Wang Shan analyzed seriously. "Fighting with hands tied is meaningless. The dignified great sage equal to heaven worrying about others. It really gave me a start." Wukong quickly pulled his tattered clothes back together. He returned to his human form, speaking with disdain. "Even with hands tied, I can still deal with you." Wang Shan abruptly interrupted. But I also don't want to hurt my newly accepted disciple. Wukong acted as if he heard a joke and snorted. He gritted his teeth and hissed the word, but before he could finish, Wangshan jumped in again. Don't tell me you're afraid I'll have trouble reporting on this mission? Rest assured, with a famous demon monkey like you, this mission is easy to hand over. He didn't wait for Wukong to react before packing up and flying to the sky. He tilted his head to look, and the little girl suddenly collapsed on his back. She lowered her eyes and whispered, I knew the great sage wouldn't have the heart to leave the little girl behind without coming back. The two quickly pulled away from this unlucky place. Wukong also took the opportunity to listen to the little girl explain. What you mean is... She quickly took out the lotus lantern, then seriously explained. After that time, I always carried a wisp of the monk brother's remnant soul. But the remnant soul that day, like its owner, flew toward that person. I feel Not Tran is the reincarnation of the monk brother. This speculation stunned Wukong. His clenched fist trembled. Master! He looked into the distance and whispered. It really had returned. Not Tran, whom everyone missed, was sitting there sneezing. He naively scratched his head and muttered to himself, Did I catch a cold or something? The scene shifted to another gloomy forest. There were fleeting shadows and voices exchanging. 2 days ago there was indeed a convoy going up the mountain. Surely they took this path. Looking at the bones, the two were startled and shouted, Found them! Indeed, no one survived. Hurry and see if there's anything valuable left. All right, we eat the food of the dead. Oh! The state of the world. They kept rummaging among the skeletons. In the space, a wailing cry suddenly echoed. The two immediately raised their vigilance. There's a sound. Is the demon back? But what they picked up was a vague flesh and blood creature. It's a baby, still breathing. One of them speculated, Can the dead give birth? But a thunderclap in the clear sky made them withdraw all their gossiping thoughts. The demon is coming. The two hurriedly discussed with each other. What about this baby? Take it back first. Not Tran finished recounting and concluded. That is my background. Nothing spiritual is incorrect. What reincarnation are you talking about? Wukong and the little girl didn't answer but just stared at him. Not Tran shyly blurted out. Don't look at me like that. Joeen boldly suggested an idea. Cut it open and you'll know. Daoist hurriedly explained in more detail. I think this little friend's body definitely has the remnant soul of the master you mentioned. Otherwise it wouldn't attract the remaining souls. That master, when he passed away, his primordial spirit scattered everywhere. If we collect the remnant souls, maybe we can find the master's memories. The little girl hurriedly asked back, Can we find them? Daoist answered honestly. Theoretically we can, ancestor grandmother. But before he finished, Joeen interrupted. Probably tastes good, right? He didn't hide it. That's right. The remnant soul of a cultivating high monk is a delicious bait for demons. Wukong finally opened his mouth. So, he paused, appearing to ponder. Then he decisively concluded, Bring them all back. Just then, Not Tran interrupted. Dear immortals, let me say a few words. I don't want to become someone else. Besides, I'm a monk, a renunciant. Not Tran pointed down at the ball curled tightly at his feet. What you want, I've put here. Although my life is just a low-level demon subduer, but for over a decade there have been joys and sorrows. I don't want to find any remnant soul. If you immortals can spare me once, let me go. After saying everything, Not Tran walked silently into the mist. The little girl muttered blankly, Monk brother. Daoist frowned and commented. That was abrupt. Should have asked his own opinion first. Come to think of it, if it were me, I wouldn't agree either. Who would willingly become a monk out of nowhere? Wukong rolled his eyes at this guy and kicked Daoist into the bushes. In the middle of the wild, overlapping mountains and forests, Not Tran only left a message and walked away silently. Dear immortals, spare me once. Let me go. Before he had gone far, a stranger appeared in front of him. An old blind man sitting under a tree took the initiative to ask for help. Can this little friend help an old man with a task? Not Tran kindly asked. Old man, go ahead. The old blind man began to recount. I won't hide it. This old man is a demon subduer. Originally accepted a job, but when going up the mountain, the rain and thunder made me lose my way. Not Tran couldn't help but be curious, so he blurted out. You are also a demon subduer? Your eyes. I also know a thing or two. The old blind man didn't wait for him to finish before interrupting. Also a fellow traveler. Since we are fellow travelers, I won't stand on ceremony. Can you lead the way for me? This job is for a wealthy family. There's definitely food and drink. This self-serving attitude confused the honest Not Tran. The old blind man decisively pulled him into the group. All right, won't treat you badly. Come to think of it, you wouldn't leave me behind, right? Let's go. Back at the old spot, Daoist couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth. Hey, I said you too, regardless you are. He looked at the two shadows sitting there like they had lost their souls, finally exposing them directly. Regardless, you are immortals. Why so discouraged? Respecting others' ways of thinking isn't wrong. The little girl suddenly stood up in agreement. You're right, Daoist blurted out in confusion. Ancestor grandmother. She looked straight ahead and expressed, life cannot be forced, but no matter what, I will follow the monk brother. I'm just afraid there's only a little bit of remnant soul. Daoist pouted and wondered. Are you not coming back to rebuild the sect with me? The little girl was asked and couldn't give an answer immediately. She instinctively looked at Wukong, then carefully asked for his opinion. What about the great sage? The little girl hugged the hope of finding someone with the same goal. Are you coming along? Wukong decisively turned his back and replied, there are some unavoidable matters to handle, things that must be done. He shared frankly. Yongchan acting as the guardian of the Balian lantern will become a target for many. Her mental state is shattered. I fear she will be exploited by others. I must find a place to seal her away first. That is the only way to protect her and others. Saying this, Wukong shot up into the sky. But before flying far, he still promised, once I'm done, I will come find you all. The little girl was left behind, standing dazed in the wind. But a second later, she reassured herself. Go quickly and return quickly. On this side, the old blind man was busy hard-selling Ichan. Even if I can't see things in the mortal realm, I can see ghosts and spirits. It's just a small matter, rest assured. After fumbling around for a while, he concluded, it's right here. Ichan widened his eyes and asked back, Senior, are you sure it's just a small matter? In front of them was a house covered in yellow talismans like a spiderweb. As soon as the old blind man and his companion passed the gate, someone greeted them eagerly. Please come in, the master is waiting in the front hall. The old man leisurely urged, lead the way. Ichan silently observed this strange space. When the two sides met, Master Ren spoke first. Previously, several exorcists came but could not control the evil spirits. I spent a lot of money to invite the lords from the Demon Suppression Bureau, so you two should leave to avoid risking your lives. The old blind man immediately adopted his hard sell tone. Master Ren, I, Blind Peng, have some reputation. Is this how you treat me? Besides, how can the cultivation of the Demon Suppression Bureau compare to my Tao of innate heaven? Master Ren, can you reconsider? If it doesn't work, I won't take the money. In Ichen's mind, he unconsciously repeated, the Demon Suppression Bureau is the government's people. Master Ren, a dead pig not fearing boiling water, closed his eyes and agreed. Forget it. Let's try then. The blind elder secretly spat. Dog eyes looking down on people. Outside the mansion, yellow talismans still fluttered like they were demanding lives. The blind elder quickly assessed. It seems the eldest Miss Run is possessed by something. Just exorcise it and there shouldn't be any issues. Rest assured. Ichan expressed his concern. Didn't they say several demon hunters were already? Senior, why don't I go? I only know a little. The old blind man snapped. You brat. This time I'm leading you out into the world. Just then, a mysterious shadow appeared in the distance. The wind chimes hanging outside also began to jingle. The blind elder quickly exclaimed, It's here. Let's see what kind of deity or demon you are. His milky white eyes quickly widened. The shadow approached in a blink, radiating dense killing intent. The ringing of the bells became increasingly urgent. In the space, a strange sound began to echo, Wife! The talismans subsequently lit up brightly. The calling voice grew more urgent. I've come to pick you up. Ichan anxiously blurted out. Miss! The old blind man sternly instructed. Don't let her run out and cause trouble. A shadow suddenly cast onto the main doorframe. Ichan hurriedly reminded him. Senior, at the main gate, that thing trudged into the Ren mansion. In his heart, he was secretly dissatisfied. Obstruction. The blind elder did not hesitate to pull out his Dharma treasure. Waiting for the opponent to get close, he swung his gear at it. But this demonic entity was clearly no pushover. The blind elder had to continuously form hand seals to maintain the formation. A rain of talismans quickly surrounded the demonic entity. But while in the upper hand, the blind elder felt something brushing past him. The people from the Demon Suppression Bureau standing on the roof watched the scene and exclaimed, I couldn't tell, but this poor Daoist has some skills. Officer Yen strictly instructed. Remember, do not underestimate the enemy. The person beside her obediently shouted. Yes, Officer Yen. She quickly ordered. We will hold our position for now and see how things develop. Officer Yan's gaze was fixed on Yi-chun. Then he silently added, "That back." She clearly recognized him. "It's him. He is still alive." The person beside her continued, "Wait until that Daoist can no longer hold on. Then we will reap the benefits." Officer Yen timed the moment and signaled, "Prepare to strike." He confusedly blurted out, "But Officer Yen, the person just now wasn't." She snapped irritably, "Shut up." He could only dejectedly say yes. On this side, the blind elder's heart was also anxious. "This is a bit tricky. What is this guy's background? Clearly, I've run into a tough bone this time." Officer Yen timed the moment and signaled, "Prepare to strike." The subordinate confusedly blurted out, "But Officer Yen, the person just now wasn't." She snapped back irritably, "Shut up." He could only dejectedly say yes and opened a vial of demon marrow to replenish energy. His whole body suddenly turned bright red like the color of blood. The subordinate quickly removed the cumbersome protective layers on his body. On this side, the mountain ghost was also struggling within the blind elder's encirclement. The elder was satisfied and spoke disdainfully, "You are nothing more than this, watch this poor Daoist." However, the mountain ghost did not react to him but swept his gaze in another direction. It turned out the Demon Suppression Bureau group was diving in to join the fray. The blind elder shouted angrily, "Who is coming to interfere?" They declared arrogantly, "Demon Suppression Bureau is solving a case. Bystanders retreat immediately. Officer Yen has ordered, capture this mountain ghost first." Amidst the chaos, Officer Yen suddenly turned to Yi-chun and instructed, "This mountain ghost is about to cultivate into a mountain god. Although he is not hard to deal with now, you step back a little." His heart suddenly felt suspicious. This voice. He threw a vial of demon marrow into Yi-chun's hand and continued, "Keep this. It will temporarily grant you the power of ghosts and gods. A precious item. Keep it to save your life." At the same time, the mountain ghost had also broken through the encirclement. The Demon Suppression Bureau people saw him leap onto the roof and shouted loudly, "Wanna run?" The mountain ghost coldly snorted with disdain. Then he vanished into the dark night. The blind elder, having been scooped, could not hide his frustration. Heterodox paths, using demon marrow to attack and still letting that thing run away. Nothing more than that. Master Run was 10 parts satisfied with this result. The lords of the Demon Suppression Bureau are truly mighty. As soon as you strike, the demon is panicked and runs away immediately, much stronger than those exorcists. This saves my daughter's life. It was not in vain that I spent so much money. In Officer Yan's mind, she unconsciously repeated, "Daughter." A second later, she swung a slap like a thunderbolt. The location was right in front of Master Ren's house. The old blind man, despite being blind, had to roll his eyes, and Yi-chun felt like his eyeballs were about to fall out. Master Ren confusedly questioned, "Officer, why are you?" Officer Yen angrily prosecuted, "Secretly hiding a demon is a major crime. Do you think the Demon Suppression Bureau doesn't know anything? You are a gambling addict. The fact that you became filthy rich in the past few years is all thanks to the thing you call your daughter. That mountain ghost didn't want to harm her, but wanted to rescue her, because the two of them are originally a husband and wife." Saying this, Officer Yen aggressively marched to the room door. She looked at the figure flickering inside and decisively ordered, "Men, quickly come and break the seal on this house." As soon as the shout rang out, Master Ren shrieked, "Officer, you cannot do that." The Ren residence suddenly lit up as bright as day. Yi-chun could only gape in awe. From that place, a large snake suddenly appeared and flew straight into the sky. Officer Yen suddenly realized, "Indeed a descendant of an ancient god. No wonder you helped him get rich. I will settle accounts with you later." She hurriedly ordered, "Quickly bring that thing here. Your little bit of demon marrow cannot deal with it." Miss Rin quickly reunited with the mountain ghost. Both huddled together and shot hateful glares. No one noticed the little girl was also heading towards the Rin mansion. The Demon Suppression Bureau people urged each other, "While the demon marrow's effect lasts, hurry and capture them. Quickly use that thing." They hurriedly took out an umbrella covered in scriptures. It turned out to be the treasure, the Hunyuan demon subduing umbrella. The blind elder tilted his head back and shouted in panic, "The Heavenly King's Hunyuan treasure umbrella? Why is it in their hands?" The Hunyuan umbrella quickly unfurled in midair. Below, it hung down bright red silk threads, just like a flying jellyfish. Looking closely, those threads seemed to have a spirit. They wiggled like tentacles. Then it easily wrapped tightly around the mountain ghost and Miss Ren. Yi-chun tilted his head back and wondered, "Is that even a living thing?" At the same time, the Hunyuan umbrella was retracting its tentacles, finally trapping its prey within its canopy. Officer Yen concluded with satisfaction. Although it's not the real thing, it seems sufficient to deal with a demon of this level. Just as she finished thinking, the Hunyuan umbrella suddenly bloated. Master Ren could only cover his mouth and groan at this sight. The umbrella shook violently like a concrete mixer. This effect left Yi-chun and the other stunned. The blind elder did not hesitate to poke fun. It's not any divine artifact, just a fake they created. But this fake radiates the true aura of the 9 provinces' ancient god. The Demon Suppression Bureau agents hurriedly ordered, "Take those 2 beasts away." Yi-chun hesitated and spoke up, "Officer, how will those 2 demons be handled, since they haven't done any evil?" But they only focused on exclaiming, "A descendant of an ancient god. It seems this intelligence is accurate." His mind was suddenly enlightened. They came here to target her. The old blind man, with a heart clear as a mirror, immediately reminded him, "You stupid brat, do you think the Demon Suppression Bureau are good people? They are more terrifying than demons. They don't just extract all the demon marrow. They also use the flesh and blood of demon beasts to create dangerous things." Yi-chun frowned and questioned, "But isn't doing that afraid of violating the heavenly Tao?" The Demon Suppression Bureau agent in front of him warned coldly, "You brat, when the government works, how can you point fingers?" Just then, the little girl suddenly interrupted, "You've already done it? Are you still afraid of people pointing fingers?" She didn't know when she had arrived, sweeping them with a sharp gaze. Then the little girl slashed a sword towards the Hunyuan umbrella. The Demon Suppression Bureau crowd reacted like leeches on lime. "Who are you? Want to rebel?" They shouted arrogantly, "Seeking death." But the girl remained completely unmoved. Officer Yen stepped forward to question, "Are you trying to oppose the Imperial Court?" The girl fearlessly retorted, "The Imperial Court cannot just do whatever it wants." Yi-chen's eyes lit up, and he cheered inwardly. Officer Yen narrowed her eyes in thought. Yet a second later she turned and withdrew her people. "You guys leave!" The Demon Suppression Bureau crowd confusedly shouted, "Officer Yen!" But she decisively brushed it off. "This is an order." Though they had gone far, the group still had many questions. "Officer, I don't understand. Why let them go?" She obstructed the government's work and destroyed the demon subduing umbrella that was just researched and created. Officer Yen calmly retorted, "While you were at the peak of demon marrow power, could you have split the demon-subduing umbrella made of god-demon flesh and blood with one slash?" The subordinate honestly replied, "Absolutely not." She urged irritably, "Then stop yapping. Return and report this to the superiors." By the time the sun returned on its new day's journey, the surrounding people were still lamenting last night's events. Heard that this Ren family was raised in just one night. Who says not, don't know if they offended gods and ghosts or offended. Sure. Don't talk nonsense. Watch out for bringing disaster upon yourself. Yi-chan sat on a rock and spoke shyly. "Sorry, I let you stand up for me again, but I really didn't." The girl understood his meaning and interrupted. "No need to say more. Whether you are Yi-chan or Chun-wei, just be yourself. I am only doing what I should do." The blind elder then shuffled over, being nosy. "So you two know each other? Is this young lady a disciple of the Tiansong Orthodox Gate? Your Tiansong aura is very pure. This blind man surnamed Peng, though my eyes are blind, my vision for all kinds of auras is accurate. I have decided to take this kid as my disciple. Don't let Tiansong eye him anymore." The little girl smiled and reassured. "Rest assured, I have no relationship with the Tiansong Juniors anymore. But don't you realize? This little girl is not that small anymore. Moreover, the Tiansong sect master has been slashed by me. If they want to recruit disciples, they will have to wait for a while." The old blind man was confused and rambling. What does that mean?" Yi-chan took the opportunity to tease him from the side. "Aren't you supposed to be a fortune teller? Besides, I never said I wanted to be your apprentice." The scene shifted to the Ministry of Justice Yamen. The person sitting behind the wooden table coldly prosecuted. The divine artifact was bestowed by the superior, Officer Yen. This operation not only returned empty-handed but also lost the divine artifact. He paused for a moment, then erupted with aura when questioning, "Do you know your crime?" She frankly admitted, although still unwilling, "Subordinate is incompetent, it's just..." Siviu appeared from somewhere and added, "It's just that person unleashed the innate Tiansong aura. You are not opponents, right, Officer Yen?" She was startled and turned to confront, "Who is it?" But the ancient aura radiating from Siviu made Officer Yen choke. Her inner heart was immediately anxious. This pressure, truly terrifying. Siviu calmly enjoyed her shocked appearance. Then he calmly continued to speak. "According to Officer Yan's report, that person is very likely an incarnation of the immortal descendant. Is that so?" She stammered and admitted, "Yes, that's right." Siviu rubbed his chin and exclaimed, "Truly interesting." The person who had been silent until now hesitated to speak. "National Preceptor, What do you think? Sivu understood and analyzed immediately. 500 years ago, most immortal descendants had perished. The rest mostly hid away and did not come out. Gather the troops. If Officer Yan's intelligence is true, that will be a great merit. Let's go meet her. The Demon Suppression Bureau's cavalry immediately set off. Officer Yan was also mixed in the ranks, her heart secretly regretting endlessly. Dead, originally intended to find an excuse to decline, who knew it would end up ruining things. Hope he has run far away. The group of three with the blind elder quickly sniffed out danger. The little girl's sharp eyes cast a gaze in one direction. Sure enough, the banners of the Demon Suppression Bureau were looming near them. The little girl did not flinch and slashed off the horse's leg of the leader. In her eyes now was full of killing intent. Blind elder confusedly asked, "What is this about?" The little girl hurriedly reminded, "Strike first. The arrivals are not friendly." A figure suddenly appeared in midair. The little girl nimbly dodged to one side, avoiding the dangerous blow. Sivu excitedly praised, "Truly interesting, a half-immortal body." As soon as she saw his face clearly, she was a bit stunned. This helped Sivu successfully fling the little girl a yard away. Chun watched the scene in shock. He hurriedly ran over to check. "Are you okay?" The girl steadied herself and replied, "I'm fine." She had already assessed her opponent. Not a mortal. Sivu stated his purpose bluntly. "Surrender obediently. I advise you not to resist to avoid further trouble." Having said that, he narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Capture them for me." The little girl suddenly smiled meaningfully. "Sorry, my servant doesn't seem to agree." Sivu, unaware that Wukong was already behind him, asked blankly, "Your servant?" He waited just for that, raining down a thunderous blow upon him. Sivu was struck by Wukong and buried deep in a crater. He, meanwhile, remained calmly posing in midair like a big shot. The Jun CSC crowd panicked and shouted in unison, "National Preceptor! National Preceptor!" Meanwhile, Wukong threw down a strange object, shouting, "Hey, not Tran catch!" Before he could get his bearings, something fell on him, pinning him to the ground. "Ouch!" Jo-in, sitting on the human-shaped back cushion, opened her mouth to scold. "You threw this old lady down like this? Do you want to die? You stinking monkey!" Not Tran endured the pain and reminded her, "Get down first!" Wukong ignored the buzzing and looked vigilantly in another direction. It turned out Sivu had recovered and was overturning rocks to crawl up. His arm suddenly grew large like a bear's paw. Wukong suddenly found this style familiar. "Old son remembers your face. Nine-spirited saint." The Jin CSC crowd seemed unable to recover from this scenario. It turned out Sivu had reverted to his true form at some point. Wukong also shed his human form to solo this ugly creature. The little girl's eyes expressed, as expected. Only Not Tran felt speechless. Wukong didn't keep Sivu waiting long and landed several punches. He returned once again to the loving embrace of Mother Earth. Wukong shook his head. To pull the Rui Jingu bang out of his ear, he took this cold weapon and pressed the advantage, intending to beat his opponent to a pulp. As expected, the legendary Dinghai Shingen plowed through every obstacle. Sivu struggled amidst the rubble, only able to gasp for air. Wukong finished burying him, then shouldered his staff and looked on admiringly. Sivu had no choice but to revert to his human form. Gasping for air, he forced out each word, "Son Wukong." He shouldn't have, but the face before him was unmistakably Old Son's. He even stepped closer to make it easier for Sivu to get a good look at the great sage equaling heaven's face. But of course, Wukong wouldn't let him look for free, instead leaping up to swing his staff. Sivu took a deep breath, deciding to go all in. "No other choice, I must use." Wukong, in the middle of his momentum, was suddenly startled. Turned out Sivu had activated his golden body protection. He decided to break and see what trick he intended to perform. Sivu immediately shouted, "Let's see if my heavenly venerable golden body can withstand the dragon ancestor battle robe." The scene shifted to the East Sea area. Hong Jie, seeing a stranger appear, blocked him. "If you are lost, leave now and I will spare you." She stared at his profile, but ultimately heard him refuse. "I cannot leave now." Hong Jie snapped back. "What do you mean?" The crowd around them spoke with curiosity. "How did that human get into the village?" "That's right, it's Hong Jie." He ignored it all, focusing only on her. "So I say you look very much like my wife. Do you believe me?" Hong Jie was so annoyed she could only choke out the word, "You." Just then, the village chief walked over with his cane to defuse the situation. "Stop! I am the chief of this village. Honorable immortal, the juniors are ignorant. May I have a word?" He replied calmly, hoping to hear the village chief happily start his story. Does the immortal know why the spiritual energy here is so abundant? 500 years ago, the dragon ancestor descended here, radiating spiritual energy to nourish this place. Thus we were blessed, and the minor demons borrowed the residual power to protect the dragon ancestor. Hearing this, he immediately commented, "So that's it. I was wondering why the sea clans here have been cultivating into human form for the past 100 years. The village chief continued in his aged voice. Therefore, the juniors here have never met an immortal. I hope the immortal will forgive them. He still had some questions. Then why are the villagers so hostile toward humans? The village chief replied with a question. Has the immortal heard of the Jeune Siesi? He pondered for a moment and replied, I have heard of it. The old man calmly recounted the past. Demon hunters only subdued demons when the demons were evil and caused much disaster. So we lived peacefully without worrying about our lives. But the Jeune Siesi wants to capture us to refine demon marrow. Plus, with the imperial court as backing, they hunt demon marrow on a large scale, providing power like demon beasts to humans. They have long targeted this place, but feared the dragon ancestor's power, so they dared not act rashly. Just then, a shrill scream rang out in their ears. Village chief. It's bad. The men in black are here again. Hong Jie was bracing herself to hold off the entire army. She knitted her brows and warned. This is the territory of the dragon ancestor. You people. Before she could finish, the person next to Swanee stepped forward. Absurd. The superiors have ordered this mission. He flaunted his authority before finishing the sentence. It is the dragon ancestor. Hidden beneath the thin veil was a face as withered as a wooden puppet. Hong Jie roared angrily. Damn it. How dare you be disrespectful to the dragon ancestor? She did not hesitate to transform into her true form. A flood dragon with a bright red body was revealed before everyone. Swanee smirked and mused. So it's a flood dragon. Hong Jie used her massive body to warn those men in black. But halfway through, she suddenly froze. It turned out Swanee's henchmen were casting spells to summon waves and wind. The seawater behind him rose high like a tsunami column. Hidden within it were eyes full of murderous intent. That demon beast grew large and threatened Hong Jie. Just as things were hanging by a thread, a pillar of light appeared amidst the water. Hong Jie's eyes were filled with both doubt and rising hope. Who else but our old Jew could have split the danger to help her? Beiji stopped acting mysterious and brought his magic weapon out to show off on the stage. From the sky, Beiji slowly descended with a heroic appearance, his hand still holding the nine-toothed rake. The demons below were stunned as fear surged in their hearts. His voice turned cold when he saw them. This is... Beiji frowned with annoyance. The remains of immortals from 500 years ago. Swanee stood in the distance, silently watching him as the setting sun shone down. He lowered his lashes coldly and said with a smile, So it is Marshal Tianpeng. I didn't expect you to appear here. This means the remains of Xingtian are no longer guarded, which can be considered a pleasant surprise. Beiji's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. His lips pressed tightly together. The nine-toothed rake in his hand gradually flashed with bright lightning. An ignorant demon reached out and stirred the water under his feet as if to provoke him. It muttered a spell, causing the clear water to envelop its body. The water seeped into every nook and cranny of its flesh. The demon's pale yellow eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of terror, causing it to tremble. Beiji stood leisurely on high, powerfully swinging the nine-toothed rake down. Half of its body was instantly shattered into crimson minced meat. His figure now appeared extremely majestic and powerful. Swanee flew angrily straight to stand before Beiji. He gritted his teeth with unwillingness mixed with anger. The two weapons immediately collided, creating a resounding noise. Beiji neatly dodged the attack in an unbelievably fast moment. He tilted his head in surprise to look back at the move just now. Swanee's body gradually turned into a stream of dense black gas. Marshal Tianpeng, so you were stopping me? Beiji coldly interrupted. Looking for the dragon ancestor? His face twisted and changed, the elixir bottle in his hand emitting a pale yellow light. Swanee stared at the elixir bottle, continuing in a deep voice. I am Swanee, a subordinate of the nine-spirited saint. He slowly transformed into a demon with sharp, pointed teeth. My ancestor warned me not to provoke you. But today I have no choice. The matter of the dragon ancestor is of great importance. Thank you for watching. Swanee looked at him still standing majestically in the distance, and said in a low voice, Therefore, I must offend you this time. I hope Marshal Tianpeng will evaluate the power of the newly acquired immortal marrow. Beiji spoke in a low, mocking voice. Forgive me for being blunt, but relying on two divine corpses like you to deal with the dragon ancestor, isn't that a bit laughable? As soon as he finished speaking, countless vague black shadows emerged from the ground. He smiled slyly as if he had been waiting. Marshal Tianpeng is not wrong. Therefore, time passed slowly, and a dense army appeared in the sight of the two. Hundreds and thousands of demons appeared, standing silently and looking at the person opposite with caution. Magic accumulated in their palms in waves, causing small sparks of lightning to flash continuously. Beiji stood leisurely there with cold, sharp eyes. A man in black finally couldn't help but spread his arms to cast a spell. The light of lightning flashed, splitting the sky and shining through the layers of clouds. That bolt of lightning shot straight toward the position where he was standing. Beiji immediately tilted his body to dodge and flew around to get close to him. He raised his weapon high, coldly swinging it down onto the head of the man in black. The person was instantly smashed to pieces, his entire body turning into ashes and blowing away with the wind. Swanee stood at a distance, only observing the battle without rushing to act. Meanwhile, Beiji was like a god of slaughter. Wherever he flew, demons fell. A metal spear was slowly raised by a demon, then it approached him. It immediately lunged like lightning, stabbing straight into Beiji's ribs. He turned his head in surprise while the demons behind him simultaneously took the opportunity to rush forward. Beiji slowly moved his head to look behind to observe the situation. He swung his rake once, causing them to immediately lose their heads. But the number of remaining demons and men in black was still too large. Beiji started and turned his head when he heard a loud sound from behind. A giant sword energy rushed toward him at extreme speed. He immediately threw the rake in his hand to block the sword energy. The energy gradually dissipated along the flight path of the thrown rake. Beiji's weapon then quickly shattered into pieces in midair. The remaining sword energy rushed straight toward him at a terrifying speed. His body burned with intense pain from the powerful impact of the sword energy. Beiji, with an incredulous expression, gaped straight ahead. The old village chief was standing right in front of him, blocking the way. The old man's dull eyes shone with unwavering determination. The village chief immediately enlarged his turtle shell to block the violent sword energy. Swanee covered his eyes from the blinding light exploding in front. He couldn't close his mouth as he intently watched the terrifying battle in the distance. The sword energy gradually disappeared, and the sky above returned to being clear without clouds. A large explosion erupted, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Beiji still stood calmly, holding his rake firmly in his hand. His entire body was heavily injured, causing fresh blood to pour out profusely. Swanee slowly smiled with satisfaction as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Beiji frowned and pursed his lips as blood flowed from his mouth in long streams. Beneath the water, it began to surge violently as if something was rising. He looked in surprise at the giant wave crashing straight toward him. A large tail covered in turquoise scales slowly emerged from the water. A majestic dragon appeared in everyone's sight. The dragon stretched itself high above the water, causing the birds in the sky to scatter in fear. Both demons. Men in black were astonished as they looked forward in fear. Swanee shouted loudly. The dragon ancestor has appeared. Quickly set up the formation. His eyes clearly showed a conspiratorial look. The heaven subduing formation has been used once. I wonder if there is enough spiritual power left. The giant dragon body continued to rise from the water, creating massive, earth-shaking waves. The dragon's tail flicked slightly, causing huge waves and strong winds to surge. She sternly lowered her head to look at the crowd below with a cold, majestic aura. Her purple eyes flashed with anger mixed with helplessness that was hard to hide. The demons, not fearing death, still recklessly cast spells and rushed forward one by one. Dragon ancestor flicked her tail hard, causing them to be blown away and scattered everywhere. Swanee shouted helplessly. Don't go up anymore. Quickly form the formation. Groups of demons immediately raised their hands to channel spiritual power to form a formation surrounding the dragon's body. She flicked her tail continuously, trying to escape the formation that was tightening around her body. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, concentrating on chanting, not daring to relax. From behind, a floating voice rang out. Hey, lion dog, your master hasn't said, don't put your butt on others, yet. Swanee started and turned his head to look behind, then froze. The person still. A decisive slash swung down, causing him to immediately return to Mother Earth. Beiji's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he spoke. That's right. I'm not dead yet. He glanced at Swanee with contempt, his body still full of wounds, but it was damn true. The wound from the earlier stab was still bleeding, making him wince. It's really itchy. Beiji was silent for a long time, then slowly fell to the ground unconscious. Time passed in the small, quiet room surrounded by soft light. The man who had been lying unconscious with his eyes closed slowly opened his eyes and then slowly propped himself up to sit. He tilted his head suspiciously to look at the figure beside him, and a child's voice rang out. You're awake? Beiji looked from the small hand and then, gradually moved up to the young face in front of him. He looked down at his body, which had been neatly bandaged, and sighed. Usually, the one taking care of me after waking up should be a beautiful young lady. Why is it a child? She asked with annoyance. Who is a child? The small figure illuminated by the light slowly appeared. It was the dragon ancestor who had transformed into human form. She said slowly, regardless, I must thank you. If not for that formation, I fear I could not have endured. My true form is too weak and I can no longer fight. Even my transformation is in the form of a child. He asked suspiciously. Then why are you still radiating spiritual energy everywhere? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by others? The dragon ancestor drooped her head dejectedly. I just want to make a final contribution to the 9 provinces. 500 years ago, after leaving the ancient realm, I discovered the sea I hear had dried up. Beiji replied calmly. So you used your spiritual power to replenish the exhausted sea eye to save the living beings here. No wonder the ancient dragon clan gradually faded away. She raised her head and suggested seriously, you are now the new god clan guarding this continent. He tied up his long, loose hair and replied curtly, not interested. Long Zhu gently persuaded, if you agree to help me, I can. Beiji interrupted quickly. I said I'm not interested. She continued to entice. Little Hong is my descendant. If you agree, I promise to marry her to you. He stood up and slowly opened the room door. Actually, it's not that I'm completely uninterested. A youthful voice spoke up, full of malice. Invite Lord Long Zhu back to be entertained properly. At this moment, out on the open sea, the demon reported tremblingly amidst the gusting wind and whirlpools. Big brother, we must be near the sea eye ahead. My meager cultivation truly cannot get any closer. Fierce lightning struck the gloomy sky. Rain fell lightly, signaling a storm about to descend. Beiji spoke up amidst the gusting wind. His voice held a hint of reluctance. All right, let's go back. Staying here just ruins the scenery. Truly. It interjected. Big brother. So it turns out Big brother. Regarding Sister Hong. Torrential rain soaked him, his messy hair covering his forehead. What can be seen through is already not seen through. Jiao Long replied coldly. Frivolous. He turned his head to look at Beiji with deep eyes. I really don't know why Long Zhu sought people to help. He replied indifferently. That sea eye is Guishu, the foundation of the 9 heavens. Since the battle with the heavenly realm ended, Guishu opened, swallowing everything around it. Can cultivation of a few hundred years like yours help? I thought Old Long could hold on longer. Jiao Long frowned, confused. Old Long? Lord Long Zhu is clearly. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed softly. Each sound rang out weakly but still hid a hint of forced disdain. That is a transformation. Long Zhu does not distinguish between male and female. Beiji turned and walked away. His shadow lengthened on the murky water. Haven't you heard that dragon nature is the most lustful? He was speechless. Sir. The demon under their feet spoke up, trembling. Big brother. It's right in front. Nodded slowly. His voice was hoarse amidst the roaring tide. You go back quickly. We will walk the remaining path ourselves. The two jumped off the demon's body and dove deep into the dark water abyss, like a death pit waiting to swallow the souls of the living. Beiji dove down slowly. His gaze was deep like an ancient rocky abyss. Is this the sea eye? Truly, only Long Zhu's true form can suppress it. He pursed his lips in silence. His gaze sank into the roaring black whirlpool. Beneath the sea surface, a dragon's body lay curled up. It seems Old Long cannot hold on much longer. I wonder if I can pacify this sea eye. The two quickly landed on the seabed. Frowning, they glanced around. He looked in one direction, calculating inwardly. Let's try it. No sooner said than done, they ran together in one direction. Their figures sank into the swirling water. The underwater currents swirled around them ceaselessly. Each vortex was like a devil's claw trying to drag them deeper. At the same time elsewhere, a demon's severed arm fell down. A voice, deep and masculine, rang out amidst heavy killing intent. Lord Long Zhu will not submit. One by one, demons slowly fell before a man sitting with a leisurely air. Sivu smiled triumphantly. If it's like that, then please protect yourself. There aren't many people left alive. He raised his hand to gently rub his temple, his movements slow yet cold. Sivu looked at her, his voice deep and sinister. Your transformation is very weak, but contains the power of heaven and earth. Long Zhu frowned, covering the bleeding wound, her battered body trembling slightly. He continued, transfer it to me and I will let you go. Sivu's eyes darkened. But if you don't agree, it doesn't matter. I have already obtained the immortal marrow. Thinking back, it's just a matter of time. Beiji stepped onto the mist and walked slowly. Each step felt like sinking into another world. They say Guishu is the scene of the 9 heavens. The 9 heavens have collapsed. So here. He walked deeper into the hazy mist. Layers of white smoke wrapped around his body. Beiji's eyes showed astonishment, looking ahead in surprise. Before his eyes was a simple, rustic thatched cottage, its old straw roof covered in frost. From behind, a slender, soft hand slowly reached out and patted Beiji's shoulder. "Old Ju." Miss Chow smiled gently. "What are you doing standing outside the door? Why not come in?" He was so surprised that his pupils constricted. His breath choked in his throat as if being strangled. Beiji reached out to hold her back. His voice trembled as if breaking. "Chui!" He pulled his hand back, looking down in surprise. The 2 human hands had now turned into pig hooves. The smooth white skin also turned dark brown. Miss Chow reached out and grabbed Beiji's claws, smiling kindly. "Let's go." She smiled gently, her voice like moonlight flowing on water. "Let's go home." He mused while his eyes flashed with confusion. "Go home." Miss Chow hugged Beiji's arm and rested her head on it slightly. "It's true we've been married for a long time, yet you're still so silly." He was bewildered. She continued. "Didn't you say all of Fulin Mountain is our home?" They walked together deep into the forest. Beiji thought inwardly in a fragmented haze. "Is this Fulin Mountain?" His body sank gradually into the seabed. The dark sea swallowed every breath as if wanting to erase him from the world. Beiji suddenly remembered, waking up from the poisonous, beautiful dream. Illusion! An illusion created by Guishu. He stood rooted to the spot watching Miss Chow walk away. "Is the illusion created according to my inner heart?" She turned back and asked, "Oh right. Have you boiled the water? Is the water hot yet?" Beiji stood silently, stunned, not saying a word, his pig face darkening. He frowned and thought. So Guishu relies on illusions to swallow the living beings around it. Beiji's eyes gradually turned red, killing intent slowly rising. "No, I must think of a way to get out." He looked longingly at Miss Chow walking ahead, carrying an obsession difficult to break. Beiji turned and lifted his foot, preparing to leave, but couldn't help turning back to ask, "What hot water?" Her face flushed with shyness. "So hateful." Just there. Please subscribe to the Gene Migo channel so you don't miss any fascinating videos. Thank you for watching. How majestic the recruitment was. The demons in Yuhua Prefecture all called me their master, titled Grandfather Ancestor. I bound the demons, forcing them to live in peace with the commoners there. Although I couldn't transcend to become a saint, life was very carefree. He recalled the day the horrific memory began, until the heavenly venerable inadvertently noticed Sivu. "This beast's cultivation is quite good. Acting as my mount won't disgrace the sect's reputation." All around his ears were sounds of contempt. "The heavenly venerable has set his sights on you. Beast, why not obediently submit? Still daring to resist." At that time, he questioned. "I have never done anything harmful to heaven and reason. Why do you want to capture me?" The person replied, "Being chosen by the heavenly venerable is your blessing." Sivu was severely wounded. "Why not reveal your true form quickly?" His clear eyes were now filled with hatred. Sivu was chained to a rock for a long time. He continued to reminisce. Later, Si Nu stole and drank the Tai Luan Hui scripture fluid. Sivu remembered and couldn't contain the satisfaction in his heart. "While he was drunk, I took this opportunity to escape the shackles, bit Si Nu to death, and fled to the demon realm. The demon realm is the enemy of the 9 heavens. I took advantage of that opportunity. Coincidentally, the demon spirit descended. I borrowed the demon spirit's power to open the demon gate. The eyes that were once full of youthful aspiration now became strangely gloomy," he said. Further, "Just as I guessed, Sivu descended. The great war of heaven and earth, even if it was Taijuku Tianzuan." Sivu smiled coldly. There was no way to reverse it. The demon gate opened. Meteorites shattered, watching the 9 heavens collapse. The immortals no longer had spiritual energy. Mysterious purple seals surrounded its body. Each ring was like a binding. He remembered. The time spent wandering the human world. After that, I hid in the human world. Fortunately, the demon situation was still under my control. Over the past few hundred years, I have researched the technique of extracting demon marrow, allowing mortals to have demon power in a short time to resist heaven and earth. I borrowed the imperial court's power to support some sects to promote this technique, and thus, over many years, mortals will rise. At that time, there will be no distinction between humans and demon gods. That is the boundary realm that the great power spoke of. How about it? Lord Longzhu, join us. The only response to Sivu was the silent void and the sound of wind whistling through the rock crevices. Long Zhu had collapsed by now. She laughed coldly. That is your desire. What does it have to do with me? Even without my power, you can still realize your ideals. He mused for a moment and then continued. Although that is said, 500 years ago, the demon monkey borrowed Long Zhu's power to seal the demon gate. Sivu thought about the painful feeling when his arm was severed. He appeared again. I was originally a demon body. Then because of resisting the opening of the demon gate, I was backlashed to the underworld to seize the soul pill, turning into a corpse body. In a calm voice, Sivu stood in the darkness and spoke. Recently I used the golden body remains left by the ascended immortal, but it is hard to block one strike of the mysterious iron from that monkey. Only the Long Zhu clan has the innate power of heaven and earth. Even as strong as Sivu, it is hard to rival the Yinglong, a clan of the flame emperor Long Zhu. He bowed his head in the flickering light as if about to go out. Therefore, I boldly borrow Lord Long Zhu's power of heaven and earth to resist the strong enemy. The cold darkness came to swallow Sivu's figure, leaving only a shivering cold air around him. Amidst the thick, ink-like gloom, he continued in a low, echoing voice. Even if you do not agree with the magic I have researched for nearly 1,000 years. Sivu reached out, his slender fingers trembling slightly in the cold air whistling through the rock crevices. The space around her burst open into a dark formation circle flickering with evil purple light. A stinging lightning bolt wrapped around his fingertips as if wanting to pierce into his very bones. Sivu frowned in the dim light. Want to activate your seal? Trembling tentacles surged from his body. If it were before obtaining the golden body, it would indeed be a bit difficult. Tentacles lashed out hard at the invisible barrier. Sivu quickly made the barrier shatter in a sound of helpless cracking. The tentacles rushed towards Long Zhu, wrapping around her and binding her tightly. Dark magic from his body traveled along the tentacles, penetrating Long Zhu's body. She sneered coldly. It's useless. This is just a physical body created by my divine consciousness. Long Zhu curled her lips in contempt. Without the power of heaven and earth that you need. Veins bulged on Sivu's forehead as he realized the truth. So the power is still in the true body. You tricked me into destroying the divine consciousness, only then dispersing the power in the true body. The tentacles coiled and retreated, dissolving into the darkness as if they had never existed. Sivu's eyes were filled with killing intent. I almost fell into the trap. She reached out to wipe the dark red blood staining the corner of her mouth. A servant suddenly rushed in, breaking the gloom. National Preceptor, I have something to report. He replied in a dangerous tone. It had better be good news. I am not in a good mood right now. The person stood outside the door, not daring to enter, only daring to call out in a trembling voice. According to the National Preceptor's instructions, that one has been salvaged. Sivu paused as if his mind was momentarily shaken, thoughts swirling violently. To that place. The other person spoke cautiously again. Yes, as said before, under the Ruo River, if there are no heavenly generals guarding, that thing must be salvaged immediately. Now that the heavenly general has left, that thing has also been salvaged. He chuckled softly, silently responding to fate. Truly good news. Sivu quickly strode to the place. Long time no see. He reached out and stroked the layers of ice. Xingtian. Around the ice were pasted many talismans. A deep, hoarse, dry voice rang out from inside. It's you, Jiu Ling. The cloudy purple eyes heavy with resentment stared through the ice at Sivu without blinking. Release this old man quickly. I must. Sivu reached out to rub his temple. His fangs flashed slightly in the darkness. I feel that not releasing you will have a greater effect. Shui Ho dragged his feet step by step through the layer of bone ash as if wanting to swallow his small body, hoarsely lamenting. Where is this? Could I have lost my way? Escaping this time is really joyful. It staggered forward amidst the thick mist. Each time its feet touched the ground, it felt like draining the remaining vitality. In a hazy state of mind, Shui Ho sighed. If I still can't find a water source, then my weak body will collapse to the cold ground, and if my eyes fade away, I'm done for. Time passed. No one knew how long. A group of people walked amidst the cold wind, sternly instructing. The National Preceptor ordered to go to the Dragon Clan quickly. Seal this whole place. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. A black shadow suddenly blocked the path, causing the warhorse to panic, neigh, and stop. The rider gritted his teeth and shouted in anger. What little demon dares to block the way? Lord Yen stood with arms crossed where the wind blew, his suspicious eyes scanning forward. What's going on ahead? The guard bowed and reported. Reporting to my lord, the warhorse was startled by a little demon. The brothers are dealing with it. She spoke calmly. Everyone continue on. Leave this to me to handle. He quickly agreed irritably. Yes, my lord. Lord Yen walked with light but powerful steps toward Shuei-ho, who was cowering on the ground. It immediately bared its teeth and growled, alert like a small beast cornered in a dead end. In the dim light of the forest, Shuei-ho looked up blankly at the two smooth white peaches. So big! Lord Yen lowered his voice slightly to remind. All right, don't struggle anymore. Come out, I won't harm you. Here is the main road. If you stay here, you will definitely be killed by someone. Shuei-ho suddenly lunged at her, clinging tightly as if finding the last place to survive. Crisp slap rang out, accompanied by her sharp scream. What are you doing? Its innocent face was imprinted with a bright red 5-finger mark, and nosebleed dripped down drop by drop. Lord Yen sighed and hoisted it onto the horse. Your guts are neither big nor small, blinded by lust. If you weren't small, I would have destroyed you. While Shuei-ho muttered, she continued, to advise amidst the howling forest wind. Cultivation is not easy. If you want to achieve something in the future, don't act recklessly. Past the main road ahead, you can go on your own. A flash of confusion crossed the bottom of her eyes like a ripple, making Lord Yen secretly flustered. What am I saying? Shuei-ho looked at her sluggishly with dark-rimmed eyes. Its voice was as weak as a whisper. Water, the two figures, one large and one small, gradually faded into the distance along the cloud and dust-covered road. Suddenly a figure stood blocking the horse, forcing both to stop. He called out loudly, Official Yen. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her voice revealing caution. Are you a bodyguard of the state preceptor? I am awaiting the state preceptor's orders. I am leaving. Huang Shi curled his lips in a fake smile. It was the ancestor who told me to wait for Official Yen. He reached out to stroke his face and slowly transformed into a beast. The sound of shifting bones was chilling. I am Huang Shi, a subordinate of the ancestor. Last time you saved the ancestor, you saw his true form. Not long after, you were. Official Yen frowned. I will not speak of this to outsiders. Huang Shi growled like a wild beast. You won't have the chance to speak of it later. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a dark realization. So the state preceptor's faction is all demons. He swung claws as sharp as blades. Knowing that is too late. The horse was torn apart with a painful scream, but Official Yen had managed to dodge to the side. A small figure lunged out, and she shouted sternly. Little monkey, don't come over here. You are no match for him. Shuei-ho still lunged forward, biting down hard on his tail, a small but ferocious growl sounding. Huang Shi glanced at it with contempt. A nuisance. He just flicked his tail lightly and sent Shuei-ho flying into the grass. Official Yen channeled spiritual energy into her palm, a trembling red-purple light bursting forth. Huang Shi sneered. Do you think low-level demon marrow is useful? He lunged forward, swinging his claws down with killing intent. Taste my claw. The vicious claws slashed down her back, creating a wound deep to the flesh, blood gushing like a spring. Official Yen tried to steady herself. I am no match for him at all. I must find a way to escape. Blood trickled from her mouth through the gap in her mask. Official Yan's eyes widened in horror. Huang Shi opened his mouth wide and pounced like a wild beast, wanting to tear her apart. She frowned, her arms striking out like lightning. A small sphere shot out from her palm. It slammed into his face and shattered with a soft splash. Try this. Fog burst out, thick and obscuring his entire vision. Official Yen grabbed Shuei-ho's tail and pulled it up amidst the chaotic mist. Even with broken breaths and a trembling body, she still pulled Shuei-ho and rushed off. Get up quickly, run. A small explosion occurred, causing the trees to shake violently. Official Yen groaned in pain and fell to the ground as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Her mask had fallen off, revealing her beautiful face. Between gasping breaths. Damn it, do you have to drive me to my death? Huang Shi walked leisurely through the thin smoke. No choice, Official Yen. The ancestor's order said that for a beauty like you, he couldn't bear to strike. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth as a cruel thought flashed. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I tasted human flesh. Why don't you grant me my wish, Official Yen? She clutched her wound and curled her lips in a cold smile. Shuei-ho stood beside her, baring its fangs and claws with killing intent. Huang Shi frowned, pondering under the shimmering water light. This little demon is strange, heavily wounded yet still able to move. He opened his mouth and spewed a blazing red flame toward the two. The sea surface shook from Huang Shi's power. That flame sent them flying into the air. Then they fell into the water not far away. Official Yen surfaced from the water, coughing incessantly. He also slowly jumped into the water, standing opposite her. The river water bubbled incessantly due to the massive shock. Official Yen frowned wearily amidst the churning water. Not even sparing your own kind. Shuei-ho spoke uncomfortably in a hoarse voice. Big sister, don't lump me in with him. Speaking of my own kind, it returned to its tall form, standing in front of her. Although I lose my power when I leave the water source, if there is water, then even the ancient dragon clan, Shuei-ho was slowly enveloped by a massive source of power. It slowly raised its head to look at Huang Shi with contempt, finishing its sentence. Can't do anything to me either. Behind Shuei-ho, waves rose high, crashing down along with rocks and dirt. Shuei-ho transformed into a giant, raising its head to the sky and roaring. Stepped forward and charged at him, who was cowering in surprise. Huang Shi gaped in disbelief, his face full of horror. Waves? The first wave caused the water to churn and engulf him. Shuei-ho gritted its teeth and roared amidst the rumbling water. You stinking lion, daring to bully the woman I like. I'll tear you apart. Huang Shi gaped, his body gradually turning soft and red with blood. The water vortex tore his flesh apart, leaving only a dry skeleton. Casually stretched its hand out and moved gently. He was instantly torn to shreds in the middle of the sea. Shuei-ho clenched its fist and then slowly released it. It introduced itself in a low voice amidst the blood-red water. I am Wuziki. It's fine if you like a monkey like me. Just bragging was enough to scare that dog lion. But the old dragon is very formidable. She clutched the wound on her arm, dazed. Are you strong enough to resist the dragon ancestor? Deep in the ocean, a powerful ray of spiritual energy flashed. Shuei-ho muttered in surprise in the dark mist. The sea eye is here? So there is an old dragon suppressing the sea eye. I said there was dragon chi lingering around here. If I have the sea eye's help, perhaps I'll be strong enough to fight that old dragon. It curled its lips in a sinister smile. In death, you didn't expect me to find the sea eye, did you? Not Tran frowned and spoke. The mysterious demon order will arrive soon. We are almost out of money, no other way. Xiaoju really eats a lot. Before, I only worried about guiding, never expected to take on this task now. After that, he sat alone, leaning against the door and looked outside. Two men were working and chatting. Heard that last night they took on a big target, lost a few brothers, but it was considered a success. Not Tran glanced back, thinking to himself. Seems like a grade 3 mission, not much. Grade 4 doesn't earn money. Next, he spoke up. May I ask where the managing official is? The two men heard this and looked at each other. The blind old man nearby also turned back in surprise. This voice? Then he approached and grinned. My disciple. Didn't expect to meet here. Are you here to accept a mysterious demon order too? I told you to follow me. Following master guarantees you'll earn a lot of money. He saw the other person and scratched his head. I didn't expect to meet you here, senior. Suddenly the blind man shouted. Official? Official? Come quickly. There's big business. The official questioned in a low voice. You noisy blind man, don't you know your own weight? Have you completed the grade 3 mission from last time? He heard this and bowed. Last time, wasn't it already made clear? If not for the officials interfering, he immediately interrupted. Enough. Old man going everywhere taking disciples. Listen this time. At the same time, not Tran spoke. Grade 1. A scene appeared. Xiaojiu looked into the distance with a puzzled expression. Why are we waiting here? Wukong beside her replied. If it weren't for you eating so much. The little girl heard this and looked unhappy. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Indeed, if you want to ask, you have to ask for grade 1 or higher. Silly kid. The official coughed and spoke. This is the grade 1 mysterious demon order. No one comes daily. Decide for yourselves. Not Tran frowned and suggested. Sir, please choose the nearest one. And he began to recount. Recently, heard there is a python monster as big as a mountain. Demon hunters have gone there a few times, but no one returned. Last year, some skilled demon hunters accepted this order. He searched for a month in the mountains and forests, following the remains to the beast's lair. Fought for 7 days with it, but in the end, could not defeat the beast. After reporting the news, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, finally becoming a pool of blood. Only saw a giant mouth opening wide as if wanting to swallow the person in front. He looked up. It must have been very painful. The little girl stood there listening while Not Tran continued. Caused by snake venom, no problem, we can handle that. Sir, give us the direction, my people travel quite fast. Don't let us find the wrong enemy. The official sweated, indicating he had finished speaking. Whatever the result, I hope you all return safely. If you can eliminate this monster, I will host a banquet to treat you all. The little girl heard this and smiled. Then thank you in advance, sir. Don't forget it then. Wukong in the distance suddenly grinned. Next, he lowered his head and muttered. Time to get to work. Little girl's voice rang out. Senior, heard the official say this demon is very dangerous. Are you determined to go? Not Tran heard this and spoke. What are you saying? This old man doesn't take advantage of anyone. This mysterious demon order is not low level. The girl behind you has cultivation that could ascend to immortality. You should worry about that more. The little girl looked suspicious. That powerful? Then the little girl frowned and smiled lightly. The heavenly realm is gone. Where to ascend to? Following you guys is better. He also curled his lips, wondering, why are you following? And so happy about it? The little girl tilted her body slightly and replied, remembering when I was small, back then with Monk Brother, how interesting it was. Next, the little girl looked up at the person sitting in the tree. Am I right? Wukong heard this and commented, still as silly as before. And then Not Tran spoke. According to the official's description, there probably aren't piles of corpses and rivers of blood here. The little girl simultaneously guessed. Senior, there seems to be a light over there. Looks like an inn. Perhaps a restaurant. The blind man heard these two words and turned. Restaurant? He saw this and immediately laughed. In such a desolate mountain area, there's a large restaurant. Afraid people won't notice it? Indeed. But when Not Tran looked at the scene before him, he was involuntarily stunned. Xiao Jiu behind him had a bewildered expression. And the other two were surprised, stuttering, Res? Restaurant? At the same time, the little girl said sternly, See you stay, the dragon chi on you will scare them all away. That wouldn't be good. After that, they entered the large, spacious restaurant. Is anyone there? Why not come out to welcome guests? The python spirit heard the sound and gently offered. Distinguished guests visiting my humble abode, please come in and sit. Not Tran saw the other person and turned to wonder. Senior, is this made human or demon? She still grinned. Please follow me. The blind man heard this and replied. This person's body has no demon chi. I think it must be an illusion spell. Next, the three of them followed the python spirit. Suddenly the little girl spoke. Not Tran, want to play a little game? At the same time, Wukong was outside the restaurant observing. Suddenly, a pair of eyes filled with killing intent appeared. An image of a python with glowing eyes staring straight ahead. Inside the restaurant, someone panicked and shouted, Big sister, your tail is showing. She heard this and immediately turned back. Tail? How is that possible? The little girl saw this and smirked triumphantly. Tried it and it came out right away. The space began to distort. The little girl continued. Knew you guys were demon hunters. The python spirit simultaneously roared. Coming here every so often, so annoying. Then she roared angrily. Not letting others do any business at all. And then the image of a giant python appeared. Wukong saw the thing before him and declared in a low voice. Looks like I have to send you off. In the dark night, images of white birds flying appeared. The blood-red pupils of the python spirit widened, staring straight ahead. The restaurant had now completely disappeared. All around was just a color of red. The blind man saw the scene and spoke. So the restaurant is the belly of this beast. At the same time, the little girl was casting skills and suggested. You two, stand behind me quickly. Outside was the image of the python spirit with its giant body lying on the rocks. Suddenly, a yellow light emitted from the belly. She couldn't help but be startled and stood up. Then the python spirit opened its mouth full of sharp fangs. From her mouth, a type of energy shot out. Not Tran and the little girl simultaneously appeared from there. Next, the little girl spoke. Not Tran, are you okay? Step aside, don't come out here. Then the little girl frowned and looked back. Strange, just now we were clearly in its belly but it didn't swallow us. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the night. Little girl, just now inside its belly. Why didn't you break the wall but intentionally came back for me? The little girl heard this and hesitated. I was just... Wukong with an amused expression grinned. You're still the one who understands me. He immediately glanced back. There's one more. A three-eyed python spirit appeared. Multi-eyed monster. The little girl looked at the thing before her and appeared puzzled. Why are they slaughtering each other? Only saw two python spirits lunging at each other, biting crazily. Not Tran saw this and frowned, thinking to himself. This is multi-eyed head? Wukong stood there in a low voice. Two brains, one is stopping the other. Then he took out the giant Rui staff. Whatever they want, the result is only one. The three-eyed python spirit saw this and gaped in shock. At the same time, the Rui staff shot powerfully forward. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait! Not Tran darkened his face and speculated. Multi-eye wants to stop the other from attacking us. I think it's probably saving itself. He didn't care and glared, demanding. Stop jumping around. Get out of the way. He still stood there, advising. Should hear the reason before acting, it's not too late. Wukong heard these words and involuntarily paused. Not Tran spoke. The official's words shouldn't be fully trusted either. Although they are demons, I still want to. He walked past and continued. Also, Has the transformation technique regressed? This shape really doesn't look like me at all. Not Tran muttered to himself. This shape doesn't look like me at all. Suddenly Wukong reached out and tapped him on the head. Not Tran clutched his head and spoke. This little remnant soul of mine won't last much longer, and you're still hitting it. He heard this and grumbled. Just woke up and already pretending. At the same time, the two python spirits bowed before him. Thank you for not killing us, immortal. Not Tran frowned and spoke coldly. Keeping your lives isn't because I want to hear thanks. Then she smiled lightly. We two sisters are twins. We have cultivated on the mountain for many years and have transformed into human form. Older sister is devoted to cultivation, cultivated the multi-eyed Dao head, and before long will transform into a dragon. Younger sister doesn't like cultivation, has an interest in business. After being pointed in the right direction, the two of us transformed into a restaurant and opened for business. Not Tran heard this and questioned. I'm interested in this business of yours. What is it really? It's not just running a restaurant, is it? Are the customers demons too? She replied in a low voice. Some of the customers are local demons, but most are noble and virtuous people. Those people are used to eating delicacies, and they also want to taste the flavor of their own kind. Sometimes those people even order main dishes like the demons do. The two sisters don't have high magic power, but we're protected by the customers, so we can still do business. I advised my sister to stop, but now it's not a matter of just stopping when we want to. He continued to interrogate. Does the exorcist official know about this? Why did he put your names on the demon hunting order? The two python spirits looked at each other. That official must be new to the post. He probably doesn't know the ins and outs of this. Then Not Tran made a request. Then please follow me to the exorcist office. I think the office might need an explanation. Deep in the dark forest, a voice rang out. The blind old man sat on the ground, startled, and asked himself. I remember being in the belly of that beast. What is going on? He muttered in confusion. Could I be dead? Probably not. At the same time, Not Tran's voice echoed through the space. Official, official, the three of us have arrived. The official saw them and threatened. Making a racket to call me out here, you'd better have something important. If not, the blind old man heard these words and turned his face back. Don't look down on others like that. We've brought the python spirit from the demon hunting order here. He broke into a sweat and questioned. Brought back? What do you mean? Do you mean you've completed the demon hunting order? Then the official turned and hesitated. This beautiful woman is... The python spirit with the long neck opened her mouth wide to introduce herself. This humble one is the python spirit from the demon hunting order. Greetings, my lord. He saw the other's appearance and sweat poured out like a stream. Then the official ran away while screaming in terror. Python? Python spirit. At the same time, Wukong glared in warning. Watch carefully, you're stepping on my foot. He was so scared he was foaming at the mouth, looking up and hesitating. And also, suddenly, the little girl behind laughed out loud. He saw this and questioned. You brat, what are you laughing at? She just smirked. You clearly don't think that way in your heart, but you love scaring others. The great sage is no different from a child. Wukong heard this and immediately pulled his hat up. You, if it were anyone else, they'd already be pinned to the ground. In the foggy space, Not Tran spoke up. It's over. The official probably won't wake up for a while. The little girl next to him replied. Right, looks like we can't collect the bounty. Suddenly, a call came from behind. Young master. The python spirit suggested, Young master, if you lack money, we sisters have some. He heard this and hesitated. You all? Then she continued. After doing business for so many years, we sisters have some silver. If you don't mind, we are willing to follow you and do no more evil. Then Not Tran spoke. We'll discuss it. If you sisters don't do evil anymore, we'll let you go. At the same time, the little girl offered. In that case, come follow us as our guardian beasts. The python spirit heard this and looked confused. What is a guardian beast? Suddenly, the two of them transformed into the shape of two giant snakes. The little girl explained cautiously. A guardian beast is a strange beast that guards the household for its master. But now conditions are limited, we can only... Then the little girl suggested. First, stay with the monk brother, stretch out your hands. Just then, the mark of the python spirit appeared on Not Tran's arm. He observed it and muttered to himself. This works too. The little girl happily spoke up. Actually, it's like signing a contract. Later it will generate silver. At least we won't have to worry about money anymore. A demon of this level is hard to find elsewhere, and Monk Brother is just doing it for convenience. Then she turned and wondered. The demon hunting orders are all taken. Do we need to continue, Monk Brother? At the same time, the National Preceptor's voice rang out. The demon hunting order to exorcise demons and control spirits has been heard a lot. But He roared with a grim expression. Why does that guy look like the great demon recorded in the demon hunting order? Little girl suggested. Then who should we look for next? Preferably one with a high bounty. Not Tran heard this and immediately chuckled. That works too. On the page was a drawing of a demon with 5 heads that looked extremely fierce. At the same time, she looked over. Monk brother, look at this monster, it has harmed many people. It's not too far from here. He heard this and wondered. A multi-headed ghost king, blocking the road, robbing property. Do demons like to rob property too? And then Not Tran pondered to himself. This is a bit strange. Just then, an image appeared of a wooden carriage moving on the road. Inside the carriage, the faint image of a girl appeared. The 2 horses pulling the carriage continued to do their duty. The carriage continued to move peacefully forward. Suddenly, nearby, the appearance of something watching appeared. That thing stood in one place, watching without intending to act yet. Immediately, a group of bandits jumped out from the darkness. The group of people saw this scene and were all startled. Red blood splashed onto the door of the carriage. Everything didn't stop there. That red liquid kept spraying out. On the sharp blade, a bit of blood still lingered, and right now was the scene of a crowd with fierce faces glaring. The 2 girls looked at the scene before them, both terrified and showing resentment. One of them smirked triumphantly, only to hear a very miserable scream echoing in the middle of the forest. Before the eyes was the scene of a bandit reaching out to tear the girls' clothes. Then they took turns humiliating them. It's my turn. One of them reminded sternly. When done, do it neatly, don't leave any traces, avoid trouble. In the middle of the desolate forest, the delighted laughter of the bandits rang out. Trouble? You mean those exorcists? Tell them to come find us, we aren't demons anyway. See, their demon-catching spells don't work on us. Before the eyes was the image of Wukong flying alone on the floating clouds. His eyes suddenly flashed with light. Then Wukong shot forward like an arrow. Then he landed. Not Tran saw this and wondered. What's wrong? Did something appear? Wukong looked over and replied. For 100 miles around here, there's no demon aura. Unless, he continued, unless the culprit isn't a demon. That's why besides taking lives, they also rob property. Rustling of the wind echoed in the quiet forest. Blood-red eyes filled with killing intent were staring ahead. The bandit's figure appeared through the misty fog. He said with an annoyed expression. These beasts are about to become spirits, knowing how to wait here to eat, what a pity. I haven't had enough fun with those 2 wenches yet. And it's already benefited the beasts. The person next to him suggested. It's not good to be targeted by the government. How about we go to Xianhua Pavilion in the city to play? The bandit agreed excitedly. I think that's good. Wash the smell off our bodies. Every time we come back, we have to dispose of the corpses. The man laughed excitedly. The government officials have thought we were demons for years. Heard they even put us on some demon hunting order. The bandit frowned and looked up. Is this the place? Before them was the restaurant. The python spirit saw the guests arrive and eagerly suggested. 2 gentlemen. My shop just opened. How about coming inside to warm up? He saw her beautiful appearance and couldn't help but be excited. Warming up alone? It'll be warm if we're together. At the same time, he slowly drew his weapon. The python spirit turned and walked ahead. Please, guests. And the bandit spoke. Little lady opening a shop at the foot of the mountain. Aren't you afraid of meeting bad people? It hasn't been peaceful around here lately. She heard this and just smirked. I'm not afraid of bad people. Heard there are often demons in this mountain. The python spirit frowned and glanced back. This humble one is indeed a bit scared. Then the bandit approached and reached out to hug her. Then you found the right person. We are the demons of this mountain. The man-eating kind. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Why is it so wet? The bandit held up his hand covered in water. The python spirit had now revealed her true form. That's right. I already said I was scared. He quickly jumped up high. At the same time, he looked down in terror. Tongue. Before the bandit was her giant mouth, opening wide and then clamping shut. He fell headfirst to the ground because of it. Then the bandit sat up and screamed with a terrified expression. At the same time, Not Tran ordered, Tell us everything you know. Perhaps. He heard this and broke into a confused sweat. Perhaps what? Just then, the little girl's sharp sword slashed forward. One of his arms was immediately severed, and the little girl spoke coldly. Perhaps to let you die quickly. Not. In another place, the voices of the bandits rang out. Why haven't the big guy and the bearded guy come back yet? The 2 of them must have run off to play somewhere. Suddenly, Wukong appeared from nowhere and threw a piece of wood forward. And then he smirked with amusement. They won't be coming back. But no need to rush. I'll take you to meet those 2. Only a miserable scream was heard in the dark forest. Misty fog surrounded the entire forest. Na Tran looked ahead with a puzzled expression. Are we heading towards Zhenma Peak? The little girl next to him replied. Every year I go back there to pay respects to friends. There's the general's tomb and a sister of mine. In your past life you also met her. Suddenly he lowered his voice. Sorry, my memories are very chaotic right now. Sometimes they are memories of the past life, sometimes I don't remember anything at all. She heard this and hesitated. It's okay. I won't force you to be anyone. Just following you. Suddenly Xiao Zhou surfaced from the water. At the same time she spoke. Hey, when do we get to eat? This old one swam until my limbs are weak. I'm hungry. The little girl saw this and turned her head back. Look, Xiao Zhou is so good. Na Tran nodded, right? She asked with a dissatisfied expression. Why do you keep looking at me? Aren't you all hungry? Then suggested. Hurry up and get up here. How can we eat while wet? Xiao Zhou frowned and pouted. I saw a lot of big fish earlier, but I couldn't catch any. At the same time, the river surface suddenly rippled. Na Tran saw this and looked over. Before his eyes was the image of a large boat moving. Water splashed all over Na Tran and Xiao Zhou. The people on the boat waved and asked, Sorry, the fog is too thick. Are you all okay? He looked up uncomfortably. Okay, what? Our boat is flooded. The little girl behind showed anger. Pay for our meal. At the same time, someone from the large boat stepped forward. Then he suggested sternly, It is indeed our mistake. Quickly pull them up. The person offered. Very sorry, the fog is too thick. We will compensate for any losses you have. Come up here to warm your bodies. Na Tran heard this and replied. Since you say so, we won't be polite. Yu Zhao with red pupils frowned slightly. Half a mortal body? The little girl on this side also narrowed her eyes. It's a demon. Suddenly Xiao Zhou yelled. Don't drag it out. Bring out whatever is best to eat. She saw this and commented. An unruly child who doesn't know the rules. The person next to her immediately interrupted. Yu Zhao? Don't be rude. We were wrong first. Then he bowed politely. Everyone, there is delicious food on the boat. Don't be polite. I'll have my subordinates lead you. Moving to a secluded place on the boat, the other person spoke. Lady Yu Zhao, did you see their background? Or was it just a coincidence? Yu Zhao frowned and replied. Probably Central Plains exorcists. He heard this and furrowed his brows. Exorcists? It is true that I heard some exorcists gathered near Zhenma Peak. She frowned and lowered her voice. That girl's cultivation is no less than the great demons that have emerged. But when I probed their spiritual sense, I felt an oppression like falling into an ice cellar. And then the other person spoke. It seems this Central Plains land is truly full of hidden talents. Yu Zhao still looked into the distance. Perhaps because we are near the demon land, our senses are also affected. He bowed his head slightly and muttered to himself. The ancestors' book said that Zhenma Peak might hold powerful spiritual consciousness. It seems this is true. Then she hesitated. Logically, the closer to Zhenma Peak, the more dangerous it is, but our trip this time seems to have been peaceful. He affirmed. Exactly. At the same time, a demon surfaced from under the water. Wukong, flying above, saw its entire body. The water surface rippled constantly because the demon was swimming underneath. He immediately thrust his Rui Jingu Bang straight down at its position, causing red blood to splash up. I hate water the most, yet I'm forced to sit on a boat. So boring. The large boat was still moving in the thick fog. At the same time, his voice rang out. Near the shore, drop anchor. Be vigilant. This troop is likely Jiangshi. The others heard this and replied in unison. Understood. Suddenly someone signaled loudly. Boss, look under the boat. Just then, something with a strange appearance appeared before their eyes. A black figure with a gaunt body appeared. The group of Jiangshi was slowly walking towards the boat. It had a terrifying face glowing with a green color like radioactive material. That person saw this and lowered his voice. Heard that years ago, fragments of the corpse ancestor fell into this area. So recently corpse Qi has covered everything. Yu Zhao behind agreed, right, corpse ancestor Ho Qing. Then she suggested, I really want to see that great battle again, how those righteous gods were destroyed. He heard this and replied. Lady Yu Zhao was also from the Central Plains before. Yu Zhao just sighed, made miserable by those gods. Next was a scene of someone holding another's hand. Behind that person, a halo appeared, accompanied by talismans. Immediately, bizarre heads appeared, emitting a red smoke all around. And then it opened its giant mouth as if to swallow all the Jiangshi. Then the demon opened its eyes wide. Inside those eyes, yellow rays of light flashed. Before their eyes, a large explosion occurred. The Jiangshi hit by the attack immediately shattered into pieces. Their black-stained arms kept reaching upward. After wiping out the entire horde of Jiangshi, Tamamo smirked. At that moment, a black shadow appeared in the distance. The little girl cast a glance over. Seeing this, she met the gaze in return. Then the little girl frowned and remarked, "The spiritual consciousness techniques of the Eastern Islands are quite interesting." Suddenly, Tamamo scoffed disdainfully. "A fish slipped through the net. Good. Let's see what kind of energy these people have." Meanwhile, behind Ichen, Jiangshi began to pull themselves up. They slowly advanced toward their opponent's position. He seemed to sense something and turned around. A chill crept up his back. Suddenly, countless sword strikes appeared before his eyes. The little girl moved like lightning, shredding the Jiangshi into tiny pieces. Ichen was startled by the sight. Another Jiangshi lunged straight at him. Suddenly, the python spirit emerged from Ichen's hand and reassured him, "Master, do not fear." Two giant snakes lunged out and bit them to death one by one. He stared at the scene, eyes wide with shock. The giant python spirit rose up amidst the hazy white mist. Tamamo, with her red eyes, remarked in a low voice, "Still have some skill. Once saved." Ichen replied, "Thank you." After witnessing what just happened, he muttered to himself, "So it can be used like that." The little girl spoke up, annoyed. "These dwarves have bad intentions. We'd better stay away." Fox spirit. Tamamo and the little girl were both visibly displeased and sighed in unison. Ichen questioned, "Is it really okay to leave little Nine on the boat?" The little girl replied nonchalantly, "She won't leave the boat until she's eaten all the food." Hearing this, Ichen hesitated. "All right, fine." Then he wondered, "Are you here to pay respects to a fallen friend?" The little girl denied it. "No." Ichen continued to press. "Then why bury her in a place like this?" The little girl answered honestly. "Because this place used to be called the Shiliang Kingdom. That is why this place is called the General's Tomb." Ichen looked troubled upon hearing this. "I'm sorry." Tears welled up in the corners of the little girl's eyes. Then the little girl spoke. "She was the one who stayed by my side during the hardest days. I miss you, Sister Zheng." At the same time, the other person spoke. "They really are paying respects here." Tamamo sighed upon hearing this. "The young master is doing unnecessary work. We should be going to the demon-suppressing peak to find the spiritual consciousness." He frowned slightly. "I'm just curious about the techniques of the Central Plains, and how they refine demon marrow." A black talisman appeared in his hand. Then he suggested, "All right, let's go." Target: demon-suppressing peak. A hazy figure appeared amidst the white mist in the forest. He rode on the back of something and dashed forward. Tamamo smirked. "It must be nearby." Suddenly, something massive appeared before them. Seeing it, he broke into a cold sweat with an expression of disbelief. Space began to crack. A purple energy poured out from it incessantly. Tamamo looked up. "These are the traces of an ancient seal. It doesn't feel very reliable." The person beside her looked confused. "But I don't see the mountain peak." Suddenly, she started, as if sensing something. Tamamo then questioned in a low voice, "Who is over there?" Hearing this, he turned and wondered, "Another Jiangshi?" She replied, breaking into a cold sweat. "The aura is unstable, not a Jiangshi." An image of a mouth opening wide appeared. Before them appeared the form of a Jiangshi with pale purple skin. With glowing yellow eyes, it stared straight ahead. Thunder immediately rumbled across the sky. Lightning bolts began striking down below, kicking up clouds of dust. The surrounding rocks and earth were swept away. The scene caught the attention of the two on this side. Ichen started, "That direction seems to be." The other person shouted while using the talisman in his hand, "Swayamo, lava armor." Immediately, a demon was summoned. The Jiangshi showed no fear and lunged powerfully toward the creature. Suddenly, thin threads appeared around its body. Countless small threads were still being spun. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a technique. A surge of dark power was about to be fired forward by the Jiangshi. It then unleashed its powerful attack. After witnessing the Jiangshi's power, Wukong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The demon summoned by the other person was defeated by that attack. After causing this, it just stared coldly. The Jiangshi's feet suddenly lifted off the ground. It hovered in mid-air, its body missing an arm. The veins on that arm were regenerating on their own. He frowned. She killed it, but it didn't retreat into the talisman. Tamamo glanced over. "It's not that simple. I see something else on this Jiangshi besides corpse chi. Don't give it time to recover." The person then chanted while channeling magic. "By the order of the talisman, come before Tamamo." She lunged forward immediately upon hearing this. Her red eyes stared fixedly at her opponent. Fox fire! The Jiangshi in midair seemed to be wrapped by some kind of power. At the same time, something red appeared at that spot. Powerful source of energy was gradually devouring the Jiangshi's entire body. The surrounding earth and rocks began to crumble. That light was still visible in the sky. Tamamo, in the form of a white fox, looked back. Then he asked, "Tamamo-sama, did you kill it?" She returned to human form and frowned. It seemed to use the heavenly god's armor-borrowing technique to protect itself just now. But it must be heavily injured. The other person hesitated. It ran away? Her ears began to twitch, listening. Tamamo spoke. "No, it didn't run." The sound of the jiangshi chewing echoed in the quiet space. She cried out in shock. "Over there!" Red blood was splattered everywhere. She continued, "It's eating." He broke into a cold sweat and gritted his teeth. "Tamamo, you've spent too much energy." Then he shouted loudly, "Shikigami summon, Shura." A red demon with 2 sharp horns appeared instantly. He shouted the command, "Go!" Hearing the command, it quickly leaped high and lunged straight at the jiangshi's position. But suddenly, the red demon froze as if it saw something. It stood still with a calm expression. Countless thin threads stained with red blood appeared before its eyes. The red demon's entire body had been deeply sliced by those things. Immediately after, it was cut into pieces. Blood sprayed all around. He was horrified witnessing everything that had just happened. Then, the image of a giant spider-like monster appeared before them. Night fell on a certain house. In the gloomy space, a worried voice advised, "Daoist, the filth in my house is not simple." The Daoist calmly reassured, "You don't need to worry." He sat before the altar and muttered, "Rest assured, since I've taken the money, I will do my best." Talismans and magic arrays hung everywhere as if echoing the Daoist's words. "You people hiding over there, that thing is coming out." After the warning, he formed a hand seal. "Heaven and earth profound sect, root of all energy. Gather 10,000 kulpas. Prove my divine power. I obey the Supreme Lord Lao. Act as the law commands." The talismans fluttered according to his command. The talisman light shone brightly, responding to each instruction from the Daoist. Golden light talisman. Rise. Each talisman lined up, emitting light. The homeowner still asked anxiously, "Daoist, is there really no problem?" The man became impatient. "I've already spent a lot of money," the Daoist promised firmly. "My 13 spiritual talismans are all as powerful as thunder, and I have magic artifacts." Before he could finish boasting, the talisman suddenly cracked. The old Daoist screamed in shock, "Oh no!" Immediately, the talisman was torn apart by those thunderbolts. At first it was just the first talisman, then the others were destroyed in a row. They were like rags unable to withstand the fire. The old Daoist still tried to persist, hastily forming a seal. "Act as the law commands, fix my talisman." Looking at the scene, he praised, "Not bad, you broke 12 of my divine talismans." Bored, the old Daoist was sweating but persisted. "This thing has become a spirit." The aura suddenly shone brightly. The old Daoist panted and stammered. Luckily, the 13th divine talisman suppressed it. Otherwise, the homeowner, hiding in a dark corner, asked curiously, "Otherwise what?" Suddenly, the light of the 13th talisman flared up intensely. The old Daoist jumped in fright. Before he could take measures, a woman's figure appeared inside. Heart-wrenching screams and the sound of flowing blood followed immediately. The only sound left in the house was a desperate cry, "Daoist, help!" The word "save" was barely uttered. Then the whole house fell silent, and soon a night of blood and carnage passed. A person appeared before the house covered in talismans and introduced, "Senior sister, it's right here. Just looking at it is enough to see how ruined it is." The one addressed as senior sister replied, That seems to be the case." The little girl following behind said, "It seems ordinary. The sect leader brother is really something. Why did senior sister need to come in person?" Senior sister warned seriously, "Silence. As an outer disciple, you must not question the sect leader brother. This place is definitely not simple." The little girl couldn't help but retort, "Senior sister, don't be angry. I love you, senior sister. Besides, I'm very happy to follow you." Senior sister drew her sword and ordered coldly, "Shut up. While it's still not dark, set up the magic array." The little girl following behind looked at her with adoration. "I love watching senior sister set up arrays the most." Senior sister was speechless. "Can you stop swaying in front of me? It's annoying as hell." The little girl looked down at the hill in front of her. Then she secretly examined herself. "Is it this? It sways when I move. I know now." Saying this, she suddenly pulled her clothes to compare. "It will definitely affect the spellcasting. That's why I love it. If it were senior sister." She had successfully turned senior sister into a beast. "You idiot!" Her scolding echoed through the space. "Put it away. What kind of decency is this if people see it?" The little girl replied innocently, "There's no one else here but us." Inside the mansion, senior sister was setting up the magic array. She focused on chanting the spell in a strange language. Suddenly, the little girl asked, "Senior sister, shall we rest for a while and eat something first?" Senior sister glanced at her and warned, "I just finished setting up the clear wind array. Don't enter." Suddenly, the little girl opened her eyes wide and warned, "Senior sister, there seems to be someone in your array." This sentence startled senior sister. "What?" Before she could finish, a hand gently touched the bell at the array's eye. The uninvited guest opened his mouth and criticized, "You call this a magic array?" Senior sister protected the little girl behind her and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The person remained silent like a soulless log. When she saw his profile clearly, who else could it be but our old son? The little girl asked curiously, "Senior sister, is he human or ghost? Why did he appear so suddenly?" Senior sister didn't dare to confirm, so she replied vaguely, "I don't know. I can't feel any aura from him. I can't tell." Wukong kindly explained, "I was just passing by looking for a place to rest. You guys go about your business, just ignore me." And then he casually left the magic array. Senior sister's heart filled with worry. This person is not simple. Could he be a colleague? Here for this haunted house too? He has no aura, and I didn't even notice him when he got close. Luckily he has no ill intent, but it's better to be on guard. Thinking this, she urged the person beside her, "Junior sister, stop looking. Prepare yourself. It's getting dark." The little girl shouted obediently, "Yes, senior sister." The sky was quickly taken over by night. In the quiet space, senior sister's reproach echoed, "Hey! I told you to keep an eye on that person. Why did you fall asleep?" She was speechless, looking at the person still mumbling in her sleep beside her. The magic array outside also seemed to have no movement. The little girl pouted and defended herself. "He was scary. I was a bit afraid, so I fell asleep." Senior sister was furious but could only choke out one word, "You!" The little girl realized she was in the wrong and volunteered, all right, senior sister, watch the magic eye. I'll go follow him." Then she headed straight toward Wukong. The little girl asked excitedly, "Senior, so you're still here? I thought you had left." He smirked and asked a random question, "Awake?" The little girl answered honestly, "Senior sister told me to keep an eye on you, so I came to check." Wukong didn't hesitate to expose her. "I'm a bit curious. Why is a little demon in the same sect as humans?" The little girl was speechless for a moment after being exposed, but she quickly recovered her composure. "Senior is sharp, you recognized me at a glance. It wasn't allowed before. But the sect leader brother said, the Grandmaster said, recruiting disciples doesn't discriminate between human or demon, so I was able to join." Wukong suddenly praised, "Your transformation technique is quite good, not taught by your sect." The little girl didn't mind showing off. "My brother taught me. He's also the one who encouraged me to follow humans to learn Tao and cultivate immortality. He was guided by a great god when he was young, and later became a hero of the demon clan. Although there are few of us here, my brother is very famous." Just then, senior sister's scream interrupted. "Junior sister, are you okay?" The little girl's heart skipped a beat. Forgot about senior sister. Then the little girl ran away as fast as she could. "Goodbye, senior. Remember to visit our hometown if you have the chance." Wukong just stood there listening to the invitations. "My hometown is Langlang Mountain, the place where Great Master Xuanzong passed by before. You must visit." This answer left him completely frozen. After a long while, Wukong curled his lip in a sneer. Thought it was some decent place. Lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing through the night. The senior sister looked at the thing ambushing her, loudly reciting the incantation. "Urgent as the law, Tiangang." She then unleashed a burst of spiritual energy with a shout. 10,000 sword art. Blade shot toward the opponent with lightning speed. Despite her injuries, the senior sister still remembered her fellow disciple. "Junior sister." The girl didn't hesitate to charge into battle. "All right, senior sister, watch me." Strike made heaven and earth seem to tremble. Screams mixed with heavy panting. But the clearest sound was the girl's joyful voice. "Eldest senior sister. We won." The senior sister muttered blankly, "Won, we won." The girl sheepishly chimed in, "I thought we were dead." She didn't hesitate to interject with a taunt. "Indeed, your strength is spent too." Finally, the space around the house sank back into its original silence. Wukong looked in that direction one last time and thought, the disciples raised don't know how to lift. Perhaps going to see that foolish old Daoist will be interesting. At dawn, the girl urged, "Eldest senior sister, can we rest a bit before hitting the road? I have no demon power left." The senior sister rejected her without hesitation. The sect leader sent a letter saying there's an urgent matter. All disciples must return immediately. The girl followed dejectedly and whispered, "Ah, I know." But then she cautiously warned, "I have no demon power left. I'll reveal my true form later. I'm afraid of scaring you." The senior sister didn't mind planning. "That's good. When you reveal your true form, I'll roast you," the girl sensibly urged. "Eldest senior sister, I have no strength left. Let's go." She laughed out loud and teased, "You fool." It had been bright for a long time, but the girl was still muttering, "Eldest senior sister, stop bullying me." Senior sister, leading this little radish, gave a perfunctory grunt. But the person in front made her immediately vigilant. The monk was from the Buddhist kingdom. The Buddhist kingdom had been active in the 9 provinces for the past few years. Thinking of this, the senior sister chose to walk past them. However, Shifeng took the initiative to speak first. "Hey, benefactors, please stop." Senior sister glanced at him from the corner of her eye without saying a word. Shifeng didn't say 2 words before launching an attack immediately. He threw a punch that separated the senior sister and the girl. She angrily shouted a question. "What are you people doing?" The old monk cleared his throat. "Female benefactors, this poor monk sees you are from the immortal sect. Why are you?" He paused before finishing the sentence. "In the same ranks as demon evil?" The girl whispered in fear. "Eldest senior sister." She reminded her in a low voice. "Fool, don't speak." Then she turned to the 2 people opposite and introduced, "This is my junior sister. Even if she is of a different race, you shouldn't attack casually." Despite her tough talk, the senior sister's heart was pounding. Damn it. I hope I can reason with them. It seems this junior sister doesn't have enough demon power. She can't hide her aura. While worried, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. "Little monk, this is the 9 provinces. Who says one cannot walk with demons?" The senior sister instinctively turned her head in that direction. The person from last night, Wukong shifted his target to spout venom. "And that big-eyed guy, last time he attacked, he was quite unreasonable," Shifeng arrogantly retorted. "Those not of my kind must be exterminated. This is a heavenly principle," Wukong interrupted sharply. "Those not of your kind must all be exterminated?" He released his aura along with the question. "Does that mean I can kill you people too?" Seeing Shifeng so scared his jaw almost dropped. "What kind of demon aura is this?" Wukong didn't mind flaunting his power even more. "Today your grandpa's son is in a good mood. Go back and tell your boss. I will come to pay him a visit." The scene shifts to the tower standing tall in the mountains of the Daoist. Daoist entered the room and said cautiously, "City lord, coming all the way here, it must have been a hardship." White Horse bluntly exposed him. "Lu Daoist, you called us here not just to exchange pleasantries, right? Speak plainly. I'm only here out of respect for the girl." Daoist, being slapped in the face, had to change his tone. "Since that's the case, I will speak plainly. A few days ago I received a letter. A distress letter from the underworld." White Horse instinctively repeated, "The underworld?" Daoist continued to present. "The letter says a force is shaking the demon realm, but the underworld's mental strength to resist the demon realm is exhausted. So the underworld wants to ask the 9 provinces Daoist sect to investigate this. I couldn't find the founding ancestor, so I invited the city lord here." White Horse understood roughly but still needed clarification. "So what is your intention, Lu Daoist?" He shared directly. "My sect has just reorganized, but I have summoned disciples to prepare to participate in this. My sect still has 2 disciples who haven't returned. I guess they will be back soon." The 2 people Daoist mentioned were on the same road as Wukong. But at this moment, the junior sister noticed him. The girl took the initiative to approach and express, "Senior, thank you. Otherwise my senior sister, and I wouldn't have been able to deal with that monk." Wukong didn't say much after hearing it. The senior sister took the opportunity to add, "That's right. Senior has shown us that our own training is still insufficient." But before she finished speaking, she stopped. The senior sister looked at the darkening sky in confusion. The starry sky suddenly became gloomy. Indeed, the sky seemed to have 10,000 strands of demon energy spreading a net. Wukong's eyes also flickered in the darkness accordingly. At the same time, the figures of underworld envoys appeared in the mist. Leader warned, "Underworld envoys at work. The living stay away. Underworld envoys at work. The living stay away." The senior sister stammered, "Ghost? Ghost envoys?" The junior sister was also scared enough to drop her jaw and shouted, "Ghost envoys!" The ghost envoy took the opportunity to question, "Why not move aside quickly?" The senior sister took the initiative to stand up and reply, "Both sides are bushes. How can we move aside?" The ghost envoy heard this and expanded his demon energy. "Then don't blame this official." Wukong, who had been silently watching, had to mock, "Clearly you're borrowing the road. Can't you not borrow it if people don't let you? The senior sister panicked and reminded him, San. Senior. The ghost envoy saw this wasn't a good deal, so he continued to talk. Yin and Yang are different. Meeting the living is useless. If there is no important matter, underworld soldiers do not appear during the day. I hope you will clear the way. Wukong heard this and gave a compliment. Oh my, you're more sensible than before. The ghost envoy was sweating now because he saw his face clearly. Why is it you? Wukong approached like a big shot inspecting his territory. Speak. What is this about? The ghost envoy was as obedient as a quail, spilling everything. Grandpa son, this is... Wukong suddenly curled his lip in contempt. Interesting. The senior sister asked blankly. What's going on? Wukong stood there muttering to himself. Damn young heir. Such a good thing and didn't tell me first. The ghost envoy explained obsequiously. Hearing you say that, how would we dare to bother you? He turned to the two people standing around and suggested. Hey, aren't you lacking training? Do you want to go down to the underworld together? The junior sister quickly cut in. All right, let's go down, ha. The underworld, also called the Yama Palace. Returning to Daoist, who was anxiously looking for allies. Master Shifeng, Elder Baiyun, thank you both. Receiving the letter and coming to help. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Your cultivation has increased a lot, and your appearances are more solemn than before. The two Daoist people, who had been beaten by Wukong earlier, were a bit shy when praised. The scene shifts to the gloomy Penglay of the underworld. The black rope great hell was covered in flags. Nearby, demon energy was rolling like ocean waves. The group of ghost envoys discussed vigilantly. It's coming again. This is the 9th time this year. The demons are getting more and more agitated. Right? The last few times it seems to have a purpose. Attacking the weak garrisons in the city. Before the words were finished, the surrounding space swayed as if something was pushing it up. The giant demon gradually revealed itself. The ghost envoy hurriedly shouted. They have arrived. Prepare to attack. In front of them, wanting to deal with it from a distance, they summoned. Archers prepare. But before they could release any arrows, the ghost envoy suddenly felt the world turn upside down. He roared in fear. There's a coup in ambushing under the city. How can that be? The other ghost envoys immediately changed tactics. Spearmen, move up quickly. The sand and soil in front were suddenly kicked up. The winged demons soon lined up. The ghost envoys didn't flinch and signaled. Reform the formation. Come on. As soon as the words were finished, the demons loomed and rushed forward. The ghost envoys divided into groups to deal with the demons. The shining blades flickered in the dark night. On a distant mountain, the thought demon was observing his battle formation and remarked. It seems my city of wronged souls is about to enter the underworld, the master of the underworld. These low-level demons cannot resist the control of the thought control art. The city lord will no longer be imprisoned in the 3 realms and 5 elements. These underworld soldiers are resisting quite tenaciously. It's a pity that those I don't use will. He said this and suddenly exploded in anger. Be slaughtered. But no sooner had he boasted than the battlefield changed. A black shadow used maximum speed to crash straight into the giant demon. Yang Jian's heavenly eye shone like a laser. It transformed into a sharp weapon, slicing across the monster's body. The thought demon turned sharply with suspicion. Reinforcements? Yang Jian, full of spirit, signaled refreshingly. Everyone retreat. Leave this to me. The ghost envoys breathed a sigh of relief. The second master has arrived. Second master. Yang Jian continued to use his heavenly eye as a weapon to mince the demons around him. The thought demon looked at this scene with some shock. So there is a heavenly general guarding? He hesitated to guess. That heavenly eye seems to be an ancient object. Yang Jian happened to turn back and look straight at where he was standing. His heavenly eye was still flickering with undissipated lightning. But the next second, Yang Jian restored his dignified appearance. A sense of suspicion rose in his heart. Who exactly is it? But the mountain was now empty. The thought demon, having escaped quickly, was muttering to himself. Really powerful. Cannot be underestimated. Strength is not inferior to the city lord. Seems I have to recalculate. Shouldn't fight hard. The underworld is vast. Let's see if you can handle it all. The road down to the underworld was covered in hazy smoke. The junior sister complained while walking. So stupid. They all dispersed. Eldest senior sister. Where is everyone? But the quiet space made the girl feel a chill down her spine. It seemed someone was hiding in the hazy smoke. It turned out to be the thought demon handing over the mission. Return and report to the city lord. The demon controlled by thought power is hard to resist. It's a heavenly general guarding the city. The junior sister, unaware of the danger, approached and spoke. Hey, hello? May I ask? He was startled and kept asking himself, impossible. Why is there a person here? Followed me here. The junior sister stuck her face right up to comment. So it's a little girl. The thought demon roared in anger. Bold. Impudent. The girl rolled her eyes in contempt. If not a little girl, then underdeveloped. The thought demon shouted with a belly full of anger. So it's a stupid little demon. No need to waste time with it. Must return to report quickly. Saying that, he unleashed his power along with a threat. Hand over your life. My thought power. Your brute strength cannot compare. As long as my thought moves, it will. Get hit by a hammer that dents the head. The junior sister used this direct and brutal way to teach him why the leaves are green. After acting, she calmly looked at the opponent cowering and trembling like a quail. The junior sister suddenly felt a bit embarrassed for bullying a disabled person. Sorry, I thought it had started. Are you okay? The thought demon quickly recovered and roared in anger. You dare to destroy my 100 years of cultivation. He revealed a new skill again. Watch this. The city of wronged souls was built outside the three realms, a meeting place between the underworld and the mortal world, occupied by evil ghosts and spirits as a lair, waiting for the opportunity to act. The thought demon turned out to have used the 36th stratagem to successfully escape, and was comforting himself. A slip-up? Let a little demon ambush me. Damn it, forget it, return to report to the city lord first. Never seen a little demon that doesn't reason like her. Clearly he hadn't finished speaking yet. But, ouch, ouch, just arrived at the door and someone called his name. Thought demon, you're back. How is the situation in the underworld? He hurriedly poured out a stream of intelligence. Wise city lord, the low-level demons are indeed controlled by thought power. The underworld's city defense has been disrupted by your subordinate. If not for a heavenly general coming to ruin it, I would have taken a few underworld palaces to offer to the city lord. Just then, the junior sister's voice cut in. Caught up to you. The thought demon was startled, his pupils wanting to pop out. He tried to calm down and squeezed out a compliment. You really have ability, chasing all the way here. This is the city of wronged souls. Look around you. The thought demon excitedly boasted. This city was originally formed from resentment. Once you enter, don't even think about leaving. He hurriedly called his cohorts. Ghost soldiers, catch this outsider for me. The junior sister suddenly felt she had fallen into a tough enemy nest. The thought demon was still trying hard to summon. Catch her! Just as things were hanging by a thread, the familiar 10,000 sword art flew in. The junior sister cheered joyfully. Eldest senior sister. The senior sister took the opportunity to lecture her. In the blink of an eye you disappeared. You really make our Tiangang sect lose face. Then again, if you hadn't wandered in here and discovered this place, evil demons and outsiders, listen clearly, our Tiangang sect's junior sister. The senior sister boldly declared. Only I can bully her. Yet the junior sister still had time to be curious. But eldest senior sister, how did you find me? She explained seriously. You are really stupid. The underworld is full of ghost energy everywhere. Only you have demon energy. Using a talisman can find you. The senior sister didn't hesitate to swing her sword and start a massacre immediately. She didn't forget to instruct the junior sister. Ghost soldiers are very numerous? Be careful. The girl obediently replied. Yes, eldest senior sister. Everywhere was suddenly flooded with demon fragments. After fighting for a while, the junior sister exclaimed, but it really is a bit crowded. The thought demon waved his hand, preparing to join the battle. My thought power is about to recover. Let me help. On this side, the senior sister alone charged into the middle of two giant demons. At the same time, the thought demon also timely shouted the word, thought. The senior sister suddenly froze as if hit by a mind-fixing spell. Her body swayed and fell like a kite with a broken string. Her sword fell right after. The junior sister screamed in shock. Senior sister, the thought demon gleefully showed off its power. Enter my city of wronged deaths. Don't even think about leaving. Leave your physical body here. Junior sister suddenly exploded with power. How dare you bully my senior sister? Turning grief into motivation. The girl gritted her teeth and declared, I'll risk my life. The junior sister's body suddenly glowed brightly. But before she could show anything, Yang Jian appeared and praised. Demon Chi looks decent. But your senior sister isn't heavily injured. Go take care of her first. The girl immediately raised her guard. Who are you? Yang Jian patiently reassured. Calm down. Leave the rest to me. If you don't tend to your senior sister, something might actually happen to her. In such a broken place, there's a 3 realms water rift, even I didn't see it. Thank you. Fate led you to find this place. Yang Jian opened his celestial eye and remarked. Hiding behind the scenes playing tricks, he quickly signaled the ghost soldiers with him. Raise the city of wrongful death for me. While he himself acted as a scanner covering the rear. The thought demon suddenly felt danger looming. Damn it. Even a heavenly general has chased me here. I can't handle this problem. I must report to the city lord. Decided to use the familiar 36 stratagem. The thought demon ran while shouting the whole way. Lord City Lord, it's not good. Our city of wrongful death has been discovered. A heavenly general is leading troops to attack. The city lord, hidden deep in a dark corner, calmly transmitted his voice back. What is there to panic about? A mere heavenly general isn't even enough to pick my teeth. He calmly urged the thought demon. Come here, closer. But when he got closer, he saw Wukong stepping on the city lord's head and teasing. If you don't hurry over, your master will be cold. On this side, the senior sister just lifted her eyelids and saw the junior sister crying like a kitten. Senior sister, senior sister, senior sister, senior sister. She had a bit of a headache and had to interrupt. Don't panic. If you keep panicking, I'll really die. An official appeared out of nowhere to announce. Miss, you're awake. My master told us to take care of you. The senior sister panicked and asked back. Am I really dead? Yang Jian took a break to find Wukong for a chat. Truly unexpected. This conspiracy was ruined by the little demon you brought. He bluntly criticized. It's also because you guys are too useless. Yang Jian seriously replied. I promised by Zay to guard the underworld. It's already exhausting enough. I don't have the energy to bicker with you. Alright, I'll see you off here. Wait for the young lady to heal. I will take you two back. Wukong hesitated and asked. Your eyes? He beat around the bush before getting to the main point. Can you see the Buddha realm? Can they really help the little girl recover her physical body? Returning to Panglai, sounds of conversation echoed among the mountains. Mother, why do you say praying at the Holy Mother's temple today is the most effective? Because today is the Holy Mother's birthday, so today is the most effective. Is that so? The Holy Mother is very powerful. I heard that demons recently have all been subdued by the Holy Mother. Qinxiang stood to one side, seriously listening to the mother and child's exchange. Last year I accidentally heard, forget it, consider it accumulating some merit for mother. So the village bully who often bullies me, can I get the Holy Mother to subdue him? Qinxiang suddenly felt sorrowful. Mother, to atone for sins you've imprisoned yourself here for so many years, not remembering Xianger at all. Birds in the forest suddenly startled and flew up. Qinxiang turned sharply to question. Who is it? The ancient spirit god crept out to greet him. Finally, I have met you, Lu Qinxiang. He immediately recognized the guy in surprise. A subordinate of the Queen Mother of the West. He straightened his back and introduced himself again. I am the ancient spirit god, Immortal Department Immortal Defense Officer. Yang Jian hid the lotus lantern, avoiding coming out. Just tell me where the lotus lantern is, and I won't make things difficult for you. Qinxiang did not answer but silently searched his memory. Ancient spirit god. I seem to have heard my master mention him before. Seeing him silent, the ancient spirit god lost patience and waved his hand. If you dare say half a word of no, I'll let you taste my mace. Two sides suddenly played a game of tag in the forest. The ancient spirit god chased after him, swinging his mace at Qinxiang repeatedly. He did not respond but only gripped the axe in his hand tightly. The ancient spirit god watched his target running endlessly and grew anxious. Where are you running to? It turned out Qinxiang was just looking for a favorable position. Since he couldn't avoid it, then, he decided to go all out this time. Try me. After saying that, Qinxiang swung his axe towards the ancient spirit god. He was attacked by surprise, his eyes widening. The ancient spirit god suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. This brat? Why is he so strong? He hurriedly shouted. Wait! Qinxiang was on a roll and felt confused. He snapped. What else do you want to say? Ancient spirit god seriously sought information. I ask you, do you know the magic of the body outside of body supernatural power? Qinxiang thought for a moment and denied. I don't know that. The ancient spirit god was overjoyed upon hearing this. Is that so? Then this is easy to handle. He excitedly shouted loudly to make his body expand to its maximum size. The ancient spirit god boasted towards Qinxiang. How about it? Have you ever seen this giant body before? Seeing you don't even know divine powers, today I won't haggle with you, you go. Qinxiang calmly enlightened the single-celled brain. I really don't know this. Master said I'm not good at magic and divine powers. The ancient spirit god was sure he was scared. But Qinxiang added, but my master also said, whether one has supernatural powers or not, you only know after fighting. Come on. In the end, only the screams of the ancient spirit god remained in the space. This brat really doesn't know how to listen. I told you to go. What kind of teaching did your master give you? In a luxurious tavern in Suchi City, warm lights shone down on the bustling floor. A dark figure in ragged clothes slowly walked into the midst of the luxurious noise. Tang Sanzang sat on the porch, quietly watching the person approach in a disheveled state. Beiji called out in a low, melancholic and helpless voice. Second master. He smiled gently amidst the thick steam. Kid, here to eat again? Ichun walked out of the house and exclaimed when he saw that face clearly. Is that Qinxiang? Did you come to find the great master or to play chess with me? He bowed his head and replied politely. Mr. Ichun, I came to find the great master. He asked with concern. He just went out, who knows when he'll be back. So what do you want with him? Beiji answered straightforwardly. I want to go to the Penglai Immortal Pavilion, so I want to ask the great master for advice. Ichun sneered inwardly. Advice? More like coming to get a beating. Tang Sanzang criticized with a stern look. Ertzi, you don't learn the heavenly stem heart method of our sect, but instead learn to fight like a thug. In the dark sky, a dark figure flew past quickly, creating a faint trail of light. The person landed gently, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Fiery red eyes glanced back warningly. What are you bad-mouthing behind my old son's back again? He looked at Wukong seriously and called out with respect. Great senior brother. Beiji looked at Wukong and presented his case impatiently. I want to go to Penglai Immortal Pavilion to find my mother. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly. You can't rely on yourself. He hurriedly persuaded with earnest eyes. But they have gone to find my mother 3 or 4 times. Wukong criticized in an annoyed tone. Stop with the long-winded talk. If you can pass my move, I'll let you go to Penglai. Beiji drew his axe, looked straight at him and said, Offense taken, great master. He smiled coldly, bent down, and put his hands behind his back in a ready stance. He shouldered the axe, jumped up, and slashed with all his might. Wukong quickly dodged the blow, causing the slash to only hit a tree and make it crash down. He curled his lips in a cold smile. The momentum is not bad. Tang Sanzang sat far away watching everything inside. This Ertzi is truly unyielding, daring to attack the monkey. He rubbed his forehead and whispered. It's also for his own good, otherwise the heavenly court. Ichen's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He won't hold back. Thunder rumbled, and flashes of light made him laugh. Does that monkey ever hold back? He put his hands in his pockets and added. Maybe he will. Ichun gaped at the light in the distance as if it were swallowing the sky. He quickly turned around as the light erupted, swallowing everything. A thunderous explosion shook the ground violently. Not far away, the girl walked slowly and said, It's thanks to Uncle Shah that the food is much cheaper. The little girl tilted her head and looked into the distance, then exclaimed, That person is Qinxiang. The person opposite suddenly spoke. Mr. Ichun said you all went down the mountain to buy things and told me to come pick you up. The girl smiled and looked back. Thank you. Another spar with the great master this time? Sha Wujing leaned down fiercely with a gloomy look. Don't leave later. I'll let you taste what I just learned. The little girl helplessly agreed. Yes, third master. On the other side, the battle was over, and Beiji's face was swollen and painful. Tang Sanzang spoke up, gently chiding. Eldest disciple. Really? Attacking a child. Then Ichun said with concern. Later when we get back, I'll apply medicine for you, it will heal soon. He agreed, many thanks. In the tavern, the girl smiled happily as she entered. We're back. Has the great sage returned too? The girl was bewildered and helpless looking inside, which had been destroyed. Their faces were scorched black from coal smoke after the explosion. They screamed in anger. That wretched monkey, bullying me now that there's no golden headband spell, right? At this moment, Wukong had climbed up the hillside, mindlessly scratching his head looking at the vast sky. Wukong sat blankly alone on the mountain peak, his lonely figure amidst the thick gray clouds. The girl slowly approached him, calling softly. Great sage. She gave a gentle smile in the drifting mist and asked, Do you have something on your mind? Wukong frowned, his eyes avoiding. What would I have on my mind? The girl pondered for a moment and said, Qinxiang is about to go to Penglai. According to your nature, you should go with him. He hesitated in the desolate sky. I also need to go far away, so the girl gently advised, looking very understanding. Actually, if you agree, everyone will go on a long trip with you. Wukong refused in a low voice, the coldness in his words blending into the mountain mist. No. He quickly flew away, leaving the girl standing there amidst the misty hillside. In the cold wind, Wukong left a sentence, the echo sounding like it came from the mountain rocks. This is what I owe you. This time I must save her. The girl pursed her lips, sighing softly. Great sage, this really isn't your personal responsibility. Elsewhere in the forest, the fog was thick and hazy, tree shadows swaying. Shifeng tilted his head. Master, why are we visiting a demon city like Tsuchi City? I don't understand. The old man shouted in a low voice. Shut up, that is the Bodhisattva's decree, telling us to deliver a letter to the city lord. Shifeng, aren't Tianjin Gate and Tsuchi City very close? Why haven't we arrived yet? He looked around anxiously. Master, I don't know the way. Aren't you the one leading the way? A small figure was hidden behind the fog in the distance, and the person beside him hurriedly ordered. There seems to be someone over there. Hurry up and ask for directions. Shifeng slowly approached, calling out in a low voice, his expression cautious. This female donor. The person in front startled and turned her head, her eyes bright with caution mixed with annoyance. It's those stinky monks again. What do you two want now? The old man hurriedly spoke. Female donor, we just came from your residence. The sect leader's order has made your matter clear. A low, muffled cough echoed in the cold mist. We are lost again. I hope the donor can point us in the right direction. The girl frowned, her shoulders trembling slightly from the strange cold air here. Is that so? You two want to go to Tsuchi City? After thinking for a long time, the person in front finally agreed to lead the way. The old man asked while walking, Female donor, are you sure it's this direction? The girl sighed, her breath blending into the mist into thin white streaks. Every day it's senior sister leading the way, it must be correct. I don't know how senior sister's injuries are. A faint ray of light shone on them, catching his attention. His heart tightened involuntarily. There seems to be a light ahead. The person in front was startled to realize, eyes narrowing. That's right, sweat trickled down the girl's cheek. A feeling of unease made her scalp numb. But I remember there are no houses here. The old man's eyes darkened, his voice deeper due to the strange sight. The lights are bright, it doesn't look like a house. It seems to be a tavern. His cloudy eyes flashed with murderous intent like a snake crawling in the night. There's a problem. A majestic tavern stood blocking the front, glowing with yellow lights. The person in front raised an eyebrow and laughed as if mesmerized by the beautiful scene. Such a luxurious tavern, burning so many lights. I really want to try eating something. A cold gust of wind blew from behind, carrying a faint fishy smell. His earlobes vibrated rhythmically, listening to the sounds with full vigilance. Shifeng frowned and tilted his head to look at the person beside him. Master, could it be that the two women's figures slowly appeared standing in front of the door? In unison, voices sweet yet eerie. Welcome, valued guests. One of them spoke with a smile. Our little shop just opened. All food and wine are discounted. The girl's lips curled up, her eyes bright with surprise. Really? That's great. Mang Tin shyly leaned over to lead the way. Please come this way, little sister. The person beside her whispered in exclamation. So pretty. Two masters. Our shop's vegetarian dishes are quite good. The restaurant owner gestured with her hand. Her movements soft but with a seductive killing intent hidden underneath. Please come in and try. The old man felt contempt in his heart, his gaze icy. Want to invite me into a trap? Let this monk see what you are. Eyes glowing with golden light, murderous intent rising in the depths of his pupils. Great might heavenly dragon. Open eyes. In the eyes of the person beside Shifeng, the two beautiful women turned into two snake demons. The luxurious restaurant turned into a snake den. His eyes flashed with killing intent amidst the flickering black energy as he ordered. Shifeng, prepare to catch the demons. Both immediately cast spells in the thick mist. The person below clasped his hands to chant, while he sprang up and said, Watch my master. Following each of his incantations, a faint golden dragon rose from the void and coiled around his kasaya, making Shifeng's face look ferocious. The golden dragon coiled around, forming a line of light connecting the two like an ancient ritual. Pale golden dragon tattoos gradually emerged from his skin. A deep, arrogant voice echoed from behind. You're not young anymore, yet you're playing these games. Shifeng started, turning his head to ask with a tremble. Who's there? The lazy monk spoke up. Customers are hard to come by these days. He curled his lips in a faint smile, stepping out of the mist. Why stand at the door waving your arms instead of coming in to eat? The man thought in disbelief. What is this? When did this guy get behind me? The person below looked up and shouted angrily. Shifeng, what are you still standing there for? Stop blocking. The magic power will dissipate soon. Not Tran stood to one side, deep in thought, silently watching the chaotic scene below. He spoke slowly with strange calmness. Little monk, please come in and sit. Our vegetarian dishes are quite delicious. Not Tran approached, placing a hand on the old man's shoulder with terrifying composure. Do you need to discuss Buddhist Dharma? My shop just opened, show some respect. As for you wanting to stir up trouble, my eldest disciple will be here soon. He's capable. Mang Tin narrowed his eyes, smiling like a fox seeing prey. Right? Eat first. There's a demon today. The two entered together while the person beside them thought silently amidst the flickering light. Back then, I didn't listen to that person's sermon, and then, drunken voices rang out throughout the tavern. Are you sure, Fong? Come over and drink. He stammered a refusal in panic. Patron, patron, we are monks. The other roared like thunder. Shut up. Once you're in here, you're no longer a monk. Wine jars spilled everywhere, accompanied by Fong's miserable groans. Master, save me. I swear. The scenery was picturesque, with flowers blooming everywhere. Little Nezha looked around anxiously. Why haven't they arrived yet? Seeing a dark figure in the distance, the girl called out joyfully. Brother Qinxiang, I'm here. Little Nezha's eyes widened and mouth fell open in shock when seeing the face clearly. Your face. She frowned, staring at him. Training with your master again? Little Nezha's gloomy voice echoed in the mist-filled air. Why is your master like that? The girl tilted her head sadly and asked. Why not let you go to Penglai, or should we just leave them be? Eiji replied coldly in helplessness. But master didn't teach me the cloud-soaring technique, and I don't know the Penglai fairyland either. Little Nezha's face showed disbelief, then shouted. Haven't learned cloud-soaring? He confessed awkwardly. Not yet. The girl smiled confidently. It's okay. It won't stump me. I brought the wind-fire wheels this time. We don't need to beg anyone. When we get back I'll ask where Penglai is. Little Nezha closed her eyes until two fire wheels swirling with bright red light appeared under her feet. Beiji smiled and praised. Truly impressive. Does this magical artifact recognize its owner? Barely seconds after posing, Little Nezha crashed straight into an ancient tree. He looked at her helplessly and shook his head. Seems it doesn't yet. Little Nezha clutched her forehead and wailed. It hurts, Beiji asked dejectedly in despair. What now? Looks like we can't go to Penglai. The girl rubbed her red nose, eyes tearing up, and whispered. Let me think. Little Nezha turned her head to look at him, eyes brightening. I've got it. I knew a friend before, he definitely knows Penglai. Beiji asked back in disbelief. A new friend? The girl nodded and replied. Met while eating, sort of a drinking buddy. He went to Mount Zhongshan not long ago, he should be able to help. Before them was a chaotic battle shaking heaven and earth between Beiji and the demon. He frowned with an angry expression, looking at what was before him. The mark on Beiji's forehead began to emit a bright golden light and a blinding ray of light shot straight from it toward the demon's position. Immediately, a bright area appeared before Little Nezha. The demon was also touched by that attack on its outer skin, then opened its mouth and fired back at Beiji. He didn't give in, pouring all his strength into that strike. Blood flowed around Beiji's mouth. The girl frowned at the scene, gritting her teeth and whispering to herself. I must find a way to help Brother Qinxiang. If he keeps going like this, he won't last long. Next, Little Nezha began to unleash her power. With glowing golden eyes, she shouted. Fire-tipped spear. Immediately, countless immortal energies appeared in the space. Little Nezha looked back. No effect at all? This won't do. Then she told herself. Distracting it is good, focus a little. Little Nezha turned gently and whispered. Seal my heart and mind. Rui Chenkuin. 2. An image of the golden mark on a red background appeared, followed by Little Nezha's small hand reaching up to grasp it. Next, she and the sharp spear in her hand aimed straight at the demon. Immediately a blinding light and a loud explosion spread from that direction. Little Nezha was also thrown far away along with pieces of debris and rock. A heavy downpour poured down. Beiji bowed his head and whispered. 1. At the same time he looked at the demon. Such a demonic beast. No wonder master didn't let me go to Penglai. Suddenly Beiji started. Nezha. Then he shouted in panic. Nezha, are you okay? Where are you? At the same time, the figure of Little Nezha appeared, standing up. I'm here. Beiji breathed a sigh of relief. You're okay. That's great. Then he spoke, sorry. The girl beside him looked up. I'm telling you, Brother Qinxiang. Next time can we not be so reckless? Seriously, we almost died here. Then Little Nezha wondered. But since when did you know the law of heaven and earth? He hesitated. I don't know either. She raised an eyebrow and remarked. Your Dharma form is really ugly, with a fierce face. Suddenly a stream of energy appeared before them. Little Nezha was surprised. That's a formed core, she thought. So it really can form a core, but such a dense aura doesn't seem like it's dead. Then Little Nezha suggested taking this back to that old dragon. Perhaps she looked confused. This demon aura is still dissipating. Aren't you afraid it will lead other demon cores to eat you? Then Little Nezha mocked. This monster is really stupid. Suddenly she started as if realizing something. Not right. Perhaps this is... Countless red and yellow light spots were seen weaving through the gray smoke, summoning companions. Before them was the image of a giant, extremely ferocious demon. Red light appeared, highlighting the dark space. The image of the demon with a ferocious face staring at the two. Then it roared loudly. Beiji and little Nezha immediately became defensive. The demon suddenly raised its sharp claws. Next, it didn't hesitate to unleash a large swipe. At the same time, he quickly rushed to stand in front of little Nezha. Nezha, watch out, because he shielded her. Beiji was scratched by the demon's sharp claws until he bled. Little Nezha was startled by this scene. Then, with tears streaming down her face, she screamed loudly. Next, little Nezha didn't hesitate to rush straight in front of it. At the same time, the demon's giant foot stomped hard on the ground. Then it slowly lifted its foot. The girl had been stomped hard by that large foot. The demon's murderous gaze also looked down at the small figure lying on the ground. At the same time, a voice rang out. Enough! Stop! Xiao Zhou frowned and spoke. It was supposed to be for training the two children, but you people are something else. The voice continued, injuring my friend like this. The girl curled her lips in a smile. Do you take my words as a critique? The demon looked at the opponent, sweating profusely. Xiao Zhou continued. Luckily they are still alive. Otherwise, suddenly she used her teleportation ability. And then Xiao Zhou appeared before its eyes, making the demon tremble in fear. She gently withdrew her arm. Then Xiao Zhou gritted her teeth in anger. Kuei Yao, stop playing dead. Where did you find such a stupid little brother? Get over here now. Immediately after that sentence, a loud sound rang out. Kuei Yao appeared in his giant form before her. He sweated while fawning. Boss, so sorry. The young one was impulsive, didn't hold back his ferocity. Xiao Zhou frowned and narrowed her eyes, glancing to the side. At the same time she reached up to take off her hood. Xiao Zhou raised an eyebrow and smirked. If you want to survive in this Zhuzhou, you must follow the rules here. If we were still in the ancient land, then, she warned with a stern expression. Don't blame me, the demon realm barrier is getting weaker and weaker now. Although blocked by Min Quan, if he really comes, a voice rang out. Min Quan, can you block it? Suddenly, groans came from nowhere, accompanied by a voice. How is that possible? The voice continued. During the years I was asleep, a pair of purple pupils glowed brightly in the dark space. Tai Guang, lost to this useless thing again. A loud explosion rang out. Everything around was scattered everywhere. In the sky, countless lightning bolts struck down. A figure stood in the distance, watching the scene before them. That person frowned slightly, observing the lightning striking down. The giant demon angrily reproached. If I hadn't taught late that year, how could the Yanhuang army have won against this useless Chiyu? At the same time, something else appeared. The demon with purple pupils looked up. Just a Kuanping dares to block me? And it raised its sharp claws toward the thing in front. Red blood splattered everywhere, and the demon roared loudly. With blood around its mouth, it gritted its teeth. Heard the ancient realm's restriction has been opened by someone else. Wait until I personally kill that Zhuzhou guy. Then the demon angrily looked at the light before it. Indeed, this crack leads to Zhuzhou. It's just a bit small, I can't pass through. Its eyes narrowed. If it's already opened, then making it a bit bigger will do. Saying is doing, it immediately rushed forward. And then the demon with sharp claws scratched hard at that position. The crack was hit but remained unaffected. Seeing this, it wondered in confusion. Not moving at all? What's going on? The demon calmed itself. Don't panic. Then it made a decision. Demon power doesn't work. Then shrink down. The demon slowly shrank while wearing a smug smile. How could this stump me? Then it started moving through the crack in front. Through. On the other side of the gate, a scene of another place faintly appeared. The demon finally stepped through the crack. It really is Zhuzhou. I've arrived. Only a sound like something falling to the ground was heard. Before them appeared a majestic mountain and forest space. It opened its mouth and exclaimed, the spiritual energy of Zhuzhou is indeed more comfortable than that ancient one. The panda smirked. From now on, this is my territory. Let's see who can stop me. Next, it stretched powerfully and let out a loud cry. At the same time, the figure of a girl appeared behind the panda. Bear. The girl spoke with a curious expression. No way? Why is this bear black and white? It heard the sound and immediately looked back. The girl continued. Bear, you're lost, right? Or are you hungry? The girl ran behind with excitement. Wait for me a moment, I have delicious food. The panda looked at this and frowned, thinking, stupid human, I'll eat you later. The girl held out a bamboo shoot and said happily, look, the bamboo shoot I just dug up, it's very delicious. It opened its wide mouth upon hearing. What is a bamboo shoot? I am the iron-eating beast, an ancient ferocious beast. All living things before me will become my food. Suddenly the panda's nose sniffed something. It started and looked down. What is this smell? It's the smell of bamboo shoots. And then the panda couldn't help but bend down and reach out. The girl laughed at this. You really know how to eat, you've eaten all the bamboo shoots I dug up today. After eating a full meal, it lay down on the ground and burped. It sat up quickly upon hearing. More tomorrow? At the same time, a thought appeared in the panda's head. That human child, no, boss. Does your house need a mount? The kind that likes to eat bamboo shoots? The image of the girl leaning against it to rest under the bamboo canopy appeared. The scene of rocky mountains and green forests appeared, looking extremely majestic. In Wukong's head, a voice rang out. Perhaps in the Western Buddha kingdom, my master son can help the donor reshape the physical body. He rode the somersault cloud, flying fast forward. Buddha kingdom. At the same time on the trail, a scene of a group of people moving in a long line appeared. Wukong saw this and thought to himself, a merchant caravan. Then he immediately dove down. Wukong gently landed on the ground. He transformed into human form and stood in front of the caravan. Hey, is that a carriage from the west ahead? A merchant saw the other and wondered. My friend, are you a traveler? Want to go to our western regions? Ahead is a vast, boundless desert. Where do you want to go? Wukong frowned slightly. I want to go to the Buddha kingdom in the west. I wonder if you know it. The man approached and shrugged. That won't be necessary. You'll have to cross the death desert ahead first. Suddenly Wukong frowned and glanced over. The man smiled slightly and offered. Let's have a drink together tonight, my friend. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Corpse Chi. Person inside the carriage looked out. The man spoke up. Just happened to want to ask about your eastern lands. She narrowed her eyes slightly. At the same time, the man grinned. How about it, my young friend? Wukong heard this and smirked. That works too. The sky had turned ink black. The horses were resting after a long journey. In the flickering firelight, a few people were dancing. Wukong sat there, just narrowing his eyes to watch without saying a word. The man saw this and brought over a jar of wine. Why are you sitting here? My young friend, I specially got you some wine from your eastern lands. He took it and replied, thanks. At the same time, someone spoke up. I'm going to relieve myself. The thin man with a face flushed from drink reached back to scratch his head. Drank a bit too much. Suddenly, he stared wide-eyed as if seeing something unbelievable, watching red blood begin to flow from a horse's neck. The scene of the girl turning into a strange demon, biting a horse to death, and letting out a loud shriek. That sound echoed through the silent space. Hearing it, the man broke into a cold sweat and looked back. Next, he shouted, Follow me quickly. Bring her. Her grotesque form appeared before their eyes. Seeing this, the man shouted a reminder. Surround her quickly. Be careful. Then she opened her mouth and lunged straight at them. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but be startled. What do we do now? It's terrifying. With tears streaming down his face, he begged earnestly. Young miss, don't do this. We're arriving in the eastern lands soon. Your illness will quickly. Suddenly Wukong spoke from behind. That's not an illness. It's just corpse chi possession. Then, with his pupils flashing, he turned his head back. Forget it. Let me cure her a little. Wukong looked at the thing before him and thought to himself. They say corpse chi can make one's body as hard as iron and give endless strength. But just don't kill her. Wukong looked at his opponent and immediately remarked. Pretty fierce, too. And it, with a ferocious face, stared straight at him. Seeing this, Wukong involuntarily frowned with dissatisfaction. What a hassle. Can't kill it. If that idiot were here, it would be better. The man bit the towel in his hand and looked up with tears in his eyes. At the same time, Ichen's voice echoed in his head. You, this unlucky spirit, if there's nothing to do, listen to the Heart Sutra. Don't be depressed all day like that. Or should I recite a passage for you? He thought about it and shook his head vigorously. Then Wukong prepared his fighting stance. He smirked confidently. Better to do it my way, but you'll have to be able to take it. And then, Wukong's giant form appeared with his eyes flashing light. Next, he lunged powerfully forward. Seeing this, she couldn't help but stare in horror. Only loud sounds were heard echoing through the quiet night. After the battle ended, someone crossed their arms and questioned. Does this count as cured? The man praised him endlessly. My friend, you are truly formidable. You really cured our young miss. Wukong raised an eyebrow and reminded him. To cure it at the root, you must find the source of the corpse chi, otherwise sooner or later. Suddenly he spoke up. That is the evil god in our region. Every year we must offer a young girl. The person continued. That is the god of our sect. The people always obey him. The master spent a fortune to save the young miss, and just after getting her out. Hearing this, he showed interest. Tell me about that evil god. He replied. His name is Lamjia no, Every year he marries 10 brides. If they get pregnant, they stay, if not, he eats them. Wukong frowned and remarked, "So it's just a demon pretending to be a god." The man hurriedly explained, "No, no, no, he is a god. We have been offering to him for 1,000 years. He is the only god of our sect." Next he said, "Our sect has many followers, he devours other sects. The god controls the whole region. So he makes us offer unmarried maidens every year." Wukong's expression showed surprise. "A real foreign god?" The man sighed. "Fortunately, our region is close to the 9 provinces, so we were able to take the young miss and run away." He was sitting, but suddenly stood up, startling the man. Then Wukong placed a hand on his shoulder and grinned slyly. "Old brother, if you want to cure the illness, you have to take me to see that god of yours first." The man frowned and gritted his teeth, explaining, it hurts, but we've been traveling with the caravan for months. Besides, it wasn't easy to save the young miss." Suddenly he broke into a sweat and looked bewildered. Wukong had already lifted him into the air. Curled his lips into a smile. "Months of travel? Well, before dawn we'll probably be back." Having said that, Wukong nimbly grabbed the man and lunged forward. The two rode the somersault cloud powerfully toward the predetermined location. At the same time, a drop of water dripped onto a skull. The demon raised its arm with sharp claws. The other arm slowly lifted off the ground. It stood up with a terrifying look and muttered to itself, "Why did I wake up so quickly this time? It really doesn't feel comfortable." Next, the demon opened its wide mouth. "I'm hungry." It opened its 3 eyes and stared ahead. The demon fixed its gaze on the 2 girls in front of it. "Are you still not pregnant? Then that's perfect." The demon, with its mouth covered in blood, chewed greedily on a girl's leg. It licked the red blood off its finger and wondered, "Why do I still feel uncomfortable after eating? Could it be that something is about to happen?" In the sky appeared the faint silhouettes of Wukong and the merchant. The demon suddenly hesitated. "Something is about to fly over here. Could it be?" Only a sound was heard, like something had just landed on the ground. It turned its eyes toward the source of the sound. "Is this the reason I feel uneasy?" At the same time, Wukong grimaced. "Its mouth is truly too ugly." Sounds like chanting were emitted by the demon all around. It created the sound while slowly approaching his position, and then the demon's 3 eyes flashed green simultaneously. Wukong had already quickly jumped to the side. He smirked excitedly. "That's more like it. If you can fight, then don't." Wukong swung his hand powerfully behind him. Then, without hesitation, he delivered a blow right to the top of the demon's head. Took the hit and immediately fell hard to the ground below. The merchant sitting on the somersault cloud witnessed the entire scene. He broke into a cold sweat and looked. Is this what they call curing an evil god? This strength doesn't look like a minor illness. Wukong walked up to the demon lying sprawled on the ground. Then he asked, "Hey, are you still alive?" Suddenly it sprang up powerfully and lunged at its opponent. Seeing this, he quickly tilted his body to avoid the blow and exclaimed, "Truly sturdy, worthy of being a foreign god." The demon punched down madly. Wukong calmly remarked, "This physique of yours isn't bad." Next, he said in a low voice, "Looks like I can let my brother get some action." Saying that, Wukong raised his hand toward the sky. Then he said, "My brother has been holding back for years, right?" Suddenly Wukong's pupils flashed in the dark night. Before the demon's eyes, something huge was plunging straight down from above. A strange object slammed powerfully into the spot where it was standing. The demon was hit and screamed in pain. Wukong above continuously spun the Rui Jingu Bang to create a tornado. His expression showed extreme anger. The man clung tightly to the somersault cloud and narrowed his eyes. Didn't he say he was getting medicine? Do people in the eastern lands grind medicine like this? Before his eyes was a fierce tornado along with lightning created by Wukong. His handiwork had successfully defeated the demon completely. He startled and thought to himself, "Oh no, I got a bit carried away. If this keeps up, it'll be smashed to pieces." Dawn had broken, and someone's voice rang out. "Uncle Acock, you're awake." The man narrowed his eyes and asked, "Young miss, is your illness cured?" She replied, "It's cured." The scene shifted to a desert covered in golden sand, where a weapon stained with blood was stuck in the sand. The head saw this and looked around, deliberately hiding the demon aura. Then he reached out to retrieve the weapon, Vengeance. Next, the head turned and left with an annoyed look. "Daring to come and steal from our Buddha kingdom again. If I meet you next time." He walked away without looking back. At the same time, a small fox with blood around its mouth appeared, breathing with difficulty. The little boy with a wound on his side looked after the person who had just left. Finally gone. Then the fox tried to endure the pain and dragged itself step by step through the sand. Finally, the boy reached a large cave. The fox woman inside asked in a low voice, "Why did you go so long this time? there's a sandstorm coming. Suddenly she sniffed and said, blood smell. The little fox sighed exhaustedly. The fox girl was startled. Why are you hurt? Could it be? The boy with blood on his mouth reassured her. It's nothing, just a superficial wound. The woman hesitated. Did you really go? Next, the little fox held out a bead. This is father's demon core. I stole it from the Buddha Kingdom's temple. The boy said softly. She frowned slightly. Wait for the sandstorm to pass, then go back. The little fox was surprised. Why? This is father's. Besides, with this demon core, mother's eyes will. The woman gently explained. Silly child, mother's blind eyes can be cured. But if you steal their things, you will be hunted down. And then she gently stroked the little fox's head. Good. There's light now. At the same time, a figure appeared at the cave entrance, accompanied by the voice. There's a sandstorm outside. Can I hide here for a while? The two saw the other and both wondered. A clansman? Wukong replied in a low voice. That's right. The woman narrowed her eyes and said, if you don't mind, the two of us, please make yourself at home. Outside, a great sandstorm was raging. He stood near the cave entrance looking out. The little fox saw this and frowned. Wukong stood there without saying anything more. Suddenly, a voice laughed excitedly outside. The head grinned triumphantly, thinking that with the sandstorm's cover, he didn't need to hide his demon aura anymore. Then he looked down at the weapon in his hand. Go! The object obeyed and immediately pierced through the sandstorm, lunging straight ahead. Wukong seemed to have sensed it and looked over. The sharp weapon aimed straight at the little fox's position and lunged. But it seemed its real target was the woman behind. The sharp part was only a small distance from her eyes. He quickly reached out to catch the thing, and then Wukong didn't hesitate to clench his hand and snap it. The head outside shouted angrily, I am the head of the Arhat Temple of the Buddha Kingdom. You demon creature, return the stolen item. If not. Hearing this, he turned calmly. Old man, I've stolen many things. I don't know which one you're talking about. The scene shifted to another location. A sigh of frustration was heard. A voice spoke. It's not that I don't trust you, after all. Someone scratched their head and hesitated. My monkey's temper, you know it? The woman narrowed her eyes and smiled. Don't worry. I've cultivated in the Buddha Kingdom for many years. I probably won't provoke him again. The person replied with a smirk. The Bodhisattva even lured him over there. She gently lifted her foot. Didn't you also not stop it? The person poured tea and said, regarding the Bodhisattva's character, I still trust her, especially regarding that little girl. The woman replied in a low voice. That child is too pitiful. Besides, sealing someone's memory isn't difficult. If the monkey can do it this time, he might be able to restore that child's memory. At the same time, in the sandstorm, the silhouettes of two people standing opposite each other appeared. Wukong asked in a low voice, Are you from the Buddha Kingdom? The superior listened and replied, I am the superior of Arhat Temple, specializing in managing chaotic demons and worldly injustices. Naturally, I must also manage theft. The little fox inside the cave frowned in dissatisfaction. Then he shouted, You clansmen, leave quickly, they are not here for you. At the same time, the superior narrowed his eyes. Colluding with demons? He continued, It seems you are not a good thing either. Then I must. Suddenly, the superior widened his eyes in shock. Wukong flashed forward in the blink of an eye. He circled behind the opponent and questioned. Must what? Then Wukong delivered a powerful blow straight into the superior. After being hit, he thought to himself. It hurts to death. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? Enemy. So painful. The woman inside the cave was curious. What happened outside? The little fox, beside her, stammered. I'm not sure either. At the same time, Wukong with glowing red pupils looked back. Simultaneously, the superior spoke. Leaving is impossible because I came here to find them. Then he introduced himself. My name is Enai. Since childhood, I trained under Venerable Ruaju La at Arhat Temple. Because I was born intelligent and diligent, among the brothers, I bravely achieved first place. Before the age of 40, I was enlightened by Lord Tathagata, becoming the first Dharma Protector Superior of Arhat Temple. The Buddhist kingdom, I slayed demons and eliminated evil, protecting the city during peaceful days without rest, respected by many. The voice continued. Then I was gifted the Mahayana Buddhist artifact, the diamond staff. The superior continued. Afterwards, slaying demons went smoothly. But the artifact needs demon cores to maintain power. Only that day the demon core I collected was stolen by a small demon. I chased all the way to that demon's lair. Then, why can't I remember? After that, it seemed very painful, extremely painful. The superior had now woken up, sweat pouring down his face like a stream. With a bump on his head, he looked around blankly. Why am I here? Arhat Temple? Superior, you have returned. Two Buddhists clasped their hands and said, Superior, you are truly amazing. You even captured that demon. Hearing these words, he couldn't help but be confused. Fox demon? What fox demon? Then the superior turned around in shock. You? The little fox replied in a low voice. That's right. The boy, eyes flashing with an inscrutable intent, smirked. The superior said a heinous demon like me needs to be taken to the demon venerable to be executed. Right, superior? A series of questions arose in his mind. Did I say that? When did I say it? And when did I capture a demon? Why does my head hurt so much? Scene change. A voice echoed in the quiet space. This is the Lain treasure temple. Tathagata is watching you. Yet you dare to rebel like this? The little fox suddenly interrupted loudly. Shut up. Then the boy smirked. If you used a scheme to call me here, why go through the trouble of setting up such a formation? If you have something to say, just say it. I hate people like you who beat around the bush. The Buddha statue before him spoke. You monkey head, if you have come to beg others, why speak so cunningly? The person saw this and quickly bowed. Lord Tathagata, that voice ordered. Still using transformation arts to toy with my disciples? Restore your true form. The little fox's entire body began to change. Wukong appeared and spoke. You set so many restrictions, even my fiery golden eyes couldn't find you. If not for those tricks, how could I have easily found you? The other party heard this and immediately questioned. Last time, my Buddhist sect used all spiritual power to seal the demon gate, causing us to remain in seclusion for these years. Why must you ask such a question? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. If that weren't the case with our conflict, do you think Spirit Mountain would still exist? Then Wukong questioned. Stop with the superfluous words. To reshape the physical body, what is the condition? The Buddha statue calmly replied, naturally, preaching. He agreed without hesitation. Fine. At the same time, a green light appeared. The Buddha statue smiled slightly. This is the secret art of my Buddhist family. After performing it, the accumulations of these years will also be exhausted. And then he suggested, I hope you can keep your promise. A girl with brilliant light surrounding her gently stepped behind him. At the same time, a voice rang out. Ichen. Ichen looked at the scene outside and wondered. Didn't you say a guest was coming today? Where are they? The person heard this and hesitated. Bodhisattva. And Guanyin spoke. The great sage said when he left, this time no matter what, he would bring her back. So no matter what conditions Tathagata offers, we must agree. He raised an eyebrow and replied. She has suffered too much for us. I don't want her to be hurt again. She affirmed sternly. It's not that serious. Tathagata's side doesn't force others. Preaching is a great undertaking, not something done overnight. Guanyin continued. And it's not for you to enter the void gate again. At the same time, the little girl approached with a confused look. Ichen, what have I forgotten after all? Seeing this, she quickly looked over. Release. Ichen sighed. It's the daughter of Wei Yu. Little girl's voice followed. Boring. I've made things difficult for the demon again. Demon spirit power. Golden cicada seal. Tears fell on the little girl's cheeks. Daughter. Mother. Suddenly all three looked in one direction with astonished expressions. Before them appeared the figure of a person. At the same time, Wukong appeared. Guanyin also spoke. Now. She smirked. Should we call you something now? And then Guanyin spoke expectantly. Fighting victorious Buddha? In the quiet space, a voice rang out. Old Guanyin, on this desolate mountain, it's strange that anyone would come. The voice filled with excitement continued. Someone there smiled slightly. Isn't this the legendary fighting victorious Buddha? Bought food back. Wukong saw the other person and immediately spoke. You came here to freeload again? No pork today. He wondered confusedly. Becoming a Buddha is different? Usually, isn't it just about fighting? He smirked. It's not impossible. At the same time, a call rang out. Mr. Ichen. Ichen saw the other person and quickly stood up. Is it sect leader Lu? What's up today? Is something the matter? He smiled lightly and replied. Indeed. I wouldn't come to Heart Treasure Hall if there was nothing, right? The senior sister beside him heard this and glanced over. Daoist continued. Sect leader brother sent me to find you, the one who opened this shop. A boy saw Wu Jing's giant appearance and remarked in surprise. So tall. At the same time, he suggested. Let's go back and talk. Suddenly something flashed before Daoist's eyes, followed by the scene of an arrow from nowhere shooting straight into a nearby rock. The two looked at this scene and stared in confusion. That rock, after taking an arrow, immediately shattered into pieces. Ichen saw this and stood there blankly. Damn! His face darkened, the corners of his mouth twitching. Those two, did they dismantle the house? Then Ichen shouted angrily. Pig! Go back to where you came from. And you, starting today, you are grounded. Inside a place, Daoist's voice rang out. That's how it is. My junior sister went down the mountain to chase me a few days ago, and on the way back, she encountered some strange things. Ichin heard this and was curious. Strange things? Are there few strange things around us? Sorry, please continue. Next, the senior sister spoke. That day on my way back to the mountain gate, I originally wanted to find a place to stay. She continued. I thought it was an abandoned village, but it emitted demon chi. At first, I thought it was just some mountain spirits and wild monsters. The senior sister's eyes revealed vigilance and she affirmed. It was a corpse. Then the senior sister frowned. I'll just eliminate it so people in the mortal world suffer less. The image of the monster with glowing green eyes appeared. The feet were slowly lifting off the ground to move. The tree trunks nearby were also constantly shaking. The senior sister saw this and sweated, thinking, the trees are moving. The branches were reaching up following the monster. She was now in a state of maximum vigilance. Suddenly a green light appeared, accompanied by a strange sound echoing in the quiet space. The senior sister looked at the scene unfolding before her and frowned involuntarily. She asked herself in confusion, an old demon? But why is it absorbing corpse chi? The more the senior sister thought, the more confused she felt. Don't spirits only absorb human essence? Can they also cultivate? Next she wondered, why absorb corpse chi? What is this? Evil art? The monster's face, extremely enjoying the absorption of corpse chi, appeared. Wukong heard this and showed an interested expression. Isn't it simple? I'll go take a look. The senior sister immediately glanced over. Senior, it's you? Daoist beside her was suddenly startled. Mr. Sun, you came here too? At the same time, a voice rang out behind him. While grounded, you stay home for me. The image of the monster with a body made of trees appeared in the gloomy space. The three had now arrived at the place where the monster resided. It's right here. At the same time, the little girl spoke. There really is demon chi and corpse chi too. Suddenly a question was asked. Why not let Senior Sun come? The senior sister glanced over. Although she is, Daoist hurriedly bowed and clasped his hands. Ancestor, this junior greets you. The little girl saw this and spoke. Lu Daoist. Then the little girl smirked. Let's do this, I will go with you. Suddenly the little girl beside her said loudly. Mother, I want to go too. Great, I'm getting bored. The little girl heard this and smiled slightly. No, don't even think about it. The girl heard this and pouted. Mother, Ichen happily suggested. Take Konger, moving around a bit is beneficial for her. The little girl was still a bit hesitant. But monk brother, the senior sister wondered in confusion. What is going on? This is the ancestor? Why is she so young? Suddenly Daoist turned back crying. Ancestor, if it weren't for sect business, I would want to go with you. She saw this and froze. Sect leader brother, then she sternly suggested. Hide behind me. At the same time, the little girl reported from above. There is a formation nearby, could the demon chi? Konger immediately speculated, to hide from others. The little girl heard this and suggested. I'll go around and check. Next, the little girl glanced back. You watch over it. The senior sister and Konger replied. Okay. After speaking, the little girl quickly dashed away. Konger saw this and was puzzled. Why doesn't my mother even know the cloud writing technique? At the same time, a low voice rang out. Why is there human breath here? Didn't the master set up the formation? Good. It stuck out its tongue and muttered. It's been a long time since I've eaten a living person. The senior sister suddenly sensed something. Something is coming this way. Suddenly Konger reached out to touch her hair. Little sister. And then the girl with the mask successfully startled the senior sister. Look at this. The sound of something moving constantly echoed in the quiet night. While Konger laughed gleefully, the senior sister shouted angrily. You! At the same time, a figure appeared behind the girl. She saw this and immediately warned. Be careful behind you. Konger heard this and sweated. Behind me? Then the girl looked back with a cold face. Every time it's behind. Isn't there anything new? Next, Konger swung her hand hard and shouted. Take this. The monster's forehead swelled up, and blood flowed down. He quickly moved away from Konger. The girl smirked excitedly. Looks like you are the one playing tricks. The monster's pupils glowed bright red. Suddenly the sound of moving branches rang out. At the same time, something powerful sprang up from the chaos on the ground. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and roared. Damn brat. Today you are out of luck. The senior sister saw this and stared in shock. Brat, come back here quickly. Konger didn't hesitate and lunged straight into the giant mouth in front of her. Idiot, you are the one out of luck. The image of the giant monster with a long tongue appeared. The senior sister and Conger moved while cutting off the monster's tentacles. Then she powerfully threw her weapon at him. A sword was embedded deep into the monster's body. The senior sister signaled sternly to the person beside her. "Little girl, hide behind me." Conger heard this and clicked her tongue. "I'm really being underestimated." And the girl lunged straight at the monster's mouth. Conger unleashed a move straight into the mouth of the thing in front of her. Inside his stomach, a golden light emitted as if it were about to explode. The scene of the monster's entire body shattering into pieces appeared. The senior sister looked at this in astonishment. This, such profound innate chi. The girl spoke while fighting. "It's better to hide behind me." She frowned slightly and laughed. "The people you've met recently seem to..." The monster seemed not to have given up yet and continued to attack. Conger saw this and couldn't help but frown. Not stopping? The demon ignored her and continued waving its tentacles. It spoke in a deep voice. "Indeed, the visitors are not friendly. However..." Suddenly, the little girl's voice rang out. "However, without finding the main body, slashing at many leaves is useless." The demon, hearing these insults, could not suppress its anger. "You!" Seeing this, the little girl immediately frowned, trying to run, and then she coldly gripped the weapon in her hand. Then, the little girl decisively slashed a straight line forward. The attack succeeded, causing a part of the demon to be severed. It saw this and quickly turned aside, but the next slash cut its body in two. After the strike, the little girl nimbly leaped to another position. Suddenly, she was startled, thinking to herself, "A blinding technique? The Dharma body has escaped. It still managed to get away." The little girl looked ahead and muttered, "Severing the tail to survive, high intelligence indeed, but this barrier doesn't look like something a demon could create." Scene changed to another place. A weak voice was heard. "Master, save me." A trembling hand tried to reach forward. "Save me." It wheezed with green liquid sticking around its mouth. "Master!" Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "You idiots! I told you to act modestly. Why did you cause trouble again? Could it be a passerby you attacked?" The demon immediately explained. "We dare not. We all followed the master's instructions." The floating head spoke in a deep voice. "The demon chi of that 1,000-year-old demon tree should have been sealed by my barrier. Even if an ordinary person stumbled upon it, they should have surrendered before this demon." Then it widened its green pupils. "Let me see exactly who it is." Only the back of the senior sister appeared. "This is..." She immediately turned around. The demon seemed to recognize the person before it. A disciple of Tiangung. Then it gritted its teeth with an annoyed expression. "Damn it, what a bitter enemy on a narrow road. Clearly it was just absorbing corpse chi, yet we were still discovered by them." Next, the demon muttered, "Just a small thing." But suddenly it was startled. "Wait, there's something else." Then the demon appeared confused. "Why does it look so familiar? Not someone from Tiangung." After seeing Kong Air, it was terrified. "Quick! Get me out of here! Master, hurry! It's the master!" Scene changed to Thursday Chi City. The scene outside looked extremely lively. Voices with different emotions rang out. "So noisy! I want to see the great sage. Shut up and watch." Immediately, still not out yet. The sound continued. "It's here! It's here! The great sage's favorite. Me too. Great sage equaling heaven. So handsome." On stage, the play about the great sage equaling heaven was still ongoing. "Where are you running?" Below were endless cheers. "I want to be the great sage equaling heaven in the future." "Me too." Wukong looked at the scene before him and appeared cold. "Does the great sage equaling heaven also go out to sell vegetables?" Suddenly, he was startled and turned his head back. "Sell what? Why is there a smell of rotting corpses?" The demon saw this and reported, "Master, it seems someone is paying attention to us." The head immediately reminded, "Don't cause trouble." Then it gave an order. "This is Thursday Chi City. No matter what is here, no one cares. First, find a place to stay. Quickly find a new body." He heard this and replied, "Yes, master." An image of a demon with a grotesque face appeared. "Should stay at an inn." He spoke up, "Rent a room." It licked its mouth and asked, "You are a demon from outside, right?" He answered honestly, "That's right." Next, the demon held out a key. "Go to the government office to register tomorrow. All demons in our Thursday Chi City must register. Do not attack humans in the city, and do not cause trouble, understand? Second floor, room 6C. He reached out to take it and replied, "Understood." Then he wondered, "Master, this Thursday Chi City is clearly your enemy's territory. How come?" The head immediately interrupted, "What do you understand?" Then it explained, "The most dangerous place is the safest place. This Thursday Chi city has many cultivators. What better place to find a new body? At the same time, in another location, a report sounded, City Lord, the envoy of the Western Sea Aquatic Tribe is visiting. Do you want to meet? White Horse frowned slightly upon hearing this. Little Jade spoke in a low voice. They say the giant shark gang wants to take over the Western Sea, specifically coming here to pay respects. The envoy of the shark gang introduced himself. City Lord of Thursday Chi. We are envoys of the giant shark gang, the largest gang in the Western Sea now. Coming here this time is also to gain the support of fellow Daoists. Your Thursday Chi is called a demon kingdom, so we are just here to notify you. White Horse curled her lips sarcastically. The giant shark gang is now so poor that even the dragon tribe is gone. I know you, Ao Lai, come from the Western Sea Dragon tribe, but you have fallen now. He immediately showed an annoyed expression. We are just here to notify you. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Did the big shot come from afar because you're afraid I'll go back to inherit the Western Sea? And then White Horse turned away and suggested, Jade, see the guests out. The giant shark gang envoy suddenly reached out. I knew you wouldn't agree. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Go to hell. Only his whole body appeared with countless blue bubbles, accompanied by sparks. White Horse immediately frowned and thought to herself, so it's an assassin. Only a dazzling light appeared in the night sky. Huang Feng saw this scene and was startled. He quickly turned towards the door. That direction is not the room of the city lord. Huang Feng worriedly asked himself, could someone be bold enough to do something to my city lord? How bold? Others who saw the scene just now also looked confused. What happened just now? It seems like a spell. It exploded. The chatter continued. Something seems to have happened at the city lord's place. I heard there's an assassin. How is it? I don't know if the city lord. At the same time, Wukong's eyes looked up at Little White. In the sky was a scene of someone flying while muttering, then I won't buy food anymore. White Horse's worried voice echoed throughout the room. Jade, Jade, are you okay? Fox Jade. Suddenly she frowned and thought, there is poison in this spell. At the same time, the giant shark gang envoy approached. City Lord, you probably know the toxicity of our aquatic tribe very well. She heard this and looked over. Just relying on these tricks of yours? He narrowed his eyes and raised his voice. The dragon tribe is indeed different. But what about your subordinates? The giant shark gang envoy grabbed Little Jade and challenged. I wonder how long this fox can endure the poison of our sea tribe? City Lord, follow our orders. White Horse saw this and became anxious. Jade, how are you? Then she roared. You are courting death. He was still very arrogant. Then let's see who dies first. Little Jade, although tied up, still struggled to speak. City Lord, don't worry about me. Go quickly. White Horse heard this and was startled. Jade! At the same time, a voice rang out in the sky. City Lord, Feng Bu has arrived. Next, he jumped down and made a cut to the thing holding Little Jade. Giant shark gang envoy spoke. Quick, act now. Their reinforcements have arrived. At the same time, the person turned back. Boss, come help quickly. Huang Feng roared with red eyes. You dare to attack my city lord? He continued to shout loudly. Stop wasting words, act quickly. Immediately landed and grinned. City Lord, don't be afraid. Watch old Huang handle these thieves. Let them taste the ultimate killing technique that old Yanzi just practiced. City Lord, look carefully. The giant shark gang envoy frowned. Their reinforcements have arrived. Let all the aquatic tribes ambushed in the city come to help. The other subordinates heard this and quickly obeyed. Yes. And then they all flew into the air simultaneously. Only Huang Feng watched the giant shark gang. Then he threw an attack straight away. Having many is useless. Next, Huang Feng powerfully unleashed his move. Super Dragon Fist, Corpse Wind Camel. A powerful source of energy surrounded the giant shark gang. It seems something has begun to form. Before them was an image of something that looked extremely strange. Huang Feng saw this and screamed in panic. It's bad. There's something else. Don't use the wind spell anymore. That will only make more of them. He frowned in annoyance. The others, damn it, I don't know. Wukong appeared from nowhere but mocked. Why do you make stupid mistakes every time I see you? It's seafood. It needs to be braised over high heat. Huang Feng angrily retorted. You're the stupid one. The 5 elements counteract. Water overcomes fire. Don't you know that? He didn't bother to explain but kicked him. Get lost. Troublesome. Then Wukong looked up. Fresh food. Naturally, you can't use normal high heat. Next, he grinned. Great true fire. A powerful stream of energy immediately appeared in the sky. Before them was a quiet scene. with a gentle breeze blowing occasionally. At the same time, White Horse spoke. Great senior brother, little Jade is heavily poisoned, so I must take her to Qingqiu for treatment. Wukong was startled. Qingqiu, the fox den? She frowned and said in a low voice, I don't trust anyone else, so I want to take her there myself. He offered. I'll fly her over there. White Horse immediately retorted. Her body is too weak now, she can't endure the torture. White Horse continued. Her demon core suffered damage, and we are not of the same tribe, so we'll see if we can ask the fox immortals of Qingqiu to think of a way. Suddenly she had an idea. Right, great senior brother, I have to trouble you to help me protect the city. I'm afraid the Western Sea people will come to cause trouble again. Wukong replied. Then it's a bother, great senior brother, I know, what a hassle. Then he walked and muttered to himself. Only a fool would help you watch over that bunch of idiots in the city. Wukong grinned with interest. Western Sea, huh? Scene changed to the Western Sea, surrounded by a layer of white clouds. Countless air bubbles appeared under the sea. Schools of fish were swimming happily in the vast ocean. At the bottom appeared an ancient city submerged in water. At the same time, something was slowly sinking. Red blood at the wound was mixing with the water. Suddenly, a set of sharp teeth appeared, chewing on something. The demon in the shape of a shark chewed and looked annoyed. You say, this Jaren doesn't have meat as delicious as the dragon girl. Another demon saw this and cursed angrily. You bastard! These Jaren are top quality products, and you use them as a delicious meal. The shark heard this and said, Dragon girl is not allowed to be eaten. I only ate 2 Jaren. You keep jumping like that. You are really annoying. The great king told us to escort these Jaren, and you've eaten them all before returning. I know, acting like a centurion looking at you. Only a foot appeared a short distance from the sea surface. Wukong looked down at the blue ocean. This is the Western Sea. It's just. He sweated and thought. Forgot. Old Sun hates going underwater the most. The water-avoiding spell is too troublesome. But then Wukong decided to transform and dive straight down. Still, transform. In the form of a fish, he proudly praised himself. Old Sun is still smart. This is both convenient and not easy to be discovered. Wukong swam and thought. If I had known earlier, I would have brought that idiot here, then no one would know. Suddenly, a giant, terrifying fish appeared in front of him. He saw this and said in a low voice, Beast, you have no heart. Dare to eat me too? Courting death. Scene changed to another location. Ichun scratched his head and asked, I let those monkeys go buy food, right? At bottom of the ocean. A voice urged, Hurry up. Don't be slow. The shark pulled the chain in his hand and roared, Still slow. I'll eat you all. The chained Jaren cried out, It hurts. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Release my clansmen. 3 other Jaren with weapons in hand shouted angrily. You shark tribe, go to hell. It heard this and became even angrier. Just relying on you? They didn't hesitate to lunge at the shark. It looked up with red eyes. You like being lackeys of the dragon tribe so much? The Jaren lunged and shouted. At least not as brutal as you. The shark let out a loud cry, and a powerful source of energy began to emit around it. A Jaren saw this and was confused. How can this be? The shark tribe is not that strong. And then it said triumphantly, Idiot. If there is no opportunity, how can you defeat the dragon tribe? Just relying on you few Jaren. Next, the demon pierced through the opponent and shouted, Die! The Jaren was startled and turned. What is that? At the same time, the shark lunged at that person. Do you still have time to worry about others? It bit down hard on the Jaren, causing red blood to spray out. Only the shark gritted its teeth and bit the person in half. A female Jaren saw the scene and screamed in fear, Brother! It heard that and said, So you wanted to save her? This is quite interesting. An image of iron chains being broken appeared. The female Jaren screamed angrily, I'll fight you to the death. A shark, hearing this, showed disdain. You don't know your own limits. Happen to be hungry too, so let your siblings reunite inside my stomach. It laughed triumphantly and said, Before eating. At the same time, the one beside it seemed startled and turned to look. What is that coming over here? The shark also looked up. You smell the stench of blood coming this way too? Looking at the thing before it, it shooed away. Get lost. Something that hasn't even opened its spiritual wisdom. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. Suddenly, the shark frowned in vigilance. What kind of posture is this? Truly strange. Red blood sprayed ceaselessly from that fish, and suddenly its entire body swelled up and exploded instantly. At the same time, a voice full of contempt rang out. Can't even swim a little bit? How boring. I originally wanted to stay in this belly and play a little longer. The demon looked at this scene and asked in confusion. What is this situation? The two saw the opponent and began to discuss. It looks like a human. Can I eat this one? It might be a scout from the dragon clan. Can't leave anyone alive. That person heard these words and replied. That is truly interesting. I also don't have the habit of leaving survivors. The shark, naive to the ways of the world, approached Wukong arrogantly. It's been a long time since I ate human flesh. I really miss that taste. He casually picked his ear and advertised himself. That's right. I'm extremely delicious. The leader seemed more perceptive and questioned vigilantly. If you state your purpose for coming to the West Sea, perhaps you can keep your body intact. What is your relationship with the dragon clan? Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed with golden light. He shouldered his Rui Jingu Bang and urged. Why is there someone talkative everywhere I go? If you want to fight, hurry up. This water-avoiding spell of mine has no light. Wukong faced the largest fish and taunted. Come on quickly. It did not hesitate to bite his body in two. The leader watched this and sneered contemptuously. Can't even use the water-avoiding spell. Before he could finish, rays of essence blood suddenly mixed into the water. The immortal teeth were crushed like paste, so the shark could only wail meaningless sounds. Wukong, without losing a single hair, signaled to it. Your teeth aren't bad. I'm still fine. Continue. The leader rushed up angrily with a shout. Just a tiny human. Wukong lost patience and stated, You talk the most. With just a wave of his hand, he turned it into shark sashimi. It felt its essence blood drifting away and could only gasp. You. Wukong spun the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand and pointed at the toothless fish from before. You're annoying as hell. Let's continue. The two of us. Seeing it didn't react, he tested it. What's wrong? Or should I try instead? Finishing his words, Wukong suddenly swung the Rui Jingu Bang over his head. Both he and the staff rushed toward the water's surface. Throughout the process, Wukong grinned broadly. The bubbles around his body seemed to be dancing with him. Before long, Wukong had left the deep sea. The water column he created tossed the shark high up. In its eyes, it could not hide its shock. The Rui Jingu Bang had grown large at some point. It spun continuously, creating a giant whirlpool in the middle of the West Sea. Having caused enough trouble, Wukong finally retracted his weapon. But his face was full of dissatisfaction. Again. Damn it, and they said to find a guide. The fish saw him swing the staff again and shouted in panic. Great immortal, if you need a guide, this lowly one is willing to go with you. Wukong stopped, satisfied but still scrutinizing. Then he concluded with two words. That works. This side, someone ran to inform Beiji. Great immortal, the city lord, she is not in the city. He furrowed his brows and sighed. Not here, being a city lord and still running around everywhere? Xiao Bai is really something. Rarely does she come over to freeload a meal. But the other person hurriedly corrected. No, it's the manager Jade. Beiji suddenly felt dissatisfied. There's still this matter? The West Sea Dragon clan has been dealt with, yet there are still assassins coming to kill Xiao Bai. Do they really think Xiao Bai's maternal home has no one left? I heard the merfolk of the West Sea aren't bad either. But the fox women of Qingqiu seem to be. Damn, which side should I go to first? Or you guys help me choose. A winding mountain road. A carriage was speeding along. Go! White Dragon Horse pulled the reins and complained. How troublesome, if I had known, I would have found the horse clan to drive. Little Jade spoke up apologetically. Letting the city lord drive for me? I, Little Jade, am truly too thoughtless. He immediately snapped, cutting her off. What are you saying? You are my person, why talk so much? Little Jade suddenly felt shy. City lord. White Dragon Horse burst out laughing. Teasing. Still blushing. But the next second, Little Jade suddenly became sad. Actually, even if we reach Qingqiu, it's not certain it can be cured. White Dragon Horse had to seriously reassure her. All right, I'm just teasing you. Good sisters shouldn't be shy. Speaking of this, her expression became serious. Qingqiu is your ancestral land. It will definitely be able to cure you. Little Jade did not reply but sighed softly. White Dragon Horse switched to reminding her. All right, hurry inside. Don't catch a cold. Not long after, she felt confused. What is this situation? The torchbearer snapped back. The road ahead is blocked. Take a detour. She questioned impatiently. You say block the road? So you block the road? They immediately threatened. Demon exorcists at work. There is a demon ahead. Don't obstruct. If you want to pass, you do so at your own risk. In White Dragon Horse's mind, she unconsciously repeated the name. Demon exorcist. At this moment, a hurried shout rang out in the space. Set the formation. Force them out. A group of monkeys quickly appeared in everyone's sight. Leading them was an old demon monkey with eyes red as blood. The demon exorcists signaled to each other. It's here, destroy that one. The old demon monkey shouted with contempt. Just relying on you people? Now, just a few tiny demon exorcists want to capture us? Remember our ancestor back then. The underlings chimed in right, making the old demon monkey advertise even harder. That was an existence that even 100,000 heavenly soldiers couldn't do anything about. White Dragon Horse couldn't help but spit. What is this? You have a few years of cultivation, what does that have to do with anything? Yet the demon exorcists were intimidated. What do we do now? Should we go up? It has such a big background. White Dragon Horse rolled her eyes, observing both sides. They kindly warned again. Miss, don't go over there. That's a demon. The old demon monkey noticed her and immediately asked, Who are you? Want to be the leader? White Dragon Horse did not hesitate to unleash her aura. Go along this road for a few dozen miles, and there is a Thursday Chi City. Report my title, and they can take you in. The ugly monkeys immediately shrieked. Stop scaring us. What title could a woman have? White Dragon Horse's eyes gradually turned bright red. Scolding people is not well behaved. She casually released waves of spiritual power throughout the space. They quickly transformed into the true form of the White Dragon Horse. Then she decided the fate of these old demon monkeys. If you don't go, that's fine. I'll eat you to avoid you ruining my senior brother's reputation here. Now set off. Don't disturb the nearby commoners. Did you hear? The monkeys looked at each other in confusion. What lineage is that? Who exactly is she? Isn't Thursday Chi City a demon city? I seem to have heard the city lord is a woman. Is it true or false? When she returned to the carriage, little Jade teased. City lord, mentioning your senior brother, you are especially not calm. White Dragon Horse snapped in reproach. A troublesome little fox like you? Why do you talk so much? She became even bolder. City lord? Why is your face so red? White Dragon Horse unconsciously raised her voice. See how I deal with you. Little Jade laughed and pleaded. City lord, I am injured on my side. At the same time, Beiji was also groping toward the same goal as them. Is Qingxiu perhaps in this direction? Yes, the West Sea has probably started cooking by now. Back to our monkey brother in the West Sea. He hovered on the sea surface, hearing the merfolk wonder. Great immortal, isn't that giant shark gang just sharks? They gather in the deep sea beasts opposing the dragon clan. Wukong gritted his teeth and asked vigilantly. Do you see it yet? Sea surface is swaying more and more violently. Almost all sea monsters are gathering in one place. Wukong was unfazed and remarked. Finally, I have the feeling of being taken seriously. But the merfolk were not so optimistic. That is the dragon guarding beast. They are the ones relying on the dragon clan to kill. Wukong unconsciously repeated the name. Dragon guarding beast. The merfolk quickly explained. They were originally just ordinary sea insects. Since the giant shark gang rose up, these sea beasts have become unusually large, even having the ability to oppose the dragon clan. Wukong heard this and concluded. There's a smell of some conspiracy. Thanks to his sharp eyes, he also noticed a person there. Wukong signaled to the merfolk. All right, you two stay a bit further away, or rather, ask clearly first. Though he planned that, the sea waves surged up. Wukong no longer had the mind to argue. Forget it, too troublesome. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang and shouted loudly. Small fries? Get lost. Wukong's whole body turned fiery red as if stepping out of a volcano. Water and fire met, causing steam to rise intensely. The dragon-devouring beast was the one suffering the most. The person who was riding on its head, seeing the mount cut in two, opened his mouth to praise. Central plains of the 9 provinces, indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons. But besides godslaying, my spellcasting is also at this level of proficiency with fire. He stuck out his scorched hand while still holding a talisman to show off. Still, can't do anything to me. Isya is the head disciple of a sect. Finishing his words, he threw out the spirit ice spell and heaven-freezing hand at the same time. Isya excitedly advertised himself. This is a secret technique I created myself. From then on, these 9 provinces will definitely have a place for my Isya's house. Starting from this West Sea, it will all be the territory of my great Wa kingdom. I am... Before he finished his lines, Wukong rushed up and cut him off. He used all his strength to swing the Rui Jingu Bang, the whole staff heating up until it was no different from a red-hot steel bar. The strike from Wukong aimed straight at the head of the dragon-devouring beast. Of course, Isya, who was there, could not avoid the bad luck of being split in two. Wukong concluded indignantly. I already said it, small fries get lost. In another space like the Penglay Fairyland, a discussion was heard in the room. General, I beg you to stop. While there is still time, with our current strength, we cannot contaminate the land of the 9 provinces. The person being advised was still very stubborn. But I heard Isya say the plan in the West Sea was very successful. The person opposite bowed their head and stated, "That was luck." The person hidden in the shadows firmly emphasized, "It is real. You don't need to say anything. The 9 provinces are already in chaos due to demons. This is the perfect time for us to enter and rule the Central Plains." The two went outside to look at the vast sea. Yu Xiang spoke up first with some frustration. "Yu Xiang, Master is being excluded by that group again." She calmly analyzed. "That group has been blinded by interests, desire, and power. Our secret arts, no matter how powerful, were learned from the Central Plains. They are..." Yu Xiang gritted her teeth, continuing Yu Xiang's thought. "Want to take advantage of the chaos in the 9 provinces to enter the Central Plains? Truly dreaming. They basically don't know what the 9 provinces actually have." Saying that, she hurriedly ran away. "No, if I keep trying to advise them, although the 9 provinces are chaotic, the inner workings of 10,000 years, how can this small Manji nation understand? Master, if you say you don't submit, they will..." On this side, the dragon-devouring beast lay flat with its body severed. Wukong sat on its body, his mind in turmoil. What to do now? Halfway through speaking, he sighed wearily. It turned out he was regretting accidentally smashing the dragon-devouring beast to death. The girl said, "Don't buy dead seafood anymore. Don't you know how to buy it alive?" The carriage carrying White Dragon Horse and Little Jade continued its journey. White Dragon Horse led the horse in front to guide the way. She looked at the overlapping mountains and softly concluded, "We are probably not far from Qingqiu now." White Dragon Horse couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery is truly beautiful, Little Jade. Why don't we get off the carriage and rest a bit?" 2 foxes sat in the bushes, whispering to each other. "Look, a stranger." "No, it's the smell of a demon, 2 demons. They are just kin, that big-breasted one can't smell it." The 2 quickly ran away. "Let's go, tell the old ancestor." As soon as they saw him, the little fox shouted noisily, old ancestor, 2 strange demons have come here." The fox elder calmly said, "Oh." The 2 little foxes eagerly recounted. "One is our kind, the other is big-breasted." Don't know her." He immediately narrowed down the suspicious target. "Quickly tell me what that big-breasted one looks like?" The 2 took turns chirping endlessly. The fox elder's face darkened as he listened. Finally, he calmly ordered, "All right, you 2 have done a service by reporting. When we return, I will take you to town to buy candy." Although happy, they still asked back, "Old ancestor, do you have money?" On this side, Little Jade was also admiring her hometown. "Qingqiu is truly beautiful." White Dragon Horse excitedly planned, "Wait until you recover. I will take you to see it." Before she finished her sentence, she suddenly turned her head in one direction. In the sky, no one knew when a strange vortex had appeared. The fox elder officially introduced himself to both with that flair. "A single smile of a beauty pulls the pearl boat. Only knowing Qingqiu is my home." He hovered in mid-air, continuing to tease, "What business brings the 2 young ladies to my Qingqiu?" White Dragon Horse stared at him, secretly wondering, "What is this thing?" The fox elder continued to click his tongue. "Those 2 brats really don't know anything." He became interested in White Dragon Horse. "This is a dragon girl." The fox elder leaned close to her face, smiling until his eyes squinted. "Is this little sister of the dragon clan interested?" White Dragon Horse quickly concluded, "So it's a lecher." The fox elder quickly dodged a blow from her. Little Jade loudly warned, "City Lord, he is of the Fox clan." White Dragon Horse had already revealed her true form. Yet the fox elder was still relaxed enough to remark, "What a hot girl. If she doesn't show some talent, she doesn't get fed." He immediately fanned out his tails, burning red like fire. After being thoroughly beaten up, the fox elder finally confessed, "I am the current head of the Qingqiu clan." "So you came for a medical consultation?" He grumbled resentfully. "You could have just said so earlier." Even though he was as obedient as a puppy, he couldn't drop his lecherous habits. "We didn't know this was Lord Tianpeng." "You, little sister." Beiji crossed his arms and cut him off. "Stop spouting nonsense. I'm only asking if you can cure her or not." The fox elder shouted decisively, "Impossible." Beiji's eyes flashed like headlights. "What? If that's the case, then you're truly useless." Seeing him radiate thick killing intent, the fox elder hurriedly corrected himself. "Although we are of the same lineage, there are differences. If my inner core helps her detoxify, I fear she might grow fur. Lord Tianpeng, don't be hasty, we have other elders in the clan. Finding a female one will do." He scrambled to lead the way. "Her house is just ahead." San Nyang. Though in his heart he was chanting, "Please don't be home." But as the next San Nyang escaped his lips, Dian lazily asked back, "Who is it?" The fox elder cracked the door open, speaking as meekly as a young wife. "Little Dian, are you home?" As soon as her murderous face appeared, He wanted to shut his mouth tight. Little Dian Dian. She glared straight at this uninvited guest and hissed, "It's you!" The fox elder gave an awkward, toothy grin. "That's right. Long time no see. Did you miss me?" Dian Dian smiled without smiling and admitted, "Missed you? I missed you to death." But next second, she kicked the stinking fox in front of her right in the crotch. "You slept with me and ran, yet you dare to come back here. See if you still come looking for me. Damn you." After venting her emotions, Dian Dian changed her tone. "So sorry. You all? Who are you? And do you need a medical consultation?" Lil Jade quickly knelt to introduce herself. This junior came specifically for medical treatment. Dian Dian's eyes lit up and she gestured. "Then you come into the room with me, and that dragon lady can come over to help too." Little Jade cheered happily. "Thank you, senior." Dian Dian shifted her focus to Beiji. "That divine general is busy, but you can come in if you want." But he was busy discussing the meaning of life with the fox lying flattened on the ground. "I still admire you a bit, daring to sleep with such a fierce woman." He let two streams of tears flow like rivers, sobbing in reproach. "Isn't it because of the immortal back then? Otherwise, I wouldn't have met this fate." Beiji covered his mouth and laughed. "If it weren't for me, your fate would likely be far worse than this. Being smashed to pieces wouldn't be impossible." The fox elder jumped up and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" But before Beiji could answer, a brilliant red light appeared in the sky. Wukong landed freely from midair. "In this formation, I'm number 1. No one is number 2. After circling around, Wukong finally touched down. Upon seeing his younger brother Beiji, he immediately questioned him. "Why are you here?" Beiji retorted sharply. "You're allowed to go everywhere causing trouble, but I can't help my own little sister?" The fox elder looked at the two in front of him and muttered softly, "Why do they look so familiar?" When his brain finally cleared, he was scared out of his wits. Holy crap! Could that be the great sage equaling heaven, son Wukong? The one who fought that Chiyu? He swallowed hard, thinking of the miserable state of Chiyu. Smashed to pieces! On this side, Beiji was still teasing the monkey. "What's wrong? Not convinced?" Wukong shouted irritably. "You really are troublesome." Before he could unleash more trash talk, Dian Dian screamed, "You lot outside! Be quiet for me! Can you let me conduct a medical exam or not?" One monkey and one pig instantly turned into 2 quails without needing to use any 72 transformations. 1,000 miles away, the little girl was wondering, "Monk brother, why does the door smell so bad?" Tang Sanzang, being addressed, leisurely walked out to check. "It's fine. I'll go take a look." But upon arriving, he had to scream in shock. "Who piled up rotten fish and spoiled shrimp here?" As dusk fell, the space echoed with urgent voices. "Quick! Go check over there. That guy is probably hiding nearby." "My lord, his accomplices have all been caught." The leader nodded and concluded, "That thing must be on him." The grave robber was sweating buckets but didn't dare stop to catch his breath. "How can this be? We were just grave robbing. How did we provoke the Jeune Siasi?" He realized in a daze. It seems the boss and Guac have been caught. Just then, the encirclement tightened, making him panic. "Oh no, they're coming this way." But the object in his hand suddenly transmitted a sound. "Don't fear them." The Jeune Siasi agents immediately detected something unusual. Demonic chi. They hurriedly shouted, "Over there! Surround him!" He cowered like a quail, trying his best to explain. "I was just grave robbing." But the Jeune Siasi agents didn't have much patience. "Less talk. Put what's in your hand on the ground." Another one aggressively swung his sword. "Kill him," he said. "Don't waste words with him." The blade flashed, cutting a clean line. The treasure in the grave robber's hand scattered everywhere. They fell and lay bare on the ground. The painting demon seized the opportunity to reach out from what was shackling her. Having been sealed in the tomb for nearly 1,000 years, her whole body was still dripping wet. Finally, but her aura was no joke. "Mortals, offer up your blood and flesh." The painting demon twisted her body to adapt to her new appearance. Jeune Siasi group immediately raised their guard. "It really is the 1,000-year painting demon." Hearing someone call her name, she tilted her head and repeated, "Painting demon." A group of Jeune Siasi agents also bravely charged forward, shouting to kill. The painting demon used her own hair as a weapon. Charging at the nearest Jeune Siasi leader, her facial skin suddenly cracked open. The true monster escaped from within. With just one gaping maw, she tore apart the prey in front of her, blood spraying as if to dye the moonlight red. The painting demon swayed her body like a jonquil, hurriedly patching up the cracked skin on her face. Then she softly hummed her invitation. "Come here, none of you will be able to leave." After dealing with everyone, the painting demon trudged along the mountain path. Dawn was approaching. She looked toward the place emitting light and quietly planned. This skin won't last long. I need to find a place to stay. The little girl heard footsteps and poked her head out. They're here. They're here. Who is it? Coming so early. Who is it? We don't serve breakfast here. But the next second, the little girl's tone changed abruptly. Who are you? Don't die in front of our door. At a certain restaurant in Yaoqi City, Ichen was busy with preparations. Where should I hang this to make it look good? He instinctively scanned the bamboo forest, then covered his mouth and gasped. Right here. Fishing everything. Ichen wiped his sweat. That's decent enough. A notification sounded in his ears. We're back. Tang Sanzang asked curiously. Ichen, what are you doing? He didn't hide it and said directly. I picked up this painting this morning. What do you think about hanging it here? The little girl was a bit speechless. Isn't that something from the dead? But she didn't dare speak up to advise against it. Forget it, as long as you two are happy. Besides, maybe we don't fear bad luck here. Yuchen and Tang Santang laughed happily together. So you don't understand art. Look at this painting. It's not quite demon, not quite Buddha. It's actually quite interesting. The painting demon in the picture narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, what are you still pretending for? Her target was undoubtedly this entire restaurant. The painting demon patiently waited until the moon hung at the mountain peak, even though it was already night. Detestable humans, I'll eat you all later. Once I gather 9,881 pieces of living flesh and blood, and I won't need to rely on moonlight to manifest. The blood-red moonlight shone straight onto the painting, and the painting demon groped her way out. She observed and spat. I don't know what kind of dilapidated restaurant this is. There isn't even a single customer. Then I'll start with those two, mother and daughter. Inside the room, the little girl was excitedly calling, Mom! The painting demon's eyes suddenly lit up like a cat seeing fat. It's their voices. The little girl's mother asked seriously, You say there is still the power of the demon emperor in your body? She nodded to confirm and then asked further, Do you think I'm considered practicing heterodox dual cultivation? She chose her words carefully to advise. You had better be careful. Don't open the demon gate again. See what you'll do when that happens. The little girl closed her eyes and promised. Don't worry. I have it under control now. If you don't believe me, look. Finishing her words, the little girl's whole body released a terrifying amount of energy. The painting demon was so scared by this scene that her limbs curled up. What kind of demonic chi is this? Why does it also contain the power of heaven and earth? She was still muttering when the giant shadow of Sha Wujing appeared. Where exactly is this place? The painting demon slowly turned back, full of vigilance. Sha Wujing grabbed her and spoke in a booming voice. Where did you run in from? He threw the painting demon away like a bag of trash. Get lost quickly, little demon. Don't come here again. It's lucky the eldest brother isn't home, otherwise. Painting demon lay flattened on the ground, constantly wondering. What the hell was that just now? Was it a yaksha? To actually throw me out. But what caught her eye was the fat Gotichen, busy taking a bath. There are too many women in the house. It's really inconvenient. I even have to hide to bathe. She grinned in a despicable way. Finally, I've met a normal person. Ichen at this moment also noticed something unusual. The moonlight today is a bit strange. Why is it red? Could it be some kind of omen? Could it be that my restaurant is about to open? He didn't realize a few strands of the painting demon's hair were sticking to his back. But before they could succeed, they were repelled by Ichen's brilliant golden back. The night sky suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light. The next morning, Tang Sanzang showed concern. You were tossed around so much last night you couldn't get up, right? But Ichen only paid attention to the empty wall. Why has my painting turned into a blank sheet of paper? Did it lose its color? The little girl had just reached the foot of the mountain and cheered happily. This must be it. I finally didn't get lost. A restaurant built here? Do people really come? The little girl ignored the doubt and excitedly waved. Grand Mistress! Grand Mistress! She saw Zhao Qian and teased. It's you! Are you free to come to my place today? Oh my! This is intersect jewelry. Not bad. The little girl took the opportunity to show off. That's right. I'm already an intersect disciple. The sect leader senior brother wants to invite Grand Mistress to preach, so he sent me to invite Grand Mistress. She was helpless but still compromised. This Lu Dowie really knows how to cause trouble. I'll come in a few days when I'm free. The little girl softly shouted. Yes. Then the little girl asked further. Grand Mistress, why is there a blank sheet of paper hanging there? Could it have some Zen meaning? She didn't answer but turned and walked straight away. Are you hungry? Let me go find something for you to eat. The little girl stood there praising. Master Ichen is truly profound. When the bowl of noodles was brought out, the little girl exclaimed with all her might. as if she wanted to bury her face in the bowl. What is this? A delicacy of the human world. Upon seeing the little girl, she looked up to greet. Grand Aunt Master. She suddenly turned away and sighed wearily. Here. She's grown so much, right? Just then, there was a commotion outside. This is a restaurant, right? Why is there no one to greet us? The little girl looked up, both happy and worried. Is this real? There really are customers coming. Coming. May I ask what you would like to eat? But upon seeing their crate of fruit, the little girl cursed. Damn! Yuzeokin didn't order but called out. Little friend, go call your mother out here. I'm looking for her. The little girl's mother arrived and wondered. It's you? What are you doing coming to my house? She took a deep breath and hesitated to explain. Actually, I want to invite you to help. After pouring her heart out, Yuzuokian shouted irritably. Everything that happened is just like that. The master has also been locked up by them. Help me save him. Tell me if you'll help or not. The little girl's mother calmly assessed. So acting as a shikigami requires borrowing the master's power to be effective. The master was captured. No wonder you are injured. While they were talking, the sky was covered by a flock of crows. Both immediately raised their guard. The little girl's mother said wearily. It seems even if I didn't want to help, you would bring trouble here anyway. The Tensho house arrogantly shouted inside. Yuzuokian, don't hide anymore. I know you're in the house. Its eyes were blood red, staring intently. The little girl left her meal unfinished and sighed softly. So many crows. Don't even think about stealing my noodles. Saying that, the little girl waved her hand and slashed the crows by the window to pieces. Get lost. When she saw the Tianqiu house, the little girl shouted angrily. So it's you. How dare you be insolent on Grand Mistress's roof? The Tianqiu house scanned them and looked disdainful. This is the demon of Jojo? I thought they were all on the same level as Yuzuokian, but it turns out they're just like this. Both sides glared at each other, ready for a bloody battle. Inside, the little girl's mother was still leisurely pouring tea. Your little master has a decent temperament. Don't worry, Yuzuokian shouted anxiously. But this time they are using all their strength. They just want to take advantage of the chaos in Jojo. She asked nonchalantly. So what? Then she signaled to the little girl. Grand disciple, step back. Leave this to me. I'll treat you to a bowl of noodles later. No wonder they aren't home today. Little girl secured the bowl of noodles, her eyes instantly lighting up. Yuchin, at the foot of the mountain, tilted his head and clicked his tongue. So many crows, how unlucky. Sha Wujing, with sharper eyes, excitedly announced. It's rare for them to return together. The eldest brother and second brother. They're back. Let's hurry back too. The master of the celestial hound sat observing from afar and concluded. That fox demon has no master. Perhaps she cannot unleash much demonic power. My celestial hound can completely deal with her. But the next second he was slapped hard in the face. What? He looked at the tattered formation, screaming in fear. The celestial hound is dead. How is it possible? I am the one with the strongest ocular technique among the 12 on my Oji. My shikigami is reinforced by my ocular technique. How could it die so easily? I want to see who dares to kill my shikigami. I am one of the 12 strongest on my Oji in this Kyushu. The Onmyoji immediately activated his ocular technique. 1,000-mile pursuit was launched by him right after. Met his eyes left the Onmyoji endlessly suspicious. Here. Where is this? A building? Is it some sect's secret technique? The celestial hound died right here. It looked somewhat like a restaurant. The people in the shop were bustling and gathering together. You guys hurry up a bit. Have you drawn yet? Wukong held a lot in his hand, full of bitterness. Sha Wujing timidly stroked the monkey's fur. Senior brother, I drew the red lot. You want to go, I can let you have it. Wukong sulkily refused immediately. No need. He grinned toothily. If you play, you have to pay, we're gonna save people. It's better if you go. The surrounding audience was a bit speechless. Aren't you guys being a bit too childish? Tamamonome volunteered to lead the way. Everyone doesn't need to see me off. I'll return after I go. Sha Wujing honestly promised his brothers. Must take. Saving people as the priority. What kind of force is the opponent exactly? To actually come and attack us directly. He finished speaking and erupted with full-body aura. The Onmyoji was so scared he curled up. Nanny? It seems that was their strongest shikigami just now. He immediately regained his composure and ordered. Everyone be vigilant. Prepare for battle. Get your spirits up. The counterattack from the people of Kyushu is coming. Get your spirits up. 3 days later, the sky was still clear. The wind and clouds were still calm. The Wa people sat with their chins in their hands, sighing like they'd lost their souls. The Onmyoji looked as haggard as a terminal addict. What the hell is this? Are they coming or not? They've made me, your father, unable to sleep for 3 days. While nodding off, shouting erupted. The enemy is attacking the boat next to us. My lord. The enemy has finally arrived. In the sky, flying over here. Sha Wujing had just landed and looked embarrassed. Sorry, I mistook the boat just now. Perhaps it's not wrong. The people on that boat don't listen to reason. The Onmyoji questioned. You used a feint to attack another boat? Sha Wujing anxiously explained. They said the enemy attacked themselves, blew up their own boat, it has nothing to do with me. The Onmyoji blurted out. Self-destructed? Sha Wujing affirmed firmly. That's right. I haven't eaten humans for a long time. Rest assured. I only came to take that child back. I won't hurt you. The Onmyoji was so ashamed he got angry, shouting loudly. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Since you've come, let's fight. Witness my Shikigami beast transformation technique. Sha Wujing looked at the opponent in front of him and couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly not small. Since the demon has arrived, then, no need to be polite anymore. The pupils in his eyes immediately contracted. His 2 hands like hammers clapped together, smashing the opponent to pieces. After demonstrating his strength, Sha Wujing gloomily opened his mouth. Can I take the person back now? The Onmyoji group sensibly signaled in a panic. You idiots, hurry up and invite the person out so the immortal can take them away. As soon as Sha Wujing left satisfied, the Onmyoji used his strongest summoning. The summoned one quickly questioned. You mean they snatched that kid and killed your summoned beast? Furthermore, they also killed Tamamonome's celestial hound? Didn't Tamamonome have no demonic power left? Our West Sea plan was also sabotaged and they even killed my clone. The Onmyoji seriously pointed out, it must be people from Kyushu secretly dealing with us. I feel their headquarters must be that strange restaurant. Must investigate that restaurant. The person hidden behind the curtain carefully instructed. Don't act rashly. Must know yourself and the enemy. The Onmyoji declared firmly. I have dispatched the Shadowflow clan. They will definitely get the first intelligence. Before long, the people he dispatched were present near the restaurant. They moved as fast as monkeys. After jumping around for a while, they hid in the night to observe carefully. One of the 2 spoke up to instruct. Remember, this mission is for intelligence. Do not take action unless absolutely necessary. Hanako and the others immediately shouted yes. The 3 formed a solid triangle formation, ready to infiltrate. Onabentang continued to plan. Hanako and I will disguise ourselves and go in. Dontaro, you are a half-demon, easily detected by demonic aura. Stay outside to support us. After dividing the tasks, he shouted loudly. Shopkeeper, is anyone there? Natran happily looked up but was still suspicious. No way. Could it be a customer? When he saw their faces clearly, he was truly excited. Damn. It's really a customer. Quickly invite them inside. Onabentang whispered his analysis. It seems not receiving customers normally is indeed strange. Hanako quietly reminded. Adapt to the situation. Natran was still floating. What would you 2 like to eat? Both replied in unison. Whatever the shopkeeper arranges is fine. He happily muttered while walking. Finally opened for business. Hanako moved her lips to conclude. This person is stupid, too careless. Onabentang narrowed his eyes. Don't lose vigilance. Watch out for ambushes. Under close surveillance, Natran was muttering. Damn. There seems to be no fresh meat in the back kitchen. It's all because that monkey didn't buy food properly. Onabentang took this opportunity to prepare to strike. I'll come to probe their skills. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. This is the seal of the most vicious demon bear from my hometown. It has 100 years of cultivation. Because it's too vicious, it cannot be tamed. Let's see how you handle this. But before he could do anything, he heard Natran's voice again. Old Sha, there's no more meat in the house. Hurry and go buy some. Sha Wujing trudged into the forest. He didn't forget to remind. Go early and return early. It's rare for customers to come. In the corner, the 2 Hanako were still discussing. Did you really break the seal for the demon bear? When it attacks later, we will quickly retreat. Could the demon bear be lost? Logically speaking, as soon as it smells humans, it should find its way here. Waiting forever, they finally concluded painfully. It might really be lost. Just at this moment, Natran's voice suddenly rang out. Really sorry, kept you 2 waiting. Serving the dish immediately. Don't know if mountain food suits your tastes. As the dish was served, the 2 Hanako froze stiff. A large blind bear with horns. You 2 hurry and taste it, it must be very fresh. That is the monster strength Dontaro. Mother is a mountain guild leader. Father is an ordinary villager. Dontaro's body is a half-demon. 2 hands have the strength of 9 oxen. Later, because of the Wa Kingdom warlords competing for hegemony, Dontaro left the mountains. also preparing to seek benefits from the forces. Finally relying on the Shadow Flow clan of Hattori, followed the Onmyoji to that strange restaurant. Taro started and turned around. What sound is that? It's the sound of two people practicing martial arts. That girl is ordering steadily. Not using brute force but wanting to use spiritual energy. Try using your spiritual energy to control the sword. The girl coldly suggested, try again. Haichum nodded immediately. Okay. Grandmaster, use energy to control the sword. Turn energy into swords. She immediately launched into the air and shouted. Turn energy into swords. The swords immediately flew up and rushed out.
Ten tous en sword technique, activat.
But it didn't last long. Their path became extremely loose. Then Haichum sadly lowered her head looking at the battlefield in front of her. The girl stood coldly behind her and ordered. Practice it yourself. I'm going back first. Taro immediately spoke up with a ghostly voice. Hey, you must hand over that technique of yours. He rolled his tiny, glowing red eyes. It's that sword-controlling technique of yours just now. Haichum didn't hesitate to walk closer and ask. This is my sect's mental cultivation method. If you want to learn, I can take you to the sect to apprentice. Taro silently looked at the girl for a long time and thought. Forget it, catch her back first. He then lifted a nearby tree root. Even the tree roots were lifted up lightly. After that, Taro and Haichum rushed into a fierce battle. He chuckled and teased. Stupid, we have only used strength from the beginning. Whoever has greater strength is the king. Haichum glared with red eyes. So you are a bad person. The girl smirked confidently. Saying that, as long as my strength is greater than yours, I don't need to listen to you. Taro immediately rushed forward, reaching out an arm. Haichum lowered her head to the ground to channel internal energy. Then we can only compare strength. The girl quickly rushed near the opponent without flinching. Come on. Taro also took the opportunity to unleash a fatal blow. Take this. Haichum's powerful punch lunged forward. Taro was hit and flew 10,000 miles away. Then he collapsed in a distant place with no movement. Haichum looked around awkwardly. Are you okay? So I won't need to go with you anymore, right? Her eyes suddenly went blank. Taro revealed his true form completely and stammered. A demon, so you are also... Haichum clenched her fists, lowering her head as if suppressing a laugh. A demon? I am also... Taro shouted uncomfortably. Hate it. Why is it not like what I thought? Onabentang quietly made a sound from outside the cell. This restaurant is even bigger than imagined. If we keep walking, I'm afraid we'll get lost. He immediately manifested after finishing his words. Onabentang's gaze was frighteningly brazen. I'm back. Hanako quietly turned back to confront him directly. Boss, how was the investigation? Onabentang quickly changed his body and identity into an ordinary person. He looked around anxiously and recounted. Unexpectedly, this restaurant is terrifyingly large. It seems to have no end. Onabentang looked anxiously at the place holding him. I have a feeling that at any moment I will be swallowed by the corridor. Those corridors are complicated. A green snake acted pouty. It's like it's pressing, that customer is really annoying. Walking back and forth in my throat. It leaned closer and whispered. I want to swallow him whole. The person opposite chuckled and reminded. He is the master's guest, you'd better understand the rules a bit. I feel the master is also easy to talk to. Otherwise I wouldn't be careful. Meanwhile, the spy didn't know and was still quietly chatting. Don't make a mess. The master is easy to talk to. But have you ever thought about the master's disciple? Hanako nodded understandingly, ordering to disperse. Investigation ends here today. Other day, the sky outside was terrifyingly quiet. A strange guest appeared in front of the small inn. Hanako looked out blankly. What is that? She suspiciously stared closely at the other's appearance. Seems like a young person, never met him before. That person didn't say much but pulled something out from his person. He quickly threw two strange-shaped stones in front of him. Immediately, the two strange objects transformed along with a hazy smoke. Very quickly, the smoke formed the limbs of demons. That was Dali and his cohorts arrogantly manifesting. Hanako started and stared wide-eyed. Could it be they came to rent a room? The guest lowered his head to question. Is that an evil spirit? Did you lure me to this place? He said coldly with a smirk. Are you an exorcist? You two have also caused quite a bit of trouble for the village. Onabentang silently watched. If it weren't for the fact that behind my mountain house, I'm still missing two cleaners. Dali rolled his red eyes. Seems like there are still two man-eating ghosts. The guest hurriedly glanced over without saying anything. Bold, if it weren't for us two being drunk. He sneered instead of speaking. Seems you have no interest in cleaning, if so, that's easier to handle. Dali's cohort hurriedly hugged his neck and begged. I'll clean. The guest quickly turned and left but didn't forget to instruct. You clean up this place a bit. Tomorrow morning, I don't want to see any traces. The atmosphere returned to an unusual silence. Both Hanako and Anabintang didn't know what to say. She sighed and suggested, I've decided. Tonight, while it's still dark, we'll escape. Then both of them used a technique to fly in the sky together. Anabintang hurriedly proposed a plan. Let's escape from behind the mountain, that might work. He started, realizing something strange. Someone is there. The girl standing on the ground didn't hesitate to shout. Listen here, my Peng Xiao was bullied by someone 2 days ago. You guys find it for me these 2 days. The girl's eyes burned with hatred. Let's see which demon is being arrogant at my door. Seeing the tense situation, Anabintang and Hanako discussed. How about we go back first? I think so too. While the girl arrogantly moved forward to find an open space. Deep in the mountains there was a death inn. Na Tran saw the guests awake and asked. That's right, you two are awake. Did you sleep well? Anabintang replied stiffly. It was okay. Na Tran noticed behind. Suddenly there was another person and wondered. When did you come back? Wukong didn't answer immediately but stared at the two Anabintang. Na Tran continued to complain. Didn't I tell you to find 2 assistants? Wukong quickly replied. Found 1 person. The two whispered. That's right, he is the person from yesterday. Anabintang thought to himself. This boss actually talks to that person like that. It seems we can't continue staying here. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Attracting everyone's gaze, Na Tran turned to wonder. Isn't that the person from that house? Miss Gao just appeared and got straight to the point. Mr. Na Tran, sorry to bother you. I am. Na Tran replied impatiently. I know, in old Ju's house. She opened her mouth to continue. Before, I said I was coming to visit Peng Xiao. It's been a few months since I left, so I came here to ask if it's at your place. Na Tran hesitated. Miss Gao was a bit annoyed. Could it not be at your place? He raised his hand to his mouth and coughed lightly. A few days ago it did come here, but the two Huazi huddled together, whispering, We can't be suspicious. Perhaps it's just a village woman from nearby. That woman seemed to zip in here just now. This village woman might be our breakthrough. Observe for a bit, we can't gather intelligence, so the most important thing now is how to escape. Wukong finally spoke up. Isn't this little Chow coming to find old Ju? Wukong grinned. He was very carefree in Qingxiu a few days ago. Miss Chow was so angry her teeth itched. What? Wukong continued to add fuel to the fire. Old Ju is very proficient in that innate essence soup. You also know the Qingxiu mysterious fox refining is a bewitching art. But you can rest assured. Na Tran spoke up to mediate. Don't listen to his nonsense. Calm down, I still have guests here. Miss Chow had endured enough. Suddenly she launched herself, gliding as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye her figure vanished without a trace. The sky now held only a red shadow hovering. Na Tran was speechless, while Wukong grinned with delight. The two Huazi stared with wide eyes, stammering. It seems. Was that just now? Gue Bangong broke into a cold sweat and backed off. Forget it. No matter what appears in this shop, I won't be surprised anymore. Just then, Wukong seemed to realize something. Someone is coming again. This demon aura. He straightened his back, raising his vigilance. The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a pair of fierce, glowing red eyes. The newcomer ascended the mountain at top speed. A furry face appeared before everyone's eyes. Wukong narrowed his eyes and whispered. Truly an old acquaintance. Great Sage Pingtian stood right there, blocking his path. Na Tran blurted out. Isn't this Great Sage Pingtian? Why are you free to run to my small shop? The two Huazi seemed unable to bear it and exclaimed. Even the giant demon of Boki doesn't have such demon aura, right? This demon aura is crushing me. I can't breathe. Pingtian scratched his face and smiled awkwardly. My apologies, Mr. Na Tran. I heard the Bodhisattva came to your place for tea, so she told me to come here. Na Tran honestly replied. That is correct. I did indeed have an appointment to play chess with the Bodhisattva today. Pingtian took the opportunity to add. My wife misses our son, so she told me to come here and beg the Bodhisattva to let that rebellious child have 2 days off. If I had known, I would have come a few days later. Now, Guanin's angry voice rang out in midair. You monkey, I have the kindness to play chess with your master, yet you have such a disgusted look. Wukong narrowed his eyes. You two talk too much playing chess. Spare me. I'd rather go find Tathagata for a fight. Guanin appeared, her brilliant light filling the sky. Na Tran took the initiative to mediate. You don't need to be so hurtful. You are acquaintances, after all. Wukong turned away angrily. I'm leaving. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You who are both Buddha and demon, don't forget there are mortals in the shop. Na Tran hurriedly shouted. Oh no, valued guests. Are you alright? Wake up. Bodhisattva, have you given them the willow branch sweet dew? Outside the inn, someone was kicked out. He was annoyed. This tigress actually kicked me out. Go. I've been busy all day. What's wrong with drinking a little wine? In a dark corner nearby, a face suddenly appeared. The girl's tone was seductive. This young woman is visiting Chuchi City for the first time. Can this big brother help me with something? He broke into a cold sweat. Where did this tigress come from? He wrapped her arms around him and whispered. As long as big brother agrees, you can have this young woman do anything. She deliberately pressed her body against him. So it's a prostitute. Do they all come with a plot when soliciting customers? The voice of hers remained unchanged. Then let big brother have some fun. Before she finished, a tentacle opened a large mouth full of sharp teeth and swallowed him whole. A shrill scream rang out. Somewhere, a monster was imprisoned. The voice, full of respect, rang out. Master, I have returned. Seeing the item the subordinate brought back was unsatisfactory, he was visibly annoyed. You fool, this goods cannot help me recover. What I need is human flesh and blood. The subordinate tried to excuse himself. But master, humans in Chuchi City are already scarce. If we continue like this, sooner or later we will be noticed by others. The ugly monster said. Once I recover my original form, even the city lord. Moreover, I have already made plans. There should be news from the Dongyinghua kingdom very soon. I have been planning this for a long time. The Inyang arts there perhaps can give me a hand. We need someone to pay closer attention to the news there. The subordinate respectfully replied, Yes, master. In a certain room, that demon couldn't believe what he heard. What 9 low-level demons have gone missing this month? You must solve this before the city lord returns. The other replied, The city lord isn't here, yet someone is causing trouble in the city. The masked demon said, But now our wind department only has you and me. Not enough people. We mainly have to rely on our IQs. How about going to the thunder department to borrow some people? The fox-faced demon yelled. You fool, how can we let those guys show off first? This time, we must make a name for ourselves before the city lord returns. On the road, 2 people walked side by side, a man and a woman. The man complained, Tamamonome, we couldn't find a room again today. We've been in Chuchi City for almost half a month. Girl calmly replied, It's fine. If we want to settle down, we must choose carefully. This Chuchi City has no conflict between demons and humans. It's suitable for both you and me. He asked, confused. Then why don't we stay at Mr. Not Tran's place and look slowly? Behind the girl, a yellow-eyed demon appeared. She explained, Staying there, I always feel like I'm going to be killed. He resigned himself. Let's just stay at an inn today. The girl spoke up. There's one here. He made a decision. Then let's just stay here for tonight. The 2 entered the shop. May I ask if the owner is here? The owner noticed something strange. The stench of a corpse, and a rare constitution, the smell of human flesh. A white fox appeared. Destroying the inn, what's going on? Tamamonome, it seems like a trap house. Seeing the commotion, the 2 demons, one masked, one fox, reacted quickly. There's a situation. Maybe they have no IQ, but is this life good or not? 2 demons flew quickly to the source of the noise. In front of the carriage, someone said, I already said, second senior brother, you don't need to see us back. Are you kidding? If I go back to Qingqiu myself, my wife will. The fox demon appeared. Its massive body shattered the room. Its eyes sharp. Master. This tree demon's cultivation is not bad. Be careful. People living nearby started complaining. It's the middle of the night. Are you going to let others sleep? Mom, that fox is huge.
Ah, danger.
The fox demon growled. Master. I want to summon the fire fox and deal it a fatal blow. He calmly replied, Tamamonome, there are many civilians nearby. The fire fox will inevitably injure innocent people. Moreover, your wounds haven't fully recovered. The fox demon hesitated. Master, this fire fox completely counters this type of tree demon. The Daoist began forming spells. Say no more. Let me think of a way. Shikigami summon. One-eyed demons with mouths wide to their ears appeared fiercely upon the summons. They used their sharp teeth to bite hard into the tentacles. The demon seemed surprised, but he was no pushover either. So you use Inyang summoning arts? Then I will use the borrowing the corpse to return the soul technique on you. The tentacles suddenly sprouted countless hands, tearing apart the demons biting them. In the distance, 2 people were observing everything. Boss, neither side seems to be from our Chuchi City. Which side should we help? He immediately replied, Fool, if neither side is from our Chuchi City, then naturally, we need to deal with them all. A beam of green light soared into the sky. The wind howled, and thunder rumbled across the heavens. The scene stunned all the demons and the Daoist. He warned, You are truly a very smart person. If you keep fighting like this, will my Chuchi city even be left standing? It's fortunate I ran into this. Otherwise it would be a disaster. He flew straight into the air and looked around, seeing all the ruin caused by their clash. The green-eyed demon with the tentacle body sensed something. This won't do. We can't keep going like this. We must find a way to escape first. Boss, boss. The subordinate hurriedly woke his boss. He woke up groggily. What happened to me? The subordinate replied calmly. Nothing, you were knocked unconscious again. The tentacles gradually shrank. Beiji said sarcastically. It seems your master doesn't need you anymore. Why not walk the righteous path? White Horse, standing nearby, also spoke up. You have 1,000 years of cultivation, after all. You have controlled this tree demon's life talisman. It seems more than half of her cultivation was provided by that person. How pitiful. Beiji continued. Using corpse chi to control demons, that person must be naturally gifted. White Horse shared the same thought. With this person's talent, if they continue to develop like this, I fear they will cause harm to the region. Beiji. If this kind of talent walked the righteous path, perhaps attaining enlightenment wouldn't be difficult at all. The far corner, the subordinate whispered to his master. That sounds like the city lord's voice. Boss. Maybe you should lie down for a bit. He then happily skipped toward Beiji and White Horse. City lord, you've returned. Somewhere else, the Daoist began to complain. Damn it, I originally wanted to hide in this Chuchi city and take my time, but I ran into that kid from the Hua Kingdom, and he killed my most capable subordinate. Relying only on this tongue, when will I ever get there? Guanyin elegantly placed a chess piece down. Bodhisattva, you have lost. Mr. Not Tran's chess skills are truly improving more and more. The Daoist's face darkened. Enough, you've been winning all evening. You are always at my place. You don't really want to play chess with me, do you? Guanyin replied, her expression unchanged. Look at you. This small shop of yours has 2 Buddhas presiding over it. I'm just here to join the fun. In the future, if I want to go to the 9 provinces to spread Buddhism, I will still have to rely on you. Guanyin turned and left. All right, I should be heading back now. The Daoist lowered his eyes and sighed. You truly made a brilliant move. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck, echoing across the sky. Wukong swung his Rui staff and arrogantly assessed. It's been a few years. Why haven't you made any progress at all? Nyo Dali's son was not about to lose. I haven't even used my full strength yet. On the ground, the little girl gnawed on a sugarcane and exclaimed to Nyo Dali. Old Nyo, your son has some skill. Is it inappropriate for me to call you that? Nyo Dali looked at his son, somewhat helpless, and replied, It's fine. We each have our own strengths. This child is really something. It wasn't easy to get a vacation, yet he insists on fighting a battle with this monkey. Not Tran looked at them, wondering. You haven't left yet? Dali seemed surprised. Bodhisattva, Mr. Not Tran, perhaps it's about to end. In the sky, the buffalo and the monkey fought, earth-shattering. Not Tran yelled angrily. Don't burn down my shop. You two are exactly the same. Dali's son gradually unleashed his most lethal moves. Then I won't hold back. Take this. Wukong would not stand for it. Samadhi true fire. I already told you that you haven't made any progress. Fireballs flew like rain upon his summons. Dali sighed and said to those standing nearby. All right, the monkey is serious now. We should head back. A small room, the subordinate asked. Boss, can we still survive to return? He didn't know how to answer. I came here to investigate. I didn't think about bringing money. It's not that I don't want to leave. The problem is, the disciples discussed noisily. We have to go home? That's right, senior sister. Isn't it almost time? I'm really looking forward to it. A handsome disciple, exuding a hint of sadness, said. I was adopted into the sect when I was small. If senior brother hadn't picked me up, every year when the new year arrives, the sect is at its quietest. Seeing him standing alone, the senior sister ran over and hugged him, startling him. She exclaimed, You seem to have grown up. As they were playing happily, someone arrived. Senior brother sect leader. Ouch. The sect leader coughed lightly. I'll be back later. The senior sister said quickly. Senior brother sect leader is fine. Senior brother. The sect leader asked them calmly. This year, the Lord of Chuchi City has invited our sect to celebrate the new year in Chuchi City. Do you two want to go? The playful senior sister agreed immediately. Great. Great. I wasn't going back to Liangshan this year anyway. Isn't Chuchi City a city of demons? Let's go there to celebrate the new year. Set off for Chuchi City. The three stood before the vast Chuchi City. The senior sister couldn't hide her surprise. I've never actually entered the city before. The handsome junior brother looked at his naive senior sister and sighed. He thought to himself, although the Lord of Chuchi City has a decent relationship with our senior brother, this is still a city of demons. We should remain vigilant. Let's go. Senior sister, let's enter the city. 3 of them entered the city, making the demons there feel a bit strange. Junior brother, look, these ones have at least 100 years of cultivation. Some even, these Daoist robes, are you from the Tianjing sect? He was stunned. A large demon asked, where is your sect leader? The sect leader was not surprised at all. I knew you would come looking for me. Junior brother wondered. Could it be an enemy? The green-skinned, bird-faced demon bared his teeth. You're good at forbidden investigations, but you're far worse at drinking than me. The sect leader wouldn't let him get the better of him. I let you get me drunk last time, but this time I definitely won't spare you. Just relying on you? Wait for you to stay at the table, I'll go for a stroll later. Stop talking nonsense, are you going for a stroll or drinking? You two go play, wait for senior brother to handle this guy, then I'll come to you. Junior brother helplessly sighed. Men. Senior sister. How interesting. Senior brother and senior sister wandered the bustling streets. So beautiful. Senior sister, you fool, that's real senior sister. Senior sister held various grilled meat skewers in her hand, when someone walked by and bumped into junior brother's shoulder. Then the 3 of them ate the grilled meat together. A person with black hair and golden eyes looked at the 3 of them and said, the food in your hand. Exactly what you said you were hungry for earlier. Various big and small figures gradually gathered in Tsuchi City. They invited us here, don't go melting their city. Time flies, another year has passed. Rest assured, City Lord, we have sent people to welcome them. The guests are arriving soon, right? I know who is coming. I'm really looking forward to it. Fireworks lit up the sky. Everyone watched. Up there, someone remarked. That fire control technique is impressive. Isn't it just fire control? What's so great about it? Everyone shouted in unison. Let's compete. The girl immediately agreed. Fine. Little Nezha made a move. A brilliant, powerful fire phoenix soared into the high sky. Again. Is it the golden crow? At that moment, a jet-black 4-winged bird also flew up with authority, making Nom Nom slightly surprised. Suddenly a fish appeared, swimming around that jet-black 4-winged bird. A little girl asked, Brother Chunseong, what illusion technique did you learn? It wasn't me. Everyone happily merged back into the festive bustle. So lively. So beautiful. For the kids. Watch me.
Nam súc sô mèo, tích me.
Small fish swam around the silhouette of a goddess. In a nearby room, someone smiled strangely. The 9 heavens mysterious maiden has descended to the mortal world. Truly impressive. A little girl, annoyed at seeing the goddess unclothed, kicked the person next to her. Are all the fairies you meet naked? The fox lady's subordinate asked. Young master, shall we join the fun? I won't embarrass you. The little fox girl asked White Dragon Horse. City Lord, will you also compete? I'll pass. Nom Nom saw White Dragon Horse and ran over to hug her. A sect leader spoke up. A little competition is fine. Subordinate, just watch me later. Behind him, the girl in red looked disdainful. Can you stop being so childish? The golden-eyed demon looked puzzled. You've got to be kidding? Competing with this? In a room full of herbs, someone said with a dissatisfied expression. Stinky Daoist, are you already done for? Stop wasting words, you're already under the table. Aren't you under the table too? In the stifling atmosphere, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. It's almost the 15th. You still not going to do business? Guanyin leisurely walked toward the source of the light. Ichen frowned and immediately questioned. Bodhisattva, don't you in the South Sea celebrate the Buddha's Blessing Festival? But then he still politely invited her. Come in, I'll make some tea. Guanyin did not hesitate to refuse. Skip the tea. This time I have something important to discuss. After the Great War last time, my Buddha land wanted to enter the 9 provinces, but our strength suffered great losses. Ichen understood and continued. That old man still refuses to give up. Guanyin was satisfied and got straight to the point. Therefore, the matter of the 9 provinces' believers fulfilling their promises requires troubling Mr. Ichen and the victorious fighting Buddha. He bluntly exposed her. We do the work. The credit goes to the Buddha. What a clever scheme. Guanyin indifferently analyzed further. We don't have enough people anyway, and besides, with those 2 true Buddhas, why look far when it's right here? Isn't little Shan just like the way Elder Jean Chanzi works? Wukong, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but get agitated. Humph. A conspiracy, but favors must be repaid. He didn't hesitate to draw a clear line. Let me say this first, scripture missions and saving people, don't come looking for old sun for these things. Guanyin immediately assured. That goes without saying. The scene quickly shifted to another gloomy prison. Space reeked of blood. The moonlight shone faintly, revealing bloodstains on the walls. The deeper one went, the more horrifying the visuals became. But amidst that scene, a familiar figure appeared. The old blind man was somehow groping his way outside the prison. He quietly narrated. They say they harmed many villages along the way, and inside they eat blood and flesh, completely disregarding them. That demon territory slaughtered an entire village in an instant. The old blind man's face dissolved into the night. Everything around was desolate, like a dead land. He tried to widen his milky white eyes. Information about this place continued to be recounted. Not just demon hunters from everywhere, even government officials have arrived. Many people are safe, and besides, the rewards this time are not small, although I think so too. Most are just taking advantage of the crowd to share the benefits. The old blind man confessed, feeling a bit dazed. But such a lineup makes this old Daoist a bit skeptical. They say Buddhism is declining. It seems that saying isn't false. They only sent a little novice monk to join the fun. The old blind man finished speaking and suddenly had an idea. Maybe I should prepare to run? The person in the room gasped and whispered. More and more people are gathering. He was not afraid, but rather more excited. Right. This ordinary blood and flesh has become as bland as water. The people outside have started to charge in. He planned to call them one by one. I will collect all your cultivation and flesh. With just a wave of his hand, he tore apart the body of the target in front of him. The old blind man loudly reassured his team. Don't be afraid. Activate the talismans. His hands hurriedly formed hand seals. Yellow talismans around them immediately fluttered. They seemed to have a mind of their own as they headed in one direction. Then they completely wrapped around the body of the monster from before. The old blind man saw him standing still and excitedly shouted. It worked. Let's charge together. But halfway through, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Something is wrong. Sure enough, the one who was supposedly controlled easily lifted the talisman and grinned. Just relying on these low-level Daoist arts. He shook off all the restraints on his body and whispered, when I was cultivating immortality back then, you weren't even born yet. Watching his side being torn apart, the old blind man couldn't help but be terrified. The corpse-suppressing talismans have no effect. He panicked and concluded. Isn't this a divine corpse from a corpse transformation? He was annoyed and felt a bit uncomfortable. Who said I am a corpse transformation? Even if it were. He stopped talking at this point. Then he scanned the crowd and changed the subject. The leftovers of mine from that year. He involuntarily recalled his glorious past. In his ears, there were always sounds of admiration. Look quickly, that is the senior brother of our immortal sect. Is that the once-in-a-century genius that the master spoke of? Yes, our immortal sect has the potential to exist as immortals. Thinking of this, he spoke disdainfully. These low-level talismans of yours, in front of a genius like me, are those heterodox paths any different from ants? You scum who couldn't even enter an immortal sect. He didn't hesitate to point a hand seal in the air. This action unconsciously coincided with what he had done in the past. Back then, the disciples all stared with wide eyes. Senior brother has made a move. Senior brother's technique is so magnificent. With senior brother here, these evil demons will surely die. He ignored all the buzzing, focusing only on his task. The Taiji seal becoming brighter and brighter. The praises seemed never-ending. Senior brother is about to ascend. He is the number one in our immortal sect. Only a genius like senior brother can achieve the true fruit. When will we ever reach that level? The next second he immediately opened his eyes. Only 2 words remained in his mind. Success. He was excited about his new interface. I have cultivated an immortal body. Among the 10,000 years of cultivators, there are outstanding ones, originally thinking there was a vast world to flex his muscles. His gaze suddenly swept across the surrounding area, only to realize that he was merely a member of the 10 Directions heavenly army. He looked at the monkey causing chaos below and secretly lamented. Returning to reality, that grievance remained. It was nothing. The old blind man's group exchanged words. So it wasn't a corpse transformation but a fallen god. This is absurd. He unconsciously asked for more opinions. My lord, does the government have any countermeasures? The person next to him didn't even wait for him to finish. None. The old blind man was stunned and questioned. Are you kidding? How can people like us deal with a fallen god? The person accompanying him frankly suggested a strategy. Think of a way to run. Just then, the person who had been invisible in the group suddenly spoke. So abandoning cultivation, relying on flesh and blood to increase cultivation? This way of eating is really unsightly. The old blind man turned his face in shock toward the source of the sound. That little novice monk. He calmly finished saying everything he wanted to say. The Buddhist people subduing a fallen god. I knew those people had no good intentions. He walked up to him and clicked his tongue. A very clever scheme. As soon as he finished, his whole body suddenly erupted with killing intent. The fallen god listened as if to a duck listening to thunder, blurting out a question. What nonsense are you spouting? The little novice monk suddenly shouted. You little devils, dodge quickly. The old blind man's group immediately raised their hands to protect their faces. It turned out that little novice monk was our monkey brother. Wukong revealed his true form and sighed. Forget it. Let me come and purify your resentment. The fallen god was a bit stunned and blurted out. You are... He didn't let him finish and generously offered. I'll give you a chance to fight solo. Familiar feeling rushed back, making him dizzy. Wukong's havoc in heaven aura was not something just anyone could withstand. The old blind man covered his face and silently prayed. I can't see anything. When the dust settled, in front of him was the harmless little novice monk again. The old blind man opened his mouth in a daze. Little monk, halfway through, he corrected himself immediately. No, master, you are... At least leave a dharma name, master. Wukong tilted his head and spat out 5 concise words. I am the victorious fighting Buddha. In the quiet space, a voice rang out. Shifang, I feel this mysterious demon order is not very authentic. We must be twice as careful. Shifang heard this and looked back, puzzled. Master, why are we like those demon hunters? The old man gently explained. Our Buddhist sect has had a small influence in the 9 provinces for many years. To integrate again, we can only spread it bit by bit. Then he said in a low voice, just take it slow. Suddenly he frowned and looked up. Who? Before the two of them appeared the silhouette of someone in the darkness. Only Wukong was seen, small in stature, frowning and glancing at them. The old man saw this and narrowed his eyes, thinking, also Buddhist. Shifang at this moment loudly questioned. Which temple are you a monk from? The image of Guanyin with a faint smile appeared. Let me help these two. The girl angrily threatened. There might be a great battle here later. Be careful or you won't keep your life. Then Wukong spoke. You two have been walking around here for half a day. Have you seen any half-demons? The old man heard this and wondered. Could it be that the little master is also here to hunt demons? Next, he gently reached out his hand while letting out a sigh. Just relying on you in a whole lifetime you wouldn't. Find where the barrier is. The two looked at the scene before them and felt discouraged. Another barrier. Only the blurry silhouettes of 3 people appeared. Shifang saw this and frowned slightly, turning his head back. Scene changed to a small village. In the sky, a gray smoke appeared. At the same time, the image of Wukong in the form of a boy appeared. A woman saw them and looked slightly surprised. Outsiders? Truly rare. 2 looked at Shifang's muscular appearance and couldn't help but marvel. Senior brother? What did you eat for your arm to have such a big lump? Then he spoke. This lady, this poor monk is being rude. The woman smiled happily. There is also an elder here. That person patted Shifang's bicep while covering her mouth and giggling. So it's a monk? What a pity! Suddenly he widened his eyes in shock as if sensing something. Next, Shifang decisively swung his hand high up. The old man and the boy saw this and immediately turned their heads in unison. The image of him in a powerful stance appeared. Such great strength. The woman hurriedly asked in a panic. Are you okay? So sorry, brother. His pupils emitted light, and Shifang simultaneously thought to himself. Something's fishy. The woman worriedly explained. People in our village are quite strong. Did I hurt you? He thought to himself. Are they human, right? And then she spoke. Don't find it strange, in front of our village there is a fairy tree, where an old fairy lives. So under the care of this fairy tree, everyone in our village has the strength of an ox. Farming doesn't require livestock. Before their eyes appeared the image of a giant tree. The fairy tree. The two looked and suspiciously thought. Is this really true? Shifang broke into a sweat and analyzed. With this level of spiritual energy, cultivating here for 10 or 15 days, I'm afraid one would directly achieve the true fruit. The old man beside him also looked curious. Hasn't the spiritual energy in the 9 provinces been dissipated? Yet there is still such a place. At the same time, Wukong, on the other side, looked at the tree with an indescribable emotion. I said the spiritual energy here was so familiar. Next, he remarked, much bigger than the previous tree. His golden pupils flashed, and at the same time, he turned his head to look over. And then Wukong thought to himself. This time it seems a bit difficult to deal with. Shifang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Master, could this really be a demon tree? The old man replied. You fool, how could a demon tree have such spiritual energy? Moreover, don't you see under the tree, the villager's blessed barrier? Perhaps it's to deceive the world. The scene of a mysterious place appears, and he is startled. Inside this tree, there is actually a Daoist temple. Hearing this, the old man is surprised and thinks. A Daoist temple and a mortal tree, could it be? Suddenly, a sword flies straight toward the two of them from nowhere, accompanied by a loud voice. Who dares to barge into my immortal residence? How did you break this barrier? Shifang roars with an angry expression. Hey, attacking by surprise is a bit despicable. Daoist frowns and sighs. If I were attacking by surprise, I would have already cut off your bald head just now. Suddenly the old man speaks up. This little immortal boy, while Shifeng rushes forward, shouting impatiently, Master, why bother talking so much to him? Seeing this, the old man reminds him loudly. Shifeng, don't you dare be rude. Daoist stands there, pondering, barging into someone's home and still daring to be this arrogant. A cloud of smoke appears, and he thinks to himself, asking for a beating. Shifeng witnesses this scene and stares in surprise, only to see the image of a proud fire dragon appear, and his angry voice rings out. Then let's see who beats whom. Shifeng's pupils flash with light as he stares at the opponent. The fire dragon with its massive body twists and turns endlessly, and he yells, Take this. In the sky is the image of a fire dragon opening its giant mouth. Daoist frowns at this scene and thinks, sword fighting? He sees the sword from earlier suddenly shaking violently. Immediately, the sharp blade powerfully slashes at the fire dragon. After being hit, Shifeng immediately falls hard, causing rocks and dirt to fly up. Then he looks up and frowns, thinking, that sword chi is strong. The old man speaks sternly. Shifeng, will you not stop? Hearing this, Shifeng is startled. Master. Next, the old man clasps his hands and bows slightly. Little immortal, please do not blame us. We were reckless. But every event has a cause. Please let me explain. Daoist asks with a cold face. Explain? Do you know you have caused a disaster? At the same time, Nam Nam runs over with a panicked expression. Senior brother, the barrier I set up. Next, the little girl says anxiously. I know, the monk over there broke the barrier. But if those people find their way here again, he gently reassures her. They probably won't be that fast. Nam Nam looks up and sighs in relief. That's good. Suddenly, a low voice comes from nowhere. That is not necessarily true. In the sky appears the silhouette of something mysterious, and its voice carries contempt. Last time I let you two escape, but I cannot be careless. Do you think I cannot find you if you hide in a barrier? Relying on you two little Daoists to protect the ginseng tree? You should still hand it over to us. Hearing this, Daoist grinds his teeth in anger. Despicable! The mysterious figure with blood-red eyes mocks in a low voice. Previously, with your grandmaster around, no one in the three realms dared to covet this. But now that your grandmaster is dead, the Daoist school is scattered, and you still want to hide it for yourselves? The 9 heavens are in ruins, and Zenyuanzi sacrificed himself to protect the world's spiritual energy from running dry. Look at this ginseng tree, lush and comparable to the entire peach garden. Your grandmaster was so righteous, yet you two little Daoists are hiding away. That doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Cries and shouts angrily. How dare you? Grandmaster sacrificed himself to save people. How could I let you steal it? Manhwa and I would rather die than hand over our home's wealth to you. He frowns and roars. Last time we fought, I swallowed your arm and gouged out your left eye, and the aftertaste still lingers. This time, I must taste your junior sister. Hearing these terrifying words, Shifeng stares in shock. What? Daoist and Nam Nam stand below, looking up at the sky. Daoist looks at what is before him and shouts. You bastards still dare to covet my ginseng tree? Anyone who dares to barge into this immortal residence will be killed without mercy. A thought crosses his mind. I must buy some time for Manhwa. Daoist points his sharp sword directly at the target. With glowing red pupils, he shows contempt. There are as many of these lives as you want. But your spiritual power seems to be running low. Can you even hold your sword steady? Suddenly, the monster opens his eyes wide. Then he shouts a challenge. Come on. He does not give up, frowning and waving his hand forward. One of the monster's horns is slashed off by the sword. Blood sprays out. But the price paid is the loss of an arm. Daoist thinks in pain. My arm. The monster, with his mouth covered in blood, smirks. Not worthy of being someone who has eaten ginseng fruit. Even the spiritual energy of your blood and flesh is so abundant. Drenched in sweat, he promises himself that even if he has to risk his life, he must protect his master's immortal root. At the same time, Nam Nam is anxious while casting a formation. Senior brother, Daoist, despite being exhausted, shouts a reminder. Manhwa cannot be distracted. Quickly set up the barrier to stop these evil beasts. The monster grabs his head with one hand. Then he glares threateningly. Still want to set up a formation? If you don't stop, your senior brother won't last long. The monster's large hand grips Daoist's small arm as if to tear it off. Suddenly, eyes flashing with golden light appear. Zhu Xian Great Formation, activate. The monster narrows his eyes and says, Back then, I never expected you two. One skilled in sword control, the other in formations, would Almost die in the Zhuxian formation. Hiding in a barrier for so many years. Now you finally can't hide anymore. Right? Shifeng stands outside, looking back and grinding his teeth. Ying Zhao can summon guardian beasts. The leader of the evil beast says, laughing excitedly as he speaks. So I used a wig to create a demon for the human race to hunt you down. It was indeed found by them. The female demon smirks triumphantly. I didn't expect the boss to die at the hands of these two acolytes. But this time, seeing the enemy before him, he roars angrily. If you want to touch them, you'll have to go through me, Shifeng. Come on. She doesn't hesitate and lunges forward with her long tongue sticking out. In the sky, the image of the snake spirit flies straight down. Wukong appears from nowhere and says in a low voice, I broke the barrier. Is it your turn now? Then he scoffs mockingly. Truly like a fish stranded and bullied. You are actually being bullied by this thing. Recalling the days of arguing with the master himself, Daoist stares in surprise. What? He stares ahead with eyes full of killing intent. Daring to bully my big brother Tonger. He looks at the opponent's appearance and thinks in surprise. Why? It looks a bit familiar. At the same time, Wukong powerfully leaps in front of the snake spirit. And he powerfully stomps his foot straight onto her face. The snake spirit trembles in pain. Wukong decisively tears her apart with his hands as if tearing a piece of cloth. Seeing this, Daoist stares in shock. Master's sworn brother? Nom nom. Beside him, stares wide-eyed. Isn't that? He thinks in surprise. The great sage equaling heaven, son Wukong. Wukong looks down with a heroic appearance, while the monster thinks. And he is very angry. The monster sweats and wonders. Why did I run into him? Wukong strikes decisively, continuously slashing at the other monsters. Seeing this, they all rush forward together. Everyone unite. Don't get defeated one by one. Let's rush him together. He narrows his eyes. That's perfect. Then Wukong slams his Rui Jingu bang into the middle of its face. A blue flame immediately erupts. He says calmly, keeping warm to stay united. The others cannot escape their tragic fate either. All are engulfed in that flame. Seeing this, Nom Nom recalls in surprise. Back then, Master still wanted to use hot oil to explode him. Daoist, beside her, hesitates. Don't mention that again. After successfully destroying the small fry, he smirks. Your poison doesn't seem to burn like that, does it? Only you are left. He hears this and declares with dissatisfaction. Stop looking down on us. If we dared to come here, we were fully prepared. The object in the monster's hand emits a blinding golden light. Wukong narrows his eyes in thought. Before them is the scene of something absorbing that energy source. Immediately, the image of an eye with orange pupils appears. At the same time, the space shakes, and a loud noise follows. Before them is a giant monster opening its mouth and roaring loudly. It stares at Wukong with eyes full of killing intent. Daoist looks at this and cannot hide his surprise. How is this possible? It can actually manifest a Dharma form. Instantly, the monster opens its giant mouth and lets out a loud cry. Then it powerfully clamps its mouth shut, and he, standing in front, is swallowed into its belly. Next, the giant monster glances behind, and then it roars heroically as if to prove its strength. Suddenly, the expression on the monster's face shows surprise. Its body emits a red light, and Wukong, inside, mutters. Interesting, the three realms dealing with Old Sun. His eyes, filled with killing intent, appear. Then Wukong speaks with contempt. Still not enough people. Immediately, the monster's body is torn apart by a massive source of power, and red blood is scattered everywhere. The red gold eyes glare out, and the surrounding dust rises in a cloud. The image of something giant appears before Daoist and Nom Nom. That creature has an appearance nearly as tall as the demon tree. At the same time, Wukong lands gently on the ground. Seeing the other party, he calls out, Junior Uncle. Wukong smiles at Daoist. Little one, you were much stronger when you scolded me back then than you are now, but you are much more responsible now. Then he transforms into a young boy and continues. But with your ability, wanting to stay at this tree is truly too early. I have a friend. I'll have him come back to help you protect it. At the same time, Wukong frowns and thinks. Just don't bring a carnivorous plant. I remember he doesn't seem to be a vegetarian. Scene change, someone sneezes. Xiao Jiu grinds his teeth with an annoyed expression and looks back. Who is talking about the old man behind his back? Before them is the scene of three people continuing their journey. I'm leaving, you two are still watching? Double the training today. Yes. On the large boat drifting at sea, a voice rings out. This trip to Kyushu is extremely unfavorable. I keep feeling like someone is secretly obstructing us. It seems that even if Kyushu is chaotic with the power of Wa country, it is very difficult to shake it. It seems I need to use some other tactics. He looks down at the water and thinks. Then causing chaos is not enough. Since that is the case, he looks at the object in his hand. Then I will create some chaos. Next, he pours the yellow liquid from the vial. The liquid slowly blends into the water, and he shows great anticipation. This is the newly refined immortal drunk. Let me see how effective it is. Let the Thursday Tri-City test this research. Only to see a bright yellow light emanating from the clear blue water. At the same time, in another location, a voice sounds from inside. Hey, stop touching randomly. Okay? If you don't touch, how will you grow up later? Ichen outside looks to the side. The girl inside crosses her arms and asks. You are a city lord? Why do you run to my small shop every day? Bai Ma sighs and replies. A city lord also needs to rest. Can't I go home to my mother's place? The little girl beside her smirks. When he doesn't come, you miss him like crazy. When he comes, you two argue. She immediately explains. Who told him to keep touching here and there? At the same time, a figure appears, and Ichen is startled. Scared. Xiaoyu speaks gently. Sorry, Mr. Ichen. I came to find the city lord. I didn't mean to disturb you. He sweats and replies. Knocking on the door is not disturbing. At the same time, Bai Ma walks out in a thin robe. You came so late. Could it be that something happened in the city? Xiaoyu blushes in surprise. City lord? Ichen sweats and reminds her. You should at least put something on. Next, she reports. The boat in our port was ambushed by something. It just so happens that both Fenglei units are working outside, so I had to come and disturb you. The image of the shattered boat on the water appears. The voices of countless people ring out. There is something, someone come here quickly. It has eaten quite a few people. What now? Should we save them or not? At the same time, someone turns and asks. Should we go save them first? The image of something moving under the water appears. Nok Tao, with glowing red pupils, speaks in a low voice. The thing in the water is not simple. We should wait for the great demon in the city to come and solve it. The others, seeing the creature before them, swim quickly toward the shore. That monster is back. Swim to the shore first. But before they could move, they became prey for that monster. Seeing this, he immediately orders. It's too late. Save the people first. And he rushed forward while shouting, I'm coming. Tamamo frowned and reminded him, Master, I cannot protect you at all in the water. Hearing this, he reassured her, It's fine, Tamamo, I still have a water-type summon. Just provide cover from the shore. He reached out underwater and unleashed a move toward that demon. Its entire body suddenly spewed out a black liquid. After taking the hit head-on, the demon immediately surfaced. Golden streaks of light began to appear on its body, and then its whole body was torn to pieces, with red blood spreading across the water. Elsewhere, thanks for watching the video. The boy sank into the water wrapped in golden lightning, and the girl called out in panic, Master. She thought to herself, why such a huge commotion? Seeing himself about to fall into the demon's mouth, he had only 2 words in his mind. I'm done for. Tianjun saved him, warning him, Little one, it's kind to save people, but you must know your limits. Then Tianjun chanted the command by order of the Thunder Department. Exterminate the water tribe. Someone was watching from afar. To think there are still divine attendants guarding Autumn Pool City. The green-eyed demon warned, do not underestimate that woman. You've seen the effects of the immortal drunk, right? If you satisfy my conditions, I still have plenty hidden away. The masked demon repeated in his heart, still have plenty. The demon chatted naturally, that goes without saying. The sect master hasn't been idle for all these years, as long as you can help me find a certain immortal fruit. The half-masked demon muttered, immortal fruit, and with this immortal drunk and the immortal fruit, the 9 provinces won't be. Dao Yi appeared following Wukong's words under the banner of Wuzhuang Temple. Qingfeng pays respects to the Zhongshan dragon ancestor. The great sage equaling heaven said you might help us guard the mountain gate. In his heart, perhaps. Is that the right way to say it? I wonder if the dragon ancestor will agree? Nom Nom sighed with her eyes closed. You came empty-handed again. The old dragon probably won't see you. Dao Yi stammered, I did. This is an immortal fruit from my home. Please, little Daoist, present it. Nam looked at it and asked, is this the ginseng fruit? Damn, I've only heard of it. Dao Yi said politely, sorry to trouble you, fellow Daoist. Little Nine finally spoke up, you girl, trying to take advantage of me being away to eat the old man's offerings? Nam Nam clicked her tongue. TSK, TSK, TSK. You think everything is like your stuff? Just looking at it, I know it's not tasty. Little Nine, in her adult female form, said, you uncultured brat, this is a true treasure. Indeed. Thanks for watching the video. Greeting gift is not light. Dragon ancestor, brother, Little Nine revealed her true form, her 2 bright red eyes staring. No wonder that monkey asked for this kind of treasure from me. It really is a case of carrying jade bringing trouble. It's just that this kind of spiritual energy is useless to me now. How are your cooking skills? The dragon ancestor waved his hand at Nom Nom and was suddenly surprised. She glanced at Daoist behind the robes. Looking at you, I'm afraid you don't know how to cook. Daoist tried to salvage the situation. Actually, my cooking skills used to be decent, it's just that now. Little Nine interrupted, kid, don't lie to him. Then she turned to the little girl and said, Nom Nom, your family seems to have a cultivation technique called what was it? Nom Nom obediently replied, 3 heads and 6 arms. She ordered, you teach him first, I'll taste his cooking. The bandit entered the village. Why are there so many children here? A kind old woman said, oh, so you aren't foreigners. So short, how interesting. There have been many outsiders lately. Would you like some water? As soon as she turned her back, a blade pierced through her chest. She turned back, stunned, and asked her final words, what are you doing? He struck her again, making her scream, it hurts. The masked dwarf was surprised. Such great strength, abundant spiritual power. Can even ordinary people be this strong? After just a moment, the tall masked man appeared and said, we cannot let our guard down. Otherwise, even an ordinary mountain village could kill every living thing here. Little Nine clicked her tongue, feeling things getting troublesome. Breaking the seal, this spiritual power could be felt from far away. It's hard not to be noticed. That stinking monkey really knows how to find trouble. Daoist widened his eyes as if seeing something unbelievable. He rushed toward the village, which was engulfed in flames. It's on fire. Where are the people in the village? You are all dead. Not right. The demon realm must have found the ginseng fruit first, so why would the disciples set fire? Daoist looked up and shouted, Manhwa. Manhwa was casting magic to threaten them. Who told you to steal the immortal fruit? Leave the stolen immortal fruit here, and I will let you go. The masked man appeared unafraid. Powerful formation indeed. However, this kind of formation requires a lot of time. Do you think I will let you set it up so easily? His pincers advanced to strike the girl, but she had disappeared. The masked man stared wide-eyed when he saw her holding that thing in her hand. What is this thing? Why is it so ugly? I wonder if it makes good soup? The man kept cursing continuously. Kill, kill, die. Daoist rushed to block him. Manhwa, be careful. He moved her out of there. Don't worry, leave this to me. Manhwa worried. Qingfeng, your hand. Little Nine blocked the front. Adults are here, children stand aside. You said you'd wrap dumplings for me later. The men revealed lecherous looks, play first, then kill. Another stared at her, beauty. The fat one licked his lips. Let me taste first, I really want to. They rushed forward to tear off Little Nine's clothes. Your clothes are too much of a hindrance. Let me help you take them off.
Ha ha. His eyes seemed glued to her chest, looking excitedly. Ha ha ha.
Truly a beauty. Let's all charge together. Little Nine smiled. I'm evil? Good, then die together. The masked man looked on with disdain. A bunch of idiots. It's that man's summon, that's fine. Let these idiots test its strength first. Little Nine clawed half of the fat man's body to shreds. Her eyes radiated demonic aura. Eating you makes me feel dirty. Let your blood and flesh serve as fertilizer. The masked man watched the scene and thought, this is a divine attendant. This cannot be a summon. His body wouldn't obey his commands. He watched the human flying in the sky. In just a blink of an eye, she was crushed into a pool of blood, just by using pressure. He stared blankly at the big mouth of the dragon ancestor preparing to snap him up. Little Nine, like a demon bathed in blood, said, you say your deviant behavior no longer needs to be preserved. Mixing into this nutrient-rich water, give off some residual heat. The Daoist said, you mean to say the entire advance party was wiped out? Even the great Onmyoji of Juechuan only brought back this one fruit? He laughed hysterically. Hehehe, I said it before, an immortal item of this level must, or perhaps I should go get it myself. Just one is enough for me to be resurrected. The official hat-wearing man was cautious. Then you had better be able to keep your promise. Thanks for watching the video. The Daoist promised, rest assured, I won't go back on my word. Mournful wailing echoed in the night. Boo-hoo, damn it, returning kindness with enmity again. Culprit didn't care, it was just mutual exploitation anyway. But I didn't expect you to actually be able to steal this ginseng fruit again, he roared, detestable, go to hell. The old man slowly mocked. This thing shouldn't be taken out to lose face. The 9 provinces chaos is not something you can contaminate. You don't even look down on my heterodox ways. But you have actually helped me quite a bit. The Daoist climbed onto the boat. Contributing a bit more blood and flesh probably won't be a problem, right? Having a lot of this ordinary blood and flesh is useless. Unless last time I missed the opportunity, this time I have the immortal drunk, so then Xiang stood on the cliff, silently praying. I hope this time I can save mother. The fruit Qingfeng brought, eating it has no effect on me. Your mother is being eroded by evil energy. This might be able to help her. Take it and try. The lotus lantern glowed. Yang Chan looked toward the distance in the night. Xianger. Qinxiang held the axe. With just one strike, he split. Mountain open. He called out, Mother. Finally, Mother can come out. Yang Chan scolded. Xianger, why did you do this? Do you know my inner demons are acting up? Her eyes glowed gold. Not only can I not control myself, but I also implicated your brother. His heavenly status was destroyed, and now I don't know if he's dead or alive. I was originally suppressed under the mountain voluntarily. Why must you suffer so? Qinxiang put the axe on his shoulder, his whole body glowing. Now I have cultivated the heavenly I-Dharma form, and I brought the ginseng fruit. I will definitely be able to drive away your inner demons. Then I will take you to find Uncle. By then, you and I will apologize to Uncle together. Yang Jian, from afar, observed with the eye on his forehead. It's a pity for this eye of Baizhe. Even if I'm not by your side, I can still see you. Finally, Yang Jian curled his lip. This child has grown up. Sure, Ingxiong. Since I was small, I dreamed of becoming a great hero who stands tall between heaven and earth. Later, my father bought me an official position. The Demon Suppression Bureau, the court's specialized office for managing demons and ghosts, also the place where heroes emerge. It's just that my father's money wasn't enough, so I could only be a low-level officer in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Sure, Ingxiong stood in the temple. This rain is really heavy. I need to take shelter first. A one-day delay on this military report probably won't be a big problem. Sure, Ingxiong complained. This temple is too old. Forget it, at least there's a roof over my head. Damn it, I'm soaked. Could this place be unclean? My heart feels so uneasy. As a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, I should have at least this much vigilance. Sure, Ingxiong took out the demon-catching order from his pocket. Let me see if there's any record of this old temple here. The previous generation said, as long as you don't go up, it's not that hard to deal with. A figure stood silently behind him, making sure Ingxiong turn around abruptly. Who is it? Yang Chan said softly. It's me. I wanted to come in to shelter from the rain. I didn't know someone was here. Sure, Ingxiong exhaled. Another ghost beauty scenario? I thought I could make a big contribution this time. Yang Chan took off her hood. Sorry. My son told me to come in and shelter from the rain first. He went to find his master. She shook her head. I'm all wet. Sure, Ingxiong looked at Yang Chan and couldn't help but think. Your son is this age? She noticed the demon-catching order on the side and picked it up. Young man, your book fell. This book even has drawings. Demon-catching order. I think I've heard of this book. Sure, Ingxiong said dismissively under his breath. Maybe she's really just a fool sheltering from the rain. But Yang Chan was focused on the book and didn't hear him muttering. It's like the classic of mountains and seas. How interesting, who raised little nine? A gatekeeper? Isn't this from someone's house? Yang Chan explained. I really just came to shelter from the rain. I'm not a ghost. Sure, Ingxiong replied perfunctorily. Yeah, I know, I originally wanted to catch 2 little ghosts to take back and get some reward. Yang Chan smiled bitterly. This might actually be my fault. Sure, Ingxiong was skeptical. What do you mean? She held out the lotus lantern and said, as long as this lantern of mine is lit, no ghosts or monsters will come out. Yang Chan manipulated it for a while. The light on the lantern went out immediately. That should do it. Sure, Ingxiong still hadn't realized how unfathomable this person was. Still a bit disappointed. If it weren't for the heavy rain, I would have gone elsewhere to try my luck. Staying here with a silly girl is really... Yang Chan said playfully. Trust me. There are demons in this temple that will come soon. Sure, Ingxiong nodded dismissively. Yeah, I know, I can't go out anyway. Low, guttural growls echoed in the space. Yang Chan wasn't happy and pouted. I clearly suppressed my spiritual power. Why haven't they come yet? Sure, Ingxiong was startled and thought. They're here. The reward is here. But immediately after, he was terrified. It's a Buddha-faced ghost. You need a team to take this kind down. Buddha-faced ghost. Resentment attached to a Buddha statue. If not worshipped or resolved for a long time, it generates a greedy evil ghost. Because its true form is just a stone statue, ordinary exorcism methods don't work on it, unless... A loud explosion from above made Sure Ingxiong jump. What is it this time? Yang Chan smiled brightly. Xianger, you're back. Did you find your master? Qinxiang nodded and wondered. Yeah, master will be here soon. Why did you turn off the lantern, mother? Sure, Ingxiong was stunned. She really has a son, and he's this big. Qinxiang turned slightly. Hey. He moved so fast he was nowhere to be seen. Sure, Ingxiong glanced, empty-handed against that stone thing. The Buddha-faced ghost was knocked flying out the main door. Unfortunately for it, Wukong was waiting outside. My name is Sure Ingxiong. Since I was small, I dreamed of becoming a great hero who stands tall between heaven and earth. He was dazed. Where did the Buddha-faced ghost go just now in an instant? Suddenly a voice appeared, Master, you're here. Wukong Chan said to him, Xianger, this kid is your master. Wukong, disguised as a young monk, asked, now that you've saved your mother, what are your plans for the future? Qinxiang replied, I haven't thought about it yet. I think I might temporarily stay at Mystery Chen's place first. Wukong stuck out his tongue and teased Yang Chan, silly girl. She stared at him wide-eyed, so it was you stinking monkey.
Yang Chen spoke politely to Si Yingxiong.
Shi Yingxiong fell silent. This isn't about any bounty. Wukong turned and said, while Peng Lai hasn't reacted yet, let's depart quickly. Qinxiang replied immediately, yes, master. The sound kept echoing in his ears, Master Monkey. Let's go, Master Monkey. Shi Yingxiong looked at him and rambled, little elder, Master Monkey, do you really want to go to the Demon Suppression Bureau with me? It's just your age, our Demon Suppression Bureau does hire wandering exorcists, but... Wukong frowned and thought, so much unnecessary talk. Maybe I should just beat him to death. Sky cleared up again. Shi Yingxiong suggested, the rain has stopped. Let's set off. Shall we ride the two birds together? Wukong sighed in relief. Finally here. The little elder doesn't even know where he's going. Shi Yingxiong knew the news, deliver the military report first, about to be criticized. Those inside whispered, hurry up a bit, this is to be sent to the capital, be careful with the files there. Shi Yingxiong twisted his mouth and thought, an official of my rank cannot view military reports. Another person reported that, on the west seaside, while pirates are hijacking boats and coming ashore, he said to Shi Yingxiong, little brat, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Humph. This Buddha face ghost matter, you handled it not bad. Shi Yingxiong stammered, this actually isn't. Shin Biqing stormed over aggressively, who stole this lady's Buddha face ghost? Clearly I accepted the demon hunting order first. He warned discontentedly, Shin Biqing, don't be so arrogant, that monster was handled by the Demon Suppression Bureau, don't even think about getting a share of the reward. Shin Biqing scolded, just relying on a bunch of useless people like you? He cursed loudly, it was just a third-rate minor demon. Shi Yingxiong said in a low voice, little elder, I'll take you to collect the reward. Wukong refused, I don't need it. Shin Biqing yelled, you want to try a third-rate one? He fought back immediately, yo, dare to be unruly here? If you don't get lost, I'll arrest you. They walked out. Shin Biqing shouted furiously, you guys stop. Shi Yingxiong advised, the reward this time isn't small, little elder, at least you should give some to your disciple. Shin Biqing blocked their path. You're the one who handled the Buddha face ghost single-handedly? Don't be afraid, I just feel your ability isn't bad. Perhaps if we two cooperate we can do something big. How about it? Shi Yingxiong, are you interested? You know this demon hunting order? Shi Yingxiong pondered. How long is one round? Shin Biqing continued. There's a great demon with a 500-year bounty. By chance I obtained intelligence on that demon, so now I need to recruit troops. Originally intended to do this big business. Wukong lowered his face. 500 years is already considered a great demon. Forget it, coming here was just for the intelligence. Following to see is fine. Shi Yingxiong handed the demon hunting order to Wukong and asked, little elder, what do you mean? He said without hesitation, leave it to me. Shin Biqing widened her eyes. Since when was there a kid? The demon hunting order hit his face with horrific drawings. It wasn't hard to see it was drawing the demon monkey in the eyes of the world. Round and round it was all him. Wukong was extremely speechless. I want to ask who drew this. Shin Biqing gave up. Who knows, this demon hunting order has been around for a very long time. Shi Yingxiong judged. Little elder, your complexion isn't very good. Wukong asked, tell me that intelligence of yours. Shin Biqing answered honestly, in the mountain where I cultivate there is a high immortal. After drinking wine once he said he had met this great demon. He pressed, so the one you speak of must have at least 500 years of cultivation, right? Shin Biqing asked, what question don't you know? I don't know. The high immortal has at least several thousand years of Tao practice, and occasionally points out our cultivation path. If it weren't for my 100 years of cultivation, I could have transformed into human form. Wukong grimaced, only a few thousand years. Shin Biqing continued, heard that the high immortal was previously a heavenly official, the type of heavenly court position. It's just that, after the heavenly gate collapsed, he remained in the human world, do you know? Shi Yingxiong, being an honest person, heard this and respectfully opened his mouth. A heavenly court official currently in office. He thought to himself, if I could invite a heavenly official to act, this time it would really be possible to rise like a kite in the wind. He was excited, too amazing. Shin Biqing laughed gleefully, right? Wukong clicked his tongue without saying anything. Then it's possible he knows me. Shin Biqing warned them, but that high immortal's temper isn't very good. You must be careful when speaking. Shi Yingxiong naturally replied, that goes without saying. Wu Tzu held his pipe, still puffing smoke, and scolded, can't even learn transformation, a bunch of idiots, and I'm teaching you like this. Don't even have a human form, all continue to cultivate. What's the use of you going out there? Hurry up and get lost. The voice of Star Lord Wutsu still echoed to the horizon. Cultivate, hurry up and get lost. Shun Biching sighed inwardly. Situation is not good. The High Immortal is angry again. She respectfully bowed and clasped her hands. Disciple Shin Biching pays respects to Star Lord High Immortal. Shi Xiong looked up and marveled. So huge, Star Lord Wutsu recognized her. It's you, the child with not bad talent. What do you want with me? Shun Biching recounted everything. That's how it is. Please High Immortal have mercy and lend a hand. Star Lord Wutsu held the tiny paper drawing of the demon monkey and asked, Who is this? But Shin Biching kept blabbering. This monkey species doesn't have much achievement in cultivation, just like that guy capable of rebelling. However, all monkeys that become spirits are not easy to deal with. Later heard rumors that it seems to have become a monk. He pondered, back then I offended that guy, heard that monkeys are all vengeful. And Wutsu looked at the small team with a monk, subconsciously muttered. Monk? Wukong opened his mouth. Looks like the Chiyu battle, you descended to the mortal realm. Star-Lord Wutsu. This sentence hit his heart. Who are you? How do you know my official position from back then? The small body of the monk behind was the entire great sage equaling heaven. Wukong said coldly, eyes glowing orange-red. Still so arrogant?
He trembled. Beimanan Taiven.
No, great sage. Shin Biching didn't understand. High Immortal. You are? Star-Lord Wutsu broke into a cold sweat and ran away. This is the person I wanted to find. Saying that he disappeared, dodge, don't block the way, has nothing to do with me. Shi Xiong looked at him with half an eye. Could he really be an official? This is a heavenly official. Not reliable at all. The minor demons caught the floating demon hunting order. Shi Xiong asked, what now? She turned her head and said, don't know. She lowered her head and asked the minor demons. What? You know who is in the picture? Shin Biching said happily, look, there's a harvest. But the High Immortal didn't come down the mountain. The rest can only depend on ourselves. What do you mean? Shi Xiong continued. If that's the case, then let's do it together. Wukong puffed his cheeks and dodged to the side. What kind of stupid combination? Really don't know how you two have lived so long. Star-Lord Wutsu muttered. Those two took a monkey to find a monkey. What exactly do they want to do? Why are the ones I saved not so smart? 1,000 years ago, Wukong stood arrogantly before him and ordered. By Ma One, you go lead the horse for me. He wasn't easy either, scolding. The old Jade Emperor invited me to heaven to be an official. Didn't tell me to lead a horse for you. Shi Xiong said in a low voice. There is a town ahead. Let's go get some water. Shun Biching frowned. You humans are really troublesome. We demons can go days and nights without eating or drinking. Shi Xiong replied. Don't compare us to you. He arrived and thought to himself. Why is this town? Every house has dead people. She looked around vigilantly. Something is not right here. Shi Xiong nodded. Little elder. What do you think? Wukong replied bluntly, use your eyes to look. Shi Xiong opened his notebook. I investigated. This situation definitely has records. Wukong pointed out with clear eyes. If it's not illness, then it's evil spirits causing trouble. You are here without illness and not covering your nose. It's evil spirits causing chaos. Shin Biching didn't care, this happens a lot, we still have important tasks on our side. Let's go around it, don't affect our route. Shi Xiong glanced, what kind of talk is that? He told himself, although fame is related to my future, but Shi Xiong spoke morally. No, I am a government man. The lives of the people cannot be ignored. Shin Biching put her hands on her hips. If you can't do this task, I think a government official like you won't make it either. And he heard that and smiled inwardly. Shi Xiong said confidently, even if I don't be an official anymore, I can't waste this heroic reputation. Shin Biching sighed helplessly, really stupid. Then he gave orders, I'll go to the houses of the people around here to listen. Little elder, please have mercy and check the environment here. You go around that grave to investigate the cause of death. Then Shi Xiong flipped through his notebook and found it seems to be this thing, also a type of corpse in some places called Ruolang, can enter dreams to harm people. Heard that if touched on the crown of the head, you can turn into its slave. This thing's Dao practice is not ordinary, we shouldn't throw eggs against rocks. Said this guy likes to sneak attack women at night so we can lure it out, use a trap to kill it here. Shi Xiong muttered. Lure trap? Wukong also turned his head to look. Likes to sneak attack women at night? Who else could it be? Shin Biching, too reasonable f. Full moon hung high overhead. She asked irritably, does it work or not? Being so quiet is really uncomfortable to death. He whispered, speak a little quieter. Shi Xiong was also scared and thought, this guy's mind isn't high, it will definitely work. A gust of wind blew up. Shin Biching was on guard, it's here. Ruolang with strange green eyes appeared afterwards. Shi Xiong shouted hurriedly, dodge, don't let it touch your head. Shin Biching jumped high. gritting her teeth, what head touching. It opened its mouth wide, full of plasma. A figure holding a rope swooped down from the sky. Beast, look at our mechanism. Shi Ingxiong laughed loudly.
Ah, ite actual libur ka.
Shen Biqing asked loudly, what's the next step? Shi Ingxiong said arrogantly, you step back a little, watch my 5 thunder ghost expelling talisman. The talisman glowed. Then it set a forest on fire. Wukong appeared in his true form and said, I'm really impressed, you clearly wrote ghost expelling talisman, but used it to deal with a corpse. Consider yourself lucky it didn't blow you up, but your life isn't very good either. The great sage appeared and disappeared in the sea of fire. Let me perform the deliverance, you endure a little. This deliverance of mine will be a bit painful. The villagers saw Shi Ingxiong as their reborn parents and knelt. Official Shi, removing harm for the people, saving us from disaster. Official Shi, truly a hero. Official Shi. He was bewildered, a bit scared, what is going on? Shen Biqing glanced at him because you don't deserve it. Wukong carried his basket and walked slowly ahead. Let's go, hit the road. Shi Ingxiong ran after, where should we go next? She talked to the minor demon on her shoulder. Let me ask. Alright, let's continue heading east. It is in East Purvavitaha, Owlai Kingdom, Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. Wukong was startled when he heard the name. Flower Fruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave. He closed his eyes and remembered the glorious days at Flower Fruit Mountain. A bit nostalgic. Wukong clenched his fist. I'm looking forward to whether we can reach Purvavitaha before dark. Shi Ingxiong joked. Little elder, what crazy things are you saying? We are very far from there, it must be at least 18,000 miles. Wukong asked again, are you too afraid of heights? Shen Biqing admitted, Shi Ingxiong didn't hear clearly and asked back. What? In East Purvavitaha. The demons carrying the sedan chair sang, hey yo, winding mountain road, sedan chair swaying. Hey yo, inside sits an old immortal, hey yo. The old immortal got off the sedan chair. Her skinny arm squeezed the demon, voice gruff, mouths all chanting fast. Really troublesome. When I return I will burn you all. She hobbled to the waterfall, this old one from Kenyuan Mountain Ziguang Cave. Specially came to pay respects to the cave master of Water Curtain Cave, the world-dominating demon lord. The waterfall suddenly opened a hole big enough for her to pass through. Several monkeys in iron cages stared fiercely at her. One fat, flabby arm reached out to grab a baby monkey and dropped it into its mouth. That demon still chewed raw meat and said, my big brother died here back then. Now I want to let this Owlai Kingdom know my Water Curtain Cave. I've taken it back. She bowed respectfully, that is natural, you ordered to gather the surrounding demon kings and establish the prestige of the 72 cave masters back then, only. It's a pity I couldn't personally avenge my big brother. Shen Biqing sat down dizzily, so dizzy, and Shi Ingxiong was already drooping at the mouth. Wah wah wah. Wukong still stood far away without moving. Shi Ingxiong reminded, little elder, we should go. Called many times but didn't see him answer. Shi Ingxiong was worried. Little elder, seems very strange. Mood is not very high. Shen Biqing was speechless, you only notice his mood is strange? Don't you want to ask why we flew here? Suddenly from afar there was singing that caught his attention. 72 caves of Flower Fruit Mountain. Invite all parties to witness the prestige-establishing ceremony of the General Cave Master. The demon carrying the flag passed by and said to them, Yo, look at these strange faces. Are you here to attend the ceremony? Shi Ingxiong replied blankly, I am a government man. Is that okay? That demon spoke like an NPC, what are you cooking, chef? Whether it's stir-fried, stewed, or deep-fried, anyone who shows respect can go. Shen Biqing blocked in front of him and answered instead. Rest assured, we will definitely go to cheer. Shi Ingxiong was confused. Really have to go? Shen Biqing put her hands on her hips and said, Of course we have to go. No one noticed Wukong in a corner, General Cave Master. They arrived at the waterfall. There were many red flags on the cliff. Shi Ingxiong couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the Water Curtain Cave, full of demons. Other demons gathered around, and one demon with twisted hands stepped out. Where did the cave master come from? If you want us to acknowledge you, show us some skill. Other demons agreed. That's right, that's right. Shi Ingxiong glanced at the aggressive demons, thinking, fight then. I don't even know who the cave master is. Wukong glanced over to reassure him. Don't be afraid. These are just some nobodies who aren't even worth the banquet. The demon had appeared again, acting as the host. Honored guests have arrived at Water Curtain Cave. Our great king wants to establish authority here at Huagua Mountain. So we invite you all to be witnesses. Of course, if anyone is unconvinced, you may come up and challenge us. After all, in our Owlai Kingdom, we respect martial prowess. A young man scoffed. What a big mouth. Great sage equaling heaven of those years was so majestic, Yet now you people have occupied the cave and you want to use this to establish authority? Isn't that ridiculous? She said coldly. A person without a title dares to cause trouble? Then let this old one teach you a lesson. Shi Ingxiong looked at her guardedly, thinking, if you want to fight, then fight. Is that a paper charm technique? Shin Biqing noticed him. This young man's voice is a bit. You're the type to hit the mark immediately. Such low-level magic is laughable. She blushed and licked her lips with desire. What is going on? I really want to take a bite of him. He warned her gently. If it weren't for the connection between my master and the cave master, I wouldn't have bothered to strike at you. She stared in shock. You have some skill. The fat demon ordered. You step back first. Don't ruin my prestige. A little demon who has only cultivated for a few thousand years. Even if you come from a famous master, your cultivation is insufficient. He unleashed his move, casting Chenquinli fire. Blade flew like a fan toward the back of the waterfall. He was surprised to see it fly back at him. This is clearly Li fire. Why does the divine blade reveal a cold sensation? He looked at the demon's true form and was stunned. It wasn't injured by the Li fire at all. Don't think that just because your cultivation isn't deep, your power isn't bad. He unleashed another move. Take another hit from me. His official cap fell off. He said, I used the can water technique. Your Li fire has no effect on me. The demon said, around this water curtain cave, the water power is not weak. It won't be easy for you to defeat me. Shin Biqing gaped, thinking, another cool big sister. The demon raised the blade, and the tip seemed to reveal another demon. Is that so? This blade killed my big brother back then, and his vengeful spirit can attach to the blade. Can you block it now? Use your cultivation and flesh to nourish my big brother's vengeful spirit. Shin Biqing couldn't help but speak up. Careful. She lunged, thinking, a man-eating blade is truly evil. Shi Ingxiong raised his hand and squeezed the blade, causing that corner to crack. Occupying someone else's lair is one thing, but wanting to dismantle their house? That's going too far. He was stunned. He blocked it with his bare hands? Who exactly is he? Shin Biqing cheered. Shi Ingxiong is amazing. The demon narrowed her eyes. Who is this? But it seemed Wukong was borrowing his body to act. Wukong said, naturally, the owner of this place. He opened his eyes wide looking at Wukong. The owner? Wukong said slowly, little white snake, stay back a bit. Leave the rest to me. I will remember this favor from the Lishan old mother. Having said that, Wukong threw the blade away, leaving the white snake confused. How do you know? Wukong quickly searched his memory. The world-mixing demon king, the heaven-mixing demon king, interesting, no matter. Now I will send you to meet your big brother. He was actually fearful. You actually know my big brother's name? Who exactly are you? Wukong smiled. Not only do I know his name, I also know how he died. Shin Biqing was stunned. What are you two talking about? I can't hear clearly. Shi Ingxiong. Don't tell me he wants to fight the demon king head-on? The demon had realized the great sage's identity. So it is. At this moment, Wukong was still leisurely thinking about Shi Ingxiong. I need to be a bit careful. This fat guy's body isn't very sturdy. Both of them lunged at each other, until a golden light flashed from the sky, and the Rui Jingu Bang appeared, pressing him flat. Only then was the demon stunned. The enemy isn't him, it's... Can't the Buddha lift the staff? Wukong walked deep into the cave. The sound of monkeys clamoring. Quickly save us. Is he here to save us? Is it a child? The great sage equaling heaven shouted. All of you shut up. Wukong was extremely disappointed. 500 years. Letting this bunch humiliate me. I couldn't even keep my own lair. Still hoping for someone to come save you? The great sage revealed his true form and lectured. In 500 years, even a small clan could have achieved minor success. Even if you can't produce another great sage equaling heaven, you shouldn't just kill people here at will. Enough, that's all I'll say. Outside, after the battle ended, the little white snake asked, Benefactor, are you all right? Shin Biqing approached. You're awake. And you were so amazing. Shi Ingxiong was in pain from the two bright red handprints on his face. What's wrong? Why is my face so hot? Shin Biqing felt guilty. I just saw that you weren't waking up. On a boat in the middle of the sea, a henchman shouted, Boss, why are there no fish? I don't know if this big fog is causing trouble. Boss, there's a boat behind us, be careful. A huge wave hit, causing the small boat to sway. Damn it. Where did that big boat come from? The large boat loomed there as if appearing out of thin air. There was no sound, and the others were suspicious. Such a big boat. No way. Why is there no movement? Could it be that there's no one on it? Curiosity finally won out. Someone tried to sneak a peek at what was on the big boat. It's so quiet. There really is no one. This doesn't look like a boat from our central plains. Hurry and see if there's anything valuable. The pile of skulls on the boat made them jump. They're all dead people. Damn it, get off the boat quickly. If this isn't encountering water bandits, it's a plague. Let's go quickly. A demon crawled up from behind. Since you've come, don't leave yet. Didn't you find anything valuable? If there really is a plague, wouldn't it bring disaster to your hometown? The demon stood up straight on the boat. Corpse Daoist finally returned to the central plains again. A small soldier ran in frantically. Urgent report. A large ship from the West Sea has entered the coast. The official glared. Woke pirates invading the border? It's not the first time, why be so anxious? Let the local yamen handle it. If they can't, report it up to mobilize troops. The soldier cupped his hands. There is also a rumor from Aulai Kingdom. He shouted and made a scene, causing others to turn their heads. What did you say? A small soldier like us soloed 72 demons of Huagua Mountain, and won. Sure Ingxiong? Isn't that the guy whose father bought an official position? Why is that brat still so arrogant? Carrier pigeon. It's not certain if it's true or false. This is no small matter, we need to investigate the intelligence again. The small soldier ran off. Yes, but after a puff of smoke, the small soldier was actually Guanyin in disguise. She thought to herself, this cunning monkey originally wanted to borrow the title of fighting victorious Buddha to make the Buddha descend to the central plains again. You, on the other hand, are very good at pretending to borrow other people's hands. No wonder you agreed so easily at the beginning. Sure Ingxiong sneezed repeatedly. The little white snake asked, Benefactor, are you all right? Could it be a cold? Sure Ingxiong was speechless. Don't call me that. And I really don't know your master, Lishan old mother. Really? Shun Biqing asked quickly. The clothes are also more feminine and soft than white sisters? Do you want to hit the road with us? Sister, if you have nothing else to do, it's good to travel together, and there will be someone to take care of you. Sure Ingxiong thought in surprise. How did even the clothes change? The little white snake was shy. No, I just came down the mountain to look. If this benefactor sure has a request. Of course. Shin Biqing held up a portrait of Wukong to show the white snake. That's great, sister. Look at this. We are here for this demon-catching order. This is the most expensive demon-catching order. If we kill this demon, the white snake froze. White snake asked carefully. You just said you wanted to kill this demon? Do you know the person in this painting? Shun Biqing hadn't noticed anything strange yet. What background? Sure Ingxiong guessed it was probably a powerful demon. Hearing them say that, the little white snake made an excuse to slip away. Benefactor sure, Miss Qing. I still have things to do. We don't need to meet again. At a certain inn, the rumors had spread. At a dizzying speed. Have you heard? That person named Sure Ingxiong. He's the one who confronted the 72 cave demon kings of Huagua Mountain. I heard he once destroyed a corpse king. The junior sister said, Senior sister. There are many people here. She told her junior sister that this was a gathering place for demon subduing masters, and they had also received a demon catching order, coming to this gathering place. The junior sister complained, but the food here is terrible. Then the senior sister went on a rant. This time the demon catching order says that a corpse tide appeared on the western coast. These people are probably here to investigate this, but why are they discussing other things? The junior sister pouted. You're being fierce again. The blind man appeared out of nowhere. Two little girls. Have you not heard of the most majestic character in the Jianghu recently? Want to talk about this person? Well, that's a long story. Ha ha ha, you're too talkative today. Let's share a table, and this old man will tell you. This sure Ingxiong. The senior sister's expression was unfriendly as she interrupted. You want to share a table, right? He coughed. Ahem. This young friend probably comes from a famous family and doesn't often walk the streets. This sure Ingxiong is the most ruthless person in the demon suppressing bureau, killing his way to the front of the 72 demon kings with one man and one horse. I heard that at that time, a strange phenomenon occurred. A layer of golden clouds descended from the sky, needing time to disperse the demon horde. Those who didn't run in time were all knocked off their horses by him. People at the next table whispered, Old man, trying to scam food and drink again, right? A blind man, talking as if he saw it with his own eyes. A young man asked with a smile, Senior, is that the truth? The blind man said immediately, That goes without saying. He analyzed, if the demon-suppressing bureau had such a powerful character, why would they need to summon demon subduers here? If the people of the demon-suppressing bureau are all at this level, dealing with a small corpse tide, wouldn't you all sitting here be drinking the northwest wind? The blind man couldn't make up stories anymore. Ah, this? Suddenly the senior sister's face hardened. What is that sound? Why is there the roar of a wild beast here? The demon-subduing masters rushed out. Hurry out and see. What is going on? The senior sister also rushed out. Let's go take a look. The junior sister quickly said. It's senior sister. A furry monster stood on the wall repeating. Roar. Amitba. Where is Xiangying? One demon subduer said. Another followed. The scene was extremely noisy. There's a monster, what is he saying? The monster is really powerful. His cultivation is very high. It was a bear, and the bear walked down to where the demon subduers gathered. You don't need to be afraid. I am the mountain guardian of the South Sea, specifically here to find you. The demon-subduing masters cleared a path for it. So big. What does he want to do? Its eyes darted to the senior and junior sisters. So it's there. The junior sister shouted. Senior sister. The senior sister was vigilant. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Xiangying walked up from behind and reassured them. 2. Don't be afraid. He is here to find me. The bear warned. The Bodhisattva said this corpse tide is not simple and told you to investigate. The Bodhisattva also warned you not to be ostentatious. Remember you must work humbly. Xiangying frowned. Am I not investigating right now? He asked the bear again. What did you say the Bodhisattva warned just now? The bear also answered honestly without knowing it had attracted attention. Work humbly. Xiangying was helpless. All right. The corpse tide is approaching. 9-spirit primal saint, that idiot. Hundreds of years ago, the immortal drunk was painstakingly collected but hidden here for secret experiments. What a waste. A normal body is very difficult to endure immortal drunk. Like achieving the true fruit, those are existences of 1 in 10,000. That person just relied on the vast sea to dilute it. Only then could he create a monster of this level. But he laughed crazily and said, Funite. Ah, the person who mobilized so many sects to enhance the immortal drunk. Now it all belongs to me. If there are thousands and tens of thousands of bodies to help me refine this immortal drunk, then the corpse tide will erupt even more. Farmer suggested. It's still early to go back today. Why don't you come to my house for a drink? I'll have my wife heat up a pot in my house. The other person agreed with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Sure. But the tremors made the villagers here panic. What's wrong? Is this? Another continued. It's the earth dragon. The earth dragon has turned over. A white dragon coiled in the air. The life force of the living on this land was gradually sucked dry. The villagers were left with only skin and bones and listless bodies. Just a little bit of this immortal drunk can refine a flying corpse. If this demon refines it for a few more days, even a great Luo golden immortal won't be able to do anything to me. His crazy laughter echoed throughout the region. The junior sister wondered, Senior sister, why don't we act with the other demon subduers? The senior sister explained as she walked. The corpse chi on this side is very heavy, and it just so happens there seems to be an earth dragon turning over. The sect leader brother told us to investigate the corpse tide. There's no need to join in the fun with others. Besides, others are also taking this path. The blind man pulled Xiangying. Choosing this path proves your extraordinary talent. Are you sure you don't want to think about joining under my command? Xiangying replied reluctantly. Didn't I already say? I already have a sect? The senior sister reminded. 2. Don't talk anymore. The corpse is here. The blind man noticed her. 2 little friends from the shop earlier? Xiangying replied politely. Thanks for the reminder. She also said to her junior sister. This is the first time I've encountered a corpse tide of such a large scale. Be careful. The junior sister lowered her head. Yes, senior sister. Xiangying said politely. You don't need to be tense. It's just an ordinary corpse. Back at my home, these were just things used for chores. The senior sister drew her sword and charged. She severed the demons' heads without mercy. These walking corpses are not hard to deal with. But there are too many. I don't know if I can handle them. The junior sister slashed with bloodshot eyes, her sword control failing. Forget it, the old blind man exclaimed. Young lady, your strength is astonishing. This old Daoist cannot lose face either. That young lad can probably handle it, right? Xiangying smiled. Amitba, I will recite some Buddhist scripture for you. Shall I deliver these corpses? He reached out his hand. Small sparks slowly gathered into large fireballs. No good. Then there's no other way. Bodhisattva, look. It's not that I won't speak the Dharma. Is this level satisfactory? They'd not answer. It seems the fire intensity is still not enough. Xiangying laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for fear of touching the diamond mantra. After burning them, Xiangying put his hands on his hips and laughed triumphantly. Accidentally spoke the truth. You just don't want to hear the Dharma of deliverance. Fellow Daoists, don't find it strange. Turning around, he saw the three of them charred black. Xiang Ying felt guilty. Luckily, I stopped in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain this. The zombies slowly crawled up again. Xiang Ying was annoyed. This kind of corpse tide is truly hateful. Refusing to stop, huh? The two senior and junior sisters advised. We can handle the rest. You should stop. Sam Bichton shouted angrily. What did you say? You don't plan to continue chasing the Demon King? Thachon Hung said. That's right. Just now at the post station, I heard a large corpse tide appeared in the West Sea. Moreover, the Demon King's matter is too elusive. I don't hold much hope. Take care. Leaving only Sam Bichton cursing. Useless men. Wukong turned back to go with him. Thachon Hung marveled. I didn't expect the little elder to be willing to go fight the corpse tide with me. Displaying such great righteousness. This little brother is truly impressed. Wukong wondered. Not catching the Demon King anymore? Are you truly content? Thachon Hung said. I've thought it over. Relying only on myself to catch the Demon King. Finally, on this journey, he asked him. Do you want to know where that Demon King is right now? At the same time elsewhere, a gentle voice spoke. On that demon hunting order is the great sage equaling heaven, son Wukong? How is that possible? The person hesitated and lamented. Isn't that the great hero who fought the six-eared macaque and killed the nine-spirit saint? Moreover, according to reliable intelligence, he was recently named the fighting victorious Buddha by the Buddhist kingdom. The hero looked at the other suspiciously. Little elder, you've always known these things, yet you still messed around with us? He lowered his head and replied silently. Not really, just using you to complete some tasks for the Buddhist kingdom. Their intention is that the world only knows the fighting victorious Buddha. No one knows the great sage equaling heaven. At this moment, the hero hesitated and asked, could it be that the little elder is? The boy interrupted. Someone here might not be able to find him. The Buddhist kingdom specifically sent people to find the fighting victorious Buddha. If they could really find the great sage equaling heaven, it would open my eyes. Then truly, the great hero has been playing tricks since he was small. Better to worry about how to handle the corpse tide. Elsewhere, a blurry figure was constantly moving, creating brilliant energy. The woman kept panting. This corpse tide really won't stop. Heartbreaking images kept flashing in her mind. The junior sister and the old Daoist probably can't hold on much longer. She remembered Xiang Ying again, and that young lad who seemed quite relaxed on the surface, but a large fire erupted, illuminating the entire space. He was no longer using that kind of large-scale spell. The scene immediately became extremely chaotic. Xiang Ying sighed wearily. The woman thought, it seems he is also very tired. Her face was covered in beads of sweat. No, if this continues, we will all exhaust our strength and die. Drops of sweat kept rolling down her chin. Xiang Ying pursed his lips, thinking irritably. This diamond mantra is really troublesome. I can't use any strength at all. No, I'll withdraw first later. But those ordinary people. Just then, a violent whirlwind suddenly appeared, blowing everything away. The screeching sounds made the air extremely chaotic. Slimy green liquid kept splattering outward. Misty white dust covered the gloomy, desolate scene. A metal leaf suddenly appeared. Iron Fan opened her mouth to question. To think you let my son come to this dilapidated place? Are these corpses worthy of my son taking action? The woman nervously told herself. What a strong sense of oppression. The thick demon chi is making it hard to breathe. However, she still secretly guessed. But it seems she knows this young lad. Now Iron Fan said unhappily. Not even greeting your mother when you see her? The boy stammered. Why did you come here? This address immediately surprised the woman. Mother Iron. Fan angrily grabbed Xiang Ying's hand. Begging you, mother, let go first. She said that Guanyin didn't easily let him out, and she couldn't come visit him afterwards? Iron Fan raised her head and scolded. Damn old ox, hurry up and get over here. At that moment, a distinct slashing sound echoed in the high sky. He saw the other's figure and muttered, Father, you've come too. Iron Fan was still angry, continuously screaming orders. Hurry up and go help our son with his work. Her voice was intense. We can still eat a reunion dinner tonight. Dali replied indifferently. Rest assured, madam. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole area went silent. Dali muttered helplessly. Forget it. I, old ox, will help my son clean up this trash. Only then did Iron Fan notice the two children. Who are these two little girls? The boy replied shyly. Just friends. The two children had completely opposite expressions. The boy grumbled uncomfortably. What the hell? While the girl couldn't help but exclaim. That ox is huge. Laughter kept ringing out. Watch your feet. Dali's massive body majestically swept away the ruins. At the same time elsewhere, chatter arose. I heard I'll be seeking refuge under Thursday Chi City. Will they even fancy this old cave of mine? Don't you dare not believe it. Right now our old Daoist is discussing with a big shot from Thursday Chi City. A small figure stood behind, observing everything. The two continued chatting. True or false? What's your name? Deng Tianjun. He proudly clenched his fist. That was a former deity of the Thunder Department. Now a demon finally noticed the other's presence. Does our tiny cave really trouble you to come here in person? Tianjun recounted in a deep voice. The city lord has ordered, whoever enters my Thursday Chi City, past matters will not be held against them. After entering the city, do not cause trouble. Therefore, we must investigate forces seeking refuge to avoid ulterior motives. The demon hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Rest assured, Tianjun, we won't do that. We are very timid. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from outside. Great King, it's bad. Hearing this, they immediately turned back and asked, What happened? The scout quickly leaned in and whispered, We've been ambushed, it seems to be Jiangshi. As soon as he finished, a body covered in red blood appeared, followed by a crowd rushing in from somewhere. Impossible, how could there be Jiangshi here? Not just Jiangshi, it's a corpse tide. They opened their mouths, slimy with red blood, looking extremely disgusting. Now the monster only slowly called, Tianjun, look here. Its eyes lit up, unable to hide the tension. Rumor has it there's a corpse tide disturbance in the coastal area. I didn't expect it to have reached here. As soon as he finished, a series of lightning bolts struck down from somewhere. Tianjun coldly ordered, You all retreat. Leave it to me. The demon saw this and dared not refuse. Yes, I think we should stay away a bit. He hummed with satisfaction. If you want to go, be quick. If you're late, I'm afraid it'll be too late. At this very moment, a graceful object kept undulating high above. A flying corpse dragon. What is that? Corpse Daoist followed his gaze upward. Isn't this a coincidence? Deng Tianjun of Corpse City. Long time no see. Didn't expect to meet here. At this moment, Tianjun flew straight over. Corpse Daoist. So it was you playing tricks. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Corpse Daoist laughed with amusement. Defeated subordinate. I should have killed you directly back then in Thursday Chi City. But this is also good. He continued in a deep voice. I originally wanted to absorb some low-level mountain demons and ghosts, but I caught a big fish that slipped through the net. Tianjun heard this and snorted coldly in disgust. Just relying on you? The heavenly thunder deity specializes in countering this kind of evil. Finishing his words, he instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon. A powerful green electric current shot out from within. Corpse Daoist's entire body hovered high above. He stood before Tianjun and declared indifferently, If it were before, this heavenly thunder would indeed counter me, but now, at this very moment, dazzling green energy suddenly emitted from Corpse Daoist's fingers. He asked in detail, With the ginseng fruit's assistance, my cultivation has long been on par with you and these deities. Perhaps even you have never tasted the flavor of ginseng fruit, right? This is the soul-snatching order. Many chains suddenly appeared, surrounding him. Even if your physical body is strong, how will you handle it when I snatch your soul? Tianjun looked up and thought, So this is what they relied on to create the corpse tide. Oh no! At this moment, Corpse Daoist's face darkened, his expression unclear. He continued, That's right. Hand over both your body and soul. Corpse Daoist kept laughing gleefully. What will such a pure body be like when turned into a Jiangshi? Tianjun bent over, continuously exhaling white smoke. Thunder Department deity. Deng Tianjun. Beside him, Corpse Daoist was also bowing his head in silence. A moment later, he began to speak. Remembering back then in Thursday Chi City, no one could corner you to death. Tianjun continued. The top combat power of Thursday Chi City. Without the female city lord's heart, you are basically nothing. It's just that halfway through, that son Wukong ruined the good deed. Otherwise, Thursday Chi City would already be in my pocket. His hoarse voice kept echoing. Now you will still die at my hands. Streams of red blood kept splattering into the air. But rest assured, I won't waste your corpse. Now Corpse Daoist's body was filled with chaotic claw marks. The air was now filled with the pungent, fishy smell of red blood. He moved while panting laboriously. This new immortal bone, Corpse Daoist's body kept pouring with red blood. His bony wings spread wide and hovered in the air. The scene was windy, with gloomy, dark clouds becoming increasingly thick. Sure enough, the recent corpse tide has been a bit aggressive. Corpse Daoist tilted his head and said in a low voice, Still should act modestly. Running into Deng Tianjun this time is also a reminder. If not for the ginseng fruit's assistance, I definitely couldn't have fought against that lightning just now. Corpse. Daoist. I want to become the only true god of the 9 provinces. Now, fallen deities are a good opportunity for me to absorb their power. However, at that very moment, a shrill scream suddenly rang out. My lord, latest intelligence. The large corpse-tied group has suddenly disappeared. Following that, a series of loud noises kept erupting from within. He bowed his head and muttered to himself. The Demon Suppression Bureau has no one in charge now. Relying only on those demon exorcists is truly. A hurried shout asked, Has Thachon Hung been found? As soon as he finished, he replied cautiously. My lord, this lowly one is here. Seeing this appearance, he became even more annoyed. Why do you have this habit? An Hung said fearfully, It's just not shaving. They kept talking back and forth. When Spirit Demon City was alive, this place was much more normal. I can't. At this moment, the man turned away. Since you've returned, then this corpse-tied matter is left to you. A screaming voice kept ringing out. You performed like that in East Victory Continent and still say you can't? The Demon Suppression Bureau people went out to welcome. I am the envoy of Panglai, 9 spirit god. At the same time, the crowd in the distance kept whispering. So arrogant. 9 spirit god. 9 spirit god. He's from Panglai, his character. The monster kept shouting. Recently the corpse tide has been rampant. We came specially to deliver news. He looked up and muttered to himself. Always so arrogant every time. The monster continued. This corpse tide disaster was caused by Corpse Daoist. You all hurry up and catch him. The man thought. Corpse Daoist, even before, was a very famous demon exorcist. The shout rang out again. The news has been delivered. Why not hurry up and treat this immortal to good wine and good food? The man grumbled. It seems at least one of clairvoyance or clairaudience is still alive. The monster seemed to realize something and hummed in its mouth. It leaned down and asked seriously, Kid, how do you know about our Panglai? Are you from the Buddhist kingdom? At this moment, the man suddenly reached out his hand. Come. The 2 of them stood very close, staring at each other. He leaned in and whispered, What is the background of the little monk following you? Now the boy muttered, making the monster feel extremely strange. Remember, help me pass a message to the old woman. Finally, it quickly flew away. Then I'll be going first. They replied shyly, Goodbye. The boy tilted his body to explain. Don't be shy, just an old acquaintance. Returning to the gloomy, murky scene, Corpse Daoist stood silently for a while. A few minutes later, he opened his mouth. Stop sneaking around. Show yourself. The voice from the other side immediately appeared in response. Absorbing the deity's power, Ganji has become stronger. Corpse Daoist asked again. Following this old man for so long, what is your intention, your excellency? The opponent immediately laughed. What do you mean? If not for my help, do you really think you could have slain that Thunder Department deity with your own strength? If not for me protecting you in the shadows, even if you ate ginseng fruit, do you think you could resist the power of thunder? Corpse Daoist heard this and was confused. Why help me? The person replied indifferently. Because we are very similar. You want to become a true god. I want to become a true Buddha. Furthermore, both of us have been defeated by that monkey before. Corpse Daoist naturally knew son Wukong. The person added. That monkey absorbed ancient god power. Even without the dragon ancestor's protection, you and I might not necessarily be able to wound him. Corpse Daoist fell silent, saying that was as good as saying nothing. Was there any good way? However, the opponent only spoke vaguely. Since the heavenly court fell, I, a new deity, helped you shatter and reclaim your magic power. Corpse Daoist lost patience. Ridiculous. I risked my life with this body for hundreds of years to achieve this level of purple star power today. State your true purpose. Otherwise, this old man will absolutely not believe you easily. He replied calmly, to become a true Buddha, one needs believers. The 9 provinces' divine power is weak. If someone stirs up trouble now, in a chaotic world, I am the Tathagata. What is impossible? At the same time, on the other side, a blood-red color gradually appeared. The heavenly general saw the figure of Corpse Daoist. So this is your conspiracy. Finishing his words, an extremely violent bolt of lightning struck down from high in the sky. Corpse Daoist challenged defiantly. I will risk this old life and not let you get your way. The sound of roaring wind grew louder, and lightning made the space seem to turn upside down. A hazy white light obscured the opponent's body. At this moment, only Corpse Daoist remained, filled with bitterness. Damn it, even that didn't kill him? Is the heavenly general's body really that strong? The person spoke up. Now you can consider my proposal. Scene shifts to another place, dark clouds covering the sky. Blinding lightning continuously struck the area below. The man lying on the bed shouted angrily, "Annoying as hell, won't you let others sleep?" At this moment he suddenly saw a huge figure in the distance. Upon seeing the heavenly general, his face immediately stiffened. Returning, he questioned dissatisfiedly, "You two follow me into the inner hall. I have words for you. The rumors of Dongshan continent you need to tell me in detail." Hero explained awkwardly, "My lord, that, I really don't know clearly." However, he did not let it go. "So, this intelligence is indeed not genuine. The imperial court's intention is to push you out to establish authority and balance the forces." Hero hesitated to answer, "I balance forces, what forces?" The man continued calmly, "The Nine Spirits god who just came to report is from the Penglai faction. Their power is in danger, so they want to contact us. Although not allied, they are not enemies, just a bit arrogant. After that is Thursday Chi City, though they usually don't act against other forces because of the Thursday Chi City Lord's reasons, it is also the most ambitious among the forces. The others are just sect branches and demon dens. Because the Corpse Dynasty and the Buddha Kingdom haven't moved for a long time, they have started acting. It is said thousands of fierce monks have arrived in the 9 provinces." The boy closed his eyes and muttered, "What are you looking at? It has nothing to do with me." Then a thought emerged. The Corpse Dynasty, a disaster stepping on 10,000 corpses, still hasn't given up? Another pawn to be used? At the same time in a forest, natural disasters, human calamities, chaotic times, such opportunities, Guanyin sat in the middle of the forest, lips moving. "The situation is the great Tao, do you still not understand?" The sky was filled with white mist, making the scene extremely dark. Whispering voices murmured incessantly. "Heard anything? Recently, zombies bite when they see living people. Very scary. True. Should go home early. Don't wander around. Keep an eye on children at home. Don't let zombies catch them." White clouds covered the entire space. At this moment, Hero spoke. "This time the chaos is huge. People on the main road are all terrified. Thank you. The little master has been with me to fulfill the order. Originally, it had nothing to do with you." His words rang out again. "The order is from above. Now that the situation is flourishing, you are ordered to contact forces from all sides. You must recruit them." Now he sighed and recounted. "My lord, you really think too highly of me. What if I mess it up?" The boy said with a straight face. "Your name, the tree's shadow, your identity. I will find another place to try. Nearby in the mountains there must be small demons occupying. But little elder, what if it doesn't go well?" Inside the pitch-black cellar, a deep, hoarse voice rang out. "What? People from the imperial court? You want to meet our great king?" "Not ordinary people from the imperial court." The opponent explained. "Not ordinary people? Then what kind of people are they? Speak up and let's see if you have the qualifications for our great king to grant an audience." At this moment, Daoist lowered his head and replied in a harsh voice. "I am the fiercest person of the Demon Suppression Bureau, Stone Hero. This person is a solo fighter against the 72 demon dens of Dongshan continent." Little Sage ordered. "Let them in. The king wants to see who is disturbing the territory of our ancestor." Finishing his words, they all frowned. What a display of power. Ancestor. Little Sage's 10,000 robes fluttered constantly. "Speaking won't scare you. Our ancestor is the great sage equal to heaven, who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace and destroyed Chi-Yu back then." "What? You want to ask for this king's title?" He muttered blankly. "I didn't ask?" Now Little Sage shouted loudly. "Good question. This king is the branch group of Flower Fruit Mountain." He gripped the weapon in his hand, opened his eyes, and as he finished, a flag flew from somewhere. He began to read, "Great Sage equal to heaven." Hero whispered anxiously, "What now? Seems like a tough guy to deal with." Daoist calmly reassured, "It's fine. Just beat him to death. No need to save face for me." They whispered continuously, "We didn't come to recruit. He is not worthy." Now Little Sage lost patience. "What are you whispering about? This big flag cost a lot of money." Hero muttered awkwardly. "Didn't you say for half a day you wanted to fight? I just can't stand you using the Great Sage's banner to flaunt everywhere." He shouted. "Shut up." They charged into a fight, neither yielding. Little Sage muttered to himself. "Looks stupid but is quite agile." The whistling wind proved the opponent's strength and speed. However, Little Sage was faster than him. He grabbed Hero's throat and growled. "Just a small human comparing agility with me?" Then Little Sage threatened. "Call me Grandfather Great Sage. I will spare your life." Hero still didn't give in and scolded. "I'll call your grandmother." Finishing his words, he used his large head to slam hard into his forehead. Hero, despite having a large bump, still snorted coldly. Know how powerful I am now, right? At this moment, little sage suddenly plucked a hair. Seems I have to use some ultimate moves. He muttered incessantly. Great divine power. Body outside body. The whistling wind and little sage's arrogant voice made the atmosphere chaotic. How about it? Ready to die? Daoist frowned and thought. Isn't this just calling minions out to gang up? Hero saw they had many people and hesitated, stepping back a few steps. You really play dirty, little sage said aggressively. Less talk. This is high-level magic, you have no knowledge. Hero hadn't seen anyone play dirty and still act high and mighty, so he froze on the spot. What magic? Isn't this just ganging up? The last sentence seemed to hit their sore spot. Little sage angrily ordered. Brothers, charge and gang up on him. Immediately after, they all rushed in to beat Hero up without giving him a chance to react. After just a few moves, he lay flat on the ground. Little sage used his foot to stomp on his face. He boasted happily. Know how powerful I am now? This is the great sage's ultimate technique. Suddenly, something in Hero's hand emitted a strange light. This was just now under the mountain. Someone had given Hero a small hair. Later, if you fight, squeeze this hair. He held the hair tightly in his hand, carefully obeying. Just call once, right? Wukong received the distress signal and felt he was about to have fun beating people up. Finally figured it out, suffered for nothing. Hero stood up with all his might and held the hair high. I invite the true god to manifest. Little sage saw this and laughed scornfully. Invoking a god? This kid even knows how to invoke a god. The heavenly court collapsed long ago. Who can you invite? Mocking for a while, he finally felt satisfied and laughed loudly, but didn't realize something was truly being summoned. A large animal figure strode forward. Wukong's eyes were bloodshot, locking onto the target ahead. The mist finally cleared, revealing Wukong's clear form. Little sage still couldn't believe his eyes. Mouth agape. No, impossible. Must be an illusion. How could it be the real great sage equal to heaven? Wukong waved the Rui Jingu bang in his hand slightly, and heaven and earth immediately shook violently. Immediately after, rocks from the mountain peak began to fall in succession. A black aura covered everything. Little sage's face turned pale. Seems real. Hero standing behind also couldn't believe Wukong was so ostentatious. What did I invite? The next second, little sage was dealt with quickly and neatly by him. After finishing everything, Hero turned back to the minion behind. Alright, don't stand there blankly. This little broken mountain has no future. Let's continue on the road. The minion behind said with a slightly timid voice. Little elder, do we really have to go to Thursday Chi City? I'm a bit scared. Hero had to change the route while reassuring. Then let's go to another place with many sects first. At the tower of that sect, a loud scream rang out. Don't manage me, this old man doesn't want to take medicine. Let this old man report to the city lord. One person still tried to calm him down. Senior brother has already written to the city lord of Thursday Chi City. Heavenly general should tend to the wound first. The maid standing next to him was also speechless. Senior sister is truly patient. Chanxiang sat in the room, clutching the wound on his shoulder but still refused to yield. Then this old man won't take medicine either. Go bring your sect leaders good wine here. Although I lost my immortal bone, this small wound can't do anything to this old man. Maid next to him had to watch over him. Heavenly general, we really don't know where the sect leader senior brother's wine is kept. The sentence seemed to make Chanxiang even angrier. Damn it. Do you know how much effort this old man spent to use the talisman to protect your heart pulse? The old man's body. This old man knows. I used the sect's 100-year-old spiritual medicine to barely hang on to this thread. Daoist couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and growled. You still want to drink wine? Chanxiang angrily punched both hands into the air. I don't care. Bring the wine here. Daoist walked over and mocked. You claim you can fight against mortal bodies, yet you dare to be arrogant? Then he ordered his subordinates. You two, force him to drink wine and tie him up for me. I have guests later. I'm not free to argue with him. Servants nearby immediately received the order. Yes, sect leader, junior sister, you hold his hands. Qinxiang was unwilling to be tied up, struggling. You two actually treat this heavenly general like this? Daoist walked outside with some calculations in his heart. Thursday Chi City hasn't had anyone come yet. I'm afraid. Outside the city gate, Hero and his disciple had arrived. Is Tiangung so close to Thursday Chi City? Daoist walked in front of him. It was a monk dressed in books. Master has waited a long time. Today is... That person respectfully raised his hand to greet the person opposite. Sect leader Lu, I am the presiding monk of the Arhat Temple of the Western Heaven Buddha Kingdom, specifically here to pay respects to Buddha Tathagata. I am striving to descend the Dharma decree to enter the Eastern land again. Save the people from disaster, break the natural disasters. Daoist interrupted. I see saving people is fake and the Eastern land is real. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making the presiding monk sweat. Bold? Who is here doubting the Tathagata? At the same time, Hero and Wukong also walked in. Who is that old monk? Hasn't the old monk's magic power recovered yet? The presiding monk clenched his fists angrily. You insult the Tathagata. In that kingdom, the sun finally appeared. Welcome the young general's triumphant return to the city. Around him, whispers rang out incessantly. The young general is young and has achieved many feats, truly worthy of being the old general's son. But he has offended many powerful people. Don't repeat the general's mistakes, thinking he is very capable. This brat has blocked many of our businesses. If it weren't for the ancestors' protection, just relying on him, if he really has ability, why didn't he go to the southwest to wipe out the demons? He passed by everything but the whispers only focused on the last sentence. Southwest. The southwest land is occupied by a great demon. Slaughtering the people are suffering. In the court, many attempts to kill it failed. In the southwest, animal bones mixed with humans are piled into mountains everywhere. A monster stands on the mountain peak observing every move, ready to hunt. That great demon uses heavenly thunder as food, having achieved results after 10,000 years. If not for the heaven-bestowed immortal body, it is very difficult to resist. The great demon spread its wings wide, preparing to swoop down for a decisive battle. Humans don't know their own limits. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of soldiers stood ready to receive orders. Punish, slay evil, behead demons. The great demon swooped down, using its claws to wipe out hundreds of soldiers. Young general, we will hold it back. Young general, run quickly. Young general, covered in wounds, could only watch his comrades sacrifice themselves. Didn't the court say they would send a large army to destroy it? Why only his personal guards? A soldier's timid voice rang out. Commander Kwang Kan, must we continue fighting? He slowly stood up, struggling to brace himself. I have exhausted all my strength. Today we must kill it. Brothers paved the road with blood. How can I survive alone? Then let us fight one last battle. Immediately after, he flew toward the monster, slashing his blade straight at it, sending blood splattering everywhere. Great demon fell straight to the ground, blood still flowing continuously. The young general fared no better, spitting out a mouthful of bright red blood from his mouth. Yet, he did not hesitate, picking up his sword to continue attacking while the monster was off guard. A slash swung down, blood gushing like a spring. The young general collapsed to the ground, his body splattered with gore. The great demon's head finally parted from its neck. Using my body as bait, losing is no injustice. Cheers of joy erupted all around. The young general is divinely brave. We have waited a long time. Congratulations to the general for slaying the great demon. Only the general and the great demon both lay dead here. A court official approached. The young general's merit is high. We can only erect a spirit tablet for worship. Acting under orders. Do not blame your subordinates. Finally, he spoke to the young general. This demon is worshipped by the great lords in the court, or else thousands of arrows would have flown straight at you, for the annual disaster relief funds are immense. The young general blocked others' disaster relief path. When people turn evil, demons are nothing. The young general could not resist further, his body about to collapse, when a voice suddenly rang out. Ridiculous, you and I are both chess pieces. Eat my demon pill to give you and me a chance for revenge. His eyes lit up as if he had made his own choice. How about it? A beam of light pierced the dark clouds. The great demon revived, its whole body gaining 100-fold strength as it flew straight into the sky. Suddenly, Guanyin descended from the sky, carrying a stream of karmic light. The general's desire for revenge is understandable. Using evil to control evil, is that truly a good choice? If the general is willing to cast aside hatred, I am willing to recommend the general for a celestial rank. Guanyin continued. Deng Hua, in consideration of your past life for the country and the people, you have ascended. Heaven grants grace, the emperor's blessing. Accepting the Hao Tian decree, Deng Hua is appointed heavenly general, under the heavenly Ingyuan mansion, one of the 36 thunder generals. From now on, you shall not enter reincarnation, shall not suffer karmic retribution, and shall enjoy the offerings of heaven and earth. The young general accepted the heavenly decree. This servant accepts the decree. Great kindness, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Deng Hua only knows how to be grateful, willing to serve as an ox or horse. Guanyin did not forget to remind him that if she ever called upon the heavenly general later, he must not refuse. If my Buddhist sect enters the 9 provinces, it will surely lead to strife with the Tao. By then, the great cause of spreading the faith will have been completed step by step. Only Deng Hua later became a heavenly general working diligently for the heavenly court to eliminate evil and suppress violence. He became increasingly powerful, finally becoming a heavenly general with unrivaled strength. The heavenly Tao is clear. How can it be controlled by human force? Even gods and immortals are merely chess pieces. Chanxiang, after hearing the entire story, finally understood. The heavenly Tao is clear. How can it be controlled by human force? Even gods and immortals are merely chess pieces. He sat quietly on the bed. Bodhisattva, the heavenly court has collapsed. Do you wish to come to the 9 provinces to spread the faith? Furthermore, mortals are of no use to your great affairs now. The woman behind him interrupted his reaction. Heavenly General, that is a wrong statement. He finally turned his head to look straight at the person behind him. Guanyin calmly explained again. Spreading the faith is what we originally intended to pursue. As for the heavenly general having his immortal bones stolen, it is not without a solution. That thunder beast, when heaven and earth were first divided, was born from the thunderfire force generated by the collision of metal and stone. Many years later, it was regarded by the essence of heaven and earth as 2 beasts. 2 fierce beasts from the same source, also born from the thunder and fire of heaven and earth, named Heavenly Thunder and Earthly Fire. You and the Thunder Beast have merged bloodlines for many years, and it is now connected. She finally concluded, if you take the Earthly Fire immortal bone, the Heavenly General can recover your immortal power. Chenxiang waited for her to finish speaking, then immediately refused the offer. No need. The Thunder Beast and I merged voluntarily. If it were forced, how would that be any different from a beast? Seeing this, Guanyin did not persuade him further. If the Heavenly General has already made plans, then I will not force you. However, the Heavenly General's body is still weak. I will order someone to gift you some elixirs. Having spoken, she vanished, leaving only one final sentence. Heavenly General, take care. In the main hall of the tower, it was not so peaceful. Aoi finally could not stand it. Can you all stop being noisy? Do you think this sect is a tea house? The presiding monk snorted coldly. This poor monk originally did not want to speak with this vulgar person. It is truly unbearable for this person to be so disrespectful to the world-honored one. I am carrying the Dharma decree and came with the Bodhisattva to save people and eradicate demons. Hero looked at the person in front of him as if looking at a mentally unstable person. Bodhisattva, why do I not see her? Wukong also took the opportunity to mock. It seems that old man from Mount Ling did not lie to me. It has truly been damaged to the root. He can only send this thing to impersonate and deceive. The presiding monk was angry but could not argue back. You! He quickly calmed down. Looking at your attire, you are also a person of my Buddhist sect. Since that is the case, let me broaden your horizons a bit. Aside from the Supreme Buddha Dharma, the methods of my Arhat Hall. Wukong recognized a fellow disciple. He smirked slightly. Isn't this a coincidence? I also want to use my fists and kicks a little. Guanyin had already left that place, seemingly no longer remembering the presiding monk left inside. It seems I forgot something. Who came with me again? Inside the gloomy, terrifying forest, the corpse general was sitting and calculating something. Ambushing for these days, what exactly is your conspiracy? If there is no fresh flesh and blood, eating will definitely lead to backlash. A figure wrapped in a cloak stood at its feet. Only the flesh and blood of lowly mortals. Eating more to increase power is just a little. This method is too cruel and will sooner or later be killed by forces from all sides. This old man is actually saving people. He acted as if he were bestowing a blessing. Amitba, Amitba. A bolt of lightning pierced the night, striking straight at the 2 monsters. The corpse general held the power tightly in its hand. I am currently carrying the Thunder Department. The divine power of a true god, even if destroyed, still has the strength to fight. The other person did not care about that power, even showing a bit of contempt, overestimating yourself. In this old man's eyes, what is the Thunder Department true god? He opened his eyes wide, preparing to cast a spell. The earth began to shake violently, rocks flying everywhere in the air. A thick night covered the entire forest. Gods and gods have levels, now you know the gap. It was merely the luck of a good person. He brought his hands to his chest, feigning respect. The origin of that Thunder General is one of 2 ancient fierce beasts. If the root of the 2 can be used, perhaps the fire force in heaven and earth can be triggered. The corpse general seemed to have been attracted by such a fragrant bait. The power of heaven and earth. That is the purest power from the beginning of heaven and earth. Sun Wukong also borrowed the power of the Dragon Clan to repel the demon god Sivu. The corpse general stood up straight. There is no time to delay. Then let us go find the remaining fierce beast. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind. That fierce beast has been hiding for thousands of years. To find it, one must first find a person. At a small but crowded tavern, Shopkeeper, bring a few more jugs of wine. The blind old man sat in the tavern, sipping bottle after bottle. Someone raised their voice in disdain. This wine has less and less flavor. Other travelers also turned to question. Blind man? Who are you swindling again? And still drinking wine? Could it be swindling the child on the street? Drinking this cheap stuff? He angrily retorted. That was earned by my own demon exorcising. But his one mouth could not argue against that crowd. Your little bit of skill, do I not know it clearly? Don't disgrace us demon exorcists anymore. If your ancestor skills could still be spoken of, you... The blind old man could only swallow his anger and leave the tavern. He could only mutter and argue back. My ancestor once subdued a great demon. Compared to reckless demon exorcists like you, he was much stronger. It's just that the Dharma artifact passed down to my generation. He looked at the red ghost mask in his hand. In his mind, the majestic image of his ancestors from before appeared. Dharma artifact recognizes its master. For decades, this thing hasn't bothered with me. I fear it has been buried in this place. The patriarch blamed the disciples' aptitude for being too poor. He wanted to take disciples, but no one was willing to follow. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A curse rang out. Idiot! The blind old man was a bit scared. Who is speaking? Is this person accepting me? It is the Dharma artifact passed down by the patriarch. A demonic voice rang out. Your ancestor made a contract with me. He provided his body as a vessel. I helped him exorcise demons. It is just that you were born with a defect and could not endure it. The red mask spun in the air. I originally needed someone to offer blood and flesh. Thus, your master died early. Unexpectedly, he took a disciple, and the body is even worse. That year, your master was soft-hearted and picked up a beggar with an eye defect, which is you. If I had forcibly possessed you, I fear your sect would have been exterminated long ago. It is just that recently you obtained some fortuitous opportunity, so you could hear me speak. The blind old man immediately grasped the main point. Fortuitous opportunity? What kind of fortuitous opportunity did I encounter? In his mind, an image of a person suddenly appeared, vaguely. Why did he come here? The hero spoke first. This Daoist brother, coming to my Tianjing sect in the middle of the night. What is the matter? The blind old man had to find a temporary excuse. This poor Daoist is from the post station down the mountain. Today I drank 2 cups too many, so I got lost. The person opposite felt annoyed. Do not block the way. He walked past him, not forgetting to shove his shoulder hard. A few brothers following behind had to speak up instead. Fellow Daoist, do not blame him. That is the sect master's guest. We are still seeing the guest off. The blind old man watched and muttered. What an arrogant mortal monk. 2 fellow disciples waited for the presiding monk to leave far away before turning back. Master, go slowly. The sect master said next time he will definitely be a proper host. The presiding monk's face was swollen, and he did not bother to say another word. Hero also came out from inside. 2 Daoist acolytes. Then I will return first. Hero walked past the blind old man, paying a little attention to him. The blind old man turned around and began brainwashing. This young friend has a powerful righteous aura. You do not look like a person of the Tianjing sect. Although I cannot see what your cultivation is, you have great fortune behind you. Later, you will surely rise like a kite in the wind. Hero believed him completely. Really? He knew the prey had taken the bait. Down the mountain, I will tell you more clearly. The sky turned to night in the kingdom, which was brilliant with lights. On the busy street, the gentleman in white was strolling around. A young woman came from somewhere. Young master, please follow me. The master has been waiting for a long time. He was slightly confused. May I ask? I haven't said anything yet? The young woman led him to a long corridor. Young master, please wait here for a moment. He had to stand there inside the bamboo doors, brilliant with lights. A voice rang out from the room. This old man has been in seclusion for many years. Little friend, why have you come here now? The gentleman quickly replied. The disciple is under the master's orders to specifically come here to pay respects to the senior. The person inside the room seemed to have known the answer beforehand. Your master and I originally have no friendship. Your master invited me to come out of seclusion several times. It is just that this old man has been in seclusion for many years. I do not ask about worldly affairs. The person behind you is perhaps also for this purpose, all invited back for. He turned around and saw a stranger standing next to him from who knows when. Behind me. He did not speak, only slowly turned his head to look over. The gentleman immediately jumped in fright, retreating hard to the back. His face was full of fear. On this person, there was actually not a trace of a living person's breath. The master sitting in the room trembled, looking at his withered hands. This old man's old skeleton does not want to step into the world to fight anymore. I'll go back, I'll go back. The long-haired man quickly knelt down in front. Master Yuan, your reputation is illustrious. You really know how to hide. Hiding in the bustling city. You can really have a heart as calm as water. Without waiting for an answer from anyone, he stood up, preparing to attack Master Yuan. Furthermore, I came from afar, and you would not even grant a meeting. Is this the way to treat a guest? Today, if you do not cast a divination, do you think I will let it go? The old man with white hair and beard showed no attitude before the impatience of the strange guest. This old man has not revealed heavenly secrets for half a life. This remnant body is already broken. Now I only seek death. It is just that the heavenly Tao does not allow it, and only breath torments me. I do not know what else you can threaten this old man with, fellow Daoist. He looked at the withered skeleton of that fellow Daoist and was momentarily stunned. The master spoke again. That karma, I was the instigator. These are all fate. Having spoken, he did not bother to show respect and ordered the guest to leave. You go. Before leaving, the person in black took something out from his person. Master is originally innocent, just wanting to attain the Tao and ascend. But you were used by those above. If I can help you escape from endless torment. He handed that yellow liquid to the person in front. This is immortal drunk. This immortal drunk is refined from the bones and blood of immortals. I believe you understand its efficacy better than I do. The old man finally agreed to say a few more words. Fine, let it be. The person in the black cloak had achieved his main goal. So, master, you have agreed? Aside from the little demon eavesdropping, you have no objections, right? The old man then slowly let out 2 words. As you wish. Immediately after, a large explosion occurred, blowing away the white-robed scholar. He quickly fled from him. At the same time, a winding figure flew from somewhere around the tower. He raised his hand to signal, whispering, As you wish. The dragon wounded its body in the air. Immediately after, a series of powerful attacks struck the ground. He turned himself into a giant monster, knocking the white-robed gentleman away. Thousands of black hands emerged from the ground, scrambling to tear apart the prey. He waited for the monsters to finish handling it. This bit of gore and flesh, how is it enough for me to share? The old man in the room finally spoke. Fellow Daoist, what do you want to ask? He looked straight at the person opposite, smiling terrifyingly. Simple. Find someone. Outside the tower, the earth dragon had not yet left. His body slithered on the ground, scales glistening. The whole earth dragon seemed to want to wrap tightly around the tower. The old blind man asked back, disbelieving. What? You are stone hero, he said with a sarcastic tone. How could that be? The crowd around them looked at the old blind man with disdain, whispering complaints. Damn blind man, so annoying. What can he actually do? The old blind man continued talking to Anhung. Nothing, nothing. Seeing this, he wondered, Daoist, what do you mean by that? The old blind man continued. There are just some differences in the rumors. Hearing this, he asked, What am I like in the rumors? The old blind man hesitated. This? He imagined an image of a person with a heroic appearance, exactly like this. He sighed and expressed his opinion. I also hope it's this appearance. Anhung explained clearly to the old blind man, all because the little master helped him. The old blind man also confirmed. That's right. It was the little monk traveling with me, the little master. Wukong was hidden in the grass. The nearby children were looking for their friend, who seemed to be playing with clay by the door, but was just there a moment ago, and now they didn't know where he had run off to. The children were arguing with each other. The great sage is the most powerful, the chubby child explained to the other. The great sage is powerful, but he's afraid of the monk chanting the golden headband. Both our fathers are demon hunters. They know best. Seeing Wukong, the children wanted him to verify it. There happens to be a monk over there. If you don't believe it, just ask. The children ran over and called out, Little master, little master. The little girl asked Wukong, You say chanting the golden headband spell can really subdue the great sage? Is it because that curse is too unpleasant to hear? He replied awkwardly and vaguely, It's quite unpleasant. Suddenly, everything around them was in chaos. The children screamed in fear. Why can't we stand still anymore? It's the earth dragon turning over. Run quickly. The 2 children looked closely with panicked faces, stammering in fear. That doesn't seem to be an earth dragon. The monster grabbed the little girl. The girl screamed in terror. Zi, save me. Wukong, down below, seemed ready to rush up to save the child. The nearby children shouted to each other. The earth dragon took Zi. Away. Quickly go find the adults. Killing intent rose around him, and he thought to himself, That's not an earth dragon. It's a corpse dragon about to become a demon. Wukong jumped off the ground and rushed up. He flew toward the monster, his momentum powerful. Consider your luck bad, appearing right before my eyes. Wukong revealed his true form, his eyes glowing red as he darted forward. Seeking death, the massive monster lunged up, shattering the sky. Wukong held his weapon, preparing to strike. His weapon grew large and lunged forward, tearing through the sky. Wukong's weapon glowed brightly in the sky, drawing the attention of everyone around. A person, completely disguised, sneered. Still as impatient as a monkey. He thought to himself, tricked. Wukong's weapon pierced through the sky, creating a magnificent scene. The old blind man and Anhung also looked up, not understanding what was happening. The crowd curiously wondered, what was that just now? It doesn't seem to be an earth dragon. The teacher of Lu Daoist stood nearby, assessing the situation. He exclaimed in disappointment. Wasting the corpse dragon I refined is a bit of a pity. The ability on that person is a super valuable item. The teacher of Lu Daoist walked over to the old blind man and Anhung. They wondered, who is this? Are you looking for me? He approached gloomily, intending to rob the old blind man. The Li Hua ghost mask in your possession is useless. Hand it over. Hearing this, the old blind man broke into a cold sweat and asked fearfully, how do you know it's my family's Dharma treasure? Anhung stood nearby, confused. What mask? Lightning radiated from the teacher of Lu Daoist as he unleashed his ultimate technique. He did not hesitate to eliminate the two. There are a few too many people here getting in the way. His eyes flashed with lightning, widening to reveal the whites. Bones sprouted from the teacher of Lu Daoist, forming a pair of wings. Around him, stronger and larger bolts of lightning appeared. He said decisively, first, I must clean things up a bit. The teacher of Lu Daoist attacked Anhung. The previous move left the old blind man bewildered. His mouth twisted, not knowing what to do. He rushed over quickly and grabbed the old blind man's head. The teacher of Lu Daoist exclaimed bitterly, the corpse dragon that I worked so hard to refine died in this place just like that. His eyes flashed with lightning. He explained, the Li Hua ghost mask is the vessel sealing the Li Hua beast. The teacher of Lu Daoist scolded the old blind man. Leaving it in your hands is a waste of heaven's gifts. Hand it over. The old blind man, being grabbed, only tried to endure and wondered, how did you know? Anhung, nearby, was struck by lightning, his body smoking profusely. He seemed largely unaffected, standing and watching the old blind man being held by the teacher of Lu Daoist. Anhung's face became serious as he introduced himself and threatened the guy. I am an officer of the Demon Suppression Bureau. You people are openly ambushing an official station. Are you not afraid of being punished? Seeing Anhung still standing firm, he wondered, there's still a survivor? The teacher of Lu Daoist once again unleashed lightning at him. He stood calmly, watching Anhung struggle while being struck by lightning. Teacher of Lu Daoist said sarcastically, small fry, not worth me knowing your name. Anhung broke through the lightning and glided in front of the teacher of Lu Daoist. What just happened made him gape in surprise. What? He closed in and swung his fist at him. Anhung punched him in the mouth, leaving the guy dazed. The scene became chaotic from the aftershocks of their fight. Anhung said with a serious, determined face, with this officer here, how can I let you rebel? The old blind man tried to stand up, and he turned back to check on the old blind man. Daoist, are you okay? The teacher of Lu Daoist was irritated by this. You brat. He seemed to have changed, becoming even more insane. Then let me show you the true 6 heavenly thunders. The teacher of Lu Daoist rushed forward, unleashing lightning at Anhung. His face was weary and bewildered, watching him get closer and closer. Anhung wondered, it's coming again. What is that? His appearance already looked terrifying, and when angry he looked even more insane. Seeing Anhung not running away, the teacher of Lu Daoist wondered, impossible. Why are you not afraid of the heavenly thunder? A golden ray crept through the gloomy night. It was a Dharma treasure that blocked the heavenly thunder for Anhung. It glowed at his abdomen. Seeing the Dharma treasure, the teacher of Lu Daoist became more cautious. So you have a treasure to avoid heavenly thunder. I really underestimated you, kid. Green light appeared as he intended to use another move to attack Anhung. The teacher of Lu Daoist confidently displayed, don't think this Daoist only has this much ability. Something terrifyingly large appeared overhead, winding through the eerie, hazy green light. Anhung and the old blind man looked up simultaneously. He triumphantly shouted again, let me open your eyes to the power of the divine essence. A monster, many times larger than them, appeared. He shouted, corpse demon descends. The monster's face was truly terrifying, and yellow lightning radiated around him. The old blind man and Hung felt as if they had encountered some demon god. They were truly tiny before the monster he summoned. The monster threw its massive fist, attacking and shattering the sky and earth, while the old blind man vomited blood and dropped Dharma treasure he had tried to keep hidden. Hung, due to the previous attack, was crushed under rocks, covered in injuries, with his survival uncertain. The old blind man was also bruised and injured just as badly. He tried to say a few more words. That ghost mask, it accepts a master, consider it yours. He and the monster approached and asked clearly, how do you know the ghost mask doesn't consider me its master to use? The injured old blind man found it hard to explain. That is because nearby Hung was crawling out from under the rocks. He told the two clearly, it has already accepted a master. Hung gripped the Dharma treasure, preparing to do something, and surprisingly he put it on his face. The mask-shaped Dharma treasure began to emit tentacles that pierced into Hung's body, looking truly horrific. Those red tentacles began to spread all over his body. It wrapped around his body, creating another body that looked stronger. The other two were stunned, watching Hung transform into a large monster. A red-skinned monster with horns and long wings, looking extremely aggressive. They exclaimed, the Li Hua beast! Hung in his new, powerful form. He and the teacher of Lu Daoist kept their distance, not rushing to attack. He gritted his teeth uncomfortably, thinking, the beast accepted a master? Why is it this guy? Hung wondered, what is this situation? What has happened to me? Another voice appeared and explained, you fool! I have attached myself to your body. He wondered, attached? Isn't that possession? The voice from the Dharma treasure announced, from now on, you can use my power as you wish. The teacher of Lu Daoist raised his hand, gathering lightning, preparing to attack. He bitterly complained, how can this Li Hua power belong to someone else? His eyes flashed with lightning again. He was full of desire for that Dharma treasure. He had to take it back. The teacher of Lu Daoist and the monster lunged to attack simultaneously. He rushed to strike Hung, while Hung stood firm, blocking the blow. Their battle caused everything around them to be in chaos again. On the surface, he had a stable, fearless expression, but inside Hung's mind, it was very chaotic. What should I do now? The mask, monitoring the situation, spoke up, evaluating the teacher of Lu Daoist. That sickly old man is somewhat formidable. Hung's mentality became more stable thanks to the mask's words. After examining, the mask guessed his power, and added some instructions on how to defeat the opponent. Hey, looking at his cultivation, it's been 1,000 years, he's almost becoming a human demon. Seeing him use corpse chi to cultivate, he fears yang energy the most. Use fire to burn him. Okay. Burn him to death. A few sparks of fire appeared. Hung was preparing fire to attack him. He used his power to create flames that looked truly powerful, fire surrounding his entire body. This made the teacher of Lu Daoist a bit hesitant, not daring to engage immediately. Hung began to unleash fire toward him. Their fire and lightning collided, creating a very strong aftershock. Hung's fire gradually covered the surrounding space, while the teacher of Lu Daoist was dodging the previous blow. He also slowed down to consider a counterattack. Seeing the lightning around the juncture, the mask understood. So he's using heavenly thunder to protect the juncture's Dharma form. Hearing this, Hung worriedly exclaimed, then I can't hurt them. The fire became increasingly aggressive. Seeing him worried about his ineffective attack, the mask calmed him down. Don't worry, he can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, the teacher of Lu Daoist's juncture was being violently engulfed by fire. Hung's fire also spread, affecting the teacher of Lu Daoist's position. Seeing the juncture being attacked fiercely, he was scared and worried, intending to take a risk. No, the Dharma form can't take it anymore. Must take a risk. His juncture suddenly tensed up, surrounded by a pile of lightning, pushing back Hung's growing fire. The teacher of Lu Daoist controlled the juncture to start rushing to attack. He planned his battle strategy. Release the last bit of the Dharma form's power in one go. The juncture unleashed a series of lightning bolts at Hung. Hung was attacked but not significantly affected because he had a lightning-avoiding Dharma treasure on him. The masked Dharma treasure was also a bit surprised. The little brat actually has a lightning-avoiding Dharma treasure. The teacher of Lu Daoist gritted his teeth and frowned, looking at the unfavorable situation, thinking, even like this, I can't kill him? It seems. Hung was now standing firmly on a nearby rock. Assessing the situation, he didn't attack immediately. While behind the teacher of Lu Daoist, a chain appeared. He was preparing to escape. Must use the retreat route. Hung focused on looking ahead, always ready to dodge or attack whenever he made any unusual movement. Suddenly, green chains rushed toward Hung, intending to attack him. The chains wrapped tightly around On Hung, and some strange incantation characters appeared. On Hung wondered, "What is this?" Seeing the move just unleashed by the teacher of Lu Daoist, the masked Dharma treasure immediately instructed On Hung on how to protect himself. "Soul snatching? You must protect your own spirit platform," the mask concluded to him. "That way I can protect you." Now another monster appeared, holding On Hung tightly. "Where is the spirit platform?" Seeing the situation was not good, the mask could only curse silently. "Idiot!" The teacher of Lu Daoist was exerting all his strength to attack On Hung. He was also confident in his move. Even heavenly officials cannot resist this soul-snatching order. He rushed up, unleashing a series of lightning bolts at him. The mask worried, "No, if this continues, both of our spirits will be sucked away." Only by a series of green lightning bolts enveloped On Hung's body. He asked clearly, "Only by what?" On Hung returned to his normal form. The mask instructed him, "I will help you block the soul-snatching order. You go kill that old Jiangshi." He also followed the mask's words, "Okay." On Hung delivered a super impactful kick to his face, making him scream. After the attack, On Hung fell. He screamed in fear, "Damn it! It's too high. I'm afraid of heights." The mask immediately ordered On Hung, "First, catch me." On Hung tried to reach for the mask. Upon reaching the mask, it once again emitted strings. At the same time, the mask also realized its mistake. "I'm starting to regret this master acceptance." The mask transformed into a large body, holding on to On Hung. The mask said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Choosing that old blind man might have been better." Smoke rose from the ground, making the scene hazy. The teacher of Lu Daoist blamed himself. "A horse loses its footing, yet I was forced into a desperate situation by this unknown nobody." The teacher of Lu Daoist exclaimed bitterly, "Pa pa!" On Hung and the mask stood watching him, bitter. The mask was also more confident. "Old Jiangshi, let's see what other abilities you have this time." On Hung didn't seem to pay much attention, only worried about whether he could land safely. "Falling from this height, won't I die?" Lu Daoist's master was injured to the point of vomiting blood, thinking anxiously, "Damn it, I didn't expect even the Dharma image couldn't handle this guy." The masked one saw Ing Xiong acting foolishly and scolded, "Shut your mouth. If he died from his own cultivation, that would be the real surprise." Ing Xiong asked shyly, "What happens next?" The masked one evaluated the old man again. This old guy is too arrogant, thinking he could kill someone in one blow by opening his Dharma image. Now he has no Dharma power left. He then decided firmly. Then take this opportunity to finish him off. The masked one agreed with his idea. Don't give him a chance to recover. The old man knew he had been seen through and worried. My wishes have all been seen through by that beast. If it were just that fool, I could still trick him a bit. The masked one sighed irritably. Ing Xiong watched, not understanding much. The two of them ignored Lu Daoist's master, arguing. Aren't you a waste? My Dharma power was all wasted by you, wasn't it? So what should we do? He saw this and smugly laid out a plan. What are you afraid of? The youth has a strong body, you go handle him. The masked one heard this and agreed. Fine, watch me. Ing Xiong clenched his fists and looked at him, affirming. Now he's just an ordinary old man. The masked one told him. No need to fear him. Suddenly Ing Xiong was punched in the face. Lu Daoist's master got into a stance to show off his martial arts. He also told him, an ordinary old man? I started training martial arts at 8, training externally before internally. Let me open your eyes to my external cultivation. Ing Xiong's mouth bled a little, one side of his face swollen. He cursed. Damn it, now it's a battle of physical strength. The old man challenged. Come here. Ing Xiong, unafraid, replied. Then I won't be polite anymore. He lunged forward quickly, using 2 fingers to poke Lu Daoist's master's eyes. The masked one on the side acted as if he didn't see Ing Xiong's dirty trick. Lu Daoist's master screamed. You play dirty and attack me. Ing Xiong ignored him, justifying himself. Attacking sneakily? I clearly told you. The two argued. The old man spoke up. The monkey has escaped. Ing Xiong also said. Poor guy, he fell into a trap. Lu Daoist's master said sarcastically. You stinking brat, all these despicable tricks. Ing Xiong laughed back. Aren't you the same? The old man tried to stay calm on the outside but was anxious inside. Can't keep wasting time with this fool. Must get the Li Hua ghost mask. The masked one reminded him. Be careful, this old brat seems to have some backup plan. He asked back. A backup plan? The old man pondered a plan silently. Using the immortal drunk like this will cause too much damage to the body. I wonder if my body, recovered by the immortal fruit, can withstand it? He took out something yellow, thinking decisively. Forget it, Ing Xiong wondered. What is that? The masked one explained to him. That is the essence refined from a divine corpse. Like demon essence, but an ordinary person can't withstand this power at all. A hazy smoke appeared, obscuring part of him. Lu Daoi's master picked up the item and drank it. The two of them watched the situation silently. Ing Xiong said, he really drank it. After drinking it, Lu Daoi's master began to have strange reactions. His body changed, golden lights appearing. He thought to himself, it worked. Lu Daoi's master became filled with more powerful strength. He created orbs, preparing to attack. He jumped up again, using those orbs to control them and attacking Xiong. Ing Xiong saw him about to wreak havoc, erupting with power again, which surprised him greatly. The blind elder suddenly appeared. He lunged forward, pushing Ing Xiong aside to take the attacks from Lu Daoi's master for him. After being hit, the blind elder's leg was severed, while Ing Xiong, unable to react in time, only managed to exclaim, Daoist, you? Lu Daoi's master saw this and prepared to launch the orbs again. He was also a bit calmer. No need to rush. None of you can run. A huge orb appeared above the two of them. Suddenly, another person appeared, blocking the attack and helping the two escape death by a hair's breadth. That person asked, are you the mastermind behind the corpse tide? Turned out to be Wukong. Wukong looked up from below at Lu Daoi's master. He rushed close to him quickly. Images of a fake Daoist and strange symbols appeared. Refined chi, cannot turn stone into gold. Ride a crane to the sky to become an immortal. Lu Daoi's master clearly felt his own power. So this is the feeling of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even the flow of the 5 elements can be felt. He thought joyfully. Finally, I have attained immortality. He explained his power. Refine essence into chi, letting me use the spiritual chi in heaven and earth to automatically converge in my body. His eyes became sharper and more powerful. Lu Daoi's master was excited. This is the invincible feeling. Wukong stood watching the situation, while the old man was crazily shouting, what golden core, what nascent soul. I am directly ascending to immortality. Lu Daoi's master, after using that divine ability, was smug. Now that my golden core is formed, I'm no longer afraid of you. Wukong still stood there, his eyes looking gloomily at Lu Daoi's master. The two began to take stances to fight. Lu Daoi's master created more golden orbs. He provoked smugly. Let me open your eyes to the great creation of heaven and earth. He controlled the orbs to attack Wukong. Ing Xiong looked up from below, wondering what the situation was. The blind elder explained a bit. That corpse has already become a climate. The attacks from Lu Daoi's master on Wukong seemed to have little effect. Wukong remained calm, doing nothing, still standing still. Lu Daoi's master, with an endless source of spiritual chi, prepared to attack again. With this endless spiritual chi, let's see how long you can hold out. He raised both hands, continuing to create many other orbs. He muttered, more, more. Wukong's eyes lit up as he looked at him. A series of lights gathered around, and a large symbol appeared behind him. It seemed that Wukong did that to attack Lu Daoi's master. Wukong waved his hands, controlling the spell. He lamented, what a pain in the ass. Lu Daoi's master was held back by Wukong, unable to act anymore. Wukong repeated, want to bother old son? He screamed in fear. Can't move anymore. Wukong stared at him with serious eyes. He assessed, truly reached the level of heavenly soldiers and generals. Wukong entered a stance to attack him, accompanied by a reminder. Guess how I hit you last time? Wukong's previous blow shattered his body, essence and flesh bursting apart in extreme pain. Wukong also scolded. How much did you hit in one breath? Even the golden immortal Dao ancestors in my place don't dare to be arrogant. A little broken immortal like you who just ascended, his body was getting more and more severely injured. Essence blood flowed continuously while Lu Daoi's master was still bewildered. Impossible. The two of them distanced themselves to avoid conflict. Lu Daoi's master saw himself beaten to a pulp and wondered, transformation god realm? Isn't it supposed to be able to guide the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, combine with the 5 elements, and have an indestructible body? Why, after just one punch, Wukong smiled sarcastically. This bit of knowledge of yours is also a bit pitiful. Wukong drew his weapon. He said as if giving charity. Consider me kind, I'll give you some face. He saw this and was surprised. A series of Wukong's clones were created with powerful weapons in hand. The clones simultaneously rushed forward to attack Lu Daoi's master resolutely without hesitation. Ing Xiong watched the battle and wondered, why is there lightning? The blind elder reminded him. Stop wasting words. Take me to a safe place first. Wukong's weapon grew and shrank, attacking continuously, shaking everything around, looking truly huge and magnificent. Something suddenly fell on Ing Xiong's head. He remained silent. It was one of his eyes. The blind elder saw Xiong still standing still and not leaving, reminding, "Still not going? That Daoist has bled dry." He recounted. "Just now it seems something stepped on me a bit." The eye that just fell also had a part of his mind. Lu Daoi's master angrily scolded. "Want to kill me? How is it that easy? My specialty is faking death to escape." Lu Daoi's master calmed down a bit. Otherwise he wouldn't have lived so long in this old book. Lu Daoi's master scolded Wukong. "This monkey is truly too cruel. Everything is smashed. Only," Xiong lamented. "Daoist, I don't have any strength left either." The blind elder hurriedly urged him. "You carry me quickly." The blind elder recounted his merit. "I crippled this leg to save you," climbed onto Xiong's back. Reminded. "You go a bit slower." Xiong hadn't managed to stand up when he fell, making the blind elder scream. "My leg!" There was some liquid on Xiong's body. Xiong lamented again. "Said it early, I don't have any strength left," the blind elder bitterly uttered. "You." It turned out that the thing stuck on his body was the eye that Lu Daoi's master used to escape, but it was crushed by him. At the corpse Dao 500 years ago, in the courtyard, a voice rang out sonorously, "Sword control," along with tired breaths. At this moment, two people were observing him practicing. One spoke first. "That seems to be the sword control technique?" The other nodded in agreement. "That's right. But an outer disciple like him, how does he know the inner sect's ultimate technique?" The other replied, "Heard he is the one with the highest talent in this batch." Just as corpse Daoist finished practicing, a shrill voice rang out outside. "Rebellious disciple, how dare you learn the ultimate art in secret?" Outside was the inner sect great protector. He stood outside shouting, "A lowly outer disciple like you, how dare you learn the inner sect's immortal art in secret? Do you know this is a taboo of our sect? Catch him for me." Corpse Daoist stood inside, stuttering, "Protector? Isn't it you who?" But the inner sect great protector only thought, "This year's inner sect selection has only one spot. How can I let you take it?" A moment later, corpse Daoist was tied up tightly by chains. He screamed madly, "Unjust! I didn't steal the sword manual. I don't accept this. I want to see the great elder." Ah! Just as he was still speaking, a voice from outside rang out, immediately cutting him off. "You can't see the elder? If you have any grievances, tell this protector." Corpse Daoist shouted loudly. "Great protector, it was clearly you who told junior brother to bring the sword manual." The great protector smiled slightly and replied, "Is there such a thing? Why don't I remember anything?" Standing behind him was corpse Daoist's junior brother. He reminded, "Senior brother, this cannot be said recklessly. Thanks for watching the video." Corpse Daoist angrily questioned him. "Junior brother, why do you want to frame me? You said practicing sword control would allow me to directly promote to an inner disciple." However, responding to him were only clicking sounds from his junior brother. A few days ago, corpse Daoist's junior brother came to find him. He asked worriedly, "Junior brother, do you have any business with me?" He replied, "Senior brother, among us only you have the highest talent, this selection." The inner sect great protector said, "This time he will definitely choose you. Isn't that why he gave you the inner sect sword manual? Please take care of me more in the future." Returning to the present, the great protector shouted loudly, "Son, no need to say more. For this inner sect selection to let you be chosen, I have considered it a bit, only he is truly stubborn." Hearing the words from the great protector, corpse Daoist finally realized one thing. "Son." Meanwhile, the great protector glanced at the paper in his hand and thought to himself, "This brat's cultivation is not low, absolutely cannot be soft-hearted." Immediately after, countless streams of light accompanied by flames enveloped corpse Daoist's entire body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse with no life left. His disciple stood outside, only knowing how to shout, "So hot! So hot!" While the great protector thought to himself, "This year I will hold the Forbidden Arts Pavilion. By then the secret arts that these seniors collected will all be the foundation for my son to build his foundation." As for the person, saying that, he ordered, "There is a corpse pit under the mountain. Clean it up a bit." Corpse Daoist's disciple happily replied, "Rest assured, father." Afterward, at a forest where black crows perched all over the branches, a tired voice rang out. "So far away," he panted while groaning. "Truly damn it." Corpse Daoist's disciple observed below for a moment, then spoke the truth. "I'm too lazy to dig a hole for you. Actually, I learned forbidden arts in secret long ago. This is a forbidden art that even my father doesn't know. Taste it. Let these Jiangshi gnaw on your corpse until nothing is left." The moment he left, corpse Daoist's corpse slowly stood up bit by bit. At the same time, elsewhere, Daoist's disciple felt something and hurriedly exclaimed, Master. There is suddenly heavy energy ahead. Daoist explained to the girl. It's the smell of juncture. Good disciple, watch closely. See how your master slaughters in all directions. Then the girl saw something and shouted again. Master. Look quickly. That is, a few months later. Corpse Daoist, in the form of a juncture, was still diligently practicing. Sounds of few rang out. Sword control technique can actually protect my heart vessel, letting me fake death. Under the fiery red sunset and the mist covering everything, retching sounds echoed throughout the forest. Corpse Daoist, with the body of a juncture, stated his feelings in his heart. So human corpses taste like this. He laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, the juncture led here couldn't eat me. On the contrary, it became food for me to survive these past few months. Want me to die? It's not that easy. I still have to take revenge. Use your own methods to deal with me. Corpse leading talisman? Is this the sealing secret art of the Forbidden Arts Pavilion? So the sect's forbidden arts are all the cultivation methods of these evil cultivators. Blending with the surrounding atmosphere, Corpse Daoist's cold laughter echoed throughout the forest along with his thoughts expressing his determination. Then I'll be an evil cultivator. At the same time, in a room within the manor, a joyful laugh rang out along with the words. This inner sect Daoist robe is truly dignified. The Corpse Daoist junior brother clicked his tongue in praise. This missing golden thread suits my temperament perfectly. A purple silk robe with red and gold threads. This is what suits me. Going down the mountain to drink flower wine. Let's see who dares mock me. The flower girl's small hands are truly soft. While he was immersed in enjoying his life, the Corpse Daoist stood quietly outside observing everything. He silently assessed. Fool, holding the Forbidden Arts Pavilion yet wanting to drink flower wine? Then he slowly raised his hand to write the incantation. In just a moment, the objects in the junior brother's room shook continuously. The sword hanging on the wall was drawn. The Corpse Daoist junior brother was so shocked his eyes widened. And so a sword stroke lightly grazed his body, making the atmosphere here become even more gloomy. The Corpse Daoist's junior brother glared around. He shouted angrily. Who are you, daring to ambush this Daoist? The Corpse Daoist stepped from the corner of the room and said, So fast you don't recognize me, junior brother? When the Corpse Daoist's junior brother saw him, he broke into a cold sweat, fearfully exclaiming, It's you! He looked down at the places just severed by the Corpse Daoist and asked, My hands, my feet, what have you done to me? The Corpse Daoist excitedly said, Interesting, just changed your feet and already so shocked? Look back at what you did to me. His junior brother shouted. What do you want? The Corpse Daoist replied. The unlocking mantra of the Forbidden Arts Pavilion, junior brother perhaps knows it, right? After speaking, he calculated before the sect members discover. I must learn these forbidden arts. And then he immediately shouted. Release! On the mountain, everyone scrambled, saying to each other. There are so many. Quickly go down the mountain to reinforce. Why are there juncture causing trouble? The inner sect Great Protector fell into deep thought. What is happening? Could it be that rebellious son did this? Break the formation, break the formation. Why are juncture surrounding and attacking the sect? These juncture are targeting the mountain gate. Really is the corpse leading technique. The Forbidden Arts Pavilion has so many techniques that stinking brat keeps learning these evil arts. He quickly ran to the Corpse Daoist's location and shouted loudly. Rebellious son, what are you still doing recklessly? From inside, the Corpse Daoist calmly walked out of the door. He spoke. Great Protector, have you come to find your son? When the inner sect Great Protector saw who that juncture was, he couldn't help but be surprised. You are?
Impossible.
The Corpse Daoist held his junior brother's heart in his hand and mocked. But your son doesn't seem to have much left. The inner sect Great Protector roared. You. After speaking, he immediately used the move, Evil Outsider Subjugation Technique aimed straight at the Corpse Daoist's position. The Corpse Daoist's eyes quickly flashed a green light. He mocked, Me, an evil outsider? We are the same, perhaps even a bit ashamed to be inferior. Corpse Daoist. At the same time, in another place, the raindrops were falling heavier and heavier. Everyone scrambled, saying to each other, Go over there and check. It's right near here. This evil beast actually managed to escape from the demon tower. I heard the guarding disciples have all been punished by the master. At this moment, a demon clan member was quietly hiding from their pursuit. She panted continuously. The voices of the pursuers echoed louder and louder in the mountains and forests. This time we must catch her to teach a lesson. One of them spoke. How can the 100-year honor of our Bo-Shan sect be disregarded? I heard that female demon is a descendant of Manhwa. Absolutely do not be careless. Then they quickly discovered her. It seems to be over there. The demon clan member quickly flew high to escape. The pursuers immediately reminded each other. act separately, block her path. One of them used the ultimate move, break formation.
Kionkin démontrapine formation.
In the blink of an eye, a series of binding ropes appeared, surrounding the demon. The demon, tightened by those ropes, gradually became exhausted. The pursuers saw the opportunity and said to each other, "Be careful. She still has some magic. She's trapped. Let's go." The demon painfully exclaimed, "I just want to find someone. Why must you force me so hard? Don't force me anymore." The moment she held her head and screamed was also the moment a series of lightning bolts struck down. The Boshan sect pursuers saw the lightning and screamed in terror. Summoning lightning? What? Just like that, a series of lightning bolts struck the ground. The Boshan sect master widened his eyes and shouted, "Abominable! She can actually use the 5 thunder mantra?" This type of technique actually broke the demon trapping formation. The group continued to inform each other. "Let her escape again." The person who cast the break formation move confidently said to the others. "Rest assured, she rushed into the demon trapping formation. It must have injured her heart meridians. She can't go far, let's just follow the trail." Meanwhile, the demon dragged herself forward, blood still staining her lips, panting exhaustedly. Suddenly someone appeared in front of her. That person spoke. "New species. Haven't seen this type of demon behind this mountain before." A while later, at a mountain manor in the forest, a sighing voice rang out. "Really? This rain all night long, truly troublesome." That person laughed loudly and said, "Forget it. Anyway, there's no business." Suddenly someone gently approached behind him and said, "May I ask?" That person asked curiously, "You're awake?" The demon asked the other party curiously, "Was it you, sir, who saved me last night?" However, at that time, a group of Boshan sect people were still desperately pursuing. That person chuckled and said to the demon, "Not me. It was the little girl who pulled you in last night." Hearing this, the demon bowed to pay respects. "How can I not thank you for saving my life?" That person replied, "No need to be so polite." Not Tran continued, "They have all gone out, you wait a moment. Later when it's time to eat, they will probably all return. But descendant of Nuwa, it's quite rare to see one here." The demon, hearing the name Nuwa spoken by Not Tran, hurriedly shouted, "Have met my true form? Could it be that you are afraid?" Suddenly someone approached the two and asked, "Are you two resting or renting a room?" The Boshan sect people discovered the demon and hurriedly said angrily, "Abominable, made us search all night. Yet she's hiding in an inn, and even transformed into human form. Get lost. Mortals cannot hurt people. If anyone blocks, according to evil outsider." Not Tran coughed lightly and said, "It seems you two didn't come here to eat." The moment after, the Boshan sect people were defeated. They whispered to each other, "Senior sister, let's retreat. Junior sister, help me. I'm going to report to the sect." On the other hand, Not Tran remained calm, waving his hand and shouting to the other two, "Next time you come, remember to order some food." At this time, at the manor, the demon respectfully said, "Thank you all for saving my life. Once I find the person, I will return to repay everyone." Not Tran's group replied, "No need to be so polite." And so the demon slowly left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to them. "Goodbye." Not Tran's group also replied in farewell, "Go slowly. Come visit often. Don't get caught again." The little girl sadly said to Not Tran, "It seems that apart from Thursday Tri-City, you still cannot live peacefully with the demon clan." Not Tran nodded in agreement. "That's right." The girl looked in the direction the demon left and couldn't help but think longingly. A bit envious. Really want to go out and see this great world. Then she realized how harsh reality was, so she sighed heavily and thought to herself, "Forget it, be content, caused too much trouble before." So she turned and left. Not Tran looked at her back and couldn't help thinking, this child's original spirit is still trapped in the Empress's body resisting demon love. Although the body was reshaped, it still has the mentality of a child. A while later, at the village. Inside the room, the girl happily shouted, "Really? We will go on a long trip together? Not just walking behind the mountain?" As soon as she finished speaking, she excitedly jumped up in front of Not Tran and the little girl. The girl asked the two, "Leaving now? Then the restaurant?" Not Tran cleared his throat and replied, "It's been a long time since we went out together. Anyway, there's no business." The girl happily shouted, "I'll go pack my things. Bring more stuff." A while later, the girl held a bundle and started complaining, "What is this? Why am I the only one packing? Isn't it going to Xiao Bai's place, Thursday Tri-City?" Mangtin smiled and said, "How could that be? Buying food every day also goes there. How can that be called a long trip?" Then she ordered her subordinates. Her subordinates immediately obeyed. "Yes, master." And Not Tran and the girl politely said, "Then it's hard work for you too." After that, At the farm in the middle of the forest, howling sounds rang out. In the blink of an eye, the body began to rise. Just like that, it let out a loud howl and dove forward. The girl sitting on the python's back happily shouted, "Let's go!" Or think about where to go first. Shu Mountain? Below the mountain, some demons said to each other. The commotion below the mountain is really big. It's probably a large team. The toad demon licked his lips excitedly and said, "Finally! There's business coming to the door. Quickly go inform the gang leader." The rat demon heard this and complained, "Damn toad! Even people dare to order me around? If it weren't for this pair of wind-listening ears of mine, wouldn't you guys have starved to death 9 times in 3 days? Useless." Suddenly a voice rang out making the rat demon feel guilty. "Who did you say is useless? The gang leader didn't say you are a horse team." "Horse team? It's been a long time since there was such big business." A few other demons started crawling out and said, "Sounds like there are quite a few people. Rest assured, this pair of Shenyuan hammers of mine isn't for show." The gang leader ordered with a firm tone, "Gather the brothers and go down the mountain with me. This time we absolutely cannot fail again. Even if our brothers can't beat those brats, can't we handle those mortals? From now on, we won't fight high-level people anymore, but go rob ordinary people." Saying that, he gave the order to the toad demon. "Deputy gang leader, go. Block the horse team. This mountain is mine." Just as the toad demon left, the python suddenly went through him before the gang leader's eyes. Then, with lightning speed, the python disappeared, leaving the gang leader standing there blankly. The girl sitting on the python's back asked suspiciously, "What was that sound just now?" While the girl was still confused, not understanding what the sound was, below, the python was happily chewing the toad demon in its mouth. At that moment, a figure flashed across the forest. That person gently landed on a nearby mountain range. Wukong looked around in confusion, and then he glared and demanded, "Earth God, come out." The local Earth God was startled and asked him, "Great sage, your complexion doesn't look very good." At this time, amidst the overlapping mountains, the python gently dashed past. Then it stopped at a nearby mountain. The girl asked the girl, "Mother, I want to walk on the official road below." The girl softly replied, "Then let Lu Liang take back his original form first, to avoid scaring passers-by. That would be better." The girl replied, "No need. I'll just go scout the way," and then left. The girl just flew forward like that. At a nearby place, she slowly landed. In front of her was a boy walking nearby. As soon as the girl landed, she attracted his attention. She exclaimed, "Almost bumped into him." The image of the girl appearing at that time looked so beautiful. That appearance made the boy exclaim, "A truly beautiful young lady." But in the sky at that time there was something. That thing attracted the boy's attention, making him look up intently. That was Lu Liang also jumping down with the girl. The boy saw him and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Monster!" The boy ran away in fear while thinking to himself, "I said so, how could there be such a beautiful wife? So it's a monster. You jumping down from such a high place is very easy to scare others." Lu Liang saw this and turned to say to the girl, "Look, he was scared away. Runs fast too, right? Nostalgic, going together isn't bad either. We rarely walked on the official road before." Then he laughed loudly. "This time there's no one on the official road anymore." On the other hand, by evening, the boy who ran away was now lost in the cold, gloomy forest. He worriedly fell into deep thought. Finished, the further away from the official road. Could it be that I'm lost? There's no village before this, how to sleep tonight? He muttered to himself. They said women like scholars, so it's really like that. In this desolate place, if I meet a monster during the day, under the bright moon hanging overhead, he sighed lightly then shouted happily, "There seems to be a light ahead. Saved." The boy approached a nearby house and asked loudly, "May I ask? I am a traveler, passing by this place in the middle of the night. I wonder if it's convenient for the household to let me stay?" But no one replied, making him push the door to peek inside. He looked around and was suspicious. "Huh, no one here?" Then he went deeper step by step to observe. This place looks quiet, like it's uninhabited. Forget it, stay here first, better than sleeping on the street. Suddenly at that moment, a hand floated in mid-air, gradually touching his shoulder. Suddenly some sound came out making him hurriedly turn his head and ask, "What sound is that?" At the same time, whispering sounds rang out. "There's a house here. Let's stay here for the night. Let Lu Xiang transform into a manor, wouldn't it be a bit better? Right? That would be too boring." Not Tran said to the girl and the little girl. "It seems someone arrived first. Isn't this the cowardly scholar from the daytime?" The group approached the boy and spoke first. "Young man, don't be afraid. We're just staying here for the night." The boy recognized one of the three as the beautiful day-walking female demon. Not Tran scanned the place and silently assessed. "This house, Looks like it needs a bit of cleaning. Just like that, they began to spend the night in this gloomy mountain villa. Elsewhere at the foot of the mountain, a voice rang out. This time, there absolutely cannot be any mistakes. The gang leader threatened the rat demon. If you dare mess up again, I'll send you to join the deputy leader. The rat demon replied fearfully. Rest assured, boss. I'm certain there's only one person this time. The leader nodded, reassured. That's good. Then it immediately ordered its underlings. You lot, charge with me. This mountain is opened by me. This tree is... At this moment, the traveler coldly said to the demons. I only want to ask for directions. Do you want a toll fee too? Consider yourself unlucky. My mood isn't good right now. Wukong growled loudly. Hey, you rat over there. Have you seen the people I mentioned? The rat demon immediately replied. It seems they went that way. Wukong sighed and complained. Seriously, they even took the house with them. Having said that, he immediately shot into the sky like an arrow. The rat demon below saw him leave and breathed a sigh of relief, intending to fly away and escape. Lucky to be alive. So from now on, will I become the gang leader? Elsewhere, an irritable voice rang out. Hey, stop sleeping. The boy, deep in a dream, only mumbled a sound. Then he woke up with a start. The person continued. Sleeping so soundly in a place like this, you're really something. The boy, still groggy and confused about what happened, wondered. Why am I sleeping in an abandoned place? The girl explained to him. Silly boy, that's an illusion of a vengeful spirit, meant to lure travelers like you. Mang Tin walked over and exclaimed. This kid has good luck. Lu Nuang, we should get going. The boy asked in confusion. What are you doing? Aren't you demons? Mang Tin smiled slightly. Young man, you have a very strange scent, making it hard for one to control oneself. The two glanced at each other, but with opposing thoughts. One wanted to swallow him whole, the other silently assessed. Strange person. The boy quietly packed his things, telling himself, better stay away from them, time to slip away. Not Trans Group, seeing the boy leave, began to comment. That young man's constitution is very special, a natural magnet for demons and evil. Isn't that the same as humans? Not the same. Not Tran muttered. Seems he was guided by some expert. Otherwise it's hard to be safe and sound, unless he has good destiny. Walking a distance, the boy said to himself. Didn't they say spending lots of money to pray for peace wards off evil spirits? Why is it so unlucky just after going out on a trip? He got the bracelet with the talisman attached and complained. Seriously, better to rely on oneself than others. Wandering sorcerers really aren't reliable at all. And so he left the bracelet behind and kept walking. Just then, a demon nearby smelled something. Sniff? What is that smell? Smells so good. The demon kept repeating one sentence. Human flesh smells so good. Really want to eat it. Get lost, that person's blood and flesh are ours. Not allowed to steal. Ours, it's ours. No one is allowed to take it. Just like that, demons rushed forward like arrows, heading straight for the boy's location. Suddenly a heavy sigh rang out. Traveler over there? Have you seen them? A family full of strange people. The boy obediently nodded and said, Ah, indeed I have. Just as the demon was about to approach the boy, Wukong glared at them, and so the demons stopped immediately. The boy, still oblivious, calmly replied, That family is truly very strange. I suspect your brother. Wukong gave a wicked smile and said, I'm also from that family. Then he summoned a blue flame, leaving the boy overwhelmed. In the forest, a voice rang out. You mean that young man's evil-attracting constitution? That's right, truly a holy evil-attracting body. Then wouldn't he be in great danger? Not Trans Group sat around the newly lit fire and chatted. The girl told everyone. He has a protective talisman that can mask it a little. Then she looked at Not Tran. Not Tran spoke up. He might not necessarily accept our help, but his complexion shows he always has noble people helping him, turning danger into safety. Not Tran nodded in agreement. That's right. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have lived this long. Not Tran added. This is deep in the forest. The poisonous miasma is very strong. Hope he doesn't run around aimlessly. At the same time elsewhere, a demon in the form of a tree was telling the boy. Deep in this forest, yet there's someone who can run in here. This constitution of yours makes others really want to eat you. This forest is surrounded by quite a few earth spirits and ghosts. Yet you managed to get here safely. The boy sighed, recalling the journey he had just gone through, and admitted. That's right, seems I've encountered them all. The demon continued. Seeing me, you're actually not afraid. Very interesting. Tell me, how did you dodge those mountain spirits and fierce beasts? But in the boy's mind, he only thought. Looking up close, it's quite scary, observing the monster's appearance. And then the monster didn't hesitate any longer. It revealed its true form. Immediately after, it attacked the boy. But right at that moment Wukong defeated it. The boy gasped, finally escaped. Then he asked Wukong, "Brother, why are you still here? Didn't you see those demons?" Wukong smiled slightly. "I just wanted to see how many more powerful demons you could lead out," the boy said while looking up in the direction Wukong was looking. "Brother, what do you mean by that? Don't scare me." In the blink of an eye, a demon grabbed him, then carried him flying into the sky. The boy shed tears, thinking, "My life is over." The boy saw Wukong riding a cloud and shouted, "Save me, brother." Wukong calmly spoke, "Don't be in a rush. Before you die, can you pull me a bit?" "What do you mean?" The boy immediately responded, "Brother, as long as you can save me, I can agree to anything you want." And so Wukong gripped his staff tightly, quickly closing in on the demon. "Then it's a deal." He quickly spun in the air, then slashed through the demon's body with a single blow. The demon fell to the ground. Wukong smiled and said, "This mountain has poisonous miasma. Must be a great demon." The boy, hanging upside down on a tree branch, shouted, "Then let me down first, let's run away together." He sat nearby, calmly saying, "Who said anything about running away?" The boy, with 2 lines of tears, asked him, "Not running away? Then brother, what do you mean?" Wukong slowly approached the boy. Naturally, he gave a wicked smile and said, "You helped me lure it out." A moment later, a demon poked its head out. "So you're just a lure for the exorcist. Even if I go out, the exorcist would have been scared off already. I am a dragon creature, how can a tiny human resist me?" The boy screamed in fear, "Brother, if you don't come out, I'll die." Wukong hummed slightly and said, "Just an earth chillin, no rank." Just like that, he took his weapon in hand, directly confronting the monster. In the blink of an eye, Wukong defeated the earth chillin demon. Then he threw something to the boy. The boy looked at it and muttered, "This." Just then, a cold voice rang out. "This beast pouch generates poisonous miasma. Carry it on you. Usually evil things find it hard to get close." The boy exclaimed in admiration, "You are a demon, the most powerful. You're a pretty good person, although you look a bit scary. If you didn't have that mouth, you might live a bit longer." Wukong replied, "With this constitution of yours, living to this age isn't easy. Why run out? Isn't living quietly better?" The boy only replied, "I must go find immortals to cultivate the Tao." "Find immortals?" Wukong interrupted the boy. "You're overthinking it. Humans and demons are not the same. Be careful of being taken by others to refine into pills. This small body of yours is enough to refine for someone to cultivate for 100 years. The boy asked in confusion, "Refine me?" Then he cried sadly, "If I'm refined into medicine, would it be possible to save her?" A few months ago at a mansion, while the boy was humming a song and writing, a voice rang out outside. "Husband, take a rest, eat something." The boy immediately stopped and replied, "Coming." A girl walked over, holding some tea and cakes. "Sir, studying since early morning, it's really hard work. This year you'll definitely be the top scholar." And then the girl quietly placed the bowl of egg noodles on the table. She excitedly picked up the paper in her hand and called out, "Let me see what you've written." The boy called out blankly, "Wife." His wife read every word on the paper, wall passing technique. After reading, she turned to her husband and shouted angrily, "Have you forgotten what you said in front of father's grave? Inciting these gods and ghosts again." The boy said awkwardly, "Wife, let me explain a little." But she didn't listen and just scolded, "If you don't want to study, then go buy some rice." A moment later, the boy sighed wearily while buying it. "Wife, if I could cultivate Daoist magic, I could use the 5 ghosts to transport wealth and make her eyes pop." Suddenly something appeared in the sky. Everyone scrambled and said to each other, "What's wrong? It's an earth dragon." The earth dragon has turned over. In an instant, everyone's souls were drained, their bodies gradually turning pitch black. Just like that, one by one they turned into. The boy, hiding behind the wall witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think, "This isn't an earth dragon. It's a corpse transformation." Just as he was preparing to sneak away, a transformed corpse appeared right in front of him. At that moment, his wife suddenly appeared. She pushed the zombie back with one shove and shouted, "Husband, be careful." The boy was startled by his wife's appearance. He hurriedly said, "Wife, why are you? Run first and figure it out later." And so both of them ran back to their house, quickly closing the door. His wife was panting continuously from exhaustion. He kept observing outside while saying, "Wife, like this, sooner or later we will be discovered. Wife, you don't know. I saw with my own eyes a corpse dragon taking people." However, the zombie had bitten his wife's hand. The bite slowly spread throughout her body. The boy, still engrossed in talking, continued, "After that, those bitten by that zombie will also turn into zombies. Continuing like this is not the way. The post house in the southern town has an exorcist. Wife, hide well at home. I'll go find someone to help. Let you see your husband. Before the boy could finish his sentence, he was suddenly knocked out by his wife. The moment the boy was unconscious, Aqua's wife sadly exclaimed, "Silly husband, you're not good at literature or martial arts. Father-in-law said your constitution is special, telling you to study, only fearing you'd run around attracting evil. Wife is going to the post house to report. From now on you must take good care of yourself. Don't go seeking immortals and asking about the Tao anymore." Ending the flashback, he sadly told Wukong, "I am willing to be refined into medicine, just give one pill to my wife, a real man standing in this world, even his own wife. Goodbye here, demon brother." Suddenly, Wukong spoke up. "I remember Shu Mountain has a group of young Daoists skilled in alchemy. Are you interested?" At this moment, a man amidst the mist laughed and said, "Bullied and you know how to run back crying. You've lived in comfort all day. Why bother running down to the lower realm to suffer and endure hardship like this? It's good that you're back. Stop sniffling. Remember next time don't go provoking that monkey again. If one day I can't protect you, remember not to cause trouble anymore. Understood, master?" Just then, the boy groggily opened his eyes, waking up. Wukong sat on the tree, assessing the boy. "You humans are truly good at eating and sleeping. Aren't you in a rush to save your wife?" He clearly responded, "Of course I'm in a rush." Wukong just stared at him, not knowing how to answer. Meanwhile, the girl and Lu Nyang were walking together. They chatted as they walked. "Us leaving like this isn't very good, is it? The two of them rarely travel alone, they should still thank us." Suddenly the girl discovered a village. She suggested to Lu Nyang, "There's a village over there. Let's go check it out." As soon as the two of them entered, a passerby muttering to himself was startled when he saw them. "The government has sealed the village. Unrelated people don't." It was Lu Nyang's massive figure that made the person unable to help but be terrified. The girl standing nearby hurriedly explained, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. My uncle is just a bit tall, not a demon." Just then, someone stepped forward and spoke. "What's all this noise? Haven't I instructed you not to make things difficult for the common people?" The people there immediately bowed their heads and said, "Lord Stone, you've arrived. That's exactly how things are." The villagers warned the two. "After that corpse tide, this place suffered a disaster, so we had to seal the village to deal with it. If you are travelers, take a detour to avoid danger." The girl muttered, "Corpse tide?" At that moment, the senior sister and junior brother of Bo Sun's sect approached and said, "That's right, the zombies in this village were all subdued by us. You've taken all the credit. When our sect was suppressing the corpse tide, we didn't see the government helping or putting in any effort at all." These words from the two attracted the attention of the girl and Lu Nyang. The senior sister of Bo Sun's sect continued to speak disparagingly. "Now that you've sealed the village, you still let dogs and cats inside. Truly useless. If our demon-suppressing tower hadn't broken, we wouldn't be begging your government for help. Can't this official chase away these irrelevant people?" The little girl grew annoyed hearing their harsh words. "Cats and dogs!" She slowly walked toward them. Boshan's sect's senior sister glanced at the little girl. Just like that, both chose to leave quietly. But the Boshan sect members quietly intended to use their power on the girl. Teach her a lesson. At that moment, Lu Nyang approached the Boshan senior sister. He spoke in a low voice. "This Daoist nun is a cultivator, yet so narrow-minded, wanting to strike at commoners? Then this official does not agree." She immediately retorted, "Then what do you want?" He replied, "I'll take you to answer for this. Let's see how your sect leader explains." The two were shocked. "What?" The Boshan junior brother whispered. "Senior sister, what now?" She replied, "It's fine. Let this little official broaden his horizons with our magic. Let's see who catches whom." And so, both Boshan sect members charged straight at Lu Nyang to attack. Lu Nyang didn't dodge but summoned something that made the two freeze. In the smoke, a giant hand appeared. It said excitedly, "These two girls are so arrogant. Let the old man have a tasty meal." Lu Nyang warned coldly, "No, I still want to recruit the sect's forces now." "Are you still not leaving?" The little girl stood by, smiling. "Interesting, if you don't want to strike, let me help you." The Boshan sect senior sister glared and screamed, "What do you want to do?" Lu Nyang instructed the girl, "Don't kill anyone." The little girl clenched her fists and replied, "We'll see." The two Boshan members could only scream, "We are the #1 sect, disciples of Shushan. How dare you?" At that moment, in the city where lights shone bright and skyscrapers stood tall, a voice rang out, "Hey, do you know how to drive? Why stop in the middle of the road? Stop wasting words, if you're capable. Fly over here." A girl softly said, "Sorry, driver. I'm in a hurry. I'll get off here." The driver warned, "Miss, it's not safe to get off here." Then she muttered to herself, "Ah, going through this alley. I can reach the company, carpooling a bit. Suddenly the girl felt something. She glanced behind her. She told herself, still a bit scared. Heard this place really isn't safe. Seems like there are quite a few bad things. Just then, two strangers were hiding behind walls watching the girl. They said to each other, this girl isn't bad. These legs are beautiful. Forget it. Every time you trample them until they're ruined. Saying that, they pulled out a knife. Rob her first, don't let her run. Then they slowly approached the girl with sweet voices. Big sister. So late. What are you doing here? Haven't you heard it's dangerous? Looks like you're sincerely looking for excitement. We'll definitely satisfy your needs. The girl panicked, thinking, oh no, did I really run into them? Pinned against the wall, she hurriedly said, don't. I'll give you money. Please spare me. One of them mocked. Who said we need money? The other agreed. That's right, my boss wants your body. Suddenly a voice rang out, attracting the attention of the strangers. Stop! One of them immediately glared and turned to ask, who is it? Before them, a mysterious masked person spoke. Where are you pickpockets from, daring to commit so many crimes here? The men shouted. This is our territory. Daring to be arrogant here? Believe we'll kill you? No need to waste words. Kill him. Without hesitation, the masked person immediately ran toward the two strangers. He quickly gripped the staff in his hand. Very quickly, he knocked one away. He punched the other straight in the face, then used his staff to jab the other's stomach, sending him flying. Just like that, he landed lightly on the ground, loudly shouting, sure enough, just pickpockets, can't take a single blow. Turn yourselves in and I'll spare your lives. The girl he saved gratefully shouted, great, saved. The other stood up, laughing, really think I'm just a normal pickpocket? The mysterious masked man asked, still not convinced? The stranger yelled, didn't want to reveal my true form. This is your fault. Wanting to sneak a bite of human flesh and you ruined my fun. Wearing a mask and you think you're the great sage equal to heaven? Seeing the guy transform into something else, the girl immediately screamed, monster! The stranger laughed loudly. Unexpected, right? This time I really met a monster, you brat. Go die! Saying that, the monster quickly reached out. And so, the masked person was pushed away by the monster. He was thrown very far, finally hitting a nearby wall. The monster happily walked to the girl and said, girl, I wanted to play with you a bit then eat you, but moving around made me hungry. Can't stay in this alley anymore, you'll be my last meal. The girl looked at the monster with tears. However, a voice suddenly rang out behind the monster. In this alley, there really used to be many monsters. Then they all ran away. Do you know why? The monster startled and screamed, still not dead. The masked person stepped back and revealed, that's because this road has a bigger monster here. The mask on his face gradually cracked. Fragments fell to the ground. He spoke, stop scaring me. In this place, how big can a monster be? The characters on his back then glowed. He turned his head, and with a steely tone, introduced, Demon King, Great Sage equal to heaven, big enough? He slowly flew into the air while the other panicked in fear. Girl watching couldn't help but think, if I knew this, I wouldn't have worked overtime. Chapter 356. In the dark valley surrounded by rocky mountains, Lady Shurji's voice suddenly rang out chillingly. 2,000 years, finally I have cultivated again. She slowly stood up with a haggard appearance and a body covered in deep cracks. That year, exhausting all cultivation, choosing a bit of remnant soul, only to be locked up by the Fengshen board. She lowered her head, her voice filled with lingering resentment and hatred. If the heavenly court hadn't collapsed, I wouldn't have been able to cultivate again. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned bright red. A lightning bolt from above struck the mountain peak. Truly, heaven is helping me. A series of cracks on her legs began to crumble. Lady Shiji's eyes flashed, showing determination for revenge. All 12 golden immortals have died in the mortal world. Her entire body suddenly floated in midair with thunder still rumbling behind her. On the contrary, it's a bargain for them, but the hatred of body and soul destruction cannot be ignored. At this moment, Kai Yun immediately prostrated with a respectful voice. Welcome back, lady. Divine power achieved. Once again out of the mountain, unifying the 7 demons. Lady Shiji replied with a weary and somber expression. Kai Yun, these years have been hard on you. To help me, casting aside your body, turning into a demon fetus, it's been hard for you. She spoke while tearing off her outer robe decisively. In the past life, I couldn't help you and by Yun achieve the Tao. A complete and intact appearance was revealed. Behind the cracks on her face, pieces were gradually falling to the ground. This life, I will definitely let you enjoy the glory of the mortal world. Lady Shiji hurriedly reached up to pin a hairpin on her head and said with deep regret, Only a pity for Bayun. She cannot return. Finally, she completely regained her appearance, standing majestically in the vast space as if a new power had just awakened. At this moment, the surrounding air suddenly moved violently as if signaling something about to happen. Take this, strike first, don't let him fight back. Lady Shiji opened her eyes wide, looking forward with astonishment. Nezha suddenly smiled gleefully and triumphantly. If you had passed this to me earlier, I wouldn't have needed to waste energy. Immediately, a giant fire erupted and burned fiercely, as if wanting to incinerate everything around. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Cover. Lady Shiji startled in fear seeing Nezha floating in the distance. Nezha, this killing star is still alive. So many years have passed. Just thinking of him, his power made her feel shaken and fall into extreme panic. Truly can disturb my mind. Then she hurriedly ran away with a nervous appearance. Better plan for the long term. After fleeing to a safe place, Kaiyun lowered herself and spoke. Lady Shiji quickly walked along the valley path and reminded, Kaiyun, your current appearance. Change to another name. Kaiyun followed behind and replied, They call me Cloud Ghost now. Lady Shiji suddenly stopped, staring ahead. They are here. She glared at the Qingluan spreading its wings powerfully in the sky thick with clouds. Qingluan, thanks for watching the video. It suddenly stopped flapping its wings, tilted, and appeared in front of Lady Shiji. Seeing that, she softly said, Are you also willing to follow me? Qingluan's entire body suddenly turned into a bright red beam of light. Shiji immediately spread her arms high and quickly subdued it. Come here. Qingluan immediately turned into a golden hairpin. Lady Shiji reached up to pin it to her hair with great satisfaction. My mount. At this moment, in the distance, a boy suddenly appeared with a pitiful voice. I lost my friend. May I ask if you have seen him? Lady Shiji glanced and secretly calculated. A mortal. She turned to the boy and replied, Your friend? There was a strong wind earlier. I didn't see anything. From behind, the roar of a giant, terrifying panda suddenly rang out. Lady Shiji turned to look at it with a bewildered expression. Chi, you came to the mortal world? The iron-eating beast. Seeing her strange reaction, the boy curiously asked, Auntie, do you know my panda? Shiji hurriedly replied, Auntie? I am the demon immortal lady. The boy obediently replied, Then I'll call you Auntie. On the way, Beiji thought to himself, Shushan this year is recruiting heroes from all over the world. Heard they need to reopen the demon-suppressing tower. Isn't that the foundation of Shushan? The young man following him couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise at the crowded people around. So many people. Amidst the suffocating and tense atmosphere, he turned and said with an uneasy expression, Heard the corpse demons have all been caught and brought to Shushan, so my wife she... Then both of them hurried, accelerating forward. Go see and we'll know. On the way, he suddenly became nervous, hesitating to confirm with Beiji. Shushan specializes in demon handling. Brother, are you sure you want to go? Beiji rolled his blood-red eyes. Corners of his mouth curled up, looking heroic and gleeful. Of course. The young man hurriedly warned with a reluctant gait. That demon-suppressing tower is specifically for locking up demons? Are you really okay? It's very dangerous. But Beiji coldly refused decisively. Annoying. In an instant, the Shushan Tower loomed before them, surrounded by towering mountains like solid fortress walls. Many people had gathered outside and couldn't help but complain. If you're recruiting heroes from all over the world, why not let us into the mountain? They protested in unison with an angry and dissatisfied tone. Are you looking down on us? At this moment, the Shushan sect leader appeared and spoke up. This is our sect's mountain guarding formation. If you can pass this formation, you are naturally an honored guest of my Shushan. As soon as she finished, a dazzling magic circle suddenly appeared right in front. If you cannot pass this formation, you are not worthy of being an honored guest of my Shushan. That's all I'll say. Please do as you wish. The young man with Beiji standing from afar silently fumed. They are a big sect. Looking down on us is normal. They are looking down on us, hateful. He helplessly said, Alas, who can break the formation? Otherwise we can't get in. Beiji's eyes suddenly flashed, then said in a tone that wanted to chill the spine, You! The young man was still bewildered, not yet realizing what was happening, when his whole body was lifted by Beiji's hand. Beiji immediately grabbed his feet and spun him in circles with fierce power, causing the surrounding air to swirl like a storm. Then he threw him away, the throw so strong that everyone had to look up. The young man's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling in extreme fear. In the blink of an eye, he completely shattered the formation, breaking it into 100 pieces. The Shushan leaders couldn't hide their shock clearly visible on their faces. Which sect's descendant is this? Wanting to break the formation. At this moment, White Dragon Horse walked over from afar and called out, "The younger generation is formidable." Meanwhile, the Shushan leaders were still confusedly discussing, "Mountain guarding formation? How is that possible?" That person smashed the formation entirely. Young man following Beiji excitedly called out, "Senior brother? Senior brother." At the same time, the surrounding crowd was still looking extremely angry, cursing, "You two pieces of trash, how could you not even guard the mountain guarding array?" White Dragon Horse, leading the group, declared loudly, "We can enter now." The crowd became excited and enthusiastic, replying, "That young brother is truly impressive." White Dragon Horse's body suddenly hovered in mid-air. Immediately after, a series of glowing swords spread everywhere, causing everyone to stare in shock. The Shushan sect leader frowned, looking annoyed. "The array is broken." They quickly approached, blocking the middle of the formation, and sternly warned, "Who said you could enter the mountain just because the array is broken? I, on the contrary, want to see who broke my mountain guarding array." They angrily warned, "With these 3 heaven blue gung swords, let's see who dares to charge into the mountain." The young man with Beiji worriedly thought, "Senior brother's ultimate move." At this moment, the crowd suddenly panicked and screamed, "There's someone above!" The 3 precious swords. White Dragon Horse's eyes flashed fiercely. Beams of light radiated around, suppressing everyone. "I can't move." Seeing Beiji had timely dodged his attack, the young man felt admiration in his heart. Senior brother's golden light is even better than before. White Dragon Horse's brows knitted, face frowning, immediately rushing straight toward Beiji. Beiji didn't tremble at all, rushing up, making the young man gape in astonishment. "That's right, senior brother has improved again." Instantly, White Dragon Horse's strikes were countered by him with extreme ease. At this moment, the young man's face fell, revealing a weary thought. "I thought it was really some ultimate move, pretending for half a day. Come down, let's go, let's enter the mountain." Beiji quickly landed, smirking with a very smug and complacent expression. Several hours later, many people had successfully infiltrated the misty, illusory land of Shushan. The mountain gate is very serene. Everyone has entered, right? Finally arrived at Shushan, heard that recently quite a few people want to go up the mountain. And a great sect gate too, there isn't even a gatekeeper. They remembered the scene of Beiji hanging in midair just now and wondered, who exactly was that person in the sky earlier? Perhaps it's some new scenic spot? Hearing strange noises from outside, the heavenly venerable asked with a very tense expression, "Who is making noise outside the main hall for no reason?" A subordinate prostrated and reporting to the old ancestor, "I don't know why the mountain gate let some low-level demon hunters flood in here. It seems the mountain guarding array had a problem. The disciples are still chasing these people." The head seat heard this and thought disappointedly, "The dignified Shushan sect is merely this." He frowned, speaking in a very arrogant tone. "If my supreme Buddhist Dharma were used as the mountain guarding great array, in my Tianju, such petty people wouldn't be worthy of living under the light." Those around, upon hearing this, could only remain silent and silently judge. Truly arrogant, this is an envoy of the Buddhist kingdom, always looking down on others. The official hurriedly smirked, slowly speaking with a tone full of implication. "We, the hall stewards, don't need to concern ourselves with them. This time I want to see what kind of talent these people of the immortal sect actually have." He attentively observed them and quietly spoke. "This crowd is all aiming for the demon-suppressing tower." The man next to him curiously asked, "What is that?" Legend has it that it is a precious pagoda passed down by the founding master of Shushan. Later, it was cursed by the demon master Chao Ling, refining those demons into immortal pills. But it can increase one's cultivation power, which is why Shushan once ascended to the top position, becoming the #1 immortal sect. The official recounted in more detail. Last time, a demoness rushed out of the demon-suppressing tower, causing damage to their reputation. Perhaps this time they want to revive the sect's reputation, but those who came are likely all here for the pills. The man's expression became full of confusion and bewilderment. But this is the main hall. Behind the mountain one cannot see any demon-suppressing tower. The official hurriedly lowered his head, his appearance giving off a very dangerous and terrifying feeling. His face hardened, his voice gradually becoming extremely serious. "This is Shushan's biggest secret, that demon-suppressing tower only has a large shell." Meanwhile, Beiji and the young man following him had broken the formation and sneaked into the Shushan tower. The surrounding space was enveloped by mountains and dense fog, looking extremely eerie. "Wasn't my lady locked in the demon-suppressing tower? There is no tower here. Did we go to the wrong place?" Beiji's eyes flashed, staring forward cautiously. "Whether there is a tower over there or not, I don't know, but the demon chi there." Before them were countless tangled clouds and pitch-black demon chi covering the path, very thick. The streams of demon chi kept surging endlessly, rising thicker and thicker, making the air extremely stifling and heavy. The demon chi emitted from the body of Shijin Yangyang was slowly moving between the mountain crevices. She still marched straight forward proudly, not flinching even though the surroundings were dense with suppressing chi. Shijin Yangyang glanced ahead with eyes full of disdain. Who can these talismans stop? Ridiculous. Ignoring the barriers glowing fiercely, she still calmly advanced without hesitation. Soon, the majestic tower appeared right before Shijin Yangyang's eyes. Unexpectedly, the magical artifact that suppresses that little beast is placed here. She hurriedly reached out as if wanting to quickly seize the tower. She suddenly froze, eyes widening terrifyingly as if she had just discovered something. It turned out that both Beiji and the young man accompanying him were standing opposite and also had the same goal as Shijin Yangyang. The young man softly tried to persuade. "Auntie, this tower is very important to me. Could you let—" Beiji impatiently spoke up. "Get lost. Does she look like someone easy to negotiate with?" He glared and sensed the chi radiating from Shijin Yangyang, then silently judged. Not an ordinary demon. Shijin Yangyang refused to yield, speaking straightforwardly. "This object is also very important to me. This seat does not want to hurt people, but if you force me to take it—" Beiji stepped forward, holding the staff in his hand, and silently calculated his moves. "This kind of old demon is very difficult to deal with. Later I'll take the opportunity to grab the tower and run." Shijin Yangyang also hurriedly took a defensive stance with eyes full of vigilance. "This profound iron staff, it looks a bit familiar." Beiji immediately swung the staff and hurriedly rushed to attack like an arrow piercing the wind. Shijin Yangyang quickly sidestepped to dodge the blow with an extremely tense expression. "The wind is really strong. I can't fight head-on." A clash immediately erupted. The collision between the two of them created an explosion that shook the entire space. This terrifying sound made others widen their eyes in shock and buzz with discussion. What happened? Did something happen to the demon-suppressing tower? This shockwave, Shijin Yangyang was knocked backward due to the immense force of the collision, sliding back a long distance on the ground but still unharmed. She looked at the weapon in Beiji's hand with an extremely stunned expression. The sea-calming divine needle? This made her unable to hide the astonishment clearly visible on her face. Why is it in the hands of this junior? He was actually able to obtain it? Shijin Yangyang widened her eyes, her gaze fixed on Beiji, looking extremely cautious before the immense power that couldn't be trifled with. This junior's strength is actually above the 12 golden immortals. Meanwhile, the young man accompanying Beiji quickly seized the opportunity to sneak closer to the tower to snatch the treasure. "Lady, Before he could touch it, the treasure suddenly shook violently. It abruptly transformed into a giant shape, radiating a blinding halo around it as if to fling the young man away. That light suddenly flared up, forming a powerful vortex that dragged him inside with a suction force no one could resist. What on earth is this? So dizzy. After the treasure completely sucked the young man accompanying Beiji into the endless vortex. Immediately around it erupted a terrible shockwave, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. Beiji gritted his teeth with a look of stunned confusion. This thing, it even collects mortals? A miscalculation. Taking the opportunity while he was distracted, Shijin Yangyang quietly appeared right behind his back to launch a surprise attack. "Hey, when fighting you actually stand behind your opponent?" She used the Bagua cloud light technique. Instantly, a Bagua circle appeared and radiated an extremely blinding light. She immediately released a series of magical ropes spreading in all directions, leaving no opening for Beiji to escape. Beiji just managed to widen his eyes in realization when the ropes rushed forward, wrapping tightly around his entire body, leaving him unable to react. Magical artifact. While dense magical energy kept radiating from the ropes, Shijin Yangyang stood outside mocking with a tone full of glee and complacency. "Perhaps you should feel lucky. This scarf only traps you without harming your life. First I'll get that tower in my hands." She hurriedly approached the tower and silently calculated in her mind. With this tower, that little beast has many magical artifacts, but it's not enough to be feared. And that old guy, wait for it together. At this moment, Wukong's figure suddenly appeared from within the dense magical energy, softly speaking with a sarcastic tone. "Hey, didn't you say don't turn your back on your opponent when fighting?" Shijin Yangyang held the treasure in her hand and suddenly jumped in shock, stunned. "Why couldn't I trap you?" Right at that moment, Wukong quickly rushed out from the smoke with cold eyes full of power. Seeing Wukong raising high the staff wrapped in lightning full of intensity, Shijin Yangyang frowned with a look of terror. "Its mouth, it's going for the kill." She widened her eyes, gritted her teeth, showing resentment and anger. "Then don't blame me." She exerted all her strength to create a shockwave that caused the ground to explode violently. A series of giant dragons suddenly rose from the thick smoke and dust. Right in the middle of the chaotic space with rocks falling everywhere, Shurji Nyongyong summoned and rode on the back of a green lawn to escape in time. Where did such a powerful demon monkey come from? She sighed in relief with a very tense and fearful expression. The Bagua cloud light scarf couldn't trap him. Even the Bagua dragon beard couldn't hurt him. I was almost beaten to death by him. The resounding noise caused by the shockwave made people on the mountain anxious and worried. Such a big commotion. Quickly go behind the mountain to check. The demon-suppressing tower is having trouble again. The demon chi is really heavy. Some demon is causing chaos again. The head seat scanned the surroundings with extreme caution. Then he lowered his head, silently calculating a plan in his mind. A good opportunity. If I can turn the situation around here, then the prestige in the Central Plains will... They suddenly stopped at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Wukong hovering in mid-air, everyone was panicked and terrified. It has hidden in the demon-suppressing tower. There indeed is a demon. In the sky, Wukong widened his eyes, his expression extremely aggressive and fierce. His gaze directed at the old man who was raising his voice, cursing with terrible words. A demon dares to be so arrogant? The old man suddenly froze as if realizing something. A bit familiar. He was startled and panicked, teeth clenched, showing fear. The great sage equaling heaven, the victorious fighting Buddha. He immediately fled. The official put his hand to his face, weighing strategies. Lord Shur, should we establish our authority in front of the sects? Lord Shur replied sternly. Do you know who that is? Meanwhile, people from other sects were whispering and planning an attack. I can't fly. I can't get up there. Catch it. Who can get up there? Wukong hovered high above, complaining uncomfortably. So noisy. Then he suddenly calmed down, cautiously calculating a plan. First, I must save that stupid kid. Wukong immediately launched himself, piercing straight through the clouds as if wanting to tear apart the vast sky. At the same time, the young man accompanying Beiji just startled awake in a desolate place without a soul in sight. He hurriedly sat up, his expression bewildered as the ground around him was piled with countless remains. Where is this place? Is anyone there? Hey! He scanned everywhere, sweat pouring out continuously. He was drenched due to the unease surrounding his heart. Wait a minute. At this moment he realized everything in shock. It seems he had been sucked into the tower. He looked up at the sky, his heart pounding due to the bizarre scene before him. It seems this is indeed the demon-suppressing tower. So he didn't hesitate, immediately setting off with great determination. This place is a bit scary. Lady, hang in there. I'm coming to save you. In the middle of the quiet night in a dark and gloomy land, Yang Jian walked cautiously as if searching for something strange. He hid himself in a black cloak covering his whole body, his voice full of regret. I remember it was here. Could it be they moved house? Little Mengpa following behind also wondered. The true lord rarely rests. They moved house again? How can that be? Yang Jian heard this and replied. It's okay. That monkey has a capricious personality. If one wants to find him, one can find him. Little Mengpa continued with a tone full of respect and gratitude. The demon realm has been silent for 100 years. The affairs of the underworld have also begun to have order. This is all thanks to the true lord. However, Yang Jian coldly spoke. The new order of the underworld, you are also very busy, go back. Little Mengpa suddenly froze and hesitated, saying, but, Yang Jian gently persuaded. It's just visiting relatives. I'll bring them along, it's a bit more convenient. Hao Tian heard this and had to comply, obeying the order. Yang Jian's eyes suddenly darkened, flashing as if calculating something carefully. Zhou Chuan, since you've arrived, I must collect a debt. Then he removed his outer cloak, returning to his true appearance, full of power and authority. At this moment, in a tavern filled with shimmering, hazy lights, a voice full of excitement and enthusiasm suddenly rang out. Below is the penultimate act. The famous troupe will now perform. The strange thing is that the lanterns around here are all carved with human head shapes, looking extremely creepy. Yet the tavern guests are incredibly busy and excited. Famous troupe, penultimate act. Amidst the brilliant stage lights, the dancers move gracefully, blending with the melodious music that stirs the heart. Standing right in the center of the stage is a girl with a slender, sensual figure, attracting the attention of many men below. Among them is an old man with a massive body and an extremely base face. Dancing very well, reward. The man playing the instrument immediately looks fawning and says, You live up to your reputation, my lord, so generous. The old man steals a glance at the girl, then breaks into a very cunning smile as if secretly calculating something. He rewards much gold and silver, making everyone extremely delighted and constantly fawning. Thank you for the reward. Thank you for the reward, you are truly generous. At the same time, Hao Tian is silently infiltrating from the rooftops with nimble, agile steps. At this moment, the head-shaped lanterns frown and speak up. Point all, my lord, roll call. The old man points straight ahead decisively. That person. The person he chooses is the girl standing in the center with a slender, soft body. The head-shaped lantern speaks up to confirm. Chosen. The old man looks extremely pleased, smiling until his eyes squint, and constantly praises. Outside this, top quality, of course. The head-shaped lanterns chime in unison. First class, very beautiful, very beautiful. As soon as they finish speaking, saliva pours out of their mouths. The old man licks his lips with an expression of extreme craving. He stares intently at the masked girl and excitedly thinks to himself. These people are all noble ladies in the city. Obtaining them is not easy. Then he reaches out to touch and stroke the girl's cheek. Good noble lady, soft-fleshed noble lady. Then he hurriedly turns to coax the musician. Band leader, well done. When we return I will reward you with 10 years of lifespan. The musician replies in confusion and fear. Thank you for the reward. The old man's entire body instantly swells to a gigantic size, hurriedly stretching his head out to bite the girl in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The demons accompanying Hao Tian widen their eyes, full of indignation and rage at the horrifying scene. We thought it was just a traveling troupe, boss, but it turns out they sell human flesh. Hao Tian widens his eyes, waiting for the opportunity, then immediately gives the order. Act. The human-shaped lanterns happily mutter in their mouths. Big reward, 10 years. The demon head accompanying Hao Tian quickly opens its mouth wide and rushes forward, cursing. 10 years your head. The human-shaped lantern sees this and panics, shouting. Living person, no, not a person, not a person. Demon bites down hard on them, causing syrup to splatter everywhere. Pain, pain, pain. The demon fiercely yells. Shut your mouth. The old man eating the girl looks up, his mouth corners stained with red blood. Hao Tian suddenly appears from above, swinging his hand with giant claws as if ready to tear the enemy in front of him apart. The old man is not afraid at all. On the contrary, he bares his teeth in a smile, looking extremely playful and mocking. Hao Tian is about to strike when Yang Jian suddenly appears and loudly reminds. Hao Tian, withdraw for now. He hovers in the pitch-black sky and speaks loudly. 10 years of lifespan, you karmic obstacle are actually generous. Hiding treasures away. Do you think this lord cannot find you? Then he glares at the old man, full of anger and seriousness. The monster is extremely confused and exclaims. Impossible. Clearly I used that magic tool to seal my aura. Suddenly a figure flashes through the air. It turns to look, face covered in blood with a slash right across it, growling. Consider it heavens. Beiji stands high above, looking down and reminding. Evil obstacle, how much longer do you want to stay in that skin? Reveal yourself. The monster hiding in the loose skin whispers. How on earth did you find me? It's a loach spirit, you fool, that's a leech. Beiji explains. That's why I slashed you to death. But I didn't expect you to refine the red hairpin to avoid reincarnation. That year I was still small. I had to rely on mother's red hairpin to track you. And hiding from my heaven's eye, the demon's eyes glow brightly in the gloomy night. It lunges forward as the last resort. I used Zhao Ji's magic tool. Naturally I could suppress heaven's eye, hiding all these years yet. Still found by you if I cannot hide. Beiji also lunges forward without breaking, the small demons around screaming warnings. Seeking death, daring to fight back, he ignores them, eyes glowing in the night, carrying his sword as he lunges. Beiji warns. If it weren't for agreeing with Bai Zhe to protect the underworld, naturally if it weren't for Bai Zhe's eyes, I truly could not have found you. Beiji's monk staff glows shimmering in the night. Finally, he reaches out his hand, aiming straight at the monsters in front. They whisper in confusion. Shut your mouth quickly, just following is enough. Boss, his mood doesn't look very good. In the darkness, Beiji's face is hidden behind. He is heavy with thought. It's been many years and I haven't returned. Does that girl still hate me? Scene change to Mount Hua Holy Mother Palace. The figure of Yang Chan strolls along the corridor. Her face fleetingly shows a sadness hard to hide. Yang Chan speaks. Xianger is still training at the Dragon Ancestor's place. It seems this year's birthday will be celebrated alone again. When I was small, on birthdays, brother was the busiest. Brother guarded the demon realm for a long time to save me. She remembers. That's right. I can just go to the demon realm to visit brother. I remember there is a secret technique that can go to the demon realm. Why can't I find it? What should I do now? Suddenly a piece of paper flies out, accidentally attracting Yang Chan's attention. She understands. So it can be done like this. This secret technique can teleport the caster to the side of a demon. This way it won't open the demon gate to let demons run out. Then, Yang Chan begins to close her eyes, feeling the surging power running through her body. She opens her eyes, a blinding light emits. Urgent as the law commands. The stormy scene swirls, submerging all objects, creating a dark vortex along with lonely golden rays, revealing the fierce opposition in the martial arts world. The moon hides faintly behind thick smoke. The ruined landscape and the solitary house signal a tragedy that just occurred, leaving a horrifying aftermath. Yang-chan confusedly turns back and forth, looking around. She wonders, does the demon realm have this kind of housing too? May I ask if anyone is here? Suddenly a little girl appears from somewhere and offers. Come in. Are you lost? Two others are eating and casually chatting. Traveler, coming for a free meal? Yang-chan smiles friendly and asks, may I ask if this is the demon realm? The majestic mountain landscape is immersed in mystical mist, surrounded by lush green bamboo forests and dense trees, creating a picturesque landscape bearing the secluded beauty of deep mountains and valleys. In the forest, the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other rings out, along with voices. I remember in the bamboo forest ahead there are many bamboo shoots. Look, there are many shoots. Iron Fan stands with Yang-chan, looking into the distance. The two chat. Sister is right, with great magic power? Why are you satisfied with this girl? She replies, this little girl is very similar to a child I lost before. Moreover, her background is quite pitiful, twins lost, living alone. I actually want to take her as a disciple. I don't know what she thinks. She understands. So that's how it is. Yang-chan then runs off, running and cheering. That's great. I thought you wanted to eat that little girl. The little girl stretches and trips over a large bamboo shoot, exclaiming, look quickly, what a big piece of bamboo shoot. The panda grumpily complains. Two freeloaders only worrying about eating and not working. Then it cries and runs away. Iron Fan reminds, come here and work for me. Otherwise, tonight there will be no bamboo shoots to eat. A beast is just a beast, only knowing how to eat. This child cooks really well, very suited to my taste. Her hands cast a spell on the bamboo shoot in the forest. But then after thinking again, Iron Fan sighs and leaves. After being enchanted, the bamboo shoot becomes gigantic. Panda and the little girl see this and gasp in panic. Iron Fan roars. Must. While Yang-chan on this side exclaims. Truly powerful. From afar, the figure of the little girl and the panda cheering by the giant bamboo shoot is extremely adorable. Yang-chan instinctively realizes. There is one here too, let me try. Then, she closes her eyes and mutters. The spell is cast, aimed straight at the bamboo shoots. But the unfortunate thing happens. Nothing changes. Yang-chan puffs out her cheeks in a pout. Then, elegant hands gently lift a mysterious black lotus, a prophetic sign of enlightenment or a secret treasure of unparalleled power. A majestic divine image hovers in mid-air. A fiery halo along with blinding golden light radiates infinite spiritual power, signaling that a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering powerhouse has emerged. The giant panda and the eerie woman stare in astonishment at some abnormal phenomenon. Panicked faces and large question marks express extreme shock. A mysterious force sweeps across the bamboo forest. The enchanted bamboo forest suddenly turns into sharp black arrows shooting into the sky at terrifying speed, creating a storm of sharp bamboo, a scene full of power and chaos. The bamboo shoots grow towering high, leaving everyone bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Yang-chan stands to one side, only able to smile awkwardly and admit her mistake. Then, everything becomes more chaotic. A voice echoes, reminding, you just need to eat. From afar, a male figure silently observes. He turns away, looking into the distance at the overlapping mountains. Yang-chan speaks, no need to go up the mountain. The Holy Mother Temple is empty. Don't know where that damn girl has run off to again. The man turns back, hesitatingly asking, you are? Yang-chan replies, you what you? You stinking brat. Can't you even address people properly anymore? The mini-demons rush closer, questioning. Brat, this old man is asking you. Don't be ungrateful. Do you know how to talk? Who are you? Yang-chan suspiciously probes. Uncle, you also came to celebrate Mother's birthday, right? The two demons confusedly exclaim. Uncle? Who is that? So it's the young master. Look, isn't this a coincidence? She replies. That's right. Guessed you would come, so I specially waited for you for a while. You've grown taller. Heard you have always been training with the dragon ancestor. It seems your progress is not small. Yang-chan replies. Actually, niece has always wanted to ask uncle for advice. I don't know if uncle can agree. Beiji compromises. Alright, anyway, your mother is often worried. Needs to rely on you to take care of her. Then he raises his giant axe held in his hand. Beiji says softly. Niece, pardon me. Yang-chan on this side also raises the sword she is holding. Gusts of wind swirl by. She disgustedly thinks to herself. This way of doing things is getting more and more like that monkey. The two demons standing to one side are confused. So what should we do? You fool, quickly clean up for the boss. don't hurt innocent people. The two confront each other amidst the thick smoke. Sword strokes as fast as lightning flash through space, creating an extremely fierce battle. The man's angular face reveals cruelty and determination, golden eyes burning like a flame of fighting spirit, eager to swallow the opponent. The man in black leaps high, confronting the woman in the darkness. A pure white light bursts forth like a great tree, tearing through the dark mist, signaling an attack carrying heaven and earth power just released. The woman closes her eyes, hiding in the mist, revealing only sharp golden eyes along with slender lightning bolts hovering, expressing an arrogant aura and hidden terrifying power. She speaks. Not wrong, this hammer strike has the power to split mountains. The man says dejectedly, if uncle only wants to dodge, then niece might as well go find master to practice against. Master strikes much heavier than uncle. The atmosphere between the two becomes heavier. Yang-chan is about to say, master, that monkey. The man in black hovers amidst the gray clouds and storm. His body is wrapped in golden light and electrical currents, expressing the aura of a powerhouse just emerged, shocking heaven and earth. She smirks, realizing, seems I said the wrong thing. The powerhouse hovers in the sky, surrounded by bright golden lightning, expressing a transcendent style, completely ruling the storm. Man appears with a mysterious look, golden eyes burning with fierce light along with 3 lightning swords surrounding him, exuding the absolute authority of a supreme being. Golden lightning energy curls, forming a giant vortex covering the space, signaling a heaven and earth destroying strike about to be released. The man's face tilts in the blinding golden light, sharp eyes exuding an inviolable aura. Preparing to act, the man leisurely raises his index finger, a graceful gesture but containing earth-shattering lightning power, preparing a long-range attack. Concentrated golden lightning sword chi shoots straight forward at terrifying speed, carrying the power to tear through all obstacles. The man in black takes a stance, burning eyes looking straight at the opponent, a black sword hidden behind his back showing deadly danger. The white golden sword chi collides strongly with some object, creating brilliant sparks tearing through the night. The man breaks into an arrogant smile. A violent explosion erupted in the forest, creating a shockwave that shook the trees, demonstrating the terrifying power of the strike. The man's face revealed clear amusement and arrogance, with a streak of red blood on his forehead. He smiled and said, interesting, Harry. The man in black appeared amidst the hazy mist, his body seemingly dissolving into the air currents, displaying extremely mysterious and agile movement techniques. The man launched himself between 2 massive beams of golden lightning, his figure graceful in midair, dodging the attack with extreme speed. Black-clad powerhouse continued to hover, hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, surrounded by swirling golden lightning, demonstrating superior strength. A mocking voice rang out. You stinking brat, do you really want to hack me to death? Golden lightning energy exploded into a blinding halo, enveloping and submerging the opponent's entire body in a sea of destructive electric light. Amidst the trees, a single beam of light, fast as lightning, shot straight at the opponent, showing the extraordinary speed of the final strike. 2 figures staggered in midair within the lightning storm. One was knocked down, signaling the fierce battle had been decided. The man announced, all right, victory and defeat are decided. Weapons are both lost and you still aren't convinced? The opponent replied, not yet. Yang-chan was startled. Your forehead, brilliant golden lightning force converged into an ancient magic circle, creating a mechanism hiding mystical power, preparing to release a destructive attack. The man was submerged in darkness, revealing only his eyes and body contours glowing bright gold. He erupted with spiritual energy, his eyes and body emitting a blinding golden light. A ferocious expression hid brutal power amidst the smoke and dust, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. The man looked at the monster appearing before his eyes and questioned suspiciously. Is the Dharma heaven and earth technique really not worth that much? Beiji kindly reminded. Your Dharma manifestation is unstable, always leveling up your magic power. It's very easy for the power to control your emotions. Don't be like your mother, having her mind bewitched and causing those disasters. A giant evil body with glowing white eyes hovered in midair, facing a man transforming into a bizarre demon, creating a scene of battle between 2 earth-shattering dark forces. Back in the rolling mountains, the group was carrying bamboo shoots on their backs, discussing dinner. Let's make bamboo shoots for dinner tonight. Waves of cold wind blew incessantly. Yang-chan caught the cold wind and sneezed. She wondered suspiciously, is someone talking about me? Iron Fan saw this and asked, what's wrong? Can't the high and mighty goddess adapt to this rural life? Yang-chan replied, it's not that, I really like this kind of life, it's much more interesting than cultivating. Iron Fan affirmed, that's right, once I finish my revenge, I will live a life like this too. Revenge? Where is my pagoda? Could it be when I went up the mountain? The bamboo shoot was poisoned, wrapped in black silk to form a sharp object, hiding in the bamboo forest, preparing to launch a deadly assassination strike. Brilliant purple light flared under the canopy, emitting swirling evil spiritual energy, signaling some dark magic was about to be unleashed. A massive purple energy pillar accompanied by violent lightning rose in the forest, forming a powerful dark force, carrying terrifying killing intent. Purple lightning spread, forming a terrifying swirling energy pillar that tore through space, demonstrating the destructive power of the attack. Iron Fan widened her blood-red eyes in astonishment, her panicked face showing extreme surprise at the mysterious phenomenon that had just occurred. She unleashed extremely fast movement techniques, gliding like a black whirlwind through the bamboo forest, leaving behind blurry afterimages. Iron Fan flew in midair amidst flashes of sword strikes, her movement fast as lightning. She lunged to dodge the terrifying purple energy and lightning strike. The opponent's power created a massive explosion causing a strong tremor. Iron Fan realized anxiously. Oh no, the demons sealed in the pagoda all these years are about to get out. A giant purple python appeared amidst the black mist, its body coiled with enough power to swallow all things, full of menace. The great black snake roared, purple energy enveloping it. A blue-black shockwave swept across, blowing away all objects, creating a scene of chaos. Violent purple and black lightning storms covered the sky, thunder and lightning everywhere. The scenery ruined under the power of nature, signaling a tragedy. The purple energy pillar concentrated, forming a large hand, with sharp claws reaching out from the darkness to grab the target. The deformed man growled, his body transforming into a dark monster with sharp fangs and purple claws, creating a terrifying image. Iron Fan thought to herself. Luckily these Daoists didn't catch too powerful a demon, but even so, too many. The 8 winds cloud light silver magic circle was activated. Brilliant golden and purple lightning shone down from the sky, enveloping the small man below, creating a scene of immensely majestic heaven and earth power. She calculated, control him first. If he runs away, I might not get to eat dinner tonight. The purple energy and golden lightning swirled together to form a giant destructive whirlwind, the two powers clashing violently in mid-air. Iron Fan used her sharp claws to defend, but was still pushed back in pain by the golden lightning and purple energy force. The golden lightning stream from the evil entity retracted rapidly, pulling power back to the center, signaling the end of an extremely powerful attack. She realized with a start. No, it's too much. The purple energy sphere transformed into a giant, brilliant golden lotus, majestically hovering between heaven and earth, creating a mystical and magnificent image. The golden lotus bloomed, its petals glowing strongly, the beam of light tearing through the mist, demonstrating the release of an endless energy source. The giant lotus shone brilliantly once more, energy enveloping the entire forest, ending the casting of a great spell. Yang Chan appeared from midair and spoke. It seems I'm not the only one causing trouble. Iron Fan looked over in a panic, choking on her words. She urged. Let's join forces. Otherwise we won't make it in time for dinner. On the ground, a man picking bamboo shoots was startled and realized. Why am I outside? Wasn't I still in the pagoda? He looked up and became completely motionless. The man stood up suspiciously and called out loudly. Wife, is that you? Wife. The mountain forest scene was submerged in thick fog and darkness. The trees were hazy along with strange, chilling sounds, creating a desolate space full of danger. Many jonction fell from the sky. The man urged in fear. Wife, let's get out of here first. Suddenly, the woman turned her face around. Her face with green eyes and streams of liquid flowing from her mouth was extremely horrifying. Oops. You. The man was attacked by his wife, screaming in pain. He stood still and took the bite from his wife, red blood splattering everywhere. Dig. Day. Blood then splattered into a puddle. The wife stopped, her mouth covered in red tomato syrup. But regardless of being bitten, the man still hugged his wife, comforting and coaxing her. It's okay. This time I won't let go again. The wife was also stunned and bewildered because of that. The smoke dissipated. The wife's face returned to normal. The man said blankly, Wife, your face, it changed back. The wife was equally dazed and wondered. What happened to me? A giant golden lotus shone brilliantly, surrounded by purple-black air currents in the sky, creating a contrast between ethereal beauty and the power of heaven and earth. Yang Chan judged. The poisonous gas has been sealed. Those jonction have run away. Those jonction are heading in the direction of that little girl's house. Iron Fan tried. Little fairy, you go save them. I will hold on for a while longer. He hesitated. But the two of us are already very reluctant. A terrifying explosion occurred in the mountains and forests. Rocks and dirt were blasted away, signaling an earth-shattering battle had taken place. White light erupted from the monster's teeth, A roar echoed, demonstrating the intimidation of a dark force that had just descended. The giant mass of darkness with terrifying speed dashed across the ground, creating powerful lines of speed, carrying terrifying killing intent. The sharp green attack pierced through the object, leaving cracks, showing the power of a weapon capable of penetrating defenses. The monster rose from the ground, roaring violently, surrounded by trees being knocked over, creating a scene of chaos and horror. The panda saw this and roared angrily. "My dinner!" The monster continued to scream, violent energy radiating out, the power distorting the entire space around it, full of destruction. Iron Fan and Yang Chan heard the strange noise and turned to look, a sense of unease rising. She gritted her teeth in anger. Truly a glutton, Iron Fan spoke up. Just how many years has this demon been sealed for? If it weren't for being injured by that monkey last time, perhaps there wouldn't be just this much. The poisonous gases seem to be gathering. Could it be that it's about to gain sentience? We cannot let these poisonous gases gather, otherwise it won't be easy to handle. Yang Chan wondered. So what should we do? She suggested. I still have a magic treasure, but my current magic power can only activate one. Can you hold on for a bit by yourself? Let me have time to activate the magic tool. She appeared amidst the blue air current, her expression cold and mysterious, preparing to intervene in the fierce battle. Yang Chan tried to say, "Let me try, but my precious lantern has no wick. I don't know how long I can hold on." Iron Fan agreed. Then do it. The brilliant golden energy sphere clashed with the swirling blue air current, a peak power confrontation between two forces. The man in black launched himself high, holding a short sword with golden lightning, preparing to launch an attack from the air. The woman's face cracked in the golden lightning and blue air current, showing extreme pain when overwhelmed by the opponent's power. Yang Chan smiled innocently but hid evil, her eyes glowing with fierce golden light, sowing fear in the opponent. The three characters Beiji, Iron Fan, and Yang Chan gathered together, expressions vigilant, preparing for a team battle. He cursed, "Mother, running around on your birthday, making it not easy for your child to find you like this. Leave this place to us." Iron Fan heard this and cursed. "Mother?" Yang Chan asked, "Who else do you have?" Beiji replied, "Naturally, uncle." A tall, pale man with a glowing eye in the middle of his forehead appeared, demonstrating the transformation into a form of mystical power. A ghostly figure appeared, limbs wrapped in golden silk ribbons, body pitch black, like an evil god that had just escaped from a seal. Yang Chan explained, "Second brother, this time it really wasn't me who caused the trouble." Beiji replied, "I know you performed very well this time." Iron Fan stood behind hearing the conversation and was dazed and panicked. "Second brother?" He turned and continued, "Thank you, senior, for taking care of my little sister these days. I, Yang, am grateful." She glanced and roared. "You know me?" He introduced. "I am a third-generation disciple under the Yushu Palace of Kunlun." Iron Fan questioned suspiciously. "You are a disciple of the 12 Golden Immortals?" He replied. "You on the other hand are fine, running around on your birthday making it impossible for me to find you, and Xianger at Mount Hua has been waiting for several days already." Yang Chan heard this and was moved and embarrassed. Qinxiang stood below trying to shout up, "Mother, uncle, can everyone come down here to talk? Not everyone knows how to ride clouds." Yang Chan ignored the plea, turned and extended an invitation. "I want to invite my friends to come to the birthday party together. Is that okay?" He replied, "Naturally, it's your birthday, what you say goes." The invitation was accepted. The little girl cheered loudly. "Really? We are going to Mount Hua." I knew the Mount Hua goddess temple was very efficacious. The panda, on the other hand, sat in a corner, extremely depressed, leaving the little girl to celebrate happily by herself. Beiji at this moment suddenly stunned, remembered. "Master, that child, is she?" Scene change. In the forest, the couple helped each other leave. They encouraged each other. "Husband, hold on a little longer." "No, I can't run anymore," the man said in pain, sweating. "Wife, take this. With it the demons won't chase you anymore." Suddenly, the item fell to the ground. Wukong appeared before their eyes and announced, "You two don't need to run anymore." Wukong appeared with a dark and ragged appearance. His great figure stood amidst the cracked cliff, exuding the demeanor of a lonely and tragic war god. With a ghostly face, fierce glowing golden eyes, and fiery lightning marks on his cheeks, he exuded brutality and evil aura, ready to destroy everything in his path. The couple asked each other blankly, "Husband, is this friend of yours? Demon brother, is it you? Luckily you came here." Wukong spoke up. "To find you I spent a lot of effort, I even invited reinforcements." The wife hid behind her husband, stammering. "Husband, he looks so fierce." Wukong exposed. "Come out, don't you have something to say?" In the bushes, a voice rang out, scolding. You foul-mouthed monkey, you don't know how to say anything nice. This sentence made the couple panic and stunned. Guanyin stepped out from the bushes, continuing to say, "Did you run to the South Sea to beg me to find someone? Or am I pestering you? The constitution of this benefactor is truly one in 100 years. If we don't let him know the origin, I fear there will be unpredictable consequences later. But come to think of it, you and this monkey are truly old acquaintances. It's just that it was all many years ago." The wife didn't want to gossip anymore, turned to ask her husband, "Since when did you know so many people?" The husband was blank. "I don't know." Guanyin spoke again. "Benefactor is a reincarnated spirit beast, and furthermore under the command of the three pure ones, the Daoist virtue heavenly venerable. At that time, every year you cultivated in front of the alchemy furnace, so your whole body is full of elixir chi. This is the reason why demons covet your body, wanting to eat your blood and flesh. Your wife has been poisoned by them. Wanting you to restore her in one breath is the reason for that. If you cultivate with me, another day you can recover the Daoist practice of the single horn temple from back then. Are you willing or not?" The wife hesitated and smiled awkwardly. "Go cultivate? Husband, you should go. You were never the type born for scholarly success." Guanyin reminded him. "But cultivation requires severing all worldly attachments." The man insisted. "I do not wish to betray your love. Whatever my past life was, in this one, I only want to spend my whole life by my wife's side." Seeing she could not persuade the man, Guanyin turned and said, "Forget it." She reached out, tilting her flower vase to one side. "This water from my pure vase can temporarily erase your elixir chi. If you change your mind later, you can come to the South Sea to find me." Wukong chatted. "Is the Bodhisattva calculating to take on another disciple?" Guanyin sighed wearily. "There is no other way, I only have one flower cap. But fighting victorious Buddha, you owe me another favor now." The ancient sect gate stood on a cliff amidst a sea of dark clouds. A red lantern floated by with a cold rejection. "The sect is in misfortune. Our Dharma treasure is lost. Guests, please return." The rejected guests exhaled in annoyance. "How can a great sect be so petty?" The little girl reminded them. "We didn't steal their Dharma treasure. What does a few days of fasting matter to you?" The group thought of a plan. "How about we check the inn in town?" The little girl refused. "What inn? Just let Lu Nyang come out." They stood silently, looking at the distant house, and the little girl spoke. "Everyone went out to play. We said we'd let Lu Nyang rest a bit, and staying at an inn is part of the journey. Apologies, guest, our small inn is full. There are too many people in town lately, all demon hunters from everywhere. There is an abandoned temple in the south town. If it really won't do, try your luck there." Not transide. The classic ghost swindling routine begins again. Afterward, the group left, chatting as they walked. "No, I want to go to the abandoned temple, or should we still look for Lu Nyang? What did that inn call the temple?" It seems the temple's name is Jinhua. Seeing the desolate temple before them, they froze in place. All three realized, we went to the wrong place. Suddenly, there was a strange noise in the space. Everyone looked around in confusion, wondering, "Someone is here? Who are you trying to scare?" Not Tran announced. "So the officials aren't at the inn either." The little girl deduced. "This abandoned temple clearly has a history. It belongs to the officials of the Demon Suppression Bureau." The blind elder stepped out and spoke. "It's you. We truly have fate. You know each other? About becoming my disciple, you should reconsider. Perhaps forget it. This abandoned temple has heavy yin energy. Without the Shushan sect's Dharma treasure, I fear the town will breed demons. Your Excellency truly fulfills your duty." Not at all. The name inside his body is still waiting to eat demon entities. The man wondered. The little girl from just now, did she go out alone, right? They hesitated and replied. "Should we go look for her?" "Yes, that child. It seems she's been out for a while." He scolded. "Why aren't you the least bit anxious? What kind of parents are you two?" The blind elder added. "With this female hero's skill, perhaps the child is not inferior." The little girl reminded him. "That child, her strength is above mine. With such heavy yin energy, why is there nothing here?" A woman in black with long hair drifted in the dark night sky, her lonely figure and mysterious demeanor exuding an extraordinary, dangerous aura. The little girl smiled, discovering, "Found it." The ancient temple was submerged in night mist. A brilliant beam of white light pierced through the roof from above, signaling a powerful attack descending. A massive block of black energy poured down from above like a destructive waterfall, tearing through the space amidst the dim, gloomy night. A dark object with a grotesque shape lurked among the dry branches. Swirling black energy signaled the appearance of an evil entity, a bizarre face with bat ears and blood-red eyes. The shape of a giant bat soared through the air, carrying mysterious black energy, demonstrating lightning-fast movement. Bat monster with long black hair flew in the wind, surrounded by small bats, its evil expression like a lord of darkness descending. Suddenly, someone asked, "Hey, in such a rush, where are you going?" Started in panic and turned to look. The bat monster deduced, "Are you from Shushan?" The little girl replied, "Of course not, their sex Daoist robes are so ugly." It warned, "If not, then I won't be polite anymore. It's been a long time since I've absorbed any yang energy." The bat demon face with blood-red eyes growled fiercely. Its extremely fast speed created blurred lines, signaling a terrifying surprise attack. In the strong wind, the little girl's long hair swirled into the black energy, her eyes sharp and smile mysterious, ready to face the opponent. It panicked and wondered, "Why can't I suck it out?" The little girl, as if reading its thoughts, explained, "The two currents of energy in my body. Do you want to suck the demon energy or the object energy? Or do you want to suck it all? I just want to ask where you are going? Why must we fight and kill? Don't you agree?" The monster replied, Yes, you can just call me Xiao Hei." The little girl sat down to confide, "You really don't want to go out and harm people?" Xiao Hei replied, "Of course not, you misunderstood." The little girl doubted, "Really?" The little girl turned her face away and continued, "Going to the market?" It replied, "That's right. Today is the big market fair. It only happens once a year. Therefore, I was in a bit of a hurry to let you misunderstand, immortal lady." Little girl asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Xiao Hei replied, I'm fine. The little girl stuck out her tongue and smiled awkwardly, continuing, "Lucky I kept an escape route." Xiao Hei recounted, "Recently, a giant demon appeared near Shushan, and even the Shushan Taoists couldn't do anything. I wanted to use this market fair to scout around and avoid bad luck." The little girl considered, "Giant demon market fair?" recalling earlier when at the desolate ancient pavilion. The group called out anxiously, "Fatty, wake up! There's something." The man opened his eyes groggily. The space was enveloped in silence. From above, Xiao Hei slowly flew down to the ground. The man looked at it and understood. "So it's a bat demon, boring. Deal with it quickly. Fine." The two faced each other in an atmosphere. Strange. Xiao Hei frowned, looking at the man sitting before him. He also looked back seriously in extreme confusion. Why is that? The demon is an ordinary demon. Why does the red mark on its face faintly emit heavenly stem energy? Suddenly, someone flashed through the space in an instant. "Uncle, move aside." The man was dazed, suspiciously trying to remember. "This cloud riding technique. It seems I've..." This person then soared into the air in a very strange spiral path. It was the little girl. She excitedly screamed, "Mother! My friend and I have to go to the demon market fair." Not Tran said anxiously, "Demon market fair? We will go with you." The little girl refused. No need. It's rare for you two to be alone together. Cherish it." The two looked at the little girl's back in annoyance, grumbling affectionately, "That damn little girl. Truly a rare time to be alone." The two stood under two giant rocks lying next to each other. Gusts of cold wind blew through, making the space even more desolate and quiet. They announced, "Immortal lady, this is it." Xiao Hei asked anxiously, "Old demon, did you remember the place wrong?" It replied, "This is a concealment spell to prevent mortals from wandering in, which would be quite troublesome." Then, the old demon raised his hand to reveal, "Open!" The space inside appeared with an extremely flashy backdrop. A youth with long hair and a mysterious red and white mask. His piercing gaze exuding indifference, evoked curiosity about his background. The masked youth stood beside a beast-headed monster in a street submerged in mist and countless green lanterns, a scene full of sorcery. A man in black stood hidden in the shadows under the eaves of a wooden house, raising his hand to shield himself, a mysterious and meaningful action in the dark night. A gruesome image of many human, tiger, and cow eyes being boiled in a large pot created a chilling and evil feeling. A close-up of the youth wearing a heart-shaped red and black mask, his eyes revealing a profound look, creating a strong and unpredictable impression. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "This guest, we have new types of cloud garments here. Does the guest want to go into the shop and try them on?" Inside, everyone was working extremely hard and diligently. Someone brought out a skewer of eyes and reminded, "Immortal lady, this is the demon market fair, so there's no need to shapeshift. Don't find it strange, why not have a skewer? The taste is delicious. Take it. Take it." The market was bustling with unique and strange goods. Body-gathering talismans, foundation establishment pills, cosmetic powders, immortal grass, immortal pills, transformation potions, fur-shedding pills. In the distance, A voice suddenly rang out irritably. Get lost, don't block the way. What are you bumping into? Do you want to die? Are you blind? Little girl wondered. What is this situation? Xiao Hei explained. Perhaps it's the ghost market's corpse soldiers. Catching illegal intruders. Illegal intruders. That's the corpse soldiers. The corpse soldiers with sturdy bodies and rippling muscles appeared in the darkness. Their green eyes glowing aggressively, growling to challenge all opponents. A close-up of the gruesome corpse soldier's face, one eye injured and oozing plasma, the painful, fierce expression showing brutality and being highly agitated. Xiao Hei added, the ghost market has its rules, and rules naturally have enforcers. The little girl wondered. What rules? A fatal blow was dealt, bright red plasma splattering in the darkness, creating a violent and fierce scene in the battle. The tall corpse soldier was being attacked, plasma spraying into the air. His opponent was a fierce female bat demon with blood-red eyes. Little girl deduced. That is an evil demon that specializes in eating human hearts. Perhaps it's... Xiao Hei replied. The three do-nots. Breaking the ghost market's rules, breaking this rule, the corpse soldier just needs to report back to fulfill the order. Suddenly, it started and turned back to say, This, immortal lady, look, why are you picking up a corpse? The little girl wondered. What is this? Xiao Hei explained. Human skin. That evil demon turned out to be a painting ghost that relies on fire to eat people. The little girl was curious. Why pick it up? Xiao Hei replied. Immortal lady, you don't know. This whole human skin is very valuable in the ghost market. Sell it for 10 days of food to show your sincerity. The little girl hesitated. Eat here. It reminded. The food here is authentic. Suddenly, a vendor offered. Guest, please come inside. Isn't this Lord Black Mountain? It's been a long time since you've been here. The last shipment is still being held for you. Xiao Hei tactfully refused. Not convenient today. The little girl hesitated. This? Xiao Hei asked curiously. What goods? The little girl requested. Take me to see. The vendor called out. Knowing you like fresh food, I specially saved good stock for you. The path to the warehouse is dark. Watch your step. Stop talking so much. They went deep inside, where secrets were gradually revealed. The vendor continued. It's just that you absorb yang energy. These people definitely aren't enough to look at. This is where women are kept. All hard to get imports. The little girl smiled sarcastically. What rules? It's nothing but a bunch of man-eating demons. If that's the case. Xiao Hei asked back. Are these all legitimate goods? The vendor affirmed. That's for sure. These are all imported through official channels. You can rest assured using them. We all do business with rules. Look at this exterminated family. The yang energy of this villain killed over 30 people. The boss bought them from the human government office, haven't used the big ones yet. Those women are also guilty, heard they also killed people. Xiao Hei anxiously reassured. Immortal lady, don't mind. Demons here eat people but still follow the rules. The little girl decided. I won't eat this meal for now, but we'll talk about your rules later. Xiao Hei explained. Innocent bodies cannot be eaten. The only son in the family, young children. This is called the ghost market's three do-nots. The little girl wondered. So what are the three do-nots? It replied. Those who barge into the ghost market can be eaten. Those who don't keep the rules can be eaten. Those who seek death can be eaten. This rule applies not only to humans but also to demons and ghosts. The little girl asked curiously. Can it control these demons? Who set this rule? Xiao Hei replied. Naturally, the boss of the ghost market. Behind them, a woman in red with a cold, sullen face glanced over and realized. Strong spiritual energy. Xiao Hei, sensitive, quickly realized something unusual behind him and turned around. The red-clad woman's hands reached forward, wanting to secretly attack Xiao Hei. This bat is a bit of an obstacle. She spoke. Withdraw. Afterward, the red-clad woman reminded the little girl. Little girl, barging into the ghost market will get you eaten. She provoked. This bat has a scheme. Aren't you curious why he often follows you? You have such strong spiritual power on you. Even if you intentionally suppress it, he can still smell it. The little girl replied. Just a defeated subordinate, relying on him? I don't have any. The red-clad woman interrupted. He specifically absorbs yang energy. If you aren't careful and let it slip, it's enough for this guy to advance. Furthermore, little girl, do you really think there is no one in this ghost market who is your match? At that time, how do you think he will act? You vile thing. Get lost. The little girl wondered. Why tell me these things? What is your purpose? The red-clad woman smiled and replied. I, of course, am also eyeing the spiritual power of yours. It's just, you lack my guidance. I have been in this ghost market for hundreds of years, and I am much stronger than the one below. How about it? The little girl continued to probe. If you are eyeing it, why not just come and snatch it directly? Why do this superfluous thing? The ghost market has its rules. Attacking is not allowed. The red-clad woman offered a condition. If you safely get out of the ghost market, consider it me taking you for a free tour. The little girl agreed. Deal. The little girl confessed. It was the guide who told me the origins of the ghost market. The further we go, the bigger it gets. It's not a cave. The red-clad woman recounted. Please subscribe to the Gienmi Go channel so you don't miss such fascinating videos. This ghost market lies on the boundary between Yin and Yang. That cave is merely a concealment spell. After the underworld perished, the place where wandering souls gather is also called the Yin-Yang realm. Later, an ambitious being used resentment to transform into the Corpse King. He declared himself king, calling himself the Yin-Yang Dharma King, and the Corpse King shared the Yin-Yang realm with the ghost market. But that Dharma King had great ambitions, intending to collude with the demon realm to seize the underworld and the ghost market. Only the heaven, Ly realm, though shattered, sent heavenly generals to garrison the boundary between the mortal and demon realms. That Corpse King courted death and was wiped out by the heavenly generals leading their troops. In the end, no one knew if that Dharma King lived or died. Do people come to this ghost market because they truly find it interesting? The little girl replied. That leech said a giant demon recently appeared in this ghost market, and one could gather news. The woman in red affirmed. This place is for trading information. There are many mountain spirits and wild monsters in this world, so information travels fast, naturally. The price is 100 taels. Hearing the number, the little girl was startled and thought, it costs money. That's so expensive. The woman in red seemed to understand the girl's thoughts and reminded her. If you don't have money, you can go over there. The little girl wondered, is that place free? She replied, that is the arena, it is not free. You can only earn money there. The little girl learned another piece of information. One could also earn money. The woman in red added, mountain spirits and wild monsters rarely have wealth, so naturally, there are places for demons to earn money. The rules are simple. Bet on the winner, or if you have no capital, you can enter the match. How about it, will you bet or compete? The little girl answered firmly and confidently. Naturally, I will compete. The woman in red warned. I'll say this plainly first. If you lose, I might not be polite. Afterward, she was led inside to the mountain spirits and wild monsters. Woman announced before the match. This match, Mushroom Spirit versus Stinger Queen. Prepare your bets. As she spoke, she flicked her sharp stinger, slicing through the surrounding mushrooms. The mushroom was bewildered, panicked, and stammered, not understanding what happened. Cracked open. The bee woman sneered. What kind of skill is that to dare? This scene left everyone around extremely confused. No way, that was so fast. It didn't even have the strength to fight back and it's already over. Her face suddenly twisted hideously. The woman suddenly evaporated, but her voice still echoed in the space. Wait a moment, there's a situation. The winner is... What is this situation? We can only resolve this in the next episode. A column of ivory-white smoke appeared. The little girl, watching the battle from the start, was also stunned by this twist. The referee's shrill scream added to the drama. It was melted by the mushroom spirit's toxic gas. It seems there is no winner in this match. A draw. A second later, there was a new development. Wait a moment. It seems there's a change on the mushroom spirit's side. Seeing small spots of different sizes rising on the mushroom spirit's skin, complaints arose endlessly. These pimples are truly disgusting. This poison tail stinger isn't yielding either. It has truly recovered. The winner is the mushroom spirit. The little girl couldn't help but be amazed, muttering, this counts too. The referee's shouting continued. The mushroom spirit has decided to stop while ahead and will no longer challenge. Once the arena is cleared, we will proceed to the next match. Seeing the little girl hesitate, her guide provoked her. What's wrong? This is betting. Do you have the guts to try? If you win, you'll have money. While the girl was still unsure whether to take the risk, a giant, hulking figure stomped onto the arena. Get lost, all of you. Today, this old man has won 10 matches in a row. If you don't want to die, stay away from the stage to avoid collateral damage. Watching the hulking, fierce figure squeeze past, the little girl thought, it's so crowded. With another contestant, the competition's referee was naturally excited. Let the next challenger come to the arena. We call him Swordhead. The audience buzzed. Another challenger is on the stage. We can place bets now. Swordhead bared his teeth in a gleeful grin. Truly, there are those who don't know life from death. The referee immediately announced as his opponent stepped up. Betting for this match, Swordhead versus Whitebone Corpse. The battle began. the commentary clear and detailed without missing a beat. The white bone corpse was not weak at all, launching a preemptive strike. It truly spoke little. The white bone corpse flashed like a blur in the air, and in an instant, it was about to pounce on Swordhead. It drew a line in space, and when it was just a short distance from touching its opponent, it was blocked by a sword strike. Swordhead was no weakling. This collision was powerful. The white bone corpse's head fell quickly from its body, which made the match even more attractive. A decapitation. This strike was both ruthless and precise. This is too fast. Let's see if it can still turn things around. Just as the referee shouted the 3 words next person, Swordhead suddenly sensed a bad omen. His eyes glared fiercely. Sure enough, I knew this white bone corpse still had a way out. It turned out the white bone corpse had intentionally let Swordhead show off a move earlier. Now it revealed its scheme, spitting out multiple skulls with gaping, hideous mouths. Swordhead hadn't even dreamed of this scene, his eyes widening in horror. So many! The skulls vied to rush forward, sinking their teeth into his armor. He roared in fury. You idiots! Do you think you can bite through me with your teeth? But they proved the opposite. The teeth, which lacked fangs, had now shattered that thick iron armor. As the teeth touched his skin, demonic energy was immediately injected straight into Swordhead's nerves. He struggled, thrashing his body violently to fling the skulls off, erupting with a curse. It hurts. Get lost. Seeing fresh blood spurting out, the little girl realized immediately. It's a corpse demon. After just a second, Swordhead felt the pain as his meridians were tormented. The white bone corpse, which had been hiding earlier, was now openly confident, exhaling a thick stream of black smoke. It clicked its tongue greedily. Fresh flesh and blood. Nothing is better than this. Swordhead, his face gradually withering, whispered, So you can talk. The white bone corpse was delighted to see its opponent's body being eroded bit by bit. Naturally, its green pupils flashed with malice as it spoke. After eating your fill, you naturally have to savor the aftertaste. The white bone corpse's last move had caused trouble for the ghost servants. It's all over the place again. Clean it up quickly. The referee happily announced the final result. The winner is the white bone corpse. It seemed he wanted to fight continuously. Does anyone want to challenge the white bone corpse? An unfamiliar voice spoke with powerful momentum. Let me. The referee excitedly raised his voice. The new challenger, Monkey Mask. Betting. The little girl's guide at this ghost market clicked his tongue. Not bad guts. The little girl stood opposite the white bone corpse, without a trace of trembling, her stance firm. Fighting the new opponent, the white bone corpse used its old trick, releasing the skulls that were already gaping. The referee excitedly commented, The white bone corpse is using its old trick. How will the masked contestant respond? The little girl was agile, neatly dodging to the side. She had dodged it. She began to feel annoyed as the commentary kept ringing in her ears. So talkative. But the competition couldn't be without it. Although Monkey Mask was very flexible, constantly dodging wasn't the way. The referee kept reciting every detail. The masked contestant is truly very agile. The guide watched tensely. Every skull could have landed a hit, but it seemed to have no effect. Seeing yellow cracks appear on the skulls, the referee was stunned. That's not right. Even the white bone corpse was squinting. It looked easy, but it turned out she was channeling palm energy into it. The guide leaned forward slightly, showing interest. Very smart. Using the least spiritual energy to resolve the opponent's most. Little girl stood silently before the white bone corpse, her tone somewhat mocking. Now that your claws are gone, must you do it yourself? The white bone corpse didn't lose its composure, looking coldly at the girl. Beautiful spiritual energy. In a blink, it pounced with frantic greed. I really want the skin. Faced with the sudden change in attitude, the referee here actively commented. The white bone corpse wants to use a full force strike. The little girl realized clearly that its hidden weapon was right before her nose. The corpse energy had dispersed. But seeing the white bone corpse land on its face, both she and the commentator were stunned. Why did it fall to the ground itself? The little girl was stunned. Isn't that? While the referee shouted, the white bone corpse suddenly died unexpectedly. It's the masked contestant's trick. The guide now slightly curled his lips in a secret smile. It fell into the trap. New white bone corpse appeared with a cold green aura, declaring, This new body of yours will belong to me. That fool was just a layer of dry bones. Next, it rolled its eyes and opened its mouth wide, jagged with sharp teeth. Take it! The white bone corpse used its bare hands to grab the little girl's neck. Yet, in that moment, it was led into a strange space. This is? For the first time, this part of the body encountered this kind of situation. How could it be like this in his consciousness? Very interesting. You actually rushed into this place. The little girl's consciousness inside kept glaring and asking, "It's very suffocating here? Did you come to me?" The white bone corpse was terrified to witness this for the first time. How can there be a consciousness within his consciousness? That's not right. This consciousness seems to be sealed here. The little girl scolded angrily. "Don't jump around on your own. If you don't want me to talk for a while, I'm afraid you won't have the chance anymore." The white bone corpse never expected this outcome, wailing miserably. "Why is my consciousness dispersing? Clearly, I was going to possess the body." The little girl inside lectured it. "This body was made by that old man consuming his essence. A small demon like you can't last long." The final result was decided, Monkey Mask won. What kind of situation is this? Perhaps it is. The little girl stood still, eager in her heart to meet the next person. At this moment, the guide turned and walked out the door. Falling from the arena floor, walking silently in the desolate night, a faint smile bloomed on his somber face. "I really like that child. City Lord, you've returned. The young lady who accompanied you. Let her play for a while longer. It seems she is very interested in the great demon that recently appeared. Go investigate the inside story of that great demon, and bring it to me later." His subordinate didn't dare disobey. "Yes." The guide added a few more instructions. "Arrange for that young lady to meet the other young lady. Just say I said so. If he doesn't go, break his legs." Turning to the arena, the little girl had already defeated another opponent. The announcement hadn't changed for several matches. Monkey Mask wins. She clicked her tongue and muttered to herself. Good thing I didn't bring the pig mask. Today she had won 9 matches in a row. It seems there is hope to become the arena master of the day. Next match. Let's see if Monkey Mask can hold the arena. The competition showed no signs of stopping. The 10th match for contestant Monkey Mask. Let's see if he can become the arena master. The new challenger is, this person seems to be the City Lord. The little girl curiously looked at her opponent. City Lord? What kind of nickname is that? She suddenly wondered. This person is very strange. There isn't a shred of killing intent. The City Lord gently spoke. This young lady has actually won 10 matches in a row. It truly makes others admire you. My humble self is surnamed Huang, given name Shang. May I ask the young lady's name? The little girl bluntly dismissed this greeting. I feel that is unnecessary. She instinctively crouched in vigilance. What exactly do you want to do? The City Lord maintained his gentle tone. What must the young lady do to tell me? The little girl complained irritably. Didn't you come to bet? Why are you asking around? If you aren't going to compete, step down. Hidden behind the mask, her face had turned pale, covered in sweat. After a few seconds of silence, the City Lord replied, Betting is naturally fine. But if I win, can the young lady tell me her name? The little girl still couldn't understand. Why ask for my name? The City Lord was very honest. It's just that the fighting is too brutal. Can we change to a way to avoid harming harmony? My mother has given orders, and I have no other choice. The gentle atmosphere between the two shifted to a darker place filled with more resentment. Whispers murmured, Hurry up. Be careful. Take it. The guide pursed his lips tensely. The information that child wanted has all been gathered. What now? Her minions happily reported. We are almost done, City Lord. It's all collected. Before the end of the month, the sect-protecting treasure of the Shushan sect, the demon-suppressing tower, was stolen by someone else. The person who stole the treasure has very high cultivation. Many cultivators of the Shushan sect were unable to do anything. The guide cleared her throat, reminding them, Don't say redundant words. Get to the point. The reporter obeyed. Yes, yes. He continued. The name is Shurji. She was once injured by the 9 dragons' divine fire of Tai Zhenren. The mountain spirit and wild monster we sent to scout is only a 10,000-year cultivation great demon. Perhaps they have cultivated their dharma body and left the mountain. The guide laughed to herself. So it's her, truly a character. Seeing him stop, she wondered, Is that all? The two looked at each other anxiously, pushing the blame. You speak. Actually there is also. The guide glared impatiently. What else? Speak quickly. That hesitant attitude displeased her, and she kicked both of them away. Only then did the two scramble to appease her. City Lord, please calm your anger. It's not that we wouldn't say it. Actually, this time a total of 2 demons appeared. It is said both demons took action. What? 2? That was merely scouting. The other one hasn't returned yet. Her intuition warned her. If neither has returned, her sharp gaze suddenly glanced in one direction. Then who are you? A ray of light, small and thin as silk, suddenly stretched across. The guide's ghost servants dodged in fear. The space suddenly became chaotic. Several ghost servants fell over. Only the guide stood firm, watching the movement. He angrily snapped. Still not revealing yourself? In the hazy smoke, Wukong appeared. Clearly you sent people to find me, yet you won't allow me to come to your doorstep? The guide was not surprised. I wondered who it was. So it's you, monkey. That short-lived master of yours has reincarnated several times. Answering her, Wukong adopted a harsh attitude. If not for the sake of past relations, I would have smashed your nest long ago. She calmly retorted. You monkey, heard you received a Buddha position? So you dare not continue fighting that Tathagata? The sharp-tongued boy didn't hold back. You old thing aren't a bodhisattva. Do you still listen to that old man? At the same time, in the arena, the audience grew tired of the lackluster exchange between the girl and the city lord. A scam? Refund. Are you fighting or not? What are you doing? Guide started, looking out instinctively. What's the noise outside? A large white cloth with bold calligraphy. Ink still wet. From now on, no more 9 heavens noble demons / immortals, returning to the void. The city lord inquired. Beautiful writing? Girl, what do you think of my calligraphy? If your brushwork isn't as good as mine, consider it a loss. The girl was helpless, suddenly dragged into a calligraphy contest. You useless thing. I intended to introduce a good match for you. The guide scolded angrily. What are you doing? Have you gone stupid from being an official in heaven? Just then, a figure appeared on the side. The girl looked up, instinctively calling. Mother? Damn. 10,000 rays of light. Pylon appeared with a brilliant halo behind her head. The girl could only look up and curse. 10,000 rays of light? Damn it. A familiar voice mocked her. That is Buddha light, you idiot. The girl didn't expect someone to insult her so openly. Who is it? Before she finished, she didn't recognize them. The other party hit the girl's head. So painful. Girl indignantly questioned Wukong's purpose. Old son, why are you here? He glanced indifferently at the people in the room. Don't mention it, you all left without leaving a note, even moved house. The girl changed the subject. But that lady, why does she have Buddha light? Wukong recognized this person clearly. Because she is Pylon Pa Bodhisattva. The girl knew this monster well. Isn't she a demon? How can she be a bodhisattva? According to rumors from the human world to the gods and Buddhas, it is said that among 10,000 evil ghosts, she is the only one to realize the Buddha way. To be precise, perhaps she is a man-eating Rakshasa ghost. But even after realizing it, she still has that bloodthirsty personality. Pylon was also stubborn, respecting no one, not even Tathagata in her eyes. Therefore, she didn't associate with gods and Buddhas but didn't want to run. Here, at this moment, she hissed with disgust. You thick-furred, big-mouthed monkey, why do you like playing dirty tricks behind people's backs? Wukong stepped forward to shield the girl behind him. You damn old hag, did I say something wrong? The demon crowd saw the fun and cheered. Hurry up and fight, what are you doing? Are you fighting or not? She walked past them indifferently and ordered. Next, arrange for lightning strikes. Order will be restored immediately. The demon children were punished and cried. Mother, it's all my fault. Shut up. The girl cautiously put her mask back on. Why not fight? My Thunder Lord is still here. Wukong challenged in a low voice. Keep it simple, whoever wants to be struck by lightning, come up together. Pylon got angry at the reaction. What? You want to be struck by lightning together? You want to overturn my ghost market? He just gritted his teeth without answering. Pylon got more suspicious and roared. Hey, if you break anything, you have to pay for it. Wukong's body grew large, not answering her. Did you hear that? Bright red flames wrapped around his body. So annoying. He waved his hand, blowing the flames up. The place had long been flickering with brilliant smoke and fire. 2 figures dashed out during that time. The girl followed the wind, confused. Why do we have to run? Wukong rode the clouds behind, replying lazily. I can't afford to pay for that calligraphy. The tavern door collapsed. Pylon sighed. This monkey still has the same nature, free between heaven and earth. It also makes others a bit envious. 2 gusts of wind disappeared into the mist. Suddenly the girl excitedly proposed an idea. Let's not go back to find my parents anymore. Wukong didn't understand why she said that. What? The girl took off her mask and explained clearly. Let's go to the anti-evil bureau to accept missions, hang up bounties. It must be more interesting than going back to open a tavern. He heard this and was speechless at her abundant ideas. Childish. Childish. I heard you've shown your face at the anti-evil bureau quite a few times. Did you turn into a little fire? When the sun sets, the moon appears. When the moon sets, the sun appears. The sun and moon push each other. Light is born. The moon is the moon, the thing ghosts like best. Ghosts are formed from resentment, cultivating based on energy. Ordinary ghosts are those who don't turn into resentment after death. If a ghost's resentment turns red, it's a vengeful ghost, which will harm people. Resentment easily turns into human form. It's just that ghost cultivation isn't easy, so very few resentful souls attain the way. A yellow talisman was thrown out. Take this. The girl launched an attack on a red-clad ghost. It was startled by her appearance. The girl warned, "Don't run around, I don't have many talismans. You must know this cost me quite a bit of silver." However, the resentment from the ghost was too thick, making the girl stagger and stumble. She couldn't touch it at all. The person following mocked her. "You can't even handle this?" The person using them one by one naturally couldn't touch it. "Isn't it just throwing the talismans out?" The girl had no choice but to grit her teeth and throw all the talismans. "Really? I wanted to save a bit." The red-clad vengeful ghost was affected by the talismans. Finally, it turned into a puff of smoke and entered the talisman. The girl exclaimed excitedly, "Wow! First time capturing a ghost. But using this talisman is really exhausting." Wukong turned his head and muttered, "Without talismans, one palm of yours would have turned it into smoke." The girl muttered complaints about the way of capturing monsters. "This demon hunting order is really... Catching ghosts is catching ghosts, why manage whether it's captured or killed? Costing me my last bit of silver, I could only buy a few talismans." He dealt her a fatal blow. "If you didn't capture it, that bit of bounty wouldn't be enough for your talismans." Wukong returned to his normal form and complained, "What kind of damn way to make a living is this? It's caused me not to dare show my face. The two of us can only accept grade D demon hunting orders now." The girl reminded him of the standard. "Besides, if you appear, that little ghost might be directly enlightened, very boring. Returning to hand in the mission, you also have to turn into human form. Remember this." The girl sighed at this mandatory requirement. "The demon hunting order is really perverted, always having to catch them alive, who can afford to raise them?" The girl was about to pull out the last talisman when the vengeful ghost begged, "Immortal Master, please spare me. Immortal Master, I have grievances and a soul." The first time the girl heard a vengeful ghost speak, it was interesting. "You can talk? Spare you, this resentment of yours, dare you say it's not, still want to harm people?" The girl allowed it to explain. "Speak and let me hear." The red-clad vengeful ghost began her story of yesteryear. "I was a famous actress of the Southern Kingdom. My dancing skills were top in the country, admired by many. Then I was spotted by a powerful noble in the country and taken as a concubine. Although a concubine, for me it was a good place. I originally thought it was just being a sparrow in a cage. Just didn't expect they were actually eyeing my body. On the wedding night, they separated my limbs, covered a lamp with my skin. Her life was a terrifying tragedy. Limbs made into decorations. Even my head was made into a wine cup. Her voice was full of resentment. Then they issued a demon-hunting order to demand my soul. How could I not generate resentment?" The girl listened and fell silent for a long time. Wukong on the side deduced, "Perhaps it's because she turned into a vengeful ghost to take revenge." The girl asked, confused, "Then why still want to catch it alive?" Resentful ghosts are also extremely good nutrients for some sorcerers. Girl heard this and couldn't help cursing. "So cruel. I won't do this." So the girl let the female ghost go. However, Wukong gritted his teeth and refused. "That won't do. Noble, that talisman debt also needs to be calculated. I don't do business without profit." The two tacitly hurried on their way there. The tavern was mixed with the noise of many people. "Come, drink a bit more. Guest, drink a bit less, there are still entertainers dancing. Guest, so many people, don't be handsy." The courtesan's weak voice mixed with the perverted sounds of men. "Don't, some sisters have gone with guests and haven't returned. Afraid of what? I have nothing but money. Can you go home with me later? So now, basically, I can't go home with the guest. Forget it, let's go upstairs." A drunkard hugging a beauty bumped into someone. "Hey, watch where you're going." He didn't even bother to apologize and boasted, "Where did this little brat come from? Also here to find a girl?" At this moment he was still loud-mouthed. "Go home and drink milk." The moonlit night was clear without a cloud. The drunkard now staggered home from the tavern. "Really? The rules are getting more and more. Whose girl isn't brought home? I see it's just to collect more money." He grumbled with dissatisfaction as he walked. Suddenly a group of people blocked the front. "Stop!" Jumped with a confused look. "Why are there soldiers blocking the road?" In the middle of the night, the person opposite said in a low voice, "I am following my master's orders, specifically waiting for you here." Seeing the sword drawn, he immediately sobered up. "I don't mean anything, I don't know your master." After that, only tragic screams remained on the street. The soldiers finished their work and returned to report. "Master, according to your instructions, we gouged out his eyes. That was the young man the drunkard bumped into. This kind of bastard isn't worth my attention, no need to bring it up. Feed it to the dogs." He seemed very familiar with such cruel methods. Go back. The sedan chair escorted them silently into the dark night. It returned to a large, ancient building, the steward waiting outside for a long time. No one caught your eye today? Your Highness, you're back. He flattered the high-ranking young man. Why not let it lead people to catch a few more here for your Highness to see? He walked straight inside, bored, and ordered. Then what's the point? Bring the divine medicine here. Yes. He walked alone in the quiet corridor to a shiny gold-plated door. Inside the room, handworks were displayed. The young master's eyes were satisfied looking at the exquisite hand of the female ghost. Only those pieces of jade can refine top-quality products. Among all the hands on his perverted display shelf, only this hand exuded a magnificent beauty. In this world, only humans are top quality, the most exquisite work of creation. Suddenly strange eggs appeared on his body. At this moment the servant brought the medicine in. Your Highness, the divine medicine is cooked. It's just that this medicinal guide is almost cooked too. The young master inquired about the whereabouts of the vengeful ghost. The resentment on the demon hunting order last time hasn't been caught yet? The steward could only report. Not yet, this time it's really a bit longer. Two servants exchanged words about other people's lives without changing their expressions. That dancer last time was truly top quality. Definitely can refine top-grade immortal medicine. Her skin and bones left for your Highness to keep. It's truly her blessing. Maybe the resentment is too great, so it's a bit long. The young master drained the cup of immortal medicine in one gulp. After he swallowed it, his body became better. His almost white hair turned black again as before. The way of refining immortal medicine transmitted from the central planes. The wrinkled skin became full, heard it can not only refine souls but also refine demon medicine, can make human strength like diamond, like having supernatural powers. Soon the young master was back to normal without any side effects. The servant still sighed continuously beside him. It's just that our place is too far. Issuing demon hunting orders is also quite expensive. At this moment an incident occurred right here. The flame on the candle flickered, alarming, then suddenly went out without any wind. The servant saw this and shouted in panic. Why are these lights all extinguished? Who's there? Quickly light the lamps. The anxiety of being plunged into darkness rose. They who do bad things are always afraid of retribution. What happened? Could it be? Doesn't the prince's mansion have a magic array? Why are there still evil spirits coming in here? The servant panicked and tried to reassure. Your Highness, don't worry. I will go check. The girl and Wukong, had found this place. There are actually so many magic arrays here. This resentment of ours, I'm afraid even the enemy can't find it. A prince at the border also has this intention. Your silver is not small. After taking some as travel expenses, the entire prince's mansion had its candles blown out and became pitch black. The young master waited and waited without seeing the lights lit, getting impatient. He yelled at the servants. Why haven't the mansion guards arrived yet? A servant hurriedly tried to leave. I'll go call them right away. However, he was choked by an invisible force. Who's there? You stupid slave. Why don't you hurry up and go? It was the two people outside who released that resentment to take revenge. This resentment is also a bit weak. If taking revenge it can only possess. But if she violates the killing precepts, might she incur this karma? Wukong remained calm, letting nature take its course. Even if there is karma, it is her own choice. The little girl couldn't help but ask. But what about those villains? If it weren't for us, would we just let them do such evil? He understood clearly that the law of karma spares no one. Running into us is his karma too. The little girl had an indescribable feeling about Wukong. Why do you talk more and more like my father? Only the young master remained in the room, panicking. Hurry and call the garrison to light the lamps. You stupid slave. Why are you still here? Suddenly a voice replaced his from behind his neck. Have you put my limbs in here? My skin covers those lanterns. He froze, not daring to move. The woman's voice, the vengeful ghost, grew increasingly agitated. Just how many sisters have you? Beaten, marrow-sucked, and robbed of their lifespan? I want to avenge myself, and avenge my sisters. The young master, unable to escape, retreated in fear. What do you want to do? The vengeful ghost hissed with a piercing sound. What you did to us, you will pay back in kind. Her hands, sculpted while alive, were stained with blood. The little girl stood outside watching anxiously. Has she already acted? Why can't I see it? She breathed a sigh of relief for the ghost. Finally, she has avenged herself. Wukong's tone held no joy, but having broken the killing precepts and drunk human blood, she has become a vengeful ghost, and her killing aura is growing heavier. If left alone, she will likely harm the innocent. She can only be dispersed. Seeing this, the little girl tried to dissuade him. Can we find another way to try? She hopped down, restless. I will go persuade her. She arrived right in front of the palace gate, and the guards, seeing a suspicious person, shouted, "Who is so bold as to trespass into the royal mansion?" The little girl simply extended her hand in a gesture, causing an obstruction, and the two guards froze, unable to move. Wukong followed behind with a strange tone. "This is?" The little girl introduced the spell just used, immobilization spell. Hearing this, he asked with interest, "Useful, teach me." The little girl frowned, refusing to reveal it to him. "Not teaching." Wukong shrugged, nimbly gliding past. "Why? You must finish practicing cloud riding first. Then we'll see." On the way to find the vengeful ghost, the little girl asked again, "Why is the resentment so great just from killing one person?" Wukong guessed from the signs. Perhaps all the previous vengeful spirits have manifested on her. At this moment, the ghost had devoured the young master. "Flesh and blood. I want it. Your blood. Your flesh." She was craving it to the point of madness. The little girl's expression was cautious yet regretful. "Is there really no other way? Can she only be dispersed?" Wukong extended his hand to chant the seal. "Perhaps we must try a little." Suddenly, a heavy, condensed spiritual energy appeared. Who has summoned an underworld official? After so many years, there is still someone who knows how to chant this spell. The little girl was startled by this unexpected appearance. Underworld official? He looked over and concluded it was the little girl. "Little girl, you were the one who chanted the summoning spell, right?" However, the one who called him was Wukong. It really was called, "I need your help with something." Seeing him, the official shrank back. "Master? It's you?" After hearing the story, the official actually had a way. "So that's how it is, the vengeful spirit has turned into a ghost, this little matter is no problem." He summoned a powerful spell that only underworld officials could use. Soul-snatching order. Through the efforts of these years, the order of the underworld has nearly recovered. These are all thanks to the second master. This type of vengeful ghost can just happen to be used by the underworld. A long chain bound the ghost's body tightly. This soul-snatching lock can snatch souls, but cannot harm them. Turning her into a soul orb is the exclusive method of our underworld. Wukong's expression was sullen. "Useless ghost, did anyone ask you if you could collect it? Once collected, get lost quickly." He was too afraid not to obey. Yes. After subduing the vengeful ghost and returning it to hell, the girl argued with the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau. "That vengeful soul was clearly captured by me. Why can't it be considered my reward?" The little girl's tone was very reasonable and challenging. "Furthermore, if you don't give the reward, fine. Why do you want to demote me? Now I can't even get a grade D." The manager naturally followed the rules. "Words without proof. This grade D mission of yours hasn't been completed. Naturally your rank must be lowered." The little girl still pouted, unable to accept it. "Where is the proof?" Clearly, the deacon waved his hand to dismiss the guest, not wanting to reason further. "Besides, the client is nowhere to be found, and there's no way to verify it. If you can't do it, just accept some feng shui blessing or something." The little girl stomped her feet in anger. "What is this? Asking me to participate in superstitious feudal activities. These are all grade D and grade C missions. Files of the inner hall. Go to the inner hall to check the files. Are there any paper grade missions there?" Wukong transformed into a dragonfly, trying to reassure her. "Who cares what it is? Finish it and we'll see. Like last time, at least we won't lose anything." Little girl nodded firmly and asked, "Right? Last time you took all the property, I distributed it to the commoners." Hearing this, the little girl felt a bit regretful. It would have been good to leave a little. The little girl's shadow leaped over the wall in the town, to a place where she had to tread carefully. The little girl hid in a corner, listening. People were talking inside. Inside, several people sat around a round table. Previously, those immortals established their own sections. Now the sects stand tall and the imperial court is in danger. They were focused on discussing the future of demon suppression. Many died in battle 500 years ago, plus those who went into seclusion, otherwise our imperial court wouldn't be able to function. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sects are nothing more than a bit of incense, not a big threat. But those masterless beasts coming to our human world will cause great disaster. Just like that Lingyuan saint who almost toppled the imperial court. Have you all forgotten? There are also some people who rely on blood and flesh cultivation, causing harm to a region. Therefore, this time I called you colleagues here to find someone to lead the army to conquer, and also to establish the court's prestige. My lord, my subordinate protects someone, until a name was mentioned. What is Stone Hero? I have heard of that one battle fame, this person indeed has strange abilities. The officials looked at one person in unison. Magistrate Ma, the Stone Hero is your subordinate, right? That was an official in bright red brocade robes. Then please, my lord, notify him. This discussion reached their ears. To please the superiors, what rank is the Lingyuan saint? That is an existence even higher than grade A. Seeing my outfit stand out, I went out to show off and got killed. A subordinate sneered at this approach. Isn't this just asking that stone hero to find death? Stone hero was quickly summoned. My lord, you called me? In the thick smoke, he appeared with the look of a fat man with a big nose. Going to the bathroom, what are you doing here? Ate too much tonight, can't sleep. The messenger only handed over an unavoidable mission. Since that is how things are, do you understand? From now on, you can freely mobilize the Demon Suppression Bureau and the Crafting Bureau. His voice was perfunctory, not caring much. Go negotiate with that lame and blind master of yours. Find some simple cases, don't be greedy for merit and act recklessly. Actually, he felt a bit of conscience. If you want to run away, I can also... Never mind. After speaking, he had nothing more to say and waved goodbye, leaving only Hero with the burden on his shoulders. My lord, rest assured, I will definitely not disgrace the mission. At this moment, a figure jumped out behind him. Unexpected harvest. It turned out the little girl was disguised as Hero. Alright, hurry and change back for me, the skin is ugly as hell. Wukong blew a breath to dispel the magic. The little girl returned to her own appearance and relaxed. This is indeed convenient. Were the mounts of the immortals so hard to handle before? A bit interesting. He corrected her flippant attitude. Don't underestimate the enemy. It's a bit hard to deal with. The little girl pushed her luck. Then give me the 72 transformations. Why don't you just go to heaven? As time, Hero and the real blind elder were arguing elsewhere. You bastard, not sleeping, what are you tormenting? Master, ate a bit too much tonight, want to go to the bathroom. The mansion in the darkness glittered with the light of lanterns. Although it was midnight, people were still coming and going busily. The old blind man spoke up, weary of the scene before him. This is the Crafting Bureau, truly bustling. Yet everything is in black and white. The fat man beside him was surprised. Master, you can see? The blind elder, who wasn't actually blind, retorted. I have an eye defect, not blind. Suddenly a guard stepped forward to call him in. Are you Stone Hero? The higher-ups have instructed that you are coming here to inventory equipment. The blind elder wondered about the other's identity. May I ask who you are? The masked person introduced. I am the manager here. The two were led inside the hall. This is the outer perimeter of the bureau, we only store some ordinary weapons. Those are all filed in the inner hall. Also, aren't there normal types? The blind elder wanted to speak but couldn't. Those, Hero stepped into the spacious room and exclaimed. This is the weapon listed in the inner hall? Truly dazzling in variety. The blind elder knew more than him. Don't be surprised. These weapons don't have a shred of spiritual energy. They are just ordinary objects. Meanwhile, someone crouched on a tree branch outside. This Stone Hero, why not go demon hunting? What are you running here for? This is the Crafting Bureau of the Steward. A figure standing behind spoke in a low voice. Since you are a manager, you naturally must come to receive your handheld weapon. The girl heard this and realized. Is that so? We even have to pay for our own spirit talismans. That person's golden eyes shone in the night. Here. The demon aura is very strong. I also want to get a handheld weapon. I silently observed everything inside. My lord, that was the entrance to the inner hall just now. This inner hall of ours is strictly confidential. You also know that back then, Lingyuan caused chaos, founding the Demon Suppression Bureau and the Crafting Bureau, while using talismans to extract demon marrow. Therefore, the guard at this place is very strict. These inner hall weapons are refined using demon marrow. Really demon marrow? Isn't it strictly prohibited? That's why it must be kept secret. The torchlight swept across the walkway. These weapons of ours are all modeled after the Dharma treasures of heavenly deities, so they need demon marrow to control. Heavenly Dharma treasures. Could it be? That's right. The guard recounted the story in a low voice. The Great War of several hundred years ago saw many heavenly deities fall. Their weapons and Dharma treasures. Only the faint light made the scene blurry. The guide's voice rang out softly, dispelling the darkness. Those prototype divine weapons need divine power to control. Through our research over the years, we can only use demon marrow to drive these replicas. But it's enough to deal with some demons. Remove the seal on a chest inside, which was an object no one had touched for a long time. Take a look at this. Although the Hunyuan is the most stable Dharma treasure currently, after being deployed it can swallow demons. Of course, if the demon is injured, the effect will be even better. It was an umbrella with vertical lines of ancient characters. The manager's tone was serious and cautious. But, my lord, remember, these replicas are demons after all. If not careful, you will also be in danger of backlash. This heavy atmosphere made Hero and the blind elder tense. The reasons these treasures were sealed were very clear. Each time only one weapon can be used, and it requires a protector. Only then can one prevent these divine weapons from swallowing their master. He was a bit cautious, sweating slightly. Is it very dangerous? The ghost whispered comfort into his ear. Little one, don't be afraid. I am here to preside. You can use them as you please. These are nothing but demon aura driven by demon power. Without spiritual intelligence, these things in my eyes are like exotic delicacies. The words lingered, bringing a sense of trust. Go ahead and choose with peace of mind. After a while, the people inside the inner courtyard stirred. Someone, move the things the madam chose to the carriage. Yes. The little girl waited until her butt was sore before seeing them come out. Finally out, really slow, this time we can go demon hunting. Below were two figures slowly walking out. Hero instructed the soldiers to carry them. Prepare and set off. They replied in unison. Yes, my lord. He turned to reassure the blind elder. All right, my master, I don't know when I can be commissioned again. He smiled faintly at his words. My disciple has an official commission. The two dawdled, unaware that someone was lurking. You must support your master while he is alive. A gentle breeze blew, gently swaying the little girl's hair. Let's ride a cloud and follow behind. Wukong exhaled gently. He used supernatural powers to transform into a white bird. He mocked the other's ability. With that bit of magic power, you still want to ride a cloud? Hurry and follow. If we leave later, we won't see them anymore. The sparrow, just released, immediately flew after the group. Wukong looked at the place where the weapons were stored. As for this place, he pulled out a golden hair and plucked it. My children, whatever can be moved, move it for me. The monkey children, let loose, immediately leaped inside. Early the next morning, the group rested in a countryside village. They had discovered this place from afar. My lord, there is a village ahead. Do you want to stay here for the night? Hero lowered his binoculars and ordered. Go investigate, don't disturb the commoners. The subordinates obeyed and immediately executed. Yes, my lord. After a while, the scouts returned to report. My lord, it seems to be an abandoned village with no people. Hearing this, he made a decision. Good, then we will rest here today. The blind elder sitting behind the horse cleared his throat at them. Legion slowly entered the village. Before that, Hero had kindly instructed. Master, your legs are not good. It's just right to rest a bit. The disciple will go around to see if it is an abandoned village. His men nimbly ran around searching, in case there were commoners to avoid scaring. The blind elder snorted coldly and slowly stepped forward. This old Daoist is not yet that weak. The atmosphere here is gloomy with an indescribable feeling, but one can still take a look. This village, the people have the scent of smoke and fire, not the smell of rot. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't resemble an abandoned village. After a few weeks of checking, this place remains strangely quiet. By now it was completely dark. Hung confirmed with certainty. Master, rest assured, I have checked the surroundings. It is truly uninhabited, just an abandoned village. Even so, intuition made the old blind man restless. If someone comes, no need to worry. We are now outside the jurisdiction of the Anti-Evil Bureau. It is better to be careful. He had no choice but to comply. You are right. I will arrange for them to take turns keeping watch, and report back immediately if anything happens. The unease in his heart grew. This time it made him feel something was strange. Suddenly someone walked in hurriedly. My lord, please come over and take a look. The night mist has covered the village, my lord. The guard's tone was panicked at the sight before him. We spent 3 days confirming there was absolutely no one around. Where did these people come from? Indeed, villagers appeared in the fields at night. Hung's expression became suspicious. Besides, who goes to the fields in the middle of the night? Actions of the villagers here were highly suspicious. They didn't even light lamps. Each of them dug up spheres as big as a head. After finding them, they all raised them above their heads. What is that? The demon's voice echoed in his head. That is likely a demon cocoon. It might be about to hatch. Then each of them was seen carrying an egg, trudging toward the forest. Hiding in the soil allows them to absorb energy, and also mask their demonic aura to avoid natural enemies. This scene left the group in confusion. Why are those people carrying demon cocoons? My lord, they are heading up the mountain. What demon cocoon? Hung quickly instructed his subordinates. Go notify everyone. Everyone must be vigilant. One person took the order, yes. He wondered about the state of the villagers. Are those people still alive? The demon answered clearly, yes, they are likely mind-controlled. Hearing this, he could not stand by and ignore it. Then I cannot leave it alone. Hung spread his wings and soared into the air. I will go investigate. I will be back soon. The old blind man couldn't stop him in time and could only shout. You foolish boy. If you encounter danger, come back, we will plan for the long term. His voice was like wind passing through clouds. Don't force it. Soon Hung rushed into the forest. Kid, I warned you, this body of yours cannot fly. The demon seriously reminded him of this issue. Don't get yourself killed. I won't be able to help you. He listened quite well, retracting his wings to walk on foot. The deeper he went into the forest, the darker and more terrifying it became. Where do they want to go? The scene was filled with insect cocoons, perhaps looking for a safe place, waiting for the moment to hatch. Thatch on Hunk's face suddenly turned pale as he deduced, those villagers in the village, the demon revealed their fate, naturally to be food. His eyes widened, staring at them. The egg in a villager's hand cracked open as something crawled out. After just a moment, a giant worm escaped the shell, a layer of mucus still clinging to its smooth skin. It decisively spat out silk to swallow the villager whole. Thatch on Hung had to endure the feeling of helplessness as he witnessed it. What should be done now? He didn't notice that a demon butterfly had appeared behind him. The dense forest exuded a thick scent of death. Thatch on Hung was not careful and fell into the trap. Sparkling dust descended onto his face. What is this? He faced the demon directly. The demon scolded its pig-brained teammate. You fool, hold your breath quickly. That powder is poisonous. Inhaling it will cause hallucinations. However, Thatch on Hung had already inhaled a lot of the powder. This is bad, hallucinations. It was furious, urging this dim-witted guy. Put on the mask quickly. I will self-destruct to break the illusion. A foolish smile appeared on his face. What mask? The demon butterfly was dissatisfied that its good deed was ruined. Why are people from the Anti-Evil Bureau appearing here? It seems this farm can no longer be kept. If the harvest isn't kept this time, it won't be easy to report to the master. This is bad. Then it threw him to the ground like trash. Deal with this person first, then move the harvest. Even after being dropped like that, he still didn't wake up. It hurts. He stood up amidst the worms, searching in his dream. Little sister, don't go. The worms saw food and immediately rushed to bite and tear. As their sharp jaws opened wide, the small, thin figure of the old blind man flashed by. A spark of fire ignited, burning all the worms to ashes. Only now did Thatch on Hung wake up in shock. I fell for the trap. He startled, looking back at the reality before him. The old blind man saw him dazed and shouted. You foolish disciple, come here quickly. A subordinate followed and whispered. My lord, the weapon has been brought. In an instant, they were surrounded by shadows. He felt pained, still wishing to save the villagers. The demon assimilated his body to break the illusion, but it was also caught in the same illusion as you. It's just that they were deeply poisoned, not easily awakened. The hazy smoke carried Thatch on Hung's anxiety. So how can they be saved? However, there is no way to save them anymore. The poison killed the people to perform the cruel spell. What about the demon performing the spell? The current situation only leaves its subordinates. That demon feared fire and has already fled. Even so, he still begged for a way of life for the villagers. Master, those people cannot be hunted down to the end. The subordinate beside him also urged. That's right, my lord, what should we do now? For now, they couldn't think of any other way. You two come here, go back to the village first, we will plan for the long term. He grabbed the two people firmly. Then he spread his wings, suddenly soaring high into the air. Thatch on Hung in this state had strength higher than usual. With both hands, he carried the two people back to the village at the foot of the mountain. Very quickly they landed, causing dust to fly everywhere. The two people, experiencing high-speed flight for the first time, stumbled and couldn't stand steadily. You scared the hell out of me. Before they could catch their breath, they heard a subordinate shout. Who is coming? What is the scheme? His heart suddenly skipped a beat at the troublemaker. Could it be that they have chased us here? The person stood leisurely before the subordinates. What scheme? I said it, I came to find Thatch on Hung. Thatch on Hung felt a bit relieved that it wasn't a demon. May I ask what you were looking for me for? The little girl only then took off her mask. It's me, we met a few days ago, and I got lost with your parents. Seeing this, the burden in his heart lifted slightly. It's not that I'm saying, your parents are also too. Immediately after, he panicked, worried for the girl. You ran to such a far place. The girl immediately refused his good intentions. No need, I will just follow you. I have my own mission, no need for you to see me off. Meanwhile, the demon that caused the disturbance for the village quietly observed from afar. It spread its wings and flew in another gloomy direction. So many people from the Anti-Evil Bureau have arrived. I must inform the master first to see how to respond. In the dark night, the mansions were still brightly lit. The night was quiet. Evil forces were silently rising. The sound of a maid's footsteps echoed along the corridor. She carried a tray to the door of a room. It was an ancient cup with a seal label. The maid's voice rose softly, not daring to disturb the person inside. Master, it is time to take your medicine. A hoarse voice came from inside. Bring it here. The maid softly obeyed and pushed the door open. Yes. The teacup was uncovered, emitting steaming heat. Inside the room, another person wondered. This medicine is? The emaciated old man explained. You have seen it, this crippled body of mine. If not for this medicine to sustain it, I fear my soul would have long since dissipated. His words shocked the other person. Sir, have you not yet figured out how to obtain the immortal drunk? Why don't you use the 9 numbers, ask it, and do it once to show off for a lifetime? He still knew the gap between mortals and immortals. That is the magic art that Zhiling Yuansheng founded. I am a mere mortal, I dare not compete. Then use the 9 numbers, look at my appearance, how dare I ask about heavenly secrets, eating a few mortal things, I myself am barely surviving. The person opposite suggested. Sir, you don't need to figure it out, just find where Zhiling Yuansheng hid it. Just finding the object, perhaps it is not considered peeking at heavenly secrets. The emaciated old man recounted. Zhiling Yuansheng indeed left behind a lot of immortal drunk. Is taken by that corpse Daoist. A few days ago he even brought a bottle. Although he has died, he also studied the 9 numbers calculation. How could he not be prepared? At that time, stealing the chicken would fail and instead the rice would be lost. The chopsticks he dipped into the steaming cup of medicine. Honestly, I won't hide it. This cup of medicine uses immortal drunk as a primer to be made. Just 1 drop can extend life by a few years. It is considered profitable enough. The other person's eyes widened upon hearing this. He spoke again as if recalling the past. That year, the Tathagata of your sect drew a very large pie. Unfortunately, your senior brother did not pay. Now your sect in the 9 provinces is in a state of decay. In an instant, his skin became rosy and full. Do you still want to continue? The other person did not deny this question. Sir, you should blame the Tathagata for not being able to fulfill the promise. He sighed softly, pulled the door and stepped outside. The Tathagata is now in danger. Surely you can fight for the future, because that immortality is not something we should covet. The other person's tone still rang with anger. How dare I, how dare I? Originally, it was me of that year who was young and refused to be outdone. The night scene outside seemed to be immersed in a magical color. Is this your master's intention? Soon the world welcomed the dawn appearing. The words of not wanting to submit echoed. I am just unwilling, having the whole situation ruined by that one person. Meanwhile, at Thachon Hung's place, a tense night had passed. The majestic mountains brought an indescribable feeling. Masked girl couldn't help but wonder. Lord Thatch, why did you leave your subordinates in that village? At this moment they were on the way leaving that village. Before the reinforcements arrive, I told them to take care of it a bit. There is no other way. The villagers of that village have been infected with parasites. The girl was curious about where they were going. So where are we going next? Thachon Hung considered and offered a suggestion. Or should you stay behind? I will tell my subordinates to find your parents. Following us is very dangerous. The girl immediately shouted, opposing this request. I don't want to. A demon drawing was taken out in Thachon Hung's hand. The demon closest to here is probably this one. I don't know what it is like. His expression was full of worry about his own strength. Can I win? The group was silent, only hearing the sound of horse hooves. The natural air was fresh, filled with a gentle breeze. Is the dragonfly perched on the girl's shoulder an incarnation of Wukong? What's wrong? Do you know the demon on that paper? Wukong was not very sure about that demon. If I knew, relying on the 3 of you would be enough to die. The girl didn't stop but felt interested. Isn't that even more interesting? Suddenly the old blind man went crazy. Little lay practitioner, I see your foundation is not ordinary. Are you interested in joining my Daoist sect? Because Thachon Hung, this Lord Thatch, is the person who once taught me. The girl wanted to refuse bluntly. Let's just forget it. Thachon Hung on the side hurriedly stopped him. Is it that female hero who knows the heavenly gang sword technique? Have you forgotten, master, her parents are both people with extraordinary skills. Her father is very ordinary. Soon they passed by a golden field. The girl took off her mask, revealing a stunning face. It's really beautiful here. The air is also very fresh. The girl carefree stretched her arms and legs to relax. So comfortable. However, the old blind man did not believe in appearances. Not ordinary at all. Thachon Hung was speechless at his suspicious nature. Master, what is not ordinary about this? The girl understood it in another meaning. That's right, here the fertile fields have a good harvest. It is truly a good place. How can it not be extraordinary? He could not teach them, only sighed. You are still too young. Think about the village we met earlier. The seeds there hadn't even sprouted from the soil. Here it is a state of crop failure. The girl still insisted on her own thought. Can't people be hardworking? While Thachon Hung became pensive. The season is not right. But guessing like this won't reveal the truth. Shall we go into the village and ask? The horse slowly walked into the village. The girl keenly noticed something special. Look, in front of every house there is a cup placed. The group dismounted and hurried to check. Inside the bowl was half a bowl of unhusked rice. This is food. The old blind man followed, coughing softly, his expression unclear. Suddenly a person's voice came. That is the Bodhisattva's offering. A boy walked out and warned the group. Don't touch it. The Bodhisattva will not be happy. Naturally, they found it hard to believe these words. What Bodhisattva? He also knew, you are people from elsewhere, right? The old blind man didn't reason but asked directly. So, the crops of this place are all thanks to the hand of that Bodhisattva? The people here are well-fed. That's right, the Bodhisattva blesses our crops with a good harvest. But most importantly, the Bodhisattva also blesses the people here with peace, so we all voluntarily make offerings. After telling it briefly, he carried his basket out. I have to go out, don't touch those offerings. There are messengers coming to collect them. If you are hungry, the people in the village will treat you. The suspicion in the girl's eyes increased. Sure enough, it's strange. The group looked at each other in confusion. I have never met a mountain god, perhaps it is a type of deity like a mountain god, or a local earth deity. They decided to stay and wait. Let's wait and see who comes to take the offerings. Won't we meet them then? This wait lasted until late at night, the bright full moon illuminating the path. Small figures with round ears appeared one after another. The girl watched firmly, sensing. There is movement? Where did those two run off to? This is bad, I'll go check it out. Little mice busily hugged the rice and grain, hauling them away. As they grabbed their sacks and prepared to leave, the little girl spoke up. Stop right there. Their eyes turned curiously toward the one blocking their path. The little girl stood tall, acting with righteousness. These are offerings from the villagers to the mountain god, not for you mice to steal. These mice seemed to have gained spiritual intelligence. Seeing this, the mice stood tall. The little girl, unafraid of a fight, said, Want to attack? You don't know your own strength. Before her were countless tiny red eyes, small as beans. The little girl took a deep breath, unyielding. Come on! She waited for their attack to descend. They acted as if they accidentally brushed past the little girl. The little girl stared blankly as the mice quickly vanished. They all ran away. The last one even made a goblin face to tease her. Then it also ran off like a wisp of white smoke. For the first time, the little girl encountered such a situation. Who do you think you're looking down on? I, on the contrary, want to see if you can escape. My cloud-stepping technique. The trees and rocky mountains were submerged in a silent sea. The mice ran back to tattle to their leader. An outsider. She wouldn't let you take the offerings, and she even hit you. So arrogant. At this moment, the face of the mouse that had teased the little girl was bruised. She hit hard. The Bodhisattva in the villagers' stories is about to appear. Let me go see who it is. Dark night covering the world was illuminated by moonlight. Only the earth-shaking snoring could be heard clearly. The old blind man couldn't sleep because of the snoring. So noisy. He couldn't find the little girl here. Where did that little girl run off to? Could she have discovered something? He was also woken up by this foolish kid and left. Sure Ingxiong groggily woke up. Master, you're awake. Suddenly, a sound reached his ears. A wind rose, bringing that noise closer. He didn't know what it was. Wondering, Master, what is this sound? The old blind man was helpless. How would I know? My eyes aren't good. Very quickly, a stream of black energy rushed in from one direction. The old blind man heard it more and more clearly. The sound is getting louder and louder. It seems to be heading this way. Sure Ingxiong, still sleepy, jumped up and looked through his binoculars. Let me see, over there. But looking closely made him fully awake. In the sky, a series of identical butterfly demons were swarming in. Their wings scattered shimmering powder. They were like a snowstorm falling upon the village. Oh no, that's poisonous powder. It's being scattered into the village. He put on his mask and described the situation. Master, don't go over there. Be careful not to get hit. Take care of yourself. The villagers who were unlucky enough to get hit walked out mechanically. Their target was very clear. It seems the target is those villagers. He gritted his teeth, determined to act immediately. Must charge. Suddenly, another scene made him freeze. Several butterfly demons in the sky were being shot down. The mice were equipped with armor and weapons to counterattack. They were the same mice that took the offerings. They were attacking those butterflies. They took the offerings, perhaps to protect the peace of this place. This action, on the contrary, angered the butterfly demons. Their power was far superior to the mice. Sure Ingxiong also saw the disparity in strength. It's just that these mice don't know their own strength. They can't win. I don't know if they are friends or foes. The demon used a more direct approach. Why bother? Just knowing those butterflies are the enemy is enough. He unleashed his full power, igniting a fire. In an instant, an entire area of the forest was scorched. Now was the time for Shi Ingxiong to make up for his previous loss. I was angry last time. This time I can vent it. He turned into a living flame, sweeping through the butterflies. In this battle, he carried the team alone. Soon, the mice were left gaping at the sky of fire, as the enemy fell in heaps. And he was still enthusiastically destroying them one by one, until the last butterfly demon turned to ash. He landed and spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon cursed indignantly. "You idiot! They are inherently afraid of fire. Why use up all your magic power? You could have killed them slowly. Your mortal body can't handle this." Shi Ingxiong remained firm in his ideals. "No, those villagers are already poisoned. I fear that long nights bring many dreams." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the thick smoke. The person in the cloth hat spoke arrogantly. "I wondered who kept ruining my good deeds. So it's an official from the Demon Suppression Bureau." His expression immediately became serious. "This is the mastermind. The opponent was a cultured demon who didn't attack directly. First you destroyed my cocoons, then you killed my children. Why must an official like you persecute poor creatures like us? You have innate talent, and you carry something powerful, but your own cultivation is too low. I'm afraid you can barely use 3 parts of its power." Shi Ingxiong's expression was stunned upon hearing this. "Only 3 parts?" The great demon acted magnanimously, not pursuing the matter. "I do not wish to offend the Demon Suppression Bureau anymore. Why don't you just turn a blind eye? Then, combined with some medicinal pills offered to you, you could even upgrade your own spiritual power." Her eyes looked over the mice. "As for these little beasts, since worshipping Guanyin for half a year, they've cultivated some spiritual nature. They happen to make a tasty meal." Her hair transformed into greedy snakes. They crawled out from the great demon's hair, ready to swallow the mice. She had no mercy, instead taking the opportunity to destroy them. "It's a pity your master likes to oppose me." Even though the mice huddled in fear, they refused to run away. Shi Ingxiong tried to interrupt to stall for time. "Wait a moment. You are the mastermind using humans as cocoons, right?" The demon inside him warned cautiously. "This one is not simple. She likely follows the path of goo insect cultivation, with at least 1,000 years of practice." He was determined not to let it be. He couldn't just let her harm the villagers. This was already within Shi Ingxiong's plan. "Rest assured, I've already coordinated with my master." The old blind man appeared right on cue. "Is it this direction?" He launched the sealed box into the air. "Go!" The box, following the incantation, tore through the talismans. Large gourd was revealed from inside. The great demon was distracted by this move. "What is that?" He jumped up to catch the gourd. "This is a magical artifact refined by my Demon Suppression Bureau, prepared specifically to subdue you." Not only that, he took out a bottle emitting demon energy. The great demon also recognized the aura. It seems the Demon Suppression Bureau has truly mastered the method of refining demon drunk. Shi Ingxiong's eyes immediately turned bright red, and the gourd behind him lashed out with bright red tentacles. For a moment, the demon energy emanating from his body was thick. The tentacles extended to form a wall. This disturbance also reached the little girl. She vaguely sensed something happening. It seems something happened on Shi Ingxiong's side. At this moment, she was facing the rumored bodhisattva. "You are the one who bullied my little friend, and you even dared to chase us here." The two met and immediately clashed. "Where did this rude brat come from? Do you know the offerings in the village are for me, to bless them with a good harvest?" The little girl had her own logic. "The pet you keep stole the offerings in the village? Can't I catch it?" Suddenly, a little mouse rushed in. She shifted her attention to look at it. "What's the matter? Why are you so scared?" The mouse squeaked a few times, cowering as it reported. The figure appeared in the bodhisattva's mind with a bad premonition. "What? Danghua Granny, that old poison hag has finally appeared? And she dares to wreak havoc in the village I protect." She hurriedly prepared for battle. "Go! Go deal with her." The little girl was confused. "What's going on?" Only to see 3 dots on her face light up. A fragrant lotus flower bloomed, shining brightly. An immortal aura emanated from the bodhisattva. She left only a warning and flew away. "Will we fight later?" The little girl's eyes scrutinized her retreating figure, reciting Buddhist mantras. What is her background, after all? On Shi Ingxiong's side, it was not so relaxed. The tentacles from the gourd reached out to destroy the obstructing snakes. Soon, fresh blood stained the gourd red. Facing him was a large python, flicking its tongue. "Only you are left." In a gloomy place full of dark energy, surrounded by old, sealed jars. The smoke became thicker and thicker. Goo! Amidst that smoke were countless types of terrifying, slimy insects. A voice narrated, Select 100 poisonous insects, such as snakes, scorpions, and centipedes. On the Dragon Boat Festival, when yang energy is extremely prosperous, put them into a sealed clay jar, bury it in a place of evil, and let them devour each other. After 49 days of devouring, the only survivor is the goo. Then, a back with matted hair appeared. Spider webs covered the walls. The narration continued. Then select a person with a pure birth date, a medicinal embryo with a special constitution, and lock them into a specially crafted goo cauldron. The girl appeared with her face covered in talismans, eyes closed tight, using talismans as a medium to attract the goo insects. Behind her were countless spiders hanging on threads and many other insects, in the same nest as 10,000 poisons, nourished by flesh and blood. An image of something covered in syrup, the narration continued. Then after 81 days, a drop of syrup dripped down, reflecting that person's silhouette. Then an image of a hand covered in red liquid being eaten away by poisonous spiders, the narration continued. The person and the insects in the cauldron all rotted, their bodies turning into a medicinal embryo. Next second, that liquid poured down. This thing was both evil and resentful, clinging straight onto the head of a poisonous snake, then pushing the medium, capable of obtaining great divine power. Soon the crimson color completely engulfed its head. It was called the 100 Tribulation Goo. Currently, the snake staff stood tall before Officer Sure and spoke loudly. This 100 Tribulation Goo of mine can summon countless poisonous insects, each one both and poisonous. It made him retreat in fear. He looked at the officer and asked sarcastically, "How much magic power do you have left to resist these treasures of mine?" At the same time, the snail shell shook slightly. Officer Sure turned around in confusion, but it was too late because its slime had already stuck to him. Seeing this, the snake staff threatened, "Foolish kid, if you eat this, your blood and flesh will suffer a backlash. Throw it away quickly." At this moment, Officer Sure could only bow his head and pant. The next second, it sprayed a lot of liquid slime onto his face, making him tremble and say, "Get off!" A moment later, the slime strands gradually separated. Finally, the snail let go of him. The snake staff saw this and said contemptuously, "These amateur demon energies are not much better than that goo cultivation." Suddenly, the snail grew dense suckers that made one's skin crawl. In a moment, its body grew many tentacles and suckers everywhere. It exclaimed, "Its mouth the refiner. They all want to eat me." The snake staff heard this and explained, "It's just an artifact without spiritual intelligence, not distinguishing friend from foe, relying only on instinct." The guy finally came to his senses and bowed his head in self-reproach. "It's over. I'm causing trouble again." The snake staff flashed its red eyes and turned to the officer. "The treasure on your person, although very powerful, your physical body is weak. It seems you'll be helpless in the future." It didn't stop there, honestly saying, "If it weren't for saving my butterflies from being burned by the villagers, I wouldn't have been able to digest that karmic fire." Just then, someone jumped high from behind the person, taking a stance. He was slightly surprised, wondering, "Who is it?" It was none other than the little girl. She wore a mask covering the upper half of her face, raised her leg high, and flew straight forward, shouting, "Truly a villain, take this." The snake staff faced that powerful leap without any resistance. Meanwhile, Officer Sure was panting in fear. The little girl was still aiming at the snake staff, muttering, "Dying from talking too much." Suddenly, she glanced to the side as if realizing something. In the blink of an eye, the little girl took the full force of a blow from its tail. Then she was thrown hard to the ground, causing dust and stones to fly everywhere. Officer Sure hurriedly ran over, asking anxiously, "Are you okay?" Just then, a woman stepped forward and said confidently, "Idiots, that 100 Tribulation Goo. The snake staff is the true form. You all step back, leave it to me." The little girl muttered angrily, "Hateful." The woman stepped out of the shadows and added, "That snake staff belongs to Een. I belong to Leaf Fire, which happens to counter it." After she finished, the two looked confused, wondering, "Who is this again? What is she pretending for?" It was the golden-nosed, white-haired rat. She flew out with a serious expression and spoke softly, "Furthermore, my fragrant flower Pure Heart Sutra can keep its poisonous creatures from coming near." Not wanting to hear more, someone's voice quickly cut in, "Ridiculous, ridiculous. A mouse that only knows how to eat candle wax dares to be arrogant, right?" The sound came from a dragonfly perched on the little girl's shoulder. The next second, before the speechless, astonished expression of the other, it roared, "Golden-nosed, white-haired rat." At this moment, she panicked and shouted, "Who are you? Why do you know my secrets?" The dragonfly didn't care and ordered, "If you know what's good for you, get lost." It turned out that inside the body of that dragonfly was the majestic sun Wukong. He challenged. I want to see who it was that hit my little girl just now. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-nosed, white-haired rat broke into a sweat, looking over in confusion, while the little girl remained calm. Wukong snorted coldly and declared, Poor skills. The little girl quickly justified. I was just a little careless. The other, still in shock, opened her eyes wide and wondered. Is it really Sun Wukong? Didn't he become a Buddha? Wukong swept his glowing eyes across and affirmed. This demon energy is definitely him. It cannot be wrong. Officer Sure, who had been watching all along, asked, May I ask who you are? Wukong didn't answer immediately but asked, Why are you still so foolish? Then he brought his face close, looking straight into the person's eyes with contempt. So weak. No wonder you can't beat anyone. Then he turned his back and walked away, leaving him bewildered and understanding nothing. At this moment, a demon appeared nearby to reevaluate. A great demon wreaking havoc in the palace, storming the demon realm. Compared to him, we are truly too weak. He heard this and could only lament. So strong? Then the demon urged, You had better deal with this. Does no one know the great sage equaling heaven anymore? Wukong's back gradually faded into the distance. The snake staff had been watching silently all this time. The scales trembled slightly. Wukong suddenly stopped to pick his ear, saying with a cold gaze, Almost forgot about you. The snake staff's body coiled violently, kicking up clouds of dust. Following the smoke, a swarm of insects flew out. Immediately, they all sprayed a disgusting liquid. In an instant, the ground was corroded by them. Wukong naturally did not escape that slime, yet his face did not change color. Looking down from above, the snake staff gloated and spoke. This insect venom can melt everything. Paying no heed to its words, Wukong channeled his power and laughed scornfully. Just some tiny insects, and they can melt everything? The snake staff opened its eyes wide in surprise. Wukong's eyes now flashed with anger, his whole body glowing as he mocked. This joke is truly hilarious. He opened his eyes to see through the snake staff's true identity and said triumphantly, So that's it, hiding in that lantern to manipulate the venomous insects. Inside the giant snake's body was a skull emitting a powerful green aura. It exclaimed in shock, You actually saw through my origin? How is that possible? Wukong's expression was now truly annoyed, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Sticky, filthy as hell. The skull couldn't believe its eyes and muttered, Not afraid of my insect venom? Could he have an insect-repelling artifact with him? Then it shouted scornfully, I don't believe your artifact can protect everyone. Finishing, it shifted, creating a wind that whipped up dust everywhere. That wind quickly obscured everything, leaving only the three of them standing there blankly. The little girl could no longer hold back and said haughtily, Who are you looking down on? It's just a small venomous insect. The little girl quickly unleashed a powerful surge of energy. The light faded, leaving a barrier in the sky. Skull inside smiled triumphantly and declared, Fool! My insect venom relies on the explosive insect fluid. This time, no living thing within miles will escape death. Watching Wukong's back as he took out his Rui Jingu Bang, he kept exclaiming, Truly a troublemaking personality. The next second, he quickly used the staff to draw something on the ground. In an instant, a protective circle appeared. He continued, just like old Sun taught. Wukong's small figure appeared inside the protective barrier. At this moment, all three stood rooted to the spot, looking at Wukong. The little girl seized the opportunity to turn and run. Let's bolt. How could she get past Wukong? He noticed and gave the little girl a hard fist to the head, scolding, Fool, who taught you to cause trouble and run away? Wukong's eyes were full of determination as he spoke. You must fight back yourself. Against those who bully us, I really won't interfere. The little girl heard this and understood, turning to the snake staff and saying arrogantly, Earth Grudge, it's just as well to use you to test the incantation I just practiced. Saying this, the little girl leaped in front of the snake staff, which was gaping wide to reveal fierce fangs. She flew straight at it while her arms gradually transformed into wings. Finally, the little girl appeared in the form of a majestic, angry hawk. The hawk still rushed quickly toward the snake staff, even though it looked very small. The snake staff showed no fear and calmly opened its mouth, waiting. At the same time, down here, the golden-nosed white-haired rat turned to Wukong and asked curiously, Are you sure you won't interfere? He replied indifferently, Of course. Hearing this, she was still doubtful and hesitated. But, this 100 calamity goo absorbs the resentment of heaven and earth and has already achieved success. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been struggling with me for... On this side, the snake staff's mouth was still wide open, almost swallowing the little girl. The next second, she dodged easily. The snake staff opened its blood-red eyes wide, full of contempt, and mocked. This snake body of mine is formed from 100 resentments. Do you think that by turning into a hawk you can suppress me? At this moment, it turned its head back to stare at the little girl. The little girl moved closer, seeing through to the inside, and mocked with a laugh. Fool, knowing your true form is in this lantern. Who would be stupid enough to circle around that stupid snake? She calmly faced him, and the cowardly skull hiding behind the snake staff replied triumphantly. Even if you know, so what? I myself am formed of resentment. What can you do to me? Not wanting to argue with him anymore, the little girl quickly cast a spell in her palm and said haughtily, "Then let you taste this young lady's methods." Not long after, a blast of magic was thrown toward him, but he was completely unharmed. Then he disappeared somewhere, while the little girl withdrew her hand and stood still. The golden-nosed white-haired rat witnessed this scene and said seriously, "That goo refining technique is extremely bizarre. Ordinary methods find it very hard to injure him even slightly." The stone official heard this and asked hurriedly, "Then doesn't that mean he can't be defeated?" She advised, "Great divine powers are needed to suppress him." Now the little girl was still confused, having not found the skull. Wukong stood watching from afar, unable to help but exclaim with interest. That's what makes it interesting. Watching the little girl quietly listening for movement, Wukong muttered worriedly, "Is she okay?" Suddenly, the skull appeared behind her in its true skeletal form. The surrounding air grew gloomy, and it said arrogantly, "Resentment has no root or form. No matter how strong your learning is, once it falls into the sea, it immediately dissolves. Even the half-cut guanine hasn't been able to do anything to me all these years." Then it laughed sinisterly and revealed the truth. "I painstakingly cultivated the snake staff to deal with the half-cut guanine. It seems it reacted to you first." The little girl turned back with some caution. The next second, she saw the snake staff spray a disgusting green poison. Although that was the case on the outside, a powerful source of spiritual energy had already formed inside her body. The little girl looked over coldly and frowned, saying, "Disgusting? It's about to explode." As soon as she finished speaking, an explosion occurred, instantly causing the snake staff to burst, with syrup spraying everywhere. However, it still didn't stop rambling. "This blood-killing aura of mine specializes in breaking the Buddha's golden body." The little girl was stunned. "Specializes in countering Buddhist dharma?" That sticky red liquid poured out like a spring. It spoke. "Although I don't know why you, girl, have Buddhist aura protecting you, it doesn't matter." Now its body was dyed a bright red, and it stood high up, saying, "Once I break your body, I'll have a way to make your soul talk to me." The little girl heard this and couldn't help but ask, "In such a desolate place, why is there a method that specializes in breaking Buddhist dharma?" It slowly opened its filthy mouth to explain, "That was taught to me by my master to deal with the half-cut guanine, who knew it would be used on you. That rat spirit thinks that by spitting out Buddha candles and half-cut having Buddhist dharma, I can't do anything to it?" One standing outside heard this and added, "That blood-killing aura can suppress Buddhist dharma." The little girl was still bewildered, muttering, "Specializes in countering Buddhist dharma." Wukong now wore a thoughtful expression and said, "The snake staff just now really wasn't injured at all. I'm a bit curious who that master is." The stone official looked up and asked, "So what should we do now?" The sticky demon's body stretched out disgusting bloody tendrils, and it opened its deep mouth to threaten. "Just because you destroyed the cocoon, affecting my master's lifespan." As soon as it finished, a fierce aura formed behind it, its whole body covered in terrifying crimson tentacles as it continued. "You will pay with your lives." Then the bloody tendrils surrounded and reached toward the little girl, who was now lost in thought. Without a word, she calculated silently. The 72 earthly transformations are not ordinary transformation arts, but great divine powers using countless image techniques. The 9 yin-yang 5 elements can dodge heavenly thunder, yin fire, and demonic wind, and can also transform into all things to counter the enemy. As she raised her hand to prepare her move, she calculated, "Never mind what 5 elements counter relationship it is, just transform into the most powerful thing." The next second, the little girl's body radiated a powerful aura amidst the crimson sky. Wukong saw it and was slightly startled. At the same time, in the sky, creatures looking like dragons were seen rolling and rampaging in the air. After a while of showing off, they disappeared, and the dust gradually cleared, leaving the figures of the 3 people watching. Wukong witnessed it and could only exclaim, "She really dares to transform into anything." At this moment, outside the city, it was late at night, and the space was extremely quiet. The figure of a person stood looking far away, muttering, "Those classics." Then his eyes looked down slightly, and his voice rose with some dissatisfaction. In the end, it was still noticed by the authorities. "I originally thought the Anti-Evil Bureau couldn't reach that desolate place. If I could still use this innate divination, perhaps there would still be a turning point." He stood silently among the candles for a while. The long-haired man raised his hand to touch his face, muttering calculations. If I peek at heaven's secrets, suddenly, a few pimples appeared on his face and neck, making him frown in annoyance. The next second he sat down, clutching his face tightly, and groaned in pain a few times. Suddenly, the figure of a maid called out, "Master, it's time to take your medicine." He replied, "Put it down." Meanwhile, his face had already shriveled and sagged. Then the grotesque man sat blankly, his hands hanging down, and ordered in a low voice, "I know, withdraw." At same time, the little girl's back appeared, and she wondered, "Where is this? Why did I come here?" The little girl wore a puzzled expression when she saw something. At this moment, in front of her were countless spells, and in the center was the little girl's true self. She spoke. "This is your consciousness. It seems you didn't win." The little girl was still bewildered and questioned. "Lost? Impossible, so why are you in my consciousness?" The little girl's true self revealed eyes full of murderous intent and answered, "If you weren't severely injured and dying, perhaps you wouldn't have met me. If both sides weren't injured, then you lost." Not stopping there, she added more information. "Answering your second question, I am you from before, the spirit possessing the body." Hearing this, the little girl tensed, directing her aimless eyes and repeating, "A spirit that sings?" Meanwhile, the other self continued rambling. "When reshaping the body, that Buddha's solitary dharma destroyed me. I could only be sealed in this place. If not, how could that monkey care to accept the Buddha position as the victorious fighting Buddha? It was all to reshape the body for you." The little girl stood silently listening. She continued to instruct in a threatening tone. "Therefore, you must protect this body well. If you are reckless again, it will lead to the consciousness dissipating." The consciousness self spoke to this point and appeared serious, warning, "This body is mine now. By then, I don't know what I will do." The little girl did not hesitate to face her true self and asked directly, "So, do you want to go out?" She heard this and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "What?" The true self's face showed surprise, seemingly caught off guard by the little girl's manipulative tone. "You are originally me. Mother and I have talked about many things before. I always thought it was forgetting the bad things. Unexpectedly, you are enduring these things for me. You going out is just right to visit mother, and father too." The two still stood facing each other before the hazy magic. The true self hesitated, unable to utter a word. At this point, the little girl raised her hand and said, "Like that." The next second, she saw the little girl turn and walk away, not forgetting to wave goodbye and calmly say, "Then I'll go back first and wait for you to change your mind. Tell me any time." True self watched the little girl's back and silently lowered her head, whispering, "Fool. I want to possess the body." Now the little girl moved slightly as she escaped from the consciousness. The little girl slowly opened her eyes, only seeing the blurry images of two people. "She's awake." Immediately sitting up, the little girl shouted angrily, "What are you two doing?" Syrup flowed from the little girl's nose incessantly. She muttered blankly, "This." The little girl saw this and immediately raised her hands to look, then remembered the words of her true self and said dissatisfiedly, "No way, did I really lose?" The stone official heard this and presented with a somewhat timid expression. "You didn't lose, but your monkey master said you used great divine power that you couldn't withstand, almost killing yourself." Then the little girl stood up and said with a somber face, "Otherwise, I wouldn't have met him again." The little girl suddenly remembered Wukong and asked, "Where's my master?" The other person replied, "He said his heart meridians were shattered, so he went to find medicine." She was a bit incredulous and exclaimed, "Is it that serious?" At the same time, Wukong was riding a cloud, flying somewhere. Wherever he flew, wind and dust rolled. Crossing mountains and rivers, Wukong finally arrived. Daoist heard the movement and asked vigilantly, "Who is it that dares to break in here?" When he turned and saw Wukong, he was momentarily stunned and called out, "Uncle Master." Wukong wore a calm expression and said, "I came to pick fruit." Suddenly, a dragon-like creature appeared, bringing a fierce wind. The next second, in the hazy smoke, that creature appeared as the form of the dragon ancestor. Wukong recognized it and said, "It's you?" Suddenly, he looked a bit somber. Just then, Xiaojiu, who had been observing, pouted and complained, "You still know how to visit me? This fruit is basically not tasty. I want to eat buns." Back to the gloomy Lingshan, covered in fog. At this moment, the little girl had climbed onto the horse and left with the other two. She asked, "Have I slept for so long?" Stone official hurriedly replied, "That's right, your master and the monkey are both very anxious." The little girl, while riding, wondered, and turned to ask, "Where is that half-cut guanyin? Did she leave this place?" The other person hesitated and replied, "She and your master the monkey seem to be old acquaintances." Hearing this, the little girl was stunned. Old acquaintances? The three of them just walked slowly. The old blind man then cleared his throat and complained. That master of yours is also no good, very fierce. The little girl knew that well, so she calmly smiled and replied, he just has a hasty temper. Finishing her sentence, the little girl suddenly remembered and asked, where are your horses? Why is there only one left? She asked with concern. Does the old Daoist want to switch riders? Stone official quickly recounted. Just after getting off the horse, it was scared away and, only this one remains. The old blind man nodded and continued. That's right, this old man's body is still okay. Really tired, let my disciple carry me. The space was extremely quiet, as if only they were there. The little girl spoke up. Actually, there is no need to be so rushed. Rest for a few days before going. Outside they don't receive military orders. Hearing this, the old blind man said worriedly, your master asked us to take care of you. The person beside him also replied, that's right. The little girl reassured everyone with a calm expression. Don't worry, I'm fine, just these small wounds. However, the old blind man was still worried and warned. Don't be careless. Don't use your internal energy recently. Wait for your master to bring medicine here and then talk. Saying this, the old man showed confidence, raised his thumb and said, actually, my medical skills are not bad either. The other person heard this and asked, really? Meanwhile, the little girl stood silently as if she heard something. After that, she vigilantly turned toward the source of the sound, drawing the attention of the other two. The old blind man also realized it and guessed. It seems someone is coming from over there. In the thick fog was the silhouette of three men slowly walking forward. Discovering the group ahead, they hurriedly shouted, boss, there are people ahead. The boss tried to appear calm. Wait and observe the situation. Then both sides walked forward. They were tomb raiders, two of whom had quite fierce faces. Just like that, the tomb raiders passed by the three people on the other side. Stone official lowered his head and glanced vigilantly. Soon the tomb raiders had gone deep into the mountain range. When they had gone a distance, Stone official beside him turned back, breathed a sigh of relief and said timidly, looks like they are really just travelers. Traveling in the middle of the night, the old blind man sensed something unusual and said, not ordinary travelers. The smell of earth is all over them. The little girl, who had been silent, suddenly ran over and muttered, smell of earth? She turned her head to look after them and continued to wonder, what is that? Why can't I smell it? Then everyone continued on their way. The tomb raiders looked back and said with relief, scared me to death. Didn't expect to meet officials in this desolate place. A man with a high bun looked around and said confidently, continue on, no need to care. The demon-faced man next to him looked vigilant and asked, boss, we haven't been spotted. Have we? This moment, the boss arrogantly spoke up. Look at what? You brat. Stop shouting. I'm not tomb robbing. They can't catch me. Being scolded like that, Ghost 4 felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly in agreement. Boss is absolutely right. His two subordinates kept asking incessantly, boss, are we not tomb robbing this time? Didn't you say we got a big job? Then they all disappeared into the thick fog, but the conversation continued. The boss guessed, maybe it's here. Get to work. The subordinate still didn't stop questioning. Boss, didn't you say we weren't tomb robbing anymore? He answered bluntly, this time is not, someone hired us to get something, the reward this time is 10 times that of tomb robbing. A hand picked up an old, dirty box, on which mysterious characters were carved. The moon also gradually hid behind the mountain peak and the little girl's group also gradually disappeared. The subordinate saw this and announced, boss, it's open. The man with the neat bun immediately turned to signal the man behind. Ghost 4, go check again. He received the order and quickly replied, all right. The next second, his body was seen flattening out. Hands twisted backward along with a terrifying face. Slowly his body deformed like a piece of plastic sticking together. Then that mass of body merged into an unclear shape. In an instant, Ghost 4 was seen crawling into the cave with that monstrous shape. Swinging the torch inside the cave, he was quite surprised and exclaimed, it's really big down here. Above, the remaining men tried to dig while discussing. One of them acknowledged, this kid has lived in a graveyard since he was small. He doesn't fear ghosts, only people. Another continued, Ghost 4, this soft-bone skill is truly heaven-made. He doesn't even fear corpse chi. Finally, a hole was dug. The boss observed for a while and then bit his lip, saying triumphantly, looks like there's no trap set. The subordinate quickly replied, yes, boss. A rope was pulled taut by a force and shook a little. It was because they held onto it and climbed down one after another. Ling Shan Cave was still quiet. The moon also gradually faded behind the mountain peak. The little girl couldn't help her curiosity and turned to ask the Daoist, master, what does the smell of earth taste like? It became thicker and thicker until the moon was almost covered. The old blind man explained softly. It's the Earthmaster, lowly people. The girl heard this word for the first time, so she was a bit confused and repeated. Earthmaster? Stone official standing next to her also hurriedly added. Those people are tomb thieves. Hearing this, the little girl didn't say anything more, just stood looking into the distance and muttered. Seems quite interesting. Scene shifts to where the tomb raiders are. A sturdy piece of wood was placed across the cave hole to bear the weight of the rope. Below the deep cave, the conversation continued. Boss, what is the background of the person who hired us this time? The boss quickly answered. Specifically, I don't know, but to be able to calculate the location of the underground vault so precisely, the cultivation is probably not ordinary. The subordinate was a bit surprised and asked. Divination? When they got down, they looked at the scene in front of them in confusion and said, Doesn't look like an underground vault. He heard this and scolded. Stop wasting words, work first. Immediately after, he picked up an old box and confirmed. This place is not wrong. Looks like it's this place. However, in his heart, he was a bit confused and wondered. If they knew the location, why hire us? Very strange. Fat bald man discovered something and reported, Boss, this underground vault can see a large cave. The boss asked after hearing, What do you want to say? Then the whole group went deep into the cave. The subordinate was still rambling. Does the employer not need it? Will it belong to us? The boss replied. The employer didn't say, just take it freely. After walking a distance, someone's voice spoke up to warn. Ironhead, don't be greedy first, just follow the rules. Hearing this, Ironhead turned around aggressively. Huh? The old man didn't care and just walked up, his mouth not forgetting to mutter. Not following the rules, you have a life to take but no life to spend. Ironhead was visibly annoyed. Old man, the fire has already been lit on the oil lamp. The boss had been holding the box tightly but didn't forget to remind his subordinate. Tomb robbing has the rules of tomb robbing. Ironhead, don't act recklessly. This is not your business. Ironhead heard this and only replied, Got it. But his boss still didn't stop muttering. Don't think that just because you've killed people you're powerful. As they went deeper, the air became more suffocating. Gloomy green smoke kept emitting. Around them were jars sealed with talismans, making them ask each other in confusion. Brother, what are these? Is this glazed jade? Very valuable, right? In that jar, it's unclear what is contained but the shape is very monstrous. The group was still buzzing with discussion. Smashing it might also be sellable. Is there a person inside? Doesn't look like it. Then an image of a motionless remain appeared. It seemed to have been there for a very long time, and it was also covered with many talismans. The boss's eyes stopped on an iron door sealed with chains. Suddenly a loud crashing sound made him startle. Immediately he glanced over. What? The green jar believed to be made of glazed jade shattered into pieces. It turned out to be because Ironhead used an iron pestle to smash it hard. He revealed a cunning expression and said, Isn't that how we get it? Immediately a panicked scream rang out. Damn it! What are you doing? Ironhead didn't know what terrible thing he had just caused, so he still calmly said, Aya, it's okay. This is also not an underground vault. No need to follow your rules. The old man standing behind witnessing this scene said softly, Boss, this kid has a reckless temper. After that, he revealed a sinister expression and continued. Not suitable for our profession. Might as well. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Ironhead from the other side laughing loudly and happily. Getting rich. Seeing him so excited, the boss couldn't stand it and hurriedly turned to warn the old man. Don't make too much noise. The old man obeyed. My methods, rest assured. The next second, he was silently standing behind Ironhead, who was focused on the pile of glazed jade. He gently pulled out a needle and stabbed it into his neck. Immediately his body seemed to have an electric current pass through it, standing straight up. Then the old man calmly placed his hand on Ironhead's shoulder and repeated, Kid, I already said it. Not following the rules means your life won't be long. Ironhead glanced back, his forehead full of sweat, unable to speak. You. His body was now acupoint struck, unable to move. He was so angry that blood flowed from his eyes and nose. Seeing this, the old man said, Don't waste your energy, you can't move now. Despite his arm shaking with anger, the old man turned and left, waving his hand and mocking. I'll go first to avoid causing trouble. Protect these glazed jades well. Consider it worth dying for. The poison had now seeped into his body, causing blood to stream continuously from Ironhead's hands, eyes, nose, and mouth. Jars made of glazed jade were scattered with red liquid. Around them were countless wooden barrels covered with blood-stained talismans. Then a cold wind blew through them, chilling their spines. The boss observed for a while and confirmed to his subordinate. Looks like what the employer wants is here. The other replied, Boss, could there be a mechanism? Looking at the strange characters on the wall, the boss guessed. Probably not, this is also not inside a tomb. The next second he turned to ask the old man with a meaningful tone. Done, just happens to be one less person to split the money. The old man chimed in. Of course. A talisman was ripped off. The boss said excitedly. Then I have to see what this batch of goods from the employer is actually. Immediately, a series of bamboo tubes containing something glowing yellow appeared before their eyes. The old man guessed in confusion. Could this be the legendary immortal drunk refined from the remains of immortals? The light from that thing shone onto the faces of the two tomb raiders. The boss said with some overwhelm. This is my first time seeing it too. The old man was also surprised. This is a tube emitting a fiery spiritual force. That is the legendary immortal drunk. Seeing this, the boss's greed grew, and he quickly ordered. This is what the employer needs, number 5. Go find someone to move it. At this moment, from inside the wooden barrel that was sealed just now, golden pupils and a set of teeth full of skulls were revealed. The subordinate assigned to that task complained dissatisfied. Really, why do I have to do these hard and dirty jobs every time? But he didn't know that a tall figure had appeared behind him. He felt something unusual and looked over. The next second, it revealed a face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, only revealing one glowing eye and eerie teeth, making the old man scream in fear. Corpse God. Above the cave, it was suddenly strangely quiet. The silhouettes of two people approached the cave entrance. The little girl and stone official had quickly found where they crawled down. He said unexpectedly, "This is a tomb raiding cave." The old blind man hurriedly denied it, making stone official wonder. Why? Only then did the old man explain further. The feng shui here shouldn't have a tomb vault. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl quickly jumped down to the cave entrance and said calmly, "Go down and see, you'll know immediately." The two of them couldn't stop her in time and could only shout to warn. "Don't be impulsive. Be careful. You're still injured." After that, stone official also anxiously turned to the old blind man and said, "Master, let the disciple go check on her. You stay above and hold the fort." The old man heard this and carefully warned, "Hey, you be careful. This cave is a bit strange. Looks like this is one of them." The next second he was seen landing in the cave. Not rushing to move, stone official stood and observed the surroundings for a while. Then he hurriedly made a guess. The equipment here is very similar to the anti-evil bureau. Then stone official walked on but was still full of hesitation in his heart and muttered. When the nine-spirit primal saint was in power, it seems he really made a lot of underground secret chambers like this. He walked past the area containing those jars and silently confirmed. Looks like this is one of them. Suddenly he saw something and opened his eyes in surprise. What stone official saw was the blood-stained body of Iron Head. He recognized it and exclaimed, "It's the tomb thief from just now. Why did he die so miserably?" From behind, an arm reached out near stone official. It was the little girl. She reached out and covered his mouth, then whispered, "Don't make a sound." The little girl narrowed her eyes, asking seriously, "Do you see a juncture over there?" Stone official confirmed without hesitation. "There is a juncture here. This is no tomb." In that gloomy cave, a juncture silhouette hovered high above. It swept its gaze across the cave. In its hand was a head stained with viscous red liquid. Stone official saw it and his eyes widened in terror. One side of the juncture's face revealed a terrifying skull. The little girl hurriedly turned to ask, "What is a divine corpse?" Stone official, unsure, hesitated. "It seems to be, but not a normal juncture." She said nothing more, continuing to observe the juncture's movements. Calling important information, stone official quickly explained. During the Shanghai Great War, the remains of fallen immortals were refined by Zhouling Yuanshang into juncture. He added, "Records say this type of juncture retains the divine power they had in life." The little girl suddenly startled, seeing something. It was a subordinate of the grave robbers struggling to hide behind a vase. Seeing this, she said, "Look, one of the grave robbers is still alive." Peeking outside with a blood-drenched head, the man gasped for air and wondered, "Why is there a Tungzi here?" Eyes fixed on the juncture's broad back, he couldn't help but wonder in confusion. "It doesn't even fear black dog claws or blood. What kind of juncture is this?" Suddenly, its head cracked and shifted. Both the old man and the little girl were startled by the strange movement. It turned out the Tungzi was opening its vision. A second pupil appeared in one of its eyes. Then it looked down, scanning the surroundings. Immediately, that eye emitted a rainbow halo. Quickly located the subordinate not far away. Excitedly, it spoke, "Found you!" Without hesitation, it lunged with a disgusting face and clawed hands to grab him. The Tungzi quickly confronted the subordinate. He couldn't react in time, only staring in wide-eyed shock. Out of nowhere, the little girl flew in and delivered a thunderous kick to the Tungzi. The kick sent it crashing into a glazed vase, shattering it. The man recognized the girl and muttered in surprise, "A government official?" Not long after, the Tungzi stood up. It loomed in the thick smoke. Stone official saw this and worriedly reminded her, "You're injured. Why are you so reckless? If something happens to you, how can I answer for it?" The little girl, righteous by nature, replied, "I can't just leave it alone." At the same time, the Tungzi was casting magic. Both eyes opened simultaneously. Immediately, a beam of golden power shot straight at them, sending rocks flying everywhere. The old man was still confused, not understanding what was happening. The next second, Stone official slowly transformed into his demon form. His eyes flashed with anger. Then he quickly sprouted wings and flew up, not forgetting to shout a reminder. Don't give him a chance. He's still gathering magic power. Finally, Stone official confronted the Tungzi. Without a word, he swung his hand and delivered a powerful punch. Stone official kept punching its face repeatedly. The little girl watched, seeing the situation was unfeasible, and urged, "Corpses fear fire. Burn it. Divine corpses are like steel. Using bare hands is strange." Stone official replied cautiously, "This place is cramped. I fear hurting innocent people." The old man stood silently watching the fight. He took advantage of the clash to calculate, "Great. Let the Tungzi deal with them." The next second, he hurried away, muttering, "Didn't expect to die here. This is much more dangerous than tomb raiding." Sweat poured down his face as he fled, panting heavily. Finally, he reached the cave entrance and grabbed the rope to escape, muttering, "That Tungzi actually knows Daoist arts. It's no ordinary thing." Back at the fight, Stone official grabbed the Tungzi's face. However, that I took advantage of the opening to unleash its power. Stone official realized it immediately and exclaimed in shock, "Oh no!" Instantly, its eye fired a powerful beam of energy, shattering the earth above the cave wall. In an instant, the beam pierced through the earth and shot straight into the sky. The blind old man on the surface noticed something strange and paused. Now Stone official had taken the full force of the energy beam in his stomach. His whole body went limp, exhausted. The grave robber finally made it out of the cave. He sighed in relief, finally out. Seeing the blind man's back in the distance, he thought he was being followed and muttered unhappily, "Still being followed?" Without hesitation, he pulled out a needle, speaking coldly, "Then don't blame me." The little girl witnessed this and panicked, screaming, "Stone official!" Unable to hesitate, the little girl put on a determined face and calculated, "Not much spiritual power left. Try this move." She immediately cast a sword control spell. 2 swords quickly appeared in her hands. The little girl lunged quickly toward the Tungzi. Soon, the 2 swords pierced through the Tungzi thanks to the sword control technique. At the same time, the energy beam was extinguished. The next second, Stone official's body landed on the ground. The surrounding sparks faded. He complained, "Not right. This is total exhaustion." Stone official realized there had been interference, thinking, "It must be the little girl acting again. His heart meridians are injured. He basically can't gather spiritual energy to his dantian." Without further thought, Stone official dashed off. Arriving, he froze for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh no!" Stone official looked around frantically and shouted, "Where?" Suddenly, a voice spoke, "There's still breath over there." In the distance was an unbelievable sight. The little girl had been grabbed by the Tungzi and lifted high. Seeing this, Stone official screamed, "Are you okay?" Little girl, gasping under the Tungzi's grip, tried to squeeze out words, Still, holding on." Inside the little girl's cracked mask were hollow, pitch-black eyes. The consciousness's voice spoke again. "Still showing off even like this? Don't forget, half of this body is mine." Stone official heard this, his face showing slight fear, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Whose voice is that?" At this moment, the little girl's eyes, taken over by the consciousness, were slowly opening. Stone official muttered in confusion, "This voice." The entity coexisting with her corrected him. "Not just the voice. Even her entire aura has changed." Not far away, the Tungzi was also showing extreme fear. The little girl shot a death glare and ordered it, "Take your filthy hand off." As soon as she finished, she unleashed a surging aura. Stone official asked blankly, "What's wrong?" A voice quickly signaled in his ear, "Can't move, this pressure." He stubbornly asked what that meant. The voice beside him continued, "The demonic aura has been suppressed. The body can't move." Stone official suddenly realized, she suppressed it. Sure enough, the next second, the little girl's tone became different. "Have you all forgotten the feeling of flesh and blood?" The mask quickly cracked and shattered. Her whole face was tense and unfamiliar. The little girl turned her attention toward the Tungzi. It was crushed by her pressure, unable to recover its senses. The little girl smirked mockingly. Weren't you very fierce just now? So you weren't so sure of yourself, were you? Let us see. Saying this, she closed the distance at maximum speed. The little girl stroked the juncture in front of her and mocked. What kind of tricks does this little toy of Zhouling Yuansheng have? Tungzi now looked as blank as a wooden doll. Stone Official and the others also noticed the anomaly. That divine corpse can't move either. A small huff escaped the little girl's teeth. She used force to lift the Tungzi's head off its body. After finishing everything gently, the little girl whispered, "No need to live any more this time. Rest in peace." She suddenly narrowed her eyes at Stone Official. But ultimately, she focused on the head in her hand. The little girl's whole body suddenly radiated bright spiritual power. That power erupted, crushing the Tungzi's body into fragments. The little girl's spirit retreated into the sea of consciousness. There, she sat in meditation as if unconcerned with the world. The entity that had been occupying her body to wreak havoc spoke up. "All right, how long do you want to sulk in my space? Don't use our shared body to act recklessly." The little girl suddenly turned and interrupted. "Thank you." The female entity retorted. "I was only helping myself." The little girl laughed suddenly. "If you were thinking of yourself, why possess this body?" The entity angrily ordered her to leave. "Get out. That Stone Official is about to be scared to death." Sure enough, in reality, he was panicking and shouting, "Young lady, wake up." As the little girl stirred, Stone Official sighed in relief. "Finally, you're awake," she replied awkwardly. "I'm fine." Saying that, she looked around. The little girl urged urgently, "This place might collapse soon. Let's get out first and figure it out later." The two quickly leaped up to the tomb cave entrance. Stone Official touched the ground and immediately asked, "Finally made it up? Where's Master?" Before anyone could answer, the surrounding rocks began to crumble. The little girl sighed dejectedly. "Lucky we escaped. This job can only be written off." Stone Official and the little girl tried hard to find the blind old man. "Master, Daoist?" The prolonged silence made them both worried. Where did the Daoist go? "Master, perhaps he." But the next second, the blind old man retorted, Here. Why are you shouting so loud?" "I'm fine, no need to worry." Stone Official asked blankly. "Master, you are?" Blind old man dragged his bruised body and explained honestly. "It's nothing, just a fight. This tomb raider ambushed me." He bared his broken teeth, pointing back to show off his victory. "Covered in the smell of dirt, did he think I couldn't smell him?" The little girl rolled her eyes. "Your skills aren't bad." The blind old man replied happily. "That goes without saying." Stone Official advised cautiously. "Wipe off the blood first." But then the blind old man turned serious. "This brat is not simple. He actually knows the soul-breaking needle." Stone Official rushed forward. "Don't worry, Master. Leave it to the brothers of the Anti-Evil Bureau. We'll ensure you get your revenge." He still cautioned carefully. "He's not an ordinary tomb raider. Want to try my ghost-devouring talisman?" Stone Official chimed in eagerly. "The 18 torture methods of the Anti-Evil Bureau will do too." Sure enough, after this, the space was filled only with the grave robber's screams. "My lord, listen to me. I have something to report. We were ordered by someone. There is someone else behind this." The scene shifted to a luxurious room. A maid standing outside cautiously announced, "Master, the person you were waiting for has arrived." From inside came a calm voice. "Is that so? Send him in." The maid replied obediently, "Yes, master." Then she turned to the person outside. "Please come in, young friend." He replied, startled and submissive, "Ah, yes." Stepping through the door, he bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects, elder." Master Yuan went straight to the point. "No need for formalities. I heard you brought what I entrusted you with. May I see it?" He respectfully raised the glowing object in his hands. "Elder? Is this it?" Master Yuan narrowed his old eyes and murmured, "Truly immortal drunk." Almost immediately, he reached out his withered hand, urging, "Quick, bring it here." The grave robber instinctively replied, "Yes." But the hand broke in two halfway. He was so terrified he felt his eyeballs might fall out. Then he jumped and screamed, "Tongue, elder." Master Yuan hurriedly reassured him, "Young friend, don't be afraid. I revealed heavenly secrets a long time ago. These are all retributions." Saying this, he directly absorbed the spiritual energy from the immortal drunk. His old mouth kept muttering, "Calculating your operations location has exhausted my oil and dried my lamp. If you hadn't come, this broken body wouldn't have been able to hold on. Genius of Zhouling Yuanshang is truly unprecedented." to be able to refine high and mighty immortals here. There's probably more immortal drunk hidden there, right, young friend? You wouldn't be trying to hide some for yourself, would you? The grave robber screamed in fear. I wouldn't dare. It's just a long journey. Inconvenient to carry. Please examine the truth, elder. Master Yuan saw the effect was achieved and softened his tone. It's fine. Don't be afraid. Young friend, you have done me a favor. He waved his hand over a star map and shared. My specialty is asking heaven. Now with immortal drunk to boost me, there's no need to fear that heavenly retribution anymore. Master Yuan looked at his hands for a long time and muttered to himself. So that's how it is. No wonder only you made it out. Using the divine corpse in the immortal drunk, the methods of the corpse Daoist, it was truly careless. He fixed his eyes on the little girl's silhouette and whispered, Why can't I see through this person? What is her background, after all? Just then, the little girl shot a death glare. You! What are you peeking at? The gloomy sky suddenly unleashed a series of lightning bolts. The grave robber shouted anxiously, Elder! Master Yuan stroked the bridge of his nose, wondering to himself, could it be that she doesn't belong to the 3 realms or 5 elements? This side, the little girl unconsciously hummed, Who is mentioning me? But then she cast it aside. Stone official's craftsmanship isn't bad. You finished fixing this mask of mine? Stone official boasted happily. My family has a traditional porcelain craft. In another space, a familiar figure was walking through the rain. Shopkeeper stands outside sighing wearily. This cursed weather, looks like no customers today. Was fine just a moment ago, why is it pouring now? Just then Wukong steps forward and signals. Shopkeeper. He greets obsequiously out of habit. Sir, would you like to order something? Wukong bluntly orders. Want a basket of buns? I want to take them away. Shopkeeper corrects himself and pushes Wukong inside. No problem. Just go inside to avoid the rain first. Steaming them for you right now, guaranteed piping hot. Rain gets heavier, but in a flash the shopkeeper brings the goods out. Steaming meat buns fresh out of the oven. Let me bag them for you. Wukong gives a faint grunt of acknowledgement. At the same time, the sound of hooves comes from outside. It seems the newcomers are also heading for this inn. Just as they stop their horses, someone orders. Shopkeeper, any ready-made food, bring it out quickly. Shopkeeper welcomes them warmly. Officials, only these buns just now. The new guest urges impatiently. That works, bring them out faster. Then the conversation drifts into Wukong's ears. This trip isn't easy, eat and leave quickly. Don't let them catch up. He digests all the information but shows nothing on the surface. Meanwhile, a withered, monkey-like figure appears on the roof. He uses lightness skills across the rooftops as if walking to the market. Soon he appears before the group at the inn, baring his sharp fangs and roaring. See where you can run. Saying that, he brandishes his weapon threateningly. Leave the goods. Do you think you can escape? Live? Thanks for watching the video. Taking advantage of a pause in the move, he speaks up to remind them. Be sensible. Shopkeeper is scared by this movie-like scene and falls to the ground. Wukong, unaffected, calmly reminds. Shopkeeper, can my buns be taken away? He recovers and replies. Of course, already bagged, right there on the inner table. That group starts a new, more intense battle. The ox-headed horse-faced guy swings his blood-stained sword to slaughter in all directions. Seeing they have no advantage, the group signals each other. The enemy isn't simple, prepare the demon drug. Yes. Saying that, he quickly opens the lid of his treasure bottle. The pursuer sees this and stretches out his long tongue. Dream on. The sharp tongue easily severs the opponent's arm. It even disrupts all the space in the shop. Wukong's buns can't avoid the bad luck. They are knocked flying and scattered on the ground. The corner of his mouth twitches in anger. The pursuer, unaware of the situation, continues to threaten. Is this all the skill your anti-evil bureau has? Hand over the goods quickly, and I'll leave your corpses intact. Wukong finally loses patience and speaks. Hey! He immediately shifts his attention to him. Wukong doesn't hesitate to say, you are their leader, right? The ox-headed horse-faced guy yells angrily. Rotten brat? Seeking death? Wukong shoots a gaze like a lightning bolt. Then he unleashes power that makes the space wobble like a tsunami. He radiates scorching killing intent and demands compensation from both sides. Pay for my buns. Otherwise, none of you will leave here in one piece today. Wukong turns to the most innocent bystander here to question. Shopkeeper, those buns of mine. He pauses slightly then asks in everyone's astonishment. How much money? Shopkeeper replies instinctively, stunned. 2 coins. The masked men ask each other blankly. Boss, what now? Really hard to deal with. Finally, they agree faster than queuing. Retreat. The space is suddenly filled with swirling dust. The whole group retreats like a tide, but doesn't forget to tell each other. Split up and run. Even the anti-evil bureau group feels a bit itchy watching this. Soon the others disappear behind the rooftops. The distance is far enough, one of them complains. Annoying, so hard to deal with, and one guy died. Forget it, go back and calculate later. He sighs wearily in the rain. This business is a huge loss. After speaking, he takes the opportunity to sit and catch his breath instead of leaving immediately. Wukong suddenly looms over and questions. Hey, running this far? Trying to stiff me? He is so scared he jumps up. You. Since when? But the next second he accepts his fate. So it's an expert, dying isn't unjust. Senior, we are just taking money to work. If we blocked your way, there's nothing more to say. He sighs and suggests, do it. Wukong sneers mockingly. Why waste words? Is it worth going this far for just 2 coins? He feels itchy and blurts out. What 2 coins? Wukong immediately starts beating him up right on the roof. What are you doing? Still trying to stiff me? He dances disco up there and begs frantically. No stiffing, I have money. Having obtained the satisfactory answer, Wukong jumps down to the ground immediately. He generously signals. Shopkeeper, trouble you for another steamer of buns, accompanied by 2 shining tails. Shopkeeper quickly serves the VIP in a flash. Guest, here you go. The anti-evil bureau group finally speaks. Brother, thanks for the help just now. Without it, we might not have survived. Because this matter involves something major, can't apologize now. Our anti-evil bureau will remember this favor. Next time, Wukong inwardly scorns. What kind of major matter? Suddenly the space is flooded with immense pressure. 2 words pop into Wukong's head. Demon Chi. The scene shifts to the base of an ancient tree. Familiar sounds are echoing there. Xingtian Rokuai, Mingyu, this fruit of yours is ripe. Can you take this to the junior uncle? Nom Nom scolds sharply. You really? Now your mouth is always junior uncle. Years ago you scolded him terribly. Wukong arrives just in time as the 2 children are arguing. They did not notice his presence and were still chattering. That year, that's right, demons using troops, Xingtian Rokuai. Wukong gave the buns he bought to Xiaojiu. In his ears, the sound of arguments was still buzzing. Isn't Xingtian's essence your junior brothers in the school? Why was it taken out by someone? He mutters involuntarily. That guy. Then Nom Nom steps out to question. Hey, are you the one who let this lady run errands? Wukong calmly sighs. The girl doesn't wait for his answer and continues loudly. You came to beg for fruit. Why not deliver it yourself? But it's fine, practicing martial arts every day is annoying anyway. Saying this, Nom Nom suddenly changes her tone. Ah, rest assured, it must be delivered. The little girl suddenly turned to Xiaojiu and asked, Old dragon, did you sneakily eat crumbs again? Right? Xiaojiu was startled and immediately denied it. No, look, there's nothing.
Nam Nam an siêu ly sao tét, Lia.
There are still crumbs on your face. In the familiar gloomy room, a cautious sound echoes. Master. Without waiting for the person in the room to react, he continues to report. The mercenary group over there sent a letter saying the mission failed. It was all snatched by the anti-evil bureau, they couldn't snatch it back. The city guard looked through the rain and muttered softly. Demon Suppression Bureau. The maid standing behind the thin door boldly suggested. The Chongtian side has also been sabotaged by the Demon Suppression Bureau. Master must strike back at them. He pondered for a long time before ordering. Forget about the Imperial Court's hounds. Giving a little more money can naturally build relationships. Now that we have Immortal Drunk, Chongtian naturally won't need to do business anymore. The maid, after saying yes, hesitantly suggests. About the mercenary group, the city guard elder shares frankly. This body is already at its limit. If I want to endure more Immortal Drunk, I must obtain Xingtian's essence. Mentioning this part, he suddenly sneers, then whispers to the knight. As for those mercenaries, from the city guard elder's hand, a stream of dense demon chi shoots out. Instructions spread throughout the space with them. Give them some opportunities. On the other side, the little girls group is complaining to each other. What kind of weather is this? Raining continuously for months. Official Stone looks at her and asks hesitantly, Is your body okay? Even though she doesn't answer, he still harbors a belly full of worry. Really okay? The blind elder speaks up thoughtfully. This rain isn't simple. Someone wants to defy the heavenly path. Who is so bold? Not afraid of the backlash on their fate? Just then, a figure runs over from afar. The little girl is the first to notice. The newcomer ignores her directly and calls out behind. Official Stone. Official Stone is still here? He asks blankly. Just returning like this? He clasps his hands and affirms firmly. Yes, sir. This is the order from above. A flash of hesitation rises in Official Stone's eyes. But, The blind elder sneers mockingly. What's wrong? Isn't it good to go back? No need to be outside exposed to wind and sun. Lord Sher frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Those Chongtian fields were burned down like that. But there are still living people inside those Chongtian fields. These are all clues to track down the mastermind. He cautiously pursues the question. Whose order is it exactly? Still want to withdraw troops? But then he has an immediate plan. Must ask clearly upon returning. In the Ministry of Justice Yamen, the angry voice of official Ma echoes. Who exactly ordered this? I withdraw my men. This level of demonic disturbance should probably be reported to the imperial court. The person hiding in the shadows calmly reminds. Does official Ma feel that those sitting here are inferior to you? Official Ma, this is the unanimous recommendation of the officials. Official Ma yells unflinchingly. Even if this is overstepping, I must report it. Excuse this subordinate's rudeness. Farewell. Saying that, he slams the door and leaves, leaving the group looking at each other in silence. It takes a long time for someone to comment. This official Ma really has abundant blood energy. Just a small 6th rank who just came up from below and is so arrogant. Has Master Yuan's invitation not been given to him yet? A 6th rank Master Yuan naturally won't care about. Nonsense, what Master Yuan gave wasn't an invitation. Mentioning this, someone expresses worry. It's just that, if he really reports to the imperial court, the person in the host's seat says somewhat spitefully. Rest assured. Heard official Ma's body isn't well. Handing him over to Master Yuan is fine. We naturally don't need to show our faces. Sure enough, as soon as official Ma leaves, someone reminds him tactfully. This cough of yours needs attention. He says calmly. I want to look at the files. For a bit. The person below looks surprised. Official Ma, not resting today? He dismisses everyone sharply. Understood, you go do your work. Just finished speaking. A thin thread suddenly flashes past his face. Official Ma blurts out in confusion. What was that just now? He glances out of the corner of his eye at the person standing behind him. That person, when he realizes who it is, official Ma gasps in shock. It's a puppet talisman. Bold, daring to strike in the anti-evil bureau. The words are choked in his throat before he can finish. Following that is the sound of shouting. Official Ma. Sir. Inside the misty steam room, a coquettish sound echoes. Sir, you are truly amazing. Fat official, flattered to the point of obsession, curses under his breath. You, fox spirit. The maid appears just in time to interrupt. Sir, Master invites you over for a trip. He jumps up and yells. What now? She intentionally explains vaguely. This subordinate hasn't heard your words yet, but Master still wants to ask you a few things. He has no choice but to leave the fun unfinished. Troublesome, quickly moves to the room not far away. As soon as he arrives, he asks cautiously. Sir, what exactly do you want to ask this official? The city guard elder questions in a low voice. Then official Stone? This official also knows that the little one has some expertise in fortune-telling. But this official Stone is like fog covering the eyes. Can't see clearly. Don't know if you know any other reason? He doesn't answer immediately but waits for the teacup to be filled. When he feels it's enough, he slowly states the answer. He is just a wooden pestle, nothing more than a face recommended by the imperial court. The city guard elder ponders and asks again. Is that so? He loses patience and throws a sentence back before turning and leaving. Unimportant person? Sir, handle it yourself. No need to ask this official's opinion. Returning to the little girls group, the complaining continues. This rain finally stopped. Did you catch a cold? The blind elder vigilantly sniffs the surrounding air. The little girl curiously asks. Didn't you say this rain is heavenly resentment, caused by someone wanting to defy the heavenly path? The blind elder replies calmly. Perhaps so. He speaks his speculation toward the distance. The fate alteration has already succeeded. Official Stone asks confusedly. Fate alteration? Just then, a dense stream of demon chi appears in the sky. From that place, a figure gradually emerges. The little girl reminds vigilantly. There's someone ahead. Official Stone is a bit suspicious. This clothing, she asks directly. Is it your subordinate? He frowns and denies. Not right. Before he finishes, that person charges directly. A heaven-shaking explosion suddenly occurs in the forest. This mysterious guy uses the fastest speed to block the group. The little girl has no choice but to step out to fight. Following her is Official Stone, who has transformed. Yet in his hand appears a formidable magical artifact. It radiates threads of spiritual power that wrap around everyone like spider silk. Official Stone overlooks it because he has another target. Imitate and calculate later. Those threads easily penetrate closer to him. Even though that person's whole body is burning like a torch right now, the little girl is still the first to notice the abnormality. Not injured at all? That person's face is finally revealed. It turns out to be a puppet. But he has a protective artifact so official stone's fire can't do anything. The mace continuously radiates sparks of electricity. Then they diffuse to roll all the heat waves into a sphere. In the blink of an eye, the puppet extinguished all fire threats around it. The two girls shared their confusion. That pair of hammers cut through the live fire? For the first time, they felt danger from this opponent. But at the critical moment, someone new appeared to explain. That is called the Thunderduke Golden Hammer. It can break live fire. It turned out to be Nom Nom coming to assist. Your sword chi carries dragon chi. It won't hurt him, because this guy is of the dragon clan, and I have studied magic treasures. I can smell the dragon clan right away. The girl tilted her head and glared to conclude. As for not finding you, I didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion. Amidst the gloomy space, an announcement rang out. Today, heavenly official Noi Trin decrees at the dragon platform execution. The Jing River Dragon King violated heavenly law, arbitrarily changing the timing and frequency of rainfall. Jing River blankly exclaimed. He agreed, impossible, but what must come, must come. When blood splattered all over his face, Jing River still whispered the end of the sentence. Don't kill me. But the indictment didn't stop there. Du Lao Long silently listened to the verdict regarding his clan. His 9 clans are implicated, to be detained, assets confiscated. Afterward, a high-level expert came to negotiate with him. Du Lao Long, the Jing River Dragon clan has fallen. I see you have Buddhist affinity. Are you willing to join under my command? Are you willing? Du Lao Long did not hesitate to answer immediately. This disciple is willing. This new master immediately taught. Remember, from now on, don't get entangled in karma anymore. He paused for a moment then warned. Otherwise, you will follow in the footsteps of your father. Du Lao Long mused and repeated. My father. Before long, he was present at the capital. Deep in Du Lao Long's heart, there was only one thought. I trained at Lingshan for several hundred years, just to avenge my father. He kept repeating the name. Master Yuan. Then he charged straight forward. Du Lao Long roared angrily. Pay with your life. He seemed to have the life of Master Yuan in his hands. He didn't flinch at all, instead calmly commenting. In the end, you found me? From beginning to end, one still cannot escape karma. The whole residence seemed to shake violently from thunder. The golden hammer in Du Lao Long's hand had not stopped emitting electric fire. Du Lao Long looked at that face and blankly exclaimed. Master, why are you here? He didn't flinch, reaching out to control Du Lao Long. If you still want to focus on cultivation, I will not take action. Oh Dragon Clan, still too greedy for the mortal world. He was caught off guard and dizzily asked back. What? After handling it, he turned to Master Yuan and fawned. Master Yuan, this brat is of the Jing River Dragon Clan. I helped you end this karma, you can live for another period of time. Master Yuan, however, indifferently brushed off the relationship. If it doesn't work, it can be considered my final asking heaven. Immortal Drunk has already been sent for. With such a generous gift, are you not afraid of your master asking? He comfortably promised. This brat has some ability. Master Yuan was satisfied and turned Du Lao Long into his puppet. Then respect is not as good as obedience. Turning back to the battle, Nom Nom loudly signaled. You guys watch carefully, leave that girl to me. Stone official knew his place and agreed immediately. Nom Nom clearly understood what problem the girl was having. She was not lightly injured. Eating the ginseng fruit required a bit of meditation. After giving orders, the girl rushed straight toward Du Lao Long. Nom Nom spun the weapon in her hand and shouted loudly. Come here. Let me see. Damn it. Every killing move was smoothly dodged by Du Lao Long. All attacks suddenly became futile. Moreover, he had a hot item that was extremely dangerous. Nom Nom was seared on the shoulder by the golden hammer and cursed. Damn it. Du Lao Long took advantage of her carelessness to chase and strike. But Nom Nom quickly deployed a new move to deal with him. The whole space suddenly lit up like blooming fireworks. After a while of exertion, Nom Nom honestly admitted. Alive. Not bad. I really can't beat you. The girl changed her aura, took out a magic treasure, and prepared to go all out this time. Nom Nom looked straight into Du Lao Long's eyes and provoked. Come here, today we will fight.